Our story begins with a guy waking up from a nightmare, only to realize he was still inside another one. The city was filled with bizarre creatures, but he wasn't ordinary either. He had powers. That kid's name was Lu Sheng, and he woke up after being called several times. He had been sleeping in class while the teacher was lecturing him for dozing off. The other students laughed at him. The teacher warned that there were only 200 days left until the final exam, and Lu Sheng only knew how to sleep. He even said that even if he wanted to become a construction worker, no one would hire him because he was too lazy. He asked if he really wanted a life like that. However, the students thought the teacher should just let him ruin himself. Seeing there was no point, the teacher dismissed the class. Then a weirdo who was Lu Sheng's friend called him Sheng Zi and asked if he had another nightmare. That kid's name was Lu Chi Ming. The place Lu Sheng saw in his dreams was bleak, nothing but monsters. He explained to his friend that the nightmares had lowered his mental state and even his life status, meaning he would need to take medicine. Lu Chi Ming thought Lu Sheng shouldn't worry too much about it. Lu Sheng's life status was even lower than his, and they were just regular humans. Lu Chi Ming believed they should forget about becoming heroes and just live as normal guys. He invited Lu Sheng to go to a LAN house to play games, but Lu Sheng didn't want to. He wanted to go home because he was in a bad mood. Lu Chi Ming insisted, and even offered to pay for some drinks, but Lu Sheng still refused. Soon other students called Lu Chi Ming to play, and they said goodbye. Lu Sheng had reincarnated into that world, and couldn't believe he still had to worry about exams. His previous world wasn't that different from this one. As he walked, he glanced at the large screens on the buildings, showing the news. Out of nowhere, a muscular girl carrying several boxes passed by and told him to get out of the way because he was spacing out. The reincarnated guy stared at her, wondering when he would become as strong as she was. The scene then shifted to an old man receiving a massage from his wife. He asked her to be gentle, but she called him fussy and told him to be quiet since she was almost done. Lu Sheng arrived home. It was his parents. His mother said she was going to prepare dinner. Seeing his father's condition, Lu Sheng suggested buying a blood circulation device, since it could improve his vital energy. It had been recommended by a classmate. The old man told his son it was just because of his age, so that wand was nothing serious. He had also brought home a gift, regeneration powder. His wife was shocked because it was extremely expensive enough to buy a car. She kept slapping her husband playfully, saying he was amazing, though it almost looked like she wanted to kill the old man. Lu Sheng's mother thought it was a good moment to celebrate. She brought home leftover pork from work so they could celebrate the father's effort, showing how poor the family was. The two parents then asked about Lu Sheng's life status. Had he reached beer 0.85? His sister's was already close to beer 0.9. Lu Sheng was surprised and embarrassed, so he went to his room to exercise. He practiced a body reconstruction technique, performing several poses based on yoga and martial arts. These techniques were meant to help beginners strengthen their foundations. 300 years ago, the world had changed. Cracks appeared in the sky and the earth. Monsters emerged from them, and everything shifted. Humanity sought a new kind of power, unlocking a genetic limit within themselves. As a result, everyone's strength increased drastically, and humanity entered the era of martial arts prosperity. Even so, in a world full of monsters, humanity was still at a disadvantage. People died constantly. To survive, everyone practiced martial arts to preserve their species. After finishing 3 sets of the body reconstruction technique, Lu Sheng reflected that he had lost status because of the nightmares. His father had even gotten medicine for him. He had support, but he refused to believe that was his limit, so he decided to do more sets, until he felt dizzy. Suddenly, he was back in the field from his nightmares. He tried to wake up but couldn't. A monster attacked him, a zombie. He was knocked down but narrowly dodged another attack by luck. Lu Sheng was terrible in combat. His life status was only born 7, yet he wanted to become a martial artist. He kicked the zombie with all his strength, quickly stood up, grabbed a stone and smashed its face. But happiness never lasts long. A blue energy flowed out of the zombie and seeped into Lu Sheng. Suddenly, he began seeing the zombie's memories from when it had been human. The man had once talked about joining the army, eventually enlisted, trained with soldiers, and later witnessed monsters attacking their base. Lu Sheng didn't understand why he was seeing those memories, leaving him confused. At that moment, another zombie tried to attack him, but something strange happened. Energy surged through his body, and he knocked the zombie down, returning to normal. He was terrified. He had never been strong before. Then he realized the strength was slowly entering his body. It wasn't just memories he had gained. He had also inherited the zombie's physical power. Lu Sheng was shocked. He had suddenly gained life experience and strength. He hoped it wasn't just a dream, yet everything felt incredibly real. He noticed more energy still lingering in the creature. The words base 1359 appeared in his mind. It had been mentioned in the memories he saw. He concluded he needed to find base 1359. Something important might be there. He figured he would need to kill more zombies to continue progressing in strength. Their memories were useful to him. Then he felt something strange and woke up. He was drenched in sweat. His sister knocked on the door, saying it was time to eat. He opened it and greeted her. She treated him like trash, practically a prophet, convinced he was just a lazy bum who wanted to sleep all day. Her name was Lu Chinche, and she was quite beautiful. Lu Sheng admitted he had fallen asleep unintentionally. She was surprised to see he looked muscular but turned away, telling him to hurry up and eat. She couldn't understand how he had gained muscle so quickly. He remembered that when they were younger they had been close, but everything changed after after her first school evaluation results. She was much stronger than him. Someday, she would enter a prestigious martial arts university. He had become a useless, worthless brother. But when he took off his shirt, he saw his muscles. He didn't even feel lazy despite having just woken up. He was full of energy. He also remembered all the zombies' memories and could use the combat techniques he had inherited. Since he was stronger, he began to believe he could bring the power from his dreams into reality. He never imagined he could grow stronger just by dreaming. It sounded like a fairy tale. He then went to the table to have dinner with his family. He ate like a starving man, loving the taste of his mother's cooking and asking for another bowl. Then he realized his whole family was staring at him in shock. He quickly changed his behavior. Even he didn't understand why he had started eating like that. But his father didn't want his son to go hungry after all. Lu Sheng was in his own home. Soon, he asked his wife to make a bit more rice for their son. He figured Lu Sheng was going through puberty, which was why he was eating like a beast. He even gave the boy a firm pat on the shoulder, saying that the next day he would bring some tonics and nutritious ingredients for him. Still, Lu Sheng kept trying to belittle her brother. Their father thought it was wrong for her to look down on him. He believed in his son's potential. Lu Sheng began thinking that if his health status had increased in the dream, he could test it at a dojo. The scene then shifted to him standing at the entrance of a martial arts gym owned by a man named Ni Hong Chuan, a specialist in boxing techniques and a well-known figure in Baiho City. He was a level 4 martial artist. In that world, combat power increased with each level, so reaching level 4 was no small feat. Lu Sheng was surprised by that information. Basically, a level 4 martial artist was almost superhuman. He also noticed that the school was mostly attended by kids from wealthy families. Still, he decided to ignore that and focus on gaining experience from the zombies in his dreams. He stepped inside where a woman welcomed him and asked if he wanted to enroll in the martial arts enrichment class. He replied that he was only there to test his health status and combat power. The receptionist could already tell he came from a poor family. She showed him the way. Lu Sheng placed his hand on the measuring device which displayed his health status, 0.96. He was thrilled. He was catching up to his younger sister, who was considered a genius. If things continued like this, he might truly advance along the path of martial arts. Next, he wanted to check his combat power. He moved to another machine, and using the experience and combat techniques he had absorbed from the zombies, struck it. The machine displayed 113 combat power. He was completely stunned, thinking the result couldn't be real. With that number, he could truly become a martial artist. Lu Sheng was excited. He had only slept for an hour, yet his health status and power had risen dramatically. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he slept for 10 hours or more. Later, the scene shifted to him lying down with wide open eyes, frustrated because he couldn't fall asleep when he actually wanted to. He shouted like an idiot, but it was only 9 at night, too early to sleep, so he decided to exercise until he became exhausted. While practicing, he suddenly performed a movement perfectly, one he had failed to execute ever since he was a child. Shocked, he realized it must be thanks to the body training techniques he had inherited from the zombies' memories. He tested other moves and discovered he now knew more than 200 different attacks. The more he practiced, the more he felt he had also gained breathing techniques. Lu Sheng found it all fascinating. He was evolving at an insane rate. Then a bizarre hunger struck him, so intense that he collapsed to the floor. He had no idea what was happening. He figured his body couldn't produce enough energy after his status increased. It now required nutrients on a massive scale. The problem was that his family's income was low, so getting supplements wouldn't be easy. He couldn't let his progress be hindered. He needed money. Then he remembered that the school would reward exemplary students with a certificate worth over $10,000. To earn that money, he would have to demonstrate his strength. The scene shifted to the sports arena, locker room. Luo Qiming felt relieved because the teacher hadn't spent the entire class talking about exams. Then he noticed Lu Sheng's improved physique and asked where he got the juice, since they hadn't even been apart for 10 days. Lu Sheng simply said he had been training hard. His hair had also grown, and he needed a haircut. Luo Qiming assumed his friend had trained just to show off during combat class and impress the girls. But Luo Qiming himself wasn't focused on girls, though he did think this might be a chance to become popular. The scene then moved to the martial arts hall. The combat instructor, Zhong Zhongguo, told the students to consolidate what they had learned in the basic martial arts course. Luo Qiming had heard that the teacher was level 2 and had even fought monsters before. That was why he had a scar on his arm. However, Lu Sheng felt that the techniques of a level 2 martial artist were too basic compared to what he had absorbed from his dreams. After explaining key points, Zhang Zhongguo selected a student named Yang Yifei as his demonstration partner. The girls were practically drooling over him, thinking the blonde boy was handsome. Luo Qiming disliked that guy because he always stole the spotlight. The girls liked him for being rich and good-looking. Soon, Yang Yifei launched a kick, and the teacher blocked it easily. Lu Sheng thought that now he could reach a much higher level than Yang Yifei. He would fight for what he wanted. Zhong Zhongguo told Yang Yifei that his movements were sharp, but that he needed to improve his balance. He planned to have other students spar with him to help with that. However, Yang Yifei believed the teacher was weaker than his family's private coach. His future would be far brighter than Zhong Zhongguo's. The teacher then asked who wanted to fight Yang Yifei. The poorer students avoided eye contact, pretending not to hear. Luo Qiming whispered to Lu Sheng that they couldn't beat that blonde guy. They would just embarrass themselves. Zhong Zhongguo felt the students were too cowardly, making it hard to teach them properly. In the end, he said that only those who cultivated their life status and practiced martial arts would shine. He believed no one in the class was at Yang Yifei's level until he noticed Lu Sheng's gaze. It carried a different kind of light, as if he had already experienced countless battles. Impressed, he chose Lu Sheng. Luo Qiming tried to stop his friend, warning that he would only ruin his reputation further. Lu Sheng told him to calm down. He had been training hard. The match would last 10 minutes and was only a friendly spar. The two took their stances. Zhong Zhongguo was surprised by how calm Lu Sheng looked. Even though he was facing the strongest student in class, he even asked about Lu Sheng's life status. Lu Sheng answered that it was 0.8, hiding the truth. The teacher found it strange. That was quite low. He announced the start of the match. Yang Yifei immediately tried to provoke Lu Sheng, telling him to protect his weak points, especially his head. Lu Sheng humbly thanked him for the advice and said he was ready. In the next instant, Yang Yifei moved at astonishing speed, his fist flashing toward Lu Sheng's face. He was already confident he would land the hit. The other students gasped in shock. Yang Yifei smiled, certain he had already won. For a moment, Yang Yifei didn't understand what had happened. Lu Sheng was no longer in front of him. He had lowered his body and delivered a full-force punch straight to Yang Yifei's face. The blow sent him bouncing across the floor until he slid to a stop near the other students. The teacher stood there in complete shock. Lu Sheng had taken him down with a single punch. Not even he had expected that. Yang Yifei's face was swollen and distorted. Everyone was wondering what the hell had just happened. Zhong Zhongguo quickly told someone to call the nurse. The arrogant Yang Yifei was carried out on a stretcher. Lu Sheng apologized to the teacher, explaining that he hadn't controlled his strength properly. Zhong Zhongguo tried to reassure him, saying they were still learning and it wasn't too serious, but he needed to talk to Lu Sheng in private. He called him to his office. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming overheard all kinds of whispers from the stunned students. Inside the office, Lu Sheng noticed a bonsai tree on the desk and was surprised. Zhong Zhongguo explained that everyone has hobbies and everyone has secrets. He made it clear that he knew Lu Sheng's life status wasn't just 0.8. Lu Sheng tried to explain that 0.8 had been the result of his last measurement. The teacher asked if he had taken any drugs to increase his strength status, since that was against the rules. Lu Sheng was shocked and swore he had never used anything like that. Zhang Zhongguo decided to measure his life status again on the spot. If he had taken drugs, the number would fluctuate. He also wanted to test his combat strength. Lu Sheng placed his hand on the device. The result, 1.5. Zhong Zhongguo was stunned. In his eyes, Lu Sheng was now a legitimate martial artist, and only 18 years old. At that rate, he would be considered a genius throughout the entire city. Next, Lu Sheng punched the combat machine to test his power, but he ended up destroying the machine, along with Zhong Zhongguo's bonsai. The teacher almost cried, seeing his precious bonsai completely shattered. He realized that Lu Sheng's strength was far beyond that of a level 1 martial artist. After the chaotic scene, Lu Sheng sat nervously in a chair. Zhong Zhongguo asked when he had last measured his life status. 15 days ago, Lu Sheng answered. The teacher was deeply shocked. That kind of growth was practically impossible, unless he came from a wealthy family with a great master guiding his cultivation. But Lu Sheng denied all of that. When asked how he had gained strength so quickly, he simply said it was a secret. Zhong Zhongguo was truly impressed. He remembered his own student days. His stats had been good, and after many years of cultivation, he had reached level 2 and joined the army. But on the battlefield, he realized humanity could never truly triumph over monsters. Compared to them, humans were small and fragile. Only those with overwhelming strength could defeat such creatures. In a way, those powerful humans were monsters themselves. He sighed and told Lu Sheng he would speak with the educational administration immediately. Lu Sheng could study under the best teachers and enter the top classes. Lu Sheng felt grateful, but thought he didn't really need that. After all, he cultivated in his dreams. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. The teacher insisted, and eventually Lu Sheng agreed, but he had two conditions. He wanted to apply for the martial arts scholarship, and he wanted more free time during school hours. Zhong Zhongguo agreed. He even said he would personally provide 30,000 to help him, since he clearly needed money. As for the schedule, he would need to consult the administration. Then he handed Lu Sheng a black martial arts card, containing at least 100,000. He told him to repay it whenever he could. Lu Sheng was stunned. Zhong Zhongguo wanted him to dedicate himself fully. He wanted to restore the school's honor through Lu Sheng. With a prodigy like him, Baihe Academy would rise again. Before the exam, he could even use Lu Sheng as a secret weapon to shock rival schools. The teacher needed to inform his superiors. After so long, they finally had someone qualified to go there. The scene then shifted to a boxed supplement product being sold. A woman was promoting it to two young girls, saying the bottle was on sale. A mother was buying it for her daughter. Lu Sheng watched silently. His parents couldn't afford something that expensive, and only very strong martial artists could truly earn large sums of money. For someone poor, becoming one of the top martial artists was extremely difficult due to limited access to quality resources. His sister was a prodigy. She could change her destiny, but in the end, her potential hadn't been fully realized because of him. His stats had always been lower than hers. Still, he didn't want to become a mediocre martial artist. Now he had the chance to change everything. He saw some classmates walking by and chatting. He realized that in the past, he hadn't done much to change his fate. He hid in video games and was reluctant to let go of his connection to his previous life. He had been like a fish trapped in a tank, comfortable, but confined. He didn't know if abandoning that comfort was the right choice. But now everything had changed. vanished. He had broken free from those limits and stepped into a world beyond. He could change everything. Thanks to his dreams, he had mastered combat techniques. He had already progressed. He silently promised Kinche, his father and his mother, that he would continue seeking greater strength. The scene shifted again to him fighting a zombie. He knocked it down with a punch, though it wasn't easy. That zombie had likely been a martial artist in its past life. He was close to base 1359 and found it strange that he hadn't encountered many monsters nearby. Suddenly, several zombies appeared, but he wiped them out. At last, he found military base 1359. He was stunned. A gigantic wall surrounded it. It looked more like a city than a base. He climbed up and found a thick breach in the wall. It looked like it had been caused by infiltration. If such a powerful civilization had fallen to monsters, what would the future look like? He noticed a group of buildings different from the others, likely the military command center. But inside one building, there was someone, a zombie, and it was holding a sword. The zombie suddenly awakened. Lu Sheng was startled. A shockwave hit him. An overwhelming aura. The zombie's presence alone intimidated him. He decided it was best not to approach for now. Instead, he explored the surrounding area, encountering weaker zombies and taking them down. He entered a building inside. There were no zombies. It looked like a normal apartment. There were no signs of forced entry. He began to wonder, had the people inside turned into zombies because of that terrifying black mist? Then something caught his attention. Curious, he touched a device. It activated. A voice command system announced that it was rebooting the program. A hologram of a girl appeared before him, stating that he was accessing heavenly law technology. Lu Sheng was terrified. The holographic image stood right in front of him. Worse yet, the unknown entity was speaking the exact same language as he did. So he began to believe that the thing had some kind of real-time translation, or something like that. The holographic girl explained that she had been created by celestial law technology. She was an artificial intelligence with a 16th generation brain, designed to assist him. She managed the internet network of military base number 1359. Lu Sheng realized that future technology was extremely advanced. He asked her to show him the most recent news. The AI tried to connect to Skynet, but the connection failed. She then attempted to access the database of military base 1359. Lu Sheng was immediately bombarded with news, revealing that they were in the year 11024. He saw something about a class 10 martial artist, which left him quite shocked. He began to believe that this world might be parallel to his own, because in that case, the progress in martial arts would be unimaginable. Suddenly, he saw the sky cracking open and countless monsters appearing. The technology and martial arts of that world had evolved to an incredible level, but even a class 10 martial artist and a tall, sturdy wall were unable to defend against anything. The monsters destroyed everything, and there was also a black mist. That was when Lu Sheng realized that the civilization had given up and even sought another planet where they could live properly. After they were annihilated, there was no more good news. In the end, he acknowledged that humans were incapable of preventing extinction, even with a thriving civilization. He asked the AI to investigate the history of the world, and once she provided everything, he began to examine it. That was when he realized he was looking at the history of his own world, leaving him wide-eyed. Everything he had seen earlier was not another world being destroyed. It was his own world being destroyed, 10,000 years in the future. He still hoped it was just a coincidence, and that they were not the same worlds. Soon he asked whether the AI could retrieve his personal information. She found the information, and Lu Sheng examined it. He was confused, because according to the records, he had lived until the age of 28 and had been nothing more than an ordinary citizen. He then asked the AI to search for any information about his sister, but she lacked sufficient authority to access it. He was only listed as a guest, while his sister was a martial artist. He could provide a drop of blood to create an account, but he had no idea how to do that. At that moment, the AI simply bit his finger, leaving him completely embarrassed. She obtained a drop of his blood and began the analysis. Lu Sheng felt that the future had gone too far. Suddenly, the AI changed completely, announcing that the revolution plan had been activated. He did not understand what was happening. Soon he saw that his personal information had changed entirely. His photo had changed as well. He then realized that the future had shifted. He had ranked 23rd in Baihe City and had entered the city's martial arts university. 3 years later, he joined the armed forces. He served at Tian'an military base and died on the southern battlefield at the age of 37. He was still single. He had become a first lieutenant, though without making major contributions. He believed that after becoming stronger, the future had changed. The information before he turned 18 remained the same. In the end, he saw that he had not achieved much glory. He could not be considered a genius, which left him dissatisfied. Still, he thought some information might be wrong. Soon he began reflecting, believing he should ignore all of it. He needed to continue cultivating and reaping the benefits of the land of dreams. Only then could he completely change his future. He was not satisfied with ranking 23rd in the city. He wanted one of the best rankings in the world. Everyone should know of his existence. He wanted to become strong so that humanity would not go extinct. He wanted to be the savior with the power to change history. Being completely ambitious, he would be the one to begin the revolution. Next, the scene shifted to Lu Sheng's home. He had just arrived, and his mother found it strange that he was not wearing his uniform. She asked whether there were no classes that day. Lu Sheng explained that his teacher had dismissed him so he could study at home. Chunche did not understand, as she had never heard of such a thing. After eating, he said he was going to his room to study. Chunche watched her older brother closely, noticing how much he had changed in such a short time. He entered his room when Professor Zhongguo called to inform him that his scholarship had arrived. The professor also did not understand why Lu Sheng had not gone to school. However, Lu Sheng said he did not have much time and would hang up and contact him later. Lu Sheng was focused. He wanted to grow stronger and surprise everyone. The only way to go far was by showing his power, and he had to reach the top to find a way to change the future. Thus, he returned to the land of dreams and asked the AI to search for all the martial arts methods, notes, and tips she could find. The problem was that she found too many results. He asked her to filter them better, ranking them from best to worst for first-class martial artists. She filtered them, and soon he saw the greatest methods from 10,000 years in the future. The Stellar Body Refinement chapter, created by Wang He, the Natural Breathing Technique, created by Yang Yizhou, and Crystal Contemplation, created by Duan Yifeng. All of them were top tier. Their creators were level 11, whereas in his world, the strongest was only level 9, something incredible to him. They were only introductory chapters, yet they would already make an enormous difference. All of them were included in Project Spark. It even seemed as if their creators had known the fate awaiting them, so they preserved all that knowledge for someone in the future to use, which worked because Lu Sheng was now seeing it. Stellar alchemy was essentially about turning the human body into a miniature universe, clearing the mind and maintaining the spirit, refining chi and strengthening the body, refining every mental cell, transforming each one into a cell of immeasurable power. The body would become a field of infinite transformation, reaching the ultimate level of defense and strength. He then decided to look at the natural breathing technique. The first form was fire breathing, where he felt a breath of fire, as if flames were burning inside his body. It frightened him slightly. Next, he examined crystal visualization, which focused on purifying the mind and strengthening willpower, essentially spiritual power. He sat on the floor and tried it, until he saw his spiritual world. He knew that a martial artist had to value spiritual will, as it would make evolution much easier, but he did not know what to do. He was unfamiliar with that world, so it might take time. Suddenly, he woke up feeling extremely tired. He also noticed a terrible stench, and could not believe it was his own sweat. Nothing could convince him that it had not come from the dream world. In the end, he had not expected it to affect the real world. He decided to take a shower. The techniques were multiplying within his body, eliminating impurities. His training would progress much faster. When he received the scholarship funds, he could begin making medicinal formulas to further increase his power. He believed this would also impact the global pharmaceutical industry. Next, the scene shifted to Baihe Academy. Professor Zhongguo handed Lu Sheng the scholarship and asked him to inform him when he planned to return to school. Lu Sheng immediately apologized to the professor, believing he had caused trouble. Zhongguo only wanted to make sure Lu Sheng would go to school at least once a week. After that, Lu Sheng left his office. It had only been 2 days since the professor had last seen him, yet he already felt he could no longer understand the young man. Walking down the street, Lu Sheng thought about his next step. Since he now had money, he wanted to quickly resolve his blood qi deficiency. Having obtained medical formulas from the future, he might be able to produce the most efficient supplements. According to the AI, at his current stage, the most suitable supplement was something called muscle and blood fortifying broth. There was also a bone nourishment pill. Since he did not have enough money to fully fund everything, he decided to rent the facilities of a pharmacy. He went to a laboratory, but the person in charge did not understand and thought Lu Sheng was joking. He explained that the lab was the most valuable facility in the entire pharmacy and made it clear that Lu Sheng would never gain access to their secret formulas. He then shut the door in Lu Sheng's face, calling him a bum. However, Lu Sheng had already knocked on the doors of 7 shops. He had bought the necessary ingredients and could make a few portions. There was a total of 80,000 on the card the professor had given him, and Lu Sheng believed the professor had added some of his own money to it. Since he could not rent a proper lab, he needed to buy basic equipment and try to make it himself. Eventually, he found a pharmacy in a rather suspicious area and decided to check it out. A young man was staring at his phone and was extremely rude to Lu Sheng, making it clear that he should just take what he wanted and pay, and not even think about stealing, since there were security cameras everywhere. In the end, Lu Sheng realized the pharmacy was not interested in doing proper business, as he had not been treated well. The foolish pharmacist was drooling over some girl on his phone. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng crushed the phone in his hand, as if it were nothing. The man became furious, but Lu Sheng released an overwhelming killing intent aura. The pharmacist was instantly frightened and asked what Lu Sheng wanted. Lu Sheng asked whether they had a pharmaceutical laboratory there. The man was confused. He was there to sell medicine. Lu Sheng explained that if they had a lab, he would like to make a deal. In the end, they reached an agreement. Lu Sheng would pay 500 per hour and could use the laboratory for only 3 hours. Lu Sheng did not even want to hear the rest and said he would pay in advance. He entered the lab and began making preparations. It was his first time doing this. He prepared the ingredients, removing the green scales from a mutant lizard, liquefying condensed moonstone, and cutting a branch that was incredibly hard. After completing all the steps, he successfully obtained the muscle and blood enrichment soup. He felt happy, as he had succeeded on his first attempt, but he would only know for sure after ingesting it. He decided to taste it. It had no flavor at all, which made him question whether he had failed. Suddenly he felt something overwhelming and collapsed to the ground. The supplement's effects were extremely powerful, replenishing the blood qi he lacked. The results were incredible, and there were no side effects. This was knowledge accumulated over more than 10,000 years of martial arts development. At that moment, someone began knocking on the door. Lu Sheng did not understand his time was not up yet, and he did not want to be disturbed. However, the pharmacist was desperate, telling Lu Sheng to run. He could not explain the situation but urged him to leave through the back door because the boss had returned. She was an extremely elegant woman named He. The pharmacist was embarrassed, trying to speak to his boss. He did not understand what was happening, since she had said she would go to the neighboring city that day, yet she had returned very quickly. The fool admired her endlessly, thinking she looked beautiful as always, and believing everything she did was extraordinarily elegant. He was completely infatuated, convinced he was the only one who could protect her. Deep down, he even believed they could have a happy ending together. As he stood there drooling, he suddenly shouted his name, Ma Fei. She demanded an explanation, asking whether he had secretly brought someone into her alchemy laboratory. She had noticed that her clothes were dirty. Even when she was angry, Ma Fei still thought she looked beautiful, but he denied everything, lying shamelessly. He had no patience and told him to disappear. Ma Fei was confused and tried to explain himself, but she thought he was nothing more than an idiot. She was furious, realizing she would have to clean and disinfect everything. The table was completely dirty. She could not believe someone had even used the laser activator and controller. Then she noticed the green-scaled mutant lizard remains. She had never seen a method like that before. He immediately assumed it was someone trying to develop their own medicine. However, that required vast pharmaceutical knowledge, enormous funding, and many experiments. For someone without their own laboratory to attempt such a thing made her curious. What gave that person the confidence to place hope in something so unrealistic? Then she noticed that not only had someone used her laboratory, but they had also broken equipment. She decided to analyze the residue, examining its appearance and smell. She identified the ingredients but had never seen anything like it. Curious, she tasted it. Just a single drop. Her eyes widened instantly. The scene then shifted to Ma Fei. He was standing with his luggage, sighing and blaming everything that had happened on Lu Sheng. He was deeply regretful, unable to believe that his story with He had ended like that. He only wanted to see her again. But when he turned around, he was there, calling out to him. Ma Fei was confused. She told him to stop immediately. His eyes filled with tears, and he opened his arms toward her, declaring that his place was eternally by her side. However, he grabbed him by the collar and began shaking him. She demanded to know who had used her laboratory. She wanted to see that person immediately. Ma Fei did not understand. She repeated herself impatiently, making it clear she had no tolerance for him. But if he told her who the person was, he would get his job back and his salary would be doubled. Ma Fei quickly informed his boss that he had the contact information of the person who used her lab. She snatched his phone, visibly agitated. The medicine she had just tasted was at least 10 times better than the blood-strengthening tonics on the market that cost over $100,000. It even had additional effects, such as improving the user's skin. It was essentially a world-class tonic. She was overjoyed to have found someone like that. This was an opportunity for her family. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Lu Sheng. He was training using the stellar body refinement technique, an ability capable of awakening the potential of the human body. It was something beyond ordinary human comprehension. In the end, he believed that at this rate, he would truly be able to give birth to a real star within his body. The natural breathing technique also helped tremendously. Without combining it with the breathing method, the results would not be nearly as good. His vitality had increased significantly. He had also prepared 12 portions of that medicine beforehand. With his current physique, 2 portions per day were enough. However, he needed to find a way to produce more within 6 days. Soon, he received a call on his phone. He glanced at it and decided to answer. It was He. She apologized for the inconvenience and introduced herself as the person in charge of Yumingshan Medicinal Hall. She mentioned that she had examined the tonic he left behind and made it clear that it could become a product capable of changing their era. She wanted to collaborate with him. Lu Sheng agreed but stated they would meet in 1 week. He grew anxious, insisting they meet immediately, but Lu Sheng hung up on her. She immediately turned to Ma Fei again, making it clear that he was to find the person responsible for the tonic as soon as possible. The sooner he found him, the better. He had 6 days. She would pay him $10,000 for each day he saved her. Ma Fei was overjoyed and asked her to keep her word. However, he thought she might be misunderstanding something. The person who used the lab was not even 20 years old and looked like a student. He was stunned by that revelation. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng in the Land of Dreams. He was beating up a zombie, but that was not all. One massive zombie was holding something, and Lu Sheng decided that creature would be his target. The enormous zombie crushed what it held in its hands. Lu Sheng was only level 1 and wondered if he could withstand a level 4 martial artist. The zombie threw a punch at him. He blocked it, but the impact was brutal. The zombie's strength was twice his own. He could not afford to take such blows directly. As the zombie continued attacking, Lu Sheng dodged and quickly delivered a powerful kick, knocking the massive zombie to the ground. He followed up with another strike and finally killed it. He quickly absorbed its memories, seeing that the person had once fought monsters and died on the front lines while trying to protect the city. He realized he was killing people who had once died defending humanity. When alive, that zombie had been rank 5. That was why its punches were so powerful. Lu Sheng managed to defeat it because zombies had no intelligence, and it had lost an arm, fighting purely on instinct. It had been a week since he learned those techniques in the Land of Dreams. After obtaining the giant zombie's fist techniques and integrating them with the stellar body refinement secret art and the natural breathing technique, his power would increase 100-fold compared to before. But the fight was not over. More zombies appeared to face him. He decided to test test his newly integrated attack, what he called stellar impact. The scene shifted again. He was back at the same dojo as before, speaking to the receptionist and asking to rent an evaluation machine. She wondered why he had returned so soon, especially since the exams were about to begin. Stats did not change overnight. He explained that perhaps he had improved a little. Normally, people waited months before reassessing. She told him which room was available. He immediately checked his vitality, 15.6. It had increased dramatically. He had already surpassed the standards of a rank 2 martial artist. It made sense. He was consuming advanced tonics and practicing supreme martial arts techniques. Next, he checked his combat power. Throwing a powerful punch, the machine displayed 337 combat power, more than double the required standard. He believed that if a skill affected combat power, then his supreme combat power should be even higher. He prepared and unleashed stellar impact. The scene shifted abruptly. The receptionist asked whether he had finished, noticing how happy he looked. Lu Sheng did not deny it. She wished him good luck on the exam, and he left. She thought he was kind of cute. At that moment, a girl arrived with a young man. The girl was Ni Shuang, daughter of the master of Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. She asked the receptionist what she had been talking about. Ni Shuang mentioned that she had brought the young man for his medicinal bath. She asked whether the boy who had just left was someone the receptionist was interested in. The receptionist said she simply thought he was handsome. The young man felt jealous and tried to brush it off, saying that in their world, what truly mattered was martial arts proficiency. Lu Sheng looked like nothing more than a kid. Ni Shuang commented that the poor go to school, while the rich practice real martial arts. The young man with her had already possessed high vitality, even before cultivating. After beginning to practice various martial arts techniques, the gap between him and others widened even further, which made him arrogant. Ni Shuang punched him on the head, telling him not to act like an idiot. He was comparing himself to people who did not have the same resources. It was his duty to be stronger, given all the advantages he had. He trembled from the punch. He then told his senior sister that he wanted to see Lu Sheng's evaluation results. Since Lu Sheng seemed slightly older than him, he was curious about his level. In the end, Ni Shuang agreed but warned him not to boast. If Lu Sheng turned out to be an ordinary guy, the receptionist showed them the results. Ni Shuang was shocked. She found it impossible. The young man assumed the evaluation machine was broken, but the receptionist said that was impossible. The maintenance had been done just the day before. Ni Shuang was genuinely stunned by the results, which were real. She asked the receptionist, whose name was Ling, to obtain Lu Sheng's address or phone number. However, Ling did not have his information since he was not a dojo member. Still, she promised to do her best to help find him. Ni Shuang was truly determined. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng getting out of a taxi. The driver tried to introduce his daughter to him, an awkward conversation. Lu Sheng had made up some excuses, so he would not seem crazy for coming all that way just to take the rank 2 martial artist certification test. Suddenly, as he was about to enter, a frantic man rushed out, nearly knocking him over. The man looked like he was in agony, as if power were leaking out of him. The Martial Arts Association's machines were customized and far more precise, so the results there might be lower. However, Lu Sheng welcomed the increased precision. He wanted to know his exact limits. He approached a blonde receptionist and asked for information about taking the martial artist certification test. She handed him a form to fill out and told him that afterward he should proceed to room 52003. When he arrived, he saw that the line was enormous. He did not have much time and did not know what to do. Nearby, he overheard two guys talking about a girl. They thought she was pretty and seemed strong as well. Lu Sheng noticed that most people in line were around 25 years old, which made him quite young in comparison. Suddenly, a huge man appeared and started cutting in line. One of the men was holding his form excitedly, believing he was about to begin his path as a certified martial artist. Suddenly, the big guy pushed past and shoved a man, making his eyes bulge like an owl's. People immediately grew worried. Since the guy was huge, built like a refrigerator, it was obvious he would stand out. However, some people didn't like it, and with loose tongues declared that he shouldn't cut in front of everyone. After all, he had basically walked straight up to the staff member in charge of the entrance and handed over his form. He was breaking the rules, but in the end, when the staff member looked at his form, he thought the man really should go first. He was there to take a rank 3 martial artist assessment. Many people were shocked to hear that, after all, there were only 10 rank 3 martial artists in the entire city of Baihe. In that world, strength ruled, and the strong enjoyed every privilege. So the big man named Zhao Changfeng stepped forward to take his evaluation. Obviously, people didn't like it, thinking Zhao Changfeng was quite arrogant. Suddenly, he took the test, showing a vitality stat of 107.2, leaving everyone stunned. Then came the combat power assessment, where he shook the very structure of the room. The crowd was terrified. The result was a staggering 10,831. The staff member congratulated Zhao Changfeng on that score. He would receive a cultivation supplement of 30,000 per month, along with a rank 3 martial artist certificate. Zhao Changfeng hadn't even noticed that the impact he caused had knocked several people to the ground. Everyone was frightened, except Lu Sheng. He had been observing the standard of a rank 3 martial artist. The young woman who had drawn attention from some of the other candidates was also very surprised, thinking Lu Sheng was acting like some kind of legendary martial artist. Since no one else was standing in line anymore, everyone had fallen, and the queue was in complete chaos. Lu Sheng asked the person in charge if he could go next. The person operating the machine, seeing how calm he was, allowed him to proceed. Lu Sheng placed his hand hand on the machine, showing a vitality stat of 15.7. Zhao Changfeng was also impressed. Since Lu Sheng was only 18 years old, the staff member told him not to worry too much, as he could take the combat power test as many times as he wanted, but Lu Sheng declared that once would be enough. He threw his punch, using the star impact skill, and essentially shattered the glass in the room. Everyone saw his combat power score, 15,709, far higher than Zhao Changfeng's. His combat power had increased far beyond the standard vitality requirement. The staff member revealed that his abilities even surpassed rank 3 martial artists. Therefore, he couldn't finalize the grade at that moment. He needed to send the results to the association. They couldn't let a genius like Lu Sheng go unnoticed. He ran off, willing to risk his career to give Lu Sheng a satisfactory answer. In the end, Lu Sheng still didn't know whether he could go home. Suddenly, Zhao Changfeng appeared and extended his hand to greet him, introducing himself. Lu Sheng responded, but the impact of that handshake was brutal, leaving Zhao Changfeng greatly surprised. Soon people started rushing toward Lu Sheng. A terrible commotion broke out, with everyone trying to get his attention. Seeing no other option, he fled. Outside the association, several girls were waiting. One of them was Lu Qinj. They were waiting for a girl named Yang. When Lu Qinj came out, Qinj called out to him. He wanted to know what his sister was doing there, but Qinj thought she should be the one asking that question, since he always skipped class and slept all day. In the end, Lu Qinj didn't fully understand what was going on, but simply explained that he had something to take care of, and asked why they were there. The girls were Lu Qinj's classmates. One introduced herself as Feng Fanfan, and the other, standing beside her, was Yu Nuo. They were there to accompany a girl named Yang Yuan. Fanfan even thought Lu Qinj was kind of cute. He thanked her, but his sister didn't like that very much. Lu Qinj patted his sister on the head and said he was leaving. After he left, the atmosphere between the friends worsened, as Qinjia had no interest in having them as future sisters-in-law. Suddenly, Yang Yuan arrived, the same girl who had been drawing the boys' attention during the association test. The girls asked if Yang Yuan had passed, but she didn't want to talk about it. She explained that an incident had occurred and all evaluations were suspended, so she would have to wait a bit longer. The girls were surprised. Yang Yuan explained that a demon had appeared. He looked about her age but had a vitality of 15.7 and combat power greater than that of a rank 3 martial artist. She had thought she was talented until she saw him. Fanfan immediately asked if she knew his name. Yuan revealed that his name was Lu Sheng, leaving Qinche completely confused. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was eating a bun as he walked. Some guys from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy were nearby, looking for someone. It was the same place where Sheng had taken an evaluation before. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. The man from the medicine hall was calling him again, but he chose to ignore it. In the end, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to figure out the best way to make money through medicinal prescriptions. The scene then shifted to Sheng in the land of dreams, where an artificial intelligence prompted him to retrieve his biography. Once again, he saw different information. He had become a level 2 martial artist, shocking the entire city. He participated in the Prodigy training camp in Dongning province, graduated 3 years later from Dongning Martial Arts University, and enlisted in the army, where he earned several promotions. But at the age of 50, while attempting to reach rank 7, he failed, and later died at 87, in a monster trap in Baihe City. Sheng was now certain that his future could be different. Just a week ago, his future had been to become a rank 4 martial artist, and die at 37. Even so, this new future was still far from what he wanted. For the world and its destiny, that small change was meaningless. He needed far greater power to change the fate of the world. Reaching rank 7 was nothing. The future would demand much more. Sheng knew he had to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He had already chosen that path and had no intention of turning back. The scene then shifted to a man writing with a brush while listening to another man on a call. It was the former leader speaking, and the mustached man felt as if he were being provoked. The old mustached man was named Zhao Yuhei, the assistant director of the Baihe Martial Artists Association. Yuhei had long accepted that no martial geniuses appeared in the city anymore. After all, it had been 100 years since anyone truly stood out. They also lacked the supplies to provide lavish resources to anyone. Anyone with even a bit of talent would leave them without a second thought. Then the former leader informed UK that the training camp season was approaching, shocking the assistant director. The former leader believed it would be a great embarrassment for the city if they failed to send anyone. They needed to protect the city's reputation, and he made that very clear to Yuhei. Yuhei grew furious and began to lament. He didn't have a single genius under his wing. Without one, he couldn't advance or improve his own position. All he wanted was access to better resources. Otherwise, he would remain stuck there, writing endless symbols. Leveling up at that point was impossible. Just then, his assistant rushed in, announcing that something incredible had happened during the martial artist evaluation. Yuhei immediately realized it was serious. She hadn't even knocked before entering. She apologized for barging in, explaining that it was urgent. She informed the president that an 18-year-old level 2 martial artist had appeared, but with combat power exceeding 15,000. Yuhei was stunned. He snatched the tablet from her hands and demanded she show him the recording immediately. When he saw Lu Sheng on the screen, he was shocked, wondering if he was witnessing a perfect realm combat technique. The assistant didn't understand what he meant. Yuhei explained that in the martial world, that term referred to mastering a combat technique to the perfect realm at a young age, something only 10 people had ever achieved. He was astonished that Sheng had accomplished this without access to top-tier resources, and despite coming from a poor family, family, and he was only 18 years old. There was no other explanation. Yuhei began to laugh excitedly. The assistant was completely confused until her belongings started shaking. Yuhei had suddenly lifted her up in excitement, declaring that this martial artist Lu Sheng was a genius sent to bless the city. He even spun his assistant around, leaving her dizzy and bewildered. She had no idea what he was talking about. Yuhei then explained that some martial artists awaken abilities that ordinary people could never obtain. They possessed unique talents and were known as gifted martial artists. He quickly put on his blazer, announcing that he wanted to personally thank Sheng's parents for raising such an incredible son. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a young man reporting to Nishuang that he had found Sheng and gathered all his information. Sheng's father worked at the port in a logistics company, and his mother was a cashier at a market. The young man didn't understand why Nishuang was looking for him, wondering if Sheng had offended her somehow. She immediately clarified, annoyed that he was thinking the wrong things. Then Nishuang received a call. She had expected them to act quickly, but not this quickly. She had already heard about what happened at the association. She immediately ordered her subordinate to buy the most expensive gifts for Shuang's parents, and for a young man as well. She was delighted to have finally found him. The scene shifted again to Lu Sheng meditating when someone knocked on his door, informing him that someone was looking for him. When he stepped outside, he saw Yuhei. Sheng recognized the president, and they greeted each other. Yuhei was pleased that the young man remained calm and respectful, showing that he didn't get nervous easily. Sheng, however, wanted to know who the girl was. His mother introduced Nishuang. She mentioned that they had met before at the martial arts center, and Sheng remembered. Yuhei decided to be direct. He wanted to reward Lu Sheng by officially promoting him to the next stage of level 2 martial artist. His performance during the evaluation had been outstanding. Furthermore, his stipend would now match that of a rank 3 martial artist. Considering his exceptional martial Dao talent, they had also decided to grant him several $1,000,000 as encouragement. Lu Sheng's family was stunned. His parents nearly fainted, thinking it was a dream. Qinshe covered her mouth, her jaw practically dropping. Yuhei expressed his hope that Lu Sheng would continue working hard, shine even brighter, and achieve even greater accomplishments. Lu Sheng thanked the association for their support, but he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. He asked directly if the association wanted something from him in return. President Yuchie was quite surprised by his straightforwardness. After a brief sigh, Yuhei took out a letter and honestly explained that he wanted Lu Sheng to participate in the Dongning province talent training camp. At that moment, Qinshe could no longer contain herself. She stood up, unable to believe what she was hearing. She knew that camp was reserved for truly gifted and elite martial artists. Although prestigious, it was also a place that crushed talents. She recounted how a senior from her martial arts center, someone with the best potential there, had once entered that very camp. He had gone in full of ambition and vigor, but after experiencing the harsh reality of the training camp, he never recovered from the psychological blow and ended up becoming an ordinary person. Kunsha warned Sheng that his future was already bright. He didn't need to risk it. Yuhei admitted the risks, but insisted that the camp selected true talents. He was certain that this young man was different. Judging by his potential, he could achieve far more there. Still, President Yuhei promised to respect Lu Sheng's decision. Without hesitation, Sheng took the letter from the president's hand and declared that he also believed he hadn't yet reached his limit. Yuhei informed him that he would come to pick him up in 2 days. After saying his goodbyes, he prepared to leave. Nai Shuang, who was also about to go, was stopped by Lu Sheng, who asked why she had come. Her cheeks turned red. She thought he looked even more handsome in person than in photos. She explained that she was there to invite him to become an honorary disciple of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Center. Sheng didn't understand what that meant. Nai Shuang explained that an honorary disciple didn't need to attend regular training sessions. He could train whenever he wanted. Everything would be free, and he would receive top-tier guidance. It was basically just a title, with no extra responsibilities. She knew that an 18-year-old at rank 3 level would massively boost Hongchuan's popularity. However, Lu Sheng thanked her and refused. Nai Shuang grew desperate, insisting he could receive even more benefits. Sheng replied that he had no problem with them, saying he trained at their center, but he didn't want to be a disciple or hold any title. He could cooperate with them without those conditions, otherwise he wouldn't accept. Even so, he still intended to take tests there in the future. After all, it was the closest center to his home. Nai Shuang agreed, but made one thing clear. The honorary title had to be exclusive to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Center. She also stated that a monthly stipend would be sent directly to his home. After saying that, she stood up to leave. Sheng's parents were overwhelmed with joy. His father could hardly believe that the president of the city's Martial Artists Association had personally visited their house. Sheng reassured them that they weren't dreaming. His mother would no longer need to work the night shift, and his father wouldn't have to endure back pain from exhausting labor at the port anymore. Sheng was now earning money himself and could support the family. From now on, his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. The scene then shifted to the philanthropy hall. He was restless. A week had passed, and she still didn't know Sheng's name. She had searched everywhere and found nothing. She was furious at being unable to track him down, especially because the studies based on his formula had produced astonishing results. The liquid she had approved was stronger than most class 3 medicines, had dozens of additional benefits, and practically no side effects. She slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Ma Fei, who was cleaning nearby, was startled. Nervously, he told his boss that he had found him. He pointed to the monitor, showing a photo of Lu Sheng. The news reported that he had passed the level 2 martial martial artist test, at only 18 years old, and it clearly displayed his name. He collapsed into her chair, clutching a cushion in disbelief. The genius she had been searching for so desperately was just a student. The scene shifted again, to the sea of trees. A poor bird had been living peacefully until Shang dashed past at absurd speed, splashing water everywhere. He was unbelievably fast. He hadn't realized that combining the power of the fixed star within him and the absorption technique from the dreamland could boost his agility to such a degree. He decided to name the technique Cloud Chasing Step. Soon, he reached the mountain's peak and watched the sunset. He began using the natural breathing technique. With each breath, he absorbed energy from the air. His body continuously recovered, allowing him to push his limits further and further. At the same time, he sensed everything around him, the subtle changes in nature and the harmony of the universe. He advanced. His blood and chi increased significantly. He had originally gone there to gather ingredients for a pill, but he ended up breaking through in cultivation instead. In that era, humanity had not yet discovered the medicinal value of those herbs. He had already placed an order for herbs at the foot of the mountain, so they should be ready by now. Before leaving, he wanted to test the cloud chasing step and see how quickly he could descend the slope. The scene then shifted to the base of Solitary Mountain. He asked the vendor whether his order was ready. The vendor assured him everything was prepared. Lu Sheng checked the herbs and confirmed they were fresh. He then told the vendor he wanted 10 bags of each. The vendor had originally agreed to 500 per bag, but suddenly, with a sinister expression, the vendor declared that it wasn't 500 per bag, it was 1,000, and Lu Sheng would have to buy every single herb in the stall. The boy didn't understand what that strange vendor was trying to say. The vendor thought Sheng was going deaf, making it clear that things were exactly as he had said. He also noticed that Sheng wasn't a resident of the forest of trees, and stated that he should follow the rules of the place. The problem was that there were some guys there ready to make things difficult for Shang. They appeared with knives in their hands while the vendor warned that Shang shouldn't resist. But those guys had messed with the wrong person. They began approaching him, threatening Shang, and saying that everyone there was a level 1 martial artist. Soon they started attacking him. They were a bunch of lowlifes, but Shang simply touched a stone and left it completely cracked, leaving all those idiot thugs confused. Shang then asked about the situation. When exactly was he supposed to stop resisting? The thugs immediately looked embarrassed and quickly knelt down like pathetic worms, apologizing for messing with Shang. They made the excuse that they had been blinded by greed, trying to show regret. In the end, Shang took the herbs he wanted, and the vendor made it clear that he could take anything he wanted, that it was on the house. Shang simply took an entire basket, making it very clear to the shady vendor that he should be honest with his customers. Obviously, after seeing a kid crack a stone with his bare hand, those guys didn't want to get beaten to a pulp. The scene then shifts to the next day, in Dongning province, at the talent training camp. To Shang, the place looked more like a military base. He also noticed military insignias on the participants. He didn't know if wearing them was mandatory, since the one he received had been placed on a pedestal by his mother. He wasn't sure if he would get scolded for not bringing it. At that moment, a soldier asked why he was there alone and where he came from. Shang answered, explaining that he had ended up arriving late. The candidates were already gossiping, finding it funny that Baihe City had only sent 2 students. Then a soldier with a scar on his face confirmed that he was Shang, the student the association's president had mentioned. Immediately, the other candidates assumed Shang was the president's favorite. They believed he was only there because of his connections with the association's president, but the soldier told everyone to stop talking nonsense. He then informed Shang that he could join the group from Qingyuan City, and their entrance ceremony began. Shang didn't understand the reason for the ceremony, but he suspected it wouldn't be something normal. Suddenly, the gate began to close. Everyone panicked because they were being trapped inside. The soldier told everyone to calm down and explained that their mission was to find the exit on the other side of the passage. If they succeeded, they would pass the ceremony. He wished them good luck. People didn't like that at all. The crowd became furious because the ceremony had suddenly turned into a test. Suddenly, everyone started falling. Shang landed on the ground with style, remaining calm and composed, while some people cried, not understanding what kind of trap they had gotten themselves into. Shang soon tried to sense the exit. This wasn't a normal passage. He could feel that there were beings nearby. His mental strength made a difference at that moment. Meanwhile, there was a guy who thought the trap was boring. His name was Lin Xiaoyu. One of his companions was furious to learn that he had known about the trap beforehand, since he had been injured because he didn't know. Lin Xiaoyu believed that anyone who couldn't adapt didn't deserve to be a martial artist. He also didn't want to associate his image with weak people. Tension quickly formed between the two. Then a girl reminded everyone that they were from the same city, so they should work together to figure out how to pass the test. Lin Xiaoyu agreed with her, saying he wanted their city to shine. However, there was an extra person among them. Someone suggested that Lu Sheng should explore the area for them. In the end, the girl thought that wasn't fair, since they were basically planning to throw Sheng into the trap so they could pass safely. While others agreed with Lin Xiaoyu, Sheng then politely excused himself. Lin Xiaoyu was surprised that Sheng showed initiative and said he could join them if he produced results. However, Sheng made it very clear that predators walk alone. Only prey gather in packs. This made Lin Xiaoyu furious, and he declared that he would kill Lu Sheng if he kept acting like a boss. Suddenly, several spheres appeared beside Sheng, which startled Lin Xiaoyu. They were mechanical puppets, giant robots that were stronger than a level 1 martial artist. There were many of them. Lin Xiaoyu began to believe that this test was actually meant to kill them. There was nowhere to run. run. Sheng knew those robots could even fight level 4 martial artists. It was the first time he had seen something like that in person. Lin Xiaoyu thought Sheng was crazy, since the puppets would activate and attack everything in sight. Others believed Sheng would be turned into paste by the robots. The girl quickly warned him to be careful. One puppet tried to punch Sheng, but he grabbed the punch. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, thinking Sheng had been hit with full force. Everyone was shocked to realize that Sheng had actually caught the punch. Sheng expected more from those puppets, and simply by lifting one of them, he completely damaged the robot. Then he squeezed it hard, completely destroying the puppet. People started wondering if he was even human. Lin Xiaoyu, who loved attention, began laughing loudly, claiming Sheng was deceiving them because the puppets were supposedly weaker than a level 1 martial artist. He tried to convince everyone that Lu Sheng was a nobody and not even rank 1, and that he had only gotten there through luck. To prove he was the real deal, he walked up to one of the puppets, thinking everyone else there was stupid except him. He kicked the puppet's head, which started spinning like a top. People from the same city as Lin Xiaoyu began to believe the puppets were fake. He tried to show everyone, since the puppet's head had fallen off. But at that exact moment, the puppet threw a powerful punch straight into that idiot's face, sending him flying into the wall and leaving a hole in it. He basically received a free facial reconstruction. In shock, he warned everyone that those puppets were actually rank 2. People became terrified because they were surrounded by those puppets. They wanted to know what Sheng's rank was for him to be so calm. But Lu Sheng knew that every mechanical puppet had a core. With a single strike, he could quickly destroy them. It was already becoming boring for him. Suddenly, the gate opened. A young man who controlled the puppets didn't understand what had happened because they had stopped working, even though they had been recently purchased. Lu Sheng heard the guy controlling the puppets and made it clear that all of them had been destroyed. He then asked if the second challenge had already begun. The man was extremely shocked. People called him the gatekeeper, even though he himself didn't know he would be the gatekeeper. Sheng had basically set everything on fire there. He thought the gatekeeper was his next challenge, and began walking toward him, using his abilities. The poor guy stood there with his mouth wide open. Meanwhile, a white-haired girl was working at the control console. A young man holding a mug thought it was just another pleasant day, until he noticed that the girl was there. Her name was Shu Qin, though she didn't like it when he called her that. The young man's name was Xiaojun Qin. She told him he should find something to do, since he seemed to have so much free time. He sat down and asked if she was already aware of the quality of the students at that year's camp. She replied that only 8 of them had met their expectations so far. They then began checking the candidates who were fighting. Xiaojun soon noticed a girl who had a psychic fighting style, which caught his attention. Xiaojun revealed that this psychic martial artist had been the most impressive so far. Her name was Lin Xia, and she was already close to reaching rank 2. Twin started flattering Xiaojun, but she immediately cut him off. Even so, he said the candidates didn't seem that bad. Then he suddenly saw something that left him very shocked. The scene shifts to Evaluation Room 7, where a puppet was being violently pushed back. Shai Lin had done it using her psychic abilities. That was the last puppet. However, Shai Lin felt that something dangerous was inside that place, something that seemed to be rank 3. Even so, she believed it wasn't part of the evaluation, since it hadn't appeared to face her. When she entered the area, she was surprised to see several guards holding shields. Shai Lin wanted to understand what those men were trying to protect. She used her mental power and sensed 2 people fighting on the other side, which confused her, since the targets of the evaluation were supposed to be robots, not humans. Lu Sheng suddenly looked directly toward her, because he could also use that ability. That shocked her. She immediately slammed the door shut. Trembling, she tried to understand what that had been, because that gaze had been terrifying. Xiaojun and Shu Qin left their room because they wanted to see things up close. Xiaojun asked for information about everyone who had entered Corridor 12. Suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared. He had completely destroyed the gate. The guards relaxed when they saw it was just a student, but the next moment they were shocked, because Lu Sheng was carrying a man with him. Shu Qin knew he wasn't a student from Qingyuan City, and asked who he was. Lu Sheng introduced himself, saying he was from Baihu City. Xiaojun said Lu Sheng had a lot of courage, because he hadn't only destroyed expensive robots, he had also beaten up the supervisor. Sheng felt a little embarrassed, and explained that it had all been a misunderstanding. He had thought that fighting the supervisor was part of the evaluation. At that moment, Shu Qin began releasing her energy toward Sheng. She then congratulated him for passing the entrance evaluation, but said that for now he should go rest. Sheng thanked her. While watching the video footage of Sheng, Shu Qin realized that he was different, because the robots had looked like mere toys in his hands. Shojin showed Sheng's records, which stated that he had only 15 vitality and 15,000 combat power. Shu Qin then revealed that she had evaluated Sheng using her psychic energy, but she hadn't felt anything unusual. He hadn't even shown any kind of reaction. Shojin wondered how she planned to deal with that monster, but she hadn't made any decision yet, because all the information didn't seem accurate, so she decided they should prioritize monitoring Sheng, since that year's selection seemed like it would be very interesting. Meanwhile, Sheng wondered to himself if what she had done was a psychic energy scan. That instructor's psychic power had been at least 5 times stronger than his. He had withdrawn all of his own psychic energy, but he didn't know if she had discovered anything. A soldier then informed him that it was mealtime, and showed him the cafeteria. Shinj felt a little embarrassed because he didn't want to cause trouble, but he asked how much he was allowed to eat. The soldier replied that he could eat as much as he wanted, since it was his first meal there. The problem was that Sheng began stacking plates of food, which left the soldier shocked. Soon after, a girl approached him to confirm his name. She introduced herself as Yang Yuan, representing the same city as him. She asked if he remembered her, since they had been in the same martial arts evaluation. She also asked if she could sit beside him. Shang bluntly told her that it wouldn't work for her to sit next to him. The food was unlimited, and she could go get more for herself. Naturally, that irritated Yuan because she didn't want his food. Shang then remembered the association's president, saying that their city hadn't had a representative for years. He didn't understand what was going on. Yuan said he must have misunderstood. By how our city sends representatives every year, but almost none of them pass the entrance evaluation. Even if they do pass, they usually end up being asked to leave because they fail to earn enough points. Shang understood, but he wanted to know what those points were. Yuan explained that points worked like currency there. To obtain resources, they had to spend points. Things like training equipment, tonics, and consultations with teachers. Even the monster meat Shang was eating required points. She explained that up to that moment, only 3 people had earned points. Points were gained by passing tests and evaluations. Yuan revealed who they were. Cao Yang, who was rank 2 and had the stone skin ability. Meng Jinghe, also rank 2, who had a speed ability. And finally the most talented martial artist, Xia Lin, who had psychic abilities and was considered the strongest of them all that year. At that moment, Xia Lin happened to be passing by. She saw Lu Sheng eating a gigantic chicken and was completely shocked. She almost dropped her food but managed to steady the tray using her psychic powers. Yuan then asked Lu Sheng if he knew Xia Lin, but he replied that it had only been a brief encounter. He asked if only those 3 had passed the evaluation. Yuan explained that there had been a 4th person. The problem was that the person was completely insane, someone who had beaten the instructor so badly that he ended up in the hospital, and who had also destroyed all the robots alone. At that moment, Sheng realized what Yuan thought about him. Even though she didn't know he was the one responsible for everything, she would rather believe that someone like that didn't even exist. Sheng realized that only the truly talented managed to enter that place, so he had ended up becoming just a background character among the crowd. Yuan also made it clear that she believed in his potential. With his abilities and talent, and with more time in the training camp, she thought he wouldn't end up weaker than those 3. Shang coughed a little. After all, he was actually stronger, and was just pretending that everything was fine. Suddenly several staff members appeared, and explained that he needed to go in for questioning, since he had destroyed 18 mechanical puppets, and had also knocked the supervisor unconscious, sending him to the hospital. Yuan was completely shocked, realizing that she had been talking to the very demon responsible for all that. Shang, being a bit shameless, said he was still hungry, and asked if he could take another meal to go. In the end, the men allowed it. Shang then apologized to Yuan, saying he had to leave. The other students were completely stunned, because they were witnessing the rumor being confirmed right in front of them. Yuan remembered everything she had said, and became extremely nervous, since she had used several insulting names to describe Shang. The scene then shifts to the command and control center. Shuchen was there, saying that Shang was practically from another world, because he had burned through half of their 6-month budget in just an instant. Each puppet was worth tens of millions, and none of them could be repaired. However, they decided not to take any action against Shang, since he had simply been taking the evaluation and wasn't actually at fault. Xiao Jun arrived shortly afterward, bringing all the candidates who had passed the evaluation. Shang looked at each of them. Xia Lin was terrified. Chu Qing congratulated everyone on their achievement. She explained that the stronger they were, the more resources they would receive. She would now give them the points and rewards they deserved for completing the evaluation. She handed them several cards. These cards contained a certain number of points. The successful students were very pleased. Xia Lin saw that she had received 100 points, which was enough for her to consult the legendary psychic mentalist instructor. Then she noticed that Sheng's card was white, which confused her. Everyone began watching. Sheng also noticed that his point card was white and thought it was empty. Then he saw the prices. A meal of monster meat in the cafeteria cost 5 points. The training room cost 10 points per session. Training with an instructor cost 30 points per session. And if it involved both a chief instructor and an assistant, it cost 100 points. Sheng quickly concluded that the only thing really worth spending points on was the monster meat. Xiaojun didn't like that attitude. He believed Sheng should be grateful, because his card actually contained 1,000 points. The chief instructor had even kept the higher authorities away, which prevented Sheng from being charged for the damage he caused. The other students who had passed were completely shocked by that amount. One of them couldn't believe the camp was openly showing favoritism. He found the whole thing disappointing. Xiaolin realized that the other two boys had no idea what Sheng had done during the evaluation. A large muscular guy accused Sheng of spreading rumors about himself and bribing students and instructors. To him, it made no sense for Sheng to receive such attention, since his vitality didn't even look properly refined. If the ideology of the training camp was that the strongest should receive the most resources, then he demanded that Sheng prove his worth. Xiao Jun grew worried about the tension between the successful candidates, but Shu Qin stopped him from interfering. Shelm didn't seem interested in the challenge, but the big guy insisted, wanting to see if Shelm could get past his stone skin ability. Sheng simply flicked his finger. The human boulder was instantly sent flying. Sheng was a bit startled, since he hadn't intended to cause more damage, but the rock-like guy had asked for it. The other two candidates were shocked. Xiaojun felt relieved that the lake the guy landed in wasn't too large. As if nothing had happened, Sheng calmly asked if he could leave now. Shueqin asked what his training plans plans were. He could spend his points and request her personal instruction. Shang thanked her but said it wouldn't be necessary. He had more important things to do. Xiaojun thought Shang was incredibly arrogant since he was refusing personal training from the chief commanding instructor. Shang explained that he actually just wanted to sleep. The other two candidates didn't understand what he meant. Shu Qin was also confused, while Xiaojun found the situation amusing. Soon afterward, Shang returned to his room. Xiaojun couldn't believe the kid had really gone back just to sleep. Xiaojun found it strange as well, since there were no special resources in the dormitories. Xiaojun said they had gained a very interesting resident. For the first time, Xiaojun believed her colleague didn't fully understand. Shang was like a first-rate whetstone. He could sharpen the others and make them grow faster as well. She remembered someone from their own generation, Ding Peng. Xiaojun immediately remembered him too. Just thinking about Ding Peng made his chest ache. Ding Peng had surpassed everyone in the training camp, trampling over them all, and eventually receiving the title of king. Shu Qin explained that this was exactly her point. People with physical type abilities have a huge advantage in the early stages, but a person's ability isn't defined by strength alone. Growth, experience, and development also matter. Those who rely only on physical power often fade away. Shu Qin believed that this might also be Lu Sheng's future. The scene then shifts to Sheng, fighting a huge zombie. He blocked the creature's attacks. Quickly, he grabbed something to help himself, smashed the ground, and knocked the zombie down. After defeating it, he absorbed the zombie's memories and discovered that it had been a rank 6 martial artist when it was alive, just like President Yuhei. Sheng realized that the fight hadn't been so simple. He had needed to use his psychic energy to block the zombie's blow. He also knew that compared to improving his vitality, what he had been gaining in the dreamland, footwork, fist techniques, palm techniques, and other skills, was equally important. Human strength has limits. No one can be talented at everything. But Sheng stood on the shoulders of countless people. Because of that, he was gradually becoming someone without flaws or blind spots. Your path in martial arts was the complete martial arts. Since he had only endured the blow because of his psychic energy, it was a pity that his ability was only the most basic type. At that moment, he could only use it against zombies, so he thought it would be better to intensify his psychic energy training, focusing inward without external distractions, and refining his mind. While concentrating, he touched something and became quite surprised. Then he suddenly felt something absurd. All of a sudden, he began to shout. He had finally managed to break through, and he was extremely happy. He then remembered that he hadn't checked his profile for a while, so he asked the artificial intelligence to display his biography. His future had changed again, and he had become a rank 7 martial assistant, which made him excited. Soon after, he asked the artificial intelligence named Ellie to search for advanced techniques such as stellar body refinement art, natural breathing, and crystal visualization. Since he now had level 3 access permission, he could search for higher level techniques. While browsing, he found something he didn't recognize. He decided to take a look. It turned out to be a complete martial arts technique, which left him greatly impressed. Sheng had discovered the divine illumination of the King of Hell. It was powerful and had no restrictions, something unimaginable to him. Essentially, it was an art designed specifically for psychic mentalists, including techniques on how to use psychic energy, battle tips, and most importantly, it was completely different from other psychic arts. It used psychic energy to create another body inside the martial artist. In other words, there would be a second Sheng, a clone that duplicated the martial artist's muscles, cells, and even genes, with the purpose of strengthening every part of the body without leaving a single weakness. Through it, he could strengthen his organs, which would amplify his vitality. That was exactly what Sheng needed the most at that moment. Vitality had always prevented him from improving. If he overcame that obstacle, he could improve any of his statistics. Sheng looked at the name of the creator of that technique. It was Duan Yifeng. Sheng was surprised that someone so talented could exist. And yet even so, the destruction of human civilization had not been prevented. But there was still much to do. The road ahead was still vast for him, so he had to give his best to become stronger. The scene then shifted to 1 month later. Shai Lin was training when Shu Qin saw her and told the girl that she was progressing rapidly. She could already control 3 stars with ease. Once she managed to control 6, it would mean she had entered the level 1 mentalist realm. Shai Lin thanked Shu Qin and credited all of her success to the instructor's guidance. However, Shu Qin revealed that she had noticed something. It seemed that Shai Lin had a weakness in her mental fortitude. Shai Lin immediately became worried. The instructor asked if someone had caused her some kind of mental trauma before. Shai Lin quickly remembered Lu Sheng's gaze, and she confirmed it. She then asked if there was any way to resolve the issue. Shu Qin said it was simple. She just had to find the person who caused the trauma and defeat or kill them. Once that happened, the mental trauma would disappear. Shai Lin immediately became terrified. Shu Qin didn't understand her reaction. Shai Lin was evolving, so it shouldn't be that difficult for her. But Shai Lin was even more afraid of Lu Sheng, because he seemed to be wasting all of his time simply sleeping. However, if his abilities stagnated, then maybe she could actually do something about him. The scene then shifted to Xiao Jun, who asked Shu Qin how things had gone. Shu Qin admitted that Xiao Lin was strong, but her character was weak. Xiao Jun still believed Xiao Lin's character was better than the student he was teaching, Meng Jinghe. In the end, Shu Qin believed they had already taught everything they were supposed to. There were only 2 months left, and then it would all be over. Xiao Jun couldn't believe that Shang was still the same as always. The team that delivered meals always saw him sleeping. Xiao Jun considered Shang a lost cause. He then asked if Xiao Jun still intended to use Lu Shang as as a whetstone. Shuqin became irritated and declared that Shang wasn't worth what a cat buries. In any case, she believed they should simply forget about him. The scene then shifted to Yuan, who was sweeping when another girl appeared and said she had come to help. The girl vented her frustrations. Those who had earned 100 points had enough to cover their expenses for 2 months, while the two of them had to save every bit and endure hunger just to survive. She also asked Yuan if she had any news about Lu Sheng. However, Yuan didn't know anything. Lu Sheng had made a huge impression when he first arrived, but the very next day he had completely changed his behavior. Everyone knew that he had locked himself in his room. Perhaps he had realized that the determination of strength-type talents would decrease over time, so he decided to hide himself and increase the sense of mystery around him. But deep down, Yuan didn't think he was that kind of person. The girl then told Yuan to rest and promised she would take care of the rest. Suddenly, the two of them heard someone whispering about Tao Yang, who was about to face quadruple gravitational force. It sounded completely insane. Yuan was shocked because she had almost fainted after spending just 20 minutes in a double gravity chamber. She couldn't even imagine the quadruple one. The girl grabbed Yuan's hand so they could go watch. However, Yuan was worried about Lu Sheng, wondering what he was doing at that moment. The scene then shifted to Sheng, who was still in the dreamland. Meanwhile, Cao Yong was inside the triple gravity chamber. 4 minutes had already passed, meaning he had broken his own record. Soon after, he finished, and everyone thought what he had done was incredible. Cao Yong found it interesting that everyone was celebrating because of that. He imagined what it would be like when he reached quadruple gravity. One of the students told Cao Yong that he would soon advance to the quadruple gravity chamber. Cao Yong then asked how Lu Sheng was doing. The boy replied that Sheng was still the same. He didn't know how to do anything except sleep. Some people even said he was having crazy dreams. Cao Yong thought Sheng was very arrogant. A month ago, he might not have stood a chance, but now he believed he could easily deal with Lu Sheng, since Sheng had spent more than a month sleeping, which was a huge waste of the 1,000 points he had. So he imagined that at some point he might finally get his chance. At that moment, Lu Sheng suddenly appeared, asking Cao Yong for permission as he passed by him at an absurd speed. It was the first time he had seen the gravitational training room, and he thought it actually looked fun. Cao Yong immediately tried to provoke Lu Sheng for spending the entire month sleeping, but Sheng didn't pay much attention. He hadn't expected to spend so many points on food. Because of that, he decided to start training with gravitational force slowly, scheduling only 3 hours. Sheng revealed that he hadn't even noticed that more than a month had already passed, but he wanted to see how strong he had become. However, no one believed he had grown stronger, since he had spent all that time sleeping. Cao Yong suggested that he should warm up first before starting, but Lu Sheng ignored him. Lu Sheng began using level 2 gravitational force, and the big guy thought Sheng would end up getting himself hurt for not taking the gravity training seriously by stretching beforehand. After all, the external pressure could even rupture internal organs. He believed Lu Sheng either didn't know any of that or was simply arrogant. The gravity system was activated, but everyone found it strange because it seemed like Lu Sheng hadn't even noticed. Soon Sheng began performing his movements. Cao Yong was shocked. Other people who hadn't been watching before also began paying attention. Sheng's movements were incredibly fluid, and people soon started thinking that what they were seeing couldn't be real. Lu Sheng tested it and liked it, finding the whole thing quite innovative. Then he pressed a button. Cao Yong expected Sheng to stop because he couldn't handle it anymore, but instead Sheng pressed the button again. People outside even felt the pressure and didn't understand what was happening. Cao Yong was left speechless. Sheng had increased the gravity to 4 times. Lu Sheng felt the sensation, but he didn't seem shaken at all. He placed his hand on the ground, and everyone stared at him without blinking. At that moment, Sha Lin happened to be passing by. She was very tired because the instructor had been pushing her hard. Then she saw the crowd gathering and didn't understand what was happening, since everyone was staring with their mouths open. She asked what they were looking at. Then she saw Lu Sheng balancing himself under quadruple gravity, using only 2 fingers on the ground. She couldn't believe it. Cao Yong wanted to understand how Sheng could possibly be so strong. After all, Sheng had spent the entire month sleeping, so Cao Yong believed he should have already surpassed him. Lu Sheng found the quadruple gravity quite interesting, but he had already seen enough, so he quickly stood up and pressed the button again, increasing it to 5 times gravity, shocking everyone. Some people even suggested calling others to come watch. At that moment, Lu Sheng began using the natural breathing technique, specifically the earth breathing mode. The news spread quickly. Lin Shiyu was very surprised. Lu Sheng kept proving more and more that he was superior. Everyone was excited because Lu Sheng had returned, and they all wanted to see what he was doing there. Cao Yong stared with wide eyes. Sheng was still completely fine under 5 times gravity, and he believed it was the ideal level for him to train at that moment. He should be able to perform the movements of the stellar body refinement technique. It might become difficult to move if he increased the intensity further, but he still believed it wasn't enough. He needed pressure, a pressure that could push him to his limits. He walked toward the control panel, and the people outside wanted to understand what he was doing. Everyone expected him to shut off the mechanism because he couldn't endure it anymore. After all, it was already unbelievable unbelievable that he had lasted so long under 5 times gravity. Then Lu Sheng began hitting the button repeatedly, terrifying everyone. The scene then shifted to Shu Qin, who didn't seem very happy because 2 more students had given up on the training. Xiao Jun believed she shouldn't worry about it. Some people simply couldn't endure suffering. He handed her some juice while she remained concerned. If martial artists couldn't endure suffering, then they would never be able to face real battles against monsters in the future. Xiao Jun then decided to check the security cameras. He assumed everyone had gathered in the gravity training room to set new records. Suddenly, he became extremely surprised. Someone had broken the gravity room's record. Shu Qin assumed it must have been Cao Yong, but Xiao Jun revealed that it wasn't him. It was someone he would have never imagined. It was Lu Sheng. He was currently enduring 8 times gravity. Upon hearing that, Shu Qin almost crushed the glass she was holding. She couldn't believe it. Xiao Jun asked what rank Lu Sheng currently was. She didn't know either, but she was certain of one thing. They had finally found the person they had been searching for. Meanwhile, Sheng was breathing heavily. 8 times gravity was already too much for the vitality he currently possessed. In the end, he decided to test the new technique. He constructed the heart, and his vitality immediately increased, surprising him. That was the power of the divine illumination of the King of Hell. Now he wanted to see where his true limits were. When people saw him walking toward the control panel again, they became confused. After all, he was already at 8 times gravity, but Lu Sheng increased it again. Even the people outside began to feel the pressure. Some of them quickly fell to the ground. The gravitational force had reached 10 times. It was something completely different. Lu Sheng collapsed to the ground, and the floor beneath him began to crack. The pressure was so intense that it felt as if all his bones might break at any moment. Sheng was using all his energy just to stay conscious. He couldn't move even a single finger, so 10 times gravity was truly the limit he could withstand. And that was exactly what he wanted. After all, the person destined to change the future and destroy the doomed ending of the world had to be someone capable of surpassing their own limits. At that moment, Yuan realized that Lu Sheng had truly returned. Next, Sheng left the gravitational force chamber. A girl immediately offered him a towel, catching him by surprise. He felt grateful until he checked his phone and realized he had wasted points. He had spent enough for 3 hours, even though he stayed there for far less time. He was also surprised to see that he had received a reward for breaking a record. At that moment, his total points had reached 4,335. People around him were shocked. While he had thousands of points, some only had a few digits. There were even people who hadn't eaten meat for days. At that moment, Sheng had enough points to eat like crazy. People were frightened and stepped aside to let him pass, but they were also curious about where he was going, so they began following him. Yuan widened her eyes, realizing that Sheng was truly superior to everyone else. It was as if he were a fierce tiger walking forward, with hundreds of beasts running behind him. Yuan's friend wondered if Sheng's vitality had already reached rank 4. Then Yuan was left speechless when she realized that Sheng was heading toward the movement studio. The scene then shifted to Meng Jinghe, who was training inside the movement studio. He finished his training with a completion rate of 87%, surpassing many others. He felt extremely proud of himself for achieving that result. In the end, he even believed that a crowd was watching him and feeling inspired to improve their own performance. However, no one was actually watching him. He noticed that everyone was gathered on the other side, in another room of the movement studio. Curious about what was happening, he saw that even Zhu Qin and Xiao Jun were there. Desperate to find out what was going on, he hurried over to see what they were watching. Someone told him that it was Lu Sheng. At that moment, Meng Jinghe began to laugh. Lu Sheng was known as a sleeper, so there was no way he could break his record. However, the person who had told him this found his reaction strange and asked who the hell Meng Jinghe was. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise. Meng Jinghe was startled and couldn't believe that this was serious. Every laser launcher had been activated at maximum power. Lu Sheng had just realized that he needed to avoid the laser beams, and since there was no way to predict where they would fire from, that was part of the training challenge. But to him, it was nothing. The lasers began firing, yet he managed to dodge every single one of them. Meng Jinghe stood there with his mouth open, along with the others watching Lu Sheng's training. It was impossible to know which laser would activate next. Meng Jinghe grabbed the man who had informed him earlier and asked whether this was really the first time the sleeper had come here. The man confirmed it, explaining that they had followed Lu Sheng there. Before that, Lu Sheng had been in the gravitational force training room and had broken its historical record, setting it to 10 times gravity. Meng Jinghe couldn't understand how that was possible. Lu Sheng didn't train, he only slept. The difference between them was absurd. Shu Qin also couldn't understand how this could be Lu Sheng's first time in the movement studio. It almost seemed as if he was predicting the lasers. Then she saw him literally acting as though he were predicting them, and she became certain. She tried to use her ability. Xiao Jun noticed and asked what Shu Qin was doing, but she pretended she wasn't doing anything. She found it strange because when she had tested him earlier, there had been no trace of psychic energy in Sheng. She felt the urge to test him again, but thought she might just be being silly. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, liked the training program. He could tell that his movements were becoming faster. Soon he completed level 2. The spectators were confused, because for Lu Sheng it seemed extremely easy. Xiao Jun believed that people thought this way because Sheng appeared so relaxed, while in reality his physical control was perfect. Shu Qin then explained that she wanted to see how far Sheng could go. Xiao Jun immediately realized they were thinking the same thing. Lu Sheng then began level 3 of the footwork and movement training. Almost Almost immediately, numerous balls began flying toward him. Everyone was shocked because it looked extremely difficult. Meng Jinghe felt anxious watching it. Lu Sheng dodged everything, but suddenly the lasers activated again. Sheng realized that it was starting to get difficult. The positions of the laser beams were arranged in such a way that they limited his ability to dodge. Still, he believed that with enough effort he could handle it. He leaped into the air just as an explosion occurred. The two instructors watching were completely confused about how this was possible. The sleeper who never trained was doing something that even a rank 4 martial artist would struggle to accomplish. Xiaojun didn't like it because his own specialty was speed, and Sheng, at only 18 years old, had already reached that level. Sheng suddenly noticed a laser coming extremely close to him, and he realized that he couldn't keep relying solely on his psychic prediction. Xiaojun noticed that Sheng was no longer as relaxed as before. At that moment, Sheng began to complain to himself, and then he used wind breathing. He started moving so fast that the people watching could no longer see him. It looked as if he had completely disappeared. That was how Sheng's completion rate reached 100%. Xiaojun realized that Sheng was on an entirely different level after everything he had done that day, and he thought that he and Xiaojun should probably leave. However, Juqing didn't want to. She believed Sheng would continue. When Xiaojun saw that Sheng had indeed started another level, he thought it was impossible. Sheng had begun level 4 training, clearly intending to break every record in a single day. Soon, new mechanisms began to appear. Even Sheng was startled because the lasers this time were completely different. Everyone believed it was impossible to dodge them, yet Sheng managed to handle it. Seeing that Lu Sheng had reached that level, Xiaojun decided it would be better to keep watching. Sheng felt that he had reached his limit regarding the speed provided by wind breathing, so he decided to use the divine illumination ability of the King of Hell. He suddenly felt as if time itself had stretched, and he remembered that certain specialists called this phenomenon the timeless sense. At that moment, Lu Sheng had reached a metamorphosis, something that can only happen to psychic mentalists who reach rank 3. That meant he had entered the realm of rank 3 psychic mentalists. Xuqing was shocked because she could feel it. Suddenly the studio began to crack, and a wall exploded. At that moment she realized that Lu Sheng truly was a psychic mentalist. She immediately began releasing her own power, frightening everyone around her. Xiaojun wondered if she had gone crazy. Xuqing said she wanted to test Lu Sheng one more time. She used her ability to direct her psychic power toward him. However, even while continuing his training, Lu Sheng noticed it and defended himself. Xuqing felt the clash and realized that his power was not weaker than hers. At that point she was certain that he was a psychic mentalist. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, realized that he had already reached his limit. He hadn't known that activating the timeless sense would consume so much psychic energy. He had already completed half of the level 4 training. He had used both wind breathing and the divine illumination of the King of Hell, and he could feel that this was all his vitality could withstand at the moment. So he allowed one of the lasers to touch his body, ending the training. His completion rate was 56%, which meant he had surpassed 97% of martial artists in terms of footwork and movement skills. Everyone watching began cheering. Meng Jinghe felt like complete trash after seeing all of this. He had believed he was the best there. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, despite recognizing his progress, was still worried because 3% of people were still stronger than him in terms of footwork and movement skills. He felt the need to increase his training even further. Xuqing congratulated him, saying he had broken the historical record in the gravitational force training room. But that wasn't all. He had also broken the record in the footwork and movement studio. She then asked if he was planning to go to the combat training studio or the psychic energy training studio next. However, Lu Sheng simply said he wanted to eat, which left Xuqing completely speechless. The scene then shifted to 3 hours later. The two instructors had called Lu Sheng over. Xiaojun explained that they had summoned him to perform a simple evaluation. Xuqing showed him a needle. Every room had one. It was used to measure vitality through a blood sample. She asked whether he had already tested his vitality. Lu Sheng said he hadn't. He remembered that the needle in his room couldn't even pierce his skin. Xiaojun found that impossible. In any case, he asked his colleague to bring the gold blood collection needle. Xiaoqing brought it and explained that it was a blood collection needle designed for level 5 martial artists, which should be enough to draw Lu Sheng's blood. After taking the sample, the results showed that his vitality was 26.4. Xiaojun was surprised. It had been a long time since he had seen such a young level 3 martial artist. He then asked Lu Sheng to perform a combat power test. Sheng decided to give it his all to see how far he could go. He used fire breathing, increased star impact 8-fold, and combined it with his perfected fist technique. He struck the machine with full force. The result was 271,920 pony. The machine indicated that he had the combat power of a level 4 martial artist. Xiaojun was completely shocked. He immediately declared that Sheng was a complete monster. In fact, he said Sheng had already graduated and could leave whenever he wanted. Shuin explained that he would send a report so the Martial Association could update Sheng's rank. The protagonist thanked him, but Shukan interrupted. insisted, saying there was one more test. She showed him an energy crystal, a special crystal discovered more than 100 years ago in the country of lions, known for its extremely high psychic energy absorption capacity. It was used to evaluate the psychic power of psychic mentalists. She asked Sheng to place his hand on it so they could conduct the test, but first, she placed her own hand on it to demonstrate. Her reading was 143.2. Xiaojun noticed that her power had increased again, but she quickly clarified that she actually trained, unlike him whom she called lazy. Xiaojun didn't mind her insulting him, just not his lifestyle. Then Sheng placed his hand on the crystal. Xiaojun teased Xueqin, saying the kid probably wanted to be stronger than her. This made her quite angry. Suddenly, a very intense glow appeared inside the crystal. Xueqin couldn't understand how it was possible. Xing had a psychic purity index of 20.3. Her jaw dropped. It was 5 times higher than hers, something extremely difficult for mentalists to achieve. She had worked hard for 2 years just to increase her own purity index. Considering that Lu Sheng was only 18 years old, this was completely absurd to her. At that moment, she realized she could no longer simply call him a genius. He was something beyond that. Xiaojun immediately began praising Sheng, saying he was unbelievably powerful for his age. Xiaojun didn't like that at all, especially since the kid was stronger than her, so she punched Xiaojun. Then she asked Sheng if he had a master, and whether he had learned his psychic energy cultivation techniques from someone. Sheng confirmed that he did have a mentor who had taught him a unique psychic cultivation art, as well as methods and techniques for using psychic energy. Xueqin felt somewhat relieved. That explanation seemed more reasonable. She had been worried about the possibility that Sheng had achieved all of this entirely on his own. In the end, she still didn't know the truth, but she made it clear that he was extremely powerful. She then asked how long it had been since he awakened his powers. Sheng revealed that it had only been 3 months. Both instructors were stunned. In the end, Xueqin began to believe that it would be unlikely for another monster like him to appear for at least 10 years within the Psychic Mentalist Association. Yi Sheng was surprised. He hadn't even known that such an association existed. Xueqin explained that it was completely different from the Martial Association, because there were very few people with psychic gifts. Only 1% of the country's population possessed such abilities. She believed Sheng's teacher had probably hidden this information from him, so it wouldn't interfere with his training, since distractions could cause a decline in psychic energy. However, she wanted him to join the association, because he would receive resources for his cultivation. She showed him her personal token, saying that if he brought it with him, they would help him. Sheng then admitted to Xueqin that he had never actually met his teacher. He had been guided in a very mysterious way. Xueqin thought his teacher must be incredible. After all, if someone discovered a person with overwhelming talent like Lu Sheng, it would be natural to treat him like a precious treasure. Lu Sheng knew that in that world, a genius could not be born without a reason or explanation, so it would be very difficult to explain his abilities without using some kind of excuse. In the end, it was as if his master had come from 10,000 years in the future, a rank 11 martial artist named Duan Yifeng. Xiaojun knew they were having a good conversation, but he remembered that he had other matters to deal with. He handed Sheng a card, informing him that it contained 5 million, an additional reward for his exceptional performance. Sheng was quite surprised. It was obvious from his expression. Xueqin made it clear that this was the maximum amount they could give, since the Eastern Military District had always had a tight budget. Xueqin also knew that Sheng was quite famous in the camp because of his appetite. If they added the cost of everything Sheng had eaten, the total would exceed 8 million. Sheng hadn't expected that the meals had really been expensive. Xueqin also informed him that this wasn't the only thing they wanted to discuss. Sheng quickly guessed that the Eastern Military District was trying to recruit him. Xiaojun said the kid had hit the nail on the head. Xueqin believed Lu Sheng was aware that a prodigy like him was destined to end up on the battlefield one way or another, where he would honor the souls of fallen heroes with the heads of his enemies. A true martial sage cannot be born in the comfort of safety. That was why martial artists received so many privileges, because the country and the Martial Association needed more strength. Xiaojun hoped that the Eastern Military District would be at the top of Lu Sheng's choices. He also mentioned that there was another advantage to being in the Eastern Military District. The female soldiers were the most beautiful in the country, and they all had enormous assets. Xueqin's eyes widened when she heard her colleague saying that, and she immediately silenced him by smashing a chair into his face. She then informed Sheng that he had been selected as the training camp's representative to participate in that year's Morning Star selection, something he truly hadn't expected. Xueqin explained that every year the eastern provinces held a genius training camp, with the goal of selecting someone with truly extraordinary potential, someone who could become a Morning Star. She believed Sheng knew what that meant. In short, it meant becoming a martial master. Being a Morning Star was basically being a master in training. Only one person from the entire Eastern District would be selected to become such a figure. Xiaojun wanted Lu Sheng to think it through carefully, but without hesitating, Lu Sheng said he would go. He knew that there were things that could not be avoided in that era. At that moment, he was trying to change the course of humanity's destiny on his own, so he needed to become an unstoppable force. Xiaojun and Xueqin trusted his abilities and couldn't imagine anyone else taking Sheng's place. There was also the fact that the reward would be far greater than what the training camp had offered. In the end, Sheng wanted more resources, and to obtain them he needed to show even more of his potential. Xueqin informed him that there were still a few months before the Morning Star selection. All training camps needed to finish before the selection could begin. Xueqin was certain that all the academies in the Eastern Eastern District would practically beg Sheng to enroll, so Sheng thought it would be better to stay there a little longer since the two of them had nothing else to tell him. He turned and walked away. Shu Qin never imagined that one day she would envy someone's talent. Xiaojun believed that Sheng was destined to be extraordinary, someone who would bring earth-shaking changes to that era. The scene then shifted to the Martial Association in Baihe City. Sheng was heading to the president's office when he heard shouting. Yuhei was extremely annoyed with the former leader, who seemed to be deliberately trying to irritate him. His secretary was outside, and when she saw Sheng, she asked him to go in. Shia, who had been bothering the president, greeted Lu Sheng with a smile, thinking he was truly promising. Old Shia made it clear to President Yuhei that he shouldn't be so upset. After all, the old man was Xiaolin's grandfather, practically her #1 fan, and he believed Sheng simply wasn't better than his granddaughter. The president didn't have the patience to deal with that old man, and he became even more irritated. He demanded to know why Lu Sheng was there. Since the training camp was still ongoing, Sheng explained that it wasn't anything important. Chief Instructor Shu Qin had asked him to deliver some documents to the president for evaluation and approval. Old Shah found it strange that a document needed to be evaluated and approved by the president of the Martial Association of such a small city. He began to suspect that Shah had made a major mistake, especially since it had been the president himself who recommended him. That meant the president would have to take responsibility. Yuhei grabbed the envelope and angrily pulled out the papers inside. Then he suddenly froze in surprise, his eyes widening. Old Shai kept trying to one-up the president at every moment, but Yuhei was shocked. He demanded to know when Sheng had become a rank 3 martial artist. Sheng replied that it had happened about a month earlier. The chief instructor had personally conducted his evaluation, and he only needed the president's approval. With a huge smile on his face, Yuhei made it clear that Sheng already had his approval. However, the insufferable old man snatched the report from the Martial Association president. He wanted to know if it was real. He was shocked to see that the kid standing in front of him was a rank 3 martial artist with a combat power of 270,000. He thought the boy must have forged the document. Yuhei took the paper back and pointed out that it was extremely difficult to forge a seal from the military district, so the document was legitimate. The jealous old man couldn't believe it. He thought Sheng had been eliminated from the training camp, so the numbers didn't add up. Sheng sighed and clarified that he had never said he had been eliminated from the training camp. The old man had simply come to that conclusion on his own. He also told the president that he could call the chief instructor if he doubted the document's authenticity and verify it personally. Yuhei threw that in the old man's face, saying there was no need for that, but he still thought it would be good to contact Shukin anyway. He decided to make a video call to her. She answered and introduced herself, leaving Xia completely stunned. It really was Shukin. Soon after, Xiaolin heard her grandfather's voice and decided to look at the screen, wanting to understand why he was on a video call with her instructor. However, Shukin immediately asked whether her student had achieved the goal she had set for her, scolding the girl. She then declared that that day's training would be multiplied by 10. The old man grew suspicious, feeling that his granddaughter was being treated like trash. The Martial Association president tried to ease the tension by changing the subject, telling the instructor that he would handle everything necessary for Sheng. Shuqin said it couldn't be delayed, because in 1 month Lu Sheng would represent the Prodigy training camp of Dongning province in the Eastern District's Morning Star selection. After all, he was the strongest prodigy in the camp that year. Yu Hei was stunned, as he truly hadn't expected something like that. He felt extremely happy, while old Shai became embarrassed. The old man even began to tremble, finally understanding why his granddaughter had called him earlier but couldn't bring herself to say what she wanted. The problem was that Shu Qin was still scolding the old man's granddaughter, while he was mentally collapsing, remembering how his granddaughter had talked about a monster. He then realized that she had been referring to Lu Sheng. President Yuhei told the instructor he wouldn't bother her any longer, but she said she wanted to speak with Lu Sheng. She informed him that she had already received most of the materials needed to create the psychic mentalist setup he had requested. She would make a detailed list and send him the prices. Once he told her exactly what he needed, she would help him buy everything. However, she also urged him to hurry up and take the psychic mentalist evaluation, because if he passed, he would be able to purchase the materials on his own. After she hung up, Yuhei almost lost his mind, asking if it was really true that Sheng was going to take the psychic mentalist evaluation. Sheng calmly explained that he had been assessed as having a psychic-type talent, so the chief instructor had written him a recommendation letter, allowing him to take the psychic mentalist evaluation. The president couldn't stop smiling after hearing that. Old Shai listened to everything and sank even deeper into his mental breakdown. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the Martial Association. The president treated Sheng as if he were the most precious jewel in the world, even wanting to call someone to drive him home. But Sheng had somewhere else he wanted to go, so he quickly got into the car and said goodbye to the president. In the end, Sheng realized once again that power ruled supreme. The driver noticed that Sheng seemed to have a very good relationship with the president. Seeing that even the driver had noticed, Lu Sheng joked that the president had probably just found something to be proud of. However, he clarified that they had no special relationship. The president was simply a very friendly man. Suddenly, the driver had an accident and crashed into a fallen sign. It was the signboard of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. The driver wondered what had happened. At that moment, there was a man inside the Hongchuan Academy named Lai Tishan. He made it clear that he wasn't there to talk about business, but about their martial arts. He had come to challenge everyone in that academy. Nai Shuang thought it was was unfair, because Lai Taishan had come to challenge them precisely when her father was injured. To her, that made him shameless. The old man Naishuang's father explained that his academy was not recruiting new students at the moment, and would only do so next year, but Lai Taishan didn't care. In his view, if the old man was hanging up a signboard, he should be prepared for someone to come and destroy it at any moment. Taishuang's father admitted that if he had put up the sign, he should have the ability to protect it. However, he explained that he, Naishuang, had come alone to Baihe City 20 years ago. He had built his career with his own fists, and had managed to maintain it until now, and that wouldn't change. He stepped into a fighting stance, but his daughter grew worried. Ni Hongquan tried to reassure her that he was fine. With a smirk on his face, Li Tishan said the girl's father should take responsibility, because he would definitely be defeated that day. Lai Tishan then asked about Lu Sheng. He wanted to know how Ni Hongquan had managed to produce an 18-year-old rank 2 martial artist. The academy owner's daughter grew impatient, and repeated that Lu Sheng was not her father's student. He was only a member. Lai Taishan stomped the ground so hard that it cracked, declaring that he didn't care. He was furious because, thanks to Lu Sheng's reputation, half of his academy's business had gone down the drain. In his eyes, if the Hongchuan Academy dared to reach into his pockets, they should also be prepared to take a beating. Naishuang replied that it had been Lai Taishan's own students who left his academy and came to Hongchuan on their own. They hadn't stolen anyone's students and couldn't be blamed for it. Lai Taishan refused to listen. He only wanted to destroy the academy, because once it was gone, the students would have nowhere else to go and would return to him. Naishuang declared that she wouldn't let that happen and that she would fight to the end. Li Taishan laughed and said he would crush that little flower. Her father thought she was no match for such a huge man, especially since he was a rank 4 martial artist. Even if he himself weren't injured, the fight between them would still be evenly matched. Naishuang told her father that she was already a rank 3 martial artist, and that if she combined her strength with his, they could win. Lai Taishuang thought they talked too much and told them to stop wasting time and start fighting. Naishuang declared that she would defeat him and force him to carry their academy's signboard through the streets in humiliation. Lai Taishan said she had a sharp tongue and immediately charged toward her. Just as he was about to strike the girl, her father appeared and blocked the attack, protecting his daughter. She became extremely worried. Ni Hongchuan took the full impact of the blow, even though he tried to block it, and was sent flying. Lai Taishan sneered, saying the old man was trash, since he couldn't even withstand a single punch. The old man realized that his opponent was actually at rank 5. Lai Taishan thought the old man had wasted too much time hiding his daughter in that academy. He had spent so long doing that he had stopped fighting and had become rusty. Seeing that the big man wanted the doors of his academy closed, Ni Hongchuan simply accepted it and revealed that he would go to the martial association so they could officially shut the academy down. Nishuan began to cry. Lai Taishan saw that Nishuang's father was a man of his word. Since everything was settled, he was about to leave. However, Sheng arrived right at that moment. He thought that such a good academy shouldn't close, because otherwise he wouldn't have anywhere to train. Nishuang didn't understand why Lu Sheng had appeared at that moment. Sheng greeted her, and Lai Taishan's lackeys realized that the reason their students had left was standing right in front of them. Lai Taishan immediately silenced them, not wanting them to say another word. Just by looking at Lu Sheng's posture, he thought Shon was truly an exemplary talent. He told Shon not to worry, because the Taishon Martial Arts Academy would always have its doors open to him whenever he wanted. In his opinion, the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy was trash, since its master couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. He invited Shon to join his academy, and said he would teach him the secret Taishon technique. Shon was surprised. Taishan explained that the Taishan secret technique was a restricted art that couldn't simply be passed on to anyone. Those who mastered it would become extremely durable and nearly invincible. He made it clear that, at his rank, very few people could break through his defense. Sheng felt suspicious, because Taishan was willing to teach him such an incredible technique. Taishan made it clear that the only condition was for Sheng to join his academy. Sheng wanted to know how the big man planned to teach him. Taishan was already getting fed up with all the questions, but before he could answer, something strange happened. Lu Sheng began releasing his energy, and realized that Taishan was indeed very tough. Even so, he threw a punch at Taishan, knocking him to the ground with tremendous force. Taishan rolled and ended up on his knees. After doing that, Lu Sheng even mocked him, asking how he could teach anyone if he was the one kneeling. The lackeys couldn't believe that Lai Taishan had been defeated, especially by an 18-year-old kid. They quickly helped Taishan up so they could leave. At that moment, Naishuang went to check if her father was alright. Lu Sheng approached and reached out his hand to her, asking if she was okay. Her cheeks turned red, but she confirmed she was fine. Shuang then asked the girl's father not to close the academy, because there wasn't another one near his house. Nai Hongchuan quickly told Sheng that they would never close it. He was very grateful for what the boy had done, and made it clear that he would do anything to repay the favor. Lu Sheng said he didn't want anything, since everything had happened because of him. The problem was that he couldn't protect the academy all the time. In their world, martial power was the law of the jungle, so they would have to protect the academy with their own strength. After saying that, he left. Nai Hongchuan could never have imagined that a rank 5 martial artist would be completely defeated by an 18-year-old with just one punch. He found Sheng terrifying and wondered what rank the boy actually was. Nai Shuang knew that 3 months earlier he had been rank 2. Then the scene shifted to Sheng arriving home. His mother asked why he was late. Sheng told her that he had seen some people people harassing the elderly and the weak on his way home, so he tried to handle it. His mother became worried and asked if he was hurt, since he had gotten into a fight, but his father remained calm because he knew his son was a martial artist. While his mother carefully checked every part of the boy's face, Shang's father looked proud, seeing that his son had become a real man for helping the weak. He was certain that someday Shang would even fight monsters. Kinche wanted to know what kind of meat Shang had sent them, because their father's health had improved a lot after eating it. She was worried that Shang might have taken it from the training camp. Shang explained that he had received that meat as a reward. Shang's mother then asked if the training camp had been difficult. She was very worried about her son, but her husband thought she worried too much. He said he felt that something had always been buried deep in his son's heart, and he was sure that one day Shang would become an incredible person. Shang felt happy hearing that from his father. He believed he needed to become stronger and stronger so that good days like that could continue to exist. Above all, he wanted to protect his family at any cost. Then the scene shifts to Shang in the land of dreams. He was fighting a gigantic zombie and ended up drilling a massive hole through its body. He could defeat zombies that had once been rank 6 martial artists with just a single punch. When he reached the center of that base, he wondered if he could deal with the zombie with the dominant aura that he had seen there earlier. At the same time, he thought it might be better to simply observe the situation first. However, the zombie spotted him and immediately leaped toward Shang. He only had time to block the attack. He realized that the zombie's vitality was absurd, something that even a rank 6 martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand. Shang was certain that this zombie was at the level of a martial master. He managed to stabilize himself from the impact using his crystal visualization technique, but he didn't want to lose the courage to fight that monster, so he decided to continue the battle. Shang didn't waste any time and used wind breathing, amplifying his power 6-fold while also activating stellar impact. But he was shocked. His attack did absolutely nothing to the zombie. He quickly backed away, quite frightened, because he had just used almost everything he had. There was no doubt that he was facing the zombie of a former martial master, so he switched to fire breathing, increasing the stellar impact 10-fold. However, he soon realized that the old man was using a kind of shield. He remembered hearing that martial masters possess their own invisible force field, so powerful that even bullets cannot penetrate it. That was the force field of a martial master. The zombie didn't even try to attack him. There was no killing intent at all. Shang sighed in frustration. He simply couldn't defeat that opponent at that moment. He hadn't even managed to deal 1% of damage to the zombie. In fact, he was almost grateful that the creature didn't see him as a real opponent. The zombie only defended itself passively. In the end, the ranking systems of the two worlds were completely different. In Shang's world, reaching rank 7 was already enough to be considered a martial master, while in the land of dreams, someone at rank 6 was still merely a martial artist. Lu Shang wanted to find a way to defeat that old zombie. If he succeeded, he would be able to access the memories of that martial master. Then he began unleashing a barrage of blows on the old zombie, but it was completely useless. Still, he felt that the old man's force field wasn't invincible. The zombie had become slightly weaker, so Shang believed that if he kept wearing it down, he might eventually get a chance. However, his energy was running out. Even though he was using his natural breathing technique to recover, he didn't know whether he should retreat and try again later when he was in better condition. Then he remembered his psychic energy. He had never really tested it in battle. Since he hadn't learned any psychic combat techniques, he had always used it as support and as nourishment to increase his vitality. With the divine illumination of the King of Hell, he had almost forgotten about those abilities. His power as a psychic mentalist was strong, so he decided to try something. Even though he couldn't use it as a weapon yet, he hoped it would at least be enough to help, so he tried to strike the zombie again. This time it worked, but it still wasn't enough. He pushed his power to the limit until he finally managed to crack the force field, but even that wasn't sufficient. He poured even more effort into the attack, unable to believe that it still wasn't enough. In the end, he combined psychic energy, fire breathing, 10-fold stellar impact, and the perfect fist technique, charging with everything he had toward the old zombie, who was still calmly defending himself. Finally, he shattered the zombie's force field, surprising the creature. Shang was truly determined to claim everything that zombie knew. The zombie then showed a faint smile, which confused Shang. Suddenly, memories began flowing into him. He saw that the zombie's name had been Shi Shangning. At the time he became a martial master, the world was already falling into chaos. In the end, Shi Shangning managed to secure an airship so his family could escape. His daughter cried because he couldn't go with them. As a martial master, he had to remain on the front lines until the very end. Shang then witnessed Shangning facing a level 9 monster. Together with his comrades, he managed to defeat it, believing that there was still hope for humanity. He even learned a new martial art by observing the attacks of Master Wang He. However, Shangning soon felt a cold sensation spreading through his body. He realized that he would never know whether humanity truly had hope, because he died shortly afterward. After witnessing the life of that martial master, Lu Shang was left breathless. It was the largest amount of memory he had ever absorbed. He thought the life of that martial master had been magnificent. Shangnin had been a fist-style martial artist, and now all of that talent belonged to Lu Shang. As a result, his fist martial arts advanced rapidly. He reached the stage of maximum discernment, entering the stage of profound control, which represented the peak of everything martial master Shi Shangnin had learned in his lifetime. Lu Shang also remembered that the name mentioned most often in Shangning's memories, besides his wife and daughter, was Wang He, the same name as the creator of the stellar body refinement art. Wang He had also been an incredible figure, known as the Eastern Malevolent Sun. Even Shi Shengning, a rank 7 martial master, had admired him. From what Sheng understood, Shengning had once witnessed one of Wang He's attacks, and inspired by it, created a powerful martial art. However, Sheng couldn't immediately find those memories. They seemed buried deep within the depths of Shengning's mind. Eventually, he discovered a sphere, and the moment he touched it, he was pulled inside. He suddenly saw a scene from Shengning's past. Shengning stood there, facing a massive creature. The sheer power of his energy seemed to tear everything apart. Lu Sheng was extremely shocked by what he saw. In ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor is known as the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow carries the responsibility of guiding the journey of the sun. Each Golden Crow represents a sun. When all 10 suns appeared in the sky at the same time, rivers dried up, the earth cracked open, and endless light and heat incinerated everything. No living being could survive beneath the 10 suns. What Sheng saw was the culmination of martial master Shi Shengning's entire life, an incomparable technique that Shengning had intended to use to break through and become a rank 8 grandmaster. The technique was called 10 suns under the same sky. Now it belonged to Lu Sheng. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng's house. He felt that his psychic energy had changed. When he condensed it, he was surprised by the result. The total amount of psychic energy wasn't very different from before, but its quality was far superior. If Shailin's psychic energy could be compared to air, and Shu Qin's to water, then his was like a solid sphere forged from pure steel. The form was the same, but the quality and durability were vastly greater. It was an enormous improvement. Suddenly, he even made objects in the building begin to float. Even he didn't fully understand it. With a simple touch, he could lift massive objects. It was 10 times stronger than before, something ordinary martial artists could never imagine. He was certain that with psychic energy alone, he could crush a rank 4 martial artist. He also sensed something else, a martial master's force field around his body. It was still a thin layer, but he could see how to strengthen it by using more psychic energy. It was nowhere near as thick as the force field that the martial master zombie had possessed, but he knew it was like a seed. One day that seed would grow into a great tree, and he believed he would eventually become the martial master he had always dreamed of becoming. Soon after, the scene changed again. Sheng was sitting in a chair, giving an address to He, who was late. Since he had already left the training camp, he no longer had his daily meals of monster meat. He needed tonics, so it was important for him to talk to her. When he arrived, she was exhausted from running. Because she was late, she was surprised. He was really just a student. She thought the task would be easy. Sheng asked her to sit down. He had heard that the restaurant's meat was very good and invited her to have lunch while they talked. She didn't mind and sat down, though she didn't know how to begin the conversation. Then Lu Sheng ordered 40 portions of the restaurant's best meat. He thought he must be a horse to eat that much, but since he was a martial artist, she figured it might be acceptable. Then she realized how expensive that meal would be, and silently hoped he wouldn't ask her to pay the bill. Lu Sheng then asked if she wanted anything. She thanked him and was about to answer, but before she could finish, he told the waiter that she didn't want anything, and asked them to hurry because he was hungry. She noticed that he was quite rude, and in the end she could barely speak. Lu Sheng already knew everything about her. Her great-great-grandfather had started as an apprentice at the Laojian medicine shop. Using his outstanding talent in martial arts and alchemy, he became a 5th-rank alchemist and founded the Xingshan Medicinal Hall. At present, there were 213 branches. The Xingshan Medicinal Hall had been very prestigious at the beginning, but after some time the management declined, causing the business to deteriorate. He Lingzhu didn't understand how he could cite so many things that he could have simply found on the internet. Suddenly, all of Lu Sheng's meat dishes arrived. He became very happy and immediately began chewing, revealing that He Lingzhu had also never seen her mother. He bluntly said that the He family's mentality was outdated and that she didn't know how to manage. For years, her mother and the Chen family had been suppressing the medicinal hall. He Lingzhu grew angry, wanting to understand how he had come to such a conclusion. However, Lu Sheng thought it would be better for her to verify it herself by asking her father. While chewing the meat and enjoying how good it tasted, he continued talking. He Lingzhu thought Lu Sheng had no heart, since he was discussing such a sensitive matter. She admitted that the decline of the family business had started when her mother left her father. After that, their shops went bankrupt, one after another for several months. Even if her father had poor management skills, things shouldn't have become that bad. Sheng knew that she had also tried other projects, and none of them had succeeded. She was surprised while listening. Sheng said he didn't want to be blamed for investigating so deeply. She began to believe what he was saying, and said she would investigate on her own, but she wanted to talk about their collaboration at that moment. Sheng quickly clarified that he would handle the medicinal prescriptions and the necessary training, while the Jinshan Medicinal Hall would be responsible for production and sales. As for the profits, he wanted 90%. She was completely shocked and said it would be better if he just asked for everything at once. He even admitted he would like to do that, but he thought she wouldn't accept it. She then tried to bargain, offering him 60%, at most 70%, but Lu Sheng refused. He made it clear that 10% would ensure their long-term cooperation in the future, and the other 10% would be a bonus for helping him deal with some annoying matters. She didn't understand what he was getting at. Then he explained that the He family had been intimidated by the Chen family from the capital for many years. Sheno asked whether she didn't want to do something about it, such as retaliate retaliate and take back what was hers. As he spoke, the water in the glass began to levitate, as if to show her what he meant. Lingsu was frightened when she realized he was a psychic mentalist. She truly hadn't expected that an 18-year-old kid could possess so many abilities. Lu Shen also made it clear that he had researched that medicinal prescription on his own. He then asked whether she knew of any more profitable deal than that one. Lingsu fell into deep thought. If things were really as Lu Sheng said, she would have to face the Chen family sooner or later. Even if she had no complaints or desire for revenge, it didn't mean the other side would spare her. In fact, collaborating with Lu Sheng on the medicinal prescription could become the perfect excuse for the Chen family to attack her. In the end, she realized that Lu Sheng was truly an incredible young man, so she accepted. Sheng would receive 90% of the profits. He then handed her a flash drive containing the information about the medicinal prescription. She hoped he would honor everything he had promised. Lu Sheng only asked her to register the patent with the Alchemists Association, and if she had any doubts, she could ask him anything about the process. He had faith in her abilities. He also mentioned that he would need to borrow her laboratory. Since he had finished eating, he said goodbye and left. Lingsu was left in a miserable state, sitting in her chair. She realized she hadn't been dealing with an ordinary 18-year-old student. He seemed like a man of great importance and status, even addressing her as Miss Hay. Soon a waitress arrived and asked her to pay the bill. In the end, he was the one who ate everything, yet she was the one who had to pay. The total came to 115,000. The main issue was that there was far more food listed than what he had actually eaten. Sheng had secretly ordered extra items, leaving Lingsu completely shocked. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng's house. The doorbell was ringing, and the protagonist's mother was surprised because there were many boxes right in front of her. Sheng explained to his mother that it was high-quality meat. Lu Sheng's mother thought he should have warned her, since meat bought on the street was very expensive, but her son told her to relax because he hadn't paid for it. A rich heiress had given it to him as a gift. He was lying to his mother while Lingsu was still paying for everything, very unhappy about it. Lu Sheng's mother said he shouldn't accept gifts from others anymore. She also mentioned that Professor Zhong Zhenggud had come to the house to check on him. Lu Sheng realized that it had been a while since he had seen that teacher, so he thought it would be best to visit him the next morning. The scene then shifted to Baihe High School's third-year class. Zhong Zhongguo was at his desk when someone knocked on the door. He went to check and realized it was Lu Sheng, which surprised him greatly. Lu Sheng had even brought him a bonsai, since he remembered that he had once ruined his teacher's bonsai. Zhong Zhongguo was very happy to see him, since it had been a while. He also felt that Lu Sheng's aura was completely different now. They went into the room to talk more comfortably. Zhong believed that the school procedures allowing Lu Sheng to leave had already been completed, so he thought he would only see his student on television from now on. He asked Lu Sheng about his future plans. Lu Sheng revealed to his teacher that he would participate in the Morning Star selection and would also take the Psychic Mentalist test, leaving Zhong Zhongguo completely stunned. The kid was a real machine. Sheng explained everything to Zhong Zhongguo, saying that it was the training instructor who had recommended that he do it. Zhong Zhongguo was happy because he felt that there was nothing more he could teach Sheng. He told Sheng that he should go out and leave his mark on the world. After Lu Sheng left, Zhong Zhongguo began to think that he had underestimated the boy, believing that Sheng might one day become the pride of humanity. Then the scene shifts to the teacher, giving a lecture in the classroom. He says that persistence is easy, but true ease is difficult to achieve. Reality is often ordinary, yet full of mysteries. The true essence of truth is the non-void. Then he slams his book on the desk, telling everyone to wake up and come back to life, reminding them not to underestimate their grades in cultural studies, even though he knew the students were busy with martial arts training. Meanwhile, a student named Zhu Xingji thought the class was extremely boring and wished it would end quickly. He called his buddy over, suggesting that they go to an internet cafe to play some games after class. Lu Qiming refused because he had enrolled in a martial arts training school and had extra training after school. Zhu Xingji was surprised, since Lu Qiming was never the studious type. Just then, the teacher called the two of them out. He asked them to stand up and reminded them that they were in a classroom. Suddenly, Lu Sheng walked into the room and greeted everyone. Everyone was shocked. By then, everyone already knew that Lu Sheng had become a rising star in the city. Some students even wanted his autograph. When the teacher saw Lu Sheng, he smiled. Lu Sheng asked for permission to sit in on a cultural studies class, and of course the teacher had no problem with that. Sheng then took a seat. The students couldn't believe it. Lu Sheng's aura felt completely different to them. When Lu Qiming saw him, he realized that Sheng had truly changed. Soon the bell rang, and the teacher quickly dismissed the class. Sheng stood up and said goodbye to everyone. The students felt honored to have been his classmates. Sheng then went over to his friend Lu Qiming and told him to keep doing his best. He also invited him to play games together sometime when Lu Qiming was free. Luo Qiming became emotional, seeing his friend at that level. He became determined to enter a martial university, no matter what. The scene then shifts to Sheng at home using his computer. He had already made Lingsu buy the necessary materials to make the tonics. He believed that if he could produce a sufficient quantity, he could easily reach level 4. The problem, however, was psychic mentalist weapons. Before passing the official psychic mentalist evaluation, he couldn't buy his own weapons online. Therefore, he needed to find time to take the evaluation before the Morning Star selection. Since he couldn't expose his secret, he checked a list and saw the Eternal Blade, which cost $37,000. He also saw a weapon called Silver Sky, priced at $29,000. He would need dense steel to forge blades, and for the Silver Sky weapon alone, the dense steel already cost $9,000. Easily, he would end up spending $5 million. On top of that, he would need more than one blade, because the quality of his psychic energy was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Regular dense steel blades wouldn't be enough. He would have to forge weapons with mithril, making the cost 10 times higher. Shang realized that he would have to mine the materials himself. Fortunately, he found a strategic resource distribution map of MC300 in the Fireseed repositories, which he believed would be useful. Soon he discovered unexcavated mithril mines, specifically in Oxhead Mountain. That meant he could collect the ore and take it to a blacksmith. He could even sell it if he found a good quantity. His plan was to produce what he needed for the tonic in He's laboratory first, and then head to Oxhead Mountain. The scene then shifts to 1 week later at the Xingshan Medicinal Hall. Lingsu was irritated because Lu Sheng still hadn't arrived. Eventually, he showed up, putting on a lab coat and apologizing for making her wait. He asked if she had prepared all the required materials. She confirmed that she had. Looking at everything on the table, he asked how much it had cost. She told him it was around 200,000. Lu Sheng liked the quality and told her to deduct the cost from the profits later. He was ready to begin, but asked her to leave the room, which she didn't like at all. In the end, she hadn't earned a single cent yet, but had already spent nearly $1 million on materials for Lu Sheng. During that week, he had been coming every day. She wondered if he was developing a new medicinal formula, and began to wonder how many secrets he was hiding. 3 hours later, Sheng informed he that he had finished. He also told her that he would be going on a trip, but she shouldn't worry because he would transfer the initial capital for the medicines. Even so, he felt a bit annoyed. Sheng thought her temperament was difficult to deal with. After he left, she rushed to the laboratory to see if he had left anything behind. Eventually, she found something and realized what it was. He had made another tonic. She had tested it before and knew that its effects were truly incredible. Medicines like that could sell for millions. However, Sheng was producing them using much cheaper materials, meaning the profit margin could be enormous. She then remembered Lu Sheng's backpack and suspected it might be full of new types of tonics, which made her even more nervous. Suddenly, Ma Fei appeared and told his boss that he had done what she asked. He had checked the security cameras, but it was as if they had been disabled. Lingsu realized that in front of a psychic mentalist, tricks like that would never work. In the end, she threw a green liquid into the trash and decided she should forget about it. She should simply cooperate with Lu Sheng and focus on reviving her family's business. Then the scene shifts to Quming City. Lu Sheng was on a bus, heading to Oxhead Mountain, but he went there disguised as a tourist. They had a tour guide who explained that the place was one of the few 5-star tourist attractions in Dongning Province, where visitors could experience the local customs and folk culture. They were heading to a village called Shanlin, where they could even buy local handicrafts. However, some of the tourists were a bit suspicious because they didn't want to be forced into buying anything, especially since the place looked quite remote. Hearing people whispering, the tour guide quickly clarified that they were a reputable and well-known travel agency, so they would never force anyone to buy anything. Everyone would stay at an inn in the village, which had air conditioning and television. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had already made 93 tonics, which should be enough for the time being. The place was truly off the map, meaning the mithril mine had probably not been discovered by anyone yet. Suddenly, a ball rolled toward him. A little girl ran over to pick it up and asked him to play with her for a bit. Soon her mother appeared, telling the girl not to bother others. She apologized to Lu Sheng, but he said it wasn't a problem at all. Then Lu Sheng suddenly widened his eyes. Beside the girl and her mother was a man wearing glasses. Lu Sheng realized that he was not the only psychic mentalist on that trip. The scene then shifts to a pink-haired girl who was extremely bored. She was also feeling hot and regretting going on that trip. Her name was Zheng Dandan. Her friend made it clear that she hadn't forced her to come, but Dandan complained angrily to her friend, Li Zishan. Zishan pointed out that Dandan had just gone through a breakup, so she didn't want to let her go somewhere alone and end up doing something reckless. The two were inseparable friends. Zishan had planned the trip because she wanted to relax. Suddenly, they heard laughter. It was the little girl throwing the ball toward Lu Sheng. He caught it and said she had made a good throw. Dandan watched the two of them playing. Suddenly, the girl missed a throw and the ball rolled toward Dandan. She caught it happily and threw it back to Lu Sheng. He thanked her, and Dandan's cheeks turned red. Zishan immediately noticed that her friend seemed to like him. 2 hours later, the scene shifts again. Dandan looked around and thought the place was just an ordinary mountain forest. Zishan told her she had heard there was a waterfall nearby that they could visit the next day. Dant began looking around for Lu Sheng and eventually saw him getting off the bus. The little girl invited him to play again the next day, and he agreed, making her very happy. Wanting to get closer to Lu Sheng, Dandan invited the girl to play together with her and Sheng, but the girl refused because Dandan always stole her ball. The girl's mother then called her so they could enter the village. The little girl waved goodbye to Sheng, leaving Dandan very annoyed. Sheng told Dandan not to take what children say to heart. Dandan immediately felt better and asked for his contact information. Sheng gave it to her and she commented that his name sounded powerful. After that, she said goodbye. She later told Zishan that the trip had seemed boring at first, but suddenly it had become interesting. Lu Sheng also found the trip interesting. Not only was there a second-rank psychic mentalist on the trip, but those two girls were also second-rank martial artists. However, he believed that the glasses-wearing mentalist had not discovered his identity. This was because after forming the will of a martial master, he could control the intensity of the psychic energy he emitted. As long as he didn't release any aura, ordinary ordinary people wouldn't detect the power of his psychic energy. In the end, he simply didn't want anyone to become an obstacle to him. If that happened, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them, killing anyone who interfered with his goal. The scene then shifts to a road, hundreds of kilometers away. A limousine was driving along with several people inside. A young man was kneeling before a long-haired man, who looked somewhat metrosexual. The long-haired man asked if the subordinate kneeling before him had located Tang Maolin. The subordinate confirmed it, and provided the location. Tang Maolin was at Oxhead Mountain with his wife and daughter. The long-haired man noted that if Tang Maolin stayed deep inside the mountain, there wasn't much they could do. However, the subordinate said that some of their men were already there watching Tang Maolin. The long-haired man liked that information, but made it clear that when he arrived at Oxhead Mountain, he would deal with Tang Maolin personally. He had been offended by Tang Maolin and wanted to kill him at any cost. The long-haired man's name was Wu Sheijing, and he didn't want to appear like a coward in front of others. Who was beside him when suddenly he caused a purple liquid to flow out of her mouth and eyes, directly into his glass. He believed that the unique youthful aura of someone in their 20s carried the innocent feelings of love, which he found sweet and charming. As he thought about this, he looked at a photo of Tang Maolin together with his family, thinking that he would soon add one more piece to his collection, referring to Tang Maolin's daughter. The scene then shifts to Tang Maolin, entering the room with his family. He quickly used his ability to scan the entire building, confirming that the room was clean. His wife thought he was being overly cautious. She understood that Wang Zhijing might indeed be powerful, but she didn't think it was very likely that he could reach them in that place. Tang Maolin believed it was better to be safe than sorry. They were fleeing for their lives. Wang Zhijing was a level 3 psychic mentalist, a narrow-minded man who sought revenge for any offense. Tang Maolin only wanted to escape from that maniac and live peacefully with his family. He planned to take refuge with them at his wife's father's house. He even believed that, together with his father-in-law, they might be able to join forces and stop Wu Keijing. His wife had not seen her father for quite some time, and hoped that his health was still good. Tang Maolin believed his father-in-law was fine. He was also a level 2 psychic mentalist, and might even have already reached level 3. Tang Maolin simply didn't want anyone to harm his family. The scene then changes to Lu Sheng. He also used his ability to conduct reconnaissance. Unlike Tang Maolin, he analyzed the entire city, even reaching Wu Shaizhong's henchmen who were watching the area. Aside from those lackeys, nothing unusual was happening. Since no one was bothering him, Sheng believed he could remain in peace. He took out a pill and swallowed it, believing that in 2 months he would be able to completely cultivate the first stage of the golden immortal body. By gathering internal energy, he would become a level 4 martial artist. Just then, he received a message in the family group chat. He found it amusing. Since he was no longer a child, Qingche wanted to know if Yang Yuan was dating his brother, but he thought she should mind her own business. He had given her some tonics and reminded her that she needed to take them every day. After that, he lay down on his bed to test the results of his training over the past few days. He didn't think the results were bad. He had learned the 10 suns in the same sky, formed a martial master force field, and in this way he was practically unbeatable at that moment. In the dream world, he continued fighting zombies. The difference now was that explosions were going off everywhere because of their clashes. Then he noticed something inside that had an overwhelming aura. Suddenly he saw that it was a woman in armor, a zombie, although she was not yet completely rotten. Sheng's eyes widened. He was seeing a martial master level zombie. Suddenly the zombie disappeared. His psychic perception kept warning him of danger non-stop, leaving him confused. In the end, the zombie had already launched her attack toward him. It was a martial master level technique. After he was hit, that was the moment Sheng woke up. He felt unbearable pain, as if his body were being torn apart. The sensation of dying in the dream world was brutal. He was breathing heavily, thanking God that it had only been a dream. He had used all his psychic energy to block the attack, but it had been completely useless. The power of that zombie was far beyond anything he had ever encountered in the dream world. He had thought he was doing quite well there. He had even entered some high-level areas and believed he could do whatever he wanted, since the monsters had ridiculously low intelligence. But now he had realized that the dream world was not the paradise he had imagined. That martial master zombie was far too strong. Her power even surpassed Shi Shendin's, so she was probably of a higher classification, perhaps even classification 8. He kept thinking about that shining frozen river. If he could obtain something like that, it would be unimaginable. If he had reacted instantly at that moment with his fist technique, he might have been able to withstand her attack, so he thought he should try again. He tried to enter the dream world, but every time he attempted it, he felt unbearable pain. He simply couldn't do it. He began to wonder if the dream world worked like games. After using a skill, there was a cooldown. He believed he wouldn't be able to return to the dream world that night. Suddenly, he received messages from Dondon, inviting him to go out for a walk. He didn't reply. Then she invited him to lunch, and once again he didn't show up. Sheng was already starting to regret giving her his contact information. Still, he thought it might be good to go out and eat. Soon afterward, he went to the cafeteria in that building. Dondon shouted his name from afar, and the little girl also called out to him. He greeted the little girl and went to sit at a table. Dondon hurried over and sat at the same table as him, asking why he hadn't sat with them earlier. He laughed to break the ice, and asked whether they had already eaten. Dondon denied it, while Zishan confirmed that she had, which irritated Dondon. She made up a small excuse, saying she just wanted to spend some time eating with him. Meanwhile, Tang Maolin's daughter asked if her father would allow her to eat with Lu Sheng, who she said was unbearable. Her mother tried to explain that it was basically the same thing as eating with them. Tang Maolin allowed it, telling his daughter only not to cause trouble for others. His wife thought he shouldn't allow it, since Shang was a stranger, and they were still on the run. Tang Maolin was confused, because earlier she had criticized him for being too cautious. He explained that he had already analyzed the area. There were only tourists there, so they weren't in danger. He also believed Shang was a good man. In fact, he thought Shang was probably a martial arts student with average skills. He also mentioned that the two girls with Shang were university students and level 2 martial artists. Anyone within his range would be dead with a single thought if he wished it. Hearing this, his wife finally relaxed. Suddenly, the dishes Shang had ordered arrived. He had stacked up quite a pile of food, and Dandan asked if he was really going to eat all of that. He had even ordered something for the little girl and suggested they have a contest to see who could eat faster. While she ate one item, he flipped the basket and devoured everything in a single go. Zishang thought he was just an ordinary guy. Usually, after an individual becomes a martial artist, most people with resources begin to rely on supplements to replenish the energy consumed during daily cultivation. Those who couldn't afford supplements would eat high-quality food instead. She and Dandan always carried artificially compressed dried meat, and she only needed to eat a few pieces of it each day. Otherwise, if she ate as much as Shang did, she would end up spending the whole day in the bathroom. Dandan was surprised to see him eating with such enthusiasm. Zishan then asked if her friend had really become interested in Shang. Dandan didn't deny it. Her friend tried to change her mind, saying that he looked very young, probably even younger than them. His breathing seemed unstable, and perhaps his abilities weren't very good. Dandan preferred to believe that he was just a few years younger. She believed in fate, and thought that maybe she had really been meant to come there in order to meet him. Zishan started criticizing the idea, pointing out that they would have to maintain a long-distance relationship. Someone who wasn't a martial master would only earn 5,000 or 6,000 a month, so she couldn't understand how they could ever get married, buy a house, or have a car. She explained that love shouldn't be an impulsive act, and that everyday expenses were important. As Dandan grew stronger, the gap between them would only widen. However, the problems Zishan pointed out were not a problem for Dandan. She said she could even help him with training. If he didn't have a house or a car, she would have them, and that would be fine. She also wouldn't mind giving up everything to live a simple life with him. She just wanted to live with him, showing how deeply she had fallen in love. She also didn't see Lu Sheng as an ordinary guy. She thought he was handsome and brilliant, and that he could have a bright future. Zishan thought her friend was going crazy. She said Dandan shouldn't throw away more than a decade of martial arts training because of a teenager. She also believed Sheng was weak and couldn't understand what Dandan saw in him. Dandan thought her friend was worrying too much and suggested they change the subject. Of course, Lu Sheng, with his great abilities, heard everything they said and found it ridiculous. At that moment, the little girl asked him what that meant. Sheng explained that it wasn't anything serious. It was just a term used to praise beautiful girls. Then he pointed at the two girls and said they were ridiculous. Lu Sheng agreed with the little girl, while the two girls were left confused. The scene then shifts to the next day. Everyone was gathered near the buses, waiting for Tang Ma Yolin's family, because they were about to leave. The problem was that the family had simply disappeared. It wasn't just them. Shang had also disappeared. The tour guide then asked everyone to rest while she contacted the search and rescue team. Dandan was not happy about this at all. Zishan was worried. Dandan believed the trip probably wouldn't happen anymore, so she told her friend that she was going up the mountain to look for Shang, while Zishan thought she shouldn't be so impulsive. The scene then shifts to a squirrel peacefully sitting in the forest, holding its nut. Suddenly Lu Sheng passed by at great speed and sent the little creature flying. He had rested during the night, and the pain from the dream world had lessened. Then he made a huge leap, using his energy to search beneath the ground for what he wanted. Finally, he found it. He tore up part of the soil and began extracting the material. It was the first time he had seen mithril up close. He thought it would be better to infuse a bit of psychic energy into it. He succeeded, just as he expected. After infusing psychic energy, he could change the shape of the ore however he wished. There were about 4 to 5 pounds of mithril, but it was only raw material. If he wanted to forge weapons, the material would need to go through dozens of smelting processes. He would be lucky if any mithril remained after all that. He also realized that the mine was quite small. He had already taken about 70% of what it contained. Now he wondered how he could transport that amount of mithril. The size was quite significant, so he believed he needed to ask for help. For the moment, he decided to hide the ore. He flattened the ground and believed it looked perfect. He remembered that there was a small village a few kilometers away. He could ask the villagers for help. Most people who lived isolated from the world were usually honest and simple. That way, he could reward them for helping him. However, if they became too greedy, he would simply crush them all. Sheng also found it strange that his thoughts were becoming increasingly violent and merciless. He hoped he was heading toward a decent society where he could be kind to everyone. Meanwhile, Dandan was worried as she walked through the forest looking for Lu Sheng. Zisheng eventually found the ball the little girl had been playing with earlier, but when she picked it up, she suddenly became trapped and couldn't understand what was happening. The scene then shifts to a subordinate, informing the chief of Jian village that his sister had returned with her entire family. The old man was confused. Suddenly, the little girl ran into her grandfather's arms because she had missed him so much. Her hug squeezed the old man tightly. She asked how he was doing, and he replied that he was fine. Soon the girl's parents appeared, and the villagers asked why they had returned. The old man quickly told everyone that the three of them had come just to visit him, and that there was no other reason. He also told them to go out and hunt a wild animal, so they could celebrate that night. night. They even took the little girl along to hunt the animal. That left the old man alone with his daughter and his son-in-law. He asked why they had really come back, because he knew there had to be a reason. His daughter didn't know what to say, so she asked Malin to explain instead. When he explained the situation, the old man was shocked to learn that his son-in-law had provoked a level 3 psychic mentalist. In the end, he admitted that he had always known Malin was remarkable. He had realized it long ago, back when Malin invaded the village and took his daughter Manhwa away. He knew that one day something like this would happen. Manhwa asked her father to consider helping her husband. Malin remembered that his father-in-law had been trying to reach level 3 as a psychic mentalist, and he was about to ask for help. But the old man didn't even let him finish. He said he had already failed, suffering internal injuries and severe damage to his cultivation. Because of that, he could only buy them a little time. They should leave with the child and look for help from someone else. The couple was stunned. They had no idea who could possibly help them. The old man made it clear that they should go to the police, since they were living in a lawful society. A level 3 psychic mentalist could not simply kill someone in public. Malin felt helpless. Calling the police wouldn't help at all. Suddenly, a subordinate informed the old man that there was an intruder in the area. Surprising the three of them, the scene then shifts to Lu Sheng, holding a map as he approached the village. Suddenly someone threw a kunai that nearly struck him. One of the residents demanded to know who Sheng was, and how he had found that place. Just then, the little girl Maolin's daughter recognized him and ran over to hug him. Sheng was completely confused. Manhwa was happy to see that it was the same young man who had also been touring the area. The old man asked how Sheng had ended up there. Sheng made the excuse that he didn't like traveling in groups, so he had started exploring the mountain on his own, until he arrived there. Tong Malin explained that it was his wife's home village, and that they were there just to visit. The old man noticed Sheng's clear eyes and even liked them, warmly welcoming him to the village. The resident who had thrown the kunai apologized and explained that he had been hunting wild animals so they could celebrate that night. He even invited Lu Sheng to join them. After spending some time there, Sheng realized that it wasn't an ordinary village. Psychic mentalists were a rare group, yet that small village had 3 of them. In the end, he believed those people would know the value of mithril, which made him uneasy. He thought he might need to show his abilities, so they would cooperate with him. At that moment, the little girl mentioned that they couldn't play with the ball anymore, because she had lost it on the way. Sheng said he could help find it. Soon he sensed the auras of Zishan and Dandan, but he also sensed the aura of someone else nearby. The little girl then spotted her ball, and pointed in the direction where it was. Chejik hadn't expected Tang Marlin to run so far away. He was there with the 2 girls tied up. Chejik made it clear that Marlin had caused him to waste a great deal of time and effort. The old man immediately recognized the person his son-in-law had provoked. Chejik wasn't just a level 3 psychic mentalist. He was at the peak of that level. The old man urged his son-in-law to run and take the child away with the villagers. The village warriors began throwing kunai, but Zijing quickly became bored, seeing that they were trying to attack him sneakily. He asked if that was all they had, making it clear that the old man's psychic energy was weak and worthless. He said he would crush all of them at once, making Maolin feel true despair. However, Maolin grew furious and declared that he would kill Wu Zhejiang. He launched an attack toward Zhejiang, but Zhejiang sliced through the entire attack as if it were nothing. Tang Maolin realized that his dense steel sphere cannon had been completely useless. Zhejiang applauded him sarcastically for daring to use a steel weapon against him, calling Maolin arrogant. Then he used his ability on Maolin's family. The little girl was terrified. Maolin shouted angrily, demanding that Zhejiang target him instead of his family. Zhejiang laughed, saying Maolin was incredibly stubborn. He began tightening his webs around everyone. He even mentioned that he had originally planned to kill Don Don and Zishan, and blamed Tong Maolin for it. But he hadn't expected the place to be so remote, which made it perfect for him to do whatever he wanted. He told Maolin not to worry, because he would leave behind a marriage wine made from Maolin's daughter. Maolin's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Zhejiang intended to use the evil art of turning humans into wine vessels. Furious, he called Zhejiang a monster, while Zhejiang seemed to be enjoying the situation immensely. He wanted to see that expression of despair on Maolin's face. Watching this, Zishan began to believe that all of them would die on that mountain. She deeply regretted coming on that trip. Dandan at that moment was worried about Lu Sheng and wished she could at least meet him again in another life. Just then, Gezegin ordered his subordinate to bring Maolin's daughter to him. When they were about to grab the girl, the webs suddenly snapped. Those webs were made of mithril. Exijing was confused about how they had been broken. It was Lu Sheng's doing. The little girl begged him to save her parents. At that moment, Ziging's henchmen rushed toward her, but Lu Sheng began lifting the 2 of them effortlessly. Zigin couldn't understand what was happening, and asked Sheng if he was a level 5 martial artist, but then he denied it himself. Looking at Sheng, he thought the young man appeared weak and unstable, lacking energy and strength. There was no way he could be level 5. Ziging still wasn't entirely sure whether it had really been Lu Sheng who broke his webs. Shiziging also wanted to know if Maolin was counting on Sheng to protect him. Maolin was confused. Shiziging was fully convinced that he could destroy Sheng, since he couldn't sense any strength from him, and he wanted to hear anguished screams coming from Sheng. Lu Sheng thought Shiziging could at least try, which made the long-haired man quite angry, as he considered Sheng extremely arrogant. He immediately launched an attack toward Sheng, who quickly used his ability. It was a martial art at the deep control stage. Zishan's eyes widened when she saw that, because she was certain that Sheng controlled it perfectly. immediately. It was something beyond the human level. Jazigeng couldn't understand how that was happening. It made no sense to him. Sheng quickly pulled Jazigeng's web, making him fall to the ground. At that moment, Jazigeng realized things were getting very bad for him, so he assumed he was going to die. Because of that, he decided to take Sheng with him, imploding his psychic energy and turning into something that looked like a meatball. The old man quickly understood the long-haired man's intention and warned everyone to protect themselves so they wouldn't die in the explosion. Dandan became more and more desperate. Sheng thought Shizajing's psychic energy was completely pathetic. Using his own psychic power, he grabbed Shizajing and essentially protected everyone. Because Shizajing exploded inside his hand, Sheng thought the name Wu Shizajing was terrible, but he actually liked Shizajing's web. He quickly released the two girls. The webs were psychic mentalist weapons, forged with mithril, which could be very useful to him. The little girl began praising him, thanking him for saving her and the others. Tang Malin felt chills as he sensed Sheng's psychic energy. Father Manhwa realized that he was truly getting very old. Seeing that Sheng was still a teenager and possessed abilities like that, Malin felt he already seemed to be at classification 5. Malin thought that perhaps a dragon was about to rise in their country. Sheng was surprised at how strong Sheng was, because she had thought he was useless and only knew how to eat. Deep down, Dandan had expected something like this from him. At that moment, Malin didn't know how he should address Sheng, but before he could speak, Sheng made it clear that there was no need for thanks. He was only doing what was necessary. However, he admitted that he needed Malin's help. Malin didn't hesitate to agree. The scene then shifted to 3 hours later. They were on a bus. Sheng had achieved the objective he had for that trip. He handed over the matter of the mithril to Tang Maolin, since Maolin was a classification 2 psychic mentalist. He had an official certificate and could deal with that batch of mithril. Sheng had also unexpectedly obtained a psychic mentalist mithril weapon, which was a pleasant surprise. The two girls were also on the bus. Dandan wanted to know where he was planning to go. Sheng told her he was heading to Liang City, because that was where the Psychic Mentalists Association was located. Dandan was very happy and thought it was an amazing coincidence, since both of them were from that city, and she suggested they could go together. Zaishin simply watched. Sheng found everything very confusing, since they were students of Dongmin Martial University, so it didn't make sense for them to be going to Liang City. Dandan quickly became embarrassed, and Zishan explained that Dandan was indeed from that city, and that she herself was planning to go to Dandan's house after the trip. Dandan understood and agreed that they could go together. Dandan even invited him to stay at her house. However, Dandan began to reflect and thought the best option would be to separate from them once they arrived in Liang City. Suddenly, Shuqing called him. She informed him that the Morning Star selection had been moved up, so she would come pick him up immediately. Xiongming told her he would be at the regional station of Liang City. The scene then shifted to that station. He told the two girls that an unexpected situation had come up and that he wouldn't be able to go into the city, saying they would have to part ways there. Dandan immediately became worried and said she could call someone to give him a ride. Suddenly, a luxury car arrived and stopped near them. A girl got out and hugged Dandan, clearly very happy to see her. That girl was named Wen Hui. Inside the car was a man wearing sunglasses, greeting Dandan and asking her to introduce her friends. Dandan obviously didn't like his presence very much, but she introduced Li Zishan and Lu Sheng. In the end, she realized she didn't have much to say about him. Wen Hui held Zishan's hand, while the man in the car introduced himself as Tao Minglang. He said that since everyone must be tired from the long trip, he was willing to give them a ride. Dandan noticed that the car only had 4 seats, so they would need to call a taxi. Sheng told her that wasn't necessary, because his friend would arrive soon. Wen Hui thought Dandan was giving far too much attention to a guy she had just met on Oxhead Mountain, and she couldn't believe Dandan might be interested in him. In her opinion, Sheng was worth only a few cents. Mingliang quickly took out some money and offered it to Sheng so he could take a taxi. Dandan became completely irritated with the attitude of her two friends. Sheng tried to calm her down. Suddenly, Mingliang's banknotes began flying away, surprising everyone. A helicopter appeared and started descending. The small group had no idea what the hell was going on. Shui Qin shouted for Sheng to hurry up and get on. He quickly climbed the ladder. The 3 girls were stunned. The helicopter belonged to the Eastern Military District. Showing off a little, Lu Sheng waved goodbye to them, and the helicopter began to rise. People were left open-mouthed, believing Lu Sheng must be an important person. Mingliang wanted to know who Dandan's friend really was, but even she couldn't say. She then called Zishan so they could take a taxi into the city, while the other two were left confused. The scene then shifted to the helicopter flying overhead. It was Lu Sheng's first time riding in a helicopter. Shuqin asked if he was enjoying it. If he liked it, he could join the Eastern Military District. From the way she said it, Sheng thought she might even give him one of those helicopters. Shuqin told him he could keep dreaming. In the end, if he joined them, he could fly every day. She also said that if he became a martial master in the future and rose to the rank of general, the army might even assign him a private helicopter. At the same time, she felt that he had become stronger again. She could no longer see what his level was. Next, she explained that all the Prodigy training camps had finished their tasks 3 days earlier, and the candidates had already been selected. She revealed that the candidates chosen that year were the strongest so far. Xiaojun even joked that if it weren't for Sheng, he would try himself. More than 8% of the participants were talented individuals. One of them was a talented martial artist with elemental control abilities. But he wasn't the only one. There was even a level 4 fighter among them. Sheng didn't seem excited at all upon hearing that. that. Shu Qin found the boy's behavior very strange, so he pretended to be shocked, as if the situation sounded insane. Xiaojun thought the kid was being very fake. In the end, Sheng wasn't affected in the slightest. Xiaojun felt that his colleague should at least explain the rewards to Sheng, which immediately caught the boy's interest. Shu Qin had already expected that. She said the selection was extremely important. Even the army's chief commander would be watching. She made it clear that it wouldn't be a tournament. Instead, all the candidates would fight monsters, the strongest enemies that world faced. These monsters would emerge from cracks in the earth and the sky. Even though numerous heroes of the human race went out to battle every year, they still weren't able to stop the gradual encroachment into human territory. Sheng hadn't expected the army to allow students to come into contact with monsters so early. He concluded that things must be getting worse. Shu Qin confirmed it. The powerful figures of the country were looking for ways to reverse the situation, and they didn't want to waste time. They were gathering as many geniuses like Sheng as possible in order to accelerate their martial paths. Only through blood and fire would the greatest high-level martial artists be forged. It wasn't just the selection that had changed and become more difficult. The rewards had improved as well. Sheng liked that part very much. He only needed to place among the top 10 to receive a portion of Otherworld blood as a reward. If he placed among the top 3, he would receive access to the Otherworld blood pool, but if he managed to take first place, he would be allowed to enter the Otherworld marrow pool. Sheng didn't really understand any of it, but he thought the names sounded cool. Shu Qin explained that those substances were extracted from the tremendous energy within the bodies of monsters. The monster meat he had eaten in the training camp was the simplest preparation method. Otherworld blood was cellular fluid extracted from monsters, while Otherworld marrow was the spinal fluid from their spinal cords. All the rewards were level 4 or higher, something unprecedented. Anyone who entered the pool would essentially have an unlimited supply. Xiaojun knew Sheng had a huge appetite, so he told him to absorb as much as he possibly could. The Otherworld marrow pool alone should be worth at least several billion. Sheng couldn't believe they were offering something so precious. He knew he needed an enormous amount of energy to cultivate the immortal golden body stellar refinement art. He had no idea how long it would take to complete the first stage, but if he could obtain large quantities of Otherworld blood or Otherworld marrow, he would be able to greatly reduce the cultivation time required. It was an excellent opportunity for him. Suddenly, Xiaojun announced that they had arrived. They were now at the Eastern Military District. Xiaojun asked if Sheng didn't find the place impressive, but Sheng had already seen the future, so nothing really impressed him anymore. They got off the helicopter. Shu Qin told the boy that she would come pick him up the next day. If he needed anything, he could simply press the button on the wall, and someone would bring whatever he needed. Soon after, Sheng lay down and returned to the land of dreams. The zombie stood right in front of him. Just looking at her made him tremble, but he still wanted to fight her. He activated his vitality enhancement technique, used fire breathing, merged it with his psychic energy, and activated the Hell King's divine illumination psychic technique. Then he prepared a 10-fold amplified stellar impact strike. That wasn't all. He combined it with 10 suns in the same sky, a martial master level ability. He charged at the zombie with everything he had, and then suddenly woke up. He had failed again. Still, he believed that with proper preparation, he could endure longer next time. That battle had improved his martial arts skills. More importantly, he had overcome his fear of death. His mental state had become firmer and purer. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the two instructors. They asked if he had rested well, and he confirmed that he had. Shu Qin told him they needed to go. The front lines were only a few hundred kilometers away. She felt that something about him seemed strange. Sheng asked if there was something on his face. She explained that he simply felt different from the day before. Xiaojun felt the same way, but neither of them could explain it. It was as if he had been a piece of jade covered in mud, but after being washed, he suddenly appeared perfectly polished. Sheng joked that maybe he had just become more handsome because he was going through puberty. Xiaojun didn't disagree. As they walked, Xiaojun asked if the kid was confident about taking first place. Sheng didn't show much confidence. Just then, a man arrived and greeted Zhu Qin, saying it had been a while since they last met. Zhu Qin clearly didn't like the look of him. The man soon turned his attention to Xiaojun, calling him trash and accusing him of wanting to embarrass the entire Dongning province by choosing a candidate like Lu Sheng, clearly judging a book by its cover. Xiaojun said that the man named Shangguan Ling had dinosaur breath and shouldn't try talking to other people. Ling then said that a true genius had appeared on their side. He proposed a bet with Xiaojun. He would wager a grade 5 Otherworld marrow portion, and they would see whose representative would achieve the higher ranking. Zhu Qin found it amusing. He was betting only one portion, even though there were 3 of them. The 3 simply turned their backs and started walking away, treating the man as a disgrace. Ling immediately told them to wait and agreed to make it 3 portions. He said he hoped she wouldn't get scared. He suspected she had been bluffing and raising the stakes only to escape the bet. Shu Qin became furious and accepted. Ling thought it was great and told his companion Zhao Li that this was real courage. Zhao Li thanked the instructor for it. When Xiaojun saw the flames, he was stunned. Zhao Li was someone blessed with elemental flame control, which made Xiaojun think Ling had been trying to deceive them all along, especially since he had left that ability out of Zhao Li's official file. But Zhao Li clarified that there was no rule requiring them to detail everything in the candidate's file. He thought he had already won the bet. Xiaojun became quite irritated, while Sheng simply watched. Xiaojun quickly lied, saying that he was only pretending to be angry. Xiaojun already knew that leaving some information out of the candidate's file was was a common practice. To her, Ling was a pathetic guy, and she still believed that Sheng could stand up against that man. She also informed Sheng that the Shangguan family had always had a feud with the Dong and Jin families, so they were constantly taking jabs at each other whenever they met. Since there had never been anyone particularly outstanding from the province of Shuqin and Shaojun, they could only endure it. She was placing all her hopes on Sheng. If he won, she would give him her share of the bet. Shaojun was also willing to do the same. Soon they arrived at the location. They could not accompany Sheng through the entire process, so they said their goodbyes. Before he could enter, the instructor wanted to know whether he felt confident about the tournament in any way. Lu Sheng admitted that he was not very confident, which confused both instructors. Sheng then explained that he believed he was at 99% because if he were disqualified at that moment, it would naturally be impossible for him to win. The scene then shifted to the meeting room. Division Commander Yu had appeared, and everyone immediately saluted him. However, he asked them all to sit down. He was a major general, a level 7 martial master named Yu Feihe. He wanted to know whether all the candidates were present. Xuqing confirmed that they were, and that the monsters had also been inspected. Each candidate would enter through their own entrance and fight on their own battle track. The participant who defeated all the monsters and reached the finish line first would be the winner. Each battle track would contain 3 level 2 monsters, 1 level 3 monster, 1 level 4 monster, and in the final stage there would be a nearly level 5 monster, the golden-eyed demon monkey. Some people became a bit worried, because monsters of that level were complicated to deal with. Even lieutenants usually had to work in pairs to handle such creatures. Shuqin informed them that the candidates were not required to fight the nearly level 5 golden-eyed demon monkey alone. They would need to work together to bring the creature down. When facing a powerful enemy, recognizing that you must gather all available forces is the best way to win, even if that strength comes from your competitors. Fei believed that the Eastern Military District protected the second most important front lines in the entire country, and it was also the second most dangerous. However, in recent years they had ranked last in nationwide military conflicts. He believed that if they could not even defeat a mere nearly level 5 monster, even after gathering the best talents from across the country, then they would have no future. Everyone felt quite intimidated hearing Fei say that. He wanted to see what kind of talents they had this time. The scene then shifted to the Hope of Haicheng province. The young man ran forward with complete conviction that he was the morning star. Suddenly, a giant boar appeared and slammed him violently against a wall. Faibshu watched them all. A morning star was not supposed to be merely exceptional. It had to be extraordinary. Therefore, he wanted all the instructors to stay on alert. They could not allow the future of their country to be injured. He observed the candidates who were standing out the most. One was a girl from Dongze province named Kong Qing. She was 17 years old and possessed the gift of elemental dominion. She could control lightning. There was also a boy from Jiangzhou province named Jia Haoran. He was 18 years old, and his ability was of the psychic type. He was a level 2 psychic mentalist. In third place was a representative from Shilin province, a man named Xing Ji. He was 18 years old, and his gift was of the defense type. He had metallic skin. Fei seemed impressed by what he was seeing, believing that these young people were promising, and that they could truly make a difference in the world. He thought the final result would likely be decided among those 3. However, he then noticed a candidate with fire elemental control, which caught his attention. He wanted to understand why that boy had not been highlighted. Ling then informed Fei that Zhao Li had awakened his abilities only recently, so the information had not yet been updated. Fei wanted to analyze that candidate more closely. In the end, the others already knew that Ling was hiding the candidate's true abilities just to earn praise for himself. They were already tired of Ling, who kept looking at Shuqin reminding her about the bet. Fei, however, was enjoying what was happening. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and widened his eyes. He noticed a battle track with an absurd progression rate. He wanted to know who the sly kid was on that track, because the monster indicators were simply not appearing. He immediately requested the security camera footage. Xuqin did as he asked. Fei saw that only 3 minutes had passed since the tournament had begun, and that candidate had already killed all the other monsters and reached the final boss first, showing an absurd speed compared to the other candidates. Fei asked for a replay of the recording. Xuqin was shocked. It was Lu Sheng. The scene then shifted to 3 minutes earlier. The enormous boar charged toward Lu Sheng, but he did not even flinch. He threw such a powerful punch at the boar that he broke the poor creature's horn. Sheng thought that boar was far too weak. Suddenly another gate opened and another boar appeared. Sheng grabbed the horn from the first boar he had just killed and threw it at the second one, causing a massive impact. He was testing his other abilities, as if he had reached a state of superior power and knowledge. It was almost as if he were omniscient and omnipotent. A cat-like monster appeared and tried to attack him, but Sheng naturally counterattacked. He was using complete martial arts. Fei found this strange because Lu Sheng had progressed incredibly fast and had already reached the final stage. In the end, he still looked like an ordinary person. His punches carried tremendous impact, and the monsters were being defeated purely through his fists. Fei wanted to know whether anyone present had information about him, and asked them to say it out loud. Shuiqin quickly informed him that Sheng was the prodigy of Dongning province. He was 18 years old, and a strength-type martial artist at classification 3. Hearing that it was only that, Ling was completely shocked. The truth was that no one could see any special ability in Sheng. Fei observed that Sheng had at least 4 types of martial arts at the perfected stage. His footwork and techniques had already reached the the stage of internal discernment, which was why he possessed such special combat ability. Everyone was completely confused. It had been a long time since Fei Wei had seen an exceptional talent like Lu Sheng. He became quite excited. Then he was left with his mouth open. Lu Sheng was dealing with 3 monsters at the same time. His perception was on another level. He was using complete martial arts, and Fei He had not expected them to be so terrifying. Quickly, Sheng turned one of the monsters into a toy, slamming the creature violently to the ground. Seeing what Lu Sheng had just done, Fei Yi believed that the young man's fist technique was not at the stage of internal discernment, but rather at the stage of profound control. At that moment, Xiao Jun understood what Lu Sheng had meant when he said he was 99% confident. This selection had been decided a long time ago. Ling began to feel sick, while Xiao Jun wondered why that ugly guy kept staring at him. Sheng finally defeated the last monster in that area, which forced him to use the absolute limit of complete martial arts. He could sense the presence of a powerful monster ahead. Soon he encountered the final boss. Since that was the presence he had been feeling all along, he realized he needed to go all out, wanting to make everyone tremble in fear at what they were about to witness while watching that battle. Lu Sheng needed to deal with the golden-eyed demonic monkey, a monster close to rank 5. Shu Qing explained that the demon monkey's final stage had not yet been unlocked. The shackles would only be released when the other participants arrived in that room. Shu Qing was very surprised by Lu Sheng's achievement. She knew he was strong, but she had not expected him to be this strong. At that moment, she already believed that the title of Morning Star would be his. The people monitoring the test were not very excited, because thanks to Lu Sheng it seemed that killing that rank 5 monster would be very easy. He might not even need anyone else's help. The final score was based on how quickly the candidates cleared their battlefields, and how much they contributed to eliminating the demonic monkey. Everyone began to believe that Lu Sheng would become that year's Morning Star, but something suddenly happened that left everyone stunned. The golden-eyed monkey suddenly broke free and went straight toward Shalm, as if there were something about that boy that had caught its attention. Lu Shalm even started provoking the monkey because he wanted to see the difference in strength between himself and a monster close to rank 5. He did not want to wait for the other candidates. He wanted the fight to begin immediately. Everyone watching in the security room was confused about what was happening. They thought Shalm was crazy. Then one of them realized that if Shang had been capable of everything he had done so far, it might not actually be impossible for him to handle the situation. The demonic monkey relied mainly on raw strength, so as long as Shang avoided its attacks and didn't fight it head-on, everything might work out. At that moment, the demonic monkey released its aura, which felt completely different. It prepared to strike Shang. The martial artist quickly used his abilities and caught the demon monkey's attack with his bare hands, leaving everyone in shock. He was confronting the monster head-on. Shang, who was holding the monkey's hand, lifted it up, but the demonic monkey was not satisfied and began unleashing a series of blows toward him. Shang Guanling was enjoying the scene because he thought Shang was arrogant. He believed Shang would not be able to withstand a direct attack from a golden-eyed demonic monkey. Shu Qin heard everything he was saying but remained silent. She was very worried about the boy. The demon monkey threw so many punches that dust rose everywhere, and the martial artist finally grew tired of it. Then he struck the demon monkey's hand. The monkey was confused, but Shang himself was surprised as well. He had not expected the creature to survive a punch, empowered by tenfold stellar impact. Because of that, he thought the monster was worthy of being his dinner that night. Ling stood there with his mouth open, stunned by everything that was happening. Then Shang delivered the finishing blow to the demonic monkey, using the ability 10 suns in the same sky. An immense radiance appeared on his fist. Yu Fitu and Shukin could not believe what they were seeing. The monkey was struck with full force, and it was as if its entire body had been covered in flames. With his eyes wide open, Yu Fitu realized that this was the willpower of an imperial master. He stood up and slammed his hand on the table, laughing loudly. He found the whole scene incredible. He had never imagined that a young man, not even fully an adult yet, could form a martial master's willpower like that. Then he announced to everyone that Lu Sheng had broken through to rank 7. Xiao Jun realized that Lu Sheng was actually stronger than him. What irritated him the most, however, was that Sheng had scared him badly. He had truly been worried that the boy might lose his life. Meanwhile, Sheng let out a sigh of relief. He believed that this was the final stage, since he could not sense any other monsters nearby. In fact, he even thought the whole thing had been a bit boring. Then he realized that since it had been boring for him, he could create something more interesting, so he simply sat down on the ground. At first, Yifei did not understand why Sheng had sat down after sweeping away all the monsters. Soon, however, he realized that Sheng simply didn't want anyone to die. As long as that was the case, Sheng could do whatever he wanted. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the selection of all the prodigies of the Eastern District no longer mattered to Yifei. He had already reached his verdict. Lu Sheng was his choice. The Morning Star selection had essentially come to an end. Then the scene shifted to Xingji. His body was trembling because he had struggled against a level 4 multicolored scaled leopard. Even his metal skin had not been able to completely withstand the creature's damage. He believed he was heading toward the final test. When he arrived, however, everything was quiet. He began to wonder if the earlier noise he had heard had come from the golden-eyed demonic monkey. Then he saw something bizarre. Lu Sheng sitting on top of the demon monkey's fist, while the creature had a massive hole drilled through its chest. Xingji was confused. He wanted to know who Lu Sheng was, and he was clearly concerned, because for someone to leave such a massive hole in a monster, that person had to be extremely strong. Respectfully, he asked Lu Lu Sheng what had happened there, and whether the selection had already ended. Lu Sheng simply told Jingji to wait. Soon the other candidates began to arrive. Jaeharan quickly recognized Jingji since he had seen him before. He also wanted to know whether this was the final stage, and why they were all there. At that moment, Kong Qing noticed the demonic monkey and Lu Sheng. She pointed at them in disbelief, and asked someone to confirm what she was seeing. Jingji denied it, believing it was only an old corpse placed there to scare everyone. He doubted Lu Sheng could have killed the demon monkey like that. However, no one understood why Sheng was sitting there. Shengji suddenly thought he understood. He believed Lu Sheng was the guardian chosen to stand at the final stage of their selection. According to his guess, the selection would only end after they passed that test. Jiaharan and Kong Qing were completely confused. Lu Sheng, speaking with clear irony, told Xingji that he was quite clever and that he would give them 5 minutes to prepare. After those 5 minutes, he said he wanted to see the quality of the candidates in that year's Morningstar selection. Dong Jingzi, being rather foolish, believed he had guessed correctly. Jiaharan, realizing they did not have to fight the monster but instead had to fight Lu Sheng, thought it would be very easy, since he could not sense any qi coming from him. In his eyes, that meant Lu Sheng was not very strong. Kong Qing followed his lead and thought the same. Zhongji then took out a pill, believing that 5 minutes would be more than enough time for them to recover. At that moment, Jiaharan had a feeling that Lu Sheng did not possess ordinary strength. After all, there were 3 of them against just one person. He even thought it would be foolish if they were afraid of a single opponent. Lu Sheng noticed that Haran was acting very convincingly, unlike Shu Qin. Meanwhile, the people watching everything through the monitors began to panic, believing that Lu Sheng was planning to kill all the other candidates. Seeing this, Ye Fei started laughing, finding Sheng quite interesting. Soon everyone began protesting, asking the division commander to cancel the selection because things were getting out of control. They admitted that Lu Sheng was clearly superior to all the other candidates, and because of that he could cause irreparable harm to them. Xiao Jun, seeing the instructors from the other provinces in such a desperate state, never expected he would live to see the day when they would be so worried. Shu Qin found the whole commotion strange. Seeing that the prodigies were about to fight Lu Sheng, she believed that this battle would make people understand just how dangerous Lu Sheng truly was. Ye Fei, however, was enjoying the situation and did not think the fight should be stopped. Instead, he suggested that the supervisors remain on maximum alert in case something went wrong. Shu Qin simply agreed. Shengguan Ling, on the other hand, slumped in his chair, realizing that he would have to hand over the 3 portions of grade 5 Otherworld marrow he had wagered. Then the scene shifted to Xingji, who announced that he was ready. He had recovered to 90%, Kong Qing was at 80%, and Jiaharan was also at 90%. Lu Sheng liked hearing that. He then called the 3 of them forward, telling them to come and defeat him. If they succeeded, they would become that year's Morningstar. Xingji arrogantly declared that he did not need the help of the other 2. He leapt forward alone, surprising the others. Immediately, he activated his metal skin at 10-fold power. Kong Qing was shocked by the power coming from Xingji. He was at the peak of rank 4. Xingji believed he had already won and charged straight at Lu Sheng with everything he had. However, Lu Sheng casually stopped him with a single finger, even yawning as he did so. King Zig was sent flying in shock, crashing violently into the wall and leaving the other 2 candidates staring in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Sheng called out to them, asking whether they wanted to give up. The 2 were terrified as they looked at Xing Zig's condition, after being defeated by just 1 finger. They also thought Xing looked far too young to possess such power. Jaeharan suspected that Sheng might have recklessly consumed tonics and elixirs, causing an imbalance in his body that made him appear younger than he really was, perhaps even 30 or 40 years old. Kong Qing was surprised because she had never heard of anything like that. Jiaharan argued that it was plausible, since the selection included the entire Eastern District, and all kinds of methods might be used. Still, he had never expected the final stage to be so ridiculous. Lu Sheng, hearing this, was clearly annoyed and thought the 2 of them were idiots. He asked if they were finished talking and then proposed a deal. If either of them could make him take even a single step back, or force him to block one of their attacks, he would consider them the winners. Kong Qing and Jiaharan were shocked by what they had just heard. The girl grew furious and released her power, while the emo-looking boy did the same. They both felt deeply insulted. Lu Sheng was pleased to see that his words had provoked them. Jiaharan was a mental-type fighter, and he believed he would make his opponent regret those words. He launched a mithril ring toward Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng stopped the attack as if it were nothing. Haran could not understand how that had happened. He had thrown the mithril rings with all his strength, yet he ended up collapsing in exhaustion. Lu Sheng then said it was Kong Qing's turn, even calling her Pikachu. The girl who had moved behind him was completely confused after being called that. Lu Sheng grabbed her hand and reminded her not to get distracted during combat. Kong Qing realized that his reaction speed was terrifying. Lu Sheng told her to try electrocuting him, saying she should use 100,000 watts. If he found the attack satisfactory, she would pass. Kong Qing became even more furious and launched her lightning attack at him. Lu Sheng thought it was not bad at all. As he felt the lightning coursing through his body, he used the natural breathing technique, converting the lightning's power for his own use. The intense flash of light blasted Kong Qing backward. She could not even tell whether the the battle had already ended. At that moment, Lu Sheng had obtained the 4th type of breathing. He told the girl that she had done a good job and that she had passed the selection. Kong Cheng was completely stunned. A surge of energy erupted within her, and she suddenly realized she had become the Morning Star, declaring herself the strongest 18-year-old in the entire Eastern District. She treated it as the supreme glory, even thanking Lu Sheng and calling him instructor, grateful for his recognition. She even accepted the nickname Pikachu for herself. Sheng told her she did not need to thank him, because it was her abilities that had earned his approval. The other 2 candidates were completely confused, since they believed she had done nothing special to pass. Sheng Ji was utterly bewildered. Soon afterward, they left the area, and one of the supervisors informed Lu Sheng that he needed to prepare for the Morning Star ceremony. The supervisor even thought the other 3 candidates were extremely unlucky, because they had become candidates at the same time as a true monster. Kong Qing was confused after overhearing the supervisor talking to Lu Sheng. She had truly believed that Sheng was just the guardian of the final stage. At that moment, the other 2 finally understood everything. The division commander then explained that everyone had been mistaken. Lu Sheng was also a candidate. The difference was that he had arrived 13 minutes earlier than the others. There had never been a guardian at the final stage. The commander pointed at the final monster, the golden-eyed demonic monkey. Kong Cheng was stunned when she realized that Lu Sheng himself had punched that enormous hole through the demon monkey's chest. Meanwhile, the district commander informed them that Lu Sheng had simply made a fool of all of them. Kong Cheng was so incredulous that she actually fainted and needed medical attention. Then the scene shifted to the prodigy that Shang Guanling had brought. The poor guy was still fighting a rank 4 monster. He had pushed himself extremely hard to finish off that monster, and had nearly died in the process. Feeling greatly relieved, the situation had been so intense that both his stamina and physical strength were completely exhausted, but he didn't care, because he believed he had achieved something remarkable, killing a rank 4 monster on his very first attempt. He kept smiling to himself, convinced that he had produced an outstanding result. Zhao Li imagined that the instructors must be shocked by his talent. Just then, the division commander appeared and confirmed his name, informing Zhao Li that he didn't need to continue anymore because the selection had already ended. This caught the candidate completely off guard. He burst with joy, thinking that he had been chosen. He asked the instructor if he had taken first place. The instructor looked confused, trying to figure out what the hell that martial artist was talking about. He stated that the Morning Star had already been decided an hour earlier. He even considered explaining everything to Zhao Li, who was trembling with anticipation, but he felt it would be a waste of time. He simply told him that Zhao Li hadn't performed well and hadn't even come close to standing out. Zhao Li was devastated. He still tried to show off his greatness to the division commander, saying that he was the candidate who had managed to kill a rank 4 monster alone on his first attempt. He practically presented it as his greatest trophy. The instructor sighed, because it really wasn't that impressive. Then the scene shifted to Yifei, who suggested that they should give Kong Cheng a slot among those allowed to enter the blood pool of the other world. In his opinion, the girl had suffered quite a lot. One of her instructors thanked the division commander for that decision. The instructor thought there was really no way to deny it. The first place clearly belonged to Lu Sheng. Second place went to Xingji, while third place was a bit complicated. Jia Haran and Kong Cheng were quite similar in performance. The problem was that psychic mentalists were rare. He felt pleased because he hadn't even expected to achieve such a result. The girl's efforts had not been in vain. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng. He had gone to a room where they told him to get plenty of rest. He even thought he would receive some kind of reward during the ceremony or something like that. They had left a recovery tonic for him, but he wasn't sure whether the medicines of this era would work on him. He tried one of the tonics, thinking it was just a premium functional drink. It didn't have any remarkable effects. The problem was that the drink tasted terrible. It couldn't even compare to the products he used to make. Soon he lay down on the bed, feeling curious about what Lingzu had been doing. Since it had been a while since he last contacted her, he figured he should also try to understand his new martial arts a bit better. The lightning breathing technique had synthesized the advantages of fire breathing and wind breathing. It was faster and far more explosive, yet it didn't reach the extreme limits of the other breathing styles, making it a more balanced breathing technique. He wondered if he had been too hard on himself, remembering the days when he used to play games with his friend and sleep during class. After all, the events that would happen 10,000 years in the future had nothing to do with him. He would already be dead by then. He also didn't think it was likely that he would have descendants living in that distant future, so he thought it would be better to enjoy this life. However, his thoughts began to contradict themselves. He had already made his choice. He wanted to save the world, and he couldn't give up now. He was doing this both for his own life and for humanity. After all, this wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. He knew he had to be ready for anything. Soon after, he drifted into the land of dreams, thinking he needed to evolve further. He looked toward his future. However, the information had not changed that much. The improvement was minimal. He was still a rank 7 master. He began to reflect on what the reason could be. His life expectancy had also changed. It was now 20 years shorter. Then he saw the family history section, which left him completely shocked. He had actually married instructor Shuet Choin. He couldn't believe it, since the woman was about 30 years older than him. The guy likes the mares, but he doesn't realize it yet. He wanted to understand why he had married her. In the end, he realized that since he had become the morning star, he would naturally grow closer to her. As their friendship developed, marriage wouldn't be out of the question. After learning that, it became very difficult for the boy to look her in the eyes normally. In the end, he thought he needed to forget about it. Then he remembered that the female martial goddess was somewhere nearby. Then the scene shifted to everyone gathered together. When the division commander saw Lu Sheng there, he called him over and handed him his insignia, hoping that one day Lu Sheng would be able to wear the badge of a martial master. Lu Sheng assured him that he would achieve it, also saying that day wasn't far away, which made Yifei quite excited. Xiao Jun thought that Lu Sheng was the only person at that moment who could say something like that without sounding arrogant. After all, it had been a long time since the division commander had treated a morning star so well. The top 10 candidates would receive a portion of otherworld blood. Yufei asked Lu Sheng and the other 3 to follow him. The others quickly became excited, believing it was time to receive their rewards. Thanks to Lu Sheng, Yufei had made an exception, allowing the other 3 to enter as well. Zhao Li felt miserable, since he hadn't even made it into the top 5, so he only received a small portion. Then the division commander asked if everything was ready. One of the subordinates confirmed that it was, and that they could enter at any time. Yufei then told the 4 of them to go inside. He showed them the machines and asked them to remove their clothes, explaining that they could enter the nutrition chambers immediately without wasting time. They all changed into bathing suits. Kong Qing was surprised. She couldn't believe there was an entire chamber just for her, where she could absorb all of that energy. Everyone entered their chambers except Lu Sheng. Yufei wanted the boy to come with him, because Lu Sheng needed to go to the otherworld marrow pool instead. Sheng was accompanied by Shu Qin, and soon they arrived at the location. Sheng didn't understand why the otherworld marrow pool was only half full. Shu Qin immediately thought he was being clueless, and explained that what was there was worth more than 1.5 billion. Sheng then asked if he could request more if it wasn't enough for him. Shu Qin replied that he should first worry about whether he could even absorb all of that, since no one had ever managed to absorb even half of it. With that, she turned around, saying it wasn't as simple as it looked. Sheng quickly entered the pool. Shu Qin activated the chamber, and even thought that he had a pretty good physique. Sheng was completely submerged in the otherworld marrow pool, when he suddenly felt as if a massive monster were right behind him. At that moment, he finally understood what he was dealing with. It was an overwhelming power. Shu Qin hadn't been joking when she said that no one had ever managed to absorb half of it. It was an enormous burden on the body, but he thought it was perfect. Even though it was the power of monsters, he would make it his own. Then the scene shifted to Jia Haran coming out of his chamber. He had enjoyed the experience a lot. He had almost absorbed the entire blood chamber and felt very happy, since he had truly benefited from it. Soon he wanted to know how the others were doing. However, Jing Haran had been the first to come out. One of the instructors explained that although Jing Haran was a psychic mentalist, his power was somewhat weaker than the others, so he shouldn't compare himself with them. Jing Haran was obviously embarrassed. Suddenly, Kong Qing came out. She found the entire experience incredible. Her ability had also improved, and she had absorbed the entire chamber, proving that she was truly talented. Then Xingji also came out of his chamber. He believed that it was truly a treasure. However, Jing Haran thought that Xingji hadn't properly absorbed the blood chamber, but an instructor clarified that it was actually the second chamber. Xingji had already absorbed an entire one before that. Jia Haran was surprised. Since Xingji had used the same amount of time as them to absorb 2 chambers, Jia Haran realized that there would always be a gap between them. At that moment, Xingji suddenly stood there with his mouth open. He was staring toward where Lu Sheng was, unable to believe it. He wanted to know what Lu Sheng's absorption rate was. Yifei asked if everything was alright. Shu Qin confirmed that Lu Sheng was absorbing the otherworld marrow extremely quickly, and that only a quarter remained. Yifei understood that Lu Sheng had already done many unbelievable things, but he was still just a kid. Even so, the division commander ordered them to pour in the entire reserve of otherworld marrow, so they could achieve the best possible results. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. A subordinate wearing protective gear reported that something bad had happened. The reserve of otherworld marrow had already run out a long time ago. Lu Sheng had absorbed everything that was left. Seeing the situation, Yifei immediately told them to bring more otherworld marrow from storage, wanting to see just how far the boy could still surprise him. He watched everything closely, not missing a single detail. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained inside the chamber calmly. He was using the stellar body refinement art. The subordinates kept pouring in more otherworld marrow, but it was drying up quickly. Soon they asked the division commander whether they should continue pouring more. Yifei replied that they should keep letting Lu Sheng absorb as much as he wanted. He couldn't believe that Lu Sheng might actually bankrupt their entire military division. He ordered them to keep pouring it in. Lu Sheng could feel an intense energy, realizing that the otherworld marrow was truly something precious. At that moment, he could complete the first stage of his immortal golden body. The marrow he was absorbing was rank 4, and he couldn't even imagine anything better than that. Meanwhile, the subordinate asked the division commander whether they should continue. Yifei ended up collapsing to the ground, but he still wanted them to keep going until Lu Sheng could no longer absorb anymore. He was determined to make the kid join the Eastern Military District, no matter what. Lu Sheng felt as if countless volcanoes were erupting inside his body. His vitality was as hot as lava, and every bone in his body shone like gold at that moment. He had officially advanced to a rank 4 martial artist. However, the process was was different from that of other martial artists who advanced to rank 4, who normally only formed internal energy. Lu Sheng not only did that but also forged the first stage of the immortal golden body. This meant his physical form had undergone a huge evolution, and his combat strength would receive an enormous boost. Yifei was shocked when he saw that the kid had managed to absorb all of the otherworldly marrow. He even began to suspect that there was a black hole inside Lu Sheng's body. Shu Qin was just watching quietly. Suddenly, Lu Sheng stepped out of the chamber, but the radiance coming from him was astonishing. He even felt like he had grown a little taller. The other 3 candidates trembled, completely incredulous. Shu Qin realized that Lu Sheng's strength couldn't even be compared to his own. The difference was absurd. Shui Qin soon informed Lu Sheng that he had already become stronger than her, even though only 2 months had passed, which was incredible. Suddenly, the division commander rushed toward the kid and tried to strike him. Shui Qin was startled, but Lu Sheng did not feel threatened at all. He quickly used his power. The old man wanted to see what the kid was capable of. With the immense energy both of them were releasing, the subordinates nearby began running away, fearing the situation might spiral out of control. Deng Xingzi immediately realized that this was a duel between martial masters. Berkfei forced Lu Sheng to slide back several meters. Lu Sheng warned the division commander that he was using too much strength, reminding him that he had only just advanced to rank 4. Hearing that, Yifei began to laugh, telling Lu Sheng that his combat power was over 500,000, so he didn't believe the kid was only rank 4. Lu Sheng insisted that he really was rank 4, but the division commander didn't care. He pointed out that Lu Sheng had just absorbed $150 billion worth of otherworldly marrow, so he wanted to strike with even more force. Lu Sheng was completely stunned at that moment, and the clash caused obvious destruction in the surroundings. The scene then shifted to Xiaojun, who was shocked because Division Commander Yu was a true rank 7 martial master. One punch from him could easily reach at least 1 million or more combat power, yet Lu Sheng endured it without much trouble. The other candidates were stunned. Realizing that they were in the same selection as someone like Lu Sheng, Xiaojun felt miserable. Sheng, at just 18 years old, was already stronger than him. Then he remembered the upcoming national exams. Shuiqin revealed that the top scorer this time would definitely be Lu Sheng. Xingji knew he was no match for Lu Sheng, but he had never imagined the gap between them was so huge. With a combat power index above 50,000 as a rank 4 martial artist, Lu Sheng already possessed martial combat strength at the peak of rank 6. They all became curious about what would happen when Sheng reached even higher ranks. Everyone there felt that Sheng's path as a martial master had already been paved. Sheng Zai could see an enormous gap between them. Lu Sheng walked up to Division Commander Yu and asked whether the old man was really right about the amount he had absorbed, even calling Yu Fei generous. In the end, the division commander told him he shouldn't thank him. He only wanted Lu Sheng to kill monsters on the battlefield in the future, so that the Eastern Military District's otherworldly marrow would not have been wasted. But Sheng made it clear that going into battle and killing monsters was the duty of every martial artist. He knew that after using so many resources, he had to contribute. Seeing the kid take responsibility like that, Yifei thought he resembled the marshal a little, which left Lu Sheng confused. Then Yifei turned his back, saying he hoped to see Lu Sheng as a martial master the next time they met, showing that he was very eager for that day. Shu Qin then told Lu Sheng that the selection had come to an end. Now he needed to focus on the national exams. She asked whether he had already chosen which university he planned to apply to. Lu Sheng asked if she had any suggestions. According to Shu Qin, with his abilities, any university would accept him. She believed that the best university in the East was Dongning Martial University, since he was a native from there. Attending that university would bring him many benefits and advantages. However, she admitted that this was what she had thought at least a month ago. At that moment, she believed it would be better for him to go to the capital instead, because the sacred martial towers were located there. That city was the land of prosperity and progress, where all the best martial artists of the Dragon Nation gathered. She also explained that if he managed to break the record of the sacred martial towers, he would gain the favor of the martial saints. If he became the disciple of a martial saint, he could potentially reach rank 8. Lu Sheng was quite surprised by that information. Shukin continued, explaining that martial saints were the pinnacle of that world. Their abilities were on another level, surpassing even the authority of the military districts and the states. At that moment, there were 3 martial saints at rank 9. The martial saint of the extreme Dao, Zhao Ji, the Jade Radiance martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, and the Black Star martial saint, Lin Zhongyu. Lu Sheng already knew that rank 9 was the highest level, since he had researched it in the other world. In the end, Shu Qin knew she couldn't make the decision for him, especially because he would go farther than anyone else in the future. She believed he could even reach the same rank as the martial saints. Sheng was caught by surprise. He hadn't expected her to see him that way. After all, he possessed 3 supreme grade 11 martial arts. He knew that in the future his abilities would surpass those of the martial saints. Xiaojun felt that it was too early for Shu Qin to be saying all of that, but at the same time he believed he might be the one with a narrow perspective, since Xiaojun had demonstrated unprecedented talent. Shu Qin also explained that the greatest martial of the entire Dragon Kingdom army was only a rank 8 grandmaster, while there were no martial saints within the army. Lu Sheng didn't understand. He thought it was merely a difference in level, and with the support of the entire army, he believed someone could eventually break through that level. Xiaojun revealed that it wasn't as simple as the kid imagined. He explained that a rank 8 grandmaster had already consumed consumed all the army's top-tier resources, so it was impossible to estimate how many resources would be required to reach rank 9. Between rank 8 and rank 9 there was an enormous abyss. Shuiqin admitted that this had been her long-held wish, and that the army also wanted to have a rank 9 marshal saint. Since she was a lieutenant, she wanted to encourage him to stay in the Eastern District, although she knew their wishes could not bind Lu Sheng. In the end, he was the one who had to decide which path he would follow. At that moment, the kid remembered that he had seen in the future that he would end up marrying her. He tried to compose himself and thanked the instructor. He explained that as he had promised Division Commander Yu, he would go to the battlefield and kill monsters, because that was the duty of every martial artist. He also declared that he would never forget the support and kindness the Eastern Military District had shown him. Shu Qin's cheeks turned red, making it clear that she really liked hearing that. Xiao Jun quickly noticed the atmosphere that had formed between the two of them. Since there were still a few days left before the national exams, Shu Qin recommended that he take the evaluation at the Psychic Mentalist Association. That way, he could connect to the star web. Lu Sheng thanked her and turned to leave. Shou Jin had known her for a long time, and he realized that Sheng had stirred his colleague's heart, but she quickly cut the conversation short and walked away from Shou Jin, feeling a little sad as she thought about Lu Sheng. The scene then shifted to the next day. In a certain area of Dongning province, Shu Qin was in a helicopter with Lu Sheng and wanted to make sure he really intended to get off there. Lu Sheng confirmed, since that place was less crowded. Shu Qin asked him to wait, because the helicopter would descend and she would lower the ladder for him. However, he said that wasn't necessary and simply jumped out of the helicopter. The poor woman watched him leave like that. Xiao Jin thought Lu Sheng was trying to get himself killed, since he had jumped from 200 meters without a parachute. Xiao Jin believed everything would be fine. She was certain he wouldn't die, especially since he was stronger than her. Xiao Jin soon understood what she meant. Lu Sheng descended from the sky like a meteor. Meanwhile, a father was walking with his son. The boy became curious and thought Lu Sheng was Superman, but the father explained that what they were seeing was a martial artist. Lu Sheng's entire body structure had undergone an incredible transformation, so he was not an ordinary rank 4 martial artist. He was far stronger than a rank 6 martial artist. Suddenly, he crashed into the ground while striking a heroic pose. A massive crater opened where he landed. He looked toward the city of Dongning on the horizon. He could feel an absurd amount of energy within his body, but he believed it might take about a month for the entire process to be fully completed. He found it strange that his internal energy was golden, since ordinary martial artists had colorless energy. He was surprised by that effect. Soon he started running because he needed to hurry and be officially evaluated by the Psychic Mentalist Association. He wanted to access the star web. The man with his son was very surprised, since Lu Sheng looked quite young. He assumed the kid must have used some kind of technology to land safely. In fact, he preferred to believe that a movie was being filmed in front of them. The scene then shifted to the Psychic Mentalist Association. Lu Sheng entered and explained why he was there, showing his letter of recommendation. The receptionist was surprised, recognizing it as a recommendation from the army, and immediately realized Lu Sheng was someone important. He asked Lu Sheng to follow him. Inside, Lu Sheng saw 3 people nearby. One of them was struggling intensely, and Lu Sheng wondered if that was the evaluation. A bald man was trembling while concentrating. He managed to make the ball break the glass. He became desperate because he had failed again. It was his 6th attempt. The woman recording everything believed it would be difficult for him to advance at his age. Soon the woman called Feifei. It was already the 3rd time for that blonde girl, but she was very arrogant, saying there was no need to count how many attempts she had made. She believed it was normal to fail a few times. She used the bald man as an example, saying they were completely different. While he was already in his 50s, she was only 25. The supervisor said they could begin, but then she noticed Lu Sheng arriving and asked who he was. The receptionist informed her that Lu Sheng had been recommended by Lieutenant Colonel Shou'er Kane. Feifei noticed that Lu Sheng looked young and became a bit suspicious. At the same time, she found him very handsome, so she introduced herself and admitted she hadn't expected him to be a psychic mentalist because he looked so young. She also asked whether it was his first time taking the evaluation and offered to help him. Lu Sheng thanked her and asked whether what he had seen earlier was the evaluation. Feifei confirmed it and explained that the test had 3 parts. First, he would use a machine to evaluate the strength and purity of his psychic energy. After that, there would be a practical evaluation. In that stage, he would have to control mithril balls and make them pass through glass layers without touching them. The glass was very fragile and would break with any contact. Each level increased the number of glass layers the balls had to pass through. Feifei felt nervous because the evaluation was difficult, and she silently prayed that she would pass. The evaluator then called her to begin. They measured her psychic power, and she met the requirements. Then the practical test started. She had to control 15 mithril balls through 5 layers of glass within 20 minutes. Feifei then began the test. Lu Sheng watched carefully, realizing that it was not an easy task for a level 2 psychic mentalist. The use of psychic energy had to be extremely controlled to avoid causing tremors that could shatter the glass. At the same time, the mentalist had to divide their attention to precisely control all 15 balls, which made the task quite complicated. Feifei was clearly struggling. She was sweating heavily while performing the test. She managed to pass through the first layer, then a few more, eventually reaching the 4th layer. However, the evaluator announced that the time was up. Feifei had failed. She looked completely deflated, though she tried to treat it as a warm-up. Lu Sheng found it it interesting to watch. Soon, Fei began her second attempt. Once again, she managed to reach the 4th layer, but she made a mistake and shattered the glass entirely. She became very upset, since she had failed again. The evaluator asked if she wanted to keep trying, but Fei decided to give up. Lu Sheng, however, felt she shouldn't do that. He was convinced she could pass. He explained that she was simply using the wrong method. She needed to use her head more instead of just focusing on what was directly in front of her. Fei didn't understand what he meant. Lu Sheng explained that he had noticed she was adjusting the position of each ball one by one, guiding them through the glass and then adjusting them again before moving on to the next layer. That method wasn't wrong, but it demanded too much psychic energy. He also realized that the evaluation was testing a psychic mentalist's calculation ability. From the start, she should determine which holes each ball should pass through. After using each hole as a checkpoint, she could connect them to create a complete path. In that way, the 15 balls would follow different routes from the beginning. Fei was surprised. To Lu Sheng, that approach seemed much simpler. For the blonde girl, it suddenly made perfect sense. The evaluator acknowledged that the kid was smart, but she pointed out that it was easier to say than to do. Very few people could calculate the distance between each hole and the speed required to pass through each layer. However, Lu Sheng believed the evaluator was wrong, so he decided to demonstrate. He clarified that all those calculations were nothing for a psychic mentalist. He immediately began controlling several balls at once. The evaluator was extremely surprised. His control was so precise that he formed a massive square formation with the balls and guided them through the glass layers without touching anything. In that way, he showed both women that the task was actually simple. Then he asked the evaluator how long it had taken him. It had literally taken 10 seconds. Both she and the receptionist were shocked. Lu Sheng thought that was pretty good, especially since it was his first time. He asked Fei if she had understood everything he had done, but Fei was too stunned. She wanted to know how he had done it because she couldn't comprehend it at all. To her, it was like watching a magic trick. The evaluator, on the other hand, was certain that he had performed extremely complex calculations in an instant. She then asked the receptionist to call President Jiang because she had something important to report. The scene shifted to the president's office. He was watching something on his computer related to gambling. He looked frustrated because even though he had level 4 psychic abilities, he had never become a god of gambling. Suddenly, the receptionist appeared and told the president to look at his monitor. The bald man didn't understand what was going on. The receptionist explained everything to him, but the president found it hard to believe. Since the receptionist had no reason to lie, he showed the president that Lu Sheng was about to undergo the psychic energy evaluation. A tremendous glow appeared from Lu Sheng's hands. The president was confused. On the panel, he saw the measurements for Lu Sheng's psychic energy strength and the purity of his psychic energy. The two women stared with wide eyes. Fei even suspected the machine was broken, assuming the numbers were incorrect. Normally, the purity index of psychic energy for a level 2 psychic mentalist was around 1. Even for a level 4 psychic mentalist, the standard was around 10. Their president himself was a level 4 psychic mentalist. The evaluator was certain that Lu Sheng was just a high school student, yet his psychic energy purity index was higher than that of a level 4 psychic mentalist. She couldn't understand it at all. At that moment, the president suddenly appeared and called out to the evaluator, whose name was Yahello. He said the machine probably needed to be repaired because it had to be malfunctioning. Yahello immediately told him there was nothing wrong with the machine. It had evaluated the other two candidates accurately. She even asked him to take a closer look. Lu Sheng didn't understand what was happening. President Jiang quickly explained that he meant no offense, but Lu Sheng's results were extremely alarming. He wanted to know if Lu Sheng was perhaps a descendant of a level 7 or level 8 psychic mentalist. Lu Sheng replied that he came from an ordinary family. He already knew the president's name was Jiang, and he asked them to proceed with the evaluation. President Jiang thought letting him take the test would be a waste of time, but Lu Sheng didn't mind. For him, it was just a small test. He quickly began controlling the balls again, while Yahello started timing him. The balls passed through the glass layers like a dragon. Lu Sheng even tried to complete it faster. He felt like he was starting to get the hang of it, and asked how long it had taken. Yahello was trembling as she answered, 4.5 seconds. Fei realized that not only had he achieved the fastest time, but he had also used a far more difficult method. She also noticed that he wasn't even trying very hard. The test hadn't come close to pushing his limits. After witnessing it personally, the president of the association believed that Lu Sheng's control of psychic energy was almost at the level of a master. He was speechless. He then made it clear to Sheng that his abilities had been recognized by the association. He would personally handle the certification and issue it afterward. The problem was that they could not grant certifications higher than level 4 there. The president felt very embarrassed, as he explained that Lu Sheng would need to go to the association in the capital to obtain a certificate above level 4. Lu Sheng didn't see any problem with that, since he was only a high school student anyway. He even told the president not to be nervous because he was just a kid. Fei then asked how old he was. Lu Sheng answered her, making it clear that he wasn't some ancient monster wearing the skin of a high school student. Fei was in shock, because because she had actually been thinking about that. Lu Sheng thought it would be better for her to stop reading fantasy books. Lu Sheng explained that he would take the national exams in 2 months. He only wanted some extra points. That was the reason he had taken the assessment. Fei Fei still had one more chance, and she wanted to know Sheng's opinion on whether she should try again. He believed she was capable, and he gently held her arms, asking her to relax while explaining that she needed to feel the mithril balls. She tried again, and that time she passed. She was happy because Lu Sheng had truly helped her by explaining how to do it. The president wanted to have dinner with them to celebrate Lu Sheng's victory. He was the second level 4 psychic mentalist in Dongning province. Sheng thanked him and wanted to refuse, but seeing their faces as if they were begging cats, he eventually gave in. President Zhang also mentioned that they had an exclusive hotel to host their guests, so Lu Sheng could stay there. Fei Fei had a car and wanted to be responsible for taking Lu Sheng. Then the scene shifts to Fei Fei opening the car door for him to get in. The two of them get in and say goodbye to President Zhang. Fei Fei kept watching him while she drove, thinking he was quite cute and seemed ordinary. She hadn't expected him to be a genius. The guy was young, fit, and had frightening talent, while she usually hung around with rich kids who thought highly of themselves but were basically trash. Then she looked at Lu Sheng and noticed he was looking at her as well. She didn't know what that meant, so she became very embarrassed. Since they had only known each other for a short time, she thought he might like older women. She knew she was beautiful, and in the end she started convincing herself that there was nothing wrong if Lu Sheng was interested in her. She could take advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly she began to accelerate. This startled Lu Sheng, but soon they arrived. Feeling a bit awkward, she informed him they had reached the destination. The boy thanked Fei Fei for the help. She was even about to offer to go upstairs with him, but he said it was fine. She didn't understand what he meant. He explained that she had been driving at high speed and had run 5 red lights, so the police were chasing her. She immediately panicked and drove off, saying she would pick him up that night. Then the scene shifts to the hotel room. He was watching television when he saw that Lingsu had caused quite a stir. She announced that the Jingshan Medicinal Pharmacy would become the Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Corporation. She was also announcing a new product she called the Muscle and Blood Strengthening Decoction, an elixir that would change the current era, redefining everything people knew about tonics and elixirs. Lu Sheng hadn't even been informed about the company's name change, much less the product launch. He owned 90% of the shares, and should have known, but when he looked at his phone he saw many calls she had made that he had simply not answered, so he realized it was all his fault. He then lay down, since he would return to Baihei City the next day. He preferred to check the dreamland to see how much the pharmacy would grow. The scene shifts to him in the dreamland. He saw that things were not bad. Lingzu would do very well, with capital exceeding 100 billion on the market. But he was caught off guard when, after some changes in the future, he saw that he was married to her, which gave him quite a shock. So he decided to check his biography. The guy was actually married to both Shuqin and Lingsu. He was very shocked, wondering what kind of person he would become in the future. In reality, he was just a lucky guy. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, because that future was only hypothetical. Anything could happen, and a change could come at any moment. Then he asked Ellie to research the muscle and blood strengthening decoction, but she warned that he didn't have sufficient permission. It was a superior grade 5 elixir recipe. Lu Sheng realized it was exactly as he suspected. The medicine had evolved. Maybe all he needed to do was keep bringing things from the market 10,000 years in the future into the present. That way new things would appear in that future, better than what he had found before. Perhaps humanity could even be saved from its own destruction. He then asked Ellie to retrieve world history. He saw that something had changed. The destruction would occur 10 years later than when he had first researched it. In other words, the muscle and blood strengthening decoction, after 10,000 years of development, had given humanity 10 more years of survival. He then thought about the level 11 supreme martial techniques. He wanted to know what could happen to the future, but at the same time he changed his mind. Revealing those techniques might save the future of human civilization, but it could also cause massive turmoil in the world. The existing order would be destroyed, and society could fall into chaos. He didn't want his family to return to a storm, and there was also the issue that humanity might still fail to be saved. The last seed of hope, 10,000 years later, was himself, and in the end, everything could still be wiped out. So the best way would be to accumulate as much power as possible, releasing the martial techniques slowly when he could control the overall situation. The human race in his time was fragile and needed leadership. Lu Sheng decided that the one who should become that leader was himself. Then the scene shifts to the boy wearing a handsome suit. Then he remembered that he hadn't replied to Lingsu. He needed to ask her to prepare the necessary medicinal herbs. Lingsu became quite irritated when she saw that when he finally replied, the first thing he did was simply ask for something. She sent him a huge text message, thinking he didn't care about the company. Lu Sheng didn't understand anything, but before she could continue scolding him, she deleted the message, because in the end she had been the one who looked for him first. So all she could do was cry. Then Fei Fei appeared, all dressed up, telling him that she had come to pick him up. She also said the banquet was ready. They went to the gathering, where many people were present. Lu Sheng didn't understand what was going on, because it was supposed to be just a dinner, yet there were many people there. Fei Fei thought that President Zhang was an important figure in Liang City. In the end, Lu Sheng thought it was fine, and the old man deserved to enjoy himself. The party was very fancy. The old man was relaxed, holding a glass while the people at the party thought it was too good to be true. President Zhang said that he himself wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The party was not small. The mayor of Liang City was there, along with many other important people. Dandan was there with a friend. In the end, they had only managed to get in because they knew the president of the association. The girl reminded Dandan that psychic mentalists are more valuable compared to martial artists. At that moment, Dandan remembered that Lu Sheng had once said he wanted to go to the Psychic Mentalists Association. So Dandan called her friend, whose name was Xin Yuan, asking if she could find a guy there called Lu Sheng, explaining that he was also part of the Psychic Mentalists. Xin Yuan quickly remembered that Wen Hui had once told her that Dandan had fallen in love with a high school student she met during a trip. She wanted to know if that was true. Dandan immediately tried to get out of the situation, claiming that it was nothing more than gossip. Wen Hui didn't believe her, and she had also heard that Dandan hadn't gone to school and had stayed in the city instead. She was certain that Dandan had done that because of Lu Sheng. She had heard a few things about him, such as the fact that he had no family background and still had connections with the Eastern Military District. However, Wen Hui didn't think she should boss Dandan around. If she wanted to date a guy who in Wen Hui's opinion was a poor nobody with no family background, then that was entirely her problem. Anyway, she believed that sooner or later Dandan would break up with him, or with any other guy like him. Xin Yuan wanted to know if Dandan had really fallen in love with him, and whether she had hit her head. Dandan explained that Lu Sheng was not an ordinary high school student. Xin Yuan became quite irritated, thinking Dandan had lost her mind. In truth, Dandan was confused. Ever since she stopped seeing Lu Sheng, she had been looking for him around the city, because he had said before that he would return someday. She had sent him many messages that day, but he hadn't replied to any of them. He hadn't even read them. She began to believe that he didn't feel anything for her. Seeing that her friend had become distracted, Xin Yuan said she had said all that because Dandan was her best friend. She reminded her that the banquet was meant to celebrate a new level 4 psychic mentalist, the same level as the old man. A person like that could shake the entire Dongning province, so she believed that the two of them should try to get noticed by such an important figure. If that happened, their lives would take off. Dandan asked if that person was very young. Jinyuan had no idea, but she didn't think so, since the president himself was already very old. They noticed the women around them, most of whom were in their 40s. Dandan then started to believe it wasn't the person she had been thinking of. Jinyuan lost patience with her best friend, since she was still thinking about that high school student, and told her to forget about him and enjoy the night. However, while Xin Yuan kept lecturing her, she suddenly noticed Lu Sheng standing behind her friend. He was eating as much food as he could. Suddenly, he waved at her. She was surprised and went straight toward him, telling Xin Yuan she could enjoy herself alone for a while, because she had found a friend. Just as she was about to talk to Lu Sheng, Fei Fei appeared and placed her arm over his shoulder. Lu Sheng clearly didn't like it at all. Dandan felt even worse. She was completely shocked and wanted to know who that woman was. She began to think that Fei Fei might be Lu Sheng's girlfriend. Even so, she decided to talk to him. Lu Sheng thought it was a coincidence to run into her there. It hadn't been long since Dandan had last seen him, but she felt that he had become even deeper and more mysterious. It seemed like he was miles away from her now. She knew he was already beyond her reach. At that moment, Lu Sheng introduced Fei Fei to Dandan. Suddenly, Xin Yuan arrived and asked Dandan who those two were. Dandan then introduced Xin Yuan to Lu Sheng. Xin Yuan's eyes widened when she saw him. She thought he was actually very handsome, and now she understood why Dandan had become so obsessed with him. She already knew Fei Fei. She also assumed that Lu Sheng relied on his good looks, so she told him that Dandan couldn't stop talking about him, and at that moment she understood why. Lu Sheng looked at her with bright eyes and greeted her. Xin Yuan asked where he was from. He gave her an answer, and then immediately said that she would probably ask about his parents next. Wanting to find out about his family background and how he managed to enter a banquet hall like that, Xin Yuan was quite shocked. He made it clear that it was exactly as she thought. He was just an ordinary high school student from a different social class than theirs, and he was at that banquet purely by coincidence. So he turned his back because he was fed up with talking about that, saying he was going to leave. Lu Sheng really didn't like events like that. In any case, he didn't care about any of it. His family was the most important thing to him, and he would not tolerate any kind of humiliation or harm toward them. Fei Fei called out to Lu Sheng, but he didn't pay much attention. Fei Fei became quite irritated with those two, and went after the boy just as Dandan was about to call out to them. Xin Yuan shouted at her, telling her to forget it, and saying that Lu Sheng didn't deserve her at all. She said she hadn't even said much, and he had already reacted intensely. She thought he was just a proud guy who wasn't that capable. She had seen plenty of people like him before, so she believed Lu Sheng wasn't good enough for her friend. She also talked about Fei Fei, believing that Dandan knew her family. Fei Fei was among the top second-generation heirs in Lyon. In the end, to Xin Yuan, the two of them seemed close. She believed Lu Sheng had used Fei Fei's status and appearance to get into the banquet, so Dandan needed to wake up because the boy relied on women to support himself. She even shook Dandan while saying this. However, Dandan didn't like that conversation at all. Xin Yuan sighed, saying that the truth could be brutal, but she believed her friend needed to face it. Dandan didn't believe Lu Sheng was like that. To her, he was radiant, shining like the sun, the hero who had saved her. Then she slapped her own face, thinking she must be crazy for even listening to Ken Yuan. She made it clear that Lu Sheng was not the kind of person Ken Yuan thought he was. Suddenly, President Zhang was about to make an announcement. Ken Yuan told her friend to forget about the high school boy and pay attention, because they were about to see the new level 4 elite. Then she was shocked. Zhang was walking toward Lu Sheng. The president apologized to the boy, saying he hadn't known that Lu Sheng didn't like a occasions with many people. Lu Sheng decided to take it easy and thanked the old man for his support. Feeling a bit relieved, the president asked for everyone's attention. He pointed toward the boy and announced that he was the new genius of the Psychic Mentalists Association, a level 4 mentalist. He said Lu Sheng's name out loud so everyone could hear it. Jiang himself felt a bit embarrassed because he was already very old, while Lu Sheng, still so young, was at the same level as him. Everyone at the gathering was shocked. The age of the new level 4 psychic mentalist truly left everyone speechless. They all thought he was a true dragon among men. Xin Yuan collapsed to the ground, completely in disbelief. Dandan showed her friend that Lu Sheng was the man who walked among the stars and shone like the sun. Xin Yuan was devastated. She had thought she could save her image, but instead she had ruined it. So she asked Dandan for help. People were trying hard to hand their business cards to Lu Sheng, but the young man didn't pay them any attention. Lu Sheng truly didn't care. Dandan told her friend that it wasn't only those people. Lu Sheng didn't pay attention to her either. She knew he was far beyond all of them. Then the scene shifts to Lu Sheng, asking the driver to take him to Baihei City. He really didn't like those so-called high society circles. He had already done his part by appearing at the event for President Jiang. Now he just wanted to go home, see his family, and focus on his martial arts. He was happy because even though his reality had changed completely, his personality had not. Soon he arrived home, and his mother was very excited to see him back. Everyone was at the table. Chinche noticed that her brother had grown during the trip and wanted to understand how that had happened. However, Lu Sheng joked that maybe she was the one who had shrunk. Now that school had ended, he wanted to check her abilities later, hoping she hadn't forgotten the message he had sent earlier. After all, he didn't give martial techniques and nourishing tonics to someone for no reason, but it seemed she hadn't paid much attention to it. Then his mother served him a lot of food. He asked his father if he had eaten the tonic meat he had stored in the refrigerator. His father confirmed that he had, but wanted to know what kind of tonic it was. He said his body had improved a lot, as if he had become 20 years younger. He assumed it must have been expensive, but Lu Sheng pretended it wasn't, making the excuse that he got it from a friend who owned a pharmacy. He also told both his father and mother to keep taking it. They didn't need to save it. Sheng's mother thought that since the national exams were approaching, he would probably go out less. Lu Sheng confirmed that he would stay with his family until the exams began. Then, while everyone was still at the table, Lu Sheng told them they were going to take a look at a new house, because the current one was too small for them. That news caught the three of them completely by surprise. The scene then shifts to the family looking at a new house. It was a very luxurious home. Lu Sheng asked what they thought, but his father said it was too luxurious, and they wouldn't be able to afford it. However, Sheng told his father that he had participated in several events over the past few months, and had received a good amount of money as rewards. He also explained that not all the money he had earned had been transferred yet. He had only received part of it so far. Sheng's mother was so shocked she almost fainted, while his father hoped that he wasn't deceiving them. Kunche also couldn't believe that he had earned so much money in just a few months. Lu Sheng asked his family to trust him, saying he wouldn't rob a bank. Then he informed them that this would be their new home, and asked everyone to pack their belongings so they could bring them there. The boy's father was filled with pride. After that, Lu Sheng wanted his sister to go with him to a training arena in the backyard, because he wanted to take a look at her abilities. Sheng was so kind to his sister that he simply dragged her by the hair. Soon after, she took a fighting stance, but he was in a hurry. Trinche ran toward her brother and jumped, preparing to kick him, but he grabbed her leg and made her feel pain. He thought she was being very weak. Crying, she pointed out that there was no way she could do anything while he was holding her like that. She also wanted to know what his level was, reminding him that she was not yet an official martial artist. She also thought he was just trying to intimidate her. At that moment, Sheng told her to get up, because he was going to teach her a lesson. They were useful tips he had learned on his own. Chenche thought he was going to teach her some secret technique, so she became very excited. Sheng found it bizarre that the tears instantly stopped falling from her eyes. He just wanted her to do what he said, so she performed the movements he instructed. She knew that many people had become curious because her brother had changed drastically. She was sure that people believed he had experienced some kind of sudden enlightenment. However, she thought he was hiding something from her. She even believed she might be stronger than him, and that if she discovered his secret, it would be easy to surpass her brother. But she got lost in her thoughts, so he slapped the top of her head to reset her to factory settings. Suddenly, after training for a while, Chinche threw herself onto the ground. Lu Sheng believed she could already feel the effects. She quickly got up and told her brother that it was incredible. She wanted to know what he had just taught her. However, he was worried that she might leak those things to someone else, so he pretended it was basically the same thing she used to practice before, but in a more updated version. He explained that it was like her cell phone and his laptop being advanced models, but then even more advanced models had been released, so what she had just learned was still in a testing phase and wasn't ready to be revealed to the public. She was shocked, thinking her brother was using her as a laboratory test subject, but he tried to show the positive side. Other people hadn't had the same opportunity she had. Even though it wasn't fully ready, what they had was already well developed and practically safe. Kinche still thought there could be some risks. Sheng made it very clear that they were siblings, and he would never let her be harmed for no reason. He had also been practicing it for some time already, so if something bad were going to happen, it would have already happened to him. Shenke quickly bought into her brother's explanation, but she thought that if something bad were to happen, it would be better if it happened to him so that she could take care of their parents when they got old. Lu Sheng became quite irritated after hearing that, and started chasing her. After that, she considered the technique incredible, but wanted to know how her brother had obtained it. She was worried that he might have done something illegal, but he denied it, explaining that he would never break the law. At that moment he was on top of his sister, and she just wanted him to get off quickly because she was about to die in his hands. After he got off her, she wanted to know if he might get into trouble for teaching such an ultra-secret technique. As part of his plan, he said yes, explaining that the person who taught him had said he couldn't teach it to anyone no matter what happened, otherwise their family would be in serious trouble. Qianqi didn't understand why he had done that, but Lu Shang simply told her that there was nothing he could do. She was his sister, so he wanted her to keep it a secret. She promised him that no one would find out. Lu Shang was very pleased to know he could count on her. He said they would review it a few more times, and that she could also practice in her room. At that moment she realized what he had been doing in his room all that time. Soon she began to think it wouldn't be impossible for her to surpass him, while Lu Shang felt he deserved an Oscar for his performance. After that he said he needed to go out and that he would teach her about practical combat when he returned. Then the scene shifts to him apologizing for making He Lingzu wait. She told him that since she knew he liked steak, she had ordered several for him. Shmuel then asked how things were going at the company. She informed him that the price of the muscle and blood strengthening potion had been set at 49,000. It wasn't very cheap, but it also wasn't something accessible to everyone. Her target audience was the middle class, and the sales were going well because in less than a week, the first batch had already sold out. The repurchase rate was also very high. She believed the product would become a star product. Lu Shang stated that she had done a good job, even saying that he felt at ease leaving the business in her hands. He also wanted to know if they still had enough capital. She replied that they had enough to operate for now, but when sales increased, they would need to open more branches, and at that point they would have to take out a bank loan. Lu Shang said that wouldn't be necessary, because he would give her more money soon. Then she remembered that he was going to take the national exams. Shang confirmed it, saying that he wouldn't leave the city for the time being. He would focus on the exams and leave the sales to her. He also mentioned that he would move in a few days, so she would have his new address. He Slingsu had almost forgotten that the man in front of her, who exuded such an overwhelming aura, was actually just a high school student. She found Shang very mysterious. If someone had told her a year ago that the fate of her family would be in the hands of a student, she would never have believed it, but at the same time she felt relieved because everything was going well. Since she had nothing else to say, she told him she would take her leave. She also informed him that she had promoted Ma Fei to store manager. Lu Shang thought it was a good decision. Then he reflected that her company was one of his important sources of income. It was also a place where he could secretly prepare resources for the future. As for the possibility of her betraying him once she became famous, he wasn't worried. Her family had many problems, so sooner or later she would come to him for help. He was fully aware of all of that. Even without external support, the things he had given her could be taken back whenever he wanted. He also thought that he should focus on improving his own abilities. He needed to forge a psychic mentalist weapon called the Eternal Blade Wheel. He also needed to advance in the refinement of his stellar body and his immortal golden body, so that he could face the martial goddess again. He wasn't even thinking about escaping unharmed. He wanted to defeat her. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. After the end of the morning style selection, and after passing the psychic mentalist evaluation, Lu Shang returned home. He used several rewards and the income he had received to buy a new house for his family. Somehow, the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy found out about it and helped him move. That was how Lu Shang and his family moved into what they called the Hua Mansion. Inside the house, Qianqi showed overwhelming happiness because she now had her own martial arts training studio. Shang's parents thought they should visit the neighbors, so Lu Shang decided to go with them. However, his father didn't think it was necessary and asked his son to rest, since the national exams would take place the next day. Knowing that Shang could become the top martial arts scholar, his father would be extremely happy because their family would bring honor to their ancestors. Then the scene shifts to Lu Shang lying on his new bed. He had the potential to advance to level 5 at any moment. In fact, he could have already done it, but he postponed it because he wanted to continuously refine his inner energy. His energy, which used to be golden, had turned into a golden amber color. He was about to complete the third round of refinement, which would increase his power many times over. He launched a technique aimed at the zombie he had not yet defeated. By now, he was treating it like a form of training. He increased star impact 20-fold and rushed toward the zombie, landing a punch on her face. But the zombie wouldn't go easy on him. She quickly struck him back. Shang's breathing techniques, such as the fire breathing technique, were at level 2, allowing him to create fireballs and unleash a powerful area of effect explosion. He tried to strike the zombie again, but she defended herself easily, blocking his attack. She then launched an ice attack toward him, which he managed to dodge. He had trained with the martial goddess almost every day. Now he could last 5 minutes without dying, compared to their first encounter when he died instantly. That was a huge improvement. What he really wanted to know was how his martial arts would look once perfected. If they were already this strong, improving them further would be unimaginable. In any case, he knew he couldn't defeat her yet. After the national exams, however, he was certain his power would surpass level 4. Once he obtained the remaining volumes of the 3 main level 11 arts, he would advance to level 5, and he was confident that he could defeat the martial goddess. Still, he desired to obtain the martial master's technique that could condense ice into spears. At that moment, however, he already had his own weapon, one that had cost 2 billion, the Eternal Blade Wheel. He had harvested 27 kilograms of mithril from Oxhead Mountain and spent everything to forge that item. He had even cried afterward because only a few million were left. Now he understood why psychic mentalists were so rare. It required an enormous financial investment. Nevertheless, it was worth it. He had also mastered one of the level 5 killer moves of the Eternal Blades. In the Fireseed repository he had found, there were only 5 words describing the move, yet it was capable of killing martial masters, specifically those at level 6 or 7. He believed there might even be a skill more powerful than the Eternal Blades. However, the martial goddess's will was incredibly strong, placing her in a completely different league from ordinary martial masters. He still couldn't get within a 1-meter radius of her. The normal moves of the Eternal Blades were useless against her. Therefore, he thought he would need to use the Eternal Blades together with the killer move, giving it everything he had. That way, he might be able to injure the martial goddess. But if he exhausted his psychic energy, he would become useless and be destroyed by her. Despite all this, he still had the bonus of his immortal durable body. The problem was that he had no suitable training partner. The martial goddess was far too strong, so he couldn't keep experimenting with techniques against her. In any case, he had to worry about the national exams, so he woke up. He would use that moment to evaluate himself. His goal went far beyond the martial arts schools of the provincial city. The scene then shifts to Sheng's mother sitting at the table with her 2 children, asking her son to achieve good results in the exam. Qinche wanted to accompany her brother to the exam. Lu Sheng thought it was a good idea since she could experience the atmosphere of the national exams, so she wouldn't feel so nervous when her own time came. She denied that she would be nervous, but their mother felt proud, seeing that her children were truly succeeding. Suddenly, Sheng's father called him, and the scene shifted to Sheng inside the car with his father. His father asked him to do his best, because he wanted the Lu family to produce a truly outstanding martial artist. Qinche thought her father was excluding her, but the old man simply believed she needed to work a bit harder to reach that point. Soon after, Lu Sheng got out of the car. Using his perception, he heard many participants talking with their parents. It had been a while since he returned to a normal life, and he was actually enjoying living like an ordinary person. Sheng's father revealed that he had also taken the national exams in the past, but he didn't have enough talent. He wasn't even well nourished back then, and ended up being eliminated. Because of that, he believed his son was 100 times better than him. He just wanted his son to give it his all. Lu Sheng promised his father he would do exactly that. Then he said goodbye to his sister and his father. At last, it was time for the annual national martial arts exams. There was a line controlling the entrance according to registration numbers. People were called little by little and entered gradually. At one point, one of the staff members responsible for the organization noticed Lu Sheng. He was practically standing there alone, as many people were keeping their distance from him. The staff member wanted to understand what was going on and told everyone to return to their positions. However, people became nervous when they got close to Lu Sheng. Just by being near him, they began to tremble. The organizer at the entrance grew a little irritated and walked over to Lu Sheng. But when he approached the boy, he felt something different, an immense aura. He believed that kind of aura was only emitted when a martial artist reached a certain level of vitality, intensity. When ordinary people approached Lu Sheng, they felt as if they were standing near a ferocious beast, and so the worker couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster Lu Sheng really was. At that moment, he confirmed Lu Sheng's name and asked him to enter first alone, so that his vitality could be evaluated. The rest of the people would enter afterward together with him. However, the crowd rushed away, trying not to stay near Lu Sheng. Soon he entered the testing area, where there was a desperate young man swearing that he hadn't taken any banned medication. He claimed he had only drunk some chicken soup that his uncle made to help him with the exam. The boy was being carried away by several staff members. However, the staff had already warned everyone not to hide anything. Some foods were prohibited. The national exam was extremely serious, and did not allow any kind of fraud. Because of that, he would be banned from the exam for 3 years. The boy thought it was very unfair since he had only eaten chicken. In the end, the workers commented that some people simply had no shame. Just then, Lu Sheng arrived, and one of them pointed at him, telling him to hurry up. But when they felt Lu Sheng's aura, their eyes widened. They thought his aura was far from ordinary. They were level 5 instructors, yet even they wanted to step away. When they were about to evaluate his vitality, Lu Sheng grabbed the needle and crushed it as if it were nothing, telling them they needed another needle because his body had already been tempered. The instructors were left speechless, but they still had some high-level blood collection needles. Lu Sheng thought it would take too long, so he suggested they test them all at once instead of trying one needle at a time. He pressed the needles against his skin, and the instructors thought it was completely insane. His skin was so tough that the needles were completely bent. They were forced to call their superiors. At the same time, they invited Sheng to evaluate his combat power index. Nearby, there was another candidate taking the combat power test. He only had 100 combat power, yet he still felt hopeful. The examiner responsible for the combat power test became surprised when he saw the instructor in charge of vitality testing arriving there. The vitality examiner explained everything that had happened, leaving his colleagues shocked. He even asked them to bring a more powerful machine to avoid any problems. However, the machine they already had was one of the best. It could withstand monsters with 99,000 points, and could even handle a level 6 martial artist. They then called Sheng forward for the evaluation, but when he approached, the examiner was completely stunned by the aura he felt. Lu Sheng simply smiled politely and introduced himself. The examiner trembled slightly and asked him to stand in front of the machine, As they prepared everything, Shang asked them to wait a moment. He then used flame breathing and the divine illumination of the King of Hell, increasing his energy. The examiners couldn't understand what was happening and were extremely nervous. Lu Sheng activated the perfected martial arts in their first form, increasing star impact 20-fold, leaving the examiner speechless. Then he used a martial master ability, the first time he had integrated all of his states into one. He wanted to know just how strong he really was. With that, he threw a punch, using the 10 Suns technique. The scene then shifts to 5 minutes earlier. Inside the exam building, 2 old men were playing a board game, and one of them had just delivered checkmate. The man there was Yu Yaodong, the general responsible for the exam in Baihei City and president of the Shuhai City Martial Artists Association. He was present to prevent fraud. Meanwhile, the Baihei City Director of Education, a chubby man, sighed because he had lost again. He admitted that Yaodong was a great board game player. After losing 7 times in a row, he didn't want to play anymore. Yaodong laughed and said he was just a martial artist and didn't even know how to play properly, believing he had only won by pure luck. Suddenly, a secretary arrived, informing Zhu Yaodong that something unexpected had happened. He didn't understand her panic. In the end, she struggled to explain, but she said that a candidate from Baihei City had crushed all the needles used to extract blood, and the examiner had requested better quality needles. President Yaodong didn't understand why she came to him for that. Since instructors were given a box of advanced blood needles, the secretary quickly explained that all the needles had been crushed, surprising both of them. Yaodong wondered whether the candidate's skin was really that tough. He told her to go to the control room and bring the special blood extraction needles, and he also wanted the candidate's information. However, the secretary had already brought it. After reading it, Yaodong congratulated Director Lu, the chubby man beside him. Lu believed it was only luck, though he admitted that the guidance of President Zhao had been very significant, and he had gained some credit from it. Yaodong was confused because Lu didn't seem surprised. The chubby director said there was no reason to be surprised. In fact, he felt more confident, remembering when President Zhu from the military region celebrated the selection of the Morning Star. Liu explained that the candidate was none other than the Morning Star, Lu Sheng. Yaodong was surprised. After all, in his view, Lu Sheng was a prodigy who already had first place guaranteed. He wanted to see Lu Sheng personally and asked Lu to accompany him. Suddenly, both of them felt an overwhelming aura that oppressed them. Yaodong became worried, trying to understand what had happened. It felt like an earthquake. He soon realized that the wave of power had come from the combat testing room. Lu Sheng had caused a small disaster there. The machine was completely destroyed. The examiners couldn't believe it. A device capable of measuring the combat power of a level 6 martial artist had been destroyed with a single punch. That meant Lu Sheng's combat power was over 99,000. Yaodong arrived, wanting to know what kind of chaos had happened. The examiner immediately pointed at Lu Sheng, making it clear that he was a martial master. Seeing the complicated situation, Yaodong ordered some subordinates to inform the candidates outside that they would have to wait a little longer. Others were instructed to quickly bring another martial master level evaluation device. Yaodong was astonished by the power of that punch. It would go down in history. Director Liu tried to calm Lu Sheng, assuring him that no one would blame him and that he would simply need to take the evaluation again. Even just standing near him, Liu could feel Lu Sheng's aura. He couldn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could reach such a level. The scene then shifts to 1 hour later. The new device had arrived. Yaodong took a special needle and performed the vitality test on Lu Sheng, but his blood looked very different. It was somewhat orange, freezing and forming small pearls, just like the blood of a martial master. They then placed the drop into the machine. The result revealed that Lu Sheng had 1,1233 vitality, classified as level 6. Those results had never been achieved in Dongning before. Lai was completely stunned. Yaodong, however, was delighted and clearly told Lu Sheng that he had set a record. Yet Lu Sheng showed no reaction at all, leaving everyone even more astonished. Finally, Yaodong asked Lu Sheng to perform the combat power evaluation again, but this time with a different version of the machine, an ultra-modern device that only a few people in the city were allowed to use. In this way, Lu Sheng threw a punch using stellar impact 20 times, combined with 10 suns in the same sky. Yaodong saw that the boy possessed the will of a martial master, something he himself had pursued for so long, and it was now appearing in an 18-year-old kid. Truly, no one could remain calm after witnessing that. They declared that Lu Sheng was walking the path to becoming a rank 7 martial master, and at some point he would become a young martial master. His punch even left a mark on the machine, which showed more than 1 million combat power. Even so, it was still low to be called a martial master. Yaodong felt that something was wrong, and wanted to know why the boy hadn't used his vital chi in the strike. Liu then realized the same thing, and also wanted to know. Sheng explained to both of them that he had not yet reached level 5, so his vital chi had not been fully developed. That left the two of them disoriented, because he hadn't even reached level 5, and already already had power like that. Yao Dong congratulated Lu, saying that Bai He City would have an incredible martial master in the future. Lu saw Sheng as a true dragon, so he wanted them to notify President Zhao and the Eastern Military District. Then the scene shifts to Sheng, greeting his father and sister, who were anxious to know what had happened. Lu Sheng told them that he would have no problem entering the university in the capital. After that, the scene changes to Sheng looking at his own biography. He discovered that he had become a rank 8 martial artist. Not only that, he also had 5 wives, which amused him the most. However, what excited him the most was reaching rank 8 because too many women can be troublesome. With level 4 permissions, he could obtain the other rank 11 martial arts volumes. He obtained volume 3 of the crystal visualizations technique. He also acquired the nature breathing technique and the celestial body art, reaching the second stage of the immortal golden body, a body refining art. With level 4 permissions, one could train up to level 6, directly pointing toward the path of a martial master. That volume did not only provide the cultivation exercises for the second stage of the immortal golden body, but also an additional special technique. Lu Sheng felt very grateful that Shi Shengning was a fan of Wang He, because the transition had become much easier for him. His martial master will had already formed, and now he needed to increase his vitality so that he could successfully become a martial master. However, the martial master path of Shi Shengning, who created the fist technique 10 Suns in the Same Sky, and the martial master path of the powerful rank 2 expert Wang He, who would be known as the evil son of the East 10,000 years later, left Lu Sheng uncertain. He did not know whether all martial master paths were on the same level. He believed they could be completely different. Those were their paths, not Sheng's. He wanted to follow the martial master path based on Wang He's, but he also wanted to transcend it. His initial goal was to reach rank 12, or even higher, because that way he could accomplish things that even Wang He could not. He had 3 rank 11 martial arts as his main foundation. It was as if 10,000 years of martial arts history had paved the road for him. Therefore, Sheng was certain that his future would be glorious. The scene then shifts to 5 days after the national exams, where Sheng's family was decorating their house. Sheng's father looked very happy with his daughter. One of the neighbors was watching them through the window. They saw that Sheng's family was hanging lanterns and setting off fireworks, so they assumed they had received good news. However, the man's wife was not so pleased. She believed that family was nothing but a bunch of lowlifes. In her opinion, property prices in that area should be higher so that poor people wouldn't be able to live there so easily. She also complained about the noise they made when they moved in. She remembered that earlier that day, Sheng's father had dropped a basket of oranges on the street, blocking the entrance and making her wait. She didn't want orange juice splashing on her car. The man thought she shouldn't be so harsh since they were their neighbors, but his wife became very angry, saying he shouldn't be defending them. Suddenly, they heard a very loud car horn. She wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then her husband saw that the provincial governor's car was there. Seeing that the governor had arrived and was honking several times meant he had come to congratulate the Morning Star. The woman didn't even know that the new Morning Star lived there, so she suddenly thought they should get along with those people. Meanwhile, Quinche's father wanted to understand what was happening. He was shocked by the number of cars parked in front of his house. Quinche had no idea either. Suddenly, the governor apologized for visiting without prior notice. He wanted to know if that was Lu Sheng's residence, referring to him as the martial dragon student. That man was Zhao Pingnan, the governor of Dongning province, and he was also a martial master. Sheng's family was completely stunned to hear how the governor referred to Sheng. The woman who had been criticizing him earlier couldn't believe that the martial dragon student was the son of those poor people, and she became completely shaken. Then the scene shifts to Sheng. He was sitting down, refining his meridians and marrow. After obtaining the second volume of the immortal golden body, he learned the subsequent exercises, and his body was becoming stronger. He cleaned himself up a bit when suddenly, his sister sent him a message, telling him that he was number 1 in the entire country, the martial dragon student. She also informed him that the governor had come to visit. Sheng was stunned by that news. He then used his perception ability to take a look. He sensed the aura of Governor Xiao Pingnan, but he also sensed another person, whose vitality was similar to the governor's, and he believed that person was a grandmaster. Thus, he went downstairs to greet them and apologized for making the governor wait. Pingnan was very happy when he sensed Sheng's aura. To him it was clear proof that the younger generation had arrived to surpass the older one. Sheng's father introduced the governor and also introduced the mayor of Baihe City. Yu He was present as well. Lu Sheng greeted the governor, who explained that he had come to congratulate Sheng for ranking first in the national exams that year. As soon as he received the information, he had come to visit the boy immediately. He wanted to give Lu Sheng a reward, showing that Dongning province was proud of him. The reward included 50 million in cash, along with the documents for a residence of more than 400 square meters, located in the center of Dongning province's capital, a place suitable for martial artists to train and live. He also informed Sheng that he was now a level 6 martial artist, which practically gave him free access to any university. The governor then asked where the boy planned to study. Lu Sheng confirmed that he wanted to go to the 7th Sacred Martial University in the capital. Pingnan explained that the Sacred Martial University had asked him to deliver a letter of recommendation to Sheng, but that wasn't all. All 7 universities had made the same request. In the end, he decided to let the boy choose for himself. Qinshi was stunned to realize that her brother was truly something extraordinary. He could simply choose whichever university he wanted. At that moment, Sheng's looked at the letters. He shuffled them and quickly picked one. It was the 7th Sacred Martial University. Pingnan was surprised. He had expected Sheng to think more carefully, but the boy had chosen in a completely unique way. Still, he commented that the 7th Sacred Martial University lacked a bit of tradition. The missions for students there were very dangerous, and the professors were extremely strong. The governor believed Sheng needed a top-tier cold weapon, so once Sheng decided which cold weapon he wanted to master, he could contact him at any time. Pingnan handed him his card and said he would personally select a weapon for him. It was part of the reward for becoming a martial dragon student. Lu Sheng didn't want to be rude to the governor, so he gladly accepted the help and thanked Pingnan. Pingnan then stood up, saying he didn't want to disturb them any longer. He was very proud and hoped to get to know the boy better in the future. After that, he left. Sheng's father made it very clear to his son that he had brought great glory to their family. The old man had never expected something like this. He asked his wife to prepare a banquet so they could celebrate the day. The scene then shifts to a dark location, where a man was reading Sheng's information on a sheet of paper. He found it interesting. Beside him stood a mustached man named Ming Yu, the martial saint. After seeing Lu Sheng's information, he remarked that things would be a little different that year. Later, Lu Sheng celebrated with his friends for passing the national exams. After saying goodbye to them, he also said farewell to his family and set off on a new journey. He boarded a flight heading to the 7th Sacred Martial University, which uniquely possessed the Martial Saint Tower. That university had been established 57 years earlier by Tan Zhongyili, one of the martial saints of the Dragon Nation. Tan Zhongyili had become a martial saint in a little over 60 years, and he had already reached the age of 100. There were rumors that martial saints could live for more than 300 years, while still appearing young. Throughout the history of the Dragon Nation, there had been 9 martial saints in total. However, more than 100 years ago, many martial saints died on the battlefield fighting monsters. Others died during wars between countries, and internal conflicts also led to the deaths of several martial saints. In Sheng's view, it was regrettable that the Lion Nation and the Dragon Nation competed for the title of having the strongest martial arts in the world, because the outcome had not been good. However, the Martial Saint Tower built by the Dragon Nation after the war was based on the states of each martial saint in different periods, reproducing them perfectly. The tower represented the highest level of martial arts and technology in the Dragon Nation. Those who entered the tower were allowed to challenge levels of varying difficulty. By clearing a certain number of levels, a person would gain the opportunity to meet a martial saint and possibly be accepted as their disciple. Lu Sheng, however, was not interested in becoming their disciple, because he could reach level 11 simply by following the path of the other world. In the end, Lu Sheng still had a lot to study, so he felt there was no need to worry about level 9 martial saint inheritances. The real problem was that the country had strict requirements for training martial arts talents. Sheng planned to go directly to report to Yu Fei, but he didn't pay it much attention. Instead, he thought it would be better to take on more credit missions and complete them as quickly as possible. That way, he could potentially graduate from the martial university in less than a year. Coincidentally, Yang Yuan was on the same flight as him. She approached him, saying it was quite a coincidence. In truth, she was only there because Kyunchae had told her when her brother's flight would be. Kyunchae was basically helping her friend, almost as if she wanted Yang Yuan to become her sister-in-law. Shon thought it really was a coincidence, though he didn't understand why she was there. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan kept staring at him without blinking, and Shon quickly guessed that she was another girl interested in him. 2 hours later, the scene shifts to the two of them walking outside. Sheng found the capital prosperous and full of life. He was observing what the base looked like before it would eventually fall into ruins. The scene then changes to Jinghe University. Sheng accompanied Yang Yuan so she could complete her enrollment. In truth, Yuan wanted to study near him. Nearby, there were 2 young men. One of them noticed Yang Yuan and immediately experienced love at first sight. He thought she was a high-quality girl. He told his friend not to keep staring at her because she was already his. However, his friend ignored him and walked over with the other guy, asking if she needed help with her registration. The other one offered to carry her luggage. The two were acting like complete simps. Lu Sheng quickly grabbed the 2 pieces of luggage that Yang Yuan was holding and thanked the 2 idiots for the help. The simps were left embarrassed and asked whether Sheng was also one of the freshmen. In the meantime, Sheng learned how to hide his overflowing vitality within his body. Because of that, ordinary martial artists could no longer sense his vitality. He denied any special relationship and told those 2 that she and he were just classmates and that he would accompany her to enroll. The 2 quickly noticed that Yuan was interested in Sheng, but since they wouldn't be studying together, they saw it as an advantage. One of them started explaining details about the university and even mentioned that there were 3 opportunities each month to enter the Martial Saint Tower, so there was no reason to regret enrolling at Chinky. Lu Sheng was caught by surprise by that information. The young man explained that the Martial Saints Tower was a treasure that belonged to the entire Dragon Country, so it wasn't something used only by students of the Sacred Martial University. However, it was a bit more convenient for Sacred Martial University students, since they could enter at any time. Soon after, one of them wanted to explain the university's rules to Yuan, which made her a little frightened. He warned her that she should never provoke anyone from the 7th Sacred Martial University. Sheng was going to that university and wanted to know why. The guy was annoyed that he had to speak with Sheng again, but he explained that the students from the Sacred Martial University were all crazy. As soon as they enrolled, they were sent on missions related to monsters, where they would see blood right from the beginning, not to mention that their strength strength was completely absurd. After explaining, the young man was clearly irritated and wanted to know if Sheng had understood. Sheng confirmed. After that, Yuan and Sheng went to the freshman enrollment area. Sheng said goodbye to her there and also told her that if she needed anything, she could call his cell phone. Young Yuan was very happy to hear that, and then he left. Seeing how in love she looked, the two guys believed they had no chance. They thought Sheng was a very arrogant guy. Soon after, the blonde guy went over to Yuan and asked which university Sheng, the classmate she mentioned, was going to enroll in. Yang Yuan thought he was very rude, but she still informed him that Sheng was going to the 7th Sacred Martial University, which shocked the two fools. Yang Yuan also said that Sheng came from Baihei City and gave them his name. After picking up their luggage and turning around, the two immediately began trembling when they heard the name Lu Sheng, because everyone already knew that Sheng was the martial dragon student of that year. Soon after, Sholmes arrived at his destination, the 7th Sacred Martial University. He looked around and saw that the place was truly incredible, with a majestic atmosphere. Sholmes realized that a martial saint carried the universe within their heart, which was completely different from an ordinary martial master. He walked to the small enrollment counter, already holding his recommendation letter in his hand. There were two girls there to receive newcomers. One of them was sitting but quickly stood up and took his recommendation letter. Soon her eyes widened when she saw that he was the martial dragon student of that year. That quickly caught the attention of a man who was cleaning his sword nearby. The girls immediately began flattering Sheng because they found him very handsome. Suddenly the man appeared in front of the three of them, holding his sword. He wanted to confirm Lu Sheng's identity. Sheng was very polite and confirmed it. The crazy guy immediately tried to strike him with a blow, but Sheng released his aura, and the sword couldn't do anything against him, leaving the man shocked. Then the man pretended that he was pointing out where Sheng should go, saying that he would find the dormitories there. Sheng thanked them and walked away. The two girls were surprised by his aura and were certain he wasn't an ordinary person. The young man asked if they had heard about the results of the national exams. One of them decided to check, and they soon discovered that Sheng was already equivalent to a level 6 martial artist, considering his vitality, and that he had also broken several records. The swordsman became very excited, thinking that things were going to become very lively at that university. Sheng thought the university was very large, which was normal since it was located in the capital, but the place seemed too quiet to him. Suddenly, someone shouted Sheng's name. It was a chubby guy who was happy to finally see another person. He introduced himself. His name was Lin Ze. The chubby guy asked Sheng for help because he couldn't find the dormitories. Since Sheng knew where they were, he invited Lin Ze to go with him. Soon they arrived at the place. Lin Ze thought the university was extremely large, and noticed that there were many people at the entrance. Suddenly they saw someone fall. He collapsed straight onto the ground. The young man said it wasn't bad at all, and revealed the name of the person who had fallen. Xu Xiaomening, a martial student from Nanjing province. The blonde guy who had struck him was surprised. Xu Xiaomening was the first person to withstand 2 of his attacks. Xu Xiaomeng was also a freshman. Some of the other students felt threatened by that blonde guy. One of them, Huo Dong, even felt the urge to beat him up, but he had just reached level 5. Meanwhile, the blonde guy was already at the peak of level 5, so Huo Dong knew he needed to become stronger first before confronting him. Huo Dong's friend even tried to encourage him, thinking they could tire the blonde guy out so Huo Dong could finish him off. However, Huo Dong didn't think that would be the best strategy. In any case, he felt that the difference in vitality between them was quite large. At that moment, a long-haired student revealed that the blonde guy was dangerous because he had personally fought him before and believed he might be very close to reaching level 6. This left the other students completely shocked. The blonde guy, who was quite arrogant, reminded everyone that they should remember they were at that university now. All they had to do was endure 3 of his blows. He said that everyone there were martial arts geniuses, the best among their peers, but the aura and glory they were so proud of meant nothing at that university. He made it clear that they would only achieve things with their own hands and abilities. Without that, they wouldn't get anywhere, and would be no different from ordinary people. Everyone became quite frightened. The blonde guy, who was a veteran student, was trying to give the freshmen their first lesson. Lu Sheng watched that madness unfold and couldn't believe it was happening again. It was already becoming annoying to him. Sheng didn't understand why there was always some scum around, preaching their philosophy of life and the law of the jungle, when in reality, they were nothing but weaklings. Lin Ze, standing beside Sheng, said everything was incredible and that he loved it. He enjoyed seeing the arrogant veteran easily crushing the freshman and said that he would show that veteran something himself. He also told Sheng that he had forgotten to mention something. He explained that he was a martial student from Sichuan province and that he had ranked 19th in the country. With that, he leaped toward the veteran, making it clear that he was going to teach him a lesson. But just as quickly as he went forward, he came flying back, landing hard on his backside. Lu Sheng asked if the chubby guy was all right. Lin Zhou made the excuse that he had been careless and admitted that the veteran was very strong, since he even possessed vital qi. Sheng tried to encourage the chubby guy, saying that he had done very well, but now it was Sheng's turn. Lu Sheng was a man who thought objectively. If something bothered him, he would simply deal with it himself. To him, a noisy fly needed to be crushed. The blonde guy looked at Lu Sheng and asked if he was planning to endure his 3 attacks like that. At that moment, Sheng noticed that he was still carrying his backpack. He placed it on the ground and asked if everything was ready. Now, the other students began to think that Lu Sheng was just an arrogant brat. None of them believed in him, while the veteran wore a sly smile, thinking he was about to show Sheng what real cruelty looked like. He rushed toward Sheng. People People were surprised by the power the veteran was displaying, but Shang didn't even flinch. With just his aura, he seized the veteran, who became furious and demanded that Shang release him. Instead, Shang slammed him hard onto the ground, putting that idiot in his place. Everyone was shocked by Shang's strength. He had knocked down someone at level 5 who even had vital chi, and he had done it with just one move. Lindsay couldn't believe that someone with vital chi could be defeated so easily. Meanwhile, the long-haired guy calmly sipped his boxed juice. Shang then asked if he could pass. The long-haired guy nodded. Shang walked through, picked up his dormitory key, and was even willing to help that guy get his key as well. So he tossed the key to the chubby guy, telling him he could go in. Lindsay was extremely happy. He grabbed Shang's backpack as a way of returning the favor. The other students were confused. The two of them had just walked in casually, and the long-haired guy hadn't done anything to stop them. Soon, the other students began to believe that the long-haired guy who was with another veteran couldn't do anything against Shang. Soon after, the scene shifted to the dormitory. Shang saw that the dormitory was much better than he had imagined. He had an entire private building just for himself. It almost looked like his new house. The best part was that everything was completely free. Lindsay began trembling as he explained to Shang that the house belonged to the martial dragon student. He tried to confirm if he was really speaking with Lu Sheng. He couldn't believe it. Shang didn't understand and asked if he didn't look like him. Lindsay confirmed that he did. When he had first seen him, he already felt that Shang wasn't an ordinary person, but he never expected him to be this incredible. Lindsay had even been proud of being a provincial martial student, but he never imagined that he would encounter someone as strong as Lu Sheng here. He had thought that all people like that would go to the top sacred martial universities. Lu Sheng didn't understand and asked if Lindsay thought the 7th sacred martial university was weak. Lindsay explained that it was his own family who said that. Besides, all the other martial dragon students had gone to the top sacred martial universities. He had even seen records showing that the 7th sacred martial university usually ranked last in the finals, which was why people considered it weak. Lu Sheng didn't care about that. He believed that every academy carried martial legacies passed down by martial saints. Because of that, he assured Lindsay that he would learn a lot there. However, he needed to go inside now and said they could talk later. He shut the door right in Lindsay's face while the chubby guy was asking for his number. The room was very well furnished. It even had a sofa. Then he noticed a remote control and turned on the screen. It was showing the secret to surpassing the 13th level of the Martial Saint Tower. In the video, the number 1 ranked person appeared. Shang even found the campus forum, which had plenty of information. Chen Yixuan and Zhao Lan were the strongest among the senior students. This sparked Shang's curiosity. However, the poor guy watched only 15 seconds of the video before being asked to pay in order to watch the full content, which left Shang quite discouraged. Since he didn't yet know his student number, he couldn't register at that moment, so he decided to think about it later, and instead contemplated the sun. Before coming to the university, he had refined 30 portions of golden dragon essence, which was enough for his cultivation practice. The effect was extraordinary. Suddenly, someone started banging desperately on his door. Shang asked who it was, but the knocking continued, to the point that the door was nearly smashed. So Lu Sheng opened the door and asked who had done that. A guy stepped forward trying to display his aura, claiming it was him, but before he could even confirm whether this was Lu Sheng, Sheng simply punched him to make him stop being an idiot. His friends were completely shocked. Lu Sheng said he hoped the guy would be more polite the next time. He thought about knocking on his door. The guy hadn't expected Lu Sheng to be so strong. Sheng then asked what those guys were looking for, and whether they also wanted to get beaten. The other two quickly refused and explained that they were from the student association. They had come to deliver his student card. With that card, Lu Sheng could use all the equipment and facilities on campus. He also saw that he could receive 1 portion of 4th rank Otherworld blood each month. He thought the benefits were extraordinary, but he didn't believe those people had come to welcome him. Everything in that place felt quite hostile. Looking at the guy he had just punched, Sheng asked if he wanted him to apologize. The young man refused and said he was about to leave anyway. Lu Sheng thanked the 2 students for delivering his card and closed the door. The other 2 students helped the guy up. The veteran had just been beaten by a freshman. They made it clear that they wouldn't gang up to take revenge. The guy tried to convince them that things shouldn't stay like this. Suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared at the door again and asked if the veterans had forgotten something, which frightened the 3 of them. However, the one who had been beaten said that he would fix the door. Soon after, the scene shifted back to Sheng. He wondered if he could watch those videos using his full access card. He tested it and saw that it worked. The man wearing a suit in the video was Chen Shiwen, and the other one was Zhao Lan. They were the greatest martial arts talents in the Dragon Kingdom. Sheng wanted to know just how strong they really were. Their fight was incredibly intense and fast. Sheng was astonished. Those guys were truly powerful. He calculated and realized that he needed to use 50% of his strength to kill those guys, which was surprising to him. Even the best among them still weren't at his level. In any case, Lu Sheng knew that there were many geniuses around the world, so he needed to work even harder. Then he noticed that someone had filmed him beating up the first senior who had been blocking the freshman's entrance. Watching the video of himself knocking the guy to the ground, he felt that it looked a bit too violent, but that wasn't all. He had slammed that bastard's face face into the ground several times, and only then did he realize that he had gone a little overboard. That kid probably wouldn't be able to stand properly for quite a while. Suddenly, his stomach began to growl. He was hungry and decided to eat something. It was time to see what the food was like at the 7th Sacred Martial University. The scene then shifted to the cafeteria. Lin Zhe arrived carrying a large amount of food. He didn't want Sheng to scold him because of it, but then he saw the amount of food Sheng himself had taken. Sheng was eating like a horse, which made Lin Zhe's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Lin Zhe could only take his hat off to Sheng. The guy was impressive and could really eat. Some of the girls in the cafeteria had taken a liking to Lu Sheng. They also liked how violent he was when fighting. However, the other guys were more interested in testing Lu Sheng's strength. Lin Zhe noticed the looks everyone was giving Lu Sheng and told him that on the very first day he had already become popular, but Sheng didn't like that very much. Suddenly someone appeared and slapped the table, apologizing for the interruption. He was a guy accompanied by a group. He confirmed Lu Sheng's identity and introduced himself. His name was Wu Fan. He had placed second that year in Yuhui province, ranking 17th in the country in the national entrance exams. Sheng asked if that guy had come there just to talk about his exam results. The bald guy standing beside Wu Fan was already getting irritated, but Wu Fan signaled for him to calm down. Wu Fan knew that Lu Sheng was strong. He also believed that he himself was not a match for Sheng, but before he could continue speaking, Sheng interrupted him. Seeing that the guy already knew he wasn't a match, Sheng couldn't understand why Wu Fan had come all the way over just to provoke him. To Sheng, Wu Fan simply seemed stubborn. In any case, he didn't think Wu Fan was very smart. Wu Fan quickly became furious and tried to punch Sheng, but Sheng grabbed him by the face as if he were nothing. Sheng felt like he had seen something like this before, and then he remembered the video. He threw Wu Fan to the ground, putting him firmly in his place. Lu Sheng made it very clear to everyone that they should avoid provoking him. Everyone began to think that Lu Sheng was a monster in the flesh. Wu Fan remained lying there on the ground. Sheng didn't look happy. He had only wanted to eat peacefully, but now he had to clean himself up because the mess had been pretty bad. There were two things he hated. The first was when someone interrupted him while he was cultivating. The second was when someone bothered him while he was eating. In the future, he hoped no one would make such stupid mistakes again. It was a warning to everyone. Wu Fan's companions shrank back as if they were little minions. After that, Lu Sheng called Lin Zhe so they could leave. Lin Zhe followed him but couldn't help expressing how incredible Lu Sheng had been. Lu Sheng understood that the path of martial arts was a struggle for supremacy. He knew that the 7th Sacred Martial University gathered the best martial arts talents in the country, but at the same time the place was also filled with scum. The biggest problem was that they were annoying and didn't have enough fear, or at least they didn't think properly. He wondered if that same scum would behave that way if they were standing in front of a martial master. In the end, he thought he should instill enough fear in those people so they would disappear and stop bothering him. He wanted to find an opportunity to beat them until their courage was shattered and their bones turned soft. That way, everyone would respect him the same way they respected spirits. They would fear him the same way they feared God. Suddenly, a man appeared. Sheng sensed his energy and realized that the man was strong. The man was actually the vice director named Zhao Taikang. He asked Sheng to go on stage the next day as the freshman's representative. Sheng didn't like the idea very much, but Zhao Taikang assured him that he would only need to say a few words. It wasn't a big deal. Sheng then promised that he would prepare for it. Lin Zhe thought it was a good opportunity for Sheng to stand out. Sheng didn't disagree, even though he felt it wasn't really necessary. The scene then shifted to the next day in the auditorium. All the students were arriving. It was the entrance ceremony for the new freshman class of the 7th Sacred Martial University. Everyone became nervous when they saw Lu Sheng passing by. One of Huo Dong's classmates warned him that Sheng was nearby. He had even heard that Sheng would represent the freshmen that day. Zhu Jianfei and his gang were already preparing to take Lu Sheng down. Huo Dong remembered that Zhu Jianfei had ranked among the top 20 in the country. Still, as Sheng walked past calmly, Huo Dong felt that defeating Sheng wouldn't be easy. His intuition told him to stay as far away from Sheng as possible. Soon the vice director appeared and welcomed the new students. However, many students were already falling asleep. Lu Sheng hated it because it seemed that whenever leaders spoke to the public, they all talked in exactly the same way. At that moment, the vice director invited Sheng to say a few words to the freshmen, announcing to everyone that he was the martial dragon student. Sheng walked onto the stage. Some people immediately began to boo. Sheng simply observed them. Zhao Taikang quickly demanded that everyone who was booing remain silent. He even apologized to Sheng. But the martial dragon student didn't seem to care. He revealed that he had spent the entire day preparing. The vice director was stunned. He hadn't expected Sheng to take something so small so seriously. From that moment on, Sheng gained some respect in his eyes. For a moment, Sheng simply stood there, observing everyone. But the people who had been booing were confused, wondering what he was doing. Then Lu Sheng introduced himself. He also said that he knew many of them were dissatisfied with him, but he would give them a chance that day. Everyone became even more confused. Lu Sheng wanted everyone present to challenge him. At the same time, he was basically inviting everyone to fight him. He even released a bit of his energy, making it clear that they shouldn't keep him waiting. Many people became furious, while the vice director didn't understand anything that was happening. He had thought Sheng was a serious guy, but at that moment he realized the kid only cared about fighting. He couldn't believe believe that this was the speech Lu Sheng had spent the whole day preparing. Lin Zi was left with his mouth wide open. He truly thought Lu Sheng was an extraordinary guy. However, no one had stood up yet, so Lu Sheng asked if all of them had simply lost their courage. He called everyone a bunch of trash. At that moment, the crowd could no longer hold themselves back and quickly jumped up from their seats. Zhu Jiandong was furious and called Sheng arrogant. He made it clear that he would fight him and loudly announced his name to everyone. Zhu Jiandong was certain that Sheng was not invincible. A very beautiful blonde girl also stood up, willing to fight Sheng. The atmosphere was becoming tense. Hui Dong could clearly see that things were getting out of control, but he also didn't want others to think he was afraid of Lu Sheng. Then he stood up and behaved very politely toward Lu Sheng, saying that he hoped to learn something from him. Soon, more people began standing up. A man approached and asked the vice director what was going on, but Zhao Taikong told him to wait a moment because he wanted to see how things would unfold. Lin Zi thought it was very unfair that everyone was ganging up on his friend, so he joined Sheng, even though he knew he might get beaten badly. Lu Sheng actually found it amusing to see everyone gathering. He called them all trash and asked whether they were really worthy of thinking they were strong. Then Sheng walked toward Zhu Jiandong, since he would be the first opponent. Sheng threw a punch that sent Zhu Jiandong flying through the air. Another guy tried to kick him, but it was completely pathetic. Shang easily grabbed the guy's leg and slammed him hard into the ground. At that moment, someone launched a powerful energy attack, but it didn't affect Lu Sheng at all. While the attacker thought he was shaking him, Sheng walked up and grabbed him by the face, showing him how insignificant he really was. Sheng also noticed that his vital chi wasn't completely protecting him, so his clothes were starting to burn. Suddenly, while he was holding that student, someone else tried to attack him. Sheng dodged it. It was the blonde girl who had launched the attack. Seeing that Sheng was extremely powerful and had strong defense, she believed she could use her speed to create an opening. However, Sheng used wind breathing and instantly appeared beside her, completely surprising the girl. He quickly threw her into the air. Meanwhile, another girl was losing control of her own strength. She didn't even want to be blamed for what was happening. She threw her knives toward Sheng, hitting his back and tearing his clothes in several places. For a moment she even thought she had defeated him, but Sheng only felt a slight tickle. He grabbed the knives and prepared to throw them back at her. The girl hadn't expected that Sheng was also a psychic mentalist. He quickly pinned her against the wall, as if she were clothes hanging on a rack. Several other students, holding weapons, were also determined to defeat Lu Sheng. At that moment, Sheng launched an attack that sent everyone flying into the air. Just as he had expected, they were all trash, who thought they were the best of the best. Because of that, there would be no real fun for him in that place. The vice director watched everything with wide eyes. Zhao Taikong was already looking forward to the day when the people from the 6 other martial universities would meet Lu Sheng. Some idiot even thought about interfering in the massive chaos, but it was already over. The idiot's attempt to defeat the martial dragon student had failed miserably. Then Sheng noticed a guy who looked distracted and tried to bring him back to reality. He asked if the guy had stood up earlier to fight him. After all, Sheng had beaten so many people that he didn't even remember their faces anymore. The guy quickly denied it and even sat back down, making it clear that he hadn't done anything. Sheng didn't care that guy was just another nobody. The opportunity had been given to everyone who wanted it and no one had taken it. Then he asked someone to make an announcement later. When everyone woke up, they shouldn't try to pick a fight with him. The students simply nodded. Lu Sheng then told Zhao Taikang that he had finished his speech. The vice director thought it was excellent. He told some students to stay behind and clean the place, while the injured should be taken to the infirmary, and that was how the freshman entrance ceremony at the 7th Sacred Martial University came to an end. It had been something historic. Sheng had arrived, causing a huge stir, defeating many students at once, and revealing his full power. On the second day, he had already pointed his sword at the experienced students, pushing everyone out of their comfort zone. At that moment, everyone realized that he was a level 6 martial artist, and also a level 3 psychic mentalist. The newest and strongest rising star of the 7th Sacred Martial University had appeared. Lu Sheng's actions were like a stone thrown into water, creating waves. Sheng himself saw the story in a headline, and thought it was extremely sensationalized. He hadn't even imagined that he was that kind of person. Still, he didn't deny that he had become more violent. Perhaps he had gotten used to solving things with force. In any case, the people at the university weren't strong, at least not compared to Lu Sheng. He hadn't felt any pressure at all. It had been as easy as cutting grass, but he also believed that being weak wasn't a sin. The problem was being weak and not being aware of it. Of course, being weak and annoying was even worse. Violence didn't solve everything, but it solved most of his problems. He planned to reveal his true power in order to gain access to the Fireseed resource library. The boy was destined to shine. However, he felt that he needed to send a certain person away first. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng, in the land of dreams. Once again, he was fighting the zombie goddess of hell, who always defeated him. She launched several attacks at him. Sheng managed to dodge and tried to strike her, but she blocked it and counterattacked. Sheng then used wind breathing, combining it with his psychic power. He used the crystal visualizations technique and the divine illumination of the king of hell. This time, he managed to hit her and tear off her arm. However, the zombie suddenly released a massive amount of ice from her body. Lu Sheng looked at it in disbelief. She had simply regenerated a new arm, and it was completely different from the previous one, much stronger. Then she grabbed a huge block of ice and shaped it however she wanted. Sheng began to grumble. He had never seen her use that move before, and he started to believe that it was her final form and ultimate ability. Without wasting time, Lu Sheng used the Grandmaster's will, activating a technique called Flame Whirlwind Command. The zombie used her own technique, an Ice Phoenix. Fire and ice collided. In the end, Sheng lost again. He realized that the zombie possessed true martial mastery, genuine martial artistry. For a moment, he began to think that he might never be able to defeat her. Suddenly, the zombie showed a faint smile. She grabbed her spear. At that moment, a strange light appeared around Lu Sheng. He was completely confused because out of nowhere, he began seeing her memories. A subordinate had once brought her before his master. The name of the girl that zombie had once been was Zhao Lingxuan. The master believed she had decent qualifications, and from that day forward she would become an inner disciple, destined to inherit the martial arts of the frozen river. Then the scene shifted again. Now it showed Lingxuan standing in the freezing cold, while a waterfall flowed down nearby. Her master wanted her to say what she wanted to learn. Lingxuan replied that it was the spear, because she wanted to fight him using a spear, since she believed he stood out the most in spear combat. He was also the only powerhouse in base 135-8 who had mastered 5 realms of spear techniques. Then the scene shifts to Lingxuan, being praised by many people because she had broken through to the martial master level at only 17 years old. Base 1359 now had another martial arts expert who had reached the martial master realm. However, her master clarified that she still had a long road ahead because her icebird spirit had not yet been able to materialize into an ice river. Soon after, someone bursts through the door in desperation. Lingxuan asks who it is. A young man completely wounded tells her that the city inside the base had already been reduced to rubble, yet she was still there cultivating. He angrily asks if her heart and blood were made of ice. Lingxuan immediately stood up and asked where her master was. The young man informed her that her master had died, and that he had also asked them not to disturb her. Upon hearing that her master had died, Lingxuan told the man that she would die as well. She lamented that she had not been able to let her master witness her icebird spirit, because it was only at that moment that she had finally become capable of materializing it into an ice river. Those memories caused Lu Sheng great suffering. At that moment, he discovered the art of the spear. It was the first time he had absorbed memories that were so pure. Lingxuan had improved his abilities. His spear technique had already reached the stage of inner discernment. By absorbing her martial memories, pure memories, he surpassed the realm of command and reached another realm. He reached the highest realm, which was the 4-realm spear technique. There was still disparity among martial masters. Shi Ning's memories were like a muddy ball filled with impurities, while Lingxuan's were like a transparent crystal of ice. Even though she had only reached level 7, she was a martial arts genius, capable of even challenging those at level 8, making her stronger than Shi Ning. Lu Sheng found it impossible that she had not left behind the core of a martial master technique. Eventually, he found the remnants of his martial master's will. He quickly grabbed that core, his eyes widening. In front of him was a core of ice. He believed that spear technique was called the Icebird Imprisoning Spear. He was certain that this spear strike could defeat a great martial master. The next day, still in the dreamland, he saw information about Ji Linghe. Ji Linghe was the creator of the Icebird Imprisoning Spear. Zhou Lingxuan was his disciple. Lu Sheng became excited when he saw that the old man was a level 10 powerhouse. In the end, however, his technique had not been included in the Fireseed project. The problem was that Lu Sheng was already practicing level 11 techniques from 3 different sects simultaneously, which forced him to use all his energy since his martial talent was not yet strong enough. Even so, the Dream Realm was still an immensely vast treasure for him, as he only needed to perfectly inherit those abilities by hunting powerful undead warriors, just as Lingxuan had done. Therefore, he believed that his next target would be Lingxuan's master. At the same time, he felt it might be too much for him. Shilinghe was located at the center of the base, and Lu Sheng could sense countless powerful presences there. He expected the difficulty to be enormous. Suddenly, Lu Sheng began to feel pain. He did not know what was happening, so without wasting time, he used the crystal visualization technique. Soon he realized that it was the will of Zhao Lingxuan and the will of Shi Shengning. Lingxuan's will was ice, while Shengning's was fire, 2 incompatible forces. He began to wonder what he should do, because his body could collapse. He used his psychic energy again. Suddenly, he saw something that made him wonder whether it was the form of the golden luminous stone mentioned in the crystal visualization method. He had not known that the technique could absorb martial wills. If that was the case, he could be saved. If he managed to construct the form of the golden luminous stone, he would be able to contain the wills of special masters in whatever quantity he wanted. Then he realized that his own martial will was a supreme will formed by the fusion of the wills of a great number of supreme masters. He also remembered the 10 incomplete martial paths. If he could advance further, he might be able to achieve perfection. After that, the scene shifts to Lin Zi, telling Lu Sheng that at that moment he had become a star at the university and had even caught the attention of the seniors. However, Lu Sheng thought it had only been a small fight. Lin Zi found it amusing how everything seemed trivial to Lu Sheng. Then he asked what Lu Sheng's main weapon would be that day, because he wanted to follow him. Lu Sheng replied that it would be the spear. Lin Zi became very happy, because that was his first choice as well. It was quite a coincidence. At that moment, Lu Sheng asked whether Lin Zi really wanted to follow him, warning that it would not always be easy to find him. Lin Zi did not understand what his friend meant by that. The scene then shifts to the martial arts room. When Lu Sheng entered, Holdong immediately panicked upon seeing him. He felt despair and held helplessness, something that haunted him every night. In his dreams, he was trapped in a water tank while the water level kept rising. Unable to do anything, he would eventually be consumed by cold and despair as the water closed in, waking up in terror. This nightmare repeated constantly. Lu Sheng left Hudong terrified. Soon after, a teacher entered. Her name was Xu Shori, and her specialty was the study of monsters. She was going to give them their first class, but she began with a question. She asked why they used cold weapons and martial arts instead of firearms. She then showed a video on a screen, in which several soldiers used rifles to shoot at monsters. She explained that humanity's firearms did not harm the monsters. She wanted to know if the students understood why that happened. Lindsay even remembered that when he was a child, his father had taught him that monsters could only be defeated using martial arts, but his father had never explained the reason. Lu Sheng, however, knew. It was because there were rules that existed in his mind. The teacher said the same thing to everyone. Humanity had been fighting monsters for 300 years. There had been countless studies about the origin of those creatures, but none had ever reached a final conclusion. What all the research made clear was that the monsters came from another world. Humans did not choose martial arts. Martial arts had chosen humans. In order to kill monsters and survive, they had to rely on the power of martial arts. Then a student raised a question. Based on the fact that firearms were restricted by the rules of the other world, she wondered whether the monsters themselves should not have been affected after invading their world. Professor Jueri really liked the question, but she did not have an answer. She admitted that she would also like to know. Everyone was shocked by her honesty. At that moment, Lu Sheng explained that the monsters had already been restricted by the rules of the world, meaning they could actually be even stronger. Suor Jrui was surprised by his answer. She thought it was not a bad idea, but it was still only a hypothesis. The other students felt that it was unfair. Sori did not disagree with them, but she said that the worst thing about that world was that the concept of justice simply did not apply. With that, she ended the lesson for the day and dismissed everyone. Lindsay was still in shock after hearing his friend say that those monsters had already been weakened. Even so, they were still extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing the chubby boy's reaction, Lu Sheng understood why humanity would be annihilated in 10,000 years. Even with the Fireseed resource library, it was impossible to deal with the monsters in the world's current state. The road ahead could be considered hopeless. Lu Sheng could only continue growing stronger and search for a path that could lead humanity to survival. He could not rush things. Soon after, the scene shifts to outside the classroom. They handed forms to Lu Sheng and Lindsay, telling them to return them within 3 days. The forms required them to choose training halls based on their preferred weapons. The two of them chose the spear hall. Soon everyone began spreading the news that Lu Sheng had chosen the spear. The other students who had also chosen the spear quickly gave up. They did not want to compete with him. The scene then shifts to the spear training room. The students already there could not believe that Lu Sheng had chosen the spear. Some of them did not even know who he was, but those who did explained that he was the strongest freshman martial champion of that year. At that moment, the spear technique instructor was dismissing the class, saying that anyone who wanted could stay and continue training. Suddenly, she noticed Lindsay and Lu Sheng and asked them to come over. The teacher's name was Lu Roqing. She explained that she managed cold weapon classes for students from the 1st to the 3rd year. She asked whether they were the only new students who had arrived that day. She wanted to start a test and asked the two of them to attack her, alternately using a spear. She was doing this to evaluate their basic talent and skills. Lu Sheng noticed that Ruing was a vigorous instructor who was still at the peak of level 6. Ruing already knew about Lu Sheng and wanted to see if he was really that good. She attacked him first, and Lu Sheng blocked it, beginning to spin the spear, showing that he was quite familiar with the weapon. Ruing thought he was not that bad. Seeing the way she had started, Lu Sheng warned that he would not hold back against her. Ruthing actually liked that attitude and thought he was very bold. Lu Sheng then rushed toward her with the spear, catching Ruthing by surprise because she suddenly felt a sense of imminent death. Ruing received the impact while blocking, and she realized that Lu Sheng was no small fry. She couldn't understand how he could possess such a fierce spear technique. She had never even imagined something like that existed. To make matters worse, Lu Sheng ended up forcing her to drop the spear she was holding. The students were quite shocked. After all, their teacher was losing to a freshman. At that moment, Sheng pointed the tip of the spear at her neck. Ruing even broke into a cold sweat at that moment, and soon after, Sheng apologized to her. Ruing then concluded that he was in the stage of internal discernment. With spear techniques, she hadn't even lasted 3 moves before being disarmed. But after thinking a little more carefully, she started to believe that he had already reached the realm of command. She admitted that she had underestimated Sheng and that he could already graduate from the cold weapons training class. The students were stunned, because basically he was graduating on the very first day of class. Some students even recorded the entire situation with the intention of posting it online. Ruing believed that Sheng's spear skill was already very advanced. He only lacked real combat experience. She couldn't smell the scent of blood on him, which meant he still lacked that kind of experience. So she gave him a tip. He should go to the credit mission center and pick up a mission. She also made it clear that the Marshall Saint Tower and the cold weapons training hall would welcome him anytime. Sheng thanked the teacher for the advice. She herself had nothing more to say. She had never seen a monster like Sheng before. Being forced to announce his graduation on the very first day left her feeling feeling humiliated. Right after that, Lindsay told Lu Sheng that he now understood what Sheng meant when he said they wouldn't see each other very often. Sheng then told his buddy that he was heading to the mission center and the chubby guy should continue training there. He promised to stop by later to see how he was doing. Everyone was dazzled by him. The scene then shifted to the mission center. A young man was about to take on a mission with a girl, and they were discussing the supplies they would need to bring, such as food and medicine. The girl found it strange, since they weren't going into the wilderness, so there was no need to bring so much. But the young man just wanted to avoid any problems. Suddenly, Sheng appeared there. He looked at the panels displaying the available missions. He didn't like them at all, because most of the missions involved capturing fugitives or monsters. A young man noticed that it was Sheng's first time there, and explained that those missions were usually released in the afternoon, while other tasks appeared at night. Seeing how things worked, Lu Sheng picked a mission. It was a purple mission. The staff member who was assisting him became shocked, because that mission was AA level, extremely dangerous. He also thought that Sheng didn't understand what he was getting himself into. However, Lu Sheng soon realized that the mission wasn't suitable for him. The receptionist thought he had guessed correctly, and didn't believe Sheng had the ability for it. Suddenly, Sheng made several papers fly into the air, leaving the receptionist extremely surprised. Lu Sheng then asked if there were missions above AA level. The receptionist thought it was some kind of joke and made it clear that he could report Sheng to the administration to deduct his credits if he was just playing around. Sheng became confused, since he had only come to pick up missions. The man quickly explained that AA missions require full marks in cold weapons training and strong combat ability. He asked whether Lu Sheng met those requirements. At that moment, Sheng threw an insignia toward the man, leaving him stunned when he saw that Sheng was a level 6 martial artist. Even so, he still asked to confirm, which irritated Sheng. Sheng made it clear that he could prove it with his fists if necessary. The man also said that the mission required full marks in cold weapons training, specifically the discipline Lu Sheng had chosen as his focus. Sheng immediately told him that just 1 hour earlier, Raoing had already acknowledged his graduation, and the information would soon be updated. The receptionist began trembling and asked for Sheng's identification so he could register him, since high-rank missions could not be approved without proper identification. However, when the man saw Sheng's ID, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the person standing in front of him was Lu Sheng. Sheng was already tired of the delay and thought the guy was just stalling him, so he released his aura to speed things up. The man immediately felt Sheng's overwhelming presence and said he would inform him as soon as the review results came out, asking Sheng to take good care of his identification and insignia. Sheng didn't like all the bureaucratic delay. It was almost lunchtime, so he decided to go to the Marshal Tower instead. Meanwhile, Hudong was demonstrating his ability and received praise from the instructor because he was skillfully using knife techniques he had never even trained before. Hudong felt grateful for the praise, but the other students were irritated, believing that Duo Hong must have trained beforehand through his family. Many people didn't know that his mental control talent was metal, which naturally made Huo Dong skilled with cold weapons. He could even feel the breathing of the weapon in his hands. He believed he shouldn't pay attention to Lu Sheng and refused to believe that Sheng was better than him at everything. Suddenly, one of the students told everyone to check their smartphones. Everyone was shocked when they saw the news. Lu Sheng was the strongest monster of them all, having defeated the cold weapons teacher with just 3 moves. When Hudong saw that, he was devastated, practically holding back tears and wanting to change majors. At that moment, a man used his ability and shattered a rock with a powerful sword strike. His name was Yi Xuan. A girl who had seen everything congratulated him, saying that his autumn cut had become stronger. If Xiao Lan challenged him again, she believed he could win. But Yi Xuan thought Zhao Lan was merely a defeated opponent now, someone he had already removed from the list of people he considered to have potential. Ye Xuan's true goal was those ranked within the top 10, because he believed only they were worthy of being his opponents. The girl believed that with his current strength, he could already enter the top ranks, but Ye Xuan disagreed. He still hadn't condensed the single trace of his martial will, so he believed he had no chance. However, the girl thought he shouldn't look at things that way. Becoming a martial master was not easy, and sometimes it even depended on luck. Yi Xuan didn't disagree with her, and believed his opportunity simply hadn't arrived yet. Then she remembered seeing an interesting freshman. She showed Lu Sheng to Yi Xuan, and told him that he was the martial dragon student of that year. She had even heard that he defeated teacher Runying. Yu Quan was shocked. After all, the teacher had already reached the intermediate stage of internal discernment in her spear martial arts. She was no ordinary fighter. Because of that, he was certain that Lu Sheng was truly a powerful opponent. The girl thought that Ji Yuan had begun to feel a sense of crisis and urgency after seeing Lu Sheng. However, he told her that everything was fine, as if Sheng were not actually a worthy opponent. Even so, deep down he considered Sheng exceptional and believed they would meet sooner or later. Soon after, a logistics team called out to Sheng, informing him that they had come on behalf of the governor of Sha province. They were there to deliver a gift and asked for his signature. Sheng thanked them and began levitating the item they had been struggling to carry, which shocked the workers. When he opened it, he saw the spear. Pingnan had not been joking. It was made of mithril and iron. Lu Sheng was amazed, as the weapon was truly excellent. He thought the governor had been extremely generous, and asked the subordinate to pass along his gratitude. The workers then left. Sheng realized that with this spear, his power had increased by at least 30%. At that moment, he even felt confident about facing a martial master head-on. All he needed was was to become familiar with the weapon, which was called the Draconic Scarlet Crystalline Spear. Sheng clearly remembered from Zhao Xuan's memories that it was necessary to create a bond between the warrior and the spear so that the spear's soul could be cultivated. The method was simple. He had to practice constantly and temper it with blood, but it had to be the blood of powerful enemies. Only through real battles could he cultivate the true magnitude of a celestial weapon. Soon after, he arrived where he wanted to go, but he was left speechless when he saw the gigantic line waiting there. He then heard a woman explaining that entering the tower was complicated. Every day, the tower received tens of thousands of people, but it only had 30 rooms, so only 30 people could enter at a time. Sheng asked her when it would be his turn to enter. She explained that it depended on how long the people inside could endure. Sheng felt quite disappointed, and even sighed, asking the girl to notify him when his turn came. The girl even called him cutie, and said she would warn him in advance. After receiving the notice, he would have 10 minutes to return. He was surprised that so many people were waiting, but it made sense. The martial will inside the Martial Saint Tower was extraordinary. Its power was immense and unprecedented. He wondered if the difference between a martial master and a level 9 martial saint was really that huge. He decided not to rush things, and chose to go to the cold weapons training hall to familiarize himself with his new weapon. However, when he arrived, he saw that the training rooms were also full, which ruined his good mood. He felt terribly unlucky, and stood up from the floor, thinking that it simply wasn't his day. The receptionist then gave him a tip. Next time, he should come at 7 in the morning. But suddenly she realized that he was Lu Sheng, so she hurriedly told him that someone had just left, and that he could enter immediately. Sheng noticed that she recognized him. The receptionist replied that at this point, it would be hard for anyone not to know who he was. He thanked her for the help. The girl was curious about how strong he was, and what level he would reach in his first session inside the practical training room. Sheng found training room 8, just as she had said. When he entered, he saw that the place was top tier, almost like the training rooms in the elite training camp. He found a panel full of buttons and activated the training. The room's artificial intelligence announced that the first phase of cold weapons training was about to begin, and told him to prepare. He immediately took a stance with his spear. Several metal balls flew toward him, and he cut all of them effortlessly with the spear. He wondered if that was all, but the system showed that his result was only 20% completion. Confused, he asked why. The intelligence explained that during the training, the use of any method other than pure physical strength was forbidden. Sheng realized that made sense. When vital chi was used, any task would become easy, so he decided to try again. Once more, numerous balls flew toward him. This time, he cut them all using only his physical strength. He quickly began to sweat, which surprised him. He even thought the first round had ended, but suddenly more balls started flying toward him. He expected the same thing as before, but this time it was different. These were no longer iron spheres, they were wooden spheres, easily affected by wind pressure. He liked this a lot. The training room was clearly designed to refine a warrior's skill by testing weapon control. By replacing iron spheres with wooden ones, the projectiles became far more sensitive to air currents, making their trajectories completely unpredictable. It reminded him of martial arts manuals from his past life. He continued training, even jokingly wondering if the next projectiles would be plastic balls. Soon he saw drops of water, popcorn, and then suddenly he was stunned when the room even produced feathers. That was when he understood. He threw his spear toward the feathers and practiced with them. In a short amount of time, his connection with the draconic scarlet crystalline spear improved dramatically. He was extremely impressed. The training room gave him an entirely new perspective. It wasn't just about controlling a weapon. He had to control his physical strength with perfect precision, something that normally required 100 years of hard work. Even though he had advantages compared to others, he had almost failed several times. The training stabilized the unstable aspects inside his body, making his martial arts foundation much more solid. He even felt as if the second form of the perfect martial art was calling to him. Then he realized something strange. The next phase of training hadn't started, but the system informed him that all 5 phases of training in that room had already been completed, which shocked him. How had it already ended? He decided that he would return every day to train until it no longer had any effect on him. Meanwhile, outside the room, a girl was surprised when the receptionist said that the training room had already become available again. The short-haired girl carrying a sword wished she had enough influence to secure a better spot in places like that. Then she saw Lu Sheng walking out, and her expression lit up because a new slot had just opened. The receptionist then told the girl that she was lucky and could enter. The girl went straight to training room 8, but what she saw left her with her eyes wide open. The place looked like a junkyard. She immediately became irritated with Lu Sheng because she was certain the room had been cleaned before he used it. In her mind, he had turned it into a garbage dump. She even punched the control panel, and the cleaning program started immediately. The short-haired girl couldn't understand how someone could have worked so hard just to make the room that messy. She saw popcorn and feathers scattered around and was completely confused. She wondered if Sheng had been camping there and watching movies. Then she suddenly realized something and widened her eyes again. She couldn't understand how he had produced so much trash in just a few hours. Only cold weapons were allowed inside the cultivation room. Even water was forbidden. So she asked the system to display the last training record from that room. When she saw Sheng's information and the fact that he had reached phase 5 and completed the training, she was completely stunned. Among the 9 sacred martial universities, the highest anyone had ever reached was only phase 3. Reaching phase 3 already meant someone had entered the internal discernment enrollment stage. Because of that, she believed there had to be some mistake. She was sure Sheng was younger than her, so how could he possibly have anything to do with martial masters or grandmasters? Just as she was about to check the records again, the system suddenly started malfunctioning. She couldn't believe it. Moments later, the room was completely clean again, and she was left utterly confused. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Lu Sheng, drinking an elixir. He hadn't expected that drinking a golden dragon elixir after training would increase his absorption rate. He immediately activated the stellar body refining art. He found it incredible. During the second stage of the golden immortal body, his cultivation speed had become twice as fast as normal. He could feel parts of his body that had not yet been refined, starting to activate and participate in the cultivation process. He began to believe that he would complete the second stage of the golden immortal body in half the estimated time, possibly even finishing it before becoming a martial master. The following days were simple and routine. Every morning he practiced the martial master path of the stellar body realm art. After that, he went to class to study monster science. After lunch, he checked the line at the Martial Saint Tower. Then he went straight to the cold weapons training room and repeated the 5 training phases from beginning to end. At night, he practiced body refining arts and other techniques. Whenever he got tired, he went into the dreamland to fight. A week later, he had once again completed all 5 phases of the cold weapons training. In just 1 week, his vitality value had increased greatly, and the power of his normal strikes had grown much stronger. He thought the training had been extremely beneficial because he had corrected many mistakes before reaching rank 7 or 8. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl had been investigating him. She even brought a few classmates to see the training room because she wanted to prove she wasn't lying. When everyone saw the records confirming that he had reached phase 5, they were all shocked. Most of them didn't even know that the training room had 5 phases in the first place. They also couldn't believe that someone could hit things like popcorn and feathers with a weapon. Some students suggested taking pictures and posting them on the campus forum, but the short-haired girl had already done that earlier. Everyone had said it was fake, claiming it was edited, and her account had even been banned because of it. One of the students then said that Lu Sheng had barely arrived and had already surpassed Yi Xuan. The short-haired girl believed that Sheng had already reached the realm of command in cold weapons mastery. She was convinced that even the top 10 martial saints ranked at the university might no longer be his match. Everyone felt frustrated. They had discovered something incredible, but couldn't share it, which made it even more annoying. The short-haired girl suggested that everyone should pretend they didn't know anything, but she believed that Sheng wouldn't stay hidden for long. In her opinion, he was about to make a huge move. Soon after, the scene shifted to Sheng. Looking at his phone, he finally received a notification that a slot had opened for him in the Martial Saint Tower. He had been waiting for an entire week. At that exact moment, he also received another notification. His AA-level mission had finally been approved, and he needed to go to the mission center immediately. Both things had happened at the same time, which completely surprised him. In the end, he decided to go to the mission center first. Each of the 7 sacred martial universities had its own Martial Saint Tower. Students used these towers and enjoyed many privileges from them. They were considered the pride of the sacred martial universities. Students from other universities were also allowed to challenge the towers of rival schools. If a challenger broke the record by reaching a higher floor, the school that failed to defend its tower would lose the right to use its Martial Saint Tower for an entire year. Suddenly, a young man arrived at the tower and handed over an application form, just as the receptionist had requested. When she saw that he was from the 4th Sacred Martial University, her eyes widened. The man was called Miao Renshang. He looked strange and even had a tattoo on his face. He calmly stated that he had come to challenge the tower. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Riverside restaurant. Shang was enjoying a giant hamburger because food was always a top priority for him. He remembered the mission officer telling him that all the necessary information for the mission was inside the envelope. According to the documents, a criminal gang responsible for many serious crimes had caused $2 billion in damages and had taken the lives of 50 people, including more than 30 police officers. They were truly ruthless criminals. For every bandit Shang captured or killed, he would receive a reward of 10 million and 10 credit points. The leader of the gang carried a reward 10 times higher. Shema simply wanted to complete as many missions as possible to collect the credits he needed. Then he saw that he had teammates. One of them was a girl named Su Ming Yao, who used daggers and was rank 6. The other was a man named Meng Jianfei, who also used a spear just like Lu Sheng, and he was also a level 6 martial artist. Sheng's only concern was that those two wouldn't slow him down. The scene then shifted to outside. At night, Meng Yao was waiting for Sheng. He was late, and she was already getting impatient. Jianfei was smoking right next to her, which also bothered her a lot. However, Jianfei was a bit calmer, trying to reassure Meng Yao, believing that their mission partner would arrive soon. But the girl was very irritated and wanted him to stop smoking immediately, because she could no longer stand the smoke. She even suggested that they should go without Sheng if he ended up taking too long. She didn't even believe he would be of any help anyway. Jianfei didn't think that would be a good decision. He was sure Sheng would show up. Meng Yao kept focusing on the fact that Sheng was just a freshman, and his mission success rate was still 0%. She also thought the way the 7th Sacred Martial University handled things was wrong, sending a freshman who had never seen blood before on such a high-risk mission. Jianfei explained that he had already heard about Lu Sheng, saying that he was the rising dragon of that year. That information only made the girl even more irritated, as she believed Lu Sheng would just ride on her achievements and steal her prestige. In her opinion, opinion, he should earn everything on his own. When Jane Fei saw that she had started walking, he asked her to wait a little longer. She had zero patience when it came to dealing with rookies. Suddenly, Jane Fei informed her that Shang had arrived. With a briefcase in hand, Lu Shang greeted the two of them good evening. Soon after, they were all riding in the car together. Meng Yao asked Shang if he had prepared his weapons, and he confirmed that he had. Meng Yao then explained that their plan at the moment was to evaluate the strength of that criminal group. If they had the chance, they would make that group meet their end that very night. When they arrived at the location, Meng Yao began lecturing Lu Shang about many things. She told him to take it seriously, because they were dealing with real criminals. This was not a child's game. It was a matter of life and death. There was still time for Shang to go back if he wanted. In her opinion, she also didn't want him blaming her if anything went wrong. Lu Shang simply said he understood. Meng Yao hoped he was speaking seriously. Then they got out of the car and hid the vehicle. The three of them ran together, hiding wherever they could. Eventually, they spotted a few men on top of a building. Since they were very far away, Jianfei couldn't evaluate their strength. Meng Yao just wanted to get a little closer. Meanwhile, Lu Shang was using his perception ability, while the insufferable girl thought he wasn't paying attention to the mission. Lu Shang soon realized that there were about a dozen thugs hiding inside the building. They would need to investigate further. At that moment, Meng Yao touched him, asking why he was spacing out like that, which made him widen his eyes. Then he told the two of them that they should go ahead first. Lu Shang thought he should have come to that mission alone, since the girl was extremely annoying. Meng Yao was a bit frightened at that moment, and wanted to understand what was happening, but she still called Jian Fei to go with her. They climbed up the wall. She thought they should approach quietly, and better assess their strength, something Shang had already done. Suddenly, Jianfei started trembling. The girl wanted to know what had happened. He explained that there were many martial artists inside the building. The scene then shifted to inside the building, where many thugs had gathered. One of them was very angry with a thug named Ma Guoyun because he wanted to take 30% of the reward, making it clear that things didn't work that way. Ma Guoyun remained calm and composed, explaining that he had done all the work himself from the planning to the execution. All the others had done was kill one or two people. Therefore, Ma Guoyun believed it was more than fair for him to receive 30%. The bearded man made it clear that at most he would get 20%, and the rest would belong to them. If Ma Guoyun didn't agree, they could cancel everything right there. The others believed they had made a big difference in the operation. Meng Yao realized that there were at least 8 level 6 fighters inside, so she believed they had no chance against them. For the two of them, that mission had now risen to S-rank difficulty. They needed to go back and report everything they had seen, so they tried to retreat, but there were people around. Meanwhile, the argument between the thugs over the percentage continued. One of the men wasn't very worried, because he believed it was only temporary. In just a few days, once they robbed the transport vehicles carrying strategic materials, their boss would be able to become a martial master. Then they would receive everything down to the last crumb. Meng Yao and Junfei realized they needed to leave immediately, and they did just that. It was at that moment that they discovered the entire plan of those thugs. That was also when she understood why Ma Guoyun had been so calm. With 8 level 6 criminals, it was enough to bring down a city. She didn't even like to think about an outlaw reaching the level of a martial master, so she believed they should return as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Jianfei was completely shocked, reminding that insufferable girl that they had forgotten about the kid. They needed to go back so that Shang wouldn't end up losing his life. Just then, Lu Shang approached some of the thugs. The bald man asked where he had come from, but before the other could say anything, Shang revealed his flames and made the man bleed, putting everyone else on high alert. The bald man grabbed his weapon, thinking Lu Shang had a death wish. At that moment, Shang quickly took his spear and attacked all those thugs at once. He saw that there were 8 level 6 fighters there, and 2 of them were at the peak of level 6. He hadn't expected the mission to be so easy. He didn't even need to move stealthily anymore. The bald man threatened Lu Shang, making it clear that their boss would take revenge, but then he was crushed underfoot, like a cockroach. Shang didn't waste words. He simply wanted that damned bald man to shut up. It was the first time Lu Shang had felt what it was like to kill someone. He felt no remorse because he was dealing with criminals. A large part of his repressed desire for destruction and chaos dissipated, yet his mind remained clear. He believed it was probably because he had already killed so many zombies, and in any case, he was killing bad people, not innocents. In this way, he began to see himself as if he were the embodiment of justice's judgment. Then the scene shifts to 5 minutes earlier. Inside the building, a red-haired woman was extremely irritated because she had already done her part and wanted her 20%, but the bearded man made it clear that she was nothing, so she had no right to demand anything. Suddenly, Ma Guoyun stood up. He didn't like the argument between the two of them, so he quickly struck the bearded man with full force. With a single blow, the bearded man was already on the ground. Ma Guoyun made it clear that he was the strongest one there, so he would decide how much each person would receive. If anyone had a problem with that, they could leave right away, because he had no intention of asking for permission. The other criminals were a bit reluctant at that moment, until one of them, wearing a red suit, started laughing. He believed Ma Guoyun was right. Everyone there had come to make money, and they couldn't ruin their partnership over something trivial. The man had a completely disfigured face. However, one of the thugs mockingly called the strange-looking man a ghost-faced vulture, pointing out that an entire convoy of vehicles carrying strategic materials was not something insignificant. The strange vulture admitted that, but declared that for a martial master it would be completely insignificant. This surprised everyone, because no one knew that Ma Goyun was doing all this in order to advance to the level of Martial Master. The group seemed satisfied, saying that they just wanted Ma Goyun to distribute the profits however he wanted. The ghost-faced vulture approached Ma Goyun and said he wished him success in advancing to Martial Master. Ma Goyun thanked him, but the vulture made it clear that Ma Goyun wasn't the only one. He also wanted to become a Martial Master, which was why he needed the 30%. Ma Goyun simply accepted. The ghost-faced vulture was the only person there who could challenge him in terms of strength. He also possessed elemental control talent. There were rumors that he had once caused a devastating fire that killed his entire family. His favorite pastime was burning people alive, and he had become a criminal with frightening priorities. Seeing that no one opposed him, Ma Goyun decided he would distribute the profits simply. But suddenly, someone started knocking on the door, and the criminals became alert, thinking it might be the police. However, since there were several level 6 fighters present, they weren't worried about the police at all. One of the thugs, holding a knife, even said he wouldn't mind spending a little energy on them. But suddenly the door slammed violently into his face, leaving Ma Goyun wide-eyed. Standing there was Lu Sheng, holding his spear. Everyone was surprised because they saw him as nothing more than a kid. Shank then offered 2 minutes for anyone who wanted to survive to run away immediately. The group thought Shank was acting like he was something special, but to them he was nothing more than a broken cookie. The woman wasn't intimidated at all and referred to Sheng as a kid who hadn't even grown a beard yet. She even thought the police must have run out of men. Looking at Sheng, Ma Goyun saw nothing but a brat. The red-haired woman immediately rushed toward him to attack with her sword. Sheng barely moved, yet he still took her head off. Everyone was shocked. He had just killed a level 6 martial artist. They quickly realized Sheng wasn't ordinary. Ma Goyun warned everyone that the Lu Sheng standing before them was not what he seemed, so they shouldn't underestimate him. They needed to attack together. Everyone also noticed that he was carrying a martial masterclass weapon, which immediately caught their interest. They were sure it was worth a fortune, so several of them attacked him at the same time. Sheng quickly knocked them all to the ground. Those who were still standing realized they were dealing with a monster. It felt absurd to them because Sheng looked like a mere kid, yet he was completely overwhelming them. Lu Sheng then asked if the rest weren't willing to challenge him. Since no one approached him, he said he would come to them instead. Using the wind-breathing technique, he increased his speed and attacked several opponents at once with his spear. The vulture-faced man realized that the kid was basically a martial master. He immediately tried to flee, but Sheng made it clear that this was a happy night, and no one would escape. However, the vulture suddenly revealed his power, creating a fireball in his hand and declaring that he had never intended to run away. He threw the attack toward Sheng. The boy blocked it, but the vulture believed he had roasted him alive, thinking nothing would remain of the kid. However, Lu Sheng appeared completely unharmed, and even seemed surprised that the vulture dared to call that fire. The vulture was stunned. Sheng then showed him what real fire looked like. He burned the vulture with a purple flame, giving him the Christmas gift he deserved. Ma Goyun was completely astonished by what he was witnessing. Sheng realized that his flames were far hotter than the vulture's. Smiling, he then asked Ma Goyun if he had already thought about how he would like to die. Meanwhile, outside the building, Meng Yao and Jianfei, the two useless ones, were being careful not to be seen. They had no idea what was happening inside. However, they noticed that the guards outside had been killed with a single strike. Jianfei assumed it must have been Lu Sheng and remarked that he had talent. Meng Yao, on the other hand, believed those men were just small fry and easy to deal with. She couldn't believe the kid had already gone into action, so she called Jianfei and told him they were going inside. She told him to prepare to fight, but it wasn't even necessary. All the criminals were already on the ground. Then they saw Ma Goyun screaming in agony. At that moment, the two of them realized that Lu Sheng was responsible for everything. Meng Yao couldn't believe that Ma Goyun had been killed by Lu Sheng. Seeing that the two had arrived, Sheng simply told them that the mission was over and that he would leave the rest to them because he needed to go. Both of them nearly collapsed from shock. An 18-year-old kid had taken down so many criminals all by himself. Jianfei finally saw what the martial dragon was capable of, admitting that this time the 7th Sacred Martial University had recruited a true monster. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was already in a taxi when he received a message from Lin Zhe, warning him that something bad was happening. Someone was attacking the tower of the 7th Sacred Martial University. Next, Lu Sheng arrived at the university by taxi. He was very satisfied with the rewards he received from that mission. It was exactly what the Crimson Dragon Spear needed to sharpen its blade. At that moment, Lin Zhe met up with him and immediately asked how Sheng's mission had gone. Sheng told him it was normal, nothing special. He only had to kill a few bandits. After hearing that Sheng had killed people, Lin Zhe practically went into shock. Sheng forgot that Lin Zhe, despite being a talented guy, was still just a kid like him, but without access to top-tier resources. So for Lin Zhe, killing another human was an act of brutal cruelty. Because of that, Shen tried to explain to his friend that they were all bandits. However, Lin Zhe had actually tricked Shen. He was really just curious about what it felt like to kill someone. He also wanted to take bounty missions and kill bandits himself. Lu Sheng realized that the guy was a bit strange. At that moment, everyone had heard the rumor that Xiao Lan had failed to defend the tower, so they were all heading to the Martial Saint Tower, not wanting to lose it. Sheng asked the chubby guy to explain what was going on, and Lin Zhe told him that a man named Miao Renxingyong from the 4th Martial University was attacking their tower. He also mentioned that Renxingyong was ranked among the 7 saints. Sheng didn't know what that meant, so Lin Zhe explained that it was basically an advanced version of the graduate rankings, including all students from the 2nd to the 4th year who had not yet graduated. It was the most prestigious ranking of the 7th Sacred Martial University. Yaishuan was ranked 1st, and Xiaolan was 2nd. Sheng quickly understood that the people on that list were the strongest, the elite of that generation. However, Yaishuan was unable to defend the tower. Because of that, Lindsay believed the 7th Sacred Martial University would become a laughingstock. To make matters worse, they would have to go through the same process as students from other schools and independent martial artists, requesting permission and then waiting several months. Sheng's eyes widened when he heard that from the chubby guy. He didn't want to wait several months and thought it was ridiculous, since all that was required was to defend the tower, so he immediately ran off to do it himself. Lindsay was very happy to hear that Sheng was going to defend the tower. The scene then shifted to the tower of the 7th Sacred Martial University. The students were worried. They didn't want to be trampled by the 4th Sacred Martial University, as it would be a huge humiliation. Then someone finally came out. It was Yi Xuan himself. He didn't seem to be in very good shape. Everyone could see that he had failed, and despair spread among them all. If Rensheng cleared that level, everything would be over for them. Yi Xuan began to lament, saying he knew the tower like the back of his hand, yet he still couldn't defeat someone from outside. He had never imagined there was such a huge gap in strength between them, and he was extremely frustrated by it. There were also a few people from the 4th university there, 2 guys who found it very amusing to see the university students completely desperate. Suddenly they felt an energy behind them, and one of the guys from the 4th university felt someone push him and demanded to know who it was. All of a sudden, everyone became quite shocked, wondering if it was psychic power. Sheng had arrived there. He was carrying a small briefcase, almost looking like an executive, while releasing his aura. Soon people began whispering, because standing there before everyone was the martial dragon student of that year, the guy who had beaten up the senior students on his very first day. Everyone was surprised, as they didn't know he was also a psychic mentalist. Everyone wanted to know if he was going to try to defend the tower. The people from the 4th university immediately judged the book by its cover, thinking Sheng would collapse. Lu Sheng then walked over to the receptionist and asked if he needed to wait in line. She was confused about how they had even allowed him to enter, but since there was no need to queue at that moment, she let him pass. However, she asked him to call more people, because Rengsheng was about to dominate everything and was close to breaking their record. Lu Sheng told her not to worry, because he alone would be more than enough, and he was certain that Rengsheng would not break his record. The scene then shifted to the girl who had been investigating Sheng. She was with her companions, searching for him. However, another girl informed them that he was doing an AA rank mission, which made the girls start lamenting, thinking they were all completely doomed. The others didn't know who she was looking for. Then another girl mentioned that it seemed anyone could try to defend the tower at the moment, and that a freshman named Lu Sheng had just entered. The short-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. The other girl pointed in the direction where Sheng's name appeared on the list. The short-haired girl became very happy, trusting that he would succeed, while her friend found it strange, since she still saw Sheng as just a freshman. Finally, Lu Sheng was seeing what the sacred martial tower looked like in person. The system informed him that the bag contained a blanket and a single-use cover, along with a helmet he needed to wear. He quickly put on the helmet and was transported to another reality. His eyes widened at the sight, because it basically felt like a dreamland to him. He thought that if he didn't break the records of that tower, he would be dishonoring all the zombies he had killed lately. Since the task there was also to kill zombies, he assumed he had an opponent inside the sacred martial tower. Right in front of him stood the martial saint Tam Jong Gili. Lu Sheng was seeing what the martial saint looked like in his youth, but he didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, the martial saint rushed toward him and struck him hard in the chest. However, Lu Sheng didn't feel anything at all. It was as if a second-level martial artist had hit him. At that moment, the martial saint's attack was repelled by Sheng's vital chi. Lu Sheng decided to return the favor and launched a strike toward the martial saint, completely destroying his replica. But something strange happened that left Sheng confused. The martial saint seemed to turn into some kind of coagulated mass. In the end, Sheng's power had been absorbed, and Tan Zhonggili appeared once again, but he looked slightly older this time. It was then that Sheng understood that the difficulty was gradually increasing. At that moment, the martial saint's agility was much greater, but Sheng was still able to block his attacks. Thanks to the martial saint, he quickly grasped the basic principle, so he began attacking and then retreating from the martial saint. Sheng realized that every time he defeated that martial saint, instead of receiving a reward, he was actually being drained, reducing his spiritual power. He even thought that the tower's trials were related to spiritual will, but he couldn't understand how the tower could sustain itself, since even the will of a martial saint could eventually be exhausted. Then he finally understood how the tower maintained itself. It worked somewhat like a payment system, where the tower took a small portion from each level to stimulate the martial saint's will and generate opponents. In fact, it received even more than it generated, continuously strengthening the martial saint's will. At that moment, he understood why the enrollment benefits of the 7th Sacred Martial University were not as good as those of the other 6. The martial saint towers of the other 6 had been built earlier, allowing the snowball effect of their martial saints' wills to grow stronger and larger. Tan Zhonggili, the founder of the 7th Sacred Martial University, was also the only martial saint among the 7 universities. He supervised all the affairs of the 7 universities. Breaking the record of the martial saint tower granted challengers the chance to meet him and receive his legacy. The conclusion Sheng reached was that the dream space originated from the same principle. The dream space could also be generated generated by the will of one or several martial arts powerhouses. Compared to the tower, the dream space was far more ingenious. Over the past 10,000 years, countless martial arts powerhouses had appeared, and with the fusion of their wills, building an entire spiritual world was not impossible. At that moment, Tan Zhonggili was already practicing swordsmanship. Appearing to be in his early 20s, Lu Shang quickly defeated him. He repeated this process many times, using only a single move each time, until suddenly Tan Zhonggili appeared as a man in his 30s. He was at the peak of the 6th level, having reached mastery in swordsmanship, and acclaimed as the best among his peers, second only to the martial masters. Lu Shang wanted to see what the martial saint was capable of, since they were at the same level, but he didn't want to use his spear, and chose to fight with his bare hands. Suddenly, everyone saw on the panel that Rengxin had surpassed Yi Xuan. The historical record of one of the students of the 7th university had been broken. Yi Xuan was in shock. His honor had been tarnished, along with the honor of the university itself. He was practically on the verge of collapse. Then the girl approached him, asking him not to worry, saying that one day he would achieve what he desired. However, she also stated that Tan Zhonggili, at the 6th level, was not such an easy opponent to deal with. Therefore, she was certain that Rengxiang would not be able to defeat the martial saint, but Yi Xuan believed that Rengxiang might succeed through luck. He was even trembling as he saw that his record had been surpassed. However, Lu Sheng suddenly began climbing the tower extremely fast. The girls were shocked because his speed was absurd. In a very short time, he had already reached the 21st level, surpassing Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan was completely stunned and wanted to know what kind of speed that was. Lu Sheng had overtaken him in no time. The people from the 4th Sacred Martial University became very angry with the students of the 7th Sacred Martial University. They thought the 7th University couldn't handle being defeated, and even accused them of falsifying the ranking board. Meanwhile, Yu Xuan thought Shelka's speed was completely ridiculous. Suddenly, the receptionist appeared and made it clear that the tower was not giving any special privileges to Sheng. One of the guys explained that there was no way to believe those results were fake. Then the receptionist looked at the ranking board and was shocked. Lu Sheng had finally surpassed Rengxiang. Everyone stood there with their mouths open, while the girl who had been investigating Sheng smiled, already knowing he was capable of doing something like that. Everyone present recognized that Lu Sheng was on another level, accomplishing incredible feats once again. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng, fighting with his fists, engulfed in flames. He felt relieved because he had managed to defeat Tan Zhonggili, recognizing that if this had happened a few weeks earlier, he might have even lost. He was sure it wouldn't be that easy, and suddenly Sheng felt something bizarre. The cost for the next level was extremely high. He was certain that if it had been another student, their psychic energy would have been completely drained. In the end, Tan Zhonggili appeared in the Master Realm. Sheng could feel an overwhelming power coming from him. He looked to be around 42 years old. In the end, Sheng only wanted to test the true power of the martial saint. He even told Tan Zhonggili to come at him with his sword. If he took too long to cut Sheng down, the kid promised he would burn him. He wanted to test his abilities as someone ranked at level 6 against a level 7 master who had the potential to reach level 9. Charging toward Tan Zhonggili, the martial saint suddenly raised his sword. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. In an instant, a massive crack split open in the ground. Lu Sheng only managed to raise his arms in front of his face. It was a terrifying attack. Even marks were left on his arms. Lu Sheng's vital qi and flames were completely extinguished with a single strike, and he even felt as if he had been sliced apart. That was exactly what Lu Sheng had been looking for, a strong opponent who could push him to his limits. After all, he wanted to become far stronger than he was at that moment. In that battle, under the pressure of a life and death situation, he decided to use the second form of his perfected martial arts, believing it would allow him to take another step in his evolution. With complete control over his body, he charged toward the martial saint. Tan Zhonggili simply raised his sword and made another move. The attack was like thunder shaped into a razor. Lu Sheng condensed his qi into a single point, using the secret technique of the stellar body refinement art. In doing so, he activated a skill called astronomical attainment. It was as if he had a miniature sun at the tip of his finger. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the vice principal's office. He was holding several documents in his hands, looking anxious. He was reviewing the report about the mission Lu Sheng had completed. There had been 8 rank 6 martial artists involved, including 2 at the peak of rank 6, one of them possessing fire elemental power, and all of them had been killed by Sheng. It had been a devastating and completely one-sided battle. What was supposed to be an AA rank mission had effectively reached AAA level difficulty. The police chief had even written a letter of gratitude. The vice principal sighed. That kid really never gave anyone a break, always bringing another huge surprise. In the end, the vice principal could only conclude that Lu Sheng was already comparable to a martial saint. Such talent and power were more than enough to attract the attention of the martial saint himself. He felt he should report it as soon as possible. However, the tower's receptionist suddenly appeared, looking desperate. She said there was an emergency. The vice principal immediately interrupted her, saying that if it was about a defeat, he didn't want to get involved. They should just follow the proper protocol and inform everyone as usual. The receptionist quickly explained that it had nothing to do with that. It was about Lu Sheng. He had broken the record of the university's tower, catching the vice principal completely off guard. Lu Sheng was already on the 26th floor. Jia Taikong immediately jumped out the window. It was truly on another level. He flew straight toward the tower. The people outside were confused confused, because the pressure coming from Zhao Taikong was overwhelming. Seeing him flying through the sky, they had no idea what was going on. Soon, Vice Principal Zhao arrived outside the tower. All the students present were stunned by his presence. And it wasn't just him. The other vice principals had also gathered there. Then Zhao Taikong saw that Sheng had already climbed another floor. One of the vice principals with a mustache mentioned that he had once heard that anyone who passed the 23rd floor before the age of 30 could meet the martial saint. Another vice principal added that passing the 24th floor meant one could receive personal instruction from a martial saint. And if someone passed the 25th floor, they could even become his disciple and inherit his legacy. But Lu Sheng had already passed all of those floors. At that moment he reached the 27th floor. Zhao Taikang then told the other vice principals that once everything was over, they would report what had happened together. The students were in shock. Lu Sheng would definitely be recruited by the martial saint. In the end, no one would be able to break his record for the next 50 years. Among the crowd, Lin Zhe heard everything. People began to conclude that Lu Sheng was the strongest student in the history of the 7th Sacred Martial University. Lin Zheari reminded everyone that Sheng was still just a freshman. It was impossible to properly describe someone like him. In the end, Lin Zhe felt that the only thing he could do was admire Sheng for the rest of his life. Everyone thought it was bizarre because Sheng had appeared out of absolutely nowhere. The short-haired girl quietly watched the crowd talking. Suddenly, she showed them the post she had made about Sheng on the campus forum, bragging that she had talked about him long ago, though no one had believed her at the time. One of the guys was left with his mouth open. Sheng had been right there all along and no one had noticed. He felt blind for not realizing that someone so powerful existed. The scene then shifted back to Lu Sheng. At that moment, he realized that this martial arts competition, the Clash of Wills, was an extremely valuable test. He was badly injured, but he recognized that it was beneficial for his path as a martial master. He also acknowledged that Tan Zhongyili was incredibly strong. Even so, Sheng still believed he was stronger than the martial saint himself. He attacked again and defeated him. In the end, he stood there completely intact, realizing that his great sun visualization technique was almost complete. He believed he might even be able to break through to the 7th rank martial master realm. Suddenly, Sheng felt something pass through him. This time, Tan Zhongyili did not absorb Lu Sheng's mental power. It seemed that this would be the final battle for him. Sheng was more than willing to push himself to the limit. He called Tan Zhongyili out for another fight. On the panel outside, it showed that Sheng had reached the 28th level, leaving everyone completely stunned. It wasn't just the students. Even Zhao Taikang's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, someone was coming out of the tower. Everyone was eager to witness a legendary moment, but it was actually Renxiang. Seeing the large crowd gathered there, Renxiang assumed they had all come to witness his achievement. He believed everyone was amazed by his results. He even thought that the girl he had always admired might finally ask him out. That was something he had always wanted. Everyone, especially the girls, looked shocked as they saw Renxiang smiling proudly. Then Lu Sheng appeared right behind him and politely asked for permission to pass. When Renxiang didn't move, Sheng simply pushed him aside, knocking him to the ground before walking past him. He even apologized for it. Renxiang was furious, but Sheng declared that he only did that because Renxiang was standing in his way. Renxiang lost his temper and rushed toward Sheng to hit him, thinking Sheng didn't know who he was dealing with. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, frightening everyone around. Sheng was holding Renxiang by the neck as if he were nothing, wanting to understand if Renxiang was shameless enough to still complain after blocking his path. On top of that, Sheng wanted to know who Renxiang was, so he threw him to the ground like trash. Renxiang's little group was completely stunned, watching him crawl on the ground like crap. They quickly tried to help him. The students there believed they were witnessing the birth of a new legend. Lin Zhou suddenly lost control and announced to everyone that the 7 saints would be led into the era of Lu Sheng. But the crowd actually bought into what he was saying. Everyone was starting to see Sheng as the savior of the 7 saints. Renxiang, who thought he was the big shot, ended up looking like nothing. In the end, he was defeated as if he were trash being thrown into a garbage bin. Sheng realized that his martial arts had made quite an impression in front of the crowd. Yi Xuan, looking at the rankings table, had already given up on trying to reach the top again, believing that the others would likely do the same. Zhao Taikong was eager to see Sheng's growth, since at only 18 years old he was already that powerful. At that moment, a young man had just arrived. He didn't expect to see so many people there. He was accompanying Yang Yuan and said they should quickly find her schoolmate. He thought the place was dangerous and that they couldn't afford to be careless. However, Yang Yuan told her friend that it was no longer necessary because she had already found him. The blonde guy who was with them couldn't understand it. Unable to believe that she had been looking for Lu Sheng, Yuan tried to say that it wasn't exactly like that. The guys didn't expect her to have such a vain side. Yang Yuan agreed with them. She thought Sheng was dazzling and even felt that she herself was being a hypocrite. The blonde guy grabbed her hand, asking her not to get angry while trying to convince her of something, but she got mad and made him let go of her hand. She said she was grateful for their help, but she didn't like that guy's words and actions. The blonde guy once again asked her not to act like that. Suddenly Lin Zi appeared behind him like the devil himself, grabbing his head and asking if the blonde guy was deaf, since she had already said she had nothing to talk about with him. The blonde guy demanded to know what the hell the fat guy was doing. Lin Zi made it clear that no one should mess with his buddy's girl. Then he simply beat the guy up, while the blonde guy begged for forgiveness and asked the chubby guy to stop. Lin Zi found it strange that it had been so easy to beat the guy up, but he still wanted to achieve the same results as Lu Sheng, showing himself to be both crazy and a dreamer. Soon after, he introduced himself to Yang Yuan, informing her that Lu Sheng had asked him to come to her and tell her to wait a little because he would have dinner with her. Yuan was confused, but the chubby guy clarified that Sheng had noticed she was around. At that moment, Sheng was receiving a lot of attention, so Lin Zhe offered to show her around the campus, even calling her sister-in-law. Yang Yuan's cheeks immediately turned red. She made it clear that they didn't have that kind of relationship like the fat guy was imagining. The blonde guy, seeing that Lu Sheng was Yang Yuan's friend, realized he had already lost. Then the scene shifts to the next day, specifically to the vice principal's office. Zhao Taikang declared that Sheng was incredible. It was his first time entering the tower, and he had already broken the historical record, which made him extremely promising. Sheng's case was special, so the reward had been postponed to see what the Martial Saint's plan was. Since he had broken the tower's record, he would receive some credits. Sheng was stunned. He didn't know there were credit rewards involved. Seeing that he didn't know, the vice principal explained that no matter which university tower it was, if someone broke the record, that person would receive extra credits from their university. Then Zhao Taikang suddenly realized something. Sheng quickly confirmed it, making it clear that he wanted to graduate as soon as possible. Zhao Taikang ended up accepting it, telling the kid he would see what he could do and dismissing Sheng. Right after the student left, the vice principal picked up the phone. He wanted to know if it should be postponed, though he didn't understand the reason for that, making it clear that Lu Sheng's achievements had only just begun. Next, the scene shifts to Sheng, checking the hot news on campus. Obviously, the topic of the moment was him. He also saw several videos circulating that showed all the scenes of him fighting, along with his abilities. He had practically become a celebrity at the university. He read various comments. Guys were praising him endlessly, and girls were saying they wanted to marry him. This made him quite nervous about what he was seeing, but he figured it was expected from girls who practiced martial arts. They were quite bold with their words. After that, he was with Yang Yuan. He said he hadn't expected there to be so many people there. Yuan, with a trembling voice, said that everything was fine. She understood that he was busy. She also agreed with everyone else, thinking his results were dazzling. However, she wanted to know if she could still look for him in the future. He confirmed that she could, not understanding why she was saying that, and making it clear that she shouldn't think that way. Then the scene shifts to the 4th Sacred Martial University. Renxiang was choosing a lot of food to eat. He ate a lot just like Sheng, but after being beaten by Sheng and failing to conquer the tower of the 7th Sacred Martial University, he returned completely discouraged. However, the people at his university thought it was normal. After all, he had been grabbed by the neck like a chicken. Some people couldn't even believe that it had actually happened, but others thought Renxiang wasn't that strong after all. He just liked acting arrogant in front of everyone, which made the whole situation even more embarrassing. Renxiang heard all those comments and began to tremble while calmly eating his food, trying to convince himself that he needed to calm down and ignore all the gossip. However, people started laughing because they had heard that after he had been thrown like trash, he passed out and even wet himself. That was the last straw for Renxiang. He rushed at the guy who had made the comment, knocking the man's food to the ground. Renxiang grabbed him by the clothes, making it very clear that he had not wet himself. He repeated it several times while the guy looked terrified, and the other students around them were shocked. Then someone called out Miao Renqing's name, while Renqing was threatening everyone, warning that if they kept provoking him, he would destroy all of them. That person called him again, making him even more irritated. Renqing immediately rushed toward that person and tried to strike him, but what he didn't expect was that the person caught his attack as if it were nothing. That was when Renqing realized who had been calling him. It was none other than Lu Sheng, asking if the big guy hadn't learned any manners yet, since this was already the second time. Renqing was obviously embarrassed, while Lu Sheng stood up and said he was only there to take their university's tower. He asked Renqing if he had any problem with that. Renqing wasn't crazy, so he quickly made it clear that he had no problem at all. With that, Lu Sheng tossed him into the air the same way he had done before. Renxiang hit the ceiling and cracked it a little, humiliating himself in front of everyone again. The students from the 4th university realized things had gotten serious for them. Miao Renxiang wasn't weak. He ranked 1st among the seniors and 6th among the 7 saints. Many people still didn't know Lu Sheng, so Renxiang introduced him to everyone, saying his name. As soon as the people who knew about Lu Sheng heard it, they panicked. A mobilization quickly started to warn everyone that Lu Sheng was there to take their tower. The top 10 students of the 4th university had to be called. Some students believed it wouldn't make any difference, since Renxiang was nothing more than a rat compared to Lu Sheng. However, a girl clarified that just because Renxiang had lost his courage didn't mean everyone at the university was the same. She was accompanied by an enormous guy. She was curious to see what Lu Sheng was like and wanted to test his strength. Holding a whip in her hands, she thought the whole situation was extremely interesting. The two who had arrived were Yang Zhangkan, ranked 2nd among the seniors, and Feng Meikong, ranked 3rd. People felt reassured seeing that Renxiang wasn't alone anymore. They believed they should defend the tower and send Shang away. The crowd truly believed they could do it, until they saw that Lu Sheng was already ranked 1st on the board. Then the scene shifts to the student union of the 5th Sacred Martial University, where several people were gathered. A guy informed everyone that there was a freshman at the 7th Sacred Martial University who was basically a monster. He gave them information about Sheng, and everyone there realized that Lu Sheng was the new rising star. Then a girl asked that guy Jing Yu why they were still talking instead of taking action. Jing Yu looked embarrassed and asked what she thought they should do. After After all, Lu Sheng was an anomaly. He had broken the tower's record in half a day, and his name was being talked about across all the sacred martial universities. Suddenly, they received terrible news. Lu Sheng himself was already there. He appeared out of nowhere right in front of them, asking where their welcome was. The scene then shifts to the students of the 5th university screaming in panic. The 5th tower had been taken. Lu Sheng felt that he had made a good harvest. Not only had he refined his master's will twice in a row, but his psychic power had also increased significantly, meaning he could soon reach level 7. By putting pressure on himself, his perfected martial arts smoothly entered the second phase. Now he was on another level. He could predict more attacks, almost feeling a sense of omniscience. Everything had become clearer to him. After entering the second phase of perfected martial arts, he even had a divine sensation of reaching the peak. Although it was only an illusion, he believed that if he continued down this path, he could truly become the god of martial arts. Suddenly, Lindsay waved at him, congratulating his friend for capturing another tower. He asked if Lu Sheng wanted to go to the other towers right away. Sheng thought it was still too early, so he asked the chubby guy to call a taxi to the 6th university, which made Lindsay extremely excited. Lindsay then revealed that he had already arranged it. There was an entire fleet of taxis waiting. He took Sheng to one of the cars while Lu Sheng looked around wide-eyed, completely confused. There were many taxi drivers there, and all of it had been arranged by students. They wanted to follow Sheng. Everyone wanted to witness what Sheng, whom they were already calling a legend, would do next. Then the scene shifts to some students from the 6th university, who were completely desperate. They were shouting and warning everyone that Lu Sheng was there. They were treating the whole situation as if a demon had arrived. No one knew what to do until Chen Kong appeared. He was ranked number 1 among the senior students, and he was willing to face Lu Sheng. Chen Kong asked if Sheng had come to capture the tower. Lu Sheng confirmed it, which made Chen Kong quite angry. Even so, he simply accepted it and said he would show him the way, leaving the other students completely shocked. Then the scene shifts to 30 minutes later. Lu Sheng had just reached the 29th floor. He had successfully captured the tower. His supporters went wild, and Lindsay celebrated excitedly. Chen Kong thought it was better to just let Lu Sheng capture everything quickly, because in the end, everyone was already losing prestige anyway. Wherever Lu Sheng went, he kept breaking records. It reached the point where he became known as the Demon King of the 7th Sacred Martial University. The scene then shifts to him going to capture yet another tower. Suddenly, a man asked Sheng if he knew where he was. Lu Sheng calmly replied that he was there to capture the tower. The man holding a sword introduced himself. His name was Bai Hengchuan. He was ranked 2nd among the 7 saints, and he made it clear that Sheng was nothing to them. Hengchuan declared that if Lu Sheng wanted to take the tower, he would first have to step over him. Suddenly, he unleashed his technique, the martial master's will. With a swing of his sword, ice spread in all directions, freezing everything around. He even managed to freeze Lu Sheng's legs. Hengchuan then revealed that he had also once been a martial dragon student. Seeing this, Lin Zi was shocked. Even if it was only a trace, it was still the true culmination of martial arts will. Hengchuan had just shown everyone that he was not someone to be taken lightly. Hengchuan believed he had demonstrated the proud legacy of the old sacred martial university to Sheng. Lu Sheng admitted that Hengchuan wasn't bad, especially since he had graduated early. Hearing this made Hengchuan furious. He was a senior, and Sheng as a junior should know his place. He immediately charged at Sheng, intending to turn him into a block of ice. However, when Lu Sheng saw Hengchuan's ice martial will, he realized that his own martial will was far superior. Suddenly, a massive blaze erupted from him. Hengchuan was caught completely off guard. The heat he felt was like standing under the sun itself. His ice domain began to melt rapidly. Lu Sheng calmly said that if they had been in the same year, Hengchuan would have been the second strongest. Nearby, a few hooded figures were watching the fight. They believed that if Lu Sheng became a martial master within 5 years, he might become someone on the level of the martial saint. Next, the scene shifts to the student union of that university, where the young man was surprised. At that moment, he had just learned that Lu Sheng had already entered the first tower of the martial saint. A girl confirmed it to him. The young man then wanted to know if Bai Hengchuan had not appeared yet. The girl explained that Bai Hengchuan had actually shown up and even displayed his abilities, but it still wasn't enough to stop Lu Sheng. The young man was stunned that Bai Hengchuan had failed to stop him, even after showing all of his achievements. The girl explained that in the end, Lu Sheng didn't even need to do anything to defeat Bai Hengchuan. Hearing that, the young man became confused and asked what had happened. The girl explained that Sheng had merely revealed his martial master's will. He didn't even fight Hengchuan. With just his martial will, he melted Hengchuan's martial will. The man collapsed to the ground at that moment. As the news hit him like a shock, his eyes were wide open. The girl quickly called out to him. That man's name was Jing Xuan. She wanted to know whether they should try to stop Lu Sheng, but Jing Xuan was trembling at that moment, believing they wouldn't be able to do anything against Lu Sheng. After all, there wasn't much difference between him and Bai Hengchuan in terms of strength, so he believed their efforts would be in vain. The girl soon began to lament the situation. She clearly remembered that she had decided to follow the path of Tonjonggili, to become the strongest person below the martial saint, and be promoted to master as quickly as possible. However, what happened was that Lu Sheng appeared like a demon king, completely out of nowhere. With only a few months left before her graduation, she couldn't believe things were going to go wrong like this. Jing Xuan then told her not to dwell on it. Outside, people were reading the news. Everyone thought Lu Sheng was incredible. He was on the front page of the newspaper, which made it clear that he was the strongest man below the master level, ranking first among all the towers. Then the scene shifted to the land of dreams, where numerous zombies wandered through the streets. The artificial intelligence displayed what Sheng had asked for, and he asked Ellie to show information about himself. He wanted to know whether he could become a saint in that lifetime. He didn't care about reputation. His daily routine was simply cultivating, eating, and sleeping, and he didn't even like showing off. It was all forced on him. However, he truly enjoyed crushing the enemies he hated. Then he saw on the system panel that he could indeed become a 9th level martial artist, meaning he could eventually become a martial saint. However, that was still far from his ultimate goal, which was reaching rank 12. So he decided to check the milestones of his life. He saw that in his life he would become a martial arts genius, breaking the records of the 7 martial saint towers and becoming the strongest person below the master level. He would even kill a master level motivator from the Jidao Martial Academy. He hadn't expected that he would end up killing someone, so he wondered what reason he would have to offend a martial saint by killing a master. In any case, he couldn't think too much about it, since his destiny was always changing. He also discovered that he would become a disciple of the martial saint Tanjong. He would be the 3rd disciple, becoming a grandmaster at the age of 32 and being promoted to the rank of martial saint Pulse at the age of 70. He would create his own sacred martial academy and become known as the perfect martial saint. In the end, he would die at the age of 161. He even liked how his life ended in that scenario. His lifespan had decreased slightly, which he believed was due to mental exhaustion, showing how difficult it was to maintain a perfect martial art. Then he noticed a tab on the system panel showing wives. He immediately started thinking about the girls he had seen before who might have had something with him. His curiosity began to gnaw at his mind, but at the same time he felt he shouldn't look at that kind of thing because it might make him lose focus, showing that he was a very disciplined man. He decided to check something else, but he still didn't have sufficient permission, so he asked the artificial intelligence about the origin of the monsters. However, Ellie showed him so much information that he ended up collapsing to the ground. After that, he asked the artificial intelligence to check whether the contents of the main volumes of the abilities, stellar body refinement, the nature breathing technique, and the crystal visualizations technique were available. Eventually, he saw the method to reach the 3rd stage of the immortal golden body, even though he hadn't yet completed the 2nd stage. Still, he believed that if it were like the Eastern Military Region with unlimited resources, things might be different. However, the old man who managed the Eastern Military Region probably didn't even want him to get close. He began looking at other things and ended up finding abstract concepts, things he didn't understand. All he really wanted was to improve the efficiency of his cultivation, so he decided to leave those things for the future and spend time studying them later. Then he found information about a master who could project his will. He hadn't imagined that this master could use his own psychic power to imitate the martial will of others, which he thought was a brilliant idea. He even wondered whether he was inside some projection created by willpower. He realized that if he hunted zombies in his dream space, he could strengthen his own will. He felt as if he had reached a certain place, but there was a fog that prevented him from seeing what was ahead. In any case, he thought he might be overthinking things, so he decided to return. In that way, he asked Ellie to save everything, and left the land of dreams, while the artificial intelligence remained there, observing the panel containing all of his information. Next, the scene shifts to him trying to recreate the zombie goddess, whose spear technique he had learned, but he couldn't manage to do it. He didn't know what was missing, showing that it wasn't that easy. Compared to the tower, that place felt more like a separate world, but it was a complete world. Everything there was close to perfect reality. If the two places were compared to a game, the tower would be the more sloppy one, where players needed to help with the programming to make the place more realistic. The dream space, on the other hand, was like an SS rank game. Sometimes it became very difficult to distinguish that place from reality. Sheng realized that thinking about those things wouldn't take him anywhere. His objective was to cultivate. In any case, he was making progress with his crystal visualization technique. At that moment, he could accommodate 3 types of martial master wills. If he managed to obtain one more martial will, he would certainly irritate those who were at the top of the rankings. He needed to obtain the will of a grandmaster, especially because he wanted to become one himself. In order to face someone at that level, he needed to keep evolving. Soon, he found the 3rd will he needed. There was a creature carrying an enormous rock. Sheng quickly used the perfect martial arts in their first stage. Using the flame-breathing technique, he launched an attack toward that zombie that looked like a double-door refrigerator. The creature was hit with full force, and Sheng caused a massive hole in it. Even using only 2 enhancements, the effect was terrifying. The defense of those zombies was also very strong, and that one was an extremely muscular zombie. At that moment, Lu Sheng tried to inherit the will of the giant zombie. Soon he began to see the zombie's past. A man filled with whey protein, named Shi Wei. Shi Wei had been humiliated by his master, who said that he was always behind the others and had no talent for martial arts. Shi Wei knew this, but he promised his master that he would work much harder and that someday he would become strong. However, his master believed he was just a hopeless case. The scene then shifted to a martial artist carrying an enormous sword, who informed Shi Wei that he didn't have the qualifications necessary to become a city guard. Even so, Shi Wei didn't give up and planned to search elsewhere. Suddenly, the scene changed to a woman slamming her hand on a table. She believed Shi Wei had gone crazy because he had joined a hunter group. She thought he was trying to get himself killed. That woman was his mother. Shi Wei only wanted her to calm down, promising her that he would survive. Next, the scene changed again to some men mocking Shi Wei, saying he was useless and couldn't save anyone. He told them that he had almost lost his life just to bring back the bodies of those who had died. Even so, those men continued to belittle him. Shi Wei trembled while they mocked him, saying that one day he would become a monster's meal. As time passed, he was eventually promoted to the 6-star rank, which left those people extremely indignant because they believed it was impossible for him. Members of his group kept dying one by one, while Shi Wei remained alive. Shi Wei only cared about becoming stronger because he wanted to save as many people as possible. Then the scene shifted again. Shi Wei appeared desperate, asking a doctor what had happened, but she simply congratulated him. He had just become the father of a baby girl. Both mother and daughter were safe, and Shi Wei was extremely happy. From that moment on, he wanted to become strong enough to protect his daughter forever. Shi Wei, who had been treated like an idiot by everyone, eventually became a master. Later, at the age of 72, Base 1359 was attacked by a wave of monsters. Shi Wei remained at Gate 27, refusing to retreat until his death. Through this, Lu Sheng came to know the story of that muscular zombie. Shi Wei had bloomed late, being humiliated for a long time. Before he died, he had reached the Grandmaster level. His entire path had been devoted to protecting people. In a way, that was also Lu Sheng's path. He wanted to protect his family and the future of humanity. Shi Wei had protected the gate because he was a specialist in palm and fist techniques. He studied intensely to refine his abilities. Shi Wei tested what he had obtained from Shi Wei and was amazed by the skill, as it possessed absurd precision. Nothing could escape it. However, Shi Wei's ability impressed him even more. It was an extremely powerful martial will. The martial art entered his mind completely, and its name was Mountain of the Wisdom King, representing immense balance. Shi felt as if he had an infinite source of power beneath his feet. He visualized himself as the Wisdom King. Not even Tan Zhongyili had displayed such great potential at the master rank. Sheng picked up a small stone, wondering if that truly represented Shi Wei's will. After inheriting Shi Wei's will, Lu Sheng once again reached his limits. Even though he felt that he could now advance to the master rank, he had a premonition. The moment he advanced through the path of stellar refinement, the balance within his body would break instantly. Perhaps all the martial wills would be absorbed or extinguished. However, those wills were extremely important to him. If that didn't work, if he couldn't integrate them properly, the highest level he would reach would be rank 11. He would never surpass rank 12. Because of that, he didn't know what to do. He needed to find a solution before reaching the master rank. Otherwise, he would have to forge a completely unique martial path of his own. Finally, the scene shifted to the next day. He realized that continuing to force it wouldn't help, so he thought it would be better to go out for a walk. He had never really gone out for a walk before, until he saw two men playing chess. As he watched them, he began to notice similarities with his own situation. Just like in chess, the different masters whose wills he had absorbed could hardly get along with each other. Suddenly, one of the players delivered a checkmate. The game seemed so complicated that Lu Sheng didn't even know where to begin. At that moment, he suddenly felt hungry, so he ordered a crazy noodle dish to eat. While the cook was preparing it, Sheng thought that after defeating all the martial towers, his time at the academy was coming to an end, and he might soon be able to return home. Soon, his dish arrived. Sheng had reached a level where he could learn other people's martial arts and simply refine them, removing all their flaws. In the end, he even ate 5 more bowls of those noodles. The cook realized that his customer was a martial artist because he ate like a horse. Lu Sheng liked the dish a lot and thought he should come back more often. The cook was very happy to hear that and even suggested that Lu Sheng bring his girlfriend next time. As a bonus, he gave Lu Sheng a poached egg. Sheng enjoyed the meal very much. Suddenly, he saw 2 children playing nearby. They were imagining a scenario where the boy insisted that Superman's flame form was much stronger, but the girl disagreed and firmly claimed that the ice form was stronger. Lu Sheng started thinking about that idea, about switching forms, like flame and ice. Then the scene shifted to a man ordering 4 plates of the same crazy noodles that Sheng had just eaten. He was with a girl and explained that he really liked the dishes there. However, she wasn't paying much attention because she was busy with her phone. The man tried to show off, explaining that he had been promoted to rank 2 and therefore needed a lot of energy. The girl didn't care at all until she noticed that Lu Sheng had a much bigger appetite than that man. She pointed him out, saying that Lu Sheng looked like a demon while eating. In the end, Sheng continued eating, but he was completely immersed in his thoughts. On the television, a fight scene was playing, where a character launched an attack called Burning Round Flame. At that moment, Lu Sheng suddenly put down his bowl. He stood up and realized something about the round shape. Physically speaking, the circle is the most perfect shape possible. It could be the outline of his perfected martial arts. However, when it came to color, he didn't know which one would represent his martial art. Ice and fire were represented by blue and red, and he had also added the yellow from Shi Wei's will that he had absorbed. Then he suddenly realized the color should be gray. Gray represented mystery and the unknown. The perfected martial art wanted to take control of all martial arts and unite them, but commanding everything didn't mean replacing them. He was still only rank 6. Realistically, expecting him to create a martial art superior to one made by a rank 11 expert was impossible. So the question was, how could he combine them all? At that moment, he suddenly realized something, and he was speaking out loud to himself, which startled the couple nearby. The man moved closer to the girl, whispering that Lu Sheng seemed a bit crazy for talking to himself. However, instead of agreeing, the girl said she actually found it pretty funny. It was then that the man realized who was standing in front of them, Lu Sheng himself. The scene then shifted to Sheng in his room. He used his psychic energy and vital qi, connecting the two together. He felt everything flowing through his body. A large amount of impurities was expelled from him, and the second stage of the immortal golden body was reached instantly. His psychic energy and vital qi became purer and brighter. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of emptiness, as if he were immersed in the floating power of the universe. Soon after, Lu Sheng appeared completely soaked. He was inside his mental space, but he didn't understand why he felt as if he were drowning. Then he saw something he couldn't understand. Shi Wei and the goddess were fighting, but that wasn't all. Shi Shengning was also part of the conflict. Lu Sheng had 3 different martial wills inside his mind, and now he was watching them wage war against each other. He was certain that no one would believe him if he talked about this. He also felt that he couldn't leave things the way they were. Sooner or later, he believed he might go insane, or even die because of the conflict between those 3 wills. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming need to resolve everything immediately. He called out to the 3 wills, demanding their full attention. He introduced himself to them, declaring his name and telling them that he was the one who had created the perfected martial arts. His goal was to reach rank 12, to take a step that no one else had ever taken, and accomplish things no one else could. He made it clear that this was his territory, and that the 3 of them had to respect his authority. He believed that if they were to become the foundation of his complete and perfected martial arts, they should feel honored. They needed to accept their fate and surrender their wills to him. And just like that, he quickly absorbed all 3 of them. His attempt to intimidate the wills of those masters had worked. That martial art now belonged to Lu Sheng, and it was called Stellar Will. Soon after, the scene shifted to the vice president's office. He was reading a document when he suddenly felt something. Immediately, he demanded to know who was nearby. A moment later, his secretary entered, worried, asking whether something had happened to Zhao Taikong. However, he simply told her it was nothing. He then asked her to call Lu Sheng because he had something important to discuss with him. She left the room. Just seconds earlier, the vice director had sensed the energy of a rank 7 psychic mentalist. He wondered if he might be mistaken. The scene then shifted back to Lu Sheng. He was using his psychic energy, and after condensing his own martial will, his psychic power had advanced, which was not bad at all. Before, he had only been able to vaguely perceive a few things about the outside world, but now, he could see things clearly. Because of that, he believed he might already be capable of reaching rank 7. The most important thing was that he needed to have the efficiency of the perfected martial arts. So first he tried the mental impulse of the King of Wisdom, lifting a rock from the ground. Then he tested the ice fragment prison, specifically the ice breathing, which he believed was an incredible breathing technique. Eventually he arrived at his new power, called Stellar Will. It was the true complete version of Stellar Will, 10 times stronger than Shi Shengning's martial will. At that moment, he could use the ravaging star, and also perform the 10 suns in the same sky. Because of that, he wanted to know if he could defeat a grandmaster in the sacred martial tower. He really wanted to try. At the same time, he felt that it was an authoritarian and arrogant kind of power, making him seem like a monster, to the point that he doubted anyone would dare to face him. Then he saw 2 guys trying to gather the courage to ring the doorbell, but one of them was extremely afraid, judging the place as if it were the house of the Demon King. Unfortunately for them, Lu Sheng appeared there. He had jumped down from above and asked if he could help the 2 of them, leaving them completely shocked. They informed him that they had a report for him, behaving like soldiers while saying that the vice president had requested his presence in the office. After that, they said goodbye and ran away like desperate men, afraid of losing their lives. Lu Sheng then went to the office, where the vice director explained that he had called him for 2 reasons. The first was the credit reward for capturing the 7 sacred martial towers. The amount was 75,000 credits. Lu Sheng was stunned because he expected it to be much more. The vice director nearly collapsed, making it clear that this amount was enough to graduate 50 times over. Sheng explained that he had no reason to graduate that many times. Zhao Taikong then asked him to open the campus forum, showing that after using credits for graduation, the remaining points could be exchanged for the items listed there. Sheng even found some interesting things. Classes with an instructor cost 10 points per week. He also saw that rank 6 otherworldly marrow cost about 1,000 points, but he wanted to know where the rank 7 one was, leaving the vice director shocked. He couldn't understand why the boy would need something like that, and asked if Sheng had already advanced to the master rank. Then Zhao Taikong realized that Lu Sheng's martial will had already been completely condensed. Sheng explained that he needed more vitality to reach rank 7. Zhao Taikang was surprised, seeing that Lu Sheng was already very close. Moreover, many people were stuck between rank 6 and rank 7, yet the boy was only 18 years old, and his martial will had already formed. The vice director was certain that Lu Sheng would become a future young grandmaster. He then explained to the student that buying rank 7 marrow was extremely difficult. It wasn't just the university, even the military region struggled with it, because the procedures were complex. Lu Sheng wanted to understand why, and the vice director explained that the bones and blood of a rank 7 beast contain a large amount of negative effects. It was something that current science and technology could not completely eliminate. The weak could be overtaken and corroded by the beast's residual consciousness. Because of that, its use was rare, since it could harm both the body and the mind. Lu Shang understood that he would only use the rank 6 version, but he was still frustrated with the amount of credits, since it was too little for him. The second thing Zhao Taikang wanted to tell him was that the martial saint Tan Zhonggili had researched Lu Shang and was interested in taking him as a disciple. However, Lu Shang would need to pass a test first. The vice director then handed him an envelope. Lu Shang opened it and saw that to pass the test, he needed to take first place in the National Conference of Martial Arts Students. Zhao Taikang already knew what the student was thinking. He knew that no one in those 7 universities could rival him, but that wasn't the point of the conference. It didn't include only university students. It also included disciples under 30 years old from across the entire country, such as Ji Dao and Chao Yue. Shang Ying already knew about them. Those two were descendants of martial saints and had been disciples of rank 8 martial saints since childhood, receiving careful guidance. They were far more terrifying than the geniuses from the martial universities. It would not be easy for Lu Shang. That was when he realized why he had killed Ji Dao's master. Then he noticed there was another envelope. The vice director explained that the test could only be taken once, but Lu Shang could choose between the 2 envelopes, or simply complete both. Shang was surprised when he opened the second envelope. It required him to complete an SS-level mission. He had to eliminate a rank 5 martial artist named Lian Ye, who was involved in many illegal activities. However, the mission had no reward, and the target was only rank 5, which wasn't difficult for Lu Shang. He didn't understand why it was declared an SS-level mission until he learned the reason. Lian Ye was a cruel man. His father, Lian Jibei, was one of the rank 7 masters of the Jidao Martial School and was indirectly involved in his son's crimes. Lian Ye also had a good relationship with Zhao Ji, the founder of the Jidao Martial School. His sister, Lian Su, was a rare beauty and the wife of the martial saint Zhao Ji. With such support, Lian Ye had an extremely high status within the Jidao Martial School, almost equal to that of the school's grandmaster. So the problem wasn't killing Lian Ye, it was the consequences that would come afterward. Lu Shang saw that the document listed so many crimes that several pages were dedicated just to describing them. Lu Shang Ye had probably been hiding his crimes for a long time. The vice director then told Lu Shang that this was the first SS-level mission since the creation of the 7 sacred martial universities. The main reason behind it was a factory worker. His 2 daughters had been oppressed and killed by that father and son. They had no one to ask for help. So the worker knelt in front of their martial tower for an entire month, but the martial saint could no longer bear to see the state of that poor man. Just by looking at the situation, it was clear that Lian Ye was supposed to be eliminated through a mission posted on the 7 Saints mission board. However, any random person could take that mission. For that reason, it was classified as SSS and offered no reward. At that moment, Lu Shang wanted to know why the martial saint had not acted directly, or even the vice director, since he himself was a rank 7 master. He couldn't understand why a student was the one expected to do it. It was then that Zhao Taikang made it very clear to the student that he needed to be careful with what he said. The power of a martial saint was on a completely different level. When 2 of them entered into conflict, the resulting chaos and destruction could devastate an entire country. Lu Shang felt that there were too many things involved in that mission. Even another martial saint, he knew that he could face very serious consequences after completing it. After all, the entire Jidao Martial School might try to take revenge on him. In his view, provoking a martial saint brought no benefit at all. He wanted to know the true purpose behind it. The vice director thought the boy was extremely clever and made it clear that Lu Shang had a martial saint in the 7th Martial University who could protect him. All he needed to do was become that martial saint's disciple. Only then would he understand the purpose of everything. Lu Shang still remained reluctant. No matter what, he wanted his future to follow a peaceful path. However, he eventually decided to accept and asked for the address of the worker who had knelt for a month. Zhao Taikang then said he would send the information through the campus email system. After that, the boy left. The vice director only hoped that Lu Shang would stay calm and not rush things, since those tests were somewhat idealistic. His talent was extraordinary. He had even surpassed Zhao Taikang's own abilities. The vice director hoped he had understood his words. At that moment, a hooded figure nearby declared that the vice director had said quite a lot that day. Zhao Taikang was aware of that. He simply didn't want to lose such a talented boy like Lu Shang. However, the hooded figure made it clear that only the truly capable could pass the test. If they were not capable, their talent meant nothing. The scene then shifted to Lu Shang, who was reflecting on everything. He realized he had 2 options, but he believed the vice director was implying that the second option was the correct one. Lu Shang easily understood that. In any case, the first option was to defeat all masters under the age of 30 in the country. Although many believed it was impossible for him, he felt he could accomplish it without much difficulty. The second option was even simpler: kill a rank 5 martial artist, which to him was as easy as drinking water. So this was their plan: force him under the wings of a martial saint. By killing Lian Ye, he would inevitably offend the martial saint of the Jidao Martial School, forcing him to rely on the protection of another martial saint to avoid retaliation. In other words, Lu Shang clearly understood that he would basically become a martial saint's pet. It felt like a conspiracy. After all, he had already defeated the martial saint's clone and seen through many of his tricks. Sheng believed that Tan Zhonggili was trying to determine the course of his future. Lu Shang didn't want to become a hero, but he knew that Lian Ye and his father needed to die. Even so, he was not willing to join Tanjong Yili after killing them. After all, if he couldn't even face the threat of a martial saint and needed protection from others, then he shouldn't even think about surpassing Wang He. He believed he could kill them both and also defeat all the masters in the country. He intended to overcome both challenges. The scene then shifted to the suburbs of Nanping, where a police officer was shouting orders to block off the surrounding area. She said she was nervous because they needed to be ready to send reinforcements to President Xian at any moment. That woman was Zhao Yaran, the deputy director of the Nanping police headquarters. Over the radio, she asked the snipers to take their positions and report what was happening inside. Another officer told her not to be so nervous, explaining that the specialists coming from the capital were up to rank 6, including President Qian. They were capable of dealing even with rank 7 monsters. Yoran didn't disagree. There was a rank 6 monster inside. To become a hunter ranked among the top 300, the requirement was to kill 10 rank 6 monsters alone. She also began to think she might be worrying too much. If nothing happened before sunrise, they would likely resolve the situation successfully. Then she noticed a taxi approaching. The driver told Lu Sheng to be careful, clearly worried about him. Lu Sheng thanked him and walked toward the 2 police officers. Xiao Yaran told him not to approach because the area was blocked off. However, Lu Sheng explained that he was there for a mission and showed proof. She looked at it but couldn't understand. The 7th Sacred Martial University had sent a freshman. She wondered if those were the requirements to join the Sacred Martial University nowadays. Lu Sheng explained that it was a special case and took back the letter. Xiao Yuran was surprised. The letter had suddenly disappeared from her hand. She hadn't even seen him take it. At that moment, she realized that Lu Sheng was far from ordinary. Even so, she still believed his assistance wasn't necessary, explaining that there were rank 6 experts present. She also mentioned that specialists from the top 300 hunters list were there. Lu Sheng became curious about that, so Xiao Yaran explained that it was a ranking created by the Martial Artists Association, specifically for martial artists who liked hunting monsters for rewards. The higher the level of missions completed, the higher a person would rank on the list. Lu Sheng then realized that the trip hadn't been in vain. The other police officer thought the kid hadn't understood anything. Suddenly, their conversation was completely interrupted by an explosion, leaving everyone confused. Xiao Yuran immediately ordered everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, a massive monster began grabbing people. The civilians were completely desperate, screaming to be saved. The police didn't know what to do, so they opened fire. Moments later, a man fell to the ground. Yaran reported that there was a wounded person and called the medical team. Suddenly, the injured man grabbed her and demanded to know what kind of information she had reported, because the creature inside was rank 7, not rank 6. She was shocked. The city's forces would not be able to deal with a monster of that level. Just as she was about to call the army, Lu Sheng told her that it wasn't necessary. He explained that before she did that, she should let him try to handle the situation. However, he asked her to adjust the mission's difficulty level after everything was over. He also told everyone to get some water and rest, while he began to release his energy, saying he would only need 5 minutes. Then he practically vanished from the spot, leaving everyone stunned. Xiao Yaran couldn't understand what kind of speed that was. She wanted to know who Lu Sheng really was. Meanwhile, inside the building, Lu Sheng noticed a horrible stench, as if an animal had died there. He continued searching for the monster. Soon he found a creature covered with numerous eyes. At that moment, it was about to make a man its next meal. The entire place was completely destroyed. That was when Sheng realized where the smell was coming from. The creature was known as the naked-eyed monster. Sheng felt sorry for the victims because he had arrived too late. However, he promised that he would make that monster suffer greatly before killing it. Looking at the creature, Sheng thought it was not very common to see something like that there. He also believed that the monster had probably been accompanied by another one earlier. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The monster tried to attack him, but Lu Sheng became irritated and injured one of its claws, complaining that the beast was too noisy. The creature became furious and began roaring loudly, trying once again to attack him. However, Lu Sheng moved so quickly that the monster couldn't hit him at all. He even began taunting the naked-eyed monster. In response, the creature suddenly spat a green slime toward him, but it didn't hit anything. Lu Sheng had already disappeared. The beast looked around in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Then suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared to its right, calmly stating that the creature could start trembling in fear. The scene then shifted outside. A shirtless man was confused because he had been told there was only a boy inside. Xiao Yaran gave him Lu Sheng's information, explaining that she had checked his student ID and the mission document. The man was shocked. To him, that speed did not look like the speed of a student. In his opinion, the boy's speed was at the peak of rank 6. He wondered who Lu Sheng really was. Another man pointed out that even if Lu Sheng was strong, they still needed to report everything to the Martial Artists Association and the headquarters, because there was a serious risk that the monster could escape out of fear and run into a large city, devouring more people and becoming even stronger. Xiao Yoran agreed, but just as she was about to report it, a massive impact came from inside the building, knocking everyone to the ground. They wondered what was happening inside. The monster had been knocked down by Lu Sheng, who was holding it effortlessly with one finger. Moments later, he slammed the monster down again. The creature died instantly, something Lu Sheng hadn't expected. He thought the monster had died far too quickly, so he simply threw the corpse outside. At first, the people outside thought the monster was trying to escape, but they were wrong. The creature landed right near them. That was when they realized realized that the many-eyed monster was already dead. Xiao Yoran saw that Lu Sheng had solved everything in less than 5 minutes. Lu Sheng then reminded her to adjust the mission difficulty in the report. A well-dressed man told him that once the monster's body was processed, the reward would be transferred to his account, thanking him for the help. At the same time, the man was frightened. The monster had caused trouble for several martial artists, yet a single boy had dealt with it so easily. However, Lu Sheng calmly stated that the reward should go to the families of the victims. The man was grateful for that gesture. Lu Sheng then asked them to call a taxi, because he was going to be late. The police officer offered to drive him personally in the patrol car, and he accepted with a smile. Joyarin's cheeks turned slightly red, as she thought he was handsome, and her mind started running wild with strange thoughts, revealing how eccentric she was. Lu Sheng simply wondered what was wrong with that overly emotional woman. Even so, the whole situation felt strange to him. A monster close to rank 7 had managed to break through the front line and end up in a small city like Nanping. Of course, similar incidents had happened before, but most invading monsters were not very strong, making them easy targets for the Martial Artists Association and the army. But this time was different. The monster seemed to have no problems fighting martial artists, because it had no injuries at all. Lu Sheng began to suspect that something bigger was happening behind the scenes. Later, inside the patrol car, Xiao Yaran was driving calmly, while Lu Sheng scrolled through his phone. He felt uneasy, wondering if this was some kind of human conspiracy. He saw news reports saying that monsters were being smuggled across the border. That made him think about the ruined martial civilization 10,000 years in the future. Sheng realized that there was a crowd of incompetent people trying their best to create internal conflict. He discovered that the monster smuggling was being carried out by the Lion Kingdom. At that moment, he silently promised himself that once he became stronger, he would destroy that kingdom. His anger became visible on his face. Seeing that expression, Xiao Yaran asked if he was alright. Lu Sheng simply told her that it was nothing. He had only remembered some unpleasant things, but he was sure he would eventually sort them out. Then he thanked her for the ride, since he had arrived at his destination. She waved goodbye to him, and when the boy left, she wondered when the next time she would see him would be. The scene then shifts to the first gymnasium of Baihei City High School. Quanche lands a kick straight to the face of an unfortunate opponent, and quickly wins the match, while the guy trembles on the ground. The instructor declares to everyone that Lu Quanche's strength is very great, so if anyone there had doubts, they could ask her for help. The girls start flattering Quanche, trying to get her attention, since she was popular because of her brother. However, she didn't seem to care much about it. Some girls commented that Quanche was always very nice, but they didn't understand why she didn't seem happy. However, Quanche states that just because she has a popular brother doesn't mean she should feel happy because of compliments. Taking advantage of that, the girls begin talking about Lu Sheng. They thought he was amazing, and wanted Quanche to arrange an opportunity for Lu Sheng to have dinner with them. Quanche becomes really annoyed that people only talk about her brother, so she ends up leaving, abandoning those two crazy girls. Soon after, she bumps into someone and becomes quite irritated, but she had actually bumped into her own brother. She is very surprised to see him there. Lu Sheng doesn't understand how his sister could be so careless. Quanche wants to know why he came back at that moment, since winter vacation hadn't arrived yet. She also asks if he missed her. Sheng explains that he decided to come back after finishing his mission. Quanche quickly asks if he brought her any gifts. As a good brother, Lu Sheng really did bring something, making her very curious and excited. However, he had only brought the best martial tonics to help her. She didn't like the gift at all, and realized that her brother knew absolutely nothing about girls. Quanche becomes genuinely confused. Just then, a basketball suddenly flies straight toward Sheng. He blocks the ball easily. His sister gets worried and asks if he's okay, and Sheng confirms that he is fine. The guy who threw the basketball notices that Quanche is outside the classroom. She gets annoyed, thinking that the guy is there to bother her again. The boy asks who Lu Sheng is, but Quanche doesn't want to introduce her brother, thinking it's none of his business. She then pulls her brother away, saying she doesn't have time, but the guy shouts her name and declares that it's fine if she doesn't like him, but he thinks she shouldn't be with an ugly old guy like Lu Sheng. Quanche becomes very embarrassed, while Sheng is stunned that the guy had just called him old. At that moment, Quanche kicks the guy right in the groin, revealing his name to be Shu Ong, and tells him to go to hell. From the pain he was feeling, he practically did go to hell, groaning like a cat in heat. Seeing Zhuang groaning like a weirdo, Lu Sheng asks if he's okay. Zhuang just cries as he runs away, calling Sheng an old man and promising to get revenge. Lu Sheng realizes that the guy had been trying to date his sister. Quanche confirms it, and explains that the lunatic had been bothering her for 3 days already. In the end, she would only date someone stronger than her, but she didn't know if someone like that even existed at the school. Lu Sheng had no idea either. He thought that at some point a transfer student might appear, and could be someone very strong, which makes her start thinking about that person all day. But Lu Sheng only tells her to be careful with people who have the surnames Lin, Xiao, or Ye. Quanche is astonished by her brother, since he could be really weird when he wanted to be. Then she asks how things were going between him and Yang Yuan. He doesn't understand his sister and makes it clear that they are just friends. Quanche then suggests that they could watch a movie while holding hands, but he thinks his sister has gone crazy and tells her to think of something more normal while pulling her cheek. At that moment, Quanche remembers something. She asks if her brother has a friend named Liu Qiming. Sheng confirms and explains that Liu Qiming didn't pass the national exams and ended up joining the army. family. He wanted to say goodbye to Sheng, but Lu Sheng was in the capital when everything happened. Sheng then takes out his phone and sees that his friend has been assigned to the Eastern Military Region. The scene then shifts to the Eastern Military Region, specifically the recruit training camp. Lu Qiming is calmly washing a cloth when a guy suddenly appears, kicking the bucket and calling him a well plug. He declares that Lu Qiming isn't doing things the right way, explaining that whoever arrives first gets served first. He also hands Lu Qiming his socks so he can wash them. Lu Qiming is completely soaked on the ground, wearing a sad expression. Seeing that Lu Qiming doesn't react, the big guy thinks he might be going deaf and starts rushing him. Just then, Lu Qiming's phone vibrates. It's a message from Lu Sheng saying he's going to visit. At that moment, Lu Qiming becomes very happy because he's going to see his friend, but at the same time his happiness fades, since he is being oppressed by that big guy. The man even makes it clear what detergent smell he likes on his socks. That's when Lu Qiming becomes furious and rushes toward him, cursing and declaring that he should wash his own things. However, the chubby boy can't do anything. The man blocks his attack with ease. Then the big guy threw a punch straight at Lu Qiming's face, trying to put him in his place. Lu Qiming fell hard to the ground. The brute thought the chubby boy had a death wish, so he started beating him up, not wanting to see the fat kid acting tough again. Afterward, the man stood up, very irritated because the chubby boy had actually made him sweat. Even so, he declared that he was willing to beat Lu Qiming every single day. A boy wearing glasses watched everything from a distance. After the big guy left, the boy with glasses approached Lu Qiming and asked if he was okay, not understanding why the chubby boy had tried to attack that man. Lu Qiming began to laugh and made it clear that his best friend was a martial artist, the #1 in the country, and someone who would become a general in the future. He said that he couldn't bow down that day because he didn't want to dishonor his friend. The boy with glasses thought Lu Qiming's brain had short-circuited because he was obviously just talking nonsense. The scene then shifts to the land of dreams. Lu Sheng was checking personal information with Ellie. He wanted to look up information about Lu Qiming because, in the end, Lu Qiming's fate had been altered because of him. Originally, they would have gone to a liberal arts university and lived an ordinary life, but now things were different. Lu Qiming would become a soldier. However, since ancient times, it was no longer possible to simply join the army and return home 2 years later. The military had an extremely high mortality rate, so Lu Sheng worried about his friend. Even though he saw that Lu Sheng would eventually return safely, earn a second-class merit, and receive an honorable discharge. After leaving the army, he would open a logistics company at the age of 50. He would also have 2 daughters and a son. In the end, Lu Sheng would have a harmonious life and a happy family, dying at the age of 90. Because of that, Lu Sheng believed he shouldn't interfere with his friend's future again. Seeing that this was the best possible outcome for him, the scene then shifts to the next day, specifically at He Lingsu's pharmaceutical branch. She informs Lu Sheng that more than 500 Jiangshan medicinal halls had been opened in Dongning province. In any case, Sheng believed that if the Chen family had so much power in the capital, they must know that provoking He Lingsu also meant provoking him, and provoking him was a very foolish decision. Lu Sheng told He Lingsu not to worry, because as long as he was there, nothing would happen to her. She was quite shocked. Only 2 months had passed, but she could see that Lu Sheng was extremely different now. He had an incredible confidence that radiated both calmness and power. At that moment, Sheng used his psychic energy ability, controlling multiple ingredients at the same time. After completing the second phase of the immortal golden body, even if it were the sun itself, he could still destroy it. The scene then shifts to 2 days later, in Baihei City, at the Grand Shamao International Hotel. Sheng was there asking the receptionist for help because he wanted a good suite. He had prepared 125 sets of golden dragon saliva, so he could begin the second phase of the immortal golden body. To avoid distractions at home, he decided to find a room there. The receptionist asked him to follow her so she could show him the room. At that moment, he sensed something. There was a woman with tremendous vitality and unmatched psychic energy. He was certain that she was a master. A blonde woman with short hair was reserving the presidential suite. The receptionist asked her to wait a moment so someone could carry her luggage to the suite, but the blonde woman explained that it wasn't necessary. Lu Sheng realized that a master had unexpectedly arrived in Baihei City. Her vitality was lower than Zhao Taikong's and Shai Pingnan's, but she was still a master. He also believed he could kill her if he used everything he had, but she didn't seem like a threat, so he remained calm. Soon, their eyes met. She was on a call through her earphones, informing the person on the line that she had already arrived at her destination and had also encountered an interesting guy, referring to Sheng. The person on the call asked if she knew the young man, but the blonde woman had never seen him before. However, he gave her the impression of someone very strong. In any case, she was there to enjoy her vacation, and she only had to complete one task during that time. She had no intention of letting her vacation and fun be ruined, and hoped there wouldn't be any trouble. The scene then shifts back to Sheng. He had arrived in his room and saw that it wasn't bad at all. The bathtub was large enough to hold the golden dragon saliva. He prepared everything and stepped into the tub, feeling a very pleasant sensation. He believed that this was the perfect moment to advance. Finally, the scene shifts to the mysterious blonde woman. She believed that that the rat with the gold mine had already noticed her arrival and had quietly slipped away, but she didn't think it would help because no one could escape from her. After all, it was time for her vacation to begin. Meanwhile, Lu Shang completed the second phase of the immortal golden body. He picked up his spear and saw that the results were excellent. Even a master of cold weapons wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. The next stage would be achieving the vitality of a master. He was walking a path different from other martial artists of that era, possibly even different from the future he had seen in his dream. It was a path being forged by him alone, so the usual rankings no longer applied to him. He was already approaching the limit of a 7th rank master. Only one more step was needed to instantly reach that rank, but it wasn't the right moment yet. He was certain that reaching rank 7 would be far more shocking to people, and the masters would definitely notice. In fact, he even thought it might scare away a few rats if he rushed things, so he wanted to do things the way he liked best, finding a place where no one was around so he could test his strength. The scene then shifts to a hooded man getting into a taxi with a little girl, saying that he was heading to the suburbs of the West District. At that moment, the man looked around nervously because he wasn't sure if he had really managed to escape. He also told the girl not to worry. Soon after, he asked the driver to stop and offered triple the fare. He also asked the driver not to say anything about him and the child. However, the driver replied that triple wouldn't be enough. When the driver removed the mask, the man's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what was happening. The taxi driver was actually that blonde woman. She looked very happy because she had found the one she considered the rat with the gold mine. The man soon noticed the IX tattoo she had, as well as her clothes. The scene then shifts to Lu Shang. He was testing his speed, which had increased tremendously. It was now extremely difficult for military devices to monitor him. He arrived at an abandoned chemical plant that had been shut down due to environmental problems. It was the perfect place for him to test his strength. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura and started to believe that a master was nearby. It was the man running away with the little girl, while the woman cut through everything in her path as she chased them. The man shouted, asking if anyone could help them, while the little girl trembled in fear. The mysterious blonde woman seemed to be having a lot of fun with the situation. She believed the man could run as much as he wanted because he would never escape from her. Lu Shang couldn't believe what he was seeing, a man with a child being hunted in such an isolated place, but he couldn't ignore it because he believed in justice, so he stepped into a combat stance. The woman seemed to like that. Lu Shang wondered whether he could kill a rank 7 master without using his martial will or vital chi, relying only on his physical strength. At that moment, the man was struck by the woman and slammed into a wall. Even so, he didn't let go of the child. He was the girl's father, and she was extremely worried about him. The blonde woman was very fast and suddenly appeared behind them. Then she stepped on the man's leg, breaking it instantly. The man screamed in pain as tears began to fall from the girl's face. She begged the woman not to hurt her father. In a moment of anger, the girl even tried to hit her. The blonde woman grabbed the girl by the head. Since the man still had his hands, she thought he might try something, so she gave him 10 minutes. But the man only asked her to leave his daughter out of it, making it clear that the information she wanted was in his head. No one else knew it. However, he had no intention of telling her. He even had a mechanism to quickly travel to another world. But the blonde woman immediately shoved her hand into his mouth and removed the poison, making it clear that he wouldn't be doing anything like that. She would get the information she wanted, otherwise his daughter would suffer greatly. The man began begging her to release his daughter. At that moment, with incredible speed, Lu Shang snatched the girl away. The blonde woman was quite surprised. She realized that her intuition hadn't failed when she noticed Lu Shang at the hotel. Lu Shang was furious because she had refused to let a child go. In his eyes, someone like that didn't deserve to be called a master. The woman then asked if he was part of the Black Star. She knew he didn't have the title of a master, and also noticed that he was very young, but Lu Shang declared that he was the son. In an instant, he appeared right in front of her, frightening her. Before she could react, he slapped her across the face, smashing her straight into the ground. She didn't even have time to respond. The impact was so powerful that it caused a massive explosion when she hit the ground. Lu Shang was confused because the woman simply died. He felt disappointed, thinking she was far too weak. The man was extremely shocked by Lu Shang's presence, especially after seeing what the young man had done. He immediately said he would give him the location, only asking that Lu Shang allow him to leave with his daughter. He had the coordinates to a dense gold mine, but Lu Shang turned his back, saying he didn't care about that at all. The man was confused and couldn't understand why the boy had helped them. Lu Shang explained that he was just passing by and decided to help. Now that everything was over, it was time for him to leave. In truth, he wasn't worried anyway. The Land of Dreams had the locations of all secret gold mines, which he could consult whenever he wanted. The man then told his daughter, whose name was Xiaochu, that they had been saved by a good man. Suddenly, he began coughing up blood, which frightened the girl, but it was because of his injuries. It wasn't just his leg that had been broken. He also had several broken ribs. He told the girl to run as far away as possible and protect herself. At that moment, Lu Shang returned. He lifted the girl's father, leaving the child confused. Lu Shang believed he couldn't leave loose ends. If he was going to save them, he should do it properly. The scene then shifts back to the hotel. The man once again thanked Shang for helping them. Shang handed him something to drink and told him not to worry. He should just drink it all at once and go to sleep. By the next day, he would feel much better. Then the man asked Xiaochu to go to sleep so he could talk with Shang. So, after the little girl was gone, Shang showed what he had found in that woman's pocket. pocket. He wanted to know the origin of the signet rings, because they seemed to be made of dense gold, and he also wanted to know what the so-called Black Star she had mentioned was. The man explained that the signet rings and the Black Star were international organizations. They were completely mysterious and very active across many nations around the world. The signet rings represented the master level, and there were other ranks above it. Lu Sheng then asked whether those organizations had grandmasters or martial saints, but the man didn't know anything about that. Lu Sheng concluded that he needed to return to the Land of Dreams and research those organizations more thoroughly. Then he asked the man what he planned to do. The man said he would just take things one step at a time. Sheng had already saved him, so he didn't want to ask for any more help. However, Lu Sheng suddenly had an idea, one that could end that entire mess. The man became desperate, because he truly wanted everything to be resolved. He said he would do anything. Lu Sheng then asked him for the location of the dense gold mine. The man showed it to him, and Lu Sheng told him that no one would pursue him anymore. The man was shocked, and wanted to know how things could change so quickly. He asked what the kid had done. Lu Sheng calmly explained that it was simple. He had just posted the address of the dense gold mine on the internet. The man was left speechless, because that dense gold mine was worth around 100 billion, and the kid had simply given everything away on the internet. The scene then shifted to a man reporting that they had lost the signal of the 9th ring, meaning something strange had happened. They realized they had been far too careless, because someone might gather allies to extract the dense gold. Then the news that information about the dense gold mine was spreading across the internet reached them. Naturally, this caused huge outrage, since many people would be willing to die to obtain the dense gold from that mine. A war was practically about to break out in that place. Meanwhile, a man sitting on a throne acknowledged that it had been a brilliant move. Everyone knew that the man who lost the ring was no longer valuable. The old man believed that whoever had dared to toy with the signet rings deserved a lesson. He ordered all of them to search every corner of the internet for the person responsible for spreading the information. Meanwhile, the man whose phone had been broken while he was trying to escape from the blonde woman saw the news. He thought Lu Sheng had no idea of the value of a dense gold mine. It was as if he simply didn't care about it. Lu Sheng then told the man to check out with his daughter the next day and hide her somewhere for a few days, explaining that the storm caused by the gold mine would soon pass. He also wished the man good luck. At that moment, the little girl appeared and asked if they would ever meet again. Lu Sheng said yes and treated the girl kindly. The scene then shifted to the old man's subordinates, finding the woman who had been killed by Lu Sheng. They couldn't understand how she could have been so weak. They knew someone had grabbed her head and crushed it completely, but they were certain of one thing: the person who had killed that woman was not someone ordinary. The hole that had been created was enormous, clearly caused by the impact of someone's head slamming into the ground, showing how cruel and violent the act had been. They no longer felt confident about searching for the person responsible. They believed it was a waste of time and that they should return to base. After all, she had been an otherworldly martial artist, strengthened by the organization, and yet she died in such a ridiculous way. Since the location of the dense gold mine had already been revealed to everyone, the mission had become far too dangerous, so they decided to abandon everything. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng researching the Black Star, the Signet Rings, and the Black Demonic Society. They were all international organizations. Even after 10,000 years, traces of them still existed. He was certain that a martial saint was behind them, because organizations like that could not be created easily. He began to suspect that there might even be state support involved. He also saw that the Signet Rings had caused several international-scale incidents, and had even faced joint attacks from multiple countries. However, Lu Sheng had never heard of otherworldly martial artists. He soon learned that they were martial artists who had genes from monsters of another world transplanted into their bodies, making them extremely powerful. But there were also disadvantages. After receiving those genes, the martial artist's consciousness and body would slowly be corroded and transformed, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. That was when he finally understood that strange woman, the Signet Rings, had already started using that technology. Everything seemed very strange. He began wondering whether the Signet Rings were connected to the last invasion of otherworldly beings. It seemed possible, since the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were idiots who should have taken the proper measures to deal with the situation. In any case, he didn't necessarily need to get involved. If he happened to encounter them, he could help clean up the mess and eliminate everything without any problem. But if the opportunity didn't appear, Lu Sheng wouldn't care. Still, when it came to the path of the otherworldly martial artist, although it wasn't conventional, it wasn't without merit. He might have to look into that matter in the future. For now, he decided to take a look at the future of the little girl and her father. To his surprise, he saw that the girl would dedicate her life to destroying the Signet Rings, the Black Star, and the Black Demonic Society, eventually eliminating more than 800 members of those organizations. Lu Sheng was stunned. He never expected that he had saved someone who would become so internationally important. He also learned that she would remain single, because her love for Lu Sheng, who would become a martial saint, would never be returned. That left him feeling rather miserable, because he didn't want her to end up alone. Putting that aside, he returned to what really mattered. He planned to pay a visit to the damned criminal Lian Ye. He went to Fu Jianming's address and knocked on the door. Suddenly, a woman answered and asked what he was looking for. Lu Sheng smiled and told her that he was looking for Fu Jianming. The woman immediately started started shouting, making it clear that she didn't know anything and that he had knocked on the wrong door. But before she could close the door, he put his foot in the way. She became desperate and demanded to know what he wanted. Lu Sheng knew the address was correct, so he told her to think carefully, because Fu Jianming might have lived there some time ago. The woman grew even more irritated and explained that he no longer lived there. The house belonged to her now. She even threatened to call the police if Lu Sheng didn't leave. Lu Sheng calmly explained that he had no interest in her house. He only wanted to know where Fu Jianming had gone. The woman became very frightened, trembling as she said that Fu Jianming was now living at the community junkyard. She revealed that he was just an annoying old man who had gone mad after losing his family. She also clarified that she hadn't stolen his house. He had given it to her himself after losing his mind. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng finding the old man, who was rummaging through the trash. Lu Sheng called out to him, and Fu Jianming immediately asked what he wanted. Lu Sheng held a photo of the old man from when he was younger. Fu Jianming was from Fengzai City. He had 2 daughters. The younger one, named Fu She, had caught the attention of the son of Lian Jibei and was eventually kidnapped. When the older daughter, Fu Ying, learned about it, she went to the Jidao Martial School to search for her sister, but she never came back. A week later, the bodies of both girls were found outside the city. Their deaths had been terrible. That same year, Fu Jianming's wife couldn't bear the tragedy that had struck their family and passed away as well. The only one left alive was the old man himself, who was 46 years old. He immediately asked whether Lu Sheng had come to steal his things. Lu Sheng then explained that he had been a school friend of Fu Jiang and that he had come only to see how Fu Jianming was doing. The old man was surprised, while De Banjiang declared that he was there to help him. However, Fu Jianming believed Lu Sheng was lying. He had already met all of Fu Jiang's classmates and friends and remembered every one of their faces, and he had never seen Lu Sheng before. Because of that, he thought the kid had come to steal his belongings. The crazy old man explained that he had gone to see all of his daughter's friends, and all of them said they hadn't seen the girls. Lu Sheng then apologized to him, admitting that he had lied, but he was telling the truth about wanting to help him. Fu Jianming suddenly realized that Lu Sheng was a martial artist, and he was certain that he was one of the strong ones. Lu Sheng confirmed it, and Fu Jianming became very happy, saying he could recognize a martial artist from far away because he had seen many of them before. He quickly gathered a pile of trash and begged Lu Sheng to kill Lian Ye and Lian Jibei. In exchange, he said he would give him all the treasure money he had. Lu Sheng looked at him with pity because the situation was truly miserable. Suddenly, the old man dropped all the trash on the ground and demanded to know why the kid was silent. He insisted that all that trash was actually money. He just hadn't had time to convert it yet. He began to panic, thinking Lu Sheng wouldn't help him. If that wasn't enough, the old man even started offering his own life. Sheng felt deeply saddened by the scene. Fu Jianming then fell to his knees, believing that the boy had no intention of helping him. To Fu Jianming, it seemed that Lu Sheng had only come there to laugh at him. The old man had an overwhelming will to live, at least long enough to see the 2 bastards who had destroyed everything he had finally die. He wanted to see those 2 go to hell with his own eyes. In the middle of all that filth, Lu Sheng noticed a photo of Fu Jianming and his family. At that moment, he promised the old man that the day he longed for would come. Tears rolled down Fu Jianming's face as he thanked the boy, though he still believed the kid might be lying to him. Nearby, a young man who was smoking found the situation strange, since it had been a long time since anyone had come looking for that old man. Lu Sheng asked if people had come there before. The young man confirmed it, but said that all those people had only come to humiliate the old man. Fu Jianming would beg every martial artist he met for help, offering them his money, but none of them dared to deal with the Jidao Martial School. In the end, the old man went insane, and his house was taken from him. The young man realized that Lu Sheng was actually a good person, since he wasn't there to take advantage of the old man. The young man then asked why Lu Sheng wanted to get involved in all this. Sheng calmly replied that he was going to the Jidao Martial School, where he intended to kill everyone. Then he turned his back on the man, who was left completely stunned and wondering who Sheng really was. The scene then shifted to the 7th Sacred Martial University. The hooded man asked whether Zhao Taikang knew that Sheng had not gone to Ming City. Zhao Taikang replied that he already knew. The 2 missions the kid had taken were both on the outskirts of the capital. The hooded man pointed out that Lian Ye was in Ming City, so he believed Lu Sheng was avoiding him, even though that was the real test to become a disciple of the martial saint. The vice director thought it was still too early to draw conclusions. The hooded man speculated that the martial saint would probably give him a few more days. Meanwhile, the vice director began to grow worried. He didn't want Lu Sheng to disappoint the martial saint. Then the scene shifts to the 7th Sacred Martial University, where everyone was talking about a swordsman. Rumors had already spread that he had reached an AA level that time. Everyone could see that Zhao Lan had become stronger, and they were certain that he had truly returned. One of the highlights of the 7th Sacred Martial University kept watching closely. He became a little nervous just by seeing Zhao Lan on the screen. Then a girl informed him that this was an event that happened once every 2 years, but Yi Xuan simply scoffed, because they had Lu Sheng. He was the rising star of the moment, and turned everyone into dust. He was certain that Lu Sheng would not let the 7th Sacred Martial University end up in last place. However, the girl thought it was unlikely that Lu Sheng would participate in that event. This surprised him, because if Sheng didn't participate, it would be a terrible mistake by the leaders. The girl also said that she had overheard a conversation from her father. The martial saint's test for Sheng was precisely that he must not participate in the National Martial Artists Conference. This left the young man stunned. He wanted to know if there was really so much reason to restrict Sheng like that, but the girl admitted that she didn't really understand the thoughts of the martial saints either. The boy felt completely miserable because he had thought that finally the 7th Sacred Martial University would have a chance to win. Yixuan clearly remembered the shame they had suffered 2 years earlier, when the twin stars of Jidao had destroyed everyone from their university. Because of that, he had fully trusted Sheng to defeat those guys. Now it seemed like everything was going to happen all over again. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his face, leaning very close and asking him to calm down. He became flustered by Ling Xing, since she was so close to him, but she quickly ruined the atmosphere between them by saying that he should get used to being mistreated. Then he wouldn't feel so bad about it. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng, entering the school dormitories. His phone suddenly vibrates, and he decides to check it. The notification was about the National Conference of Martial Arts Students, which would take place at the school gate in 3 days. It clearly stated that anyone who arrived late or didn't show up would be considered a coward. Lu Sheng felt that the message had been written especially for him. He believed that things had been settled once he returned, and perhaps the message had been sent by the university itself. Instead of being real surveillance, they were simply curious to see whether Lu Sheng would attend or not. But Lu Sheng had a path he wanted to walk. He could not be controlled by anyone, not even a martial saint. 3 days later, the scene shifts again to the front of the university. Everyone was anxious, believing that the humiliation they had suffered in previous years would finally be avenged. Zhao Taikong watched everything from afar. The students wanted Lu Sheng to appear and crush all the other martial artists, but he had not shown up. Zhao Taikong noticed that everyone was hoping Lu Sheng would appear, but in the vice director's mind, Lu Sheng would not come. After all, he believed that Lu Sheng thought like everyone else, that the martial saint's inheritance would be more important to him. Shi Yuan was watching from a distance. The vice director looked at his watch and was certain Lu Sheng wouldn't show up, since it was almost 8 o'clock. Suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared in the sky, making a huge leap and landing right in front of everyone. Everyone immediately started cheering, while Zhao Taikang was left stunned. Lu Sheng hoped he hadn't arrived late. The vice director quickly asked him to think carefully, since the conference was about to begin. Sheng still had time. Lu Sheng quickly reminded Zhao Taikang that, as he himself had said before, everything was about idealism. After that, the vice director told everyone to get on the bus. All the students already had victory in mind. The scene then shifts to the bus in motion. One of the organizers from the 7th Sacred Martial University asked everyone to wear the same uniform during the conference. Only the best students from the university were present. The man began explaining the rules, since many people had never participated before. Meanwhile, Sheng was lost in thought. The vitality of a rank 7 master was like a blazing furnace that made him wonder what a rank 8 grandmaster would be like. In the system, he had seen that it was something as vigorous as a river, as radiant as plasma, capable of melting steel. It was something completely different. He was only 3 steps away from coagulating his blood into a pill. He could do it at any moment. During the process, after using the pill, it needed to be condensed day and night. The longer one remained in that state, the stronger the body would become. The body's functions wouldn't decline. It was as if one would remain at their peak. He wondered when he would reach the will of a grandmaster. He knew it wouldn't be simple, but he would have to figure it out on his own. The scene then shifts to Jiyun Mountain, where they had finally arrived. The vice director told everyone to get off the bus. Soon, the other participants noticed the group from the 7th Sacred Martial University, and murmurs began to spread. Ordinary people couldn't watch that conference in person because they would have to climb the mountain, which required considerable physical fitness. Therefore, it could only be watched on television. The vice director of the 7th Sacred Martial University told the students to be careful, since they would be climbing the mountain, but the group was excited. Suddenly, someone rushed past everyone at an incredible speed. Zhao Taikong saw it and was stunned, wondering who could possibly be that fast. It was Sheng himself, who believed he couldn't waste time. He felt no fear, thinking there would only be small fry there. He could use all of it to evolve even further. He wanted to become strong enough to make a martial saint lose his head, kicking it like a soccer ball. The scene then shifts again to the vice director climbing the stairs, along with the other students. At a certain point, he asked everyone to stop, saying it was time for the head count. He noticed that everyone was present, except for Lu Sheng, leaving him confused. One of the students quickly informed the vice director that Lu Sheng had gone ahead, passing all of them. The vice director looked at the stairs, thinking it was unbelievable. Then the scene shifts to a young man calling out to a blue-haired girl named Zhang Yu, suggesting that they should rest for a while. However, she explained that she still had energy and thought they should keep moving forward. The young man reminded her that it was her first time on the mountain, so it would be good to explain the rules to her. He told her that there were still 5 stone steps ahead, and everything was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. The 5 stone steps were known as the Path of the Heavenly Law. He was about to explain a story from 200 years ago, but Zhang Yu was in a hurry and asked him to skip to the important part. Her senior apologized, explaining that he just wanted to recover a bit of his strength. Anyway, he explained that the martial saint Zhou Fuhai had once been there, and the entire martial saint mountain had been enveloped in his energy. All martial artists around the age of of 30 or younger could come there if they had talent. By walking the path of the law without stopping even for a single breath, they could trigger the potential of the martial art left behind by Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, which would cause the extremely rare heaven and earth phenomenon. Zhang Yu became curious and asked what kind of phenomenon it was. Suddenly the phenomenon appeared right in front of them, and the young man pointed it out to her. It was swirling clouds and mist, forming strange waves in the air. Those capable of triggering such a phenomenon would likely be promoted to martial masters in the future. Then suddenly, a white whale appeared. Seeing that, the young man believed it was the best phenomenon of all. He declared to Zhang Yu that they were witnessing history at that very moment. He also told her that at the top of the mountain, there were at least 3 people who possessed the potential to become martial saints in the future. This shocked her, but as he said, it was only a possibility, not a guarantee. After all, while some people received such a blessing, others could not even come close to it. Zhang Yu then praised the young man for being very wise and revealed that she would also like to reach the top of the mountain. She wondered if she would be able to create a whale as well. Suddenly, Lu Sheng rushed past the two of them, climbing the stairs at an absurd speed. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a dragon appeared. Seeing it, the young man told the girl that it was the divine dragon, something that rises to the top and devours everything. That was when he realized that it was actually true. A real dragon had appeared. At that moment, Lu Sheng was climbing calmly. He had no intention of causing any commotion, but he suddenly felt something strange in his heart. It was as if he were the only person between heaven and earth. Then he noticed that his natural breathing techniques were acting on their own. He had not done anything special. He was simply running. Yet his body seemed to be guided by something, as if he were being forced to advance. Then he saw the dragon biting a whale. He wanted to understand what was happening. He wondered if it was some kind of ceremony. However, the dragon suddenly headed straight toward him. This surprised Sheng greatly. The dragon was affecting his martial will. The scene then shifts to the mountain peak, where Sheng was heading toward the others, while the dragon followed behind him. People were terrified and wanted to know who Sheng was, because he had just caused the divine dragon to appear. This showed that the Jidao twins and Saint Miao of the Chaoyu martial school were inferior to him. Since the dragon had devoured the whales, people didn't even know Sheng, yet they were already treating him as a rising monster. The divine dragon rose to the summit, and everything submitted to it. An old man realized that it was the first time he had ever seen such a majestic phenomenon on Jiyun Mountain. He pointed in Lu Sheng's direction and ordered his subordinates to find out who he was. People were so shocked that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was the martial saint himself. When people looked at his clothing, they recognized that he was from the 7th Sacred Martial University, leaving everyone speechless. That was because the 7th Sacred Martial University had a reputation for being weak and rotten. No one believed they were capable of producing a monster as powerful as Lu Sheng. After all, what Sheng had done was extremely rare. Even martial saints who had climbed the mountain had only caused 1 or 2 whales to appear. In other words, Sheng had done something that was practically impossible for most people there. Then a girl suddenly remembered Sheng and told everyone that he was the man who defeated all 7 towers. In the end, the appearance of a whale already signified the rise of a future martial saint. To create something superior to that meant that Sheng might reach a level beyond a martial saint. Everyone was terrified. However, Grandmaster Qi, holding 2 spheres in his hands, declared that a martial artist's talent could not be measured in such a simple way. He gave an example. When the temperature drops by 1 degree, water turns into ice. When the temperature increases by 1 degree, water turns into gas. Sometimes the effect may seem very different, but in reality, the difference is almost negligible. Therefore, the Grandmaster did consider Lu Sheng talented, but not as much as people believed. Moreover, he made it clear that the phenomena on that mountain were not meant to test a martial artist's talent. Whoever was lucky enough to resonate with Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai would create stronger phenomena than others. It was as if the people who had come before had accumulated a great deal of luck, and Sheng had simply arrived at the right moment, creating that astonishing scene. Soon, people began to buy into the old man's explanation, thinking it was impossible for Lu Sheng to be stronger than a martial saint. However, Grandmaster Qi made it clear that the strength Lu Sheng had displayed showed that his power was already far above that of many people at their peak. Even so, he was still just a boy who might become something great in the future. The girl who had recognized him as the one who defeated the 7 towers thought that perhaps the Jidao martial school might be feeling threatened. Then the scene shifts to the mountain hotel, where a man slammed his hand on the table. He was deeply irritated because he had seen many people being shocked by something he considered simple. He said it was just a phenomenon that happened occasionally and called everyone there a bunch of useless fools. That man was the instructor of the Jidao martial school, named Lian Jibei. He tried in every way to belittle Lu Sheng, refusing to believe that the elite of the martial school were afraid of a mere kid. One of the Jidao twin stars, Chao Chan, agreed with Jibei. He believed that Lu Sheng, no matter what, was not a master yet. He might be talented, but he would only become strong in the future. Therefore, Chao Chan believed that if he used his full power, he could defeat Lu Sheng easily. Chao Qing, the other twin star, also agreed. He made it clear that a martial artist's abilities could not be measured, simply because a phenomenon had appeared. Chao Qing even said that if Lu Sheng, that brat, stood in front of him, he would crush him like a cockroach. Jibei liked what he heard, and said that this was the spirit everyone should have. Since the pieces were already on the board, he suggested they play a little game. Whoever found Lu Sheng first first during the conference, would have the right to beat him until he died. He also declared that no one needed to worry about the martial saint from the 7th University because he would take care of that. The scene then shifts to the room of the Cao Yu Martial School, where the blue-haired girl looked at Lu Sheng on her phone screen. A young man arrived and noticed it, asking if she was thinking about Lu Sheng. He told her not to worry about Sheng, saying he wasn't that strong and that she could defeat him easily. He also reminded her that her real targets were the twin stars of the Jidao School, who were already very close to becoming masters. The girl understood what her senior meant, but she didn't seem very enthusiastic. He tried to cheer her up, saying that Lu Sheng had only been lucky to be there at the right moment, and that he probably wasn't that skilled. He kept telling her that she was stronger than Lu Sheng. That girl had a natural talent. She could see the supernatural. When she saw Lu Sheng for the first time, she noticed a dim, dark smoke coming out of his back, spreading around the entire mountain. However, she wondered if that had just been her imagination. Then the scene shifts to the hotel lobby, where once again the topic of the moment was Lu Sheng. People were even calling him the Demon King of the 7th Sacred Martial University. Many were convinced that Lu Sheng would win. Of course, those who were most confident were students from his own university. Chen Kong remembered that it had been a good thing. He hadn't rushed to challenge Lu Sheng earlier, because it would have destroyed the confidence he had spent so long building in his martial arts. Bai Hongchuan then told Chen Kong that he himself was living proof of that. Bai Hongchuan also knew that Lu Sheng's martial will had already been established, meaning he would lose badly again if he fought him. Right after that, the director of the 4th Sacred Martial University placed a hand on Bai Hengchuan's shoulder. He told him not to underestimate himself. In his opinion, Bai Hengchuan should continue walking his own path and focus on becoming stronger, just like Sheng was doing. He also reminded them that the 7 sacred academies were essentially treated as one group, meaning Lu Sheng shouldn't be considered their enemy. No matter what, they had a lot to learn from him. The director also believed that this generation was the most promising generation of the 7 universities, which was incredible in the old man's eyes. He believed that Lu Sheng would become a dragon in the future. The scene then shifts to Zhao Taikong, who was frustrated that Lu Sheng hadn't understood what he had tried to tell him. From his perspective, the boy was walking down the wrong path. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng realized that the energy that had entered his body had not only increased his power, he could now see the image of a whale, the same one the dragon had devoured. He could feel the power of the divine whale. That was the power of martial arts. He knew he had gained something incredible, believing that he might be able to defeat a grandmaster in the near future. However, he suddenly felt an intense bloodthirst, and soon encountered Jibei, who looked at him with the same killing intent he had sensed. In any case, Sheng had already expected something like this. Jibei was a grandmaster, and Lu Sheng believed that at that moment, he had about a 30% chance of defeating him. He could use his martial god state for 1 minute. After that, things would become difficult. But if he managed to reach the grandmaster level, condensing his chi and blood into pills, then he could enter the martial god state again and kill Jibei in a matter of seconds. Lu Sheng realized that he had become the target of many people, but he believed he could handle things calmly. If they didn't want to wait, he would gladly accept all their sacrifices. The scene then shifts to a cameraman running through the area. He passed by Lu Sheng while asking for permission to get through. Seeing the camera, Sheng asked if the event would be broadcast live. The cameraman confirmed it, saying it would begin in just a few minutes. He even revealed that they were already late and had missed the spectacle created by someone at the top of the mountain. The cameraman had heard from many people that it had been incredible. He had even taken a few photos, but since the conference would last 3 days, he believed he would have plenty of chances to see other amazing things. Suddenly, an old man asked everyone to be quiet. The short elderly man was called Jiang He. He announced that he would oversee the conference on behalf of Marshal St. Tanjong Gili. Then he officially declared that the National Martial Students' Conference had begun. The competition would be decided by drawing lots, where each student would approach him and pick a piece of paper. Meanwhile, all the students drew their numbers, including Lu Sheng. However, a young man from the 7th Sacred Martial University didn't seem very happy, as he ended up being matched against Wang Xin. They had even attended the same school before, but eventually followed different paths, and now he would practically be a stranger to Wang Xin. Lu Sheng drew number 0135. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind him in a very respectful manner, asking to confirm if he was speaking with Sheng. Lu Sheng confirmed it. The young man then introduced himself as a martial arts student from Dongning University. His name was Lu Ming, although the Lu in his name had a different meaning. Lu Ming revealed that he had already heard about Sheng before, and seeing him in person confirmed that he really was strong. He also said that he had 2 juniors there who wanted to meet Sheng. That was when Lu Sheng ended up meeting the group from earlier. Jing Ji had never imagined that Lu Sheng would reach such a level. Kong Qing greeted Lu Sheng warmly, even though he had teased her at that event. At the same time, she began to have trouble breathing, showing that Lu Sheng was exerting an absurd amount of pressure on them, just like the phenomenon that happened in the morning. It was the first time in his life that Jing Ji felt such deep respect for someone. The students from the 7th University were surprised that the two of them knew Lu Sheng, saying that if they had any contact with him they should maintain it, since it could be beneficial in the future. But Xingzi declared that there was no way to maintain anything. Between them, there was an abyss. Zhang He then noticed that competitors from 3 schools hadn't shown up, so those who had their numbers would automatically be promoted. He mentioned the number Lu Sheng had drawn, 0135. Lu Sheng didn't think it was that bad, since he wouldn't have to go to the ring early in the morning, meaning he could observe the other participants first. However, only the referee or the photographer could watch closely. The rules were simple. There would be no victory if the individual was thrown more than 20 meters outside the arena, or if they surrendered. Lu Sheng then noticed a guy who was quite good. He broke his opponent's sword with a punch, and a crowd was cheering for him. He was from the Bo Martial School. His opponent was trembling on the ground while one of his classmates tried to calm him down, saying that his opponent had trained hard, so losing was normal. But the defeated man believed he had only lost because the other guy was older. Lu Sheng realized that many people used the same excuse when they lost, something that made little sense to him. Between life and death, such excuses couldn't exist. In his view, a truly strong person doesn't make excuses. The word failure doesn't exist in someone like that's dictionary. Martial disciples face martial arts students, who have the advantage of age, but martial arts students have advantages in several other aspects, such as better martial training environments. Martial schools have many resources, while disciples often have to pay to access them. Because of that, Lu Sheng began to wonder if the tournament had the age limit of up to 30 years for that reason. Soon, the first round ended. Zhang He then called Lu Sheng to fight against Zhang Yuan. However, when Zhang Yuan saw that he would be facing Lu Sheng, he simply surrendered. Lu Sheng was completely confused. Zhang Yuan explained that he had no intention of fighting the Demon King, since even Bai Hengchuan couldn't withstand a single move from him. Sheng was stunned that the guy was such a coward. Everyone else was shocked as well, and Lian Jibei confirmed who Lu Sheng was. The crowd started cheering as the third round began. Lu Sheng was introduced to the audience, and since Zhang Yuan had surrendered, Zhang Long was chosen to fight Sheng instead. Sheng thought he would finally have some fun. There were many people around him, so he used his perception ability. People started to get scared, wondering whose psychic energy that was. A young man suddenly became very irritated with Lu Sheng, certain that it was him. He charged straight at Lu Sheng, trying to kill him with a single strike, but Sheng dodged and struck him hard in the stomach with his own foot. The guy immediately collapsed on the ground. Sheng hadn't imagined that someone could get so angry just from sensing his energy, so he wondered where his opponent was. Zhang. He then announced that if Zhang Long didn't appear, the victory would go to Sheng. However, one of the spectators pointed out that the man Sheng had just knocked out was actually Zhang Long. That meant Sheng had advanced to the next round once again, and very quickly. Still, he wasn't very happy, because he actually wanted to fight. The third round ended in a short time, determining the top 100 rankings and deciding the finalists. The scene then shifted to Sheng, defeating another opponent, allowing him to advance to the 5th round. A blonde young man noticed that Lu Sheng was truly very strong, since he had fought someone ranked among the top 20, and that opponent hadn't even managed to land a single blow on Sheng. The girl beside the blonde man promised that she would give it her all. If that didn't work, she would use her secret move, the technique prepared to deal with the Ji Dao twins and the disciple of Saint Miao from Chao Yue. The man believed that Lu Sheng was showing strength on the same level as their opponents, so using that move on him would be a sensible choice. He also thought the girl still had a chance to place among the top 4. After that, Li Bei told the twins that Sheng really had talent, but he didn't feel threatened. Still, Sheng made things interesting for them, acting like a troublesome thorn in their side. Li Bei even guaranteed that the two of them would reach the master level thanks to Lu Sheng. The two twins immediately started laughing like hyenas. Yuan Xun felt extremely frightened. Lu Sheng gave her chills down her spine. However, her senior told her that Sheng was on the same level as the Ji Dao twins, so he was no match for her. But the girl explained to him that what she was seeing was something an ordinary person couldn't perceive. Whenever she looked at Lu Sheng, she felt something very different. She just didn't want him to look directly at her, because she would feel too embarrassed to surrender. Soon after, the scene shifted to 4 hours later. As the 7th round was about to begin, the winner would be among the top 10 in the country. Sheng's opponent at that moment was Wang Xin, a graduate from the 7th Sacred Martial University. Sheng asked if Wang Xin wanted the fight to be a little more relaxed. Wang Xin hadn't expected to meet the man people were calling the Demon King, but he didn't jump to conclusions. He believed that anything could happen. The referee quickly started the round. As a courtesy to his senior, Lu Sheng gave him the first move. Naturally, Wang Xin became irritated by Sheng's audacity, and declared that before graduating, he had been at the top of the 7th university for 2 whole years. Lu Sheng thought that meant he really was good, and told him to go all out, which only irritated Wang Xin even more. He grabbed his sword, fully prepared to attack Sheng, and began to release a different kind of energy. Everyone was shocked because he was far beyond an average level 6 martial artist. It was almost as if he had the strength of a master. Jubei believed that Wang Xin had used a secret technique to temporarily increase his power, though it would leave him unable to fight afterward and he would need time to recover. Seeing Wang Xin's power, Chao Qian Chan believed that this burst of strength was comparable to their full power, and he wondered how Lu Sheng would deal with it. Wang Xin warned that he had used a technique that increased the user's power by more than 50%. Because of it, he might not be able to use his power for a whole month, but he declared that it would be worth it against Lu Sheng. He activated 3 different abilities at the same time. The referee became worried, thinking that the fight might not end well, and asked the crazy swordsman to stop. But at that moment, Wang Xin only wanted Lu Sheng to surrender. However, using just his fingers, Sheng stopped Wang Xin's attack as if it were nothing. Wang Xin's eyes widened in shock. Lu Sheng reminded him that he had told him to use all of his power. Then Sheng struck Wang Xin, sending him flying far away. Lu Sheng thought Wang Xin had made a huge mistake, but he was even willing to give him another chance. He told him to use another secret technique, something much stronger. Wang Xin lay on the ground trembling, completely confused. He had used all of his power, yet Lu Sheng was perfectly fine. He had exhausted himself using his secret technique and hadn't even managed to scratch Sheng. In the end, Lu Sheng claimed victory, unable to believe that Wang Xin had simply fainted. He even wondered if he had hit him too hard, since he had used only a small portion of his strength. Still, he believed Wang Xin had gotten what he wanted. Sheng even thought Wang Xin might have been hiding his true strength. Everyone was shocked, especially the red-haired guy. Wang Xin, who was supposed to compete with the Jidao twins and Saint Chao Yimao, had been defeated as if it were nothing. That kind of defeat shouldn't have been so simple, especially for someone as strong as Wang Xin, who couldn't even block Lu Sheng's punch. Lu Sheng then asked the referee to announce the results quickly. The referee declared that Lu Sheng had won the round and advanced to the final stages, still unable to believe that a demon was standing right in front of him. Soon the crowd began to admire Lu Sheng. Worse yet, everyone started calling him the Demon King. Sheng simply sat down to rest and watch the remaining rounds. The girls were completely fawning over him, even while he was just sitting there calmly resting. Sheng thought the nickname Demon King was an exaggeration. He also felt that such a title was far too early for him. Everyone was shocked that Wang Xin had been defeated without Lu Sheng, even using his vital qi. People began to believe that the Jidao twins might be no match for Sheng. Still, it remained uncertain, since 2 years had passed, and no one knew how much the twins had improved. In any case, the dwarf old man thought they should stop arguing and just watch. Zhang He realized that the one favored by the martial saint Tan Zhonggili was not someone who could be judged by common sense. Meanwhile, the twins were arguing about Wang Xin, claiming he had been extremely careless, and that was why he was defeated so easily. They even began calling Wang Xin a complete idiot for losing to Sheng. However, Chao Chen didn't think it was so bad. The stronger Sheng appeared, the more recognition their school would receive once Lu Sheng eventually lost. Zhang Yu became even more frightened, seeing Lu Sheng's shadow grow larger and larger. Later, the scene shifted again. Lu Sheng was lying on a bed. The day had passed quickly for him, and he barely had time to warm up properly. The next day would be the final battle. He was actually excited, curious about what it would feel like to kill a grandmaster. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. It was his sister, telling him that he was on television again. She hoped he would stand out once more. At that moment, Sheng asked her not to let their parents watch. It was for their own good. Qinche didn't understand why, so Sheng explained that there would be a lot of blood in the finals, and that it might scare them. Qinche said she would try to figure something out. Still, Lu Sheng knew it would be impossible to stop people from watching. Because of that, he decided he would stop the broadcast himself. Some comrades, such as Liu Kim's, Zheng Dandan, and Qin Shaojun, sent him messages wishing him good luck. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Xu Qin, thinking about the two of them being married, and seeing that the night was beautiful, he decided to go for a walk. The scene then shifted to Zhang Yu. She was outside, feeling very cold, but she was enjoying the view of the sky. Suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared and gave her quite a scare. The girl immediately started running, and Sheng wondered if he was really that frightening. With each passing day, the number of people on his list of spouses kept increasing on the biography panel from the future. However, it still seemed like he didn't get along well with the opposite sex. The girl hid behind a rock and was shocked when she saw the black smoke around him. She thought it was impossible. The smoke coming from him seemed to cover the sun, the moon, and even the stars. At that moment, she began to believe that Sheng might actually be a monster. Soon after, the scene shifted to Sheng in the event's cafeteria, where he asked the attendant to pile several different foods onto his plate. Suddenly, he noticed Zheng Yu watching him from afar. Naturally, he couldn't understand why that cowardly girl was there. At the same time, Bai Hengchuan was being blocked by some guys who wouldn't let him pass. He grew impatient and wanted to get through quickly. Chao Chan was the one provoking him, making it clear that Bai Hengchuan should consider himself lucky if he didn't end up facing him in the ring that day. Bai Hengchuan knew very well that anyone who fought Chao Chan usually ended up severely injured or even dead. Chao Chan kept provoking him, but Sheng was different. He simply pushed past behind Chao Chan with force, making it clear that he shouldn't stand in his way. Chao Chan became furious at that moment, but then he realized it was Lu Sheng. Immediately, he became excited, thinking it was his chance to beat Sheng. He demanded that Sheng apologize. However, Sheng quickly grabbed him by the neck, forcing him to shut his mouth. Chao Chan didn't even understand what had happened. Sheng asked if he was trying to insult him. With Sheng's grip tightening, Chao Chan began to believe he was about to die. Foam started forming at his mouth, and tears streamed from his eyes. Suddenly, Jibei appeared, shouting for Sheng to stop. He leapt toward Sheng and demanded that he release Chao Chan immediately. He made it clear that the conference hadn't started yet, so if Sheng didn't want to be disqualified, he needed to stop. Lu Sheng then then dropped Chao Chan like a toy, pretending he had only been joking. Chao Chan began coughing violently. Sheng had even thought his neck was quite sturdy, but as he leaned close to Chao Chan's face, he told him to run back to his mommy. Jibei grew impatient and demanded that Chao Chan get up immediately, saying he was becoming a disgrace. Chao Chan tried to explain himself to his instructor. The other candidates who had witnessed the scene were stunned by what they had just seen. Some of them even began to suspect that Lu Sheng might actually be a master. Meanwhile, Sheng calmly continued eating. He knew he had to be careful. If he fought Chao Chan publicly, he could end up becoming a wanted criminal, which might even bring danger to his family. For the moment, it was better to tolerate things. The scene then shifted to Jibei, trying to understand what the hell had just happened. Chao Chan apologized to his instructor, explaining that he hadn't expected Sheng to react like that, so he had lowered his guard. Chao Qing mocked Chao Qing, calling him a piece of trash. Chao Qing immediately became furious and declared that Chao Qing would regret saying that. But the man wasn't afraid at all, especially since Chao Qing had just lost to a kid. Jibei then ordered them to stop. In any case, the instructor told Chao Chan to deal with the consequences himself, since he had brought shame to the Jidao martial school. Chao Chan promised he wouldn't cause any more trouble. After he was alone, he started thinking about Lu Sheng again, which only made him angrier. He swore he would kill the kid. The stomp he delivered to the ground was so strong that it shattered the floor beneath him. The scene then shifted to 1 hour later. Inside the conference arena, Zhao Taikang stated that the Jidao twin stars had dominated the conference for many years and couldn't be underestimated. He told Lu Sheng not to lower his guard in the ring. The other vice directors were surprised, since Sheng looked extremely calm, while Zhao Taikang seemed far more nervous than him. In the end, they told Zhao Taikang to relax a little. That was actually something he had been hoping for. In truth, he only wanted to know what Lu Sheng would eventually say to the martial saint. Soon, the 8th round of the competition began. Sheng reached into the box and drew a token. He seemed pleased with the result. He then announced that the match would be between Lu Sheng and Chao Chen from the Jidao martial school. Everyone thought it had been arranged on purpose, because the coincidence was too perfect. In any case, most people already believed that Sheng would crush Chao Chen just like he had earlier. Lu Sheng soon noticed Chao Chan's presence. He was furious and clearly wanted to kill him. Sheng couldn't understand why he was so angry. Chao Chen began walking toward him, but Zhang He asked the participants to leave the ring for a moment. The first battle would be between Bai Henchuan and Chao Chen. The vice director simply told Bai Henchuan to fight with all the strength he had. Lu Sheng knew it was going to be a fierce battle, so he asked Bai Henchuan to fight with everything he had, without fear. Henchuan was surprised to see that Sean was actually supporting him, until Sean warned that if Bai died, he would avenge him. Bai Henchuan was caught off guard by that, thanking him for the consideration, but obviously he didn't want to die. Sean believed that Bai Henchuan should just take it easy since they weren't enemies. With that, Henchuan stepped onto the ring, and the fight began. Chao Qing was not willing to let Henchuan surrender. Bai Henchuan rushed toward him, trying to hit him with several strikes, but Chao Qing managed to dodge every single one of them. The spectators were left speechless, because only someone in the control realm could move the way Chao Qing was moving. Bai Henchuan then used his ability as the supreme ice node, but it simply didn't work. Chao suddenly disappeared, revealing that it had only been a clone. Out of nowhere, he struck Henchuan with full force, thinking it was far too easy to trick him. The blow was so powerful that Bai Henchuan was sent flying. Some people rushed over to check if he was okay. The despair was obvious. He had broken 4 ribs and several of his limbs were fractured. Chao Qing considered Henchuan to be trash, and then he called Sheng to fight. Sheng walked over to Hengden, saying it was a shame that Chao Qing hadn't beaten him more. He wished Chao Qing had hit him harder so he would have a better reason to kill him. Still, he expressed that Bai Hengden had done a good job. Bai Henchuan was surprised because he felt a strange sensation when looking at Lu Sheng. Then Zhang He announced that the next fight would be Zhang Yu versus Peng Hong. Without wasting time, she used her psychic mentalist power. The young man thought she might not be much trouble and decided to counterattack, but his ability didn't work at all. He was completely crushed by her. The referee quickly announced Zhang Yu's victory, and she sighed in relief. Everyone started talking about her performance. Lu Sheng even liked her a bit since her psychic power was 2 points higher than his. But when she noticed that he was looking at her, she suddenly started running away, leaving him confused. Just like Xia Lin, Zhang Yu also ran away from him. That made him wonder if he looked like some kind of bad guy. Soon, they reached the final round of the day. Chao Chan versus Lu Sheng. Everyone was excited for that fight. Both of them stepped onto the ring. Chao Chan said that according to the rules he could kill Sheng as long as he proved it was an accident. He asked if Lu Sheng understood that clearly, but Sheng didn't care. He just wanted to beat the hell out of Chao Chan. The fight began. Lu Sheng provoked Chao Chen, saying he would give him some time to prepare since he couldn't accept losing the last time. Chao Chen immediately began to release his energy, saying Lu Sheng would regret those words. He activated the demonic state. Lu Sheng was surprised when he saw that form. Chao Chan's technique technique shocked everyone, but he still wasn't finished, revealing its second stage. Lu Sheng simply observed the completely different energy. It was extremely dense. Suddenly Chao Chan transformed into a completely demonic figure. The crowd was stunned, and to make things worse, Chao Chan released an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. She realized that the power wasn't coming from Chao Chan himself. It was as if there was a monster inside his body. Zhao Taikang couldn't understand how that was possible. Chao Chan was releasing an aura like that of a master. Sheng found it all very interesting. Chao Chan's aura felt strange to him, and he believed he was a martial artist with powers from another world. Seeing this, Jibei declared that everyone would now witness the power of the Jidao martial school. Chao Cheng didn't want Chao Cheng to steal the spotlight alone, and promised that he would also surprise everyone when he fought Zhang Yu. Chao Chen warned Sheng not to even think about surrendering, because that would make him very angry. Then he rushed toward his opponent. Everyone watched with their mouths open. He quickly told everyone to be ready to intervene at any moment to prevent a death, because Chao Chan truly had that intention. He struck Sheng with all his might, causing a massive explosion. Dust quickly filled the air. Jibei was certain that Sheng was dead, but something made his eyes widen. Sheng hadn't been hit at all. There was some kind of barrier surrounding his body. Sheng then asked if that was the strongest attack Chao Chan had. The demon was stunned. Seeing that idiot's reaction, Sheng couldn't believe that the Jidao martial school was only capable of that. Chao Chan suddenly showed extreme fear and began trembling. At that moment, Lu Sheng used a punch he called Stellar Explosion, which also caused a huge explosion. Jibei became worried about his disciple. When the dust finally settled, Chao Chan appeared completely wrecked. Jibei became furious and rushed toward the ring, unable to understand Sheng's audacity, ready to attack him. But before he could do anything, the vice directors of the 7th Sacred Martial University also stepped onto the ring and blocked his attack. Zhao Taikang demanded explanations from Jibei, but Zhang He quickly told everyone to stop, since they were masters and couldn't be causing chaos there. Young Jibei declared that Lu Sheng had intentionally killed someone, trying to play the victim, just like all trash does. However, Chao Chan began coughing, showing that he was still alive. Doctors arrived to provide treatment, and Zhao Taikang then thought it was best for Jibei to let go of his anger, since the senior disciple was alive. But the bald man declared that he would remember this. He then informed everyone that Lu Sheng had won that round. Everyone started fawning over him, even treating him like a master. By then, everyone had already accepted in their minds that Lu Sheng was the true victor of the conference. At only 18 years old, the glory of the Jidao twins had come to an end. Zhao Taikang reassured Lu Sheng that he didn't need to worry, since no one had died. In reality, Sheng was completely relaxed. The vice director believed Sheng had been scared of facing a master, but regardless, he tried to calm the young man, even though he knew Sheng was extremely courageous. Still, that wouldn't be enough to face a martial saint. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng felt proud of himself for acting so well, hiding behind the vice director and pretending to be weak. He also had a strong desire to kill Jibei. Thus, the semi-finals of the 9th round were being prepared, starting with the drawing of opponents. One by one, Deng Rui, a 30-year-old man, reached the semi-finals but was frightened, as only monsters were left in the competition. Deng Yu seemed more normal, while Chao Qing and Lu Sheng looked like demons to him. He also found Deng Yu very cute, like an angel with perfect martial arts. When he drew his opponent's name, he got her, feeling extremely lucky. Chao Qing, seeing that his opponent was Lu Sheng, became immediately frightened. Xiaoqing even teased him, saying he still had time to secure his life insurance, though clearly he spoke in a very threatening tone. Chao Qing's eyes widened, and he tried to keep his distance from Sheng. Xiaoqing didn't understand why he was doing that. It was just a joke. He knew Chao Qing's master would go after him if he did something like that. Sweating heavily from nervousness, Chao Qing declared that he wasn't a coward like Chao Chen. Sheng remembered that Chao Qing had never actually said that, but in truth, he thought Chao Qing was much worse than Chen. Then he turned his back and walked away. Chen reported everything to his instructor. Jibei became furious with Lu Sheng, eager to make him pay for everything. Lu Sheng in the end was merely provoking them, confident that the fish had taken the bait. Ultimately, he knew that to kill Jibei, he needed to make everyone think it was the right thing to do. He needed a strategy, but he also believed his power wasn't enough at that moment. To make matters worse, he had to follow the rules set by others. If he were strong enough, he would have ignored everyone, especially Jibei, who deserved to die. He knew that if he killed someone deliberately, people would turn against him. He needed to become stronger to be able to dictate the rules. He needed to do it to save the world, and knew he had to work even harder. The scene then shifted to the fight between Zhang Yu and Deng Rui, where the girl won easily. Deng Rui was relieved it was over. The battle had been very smooth, but the next fight promised blood and gore. Zhang Yu was even afraid of what might happen, though the audience was eager to witness the chaos. Everyone joked and even wanted to see who would be crippled, Lu Sheng or Chao Qing. Chao Qing was in total collapse at that moment. He didn't want to suffer the same beating Chao Qing had taken. He had never been afraid of anyone before, but everyone has a first time. He couldn't believe something like this could be happening. Lu Sheng called him over, telling him to be ready for a beating of that magnitude. Chao Qing tried to remind himself not to panic. Then Chao Qing warned that Lu Sheng might use a bladed weapon to gain an advantage. Sheng displayed his aura, wanting to see if Chao Qing really wanted to die. Chao Qing became frightened, but still called Sheng to the ring, so they could settle the fight. The round began. Chao Qing unleashed his bizarre aura. Although he found it strange that Sheng remained still, he felt something spreading through the air from Lu Sheng. Chao Qing didn't know what to do, but decided to attack. attack. He rushed toward Sheng, who was still standing. Chao Qing attacked with a sword, producing a blinding flash that hurt the spectators' eyes. The superiors were baffled. Suddenly Sheng vanished. Chao Qing then realized that his dagger had broken, and became shocked. Lu Sheng apologized for breaking it, explaining that Chao Qing was just too slow. Chao Qing was completely confused. Sheng then moved extremely fast, showing Chao Qing just how slow he really was. Chao Qing began to panic because he couldn't even see his opponent. He didn't know what to do until Lu Sheng grabbed him by the collar, wanting to know if he was there just to make everyone laugh. Seeing his frightened face, Sheng thought he might be trying to give up, but Chao Qing became furious, demanding that his opponent let go, unleashing green-colored energy. Still, Sheng didn't release him. He used the windblade technique. Sheng listened to what his opponent had said and was incredulous. It seemed ridiculous to him. Finally, he released Chao Qing, who was enraged. Chao Qing declared that he would show what the wind really looked like. Suddenly, he vanished, leaving Chao Qing completely confused. He moved so fast that everyone saw only a blur. The spectators couldn't understand how he could do that. Lu Sheng wanted Chao Qing to find him and try to hit him. Zhao Taikang was stunned, as Lu Sheng was generating afterimages. He was able to produce 5 or more residual images in a short period, an astonishing feat. Chao Qing tried to attack the multiple Lu Shengs he saw, knowing they were fake and only one was real. He began attacking without thinking. Suddenly Lu Sheng began moving with incredible speed and precision, breaking multiple parts of his opponent's body. He wanted to leave Chao Qing in the same state as Bai Hongchuan. Quickly, the referee declared Lu Sheng the winner. The spectators recognized his overwhelming strength. It was now Zhang Yu's turn to step into the ring. She was obviously very nervous. Zhang He called her forward, since Sheng was already there, but she raised her hand and surrendered. Lu Sheng looked at her in surprise, and suddenly she ran away. He just wanted to understand what had happened to the girl. From her perspective, he seemed like a demon, the source of all darkness. Only a fool would dare fight him. The audience felt that the conference had ended on a bitter note, but they understood Zhang Yu. Lu Sheng was a tough nut to crack. The positive side was that the students of the 7th Sacred Martial University could leave with their heads held high this time. 30 minutes later, Zhang He was ready to announce the official end of the martial arts student conference. He thanked all the participants. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan was with some friends. One of them said that Yang Yuan's boyfriend was incredible, but Yuan clarified that Lu Sheng was just her classmate. Still, she liked the idea. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng's family home. His sister was ecstatic, and his parents could hardly believe it. Sheng's mother asked her husband to reserve a table because they had to celebrate that day. Qinche reminded her parents that Sheng had not yet received his rewards, so they continued watching. The scene then changed to Dandan and her friend Zishan. Zishan expressed that she hadn't expected Lu Sheng to reach such a high level. Dandan was enjoying what she saw and felt tempted to send him a message, even knowing he wouldn't reply. Next, the scene moved to the Eastern Military District. Xiao Jun was genuinely surprised by the young man. He believed the commander would be thrilled, since Lu Sheng hadn't spent any otherworldly marrow energy for nothing. Xiao Jun suggested it was a possibility. Xiao Jun was confused, as Lu Sheng didn't seem like an ungrateful person. Xiao Jun didn't think Sheng would break his promises, but reminded her colleague that Marshal Saint Tan Zhonggili was at the 7th Sacred Martial University and intended to make Lu Sheng his disciple. After hearing this, Xiao Jun realized the situation. He even hoped that one day he would go into battle alongside Lu Sheng. Xiao Jun didn't think this was unlikely, but she believed her friend needed to be prepared. She also mentioned that a new spatial rift had been discovered in Warzone 85, so he would need to go on a mission. Xiao Jun became annoyed, as he had only a few days to rest. Then she informed him that Lu Sheng had made a request. Lu Sheng announced that he wanted to challenge Lian Jibei, leaving the two men in the Eastern Military District puzzled about his intentions. The scene then shifted to a minute earlier, when Zhang He was announcing the end of the conference. Lu Sheng shouted, revealing that he had a request. Zhang He listened carefully, as Sheng explained that he had only attended the conference to appreciate the skills of his peers and refine his own martial arts. But instead of doing that, he pointed out that he was disappointed with everyone there. Ziyang. His eyes widened as he tried to understand what the boy was doing. Lu Sheng made it clear to the audience that no one was strong enough to make him feel pressured. Everyone was impressed by his words, while he also expressed that the experience had been boring and tedious. One of the vice directors of the 7th University thought Lu Sheng was seeking criticism. Zhao Taikong also didn't understand, since, as far as he knew, the boy wasn't that arrogant. Lu Sheng continued, clarifying that what disappointed him the most was the Jidao Martial School. He believed the so-called most promising talents, the Jidao twins, were worthless, showing no trace of the Jidao heritage. He practically trashed the entire martial school, which obviously fueled Jidao heritage toward him. The bald man wanted to know where Lu Sheng was going with all this. Lu Sheng declared that he only wanted to fight the strongest cultivators, as that was how he would evolve. But the Jidao members couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Then he challenged the master of the Jidao martial school, specifically calling out Lian Jibei to fight him. The spectators thought the boy had completely lost his mind. Not only were the live audience shocked, but all of Lu Sheng's acquaintances watching through screens were too. Xiao Jun found the boy's audacity infuriating. Xiao Jun explained to her colleague that she understood what Lu Sheng was thinking. He wanted to surpass his own limits. That's why he was challenging a Class 7 master. Jibei, who was already irritated with Sheng, quickly accepted the challenge. Xiao Jun believed that in doing so, Lu Sheng would become the first person to to achieve mastery before turning 20. Despite challenging a master, Lu Sheng remained calm. One of the vice directors thought Sheng didn't need to do that, as they could help him achieve his goal. Zhou Taikong explained that Lian Jibei was at the peak of a Class 7 master. He would try to kill Lu Sheng to avenge the Jidao twins. Zhou Taikong understood the boy's choice, but it still seemed strange to him, as Sheng didn't appear to want to break the barrier in that way. From the vice principal's perspective, the kid deserved to reach such heights at that age. His courage was on another level. In the end, Zhang He just wanted everyone to stay alert, as he didn't want Lu Sheng to be seriously injured. Zhang He was furious. He had been a master for over 20 years, and now some brat was trying to challenge him, so he decided to use his secret technique to kill Sheng in a single strike. Quickly, the little old man started their fight. Sheng was extremely anxious. He wanted to understand the power of a master, believing he was between life and death at that moment. Libei quickly advised Lu Sheng to withstand the pressure. Jibei activated the otherworld form, changing his appearance, just like he had done with Chao Chen. Regardless, the kid already intended to fight this master to the death. He charged toward Jibei, leaving the bald man stunned. Lu Sheng aimed to bring down Lian Jibei with a single punch. He combined several of his skills, finishing with the Divine Star and Stellar Impact. Jibei couldn't comprehend who he was dealing with. It was as if he was facing the sun itself. Zhang He immediately realized things had gone wrong, and informed everyone that Lu Sheng needed to be stopped immediately. A massive explosion erupted in the ring, causing widespread destruction, and Zhang He called out to Lu Sheng. While the boy wondered if Jiang He, a grandmaster, was also intending to fight him, Jiang He was truly in shock. Lian Jibei had died, a 7th rank master, and yet the kid still challenged him. Zhao Taikong couldn't believe Jibei had died, leaving nothing behind. In the end, he understood the boy's intentions. The spectators were no longer sure if Sheng was really a 6th rank martial artist. Zhao Taikong realized that from the beginning, Lu Sheng had intended to fight the martial saint. Lu Sheng looked at the vice principal, believing he finally understood, clarifying that this was his idealism. Zhao He was stunned. Sheng had planned everything from the start, and found it incredible that the kid could take down a master with a single blow. He decided to report everything honestly to the Jidao Academy, and also to Tanzhonggili, declaring that the kid should be careful. Lu Sheng noticed that the old dwarf wasn't going to intervene, which he found unfortunate. He wanted to see how much a grandmaster could pressure him. Suddenly, the vice principal appeared, grabbing the boy by the arm, making it clear that they were leaving immediately, descending the mountain together. He stated that Sheng would go to the 7th university to see Martial Saint Tanzhonggili, as he had caused many problems. Explaining that Jibei wasn't an ordinary master, Sheng clarified to Zhao Taikang that he knew Jibei was Liansu's brother. Zhao Taikang was bewildered. The kid knew and still did something so reckless. At that moment, only Martial Saint Tanzhonggili could protect him. Lu Sheng was grateful to the vice principal, but insisted he didn't need that help. Zhao Taikang realized the boy had completely lost it, reminding him that he also had family and friends. He was young and didn't need to be so impulsive, acting in such a reckless way, which would lead to much regret. He also urged Lu Sheng to come with him quickly, warning that when Jibei's family found out, it might be too late. Again, Lu Sheng explained that he couldn't go with his superior, but Zhao Taikong basically tried to force the kid. Eventually, Lu Sheng relented, saying he would wait for him in the capital, while also offering to escort him. But Sheng didn't want that. He began descending the mountain, wanting to test his maximum speed. Zhao Taikang, at that moment, just wanted to see how fast the kid really was. The scene then shifted to the high-speed train station, where Lu Sheng's family was trying to reach him. The broadcast had dropped when he challenged the master, and everyone was worried. Lu Sheng's mother was in tears, extremely worried about her son. The old man asked Qinche to help her mother, confident that their son was fine, but Qinche wasn't entirely convinced, knowing her brother was facing a master, so things could go badly. She was worried, but tried to calm her mother. Then her phone vibrated. It was Lu Sheng. He gave her some information, which reassured her. She then told their parents that everything was fine. The signal had weakened on the mountain, causing the broadcast to drop. She explained that it was a staged event organized by the conference, as he wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge a master. This was the excuse he had made up. His mother tried to speak with him, but he said he was going up to claim the prize, and then hung up. Sheng's father realized his wife was talkative, which was why their son had hung up. Qinchi still found her brother's excuse strange, as previous conferences had been very formal, with nothing unusual after the last round, but she let it go. They left, and Shin's father invited his wife for a drink to relax. Meanwhile, a disguised person was observing the family, sending signals via earpiece. They were plotting something. The disguised man already knew that Lu Sheng had killed Lian Jibei. He was concerned though, since Lu Sheng was only about 19 and had done something like that. In the end, they had orders from Master Yu. They were helping Sheng keep his family safe. The scene then shifted to Sheng, hoping his family was secure. He headed toward a building, remembering everything Zhao Taikang had said about the Lian family. Sheng felt fear. He was afraid of losing everything he had achieved, but he couldn't avoid certain things out of fear. He also felt afraid of spending the rest of his life being watched by those four eyes. He arrived at a door and used his perception to see what was happening inside. The young man was completely shocked by his father's death. The subordinate wanted to know who had killed Jiba. In the end, they asked for Jiba's son to return quickly, but just as he was about to leave, he ran into Sheng and immediately wanted to know who he was. Lu Sheng greeted Lian Ye, telling him that his father had been looking for him. Sheng was there to make the two meet. The scene then shifts to the outskirts of the capital, the Hemming Mountain village. Lian Su was drinking a glass of wine, having just learned that her brother was dead. The subordinate explained everything that had happened, making it clear that nothing remained of Lian Jibei. There was not even a way to hold a funeral. But Lian Su found that impossible. She had been told that her brother had accepted a challenge from another master. The subordinate corrected the information, stating that Lu Sheng was a 6th-rank martial artist. She was so incredulous that she broke the glass with her own hands, unable to believe what she had just heard. She thought her subordinate was joking at a time like this, but he clarified that Sheng had suddenly become a master. She laughed, unable to believe that a 6th-rank martial artist had killed her brother. Finally, she accepted that this Lu Sheng was a great martial genius. She then told her subordinate to make a trip to kill Lu Sheng. Naturally, he panicked, as her brother had been killed during a normal conference where rules applied, and Lu Sheng had come out clean. Lian Su refused to accept that the young martial artist would be fine, and began shouting at her subordinate. Since he wouldn't help her, she didn't want to be held responsible for what might happen. She had already devised a plan. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the old man who had lost his daughters, crying. His dream had been realized, and at that moment, some children saw him. One ran in the opposite direction, but another bumped into Sheng. Sheng smiled, then called out to the old man, Fu Jianming, telling him that he was there to deliver his compensation. The item he wanted was in the bag. Sheng told the old man that a master should never be insulted. Even in death, their bodies should not be cut into pieces like pork. Fu Jianming unzipped the bag and widened his eyes at what he saw. Sheng had brought Lian Ye's head to him. He also returned a photo of Fu Jianming's family, asking the old man not to lose it. The bearded man began to cry profusely, thanking Sheng. Next, the scene shifts to Sheng, informing the vice principal that he had finished his task. Zhao Taikang wanted him to return, saying the martial saint would accept him as a disciple, but Sheng explained to the vice principal that he would not return. Zhao Taikang didn't understand what the boy meant. Sheng then mentioned the large floor-to-ceiling window in the vice principal's office, saying he wanted Zhao Taikang to see from there. Zhao Taikang looked, and Sheng explained that when he became a martial saint, he would destroy the tower in front of Zhao Taikang's eyes, making everyone glorify his name. When Zhao Taikang went to speak with martial saint Tanzhong Yili, seeing that Sheng wasn't willing, he thought it best to let it go. In any case, he believed Tanzhong Yili should follow his own path, even if he thought Sheng's idea was stupid and childish. He also said that it had been a long time since a freshman had impressed him. Zhao Taikang still showed concern for Sheng, explaining to the martial saint that he was sure Jibei's sister wouldn't let her brother's death go unnoticed. The martial saint already knew Sheng's choices, believing the boy could handle things on his own. Nevertheless, Tanzhong Yili left Huaiyu to take care of Sheng's family. Regarding the other matter, he thought there was no point in discussing it. As for destroying the tower, at that moment, Zhao Taikang only thought about helping Sheng's family. Lu Sheng didn't know the consequences of rejecting a martial saint. After all, he was rejecting someone thousands of times stronger than him. He needed a lot of courage. He knew he was far below the martial saint, but he also felt he needed to approach the martial saint with more speed. After that, he planned to surpass the martial saint and achieve absolute power, completely turning things upside down. Then the scene shifts to Lian Su. She was looking out over the city when suddenly a man appeared, asking if she had sent Zhuang Kui, the subordinate who had previously given her information. She explained that Lu Sheng was a monster who had killed 2 members of her family. Jibei was not that important to her, but Lian Ye was the only descendant of that family. The man quickly reminded her that Lian Ye had many children scattered around, but she did not care. She believed she had the right to send someone to avenge her. One of them was her biological brother, and the other was her nephew. In any case, even though she considered both of them useless, they were still the last remaining members of her bloodline. She only wanted to return all the pain she had felt. The man then clarified that he was not arguing with her. In his opinion, Zhuangqi was strong, but he was no match for Lu Sheng. She had not expected Lu Sheng to be that strong. The man explained that Lu Sheng was a favorite of Tanzhong Yili, so there would also be people protecting his family. Quickly, she grabbed the man and asked for his help with the matter. He held her by the waist, telling her not to worry because he had sent 12 shadows to accompany Zhuangqi. She then realized that the man still cared about her. However, he suddenly pushed her away because there was a problem. She had given the Jidao secret book to Zhuangqi without his permission, but Lian Su believed she had no choice. The man then turned his back to her and told her that it should not happen again. After that, the woman went a little crazy, laughing alone on her bed. Then the scene shifted to Sanji Airport, where a girl named Pang Huaiyu appeared. She was being rushed and did not like it. She was receiving information about Lu Sheng. In the end, Pang Huaiyu was from the Bright Jade Hall, and her goal was to recruit him. She already knew many things about Sheng. Tanzhong Yili had contacted her because he did not want Sheng to die in vain, since he saw a lot of potential in him. He made it very clear that Sheng's opponent would be Zhuang Kui, a man ranked 8th. The scene then changed to the Lu family house. Sheng had just arrived home. His sister came to greet him while his mother complained because he had not arrived at the agreed time. Sheng's father called him to have a drink together. At that moment, Sheng handed a backpack to Qinche, explaining that there was a gift for her inside. However, she thought he was too rough and ran off, saying that now she understood why he did not have a girlfriend. Even his mother started teasing him, saying he should already have found a girlfriend. However, he suddenly felt something coming from the door, so he made an excuse to his mother, saying that a friend had arrived and that dinner would have to wait. He left the house and saw the man who had been hiding behind the tree. He thanked him for his hard work. The man replied that he was simply doing his job, although he found it strange that Sheng was so calm. Lu Sheng then told the man to convey his gratitude to Commander Yu and that he would fulfill what he had promised. The man left. Sheng's sister called him back inside for dinner, but at that moment the boy used his perception ability. There was no powerful person nearby. He could sense things within a radius of about 800 kilometers. The scene then moved to a week later. Pang Huayu was sitting in a cafe, impatient because a week had passed, and Zhuang Kui had still not appeared. Meanwhile, a man stepped outside to inform his boss that Pang Huayu was in the cafe. However, the boss believed it was no longer necessary to do anything. He was even being congratulated for reaching the Grandmaster level. Then he told the driver to head toward the district where Sheng lived. At the same time, Lu Sheng used his perception and felt the aura of a Grandmaster heading in his direction. Suddenly, Pang Huayu stood up in shock because she saw Zhuang Kui passing by. To make matters worse, Zhuang Kui was not alone. She became worried because even though the power of a level 7 shadow had increased their strength, it was still not comparable to the power of a master. She hoped the 12 shadows might somehow be able to defeat a Grandmaster, so she dealt with Zhuang Kui's henchmen first. However, she was caught off guard when they sent the 12 shadows against her. She was about to be attacked when Zhuang Kui stepped out of the car. She was surprised and announced that Zhuang Kui had reached the Grandmaster level. Zhuang Kui had followed the Martial Saint Jidao, but he had been stuck at rank 7 for a long time. He had been unable to break through that barrier and become a Grandmaster, but now he had achieved the coagulation of vitality, forming the intangible link between heaven and earth. Feeling the sensation of becoming a Grandmaster, he felt incredible. He was grateful to Lu Sheng because he had achieved this thanks to him. After Lu Sheng had angered the Martial Saint, he had managed to get his hands on the secret book. He knew very well that Lu Sheng was a young master who had even mobilized the Jade Hall. At that moment, Sheng appeared and asked if Zhuang Kui had been sent by someone from the Lian family. Zhuang Kui then ordered his henchmen to enter Sheng's house and capture everyone, because the Martial Saint wanted to see them. The men moved out, and Zhuang Kui walked toward Sheng, but he was suddenly caught by surprise. Sheng had disappeared. Suddenly, Sheng caused one of Zhuang Kui's henchmen to lose his head, declaring that they were very weak, and that they were like paper. Sheng could not believe they were masters. Zhuang Kui admitted that Sheng was strong. He even thought that if they had met under different circumstances, they might have become friends, but Sheng said that was impossible, because he would never be friends with a dead man. At that moment, Zhuang Kui realized the kid was extremely arrogant, so he began to show his strength, so the boy could see what the power of a Grandmaster was like. Basically, it was like mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. He was eager to beat Sheng. However, Lu Sheng then entered the martial god state, leaving his opponent extremely shocked, because he could no longer move. Zhuang Kui then saw that the remaining shadows had been killed within a few seconds. Soon a bizarre figure appeared beside Sheng. Zhuang Kui had no idea what it was. He began to tremble, but he still thought he should remain confident. Suddenly, Lu Sheng grabbed him by the chest. He was counting the time, reaching 4. Zhuang Kui could not understand how that was possible, because it had taken him 20 years to get that far. An explosion occurred, and Zhuang Kui realized that he had underestimated the boy. There was a huge hole in his chest. He knelt down, realizing that he had been defeated by a youngster. Soon, he began to disintegrate. Then the scene shifted to a little girl, staring at Pang Huayu in shock. She thought Pang Huayu was daydreaming, and even said so to her mother. With her eyes wide open, Pang Huayu preferred to believe it was all a dream. She could not believe that Lu Sheng was really like that. Meanwhile, Sheng was analyzing what a Grandmaster was like, and it seemed much inferior to Zheng He. He began to believe that Zhuang Kui had used some evil method to force his body to improve his abilities and strength. In any case, the boy was confident that he could defeat a normal Grandmaster, since he had not even needed to use his master skill called Broken Void. He realized that that psychic power was incredible, until he sensed Pang Huayu's presence and used his perception, believing that she was there to help. Someone spoke to Pang Huayu through her earpiece. She was startled. Zhao Taikong wanted to know if she had arrived at the target's house. She explained that things were very bad. The vice director on the other side of the line understood and asked her to help Lu Sheng's family so that he could have a proper burial. Zhao Taikong believed that Sheng had died. However, Pang Huayu explained that there had been a misunderstanding. The Jidao Martial School had suffered a crushing defeat. Sheng had defeated all of them. Nothing was left. Then she was surprised by Sheng's request. He wanted her to help him clean up the battlefield. Tan Zhongyili found Lu Sheng more and more interesting. 3 days later, the Jidao Martial School had still not sent anyone. The vice director called him. Zhao Taikong informed him that the matter with the Jidao Martial School had been resolved. Zhong Blitz asked if Tan Zhongyili had been the one who settled everything. Zhao Taikong could not explain it well, but he said Tan Zhongyili might send someone from the Bright Jade Hall. He also recommended that the boy go to the association in the capital to verify his master status, because it was something incredible. Lu Sheng wanted to leave that for later. At that moment, he realized that Pang Huayu had not come to clean the battlefield. Suddenly, Commander Yu called him. Sheng realized that the commander had been the one who resolved the issue. Commander Yu showered him with praise. He had also heard that Zhang Kui had been getting killed by him. Sheng did not expect the army to find out so quickly. Commander Yu found it amusing and made it clear that Lu Sheng had many supporters. The boy also informed the commander that Zhuang Kui had increased his rank strength using a forbidden technique. Therefore, he believed the army had paid a high price to reach an agreement with the Jidao Martial School. The commander did not deny it but told Sheng not to worry, since the army was already used to dealing with that kind of thing. He also mentioned that none of the 3 current martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom had come from the army. Lu Sheng then promised the commander that when he became a martial saint, he would support them, but his words were like blades to Commander Yu, who kept trying to convince him to join the army. In the end, Lu Sheng realized that the outcome had been much better than he expected. In any case, the army accepted him as one of their own. He knew that the army understood the hearts of men. Suddenly, he noticed something on the ground. It was the secret technique that Zhuang Kui had used, but he did not want anything to do with it. Treating that cheating method like trash, he literally threw it in the garbage. After that, he entered the land of dreams. It had been a while since he had been there. As he passed by the zombies, he told them there would be no fights that day, giving everyone a break. He wanted to check his personal information. Quickly, he used Ellie and saw that he had reached 300 years of age, being known as one of the 10 greatest martial saints who had ever walked the earth, contributing to the exploration of rank 10. He was happy because his biography was gradually improving. He also saw that in that life, rank 10 would be discovered by him. In any case, at some point it would not matter whether he revealed a technique in the future or not. There would eventually be many geniuses advancing without fear, creating incredible martial techniques. He also already had the means to kill the martial saint of the Jidao Martial School. Next, he checked his permissions. He now had permission to use the level 7 resource library, which meant he could activate Grandmaster techniques. He wanted to see the accompanying methods for the stellar body refraction art, the nature breathing technique, and the crystal visualizations technique. He carefully read all 3 techniques in detail. The key to advancing from rank 6 to rank 7 was to condense martial will and melt the 3 energies into one, sending it back into the body to further strengthen the physique. Advancing from rank 7 to rank 8 required even greater precision. Martial will could be condensed into weapons, connecting man with nature. That will was a power that far exceeded rank 7. That was the great difference between rank 7 and rank 8. That was exactly what Zhuang Kui had lacked. Since he had forced his physical breakthrough, his foundation was insufficient. Therefore, he was not a true rank 8 martial artist. After thinking for a moment, Sheng realized something about the immortal cell, the true inheritance of the stellar body refinement art. It was the concept of the immortal cell nourishing the body with vitality. He needed that concept in order to achieve the immortal stellar art. That was the physical power he sought. He was stronger than ordinary masters because of his immortal golden body. Although he was rank 7, he could already be compared to a rank 8 grandmaster. For example, he was much stronger than Zhang He. The first thing he needed to do for the immortal stellar art was to break the Dan, mixing vitality and martial will to cultivate the cell and create the immortal cell. When he cultivated the immortal golden body, he felt that his body was like a star. In the end, the immortal stellar art made the impossible possible. He would turn a myth into reality, proving that immortality was achievable. If he managed to reach the stage of the immortal cell in all the cells of his body, he might be able to reach the level of becoming one with heaven and earth, controlling the stars and becoming truly immortal. They estimated that the evil son of the East had not yet reached that stage, because its scope was far greater than the divine illumination of the King of Hell. He didn't know what resources he needed to invest, but in any case, that technique was invincible. If he managed to reach it, he would become something impossible to stop. Regardless, he could still experiment freely there, since it wouldn't cause any impact on reality. So he tried to encourage himself. While manipulating something that sustained the vitality of his entire body, he attempted to break his Dan. When he tried to do so, it caused a massive explosion. And that wasn't all. He felt intense pain, and soon his body seemed to be burning. A strong glow appeared around him. In this way, Sheng tested the energy he had by punching the ground. The impact was so great that it knocked down buildings. He was witnessing the monstrous power of the immortal cell. Using only a small fraction had already caused enormous destruction. He was combining everything he had with the immortal cells, allowing a weak strike to produce an absurd impact. Because of the strength of that punch, he concluded that he would call it Heaven's Domain. However, he soon felt extremely exhausted and ended up collapsing to the ground. He believed it was due to a lack of vitality and realized he needed to increase it. He planned to enter the Eastern Military District, where he would face great dangers while filling the bottomless well of the immortal cells. He also believed that it would be very easy to fight a martial saint with a rank 7 body, using just a single one of those cells, but he preferred to leave that aside. He thought it would be best to end things for the day, so he woke up later. He had slept for 12 hours that time. Without wasting any time, he used his perception and saw that everyone was living peacefully. He felt that he shouldn't go after the Jidao Martial School at that moment, because he knew they couldn't fight him after all. He was just a rookie, and they needed to keep up appearances. However, he was certain that the crazy Lian Su wouldn't be so friendly, so he needed to find a way to crush her. He went downstairs and told his mother that he was going out for a walk. He grabbed a few buns, and just as he was about to leave, he saw Lian Su on television. He thought it would be best to pay her a visit. He went to the pharmacy, where the receptionist came to assist him. He said that he was there to talk to Lingzu. The receptionist liked him a lot, and informed him that the boss was in the office, and that she would take him there, but he made it clear that it it wasn't necessary and simply walked away. The receptionist quickly asked her coworker who the handsome guy was. Lee replied that he seemed to be a distant cousin of the boss. She also mentioned that he was one of the best martial artists and the strongest in the entire country. The receptionist immediately wished she could get another chance to talk to him. Meanwhile, He Lingzu was calmly making her medicines. Lu Sheng arrived and asked if she had already finished. She confirmed it. He put on a lab coat and praised her work. She then informed him that her mother's side of the family had begun to take action. He made it clear that he already knew about that and that he would help her once he finished what he needed to do. He Lingzu noticed that his aura had grown even stronger. She found it frightening, considering how short the time had been. Soon he began preparing his tonic. After testing it, he realized he was the only one capable of condensing a blood pill twice. The problem was that the ingredients were extremely expensive. He would need an astronomical amount of money to buy so many resources. However, he remembered that He Lingzu made a lot of money every year. He had also learned that it was possible to earn money on the battlefield, so he decided not to waste any more time. Soon, the scene shifted to him at Baihei Airport. He called Commander Yu, but the man didn't answer. He assumed the old man was very busy. Perhaps even the plan to be picked up by Xiaojun and Shu Qin had changed. Looking at the people around him, he thought that he should feel honored to personally participate in protecting people's peace. He had also heard that in the more distant areas of the Eastern Military District's front lines, there were several deposits of gold and dense iron, but they were occupied by monsters. Since he wanted to get rich quickly, he decided that he should mine those mines. At that moment, two girls were about to board a plane. When Sheng passed by, one of them liked him and wanted to know if they were going to the same destination. Very politely, he told her that he was boarding a different plane. The girl found that strange, since the only aircraft there was the one they were boarding, aside from a private jet. Then the man inside the jet began waving. The girls thought he was waving at them until they realized that the jet was there to pick up Sheng. A man stepped out of the jet and introduced himself. His name was Qin Huaihu, a subordinate of Major General Yu Feihe. Sheng asked if the man had any blood relation with Xiaojun. Huang confirmed that he did. He was Xiaojun's uncle. Lu Sheng also noticed that the man's rank was very high. Huang then explained that they were not heading to the district. New cracks had appeared in the earth, and the front lines were facing a massive shortage of manpower, so they would act as reinforcements. Sheng asked how long it would take to get there, which surprised Qin Huaihu, since he showed no fear at all. Lu Sheng told Qin Huaihu that he had already planned to go to the front lines anyway. Qin Huaihu could clearly see the difference between them. He himself had reached rank 6, yet had never come close to touching the level of a grandmaster. He felt that he no longer had any possibility of advancing in this life. At Sheng's request, he explained that the battles on the front lines had always been fierce, but recently an A-class cave had appeared. Sheng hadn't expected caves to have classifications as well. The classifications were based on the extent and strength of the monsters inside. A-class caves contained level 5 monsters. The most powerful cave ever discovered was SS class, and only 9 had ever been found. Fortunately, none existed in Dragon City. He also explained that in an A-class cave, there was a possibility that a rank 8 grandmaster could enter and still end up dying. Lu Sheng hadn't imagined things were that bad, especially since it would even be difficult for a rank 9 martial saint if they entered an AA or SS class cave. However, Huaihu warned that all of that was mostly theoretical, because no grandmaster or martial saint had ever dared to go too deep into the caves. Sheng thought it sounded just like a video game. Qin Huaihu explained that they didn't actually need to enter the caves, they only had to guard the entrance and build a defensive line, eliminating the monsters that came out. Sheng then began to believe that once he managed to clear an SS class cave, he would finally discover the truth behind the monster invasion. Then the flight began. Qin Huaihu informed the boy that he would receive the rank of Major General once he arrived at the military district. Sheng was stunned. His path was very different from everyone else's. Qin Huaihu explained that since he was already rank 7, he didn't need to start from the bottom. He also mentioned that SS class spatial rifts had been appearing frequently. To the boy, it still felt somewhat unreal. Suddenly, the pilot reported that rank 7 monsters from another world had appeared on Yu Fei's defensive line. Sheng was shocked and immediately asked if they were far away. Qin Huaihu replied that they could reach the location in about 3 minutes. He was then astonished to realize that the boy was actually thinking about going there. Sheng simply told Qin Huaihu to relax, and afterward to buy him a new pair of shoes, the best quality available. Then he jumped out of the jet. The scene then shifted to 30 minutes earlier. On the frontline war zone, Yu Feihe stood with his sword in hand. They believed that this was the last wave of monsters. One of his subordinates approached and gave his commander some water. After drinking, Yu Feihe asked when the reinforcements would arrive. However, he was told that they would have to survive a bit longer because the support team would arrive in at most 2 days. Even so, Yu Feihe was still determined to hold on. There wasn't much else they could do. Suddenly, Xiaojun and Shu Qin arrived. Yu Feihe was very happy to see them participating. The two were greatly admired by the other soldiers. Shu Qin already knew the situation and believed they could hold out for 2 more days since the monster wave had ended. But suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. The commander quickly realized that the earthquake was caused by a spatial rift. Moments later, more monsters began emerging. 3 of them were rank 7. Xiaojun became extremely anxious. Xiaojun realized that everyone's confidence had been shattered. Seeing this, Yu Feihe was certain that horrible casualties would occur. He began to think that this might be the day he would die, but there was no point in hesitating. He ordered everyone to cover him and told them to use everything they had so they could survive. And so the battle began. Xiao Jun had already exhausted most of his power, which meant things would be very difficult for him. Everyone prepared to attack. Suddenly, something fell from the sky with the force of an earthquake. At first it seemed like another tremor, but then they realized it was a person. Shu Qin's cheeks flushed red. She suspected it was who she thought it was. Shang was falling directly toward the monsters, which made her worried. Xiao Jun immediately realized that she already knew who it was. Then Lu Sheng struck one of the monsters with everything he had, simply from the impact of his landing. Yu Feihe was completely incredulous at what he had just seen. Shang was already wearing military boots, and he was quite pleased with their quality. He told the monster to attack him. Suddenly, a giant hellish monkey lunged at him. Lu Sheng blocked the attack and felt a strange sense of nostalgia. He threw the monkey upward and struck it with a powerful kick. The commander thought he must be dreaming. Everyone began praising Lu Sheng, while Shu Qing noticed that Sheng had grown even stronger. Since the monkey was already in its eternal sleep, another monster, an insect, tried to escape, but Sheng didn't allow it. He made the insect levitate and then blew it apart. There were still a few monsters left. Sheng said he wanted to give them a proper welcome, and in an instant he blew up several monsters at once. After that, he approached the group and said he was there to report for duty, even introducing himself as a recruit. Hearing that made everyone extremely happy. The scene then shifted to the Eastern Zone garrison. Xiao Jun was very grateful because Sheng had saved them. They simply wouldn't have been able to hold out. Shengame was also there, and explained that in fact, the rift was AAA class, which was why they had been having so many problems. At that moment, the commander arrived. Yu Feihe only truly realized how strong Lu Sheng had become after seeing him beat the monsters so easily. He even believed the boy was capable of entering the star ranking. Sheng didn't know what that was. It was essentially a ranking of senior martial artists, but it didn't focus only on power. It also evaluated a person's achievements and merits, awarding contribution points. Those points could be exchanged for military resources. Sheng was grateful to hear that. In any case, the commander told him to rest for the moment, and he planned to do the same, especially now that the boy was there. Sheng could tell that the battle had been extremely fierce for the commander to look like that. Soon, he felt hungry. Xiao Jun knew he ate like a horse, so he brought him a large amount of canned food, believing that was the best way to treat Sheng well. However, the young martial artist didn't like it very much. Then he exchanged glances with Shu Qing, creating a moment of tension between them. He remembered that she was supposed to be his future wife, so he suddenly ran away, just like girls sometimes do when they get embarrassed. Xiao Jun couldn't understand why Shu Qin had been so worried earlier when she heard that a grandmaster wanted to go after Sheng. She replied that it wasn't any of his business. Xiao Jun quickly understood everything, but she shoved a plate into his face. Even so, he kept insisting, so she threatened him with a knife. Meanwhile, Sheng was thinking about the battles he had fought. He felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep, because his blood was still boiling. Using his perception, he noticed that another fight was happening, though it wasn't as intense as the battles during the day. Thinking it would be best to check it out, he went to take a look. The scene shifted to another group of soldiers, who couldn't understand why so many monsters were appearing. They believed something was wrong, because they had never seen so many at once. Still, they thought they needed reinforcements. At that moment, a woman slammed her axe into the ground, making it clear that this was something everyone had expected, so there was no reason to stand around crying. She was the commander, and everyone agreed with her. They believed they shouldn't give up. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, leaving their commander shocked. A two-headed shadow panther, rank 7, had appeared, but in the end, she was actually excited. She charged at the creature with everything she had, inflicting several deep cuts. For a moment, she even thought she had succeeded. However, the two-headed shadow panther struck her in the back, the leg, and the arm. Then she realized that there was another one of those monsters. She became furious, but accepted that she had been defeated. The soldiers in her platoon were stunned. Suddenly, Lu Sheng appeared. He thought to himself that it had been a close call. He had almost arrived too late. Quickly, the monster tried to attack him, leaving the commander quite frightened, since he remained standing still, but he stopped the creature with his own foot, imposing his authority over it. He looked at the creature and thought it might be good to eat its meat, so he flicked it lightly so as not to ruin his prey. The platoon commander was left astonished. Quickly, he tied up his prey, ready to deal with the other smaller monsters. The commander wanted to understand where he had come from. He had left the military field and gone to the underground SS-level dungeon. He was almost done clearing the areas of the next dungeon when the scene shifted to Yu Feihe, who could not believe what he had heard about Sheng. Soon after, Sheng appeared with his clothes completely torn. Yu Feihe wanted to know how many monsters Sheng had killed that day. Sheng thought it was around 12 or maybe 18. He couldn't quite remember. He only knew that he hadn't been able to bring their bodies back, but there wasn't much he could do about that. He had also passed through several sections of the defense lines, helping wherever he could. Commander Yu then explained that they had several drones flying along the front lines. They would review everything that had happened in order to grant the rewards the kid deserved. The commander understood that Sheng wanted to help, but Yu thought he should take care of his own side first, which was Division 192. Sheng didn't want the commander to worry. He only asked for a radio communicator so he could return immediately if they contacted him. The scene then shifted to army intelligence. The situation was becoming serious, as they had already lost many soldiers, even generals. One of them was an 8th rank fighter, which surprised the marshal, who wanted to know who it was. They informed him that it was Zheng Weiyi. They also reported that a funeral would be held, and the marshal said he wanted to attend. At the same time, they were dealing with the appearance of a new dungeon. The problem was that the monsters just kept coming without end. Intelligence already suspected they could lose the entire army. Marshal Shi Hongfei wanted to know what forces they still had available to send at that moment. The problem was the severe lack of reinforcements, and even if they were sent, they would take a long time to arrive. Shi Hongfei believed they should block the most vital area first, prioritizing reinforcements for Point A, until a subordinate reminded the Marshal that Point B was also important. The Marshal was aware of that, but Point B was very far from the residential area, and the central zone was also vast. The real issue was that if they were defeated at Point A, monsters from the other world would invade the city within half a month. Protecting the people was the top priority, so he asked which division was guarding Point A. The subordinate replied that it was Division 15D8, commanded by General Sun Jae. The Marshal then ordered them to inform Sun Jae to hold the defense line at all costs. Everyone was dismissed, and the scene shifted to the defense line of Division 1058. They were worried, as they had already been waiting for more than 2 days. Sheng was cleaning his spear and asked whether the other divisions were also in danger. Yu Fei told the boy that the problem wasn't reinforcements, it was the rank 7 monsters, which were extremely powerful. Commander Yu thought the kid didn't know the truth, and might even be a bit crazy, because over the past 5 days he had gone around killing monsters along every defense line. Yu Fei found Lu Sheng's aura completely terrifying, changing more and more as he fought the monsters. Sheng tried to remain modest, making it clear to the commander that he wasn't that good. Then he left, only to find several people waiting for him outside, wishing him good luck and practically placing all their hopes in Lu Sheng. Shu Qin quickly turned her back, and Sheng wondered if something was going on. He took something out of his pocket, and suddenly Xiao Jun appeared, asking if he was going on another adventure. Sheng handed him the gift. He also wanted to give one to Xiao Jun, and asked Xiao Jun to help deliver it. Then he left. Xiao Jun didn't like that Sheng had asked him for that favor and left so suddenly, but he did appreciate that the boy had made it with his own hands, thinking it was quite thoughtful. Suddenly, Xiao Jun appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the gift from Xiao Jun's hand. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng used his perception to locate where the monsters were. The scene then shifted to a soldier who was shooting at a monster until his ammunition ran out. He was still carrying plenty of grenades and was about to do something extremely reckless when he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Lu Sheng had arrived. He didn't want the soldier to throw his life away like that. In an instant, he blew those monsters apart. The soldier was stunned. The monsters had been taken down in seconds. Sheng asked which division he belonged to. The soldier said Division 835, a division that had better equipment than Yu's division. Sheng then asked why he was there, but the soldier explained that their defense line had been destroyed long ago, which left Sheng shocked. Without wasting time, he activated his perception ability, and the soldier was amazed by Sheng's psychic power. Sheng wanted to know where the reinforcements were, but the soldier only knew they were supposed to wait for them. The dragon student couldn't understand why the soldier hadn't left the area yet. The soldier explained that their commander had died on the battlefield for them, so he had already accepted death. He wanted to do the same as his commander, fight until the end. Sheng didn't know what would happen now that the defense line had been breached. The soldier explained that the surrounding defense lines would also be affected, causing even greater chaos. More cities would be destroyed, just like this one. The martial artist then turned his back, and the soldier panicked, warning him that a war was happening on that side. Sheng told him to relax because he only wanted to take a look. Then he left at an absurd speed. He wanted to fix that entire mess. As he headed to the location, he used his perception to search for the defense line. Soon he found monsters from the other world. It was completely swarming with them. He tried to sort out the chaos. He couldn't find anyone alive at first, but then he noticed a few people who didn't know what to do. There was an old bearded man throwing bombs at the monsters, blowing them up. He seemed to be enjoying himself quite a lot. They were determined to kill many monsters because they wanted to make money from it, until a young man warned the two that the injured guy wouldn't survive. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and the man who was with the old fellow lost his arm. The short old man became furious, throwing several bombs and trying to destroy all those monsters, until he eventually ran out of explosives. The crazy old man thought they would have to stick together, since the other monsters were getting closer. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind appeared. It was Sheng arriving. He asked if those guys were okay, and told them to leave immediately if they were able to move. The old man thought the reinforcements had finally arrived and was very happy, but he didn't want to die. However, when he realized there was only one person, they were all confused. Lu Sheng caused a massive explosion, and somehow the old man believed that Lu Sheng alone was enough to solve everything. Lu Sheng noticed that there were many monsters around, and that's when he understood why the defense line of Division 835 had been destroyed. It almost seemed like the monsters were endless. So he used his ice spear, launching an attack toward the monsters. He seemed excited about the results. To make things even better for him, he was now able to control multiple elements smoothly, feeling great as he used the breath of lightning and the breath of flames, while also using the breath of earth and wind, trying to send those creatures back to the hole they came from. Then he delivered a surreal beating to all those monsters. The old man watched everything. 3 days had already passed, and Sheng was still there fighting monsters. Incredibly, the number of creatures was starting to decrease. They even thought Lu Sheng had come from another world. Sheng had already defeated countless monsters, accumulating a relatively small dan. The corpses were useless, since it was impossible to extract the monster's marrow fluid. He wished he could gain more benefits, considering how long he had been fighting. However, he managed to enter an unparalleled state, controlling several types of elements at the same time. His combat efficiency had improved greatly, and he truly wanted to further refine his martial arts. At that moment, the commander contacted him, asking where he was. Sheng replied that he was on the battlefield, and said he would stay there for a few more days. Yu Feiyu explained that things weren't that bad on their side, so they could hold the line there, but he warned that the western battlefield was filled with furious monsters. Even so, the commander didn't want Sheng to take risks. Sheng told the commander to relax, pretending that he wouldn't go take a look there. Meanwhile, the injured man had woken up, which relieved the old man. Suddenly, a monster fell near them. Sheng said he had something important to ask, and the people there simply treated him as if he were their commander. Lu Sheng wanted to know if they had any food. Then the scene shifted to the 9th Eastern War Zone, where a meeting was taking place to organize everything that was happening with the army. One of the 4 great generals, He Dingjun, believed that the new spatial rift had exposed several problems within the Eastern Military Division. He thought that in the future they would need to expand their super divisions. He was extremely angry about the terrible results the military division had been producing. To make matters worse, several defense divisions had been broken, and they had lost 12 out of their 20 generals. The situation was truly worrying, so they needed to rebuild their forces as quickly as possible. There were too many casualties to deal with at once. While looking at the map, He Dingjun noticed that Division 1 AT2 was the only one that remained stable. They informed him that it was commanded by Yu Feiyi, and that they were even contributing to stabilizing nearby defense lines. He Dingjun was very pleased to hear that. He clearly remembered that Yu Feiyi had recruited a talented young man. He even remembered the name Lu Sheng, so he wanted Yu Feiyi to come speak with him once all that chaos was over. However, there was one area that worried him. It was the most vital point, and it was surrounded by monsters. He ordered them to show the cameras from that location, but what he saw left him wide-eyed. There were no monsters there. He immediately ordered them to adjust the cameras. That was when they spotted Sheng. He Dingjun couldn't believe that the kid had destroyed all the monsters in that area by himself, so they demanded more information about the boy. Then the scene shifted to the desert, where a girl wielding twin swords had already defeated 4 monsters. She was the captain. She set up a rendezvous point with the people accompanying her. As she observed the area, she remembered that they had been told the place had been breached, but there were only 4 monsters there. The scene then shifted to the meeting point. A bald man found it strange because he had walked all around the area and hadn't found any monsters above rank 5. The others hadn't found anything either. It almost seemed like the area had become stable again. Their captain believed that something strange was happening there, so she thought the monsters might be hiding inside the city. She warned everyone to be careful, and they continued their patrol. Soon they arrived at a completely destroyed city. The detector showed no danger within a 100-meter radius. Everything felt very strange. The captain thought the situation was ridiculous. They didn't believe the creatures had moved to another defense line, because if that had happened, they would have received orders to defend another place. Then someone spoke to Captain Hong Yu, praising her team and saying they must be incredible, since people believed they had eliminated the monsters so quickly. But she replied that there was truly nothing there. One of them suggested they go to the entrance of the spatial rift, just to check it out. Hong Yu thought it would be better to use a drone first, since it might be dangerous to go there in person. They zoomed in and realized there were no monsters there either. Suddenly the drone was destroyed, which made them rush toward the location. The scene then shifted to the old man, who was extremely angry with a young guy. It was him who had shot down the drone, thinking it was an eagle, and wanting to secure dinner. Anyway, the man who had lost his arm thought it didn't matter at that moment because a drone had passed by, and the photos would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Sheng was slicing up a creature. Then the scene shifts to Hong Yu. She was sensing a terrible smell of blood, and told her people to stay alert. They were seeing several enormous monster corpses. Not only that, they were high-level monsters. Because of that, Sheng wanted to know why they were there. Then the scene changes to 3 minutes later. A huge bonfire was burning, and Sheng was eating roasted meat while asking questions. The others responded, explaining that they were reinforcements sent to suppress beasts from the other world. They had been the first team to arrive. Hong Yu was truly astonished by everything she was seeing, believing that Lu Sheng possessed unmatched strength. Sheng didn't know that the army sent people to rebuild the regions. Hong Yu said that they would discuss the reconstruction later anyway. Sheng was quite pleased. Everything had finally ended. Hong Yu then asked who he was. He replied that he was a new recruit under Yu Feiyi's command. The redhead thought he was joking, but he made it very clear that he wasn't, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Soon after, she asked if he would like to return to the barracks with them, explaining that he would gain many benefits that way. Lu Sheng even mentioned that he needed some marrow from the other world, and a few other things. He asked her to wait a moment because he would call his commander. Hong Yu became excited, thinking she should build a good relationship with him. Then the scene shifts to headquarters. She explained that generals often brought their families and friends to that place, which helped the area develop. Sheng soon imagined that if he brought his family there, he wouldn't have to worry about Lian Su's revenge. Then he asked for a room so he could get rid of the stench of monster blood. The redhead explained that he still wasn't registered there, so he couldn't get a place for now. Instead, she offered her own house for him to stay that night. Her cheeks slightly flushed. The scene then shifts to Hong Yu taking a bath, and remembering that her superior had told her she should be very selective, seeking the best genes in order to create strong warriors. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng could still smell the monsters. He had spent the entire week killing them, and he felt as if their scent had soaked into him. At that moment, Hong Yu appeared tired and asked how his bath had been. When he was about to answer, he became stunned. She was wearing a red dress. She noticed his reaction and asked what had happened, but he tried to avoid the subject, asking instead whether he could get certified at that moment. She confirmed that he could. She also invited him to eat something. Obviously, he liked the idea. He was enjoying the redhead's company, but he thought it wasn't the right moment. He also didn't remember any general who looked so young. Because of that, he asked her age. She said she didn't remember exactly, but believed she was over 50, leaving the boy completely stunned. She didn't understand his reaction, and clarified that she was only about 20 years older than him. In the end, she was old enough to be his mother. That meant only Shuqin was close to his age. Then he remembered that she had been acting a little strange around him. The scene then shifts to the evaluation center. Hongyu's people were there, and she had just arrived. They also noticed that Lu Sheng was with her, and started making jokes. Hongyu showed him the building. Suddenly, one of her colleagues saw that she had returned, and noticed Sheng standing beside her. He asked if she was trying to recruit him into her team. She denied it, but said that if Lu Sheng wanted to join, she wouldn't hesitate. The man waved it off, saying he didn't want to bother them, and was leaving. The redhead then explained to the boy that he was the captain of a general star-class team. She led him to the first-floor lobby of the center, where combat certification and evaluation were carried out. She also pointed out where the procedure was handled. Lu Sheng approached a receptionist and said he wanted to take the star-level certification. The receptionist asked him to present his documents as well as a military recommendation letter, but he had none of those, and asked if he could just give his name instead. The receptionist agreed. He stated his name, and she entered it into the system, and ran a check. Her eyes widened at the information displayed on the computer. She quickly bowed to him and revealed that they would have to skip all the initial procedures, asking him to follow her to the combat power evaluation room. Since Hongyu was already there, she decided to accompany him. The receptionist explained that they were only doing this because they needed to complete the form. Hongyu then glanced at the screen in the receptionist's hands and saw that he was only 19 years old. She immediately concluded that he was a genius. Then the scene shifts to the testing room. A man was taking the test, trying to surpass 16 million combat power points. His subordinates were very excited, believing he would soon reach rank 8. However, their captain declared that it wouldn't be so easy to break through the barrier between heaven and earth. At that moment, Lu Sheng arrived with the redhead. Watching how combat power was evaluated, she explained that it was done that way because the people there were extremely strong, so the machines often cracked or were completely destroyed. Because of that, he asked how vitality was evaluated, but they didn't perform that test, since vitality values fluctuated too much. Then the captain of the group there asked if she wasn't going to greet him. The redhead noticed that he had grown stronger. That man's name was Lan Tianxi. However, he was modest, saying he didn't think he had become stronger, and wouldn't dare to be her opponent. Sheng couldn't believe that even there, people were flattering others. Lan Tianxi was also impressed by Sheng, because he looked young and had joined Hongyu's team, but she explained that he wasn't a member of her team, he was just a friend. Lan Tianxi didn't like that very much. The kid was young, and also more handsome than him, so he looked him up and down. He soon concluded that Sheng was trying to get close to Hongyu. Meanwhile, Sheng was already tired of that nonsense. Being jealous of something that isn't yours is completely stupid. In any case, he didn't even think Hongyu was that beautiful. Sheng was much better in his eyes. Then he suddenly realized what he had just been thinking. Then he announces that the evaluation is about to begin. Lan Tianxi starts questioning it, saying that her group was a high-quality team, and he didn't understand how a kid could enter the military area without having his power level verified. Hongyu didn't understand the fuss, and said he shouldn't worry about it. She even stepped on his foot just to make him stop acting stupid. She didn't want him to be annoying because she wanted to watch the kid's evaluation. She was curious, since Sheng was under 20. That information left Lan Tianxi wide-eyed. Even though he was already in his 80s, he considered himself one of the greatest stellar generals, one of the best, and still young. Because of that, he didn't believe the kid could come close to his level. Lan Tianxi, the idiot, needed other people's approval and acted very confident. He believed Lu Sheng only had a good appearance, and that the two of them couldn't be compared. Then his subordinates began flattering him, telling Hongyu that their captain was incredible. A bald man saw all that and wanted to understand what the hell was going on there. He declared that it was perfectly possible for someone to be both more handsome and stronger than Lan Tianxi. Lan Tianxi thought that was nonsense, and didn't believe in the brat's strength. Suddenly, a powerful glow appeared in the place, drawing everyone's attention. Lan Tianxi thought it was impossible. It was a completely unusual light. Then the score appeared, 124 million combat power. The 12 stars lit up, and a man confirmed that it meant a first-class specialist. Lan Tianxi was completely stunned by the situation. Then the scene shifts to 1 minute earlier, on the second floor of the Stellar General Center, in the mission office. They were organizing themselves because they needed to rebuild defense lines and suppress monsters. They were deciding which mission they would take when suddenly a tremor occurred, making everyone think it was an earthquake. Soon, one of the men said it wasn't an earthquake but a shockwave. They remembered that when Admiral Chen Angxing had come for a combat evaluation, the second floor had shaken in the same way, so he believed that if someone threw a punch strong enough, it could cause the same effect. Then they saw Lu Sheng's information appear on the panel. None of them had ever seen his name before, leaving everyone surprised. He was a newcomer, and that was his first evaluation. He had taken first place in the record, and everyone was confused about how that could be happening. They began to believe that in the future there might be an 8th Eastern Star. It was only a matter of time. time. Sheng's merits hadn't even been added yet, so it could be even better, and he might become a military martial saint. Quickly, everyone headed downstairs to see who Lu Sheng was. Meanwhile, Sheng was thinking that his level of comprehension was really that strong. In any case, even without the immortal cells, he had already destroyed Zhuang Kui. He was quite satisfied. His combat power was already at the limit for a grandmaster, but he realized that the vast waters of level 8 were far too deep, so he turned his back and told everyone that it had been a while since he had rested. One of the subordinates at least wanted to register his information. At that moment, Lu Sheng asked the redhead what they were going to do next, while she was still in shock over his combat power. He called her attention, and she snapped out of it, explaining that his merits had not yet been added. Therefore, he could choose where he wanted to live there. Lan Tianxi then knelt before Sheng, asking him not to take what had been said to heart. He truly wanted Sheng's forgiveness. Not only him, his subordinates also did the same. Lu Sheng didn't really care about it. He just told them to be more careful next time. Lan Tianxi, who had avoided being beaten, felt grateful, but he thought about the situation. He didn't want there to be a next time. If someone powerful held a grudge against him, he could easily be destroyed. He realized that Hong Yu had definitely come out on top that time. At that moment, the people from the second floor arrived. All of them were calling out for Lu Sheng. One of them stepped forward, looking at the crowd, not recognizing anyone. Then he looked at Lu Sheng and believed he had found the person he was searching for. They began whispering among themselves, noticing how young he was. One of them even thought that perhaps Sheng had already left. Then a blonde man asked the redhead if she had seen any first-class talent around there. She assumed he was referring to Lu Sheng and introduced him. The blonde man was left speechless. He told Hong Yu that this was not the time for jokes because that guy was far too young to be Lu Sheng. She replied that it was a long story. Suddenly, someone arrived asking people to make way. It was none other than Admiral He Dingjun. He saw Sheng in person and became very enthusiastic. Sheng realized that the man standing before him had the highest combat power in the Eastern Military Division. The admiral said it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself to the young man, saying they had just gained another stellar general. Everyone was shocked that Lu Sheng was really just a kid. Sheng shook the admiral's hand, but he wasn't in a good mood. People simply didn't believe in him, just because he was young. He was getting tired of that nonsense. The admiral then said they were already handling the procedures and adding Sheng's merits, inviting him to drink tea in his office. Lu Sheng thanked him, but he said he wanted to rest for the next few days. However, he wouldn't refuse the next time. Then he left. The admiral was quite surprised, since the kid was only 19 years old and had clearly shown the aura of a martial saint. That meant the military region might finally achieve their greatest wish to have a martial saint. He believed the marshal needed to be informed about this. The admiral looked at the red-haired woman, already knowing her intentions, and asked her to guide Sheng as best as she could and to go to him if he needed anything. She told him not to worry and promised that she would do her best. He Dingjun stopped for a moment to observe her, then asked her to use her advantages if necessary, because he also believed Lu Sheng's genes were truly special. After that, he turned his back and left. Hong Yu was willing to do it, since she knew her prestige would rise even more with him by her side. Soon, people started surrounding her, wanting her to tell them everything about Lu Sheng. The news quickly spread throughout the 9th War Zone, even reaching the Eastern Division. The scene then shifted to the residential area of the Star Generals. Lu Sheng noticed how familiar the area looked, reminding him of his previous life. The army had concentrated combat power there. The guards were ranked level 3 and 4. They offered him one of the best mansions in the 9th Military Zone, specially prepared for Sheng. They also left several vehicles in the garage for him to use at any time. They also gave him a cell phone so he could contact them if he needed anything. Sheng liked it since he had been needing to replace his phone anyway. The young man also informed him that all his merits would be converted by dinner time. Soon after, he met the head chef and asked her to prepare something for him to eat. The scene then shifted to 10 minutes later, where he was eating several dishes at once. He was happy because he no longer had to survive on rations and the meat of monsters from the other world. Soon he noticed that many messages had arrived. His sister said she was almost at rank 2. She also told him that their mother wanted to know if he would return for New Year. Sheng replied to his sister that he had been on a mission and had forgotten to check his phone. As for New Year, he would see what he could do. Then he saw that Yu Fai He and the others had returned to the front line. He checked Xu Qin's chat, but she hadn't sent him any messages. He found it strange. The relationship between them had become very awkward. Then he suddenly realized something and contacted the team assigned to assist him. He asked them to find information about a man named Lu Qiming, saying that he was a new recruit in the Eastern Military Division and lived in Bahia. The young man replied that there were many people with that name, but he would search carefully and inform him once he found the right one. After that, Sheng yawned and once again entered the land of dreams. Once again, he told the zombies that they wouldn't be fighting. He wanted to check whether he had received any new improvements. The scene then shifted to the marshal receiving the news about Sheng's combat power and being shocked. The admiral confirmed it, since he had witnessed it personally. The news was wonderful for the marshal, who believed that Sheng was capable of becoming a martial saint. Yu Feihe had also returned, so the marshal wanted him to receive a good reward for discovering someone so special for the army. Next, the scene shifted to Xiao Jun, who was very happy to be back in the military division, which he had missed a lot. He decided to take a shower, and afterward they would go meet Sheng to move things forward that same night. Xu Qin widened her eyes, saying she didn't want to meet him. Xiao Jun didn't understand why. He believed something something very strange had been going on with her in the past few days. In his opinion, she had been acting strangely ever since the kid participated in the National Martial Arts Students Conference. He reminded her that they were childhood friends and asked if she liked Lu Sheng. She became furious and made it very clear that she would rip his mouth off if he kept talking like that. He thought it was better to stop, but he also didn't want her to hide it from him, since she always acted differently when talking about Lu Sheng. Suddenly, she threw several knives in his direction while trying to make excuses. Xiaojun simply thought his friend should tell Lu Sheng how she felt. He also joked that she was too old for the kid and that she had never had a very good temper. She sighed and said that maybe those were indeed some of the reasons. Xiaojun was shocked, since he had only said that to tease her. He also remembered that Lu Sheng had been her student, which made the situation even more complicated. She became furious and beat him up. The poor guy tried to run away, but she declared that he was going to die that very day. Suddenly, he fell to the ground because he couldn't run anymore. He told her that they were living in an era where age differences didn't really matter, so he thought she should just tell Lu Sheng how she felt. Xiaojun grabbed a drink and told his friend that, in his opinion, the two of them were already a couple. She thought he had a death wish, but he wasn't joking. In fact, he was willing to help her with Lu Sheng, and even believed Sheng might already be interested in her. He also said it would be normal for Sheng to fall in love with such a beautiful teacher, but she thought that was impossible. Xiaojun replied that she couldn't know it was impossible because she had never tried. He insisted that he would help her. However, she believed that others wouldn't agree with her being with Sheng. Xiaojun widened his eyes. She was talking about her older brothers. One of them was a grandmaster and the core of the Central Military Division, while the other was a disciple of the Martial Saint Xiaoyu. Shuqin was only their half-sister on their father's side, but her brothers had always treated her like a baby. Xiaojun remembered that they were the reason he had never dared to approach her. He joked that the two brothers should see a doctor, because they couldn't control people like that. Shuqin replied that he should say that directly to her older brother's face, since he would be coming to visit her soon, leaving Xiaojun wide-eyed. He believed that Dong Shengyi might agree. After seeing Lu Sheng, after all, the kid was very strong, but she wasn't so confident about that, because her family would need to acknowledge his strength first. Xiaojun became annoyed, thinking her family was stupid. He even said he wanted to become a martial saint himself, just so he could force them to let her marry Lu Sheng. She stood up and suggested that he should at least become a master first. Still, she thanked him and turned her back on her friend. The scene then shifted to Xiaojun smoking a cigarette while thinking about Lu Sheng and Shu Qin's situation. Her family was an obstacle between them, which irritated him a lot. Suddenly, some guys started shouting, catching Xiaojun's attention. He grabbed one of them by the arm and asked what was going on. Since the man had a lower rank, he saluted Xiaojun and explained that the 9th War Zone had been honored with the 12th Star General, who had taken first place. Because of that, everyone was heading to the panel to check it out. Xiaojun liked the news and decided to go with them. When they arrived, he was shocked. It was Lu Sheng. He had taken first place in comprehension and 4th place overall, even earning 3 million merit points. They explained that Sheng had managed to defend a defensive line that had already been invaded for over a month, so 3 million merit points was actually very little for such an achievement. The guy who was explaining everything to Xiaojun got so excited that he ended up spitting all over the poor guy while talking. He made it clear that Lu Sheng was a living legend. Xiaojun gathered all the spit on his face and threw it back at the guy, but he was happy because he believed Sheng would now meet the requirements of Shouqin's family. He called his friend and told her that she was going to have dinner with Sheng that night, and she was not allowed to refuse. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the 9th War Zone. Yu Feihe felt honored to have been called for a personal meeting. It had been 8 years since he had last seen the Admiral. They quickly met and the Admiral asked him to sit down, saying that Yu had done an excellent job all this time. The Admiral was happy with Yu Feihe's insight and recommendation. Yu was confused and didn't understand what the Admiral was talking about. Then the Admiral handed him some documents to look at. When Yu saw that it was about Lu Sheng, he thought it was absurd. The kid had a combat power of 12.5 stars. That was a first-class talent. Yu stood up, trying to explain himself to the Admiral, but Dingjun told him to calm down. He revealed that he himself had been shocked when he first learned about it. He then declared that Yu had done an excellent job because he had brought such a genius to them. Because of that, Yu would now command Divisions 182, 835, and 794. His rank would be promoted, and he would enjoy the privileges of a lieutenant general. Yu immediately thanked Dingjun. Then he remembered Sheng joking with him earlier, saying that he would promote him someday. Yu had thought it was just a joke, but now he realized Sheng had truly supported him. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng's residence. He was looking at his teeth in the mirror. With the increase of his immortal cells, even his quality of life would change. From the first birth of an immortal cell, his teeth would be repaired. He was beginning to transform into something surreal, but he hoped he wouldn't lose his human form. He wasn't the kind of lunatic who would abandon everything for martial arts. A new level would require a large amount of otherworldly marrow fluid, and he believed his merit points had already been credited. Soon, one of his subordinates called him and informed him that the merits had indeed been added. The total was a little over 3.8 million merit points. 1 unit of otherworldly marrow fluid cost 100,000 merits. Then he noticed that dense gold cost 1,000 merits per gram, which was extremely expensive. The subordinate explained that dense gold was a very rare material, so the army didn't have much of it in stock. He also informed Sheng that he could spend an additional allowance of about 10 million merits. Lu Sheng made a bitter face when he heard that. Then he told the subordinate that he wanted to buy the shaft of a rank 7 spear, whose main material was dense gold. That alone would cost about 13.8 million merits. The rest would be converted into rank 7 otherworldly marrow fluid. He also asked if there was any rank 8 marrow fluid available. Even so, Sheng concluded that he might need to look for dense gold on his own. The subordinate explained that rank 7 otherworldly marrow fluid could not completely eliminate the negative effects of absorbing beast power. The rank 8 version was even worse. No one in the military department had ever successfully absorbed it directly, and the chances of side effects were extremely high. Lu Sheng didn't care about the side effects, and clearly stated that he wanted 5 units. The subordinate said he would immediately send someone to get them, explaining that the price was 10 times that of rank 7. That made Lu Sheng's heart ache. Considering the price, he decided it would be better to try only one. The subordinate also reported that they had found some information about Liu Yu Kaming. Lu Sheng simply asked them to make sure Liu Yu Kaming wouldn't be sent to dangerous places. He remembered the moments he had shared with his friend. Lu Sheng wasn't a saint, but he wanted to protect the people he cared about as much as he could. He didn't mind showing favoritism toward those close to him. Suddenly, he received a call from an unknown number. It was Yu Qin. He immediately softened and asked what had happened. She invited him to dinner, explaining that it wouldn't just be the two of them. Xiaojun would be joining as well. Lu Sheng quickly accepted, saying he was free at 8 o'clock. He even told them they could choose the place. Despite his great power, Lu Sheng's heart started beating very fast. Just thinking about his instructor, he began to feel that his body wasn't lying to him. Perhaps this was destiny. Then the scene shifts to Shuqin. Xiaojun arrives and asks if they are really going to meet him. She confirms, saying it will be at 8 o'clock at the Pigeon restaurant. Xiaojun immediately starts teasing her, and of course she ends up punching him so he'll stop acting like an idiot. Shuqin knew that the Central Military Division carried the name of the Eastern Supreme, the successor of Chao Yu Dongsheng Yi. Because of that, she felt the need to become a master as soon as possible. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng's mansion. He receives a notification saying that the resources he requested have already arrived. Since it was still early, he decides to do some training. Soon after, the scene focuses on the rank 7 marrow fluids he had ordered. In his mansion, the one placed farther away was the rank 8 version. Just by looking at it, he could tell it was on a completely different level. He quickly drank one tube, but the taste was terrible. At first, he didn't feel any difference. Then something suddenly hit him hard. It was the remaining martial will of the monsters. Many negative emotions surged through his body. The gaps created by the blood coagulation pills began to fill and expand. With that, after 100 million rebirths, the second immortal cell was finally completed. The immortal golden body advanced another step. His body began to be refined and reshaped, and the immortal cells absorbed part of the energy generated during the impact on his vitality, causing many transformations. This showed that the immortal cells had enormous potential. He was approaching a stage that had never been seen before. However, he noticed that the otherworldly marrow fluid had not been completely purified yet. Even so, he didn't see any problem with drinking 6 tubes at once. Since it was still early, he decided to continue training. He drank another tube, and this time the effect was completely different. He dropped the tube, the glass shattering instantly. A strange sensation spread through him, and a ghostly figure appeared right in front of him. He immediately collapsed to the ground, feeling intense pain. His appearance suddenly changed, as if a demonic side of him had surfaced, urging him to stop resisting and accept it completely. But Sheng refused to give in. Meanwhile, his subordinates were terrified because of the violent tremors happening around them. The energy inside him was something he couldn't control. He even thought his body might explode, so he decided to use the nature breathing technique. Entering the second phase, empty state, everything changed instantly. From what he could tell, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The third stage of the immortal golden body had been completed. However, he forgot to check the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock. Feeling embarrassed, he tried calling his instructor. He explained that he had lost track of time while training. She simply asked if something had happened. He said no, and she ended the call, saying she was going to train as well. He found it strange because she didn't sound angry, but he wasn't completely sure. Then he tried calling Xiaojun. Xiaojun made it very clear that he was in big trouble, and sounded extremely angry. After all, it was the first time Shuqin had invited someone to dinner. With a miserable expression, Lu Sheng tried to explain that he had lost track of time while training. Xiaojun thought the kid was terrifying because his power seemed to increase every 3 days. Embarrassed, Sheng didn't know how to explain it either. Of course, he wasn't going to reveal his secret. He also asked if it was really that bad that he had been about 3 hours late. Xiaojun realized that the kid was truly an unusual person. Even so, Sheng decided he should check just how bad the situation really was. was. He entered the land of dreams and checked his personal information. He wanted to see the impact of that mistake. When he saw that she was still listed as his wife, he concluded that it hadn't been that bad after all, and he could keep training. He felt as if he was cheating. His martial power had completely changed, both internally and externally. He believed that people with longer arms were better suited for swordsmanship, while those with thicker joints performed better in boxing and palm techniques. But he himself was most suited for physical refinement. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that someday he might use the immortal star art at the same level as the Eastern Evil Sun. Of course, reaching that level was impossible, since that person was the creator of the martial art itself. He knew things would become more difficult as he continued building his physique. He intended to modify the immortal star art with the help of the breathing technique so that it would suit him better. His comprehension level was already close to 100%. He was getting closer and closer to the original creator of the technique, but with some personal modifications. He decided he should give his martial physique a proper name. He called it the Immortal Star Physique. He considered other names as well: Celestial Physique, Supreme Celestial Physique, Origin Celestial Physique, and others. He laughed at himself while thinking about it. In the novels he used to read, there was always the strongest physique in the universe. It used to be pure fantasy for him, but now his own power had already surpassed those fantasies. Then he tested his Immortal Star Physique, causing a massive explosion in the land of dreams. He even formed a dragon with his power, certain that even grandmasters would feel overwhelmed by it. He wanted to know how many stars he could reach in combat power, so he decided to test himself against a powerful creature. Soon he found the corpse of a sword martial saint, the Moonlight Emperor, named Gu Shen. Lu Sheng wanted to see if he was capable of fighting a martial saint, so he charged directly toward Gu Xuan's corpse with all his strength. He quickly counterattacked, catching the boy by surprise and showing just how great his power was. The boy simply tried to defend himself using his barrier, but the impact was far too strong, causing the barrier to shatter and sending him flying several meters away. The power of the script of a martial saint was on a completely different level, but it was still good enough for Sheng, since he didn't die from that attack. Then he used the third immortal cell, along with the art of incomparable martial wills and the complete nature breathing technique. But Gu Xuan declared that all the unworthy would be cut down by his sword. Lu Sheng heard the martial saint's thoughts and wanted to show what he was capable of. He activated the martial god state, displaying his perfect martial arts, and their powers clashed. The fight was extremely intense. Sheng even used Void Break, causing a massive explosion in the land of dreams. In the end, that battle was something truly extraordinary. Sheng thought Gu Xuan was incredible. He didn't want to leave anyone stronger than himself alive, so he asked the martial saint to rest in peace. Gu Xuan then began to disintegrate. The battle had lasted a long time, and Lu Sheng was completely exhausted. He eventually collapsed to the ground due to weakness. He could only use those abilities within the dream space. There was no one who could force him to use that move outside that place. The day he used it in the real world, his hands would be covered in blood because of a martial saint. Quickly, he tried to look through Gu Xuan's memories. They showed that Gu Xuan had been feeling extremely cold until his brother returned with something nutritious for him. He had found it in a garbage truck. He had managed to get two, but the small knife gang had stolen them from him. Still, one day he would take revenge. Gu Xuan was worried because there were two of them, and he didn't want his brother to go hungry. In any case, Gu Xuan's brother only wanted him to study martial arts and follow his own path. Then the scene shifted to Gu Xuan, running desperately. He was very afraid, but his brother tried to calm him down, telling him not to cry and urging him to be cruel because only then would he survive. Soon a man approached, saying that they had been very resilient to survive, and declared that the two boys would follow him. The scene then shifted to a much older Gu Xuan, who was killing an old man, confirming it to his brother. He had no pity for those who had already lost their humanity, showing that they had become mercenaries in some way. Then the scene shifted again to when Gu Sharon received the news that his brother had died, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. His master told him to be careful of the damned cultists, because they were not human. That was when Gu Sharon finally collapsed. The scene changed to him learning the wheel sword technique. He could only meet the person who killed his brother once he refined the murderous nature of his sword. 30 years passed and he still hadn't succeeded, which drove him completely mad. It reached the point where his master dismissed him. Gok Swan believed he had lost his path. The only thing he knew was how to kill, and he didn't even know if that was wrong. In any case, that was all he had ever learned. Sheng felt deeply affected. In Gok Swan's memories, there was only combat training and a pure killing intent. All the battles were extremely brutal. Sheng realized that this martial saint had been extremely ruthless, killing so many people that it was impossible to count. In Gu Shen's eyes, human life was like grass. Even so, he did not completely turn into a killing machine, which was incredible. He possessed a Dao called the Dao of Massacre, which made Gu Shen a genius. Sheng was certain that he hadn't seen even 1% of Gu Shen's power during their battle. This showed that the gap between him and a martial saint was still huge. He also believed that Gu Xuan had been rank 10. Xuan even felt that he had adopted some of Gu Xuan's cold expressions after seeing his memories. Then he found Gu Xuan's central Dao. It was the tip of a blade. An immense energy began to flow from it. To Gu Xuan, the will of heaven was like a blade, and human life was like grass, making his sword the very peak of slaughter. He succeeded in obtaining his second totem. He gained the bloody sword, which was much stronger than the divine whale. Guk Xuan had been a rank 9 martial saint, even stronger than Zhong Fuhai from Mount Jiyun. Sheng couldn't even imagine his own combat power power at that moment. The strongest weapon he had before was his spear, but now he had something even better. He performed a few movements to test it, and the sword was capable of cutting through space. In the end, the merits he had spent upgrading his spear had been a waste of time and merit. Still, he could use whatever ability he wanted, so he didn't need to worry. The scene then shifted to the morning. He was looking at the news when he learned about a military competition. The military divisions were tense, preparing for the Military Division Comprehensive Development Competition. There were only 4 great generals in the entire Eastern Military Division. Shang believed that there were no more than 30 generals in the Dragon Nation, which made the importance of the competition even greater. He then saw that on the overall list of the military division, his information was included. They believed he would reach around rank 20. It seemed there were many powerful people in the division. The first person had a combat power of 30 stars, so the boy could see that there were many specialists in the army. It was hard to believe that among them there wasn't even a martial saint. Among so many talents, he could finally understand Tan Zhongyuli's test. He thought that if he managed to take first place in that competition, he would definitely leave Tan Zhongyuli shocked. Then he saw something that made his eyes widen. It showed that there had been a cultist attack in the Eagle Nation, where an entire city had basically been wiped out and used in a blood sacrifice. Seeing the details, Lu Sheng was horrified. He remembered the cultists very well because of Gu Shen's memories, and he believed that pests like them should be crushed as quickly as possible, so he decided to explore the depths of the spatial rifts and gather as many resources as he could. Then he planned to kill as many cultists as he could. Since he wouldn't be able to carry everything by himself, he began contacting people he thought could go with him. Hong Yu answered and was quite surprised by his invitation. He wanted her to come along with her team to act as his guides, and in return he would give each of them 10% of whatever he obtained there. The bald guy immediately became excited, because he had always dreamed of entering a rift with a star general. Hong Yu believed it was extremely important for them to build a good relationship with Sheng. The guys quickly declared that she would stay alone with Lu Sheng in the vehicle because they didn't want to get in the way. She pretended not to understand what they meant. Then the scene shifted to show the result. The bald guy was the one driving, while everyone else looked miserable, especially Hong Yu. Sheng had recently learned how to drive and wanted to practice. The scene showed him explaining it to her a few minutes earlier, and she was almost in tears because of it. The scene then shifted to 3 hours later. They had arrived at the location. They explained that the spatial rift was divided into floors. The lower you went, the stronger the monsters became. The most dangerous thing there was the abyss. Sheng had never heard of it before. Hong Yu explained that monsters from another world and the abyss were completely different things. Part of the creatures from the abyss had seeped into their world in the form of a black mist. Sheng knew that this black mist was capable of weakening the power of thermal weapons and could even corrode an ordinary person, turning them into a monster. Hong Yu admitted that everyone always tried to avoid the abyss, and if they ever got close to one, they would evacuate as quickly as possible. Lu Sheng noticed that it was very similar to the black mist that appeared in the Land of Dreams, so he asked what would happen if someone wanted to enter the abyss, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone became frightened. The red-haired girl clearly didn't like the idea. Lu Sheng didn't understand, and asked if no one had ever tried it before. She explained that many people had tried, but none had ever returned from the abyss, so nobody knew what it looked like inside. Even martial saints had failed to come back. Sheng was shocked by that information. A long time ago, each of the 4 nations had sent a martial saint to enter the abyss, but none of the 4 were ever heard from again. It had become one of the Dragon Nation's secrets. They asked Lu Sheng not to try anything like that, and besides, they didn't have the qualifications for something of that level. Hong Yu believed that if the rift had fewer than 30 floors, it wouldn't be too dangerous, but they still needed to be careful with the abyss, because it was nothing like an ordinary monster. Then Sheng jumped down, thinking that when he returned from that rift, he would research information about the abyss in the Land of Dreams. If even a rank 9 couldn't come back, he wanted to know what would happen to someone of rank 10 or 11. He couldn't believe something like that could exist. Everyone descended with him. There was nothing in their path, but he wanted information about the place. Hong Yu explained that they might encounter crazy martial artists inside the rift. Sheng had no idea what she meant, so the red-haired girl clarified that they were cultivators who didn't belong to the army and hid inside the spatial rifts. Many of them came from martial arts schools and pursued the ultimate martial path as their goal. Others had simply survived inside the rifts for years. Their martial wills and combat power were even stronger than those of some generals. None of them were weak. They hunted the monsters from the other world inside the rifts, so the army usually didn't pay much attention to them. Sheng didn't understand why they needed to be careful with them, but she explained that they would become obsessed with Sheng's martial arts. She made it clear that they were so crazy that some of them even ate their own flesh, believing that by eating the flesh of someone strong they would gain that strength. For the crazy martial artists inside the rifts, killing and stealing were common. They only cared about survival. Sheng realized that those people were even worse than Goff Shane. Then the scene shifted to 1 hour later, on the 20th floor. Hong Yu felt relieved because they had finally finished clearing it. She also showed the entrance to the abyss, explaining that from the outside it could be seen clearly, but once inside, a thick black smoke would limit the vision of anyone who entered. She warned everyone to be careful. Sheng told them that he was a psychic mentalist, so they shouldn't worry. Then he released his energy. Everyone was startled, but he reassured them that it was only a test. All the black smoke that entered his body was eliminated by his stellar immortal physique. Any kind of matter simply ceased to exist before that incredibly powerful body. Suddenly, several monsters seized the opportunity and attacked, but his shield prevented anyone from even touching him, and he simply walked past them. Hongyu couldn't believe the creature had been defeated without Shang even taking a hit. Everyone then became curious about how Lu Shang cultivated. They even started to think they wouldn't have to do anything there, but just being able to accompany him was already a huge privilege. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right where Shang was standing. The girl quickly rushed over with the others. Shang told them he was fine. Once again, he had eliminated the monsters without using any weapons, and asked them to collect the usable marrow fluid. Hongyu was stunned. She saw the perfect cut he had made on the monster without using any weapon. At that moment, Shang sensed that someone was approaching. Quickly, the red-haired girl signaled for her entire group to stay alert, since they might need to fight. But soon she was left with her mouth open at what she was seeing. It was the Red Snail Star team. They were allies, and she was very happy to see them. However, the Red Snail Star team didn't look so well. Even though one of them recognized her, the red-haired girl asked how long they had been there. They had already been there for a month. Soon, one of the Red Snail members asked how many floors they were planning to explore. He made it clear that they shouldn't go beyond the 25th floor, because there were some crazy martial artists down there. Those people were hunting star generals, and they had already lost contact with 2 teams. They themselves had barely managed to escape, and he even showed the wound on his hand, saying that if he had stayed there any longer, not even his hair would have been left. Hongyu was shocked to hear that the crazy martial artists had the courage to do something like that. Her colleague explained that it was like a collective rebellion. He told Hongyu and the others to be careful. The red-haired girl then tried to explain to Shang that the man speaking to her was the captain of the Red Snail Star team, revealing that he was very cautious. But before she could continue, Shang told her not to worry, declaring that they wouldn't need to go down to the 25th floor this time. Even if they did, just like they had reached that place without any trouble, he would also bring them back safely. Basically, he guaranteed it, and everyone simply agreed with him. Shang continued moving forward, destroying monsters without even touching them. Eventually, they reached the 25th floor. What he didn't expect was that they would encounter a legendary rank 9 monster from another world, since only something like that could pose any real danger to them. He also remembered the silver mine that had been recorded in their files. He felt they were close to it, so he began using his perception until they reached the 30th floor where the dense silver was located. He told everyone to follow him, but he was extremely fast. The others tried to keep up as best they could. The red-haired girl made it very clear to everyone that they couldn't spread out and had to stay as close as possible to Lu Shang. Soon they arrived at the place. There was a massive monster there, but Shang dealt with it as if it were nothing, throwing the creature against the wall. Then he asked the group to collect the marrow fluid. Soon, the bald guy found the dense silver and was completely stunned. He believed they were going to become rich. Lu Shang decided to take a look, while everyone else was extremely excited. It really was dense silver, and everyone started celebrating. The bald guy believed there was enough dense silver there to upgrade the equipment of their entire team. The problem was that they were becoming extremely greedy. Suddenly, Hongyu told everyone to shut up. The bald guy didn't understand why she was acting that way. Then he looked at Lu Shang and realized the mistake he had made. He slapped himself in the face and apologized. But he wasn't the only one. The other guy had also lost his head for a moment. The bald guy, very frightened, sincerely wanted Lu Shang's forgiveness. Hongyu clarified that they hadn't discovered the dense silver. Lu Shang had done everything himself, so all the gains belonged to him. Her team felt embarrassed because it was the truth. Shang then told the bald guy that greed was normal and that he should relax. Even so, they promised not to be greedy again. Suddenly, Lu Shang made his hand glow. Hongyu panicked and begged him not to do that. She thought Shang was about to attack the members of her group, but in reality, he was collecting all the dense silver. He then asked why everyone was just standing there. He needed help carrying all of it. Hongyu realized that if Lu Shang hadn't been such a good person, they would have died a long time ago. Everyone found the situation strange. If Lu Shang hadn't been there, they would have already taken some of that dense silver. For a moment, those guys had seemed almost possessed. Seeing that the comments were still going on, the red-haired girl ordered everyone to shut up and finish the task, leaving the other two startled. Even so, the bald guy kept grumbling because he had given his backpack to the red snail team. Lu Shang found it suspicious because he felt a strange affection from them toward that team, as if their personalities had changed. They had become selfish, and that behavior had only appeared once they reached the 30th floor. Shang concluded that it was probably the effect of the black smoke. At that moment, he heard several people saying that there was food nearby. They were the crazy martial artists Hongyu had mentioned. The aura he felt from them was truly sinister, but he wanted to confront them. He didn't want to leave them roaming free. It would be too annoying for him. They looked like zombies, repeatedly saying that there was fresh meat there. Hongyu's team wanted to understand why those people were there. The red-haired girl confirmed that they were the crazy martial artists. They always attacked suddenly, and the group they had formed was enormous. Sheng believed there was only one reason for that. The crazy martial artists had a king, meaning they were being commanded. Hongyu and her team were stunned by that idea. Suddenly, a man appeared, clapping his hands. He revealed that Lu Sheng was clever, and said that his flesh would be the most delicious among everyone there, certain that eating it would make him stronger. That man's name was Lu Moying. He was willing to leave everyone else there for the crowd, except for Lu Sheng, giving the excuse that he only ate top-quality meat. Hongyu was completely shocked, because Lu Moying was the deceased Eastern Star, someone who was said to have died 10 years ago. She then explained that there was a time when only the most talented people in the Eastern Military Division were called Eastern stars. Moying had ranked 3rd on the overall list with 13 stars of combat power, but he had disappeared 10 years ago during a mission to suppress outbreaks in a spatial rift. Everyone thought he was dead. No one imagined that he had been feeding on the flesh of his former allies. The bald man fell into despair, believing that Moying had become much stronger, but the red-haired girl thought the opposite. Moying had gone 10 years without receiving proper resources, so he might have declined instead. Moying thought the girl was joking, and clarified that they themselves were his resources, so he might have declined instead. He also said he didn't want to talk to his food anymore. He was hungry and believed they should feel honored to become his meal. As he began to release his energy, everyone became frightened, except Sheng. Soon his appearance changed completely. The red-haired girl wanted to understand what the hell was happening. Lu Moying loved the sensation, feeling stronger, and declared that the title of Eastern Star had been gone for a long time. He explained that he had once felt very weak, but then a spatial rift appeared, and he fell into its deepest point. In the middle of his despair, he believed he received what he called divine guidance. Sheng couldn't understand what that lunatic was talking about. Moying claimed that in order to become stronger in martial arts, any method was valid. He believed that person was right. Martial artists could grow stronger by feeding on other monsters. Lu Sheng was about to realize who Lu Moying was referring to. At that moment, Lu Moying declared to everyone that he had become the evil son of the East. Lu Sheng then asked if that crazy demon was deaf, since he had already asked twice. He began to think Moying's transformation had made him very stupid. Then he started releasing his own energy, making it clear that he would go down there himself to find out the truth. His pressure left Lu Moying completely disoriented. At that moment, Lu Sheng turned Lu Moying into dust. He wondered what that would make him, since Lu Moying had called himself the sun. The other martial artists stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Sheng thought Lu Moying had been very weak, since he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. The red-haired girl stood there with her mouth open, seeing that Lu Sheng had crushed Moying like a mosquito. She began to believe that Lu Sheng was a monster. The other martial artists quickly started running in desperation, but Sheng was not the type of person who left loose ends. He cut everyone down in a single sweep. The bald man realized that in the end, Lu Sheng had never even shown his true power. The girl couldn't believe that Sheng was wiping everything out by himself. Sheng then said that the floor was almost cleared, but he wanted his companions to wait. He left at an absurd speed. Lu Sheng was curious. He wanted to know who the divine figure Lu Moying had mentioned was. Soon after, he reached the depths of the spatial rift. He thought the place was far too quiet. It was extremely silent, and the black smoke in that area was very dense, which made things a bit more complicated. He forced his way forward until his eyes widened at what he saw. Right in front of him was a being from another world. There was an intelligent life form there, and it seemed curious about him, extending its hand toward him. He wondered whether that fairy liked humans, and whether it might be some kind of interspecies love. Suddenly, he felt something bizarre. The fairy instantly transformed into something completely terrifying. Even so, it asked him not to be afraid, and to come closer. It told Sheng not to mind its form, and asked him to reveal everything he desired. Suddenly, numerous arms appeared, trying to hypnotize him. The creature only wanted the boy to come into its arms, calling him a little child. At that moment, Lu Sheng quickly cut off the arms that were wrapping around him. He found her quite frightening, but in the end he couldn't believe how easy it had been to trick her. He thought the creature was extremely stupid. The bizarre monster became furious, saying he was a very disobedient child and that it would end his life. She then sent several creatures toward him. The scene then shifted to Hongyu, confirming that it really was Moying, since she had found his identification tag. They began to discover other people as well. The red-haired girl wanted them to collect the identification tags so they could report to their superiors. Around 30 masters had died there. In any case, they had already been dead for a long time. Suddenly, Lu Sheng arrived. He told everyone to gather their things and leave the rift immediately. He also wanted Hongyu to find a way to warn the other teams to get out of the rift. She wanted to understand what had happened, but Sheng was brief. He explained that he had annoyed some very troublesome creatures inside the spatial rift. Soon a tremor began, proving that the creatures were indeed very angry. They only wanted to kill anything they saw. Everyone ran in panic while Lu Sheng cleared the path ahead. Eventually, they finally managed to escape the rift, carrying 3 large bags full of silver. The good thing was that the monsters didn't know how to climb. Hongyu wanted to understand what he had done, because things could have become much worse. They had been lucky that the monsters were too dumb to reach them. Lu Sheng told her not to worry. They just needed to take what they had collected back to base. Her subordinates then began walking with large sacks on their backs. Sheng was annoyed because the creature had tried to deceive him, but one day he wanted to make that creature kneel before him. He believed that would make it extremely angry. Soon after, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the Eastern Military Division. Everyone thought the Tiger Scorpion team was very lucky, believing that they had discovered a dense silver mine with incredible quality. Hongyu's group started acting arrogant, even though they hadn't actually found anything. Suddenly, the captain of the Red Snail team appeared, and explained that it wasn't just luck. He pointed out that the car they were looking at belonged to a first-class specialist. It was Lu Sheng's car. That revelation sent chills down everyone's spine. The captain of the Red Snail team admitted that they hadn't paid enough attention to Sheng before. In the end, he thought Sheng was the real boss. In his mind, he should have clung to Lu Sheng's legs back then. If he had, he would have become rich as well. He kept regretting it deeply. The bald man from Hong Yu's team also revealed that Lu Sheng definitely had more than 20 stars of power, leaving everyone completely shocked. Soon after, the scene shifted to 5 minutes later, at Lu Sheng's house. He told everyone to take care of the items they had collected. Once everything was finished, he would give them 10%. Sometime later, Sheng entered the Land of Dreams, where he searched for information about the Abyss. He also wanted to know more about that mysterious girl. Eventually, he discovered that the Abyss was connected to a second battlefield, essentially another world. The Abyss was a spatial fissure formed when two worlds overlapped and collided. Every rift was different, but if it became complete, it would form a gray and distorted area. Such areas served as large zones where supreme masters from other worlds could appear. Two beings from completely different levels, eras, or even universes could collide and overlap for unknown reasons. That unexpected collision caused monsters from another world to invade. It became clear to Sheng that the world those creatures came from was far more powerful than his own. The gap between the two worlds was enormous, allowing the monsters to invade their world easily. However, it was difficult for humans to reach the other world. Sheng understood this because he had absorbed the memories of many zombies, which had granted him immense knowledge. Specialists of rank 10 or 11 were extremely rare. In the end, all of them were stationed on the second battlefield to fight the monsters emerging from the rifts. The specialists only stopped entering the battlefield once the monsters themselves had begun to grow stronger over time. That battlefield would likely remain the main stage of war for the next 10,000 years. The rivalry between the two civilizations had already gone very far. In the final outcome, humanity would end up losing. For that reason, humanity had been dedicating all its efforts to creating a rank 12 master through the Spark project. Even then, Sheng wasn't sure whether reaching rank 12 would truly allow them to win, or at least gain some advantage. In any case, predicting the outcome was difficult. To enter the second battlefield, one needed to reach rank 10. At first, Sheng thought it had nothing to do with him, but then he changed his mind. If he reached rank 11, or even rank 12, he could enter the dimensional breach and eliminate the masters from the other world one by one. He wanted to wipe them all out. His martial arts had advanced once again, and he believed it was because his goal had become clearer. He needed to reach rank 12 as soon as possible. Once there, he would enter the second battlefield and fight the beings from the other world, putting an end to the catastrophe. He wouldn't let the war drag on for 10,000 years. Before that could happen, he would end it himself. Soon after, the scene changed to his subordinates approaching Sheng, asking for a moment of his time. They had brought him a special gift, Lingchuan Dragonwell, green tea, and asked him to try it. Lu Sheng accepted without hesitation. Finding that the tea had an interesting and unusual energy, he was also surprised that he had reached the point where someone was serving him tea like that. At that moment, the butler informed him that the rank 7 weapon he had requested to be modified was ready. Sheng decided to take a look. He liked the result, as it was already close to rank 8. He explained that he had obtained a lot of dense silver and wanted to forge another weapon, asking a subordinate to design it for him. He also asked the maid Li Dai to help the butler with the other tasks. Later, he planned to invite some friends to his mansion. After he left, the butler commented that the girl was lucky to know someone like Lu Sheng. He told her not to disappoint Sheng, because he would be the ladder to her success. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared and startled her. The man told her to relax, saying that he was an old partner of her parents. He asked if she could talk with him for a moment. Although she hesitated, she eventually agreed. The scene then shifted to the airport of the 3rd Eastern War Zone. Shuqin was standing in line when a blonde man noticed her and found her very attractive. He asked which division she belonged to. Shuqin saw that he was a 7-star general, so she introduced herself. However, he already knew her commander. He also invited her to have dinner with him that night and asked her to bring her general along. She immediately told him it wouldn't happen, since she already had plans that night with someone else. The man suddenly lost his temper and demanded that she cancel her plans, but she refused. Even so, he insisted that she at least bring the person to meet him, because he wanted to see who dared to compete with him. At that moment, someone suddenly started laughing and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying he would show him exactly who it was. After seeing how many stars the blonde man had, the white-haired man threw him against the wall, making him stick there like a lizard. That white-haired man was Shuqin's older brother, and he treated her as if she were still a child. She simply wanted to go home quickly. Her brother then told her to inform all the masters of the Eastern Military Division that Dong Shengyi had arrived. The scene then shifted to a bar. Xiaojun told Lu Sheng that Shouqin had gone to pick someone up, joking that Sheng was unlucky. The two of them drank together. Sheng didn't know that the person she had gone to meet was her older brother, and he started worrying about it. Xiaojun then explained that it was her half-brother, and that he had an extremely frightening talent for martial arts. He was the most promising disciple of a martial saint. Xiaojun laughed because Lu Sheng didn't seem impressed at all. He then warned Lu Sheng that he should stay alert, because the brother of the woman he liked was not an ordinary person. To make things worse, she also had another brother named Dong Potian, who was also a very tough guy. He had twice the power of Lu Sheng, and was known as the Emperor of the Central Division. Sheng actually liked hearing that. Xiaojun asked if Sheng was feeling nervous. By that point, Xiaojun was already getting drunk, and made it clear that if Sheng wanted to date Shei-Chin, he would first have to deal with her brothers. In other words, his path would not be easy at all. Sheng tried to pretend to Xiaojun that he wasn't interested in dating her, but Xiaojun made it clear that Sheng couldn't fool fool him. He explained that Xiaojun no longer hid her feelings for Sheng when talking to him. Hearing that, Sheng slammed his glass onto the table and demanded to know more about what Xiaojun had just said. Xiaojun immediately noticed how eager he looked. He knew Sheng was inexperienced when it came to relationships. Still, Sheng insisted on hearing more, so Xiaojun decided to tell him. He said that Xiaojun was interested in him, leaving Sheng wide-eyed in shock. He was also sure that the dinner she had invited Sheng to, the one he had been late for, was meant for her to confess her feelings. Sheng finally realized what it had been about. In any case, Xiaojun knew her well. Once she set her mind on something, she rarely changed it. However, Sheng would still have to deal with her brothers. At that moment, two men nearby started talking about Dong Shengyi and how powerful he was. They said Dong Shengyi had come there to challenge the 4 major military divisions and prove that he was the strongest martial artist. Xiaojun realized that Dong Shengyi had already started making his move. In Xiaojun's view, the Eastern competition was approaching, and Dong Shengyi was arrogant enough to show up early just to stir things up. Xiaojun believed the military divisions couldn't do much against him, so he warned Lu Sheng to be very careful. After all, because of Sheng's connection to Shu Qin, Dong Shengyi would eventually come looking for him. Sheng didn't understand what connection he supposedly had. Xiaojun was also confused about what Sheng was getting at. Sheng explained that Dong Shengyi had come to the military division to challenge the masters present and take advantage of the opportunity to strengthen himself. Any martial artist who wanted to walk the path toward becoming a martial saint would do something like that. Sheng even jokingly considered Dong Shengyi his brother-in-law. If Dong Shengyi came looking for him and Sheng ended up defeating him, Dong Shengyi's path to becoming a martial saint would be ruined. At that point, Dong Shengyi would likely see Sheng as a mortal enemy. With Shu Qing stuck between them, Dong Potian would probably end up the same way, making their relationship extremely tense. Xiaojun was stunned hearing Sheng talk like that. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng himself still seemed confused. Xiaojun concluded that Sheng was truly a master at showing off. Meanwhile, on the other side of the military district, an explosion occurred. Dong Shengyi had challenged several opponents at once, thinking they were all weak. The top 10 in the rankings had all been defeated by him. Soon, his sister appeared behind him. A girl walked out and greeted Juqin. Her name was Lin Wanwan. Juqin felt that something important must be happening for Wanwan to appear there, and Wanwan confirmed it. She was conducting research on monsters from another world and needed samples for experiments. She also wanted Juqin's help. Dong Shengyi complained that everyone there was weak. He also assumed that Wanwan had already told Shekin that they were planning to enter a spatial rift. He wanted Shekin's help because she was a psychic mentalist. Wanwan might have had an ordinary name, but she was actually the daughter of a martial saint named Lin Zhonggyue, who was very famous in the Dragon Nation. Shu Qin asked which spatial rift they planned to enter, and how many levels it had. Dong Shengyi explained to his sister that they were heading to an SS rank spatial rift. The deeper they descended, the better it would be for him. He also said Wanwan's research was extremely important. If it succeeded, it could change the entire martial arts world. In fact, his own chance of becoming a martial saint might depend on her work. After hearing that, Shu Qin agreed to help. However, she asked her older brother to promise her one thing first. Dong Shengyi immediately assumed she wanted something related to her own martial arts progress, and said he would do whatever she wanted, but Shu Qin clarified that it had nothing to do with martial arts. She knew he intended to defeat everyone in the Eastern Military Division rankings. Dong Shengyi confirmed that he simply wanted to warm up a little. At that moment, Shu Qin asked him to skip the 4th-ranked fighter. Dong Shengyi didn't immediately realize who she meant, until he remembered Lu Sheng, the man with 2 stars in the 9th war zone. He picked up the gift he had previously given her, and asked if Lu Sheng had really been the one who gave it to her. Shu Qin became extremely irritated, and demanded that he return it immediately. Dong Shengyi found her reaction amusing, since she always got angry so easily. He handed the gift back and declared that at her request, he would not challenge Sheng during the competition. However, he made one thing very clear. After he conquered all 5 military districts, Lu Sheng would have to withstand at least one of his attacks. If Sheng managed to do that, Dong Shengyi promised his sister that he would never interfere in her matters with Sheng again. But if Sheng failed, she would have to give up on him. Dong Shengyi believed that wasn't too cruel. However, Dong Potian was completely different. When they were younger, there had been a boy who wanted to pursue Shengyi. Potian beat the boy so badly that he nearly killed him. Shu Qin was shocked hearing that again. Dong Shengyi then warned his younger sister to be careful, because their other brother was far less reasonable. At that moment, Wanwan took Shu Qin's hand and promised that she wouldn't let her older brothers go after Lu Sheng. Dong Shengyi laughed and said the situation would actually be even worse for Wanwan. If she ever liked someone one day, things would be complicated. After all, she was the daughter of a martial saint. But Wanwan replied calmly that her mother always listened to her, so she wasn't worried at all. In this way, Dong Shengyi wanted them to return to the military district as soon as possible, because he intended to defeat all the masters of the stellar rank in that district. He also would not forget Shengyi's name. Then, the scene shifts to the land of dreams. Shengyi had not imagined that Shu Qing had such important people by her side. He could see that Dong Shengyi was very talented, and Po Qing was a 9th-rank martial saint. He realized that many martial saints had appeared over the last 10,000 years. Soon, he thought that it was very hard for a guy not to fall for Juqin. He believed it was common for a teenager to fall in love with his teacher, but most of those feelings ended up fading with time. Like smoke, he believed he started liking her when he saw in the future that they would be married. At the same time, he felt that he needed to train more and earn more money. He also kept in mind that Dong Shengyi would eventually come after him. However, he did not want people to find his relationship with Xu Qin strange, since she was older. The scene then shifts to 3 days later. Zheng Dandan and Yang Yuan were two girls he would no longer bother, since they no longer appeared as his wives in the future. Then he remembered that it had been a while since he had spoken with Healing Su, but when he decided to talk to her, she bombarded him with information. He was not in the mood to talk about work and asked her to take care of her health instead. Lingzu was left speechless, because he had shown that he cared about her. At that moment, Lu Sheng realized that Dong Shengyi still had not come after him. Dong Shengyi had even defeated all the masters in the district, except for Sun Hengyu. Everyone else had lost with a single strike. Lu Sheng thought there must be some reason why his brother-in-law had not come looking for him. He wondered if Dong Shengyi was sparing him, which meant Xu Qin must have done something. Because of that, he believed it would be best to stay calm and avoid provoking him. He also assumed that he should return to the spatial rift once again. He needed money to build weapons, and also for his future marriage. So he stood up and called Lei Dai, asking her to pack his things, and informing her that he would be leaving for a mission. The scene then shifts to an SS rank spatial rift. Wan was walking there and feeling cold. Dong Shengyi assumed that was because she had not devoted herself to martial arts. But she explained that not everyone feels the desire to follow the path of martial arts. She touched her pendant and stopped feeling cold. Dong Shengyi noticed that it looked very similar to the one Lu Sheng had given to his sister, though Xu Qin valued it much more than her brother did. Because of that, he wanted the two of them to help him explore while he hunted the monsters. The scene then shifts to Sheng, who was at the location of the rift and thought it looked worse than before. He was actually very calm there. He wondered if the being he had seen inside the spatial rift was still around. He had many doubts. He knew that creature was stronger than him, but he could not do anything because of the distance. After all, the creature had used tricks to try to lure him in, so he believed it would be better to run if he encountered it again. He also wondered what Xu Qin was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, Xu Qin, together with her brother and Wan, were in the same spatial rift as Lu Sheng. Dong Shengyi had just defeated another monster. Quickly, Xu Qin used her perception ability and informed them that there were no monsters nearby, so Wan could extract the samples safely. She noticed that the creature's blood was rank 7. Dong Shengyi made it clear that the source of a knight's strength is their body. Every part of it is a weapon. He considered himself far superior to the generals who were there. He practiced with cold weapons to improve his skills, seeking to accelerate the evolution of his physique. He did not mind using a blade, but he did not want to touch the blood of those creatures. Xu Qin soon assumed that her brother talked too much and wanted him to shut up, telling him to get a grip. Dong Shengyi felt embarrassed. Then they continued through the spatial rift, with Dong Shengyi killing every beast he encountered along the way. Xu Qin was not very happy to be with her older brother, since he had thought about committing atrocities against Sheng. She was simply angry at him. She even thought he might die there, and suddenly something passed very close to him, leaving him stunned. Dong Shengyi became furious because his sister had not warned him, and he could have died. She apologized, revealing that she had not seen it, but she also did not think it was that dangerous for him. At worst, he would just get badly injured. Dong Shengyi was quite frightened by her, and felt he could not understand his sister. He continued forward while narrowly avoiding being hit several times. He began to believe that his sister was trying to kill him. Xu Qin's behavior had changed. Once again, she claimed she had not seen it, but he believed she was lying, since she had forced him to go where he was standing. She then told her older brother that she would be more careful next time. Dong Shengyi found that very frightening. She was not even married yet, but she was already behaving like that, even trying to betray her own brother. Wan, hearing him speak that way to his sister, asked him to be careful, but he told Wan not to become like his sister when she fell in love, claiming that Xu Qin had no heart. Eventually, they reached the 34th floor, where he almost died again, receiving only a light scratch. He thought the jokes were going too far. If he got seriously injured, the two of them would not be able to leave that place. Once again, Xu Qin said she had not seen anything, and insisted she was not lying, explaining that it had appeared suddenly, and that it was a problem. Dong Shengyi looked at her with a haunted expression. Xu Qin wanted to understand why he was looking at her like that. At that moment, Wan made it clear that Xu Qin had said she had not seen it that time. Because of that, Dong Shengyi became convinced that his own sister was trying to kill him. Xu Qin wanted him to stop that nonsense, warning that the 1-hour mark was about to arrive, so they needed to leave. Wan still wanted to collect more materials, but Dong Shengyi told the girl they would continue, since he no longer trusted his sister. The scene then shifts to the 35th floor, where Sheng was. He dealt with the monsters there without any difficulty. Suddenly, something left him stunned. Something was making him uneasy. The immortal cells were emitting a complex signal indicating that someone close to him was in danger. Quickly, he activated his psychic awareness. Through martial arts cultivation methods, people can continuously explore the many treasures within their own bodies. Predicting good and bad fortune is also a kind of martial art, allowing him to foresee possible dangers. He immediately thought of everyone he loved, but he did not know exactly who was in trouble, so he figured he would would have to check on them one by one. The problem was that the phone signal was weak inside the spatial rift, so he preferred to finish what he needed to do as quickly as possible, since he was close to the dense gold mine. Soon, he managed to find what he was looking for. His psychic energy did not detect anything worrying, so he realized that not all spatial rifts were interconnected. Then, suddenly, a monster appeared behind him. Sheng had no time to waste, and destroyed the monster with a single strike of his spear. The scene then shifts to a place not too far away. A man heard a noise and also smelled a strong scent of blood. Since he and the others did not know what it was, they decided to check it out. On the other side, a man had just taken down a monster. He could not understand why Dong Shengyi was so strong. He believed there should not be such a big difference between them. Yet he was furious because he could not even withstand a single blow from Dong Shengyi. Even though he was capable of dealing with a rank 8 monster on his own, the man was still angry. Suddenly, something passed by him, leaving him wide-eyed. He began muttering to himself, promising that he would find whoever had played that trick on him. Meanwhile, Sheng had gathered a lot of dense gold, but many monsters were now chasing after him. He soon realized that the dense gold attracted monsters, so he needed to leave quickly, especially since he had no assistance. Within, he felt a tight sensation in his chest. He hoped it was not already too late. He decided to take the largest piece of dense gold and leave the rest for later. However, a group of people appeared there. Seeing that he was carrying so much dense gold, they were all shocked. Sheng looked at them like stray dogs that follow someone whenever they smell food. He then declared to everyone that whatever was on the ground was theirs, and told them to get out of his way. But it did not work. A greedy bald man made it clear to Sheng that he had made a lot of noise, and the dense gold also attracted monsters, so he suggested that Sheng hand over the large piece of gold as well. Lu Sheng asked the bald man to repeat that if he had the courage, releasing an overwhelming aura that left the bald man stunned. Suddenly, another man arrived, asking if they were responsible for all the noise. That man's name was Ji Shun. He asked if the bald man knew who he was. The bald man confirmed it, since Ji Shun ranked second in the overall stellar ranking. Because of that, Sheng assumed he was also known by them. However, Ji Shun clarified that he did not know him and had no need to. He declared that Lu Sheng had disturbed him and ordered him to leave all the dense gold he had found on the ground, if he did not want to become part of the ground himself. The bald man quickly told his companions that they should leave those two alone. Sheng then casually dropped the large piece of dense gold. Ji Shun thought he was a sensible kid, but in reality, Sheng wanted to know if they really used martial arts intuition just to show off. He released his power, making it very clear that he was in a hurry and already irritated. He warned them not to provoke him. Ji Shun could not believe what he had just heard. Seeing that Ji Shun seemed so eager to die, Sheng was willing to help him with that. He destroyed everyone's communication watches, displaying a strength that left everyone completely stunned. The scene then shifts to where Shuqing was with the other two. They had reached the place where the abyss had formed. She suggested that they should return. Wanwan agreed, especially since she had already collected the samples she needed. She then called Dong Shengyi so they could leave, but he seemed completely absent-minded. Shuqing touched his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. He apologized for spacing out. She told him that they should return, but he believed that her idea about an order arriving was wrong. Even so, she still felt that something was not right. Dong Shengyi refused to listen to her, saying that he would take care of the beasts. He told her to put herself in his place and not use her abilities to test his limits, declaring that he could leave that place without any problem. Shuqin simply acknowledged it, while Wanwan thought he was being too harsh with his sister. However, Dong Shengyi believed that if his sister had truly been worried, she would not have done what she did earlier. He wanted to collect rank 8 samples for Wanwan. He felt that he had a chance to break through and wanted to succeed. Because of that, he suddenly acted in a very strange way toward Wanwan, which frightened her. Then he walked ahead. Wanwan tried not to worsen the tension between the two siblings, but Shuqin was already used to it and did not take it to heart. Still, she asked Wanwan if she had felt it too, because her brother had been emitting a strange feeling. When they first entered the spatial rift, he had not stayed more than 5 meters away from them. It was also worth remembering that they were in a much more dangerous area, yet he had distanced himself from them. Shuqin began to speculate that Dong Shengyi intended to act as if he were alone, going deeper and deeper into the spatial rift. The scene then shifts to Sheng, defeating Ji Shun, leaving the bald man and his lackeys stunned. They did not know Sheng, but they believed that if that news spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the Eastern Military Division. Sheng then called the bald man over. The man kept begging the whole time for their lives to be spared. His communication watch had been destroyed, so if they did not die at Sheng's hands, they might die at the hands of monsters, since they would be trapped there forever. Sheng clarified that he had already vented his anger, so he was not going to kill them. The bald man became extremely happy, but Lu Sheng suddenly tore off one of his ears, so he would never forget his name. After Lu Sheng turned his back and left, the bald man finally remembered who he was, revealing that Sheng ranked 4th in the stellar general ranking. They were completely incredulous at the figure standing before them. They were confused, because Sheng had defeated Ji Shun easily, just like Dong Shengyi could. Even though their power levels were supposed to be different, they now assumed the two of them were on the same level. That meant Dong Shengyi would no longer be able to show off freely, because someone of equal strength had appeared. The The bald man then told his subordinates to check whether Jia-sun was still alive. One of them soon realized that Shang had not taken things too seriously and had left Jia-sun alive. Even Jia-sun himself could not believe he had survived. He began wondering how both Ji-sun and Dong Shenyi could be so strong. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng knew he could not go around killing people like Gu Shen did. Once again, he felt that strange sensation growing stronger. The scene then shifts to Wanwan, trying to convince Dong Shenyi to go back, because he kept moving forward without stopping. At one point, he forced her to release his arm. Shu Qin used her ability to protect the girl, while simultaneously attacking her brother. Dong Shenyi then asked if his sister had a death wish. Shu Qin insisted that they should return to the surface. Since Wanwan had already obtained what she needed, Dong Shenyi turned his back on them, saying they could leave first. He appeared extremely curious about what was below, swearing that something down there was calling him. He desired the peak of the martial Dao, his expression becoming increasingly strange. Shu Qin begged him not to fall for that illusion, saying he was being bewitched, but he was convinced that something truly existed down there. Shu Qin told Wanwan that her brother was being influenced by something. Wanwan could not understand why he refused to listen. Shu Qin realized there was no time to return and ask for help, so she decided to snap her brother out of that state herself. Wanwan was willing to help her. Shu Qin tried to block his path, while Wanwan warned him that if he did not return with them, she would tell his mother everything, and he would be punished. However, he did not care at all. With a kick, he shattered the stones Ryukin had placed in his path. He said it did not matter, because Lin Zhengyu's Dao could not help him. He believed that his own Dao was down below. Wanwan found that strange, because he had always treated her mother with great respect, but now he seemed blinded by power. Shukin believed she still had one option. She suddenly hugged her older brother from behind and asked if he could not recognize her. His expression quickly began to change. She told him that the spatial rift was full of dangers. Wanwan, the daughter of a martial saint, had already completed her mission, so they should return. He began shaking his head while his sister begged for his protection. He grew furious, trying to understand what had happened to his mind. He had come so far and felt that something was calling him from a certain direction. Suddenly, he was bewitched again. He created a shield that forced his sister away from him. She became desperate, and suddenly a monster swallowed her whole. Wanwan was completely shocked. At that moment, Dong Shengyi screamed his sister's name. Meanwhile, Sheng climbed out of a pit. Once again, he felt something strange, judging that something important to him had just slipped away, which was very bad for him. The immortal cells suddenly became quiet. He tried calling his mother. She answered, and he asked how she was, as well as his father and Kinche. They were all fine. Then he tried calling Shekin, but he got no answer. That made him believe the feeling was coming from her. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. He was informed that Shukin was in danger, and he was also given her location. Without wasting any time, he rushed toward the spatial rift, hoping he could arrive in time. The scene then shifts to the 7th war zone. Near the double S-rank abyss, many soldiers had gathered. They needed to request reinforcements because a level 10 wave was occurring in that rift. They soon received information that 8 teams were inside the spatial rift. On top of that, rescuing Lin Wanwan was extremely important. Dong Shengyi was also inside. It was a life or death mission for many people. Before they could descend, Dong Shengyi suddenly appeared, climbing up while carrying only Lin Wanwan. Monsters were chasing the two of them, and the army stationed there did everything they could to help. They assisted them so they could climb out. Once the two of them reached the surface, the soldiers were relieved that they were safe. However, Dong Shengyi was far from happy. He looked completely devastated. Wanwan was worried about him. He declared that everything had been his fault, because she had been left behind. The soldiers immediately realized that one person was missing, assuming it was Yu Qin. At that exact moment, Lu Sheng appeared. He demanded to know where Dong Shengyi was. A rank 7 general present there did not recognize Sheng and felt frightened just by looking at him. At that moment, Lu Sheng demanded that Dong Shengyi show himself immediately. Suddenly, Sheng grabbed him fiercely and demanded to know where Shu Qing was. Dong Shengyi did not know what to say, while Wanwan trembled in fear at the situation. Lu Sheng placed all the blame on Dong Shengyi, saying he had not been strong enough to bring her back. He made it clear that even though Dong Shengyi was her brother, he would not escape responsibility for what had happened. He told him to stay there and wait until he returned with Ju Qin, promising that he would end Dong Shengyi's martial path afterward. One of the soldiers became worried about Sheng, believing he was making a mistake by entering that spatial rift. It was then that Dong Shengyi finally realized that the person in front of him was Lu Sheng. Right after entering the rift, Sheng immediately encountered a monster. However, he had no time to waste, so he launched an attack and split the creature in half with a single strike. Everyone present was shocked that the young man had defeated a rank 8 monster with just one blow, especially since the rift was SS rank and currently experiencing a wave of monsters of that level. Dong Shengyi was surprised at how determined Lu Sheng was. The scene then shifts to the 5th floor, where Sheng continued fighting. According to the information he had seen about her in the dream world, nothing had changed. She had not died. She was only trapped there, so he needed to hurry. He only hoped she could hold on a little longer. The scene then shifts to Shu Qin, who was inside the monster. She could not believe she was still alive. The gift Lu Sheng had given her had saved her. At that moment, she remembered being swallowed by the monster. She began walking, unsure whether she was inside inside the creature's stomach. Suddenly, she was completely entangled by the monster's tentacles. She had never imagined something like that could exist inside such a creature. Just as she was about to be attacked, the gift Shang had given her began to glow, forcing the tentacles to release her. Immediately, a barrier surrounded her. The physical protection pendant had activated at the perfect moment, but its power was already spent. She would not be able to withstand another attack. The problem was that the monster contained an extremely corrosive substance. She needed to escape immediately, but she was also running out of air. If she had not been a rank 6 cultivator, she would have already suffocated. She gathered her psychic energy and tried to find a way out, but she failed. She tried several times, unable to believe it. She had not caused any damage to the monster. Eventually, she fell to her knees, believing that this was the end. She even thought she was ready to die, yet she still felt a deep sadness. Then she glanced at her phone screen. She saw Lu Sheng's contact, but there was not enough air for her to call him. Her phone slipped from her hand as she lost consciousness. Overwhelmed with sorrow, imagining that in her next life she might have the chance to stand beside him. Meanwhile, inside the spatial rift, Lu Sheng was destroying every monster that crossed his path without mercy. The pendant he had given her contained his psychic energy. He believed he could find her by detecting his own energy. The problem was that he could no longer feel the pendant's signal. If he continued without sensing it, he was prepared to tear the entire spatial rift apart if necessary. More monsters appeared, but he instantly froze them. Then he used his Dao, clearing everything that stood in his way. Shang still felt he was moving too slowly, worried that she might not be able to hold on any longer. He even used the power of the divine whale with his spear, causing massive destruction, certain that she was somewhere nearby. He pushed forward until he reached the 41st floor, convinced he was getting close. That was when he encountered the Great Devourer. Shukin's signal was weakening, and he began to believe the monster had swallowed her. Rage completely consumed him. He had found the creature that had hurt the woman he loved. However, since she was inside the monster, he restrained himself, wanting the creature to return her safely. Meanwhile, the poor girl was still completely wrapped in tentacles. Suddenly, she saw a light and thought that the god of death had come to take her away. But then the tentacles were instantly destroyed, and Lu Sheng shouted her name. Shu Qin did not understand what was happening. In the next moment, he grabbed her, relieved that he had finally found the woman he loved. Shu Qin felt as if she were living in a dream, while he told her that they were leaving that place immediately. Next, the scene shifts to the outside, where more monsters were coming out of the rift. The soldiers began organizing themselves to retreat toward the barricade. Meanwhile, some soldiers were looking at Lu Sheng's information. They were impressed to learn how talented the young man was, and that he was also from the Eastern Military Division, the same as them. In any case, it was something rare. They were worried because Lu Sheng had decided to do something extremely dangerous. To them, that mission would only bring death. They didn't even think it was a good idea to send a team to rescue him, which would be a disgrace to the division. They were even angry at Xiaoqing, since in their view she was the cause of everything. They didn't do anything about it because they believed she was basically protected by Dong Shengyi, her brother, and messing with him would cause even bigger trouble. The team leader believed they should use nuclear bombs to wipe out the wave of monsters and carry out a rescue. However, they weren't sure whether the high command would allow that. Suddenly, a young man arrived, informing them that something had happened on the battlefield. The defensive line had changed. The monsters were retreating toward the spatial rift. They decided to check the satellite images, which showed that it was all true. The monsters were being pressured. It was a kind of counterattack. The monsters were returning to help someone. They rushed into the rift like mad, one after another, and suddenly a phoenix made of fire appeared. It was Lu Sheng. He was carrying Shu Qin in his arms. Lu Sheng realized the situation was not good, since there were many monsters around, so he decided to do something about those creatures. The soldiers were left speechless, because a martial artist flying was something that only existed in legends. A small number of prodigies who were able to master the elements of the world, just like Lu Sheng. It was hard to believe that he was only 19 years old. Suddenly, several giant bats flew toward him, which made the young man quite irritated. He immediately silenced all those creatures, along with the ones on the ground. The soldiers couldn't believe that he also had the power of lightning. At the same time, he had displayed the powers of fire, wind, lightning, and thunder. Since they knew the girl in his arms was Dong Shengyi's sister, they could already imagine that Lu Sheng was demonstrating his strength. He was declaring that he was willing to protect her. After all, he had thrown himself into the gates of hell for her. Since the monsters were frightened, the soldiers decided to attack. Dong Shengyi stayed in the corner until Lu Sheng arrived with Shu Qing, surprising him. But before he could say anything, Lu Sheng told him to be quiet because she was sleeping. Dong Shengyi simply thanked him, but Lu Sheng still wanted to beat him up, warning him to be ready, because they would fight in the Eastern Military Division competition. Then the scene changes to Shuoqin waking up, completely startled. Lu Sheng was happy to see that she had finally woken up. Shuoqin commented that she had a long dream in which he appeared to save her. However, Sheng told her that it wasn't a dream. Everything had really happened. Shuoqin thanked him, and he decided to invite her to dinner someday. She accepted and suggested that they watch a movie afterward. They could also take a walk after the movie, and then go to a bar. Sheng got excited, and even invited her to spend New Year's with him at his house. She accepted automatically, but then realized what she had just said, and felt embarrassed. Even so, he declared that it was settled and told her he would pick her up in 2 days for dinner, so she should rest well. He tucked the blanket around her and said he needed to leave, but they would see each other later. She stayed alone in the room, yet she felt very happy. Soon after, Wanwan appeared. Very happy to see that Shuqin had woken up, and she even brought her a bouquet. Shuqin asked how long she had been asleep. Wanwan told her she had slept for an entire day. Lu Sheng had stayed by her side the whole time, even telling people that he was Yuqin's boyfriend, but Shuqin denied it. Wanwan wasn't fooled though. She was certain that Shuqin liked the idea. She pointed out that he had jumped into a spatial rift full of monsters alone, doing all that just to rescue her. Because of that, she thought he would make a good boyfriend for Shuqin, and in the end, Shuqin didn't disagree. Then the scene changes to the next day, when news about Lu Sheng's bravery began circulating. Although it wasn't exactly glorious, since he had simply gone after the woman he loved. Even so, he still received 10 million merit points. All the dense gold that had been lost on the 7th defensive line was returned to the military division. Sheng also received the Dragon Honor Medal, an award given by the Marshal, showing its importance. However, he had ended up revealing a large portion of his abilities to everyone. The endless wave of monsters had exhausted him, and he hadn't expected something like that to happen. He became somewhat thoughtful. A martial saint could use the power of heaven and earth to make an entire crowd disappear with a single move. Human life is limited, but the universe is infinite. In any case, he realized he still needed to improve in many areas. He hadn't even broken through to the Grandmaster rank yet. He had gained many merits thanks to what he did in the rift, and he had also obtained a large amount of dense gold, so he intended to use it to improve his power. Suddenly, the maid arrived and informed him that the things he had requested were ready. Sheng then asked if he needed to buy a new outfit to meet someone. The maid quickly told him that there were 5 outfits on the right side of the wardrobe that might suit him. They were all chosen according to Shuqin's taste. This surprised him, since the maid knew her. The maid revealed that everyone had been talking about a man who entered a rift alone to save the woman he loved. After understanding the situation, he commented to the maid that an old friend of one of her relatives seemed to be looking for her quite often, so he wanted to know what was going on. The maid widened her eyes and told him that the man had been trying to convince her to marry him. However, Lu Sheng already knew she was lying. He continued the conversation, asking how old the man was. The maid replied that he was still young, around 70 years old. Hearing that, Shuln asked what she thought about the man. The maid replied to her master that she had already rejected him several times. She didn't want to get married at that moment. She wanted to continue serving her master. However, Lu Sheng clarified that she had complete permission to pursue whatever made her happy, since he would not stay there forever either. He then said he was heading out and that she could rest. Sheng didn't mind if she had secrets, as long as those secrets didn't have any impact on his life. Next, the scene shifts to the Blue Pigeon restaurant. He had been late before, but that wouldn't happen again. Suddenly, his beloved arrived. She looked stunning. Lu Sheng couldn't take his eyes off her. In his view, she looked incredible. She asked if she looked good, and he obviously said yes. Then he offered his hand and they entered the restaurant holding hands. He noticed she was very nervous, though she tried to act natural, which he found adorable. The scene then shifts to inside the restaurant. He ordered plenty of food. However, he assumed he should act more civilized, so he ate properly in front of her. The poor girl ended up burning her tongue. After that, he invited her to watch a movie once they finished eating, and she accepted. The scene then shifts elsewhere, to the garden of the villa, where some maids were gossiping about Lu Sheng going out with Shuqin. They themselves were very unattractive, yet they thought Shuqin wasn't all that great either. Suddenly, the maid shouted at the other two, warning them not to talk about the master behind his back. She threatened to report them to the division's military prison, and ordered them to leave. After they left, she encountered a hooded figure nearby. He asked when she was going to begin, because that person no longer had time to wait. The maid was reluctant, since Lu Sheng was no ordinary person. She might not leave that place alive. The hooded figure declared that Lu Sheng needed to be stopped because he was growing too fast. If things continued like that, it would become impossible to stop him in the future. He also informed her that the Eastern Military Division competition would take place in a few days. The maid was certain that Sheng would participate, so she said she would handle things her own way and be able to get away easily. Because of that, the hooded figure preferred to leave everything in her hands. After everything was done, she could enter a first-rate martial arts school and obtain the position of a martial saint's disciple. Alternatively, if she didn't want that, she could receive a large amount of money. She only asked that he never come there again, because if they were discovered, everything would fall apart. However, the hooded man already knew that she was rejecting the favor of their benefactor, and he declared that she would not have a happy ending. Next, the scene shifts to nighttime. Lu Sheng was walking with his beloved until they arrived at her place. The young man said goodbye to her, saying that he had enjoyed spending that time with her. Shuqin then showed concern, since the Eastern Military Division competition would take place in a few days. However, he already knew what she wanted. She wanted to ask him not to hurt her brother, but Lu Sheng believed that Dong Shengyi had made a serious mistake and needed to pay for it. Since he would never be able to reach rank 9, Sheng thought it would be better if her brother simply withdrew from the competition. Now, Shuqin realized that Sheng had already made up his mind, and that there was no way to change it. She stepped closer to him and said that no matter what he decided, she would remain by his side. Suddenly, she started running away. Sheng then realized that he had forgotten the kiss, and in the end he assumed it would be better to take the initiative next time. The scene then shifts to Shuqin lying in bed. She felt very embarrassed and looked at her phone searching for dating tips. After that, the scene moves to the dream world, where many zombies were wandering around. Sheng realized that it was difficult to cross the bridge of heaven and earth. He had to break the psychic and physical shackles, connecting with the natural energy of heaven and and earth. He concentrated his consciousness and calmed his spirit, freeing himself from all distractions. Then he entered the third form, the state of void comprehension. He wasn't sure whether it was a new form of understanding gained after crossing the bridge between heaven and earth. However, he knew that he could master many martial arts in a short period of time, even without using inherited memories, reaching complete mastery. If he had reached the third form back when he was a martial saint, he would not have died from exhaustion. He was in a moment where his improvement had become very significant, and he found it incredible. If he could maintain that state, he could refine one immortal cell in half a month, 2 in a month, and 12 in half a year. He was certain that within 5 years he would be able to crush a martial saint with a single snap of his fingers. After the wave of monsters from the SS rank spatial rift ended, a period of calm arrived. The stellar generals returned from their duties, and the great event, the Eastern military competition, was about to begin. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng's residence. The maid was cleaning while thinking that this year's competition would probably have no suspense, unlike the previous year. After all, Lu Sheng was the general who shone as brightly as the sun. She then told her master that the military car had arrived to take him to the competition. He made it clear that he already knew. As he turned his back, she looked at him, only to notice that he was looking back at her. She immediately threw herself to the ground. He didn't understand what had happened. She gave the excuse that he was exuding a dazzling presence, but in truth, his gaze had made her heart pound. Lu Sheng then asked her to bring him his uniform. He knew she was hiding something. His mind was now 100 times sharper than that of an ordinary person. Ever since he had entered the state of void comprehension, he didn't miss a single detail. She was acting as if she were guilty, so he was certain that she was planning to do something. He also knew that she had met with that strange man, so he wanted Butler Wang to keep an eye on the situation. Next, the scene shifts to Sheng inside the car. After that day's competition, the entire army would participate in the Joint Military Division competition. It was very close to the capital, so he could stop by his house. Still, he thought he should have brought Shuqin with him. Just then, the driver informed him that they had arrived. A young man noticed that Sheng had arrived, and suddenly everyone wanted to talk to him, showing that he was truly a celebrity. They were even showing his image on a live broadcast. At that moment, one of Lu Qiming's colleagues noticed Lu Sheng and caught Lu Qiming's attention because he had seen a photo of the two of them together. However, Lu Qiming explained that he wasn't that important to Sheng. As for the photos, they were just a montage he had made himself, which took his friend by surprise. Lu Qiming assumed that his friend had forgotten about him, comparing himself to a toad and Sheng to a star in the sky. The scene then shifts to the Eastern Military Division. They hadn't had someone so popular in a long time. The main issue was that the marshal wanted to give Sheng a stage, while others believed that would be very dangerous, since it could ruin Lu Sheng's image. The marshal didn't care, believing that it would be a good lesson if Lu Sheng failed, but if he succeeded, he would become the idol of the East. The host then announced that the competition would begin soon, and the competitors were already entering the arena. Shuqin was sitting in the audience, worried, while Wanwan tried to calm her down. Then Shuqin saw that Lu Sheng was there, which made her briefly happy, but he wasn't the only one there. Dong Shengyi was present as well. Dong Shengyi gave off the aura of a mountain, while Sheng gave off the aura of the sun itself. In comparison, a mountain became nothing. Suddenly, the host announced that the marshal and the commander wanted to say a few words. Seeing the authorities there, Lu Sheng was amazed, because there were more than 50 power stars present. At that moment, Sheng was constantly in the state of martial god, so he didn't know what his true combat power was. If he had the chance to fight those people, he could estimate the true combat strength of a rank 9 individual. The marshal explained the rules. Everything was allowed except weapons, but a participant could attack any opponent they wished. Whoever fell would be automatically eliminated. Sheng thought the competition was quite simple, but it also had a loophole, since opponents could join forces to take down the strongest person in the arena. A man told Sheng that alliances were allowed. Those defeated by alliances were simply eliminated, but if the alliance made it to the end, they would have to fight each other to determine the final winner. Because of that, Sheng should be ready for any challenge. But at that moment, the marshal declared that those were the old rules. The rules for this championship would be a little different. He announced that all the stellar generals in the competition would form a single group and attack Lu Sheng. If Lu Sheng fell, the victory would belong to them. It was absurd. The young man would be fighting against everyone, yet he felt no fear. Something like that had never happened before in the Dragon Nation. It was unprecedented. 400 masters would attack just one 19-year-old. The man who had explained the rules to Sheng earlier thought it was madness. Even if the young man were a high-class specialist, he believed Sheng would be overwhelmed by the wave of people. Shuqin grew even more worried. Next, the scene shifts to the field base, where Lu Qiming thought the situation was extremely unfair. Then the scene shifts to the resting area, where there was a lot of chatter and noise. Even Dong Shengyi hadn't expected something like this. Suddenly, the marshal demanded silence, announcing that anyone who didn't want to participate was free to leave immediately. Then he asked Sheng whether he had any objections. The marshal saw that moment as very important. The boy was being watched by the entire Dragon Nation. He was certain that if the boy succeeded, he would soar through the blue sky and travel across the 9 heavens. But if Sheng withdrew, the marshal already believed he should forget about having a glorious future. He would just become another ordinary general. Around Sheng, there were many comments and whispers. At that moment, he revealed that he was bored. Then he declared that this was exactly what he wanted. The marshal was very pleased, though he also saw great courage and ambition in the young man's words. With that, he began the match, ordering the stellar generals to enter the arena. Everyone was surprised to see Lu Sheng walking in without any weapon. People started to think the boy was arrogant. The marshal then wanted someone to bring a weapon for Sheng. One man even volunteered to do it, but Lu Sheng made it very clear that it wasn't necessary. He said he was afraid that if he used a weapon, he might end up killing everyone. Some generals were a bit suspicious, while others seemed worried. Soon everyone came to the conclusion that Sheng was crazy. The marshal widened his eyes, thinking the kid was incredible, showing confidence as always. Sheng wanted to know how that fight would end. Then he called Dong Shengyi, who replied that he was listening. Lu Sheng wanted Xu Qing's brother to keep his eyes open. Watching him end his journey in martial arts, he suddenly stomped on the ground, completely destroying the floor. Several stellar generals fell to the ground, feeling fear. Sheng had taken only a single step. He hadn't even used his qi. It was just his physical strength. Then Sheng raised his hand to the sky, and the explosion he unleashed produced a massive flash that left the spectators completely confused. Lu Sheng charged straight toward his brother-in-law. Dong Shengyi was witnessing Lu Sheng's true strength. Sheng's attack quickly knocked down several other stellar generals, and Dong Shengyi's force field was completely destroyed. Unable to believe it was possible, the marshal found it ridiculous. The kid's strength was absurd, and acknowledged that there was no way a stellar general could endure it, considering Sheng a monster. The generals were already desperate, as they had been crushed with just a single punch. Lu Sheng asked if they were going to surrender. Dong Shengyi refused to accept it. He didn't want to be humiliated, so he used his qi and formed a technique, wanting to see if the kid could defend against it. But Sheng moved on to the second step. He used his defense, blocking his brother-in-law Dong Shengyi's attack. The other stellar generals then began trying to help Dong Shengyi. Wan had never seen anything like that before. Xu Qing grew worried about Lu Sheng. An explosion occurred, and Dong Shengyi assumed he had succeeded. But in the end, the kid was completely fine. They had merely tickled him, only tearing a bit of his clothes. His shield was extremely durable. Lu Sheng then used the third step of qi, causing pressure on the ground. An energy appeared behind him. Dong Shengyi judged it to be a form of condensed qi, and suddenly that condensed qi knocked several men down at once. The marshal realized that Lu Sheng's strength couldn't even be measured. The kid was on another level. Everyone had already been eliminated. Only Dong Shengyi remained. Lu Sheng approached him, using the fourth step. The 1-inch punch was brutal, making his brother-in-law spit blood. The young man hoped that had been enough. Suddenly Dong Shengyi fainted. Lu Sheng then turned his back, showing incredible coldness toward the one who had wronged his beloved. The marshal couldn't understand how a grandmaster had been knocked out with just a single punch. He believed Lu Sheng had used the Four Realms boxing technique. It was unexpected because only those at the pinnacle of martial arts could achieve it. The marshal soon realized that a god had been born in the Eastern Military Division, where that boy would be remembered, even if he chose to retire right then and there. Still, he was certain that Sheng would become the true saint. Lu Sheng won the competition. That was the brief report from the Daily Military Division about the results of the contest. In truth, he became famous throughout the entire army of the Dragon Nation. Then the scene shifted to Butler Wang, delivering the weapon Lu Sheng had requested. Lu Sheng saw that the 90% dense gold used in it wasn't bad at all. The weapon was rank 8, and he was very pleased with the result. Butler Wang also reminded his master that the military competition would begin soon, but Sheng said he wouldn't wait. He would first stop by his house. With that, Butler Wang temporarily said goodbye, but before Lu Sheng could leave, the maid asked to accompany him to the Central Military Division competition. Sheng realized that the girl was already trying to carry out her plan. He gave her permission, and she thanked him, but he didn't see any reason for her to thank him. He was the one who should be grateful, yet just his aura alone left her stunned. He then told her to get ready, because he was about to leave. After that, he went to see Xingqi, informing her that he would stop by his house, and asking if she would be alright. She admitted she wasn't doing very well, because he had cut off her brother's path in martial arts. Her family already knew, and she needed to return home. Lu Sheng offered to accompany her. He assumed that even if Dong Shengyi didn't know him now, sooner or later someone would appear and shatter his self-esteem and his martial arts path anyway. In any case, he believed her brother would eventually find his own path and become someone better. She didn't understand where Lu Sheng was going with that, but she promised to pass everything on to her brother. Sheng reminded her that he was going to do something similar to what her brother Dong Podian had done, so she could warn him not to end up getting beaten like Sheng Yi. She simply accepted it, believing that Lu Sheng might also defeat Podian, and she hugged her beloved. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng on a bullet train. Flight attendants passed by offering food and drinks, but he refused. They liked him a lot, assuming he was some kind of drama heartthrob. At that moment, Lu Sheng ordered Li Dai to get another tea, because the one he had was cold. She went to the machine and prepared his tea. He was reading some messages, remembering that he needed to help He Lingsu. He was also a bit disappointed because his sister hadn't even reached rank 4 yet. A few minutes later, the maid informed her master that the tea was getting cold. He found that behavior strange, since she had never cared about such things before. Li Dai began to explain that he had already asked her to bring hot tea again, so she simply didn't want it to get cold. He quickly drank it, praising the tea she had made. In this way, she thanked him and said she was going to the bathroom. After entering the restroom, she became very happy, concluding that her mission was complete. She had placed a poison from a rank 9 transcendental beast. Even if it couldn't kill a rank 9 martial saint, it could severely damage their vitality, leaving permanent harm. She believed that in a few minutes she would be free, able to start a new life. Then she grabbed the handle still and began to feel her hand burning. Lu Sheng then declared that she had fallen into a psychic illusion. It was a trick he had recently learned. Li Dai was stunned, kneeling and apologizing to him. Lu Sheng liked the name of the poison, which was called Saint's Ruin. Li Dai simply asked him to kill her, but at that moment he only wanted her to sit down so they could talk. Nervously, she said she would reveal everything. He had already expected that someone from the Jidao Martial School had coordinated the assassination attempt. Catching her by surprise, he revealed that he had known for a month already. He asked what the compensation was. She revealed it was 5 billion. Lu Sheng thought his life was quite valuable. She also revealed that a single drop of that poison was worth 500 million. He then asked if she had anything else to say. Li Dai only begged him not to send her back to the army. Lu Sheng declared that he wouldn't send her back to the army, nor would he kill her, but he wanted her to do something to compensate for her mistake. The scene then shifted to him again. The hooded man was stunned to see that the kid was still alive. He wanted to understand what had happened and asked Li Dai, who explained that she hadn't acted at the right moment. He couldn't understand that either, since she had called him there. Li Dai then revealed that it was at her master's request. She suddenly grabbed the man and declared that they would die together, just as the bullet train ran them over. She had a psychic energy seed planted in her heart. It was basically hypnosis. He had underestimated Lu Sheng's psychic energy, but Lu Sheng could do many things with it, even manipulate the imagination of his target as if it were a dream. Her sins were forgiven through her sacrifice. Lu Sheng realized that his heart had truly become colder, but he only wanted to protect the people around him. If necessary, his heart would have to become even colder. The scene then shifted to Huafu community, at the Lu Sheng family home. Governor Sha and the others were there. Sheng's father asked Xiao He to make tea for the guests. Governor Shao didn't even know that Lu Sheng was stopping by his house, so he considered himself lucky, since he was only visiting the family. Soon after, Lu Qin served tea to Governor Shao, who thanked her. He clearly remembered how strange the boy had been, because at that time he had single-handedly wiped out a gang known for violent crimes. After that, he broke all the records of the 7 martial saints in the university towers. And at that moment, he had also won the National Martial Arts Student Conference, defeating the Ji Dao twins and the Saint Chao Yu Miao. The boy kept surprising everyone. Chao Yu had already expected to see Lu Sheng rise greatly within 5 years, believing that it had been a very good decision to become friends with the boy. They only needed to nurture Lu Sheng as a seed, because he would one day become a great tree. Lu Sheng's father then said that he was arriving from the military division. This surprised Governor Sha, who didn't know about it. The boy's father explained that he had found university very boring, and decided to join the army instead. Sha realized that Lu Sheng was truly out of the ordinary. Suddenly, they heard a car horn. Shia believed it was the car of the Major General of Dongning, who had come to see him. Lu Sheng's father thought it would be best for everyone to go outside to greet her. The number of guards there was unbelievable. Then Qin stepped out, and Sha was very happy to see him, but Qin asked the old man to keep quiet as he opened the door and welcomed the admiral. Sha was surprised, because someone with a higher military rank than Qin was inside that car. He asked Lu Sheng's family to return to the house, while he hurried to stand in line to receive that person. The Lu family began moving so they wouldn't get in the way, but in reality, the person who stepped out of that car was Lu Sheng himself. Qinche quickly ran to hug her brother. Sheng noticed that she had grown a lot, and had practically become a woman. Sheng's parents could hardly believe that it was their son. Lu Sheng waved at them. Sha was completely stunned. The student he had met not long ago had become a specialist in the army, because the dragon emblem did not lie, so he saluted the admiral. Sheng thanked Governor Sha for taking care of his family all that time, but Sha said it had only been his duty. Sheng then invited them to come inside and talk. Sha felt embarrassed, and didn't want to disturb the boy, thinking it would be better to visit another day. Lu Sheng saw no problem with that, and said Sha could come by later so they could drink tea. After that, Sheng went inside with his family. The governor asked Qian to explain everything that had happened, but even Qian couldn't believe it himself. He had only realized it at that moment. Lu Sheng was the martial arts genius that Xia had bet would become extremely powerful, so Qian assumed that Governor Xia was very lucky. Soon after, Trinche asked when Lu Sheng had become an admiral of a military division. Trinche admitted it was a long story, and said he would explain later. He then told his parents that he had something important to discuss with them. He revealed that he had fallen in love with a woman, and that they had started dating, surprising his entire family. Half an hour later, he said that he had come to take them to the military division. The family liked the idea, but they wanted to go the following week. The boy declared that they would go the next day. His parents didn't understand why it had to be so soon, but he explained that Shukin was very busy, so she only had a few days free. He then showed them his phone, revealing that they could talk to her at that moment. Shukin greeted them and explained that although it was a military division, there were also shopping malls, supermarkets, restaurants, and tourist attractions there, so they didn't need to bring anything. Lu Sheng's father thought she was very beautiful. His wife immediately got angry and pulled his ear, telling him not to get too comfortable. In the end, that was the best way to trick his family, using the excuse that they were going there to meet Shu Qin. Since Li Dai's plan had failed, Lu Sheng believed that Lian Su's follow-up measures would soon be ready. He assumed she wouldn't give up on that bottle of Saint's Ruin, since it was worth a lot of money. However, he had no idea what her next move would be, until he suddenly remembered that he could check the system. The scene then shifted to him in a relaxed state, where he saw that Lian Su's backup plan involved the Black Demon Society, a very mysterious organization. He discovered that it was an extremely sinister international organization organization that conducted experiments involving the transformation of human and beast genes. They called themselves the Demon Gods, and the 72 Pillars of Solomon were used as code names for the strongest members of the organization. There was even a rank 9 among them. The Black Demon Society was supported by the Lion Nation, which was one of the reasons they were able to continue existing. However, there was still no information about who exactly that organization intended to kill. Liu Sheng didn't care much about it, because in any case, Li and Su would eventually die. That meant the attempt to kill him was doomed to fail. He also believed that the battle against the Jidao Martial Saint was approaching. The scene then shifted to outside Baihei City. A blonde man had arrived. He had heard that there was someone among the top 10 in the area, and he wanted to know who his target was. However, he was told that there was more than one of the top 10 there. The young man became nervous, believing that his target might be the boy who was the Martial Saint of the Dragon Nation. The man on the other side of the phone revealed that the target might be even more valuable than the biological son of that nation's Martial Saint. He was referring to Liu Sheng. The blonde man became quite frightened after hearing some information about him and asked who exactly wanted Liu Sheng dead. The man on the other side replied that some people saw him as a treasure, while others saw him as a poison that was still being refined and needed to be eliminated. The scene then shifted back to Liu Sheng. He wasn't traveling with his family because he had an army mission to deal with first. His father understood well and valued his son's work. At that moment, Liu Sheng contacted Colonel He, who told him not to worry because all the procedures were already underway. Regarding the Demon Society, the colonel had already informed the local military divisions, and they would cooperate with Liu Sheng's plan. Colonel, he also believed that the young man shouldn't underestimate that organization, and that he should have a specialist assisting him. 3 years earlier, a demon god named Paimon had been surrounded by a group of 5 stellar generals. Even so, he managed to injure them, killed 3 of them, and still escaped, causing a huge disturbance in the city. Because of that, the colonel believed the boy might run into serious trouble, but Liu Sheng treated everything the colonel said like a joke, declaring that those people were completely doomed if they faced him. Their advantage was hiding like rats and waiting for the right moment to attack, but once they lost that advantage, they would face terrible problems. The boy said he would set up a tempting trap for the rats, believing it would attract many of them. Liu Sheng even made a point of glancing at the man who was watching him from afar with binoculars. This surprised the man greatly, and he hoped it had only been a coincidence. He looked at the young man again through the binoculars and convinced himself that it had indeed been just a coincidence. Liu Sheng then informed the colonel that they were indeed nearby. He had activated his psychic power and could detect the presence he was looking for within a 30-kilometer radius. However, the person he found was only a rank 6 lunatic who was patrolling. The colonel simply wanted the boy to be careful, but at the same time he wasn't too worried, especially since Liu Sheng had shown terrifying power during the competition. Soon after, the man who was patrolling reported that Liu Sheng had just entered the bullet train station and that his destination was the capital. He decided to follow the boy, but suddenly he began to feel dizzy and quickly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Liu Sheng informed the colonel that he had captured one of them and asked for someone to be sent to retrieve the body. The scene then shifted to a few minutes later. 3 men were there, and the patrolling man had lost his head. They couldn't understand how a 20-year-old boy could be doing something like that. Then the scene shifted to Liu Sheng, calmly sitting during his trip. A flight attendant introduced herself to him. She had been sent by the army. Just by looking at her, Liu Sheng unintentionally made the poor girl nervous, but he told her to relax. This only made her even more frightened. He asked her to do him a favor. Opening a suitcase, he drank the marrow of a rank 8 otherworldly monster and declared that he needed to eliminate a few rats. He told the young woman to prepare for the impact as he demonstrated the power of the 7th immortal cell. Soon after, they lost the signal. The man monitoring him became furious because he no longer knew where Liu Sheng was. The only thing he knew was that the boy was heading to the capital. Lei and Su remained calm because she was sure they still had 2 days left, so they sent the 4th demon god. The psychopathic man declared that the people of the Dragon Nation who had attacked them would pay a very heavy price this time. Finally, the scene shifted back to Liu Sheng continuing his journey. The flight attendant was still trembling, and Sheng told her not to be so scared because the trip would still take some time. He had told her that he was an important figure and that she needed to obey all his orders. She wanted to know what kind of mission it was, but she simply agreed with him. However, seeing him calmly drinking his tea, she thought the higher-ups were being a bit exaggerated because Liu Sheng seemed like a very calm guy. Suddenly, she saw something completely bizarre outside. She wanted to understand what the hell that was and warned Sheng that there was an S-class danger nearby. She wanted him to retreat, but the young man had already left. He went to attack that S-class threat because he simply feared nothing, even declaring that the danger was late. The woman assumed that this was something out of a movie, while he asked her to wait for him, saying he would take care of something and come back soon. The woman could not understand it since she was on a bullet train, whose speed was absurd. Liu Sheng sensed an aura nearby. The guy appeared and did not know that Sheng could fly, finding it quite interesting. Sheng asked if that guy was alone. The man then told him that he had not used his full power yet. The lunatic was full of piercings and began to ramble, remembering when he had fought against some soldiers from the army who were full of courage. He liked remembering how satisfying it was to crush those guys. He introduced himself to Sheng. His name was Paimon, the new demonic god of the demonic society. Sheng had counted the time Paimon spent talking, saying that he talked a lot. Obviously, Paimon did not like the insult, and warned that he would not give him a chance to say his last words. But at that very moment, Lu Sheng sliced him in half as if he were nothing. Shen used 7 immortal cells, the 4th realm of swordsmanship, and martial will, assuming it would be a waste if he had to use more than one move to finish that guy. However, he did not remember what Paimon's rank was. In any case, he thought he should check if Paimon had any allies nearby, so he used his perception ability and saw that the guy had some friends in the distance. That could make things a bit complicated for him, but he decided to wait for them to come to him. His life was turning into one of those martial arts fantasy stories. Then he quickly returned, and the woman could not believe he had actually come back. From Baihei City to the capital was more than 8,000 kilometers. He knew that Lian Su would try to kill him throughout that entire journey. Meanwhile, the flight attendant wanted to understand how he managed to keep up with a bullet train traveling at 200 kilometers per hour. She saw that he had the ability to come and go freely. When he looked at her, she showed that she was at his disposal. He asked her to send the coordinates to the army and request that they be there. He also informed her that everything was already finished and that she could rest if she wanted. She found it bizarre because he spoke to her as if he were a father going out to buy an orange for her. The scene then shifted to a man in shock, seeing that Paimon's life signals had disappeared. Lian Su was stunned, thinking that was impossible. She said she would report it to the master and asked the man to keep monitoring things. Since Paimon had died, she said over the phone that they should be careful. However, the person on the other end made it clear that she was not as foolish as Paimon. The woman promised Lian Su that before sunrise the next day, she would bring the head of their target. Lian Su simply confirmed. Then she looked at Lu Sheng's photo and found it very strange, because just by looking at that picture, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if she were being hunted by the god of death. Next, the scene shifted to the Eastern Provincial Command Post, where they received notice of an SS-class mission. They were ordered to send all elite wolf prisoners and the blade teams to those coordinates. However, some members did not even understand the commotion around that mission. 3 years earlier, the Demonic Society had attacked the Eastern Military Division. 500 people had been dispatched on that mission, and the target still managed to escape, making it one of the most humiliating days for the army. Thus, the Demonic Society was very powerful. Soon they put on their equipment. The scene then shifted to the location of the coordinates, but when they arrived, there was already a dead man there. One of the members saw that the man was one of the best cultivators, ranked at level 8. There were only about 100 people like him in the world. What was somewhat relieving was that the man did not look like someone from the Dragon Nation. One of the men thought he was a member of the Demonic Black Society. There was not a single trace of pain or fear on his face. It was Paimon. They learned that he had been sliced in half within seconds. Suddenly, they noticed the tattoo on Paimon's back. One of the men recognized it and confirmed that he was indeed a member of the Demonic Black Society. To make matters worse, they now had to clean up that mess. Then the scene shifted back to the Eastern Provincial Command Post, where the chief seemed very happy because they were going to produce a true martial arts specialist. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng. Using his barrier, he realized that protection was more powerful than he had expected. He had been wrong last time. Using it to simulate someone else's martial will was completely useless. But if he simulated his own will, he could use his psychic power to create a clone of his own will outside his body. That way, he could make a clone travel thousands of kilometers in an instant, even if his real body could not move. He soon realized he could use that power to kill Lian Su, and no one would have any idea that he was the one who had done it. In any case, Lian Su had already crossed the line. He did not care if she was the wife of a martial saint. Her title meant nothing to him. He wanted the supreme martial saint to pay the price for messing with him. He had also seen in the dream realm that her death had never caused much turmoil, so he decided to put his plan into action. He managed to find her, but he did not know how strong that projection really was. There were 2 members of the Demonic Society nearby. One of the men noticed that it was almost time. They were waiting for the train in which the target was arriving. The woman was in a hurry, but suddenly the man felt a threatening pressure and told her to prepare to fight. He activated his demonic form, and then he saw that the guy was flying. The woman assumed that it was just a martial saint's clone, but the man found it strange because he was sure a martial saint's clone would be much stronger, while that one seemed quite weak. Lu Sheng noticed that the 2 of them were very arrogant and forced them both to the ground. The dog-like man demanded to know who he was dealing with and what kind of trick that was. Lu Sheng replied that he had not given them permission to speak. He also realized that the 2 of them had not knelt, so he increased the pressure even more. In any case, he gave them a grace, but at that moment the dog man tried to defend the woman. Lu Sheng declared that the 2 of them should stop being arrogant, saying he would summon one of the immortals to kill them right there. The dog man thought that guy was playing some kind of prank, but the woman believed they were facing a god from the folklore of the Dragon Nation. The crazy dog man refused to believe that something like that could exist, so he told the girl named Amon that they should attack that creature with everything they had. Amon commented to the humanoid dog called Valifor that if they joined forces they might be able to defeat that mysterious being. She then used her full power, promising that Lu Sheng would die for pretending to be a god, saying he should go to hell as she spat a huge fireball toward him. Meanwhile, Valifor rushed toward Sheng using his ability called Infernal Charge. Lu Sheng observed that barbarians would always be barbarians. He even thought their movements were extremely ugly, so he simply absorbed everything. Valifor could not understand how that was possible. At that moment, Lu Sheng used a psychic ability, and that was when the dog realized he was dealing with a psychic mentalist. But Lu Sheng declared that it was actually just divine power, and he attacked Valifor with full force. Seeing that things were getting worse and worse, Amon decided that this was the moment to flee, because she was certain she could not win that battle. However, Lu Sheng grabbed her shoulder and told her she did not need to be afraid, making it clear that he was not a demon. The scene then shifted to the bullet train, where the woman was looking for Lu Sheng, since he had not returned yet. Then he suddenly appeared. She wanted to know when he had come back, and he explained that he had returned after finishing tying them up. She had no idea what he was talking about, but in the end he had tied those two in something they simply could not break free from. The big problem was that trains were passing between them. Lu Sheng assumed that this was the moment to begin the execution. Amon then saw a rope moving on its own. The bullet train also had that rope tied to it, dragging Amon as she screamed in absolute desperation. Things were becoming so terrible for them that their eyes began to bulge. Lu Sheng saw this as an example, serving as a serious warning to the Dragon Nation. Anyone who offended him would be punished. Meanwhile, the girl informed her boss that she heard some strange noises nearby and asked if she should call a helicopter for him, but he said it was not necessary, though he mentioned that 2 people had died at the place where the 2 trains had crossed paths, so they should send someone to check it out. Then the scene shifted to Lian Su's subordinate, who was extremely frightened because the life signals of rank 6 and rank 7 masters had also disappeared. They had lost people who were extremely powerful in just one day. They began to believe that the Dragon Nation had sent a specialist level martial saint. Lian Su could not understand this, because as far as she knew, the army did not have a martial saint. She preferred to believe that she had misjudged the target's strength. The boy was not an admiral, it was as if he were a marshal. That was bizarre for the blonde man, because Lu Sheng was only 20 years old. If that were really true, it meant he was a beast out of its cage. He suggested that they retreat to avoid further losses, but Lian Su still wanted to complete the mission somehow. She declared that as members of the demonic Black Society, they could not allow the boy to live, because he might return later seeking revenge. She also remembered that they still had Samagina. She hoped Samagina could kill the target. The problem was that the organization had not given them a way to contact Samagina. Lian Su knelt down, thinking that was unnecessary because Samagina had always been on their side. Then she began to plead for the 4th demonic pillar, Samagina, to return to Earth. Suddenly, an arm began to emerge from her mouth, terrifying the man beside her. Samagina came out of Lian Su's body. She was a blonde woman with a tattoo on her leg. She asked for the coordinates and the target. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng again. He realized that the demonic Black Society had quite a lot of members, but he had no difficulty fighting all those people. He also found something the organization used to communicate, and since there was a charger for it, he decided to keep it to make it easier for those people to find him. But he did not want to keep playing that childish game forever. With the speed he currently had, he could reach the capital in 2 hours, which would be much better than taking a plane. Even though the objective of the trip was to kill Lian Su, he felt that he needed to prepare. The problem was that he had to wait for the people from the demonic Black Society, so he could not rush things. Killing Lian Su would not bring any consequences to him, but he preferred to do everything in the most respectful way possible. He needed to guarantee a solid alibi. When she died, he would have to be somewhere else, drawing people's attention. The bigger the event, the better it would be for him. He called Heilingzhu to ask when Chen's birthday was. She informed him that there would be a party the next night. Lu Sheng then explained that he did not want anyone bothering her, but Heilingzhu assumed he was going crazy because she was nothing special, so nobody would bother her anyway. In any case, he asked her to send him the address of the party, because if she needed him, he would show up there immediately. Heilingzhu did not understand what he meant. In the end, Lu Sheng already had his plan ready. When the moment came, he would kill Lian Su, and without wasting time, he would go straight to the Chen family's party, drawing everyone's attention. Either way, he would also give her status and power. Then the scene shifted to later that night. 2 people were feeling cold while waiting for a meteor shower. That was not happening. The boy told the girl that he had seen on the news that there would be a meteor shower that only happened once every 1,000 years. Of course, nothing like that seemed to be happening. He even asked if he could warm up with her inside the tent. He just wanted an excuse to spend a night alone with her. Suddenly, a shooting star crossed the sky, along with what looked like a meteor. The girl realized that the boy had not been lying. The boy's eyes widened because the meteor was gigantic. That thing suddenly collided with the ground, and the boy immediately went to take a closer look. Then he realized that it was not a meteor at all. It was a person. Lu Sheng had crashed down heavily. He had not expected to be hit like that. He wondered if the one in front of him was the master of the demonic Black Society. Samagina used multiple clones to attack him, but he could see everything clearly. He declared that her power was interesting. She was close to reaching rank 9. The only thing missing was the final mark of the martial Dao. At that moment, Samagina understood why the others had died at Sheng's hands. The kid was very strong. Lu Sheng said that if that was all she had, things would go very badly for her. Samagina thought he was being too confident, and said he would not get another chance. She prepared an attack, declaring that he was the first person to see her most powerful form. She basically transformed into a minotaur. Lu Sheng found it somewhat interesting. She had also become much faster, rushing toward him and attacking with all her might. Even in the air, she kept up with him and attacked again, knocking him down. Without wasting time, she tried to finish him with a brutal strike, believing everything was over. But Lu Sheng stood up calmly. What he had realized was that the form she believed to be her strongest was actually increasing her grandmaster limitations. Samagina was terrified, but still declared that he did not yet have the qualifications of a true master. She wanted to understand how he had come out unharmed from her strongest attack. Lu Sheng replied that he was someone who was about to reach the peak, and at that moment she had no value to him, therefore she should die. He activated his psychic energy, and she immediately began to suffer. Lu Sheng basically exploded her as if she were nothing. He also sent the coordinates so people could come to the location and clean up the area. That ambush from the demonic Black Society also made him realize that his powers had limitations. His strength was only capable of reaching something between 80 and 100 stars of combat power, which was still far from the level of a martial saint. So he only wanted to know how far he still had to go. He had just reached the rank of Grandmaster, but his essence had not yet begun to be refined. He still felt that he was weak. Then the scene shifted to Lian Su's mansion. She was furious after learning that they had failed. She had paid a fortune, and not only that, she had taken a huge risk by contacting them. The team spoke to her through a video call and apologized. They had not expected that result. They had also suffered heavy losses, including 4 powerful demon gods, but Lian Su did not care, declaring that it was their problem. She assumed that since they had suffered such a huge loss, they should at least be able to kill a kid. She could not believe that the demonic Black Society could not kill a rank 8 brat. Then they revealed to her that there was still a chance they could resolve the situation soon. Lian Su did not understand why they would not let the others act immediately, but the man explained that if they did it that way she would have to pay them twice as much, which left her quite shocked. They could not simply act without planning anything, because it could become an international problem and attract the attention of the martial saints there. The man even threw it in her face that he was trying to help her and that she should consider it as if he were sponsoring her. She became very angry and threw her tablet on the floor. The man demanded compensation since the demonic Black Society had suffered great losses. They said they would send the exact compensation amount to her email within 2 days. She was furious because she saw no reason to pay those pieces of trash since they had failed to complete the task they were assigned. Her desire for revenge had almost pushed her to the bottom. In the end, she had sent Tong Kukching to kill the boy's entire family. However, Lu Sheng did not die and even managed to kill Tong Kukching as well. She lay on the bed crying, unable to calm down. She wanted that boy dead, no matter what. She refused to accept what had happened. Lian Su's maid saw that she had grown exhausted from all the terrible turmoil and had eventually fallen asleep. Soon after, the scene shifts to the middle of the night, where she was still sleeping. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her sister. It was Lian Jibei, appearing as a ghostly figure, telling her that he had died in a very miserable way. Lian Su began to scream, until she realized it was only a nightmare. Looking from side to side, she couldn't understand why she had dreamed about Lian Jibei. After all, he was dead. She was afraid that he had come after her because she had failed to avenge him, so she asked one of the maids for some water. One of them appeared. She drank the water and felt a terrible taste. When she looked inside the glass, there was an eye in the water. She immediately threw the glass with the blood, and the eye far away. Her nephew then appeared, asking if she didn't like his blood. Lian Su fainted again on the bed. Lu Sheng was outside. He thought it was very easy to use those specific illusions on her, since her mentality was extremely unstable. He intended to leave her trapped in that endless and repetitive nightmare, waiting for her to have a mental breakdown. It would be the most secret and least traceable way to make her die. Lu Sheng felt he had no reason to be merciful towards someone who had already tried to harm him, and even planned to kill his family. He was not a saint, just a man with a sense of justice and a clear mind. Suddenly, he felt a pressure approaching him. He wondered what it was, because only a martial saint could make him feel in danger. Then he remembered that he could predict dangers that might be close to him and his family, so he thought it would be better to change his plans a little. He would stop tormenting her, because it might attract the attention of the martial saint Ji Dao. He didn't want Ji Dao to discover him in that situation, so he decided to finish it once and for all. At that moment, the maids arrived to support their mistress, but they soon realized that their mistress was dead. The scene then shifts to the provincial capital, at the Chen family mansion. Some girls were surprised, because there was a martial saint at Chen's birthday party. Obviously, many of them wanted to catch his attention, because if they succeeded, it would be like winning the lottery. He Lingsu arrived there, and felt that the so-called high society was nothing special, which displeased her. Suddenly, a man appeared, suggesting that they go in together, since he knew she was not used to those kinds of parties. However, she told him it was fine because she was waiting for a friend. The man didn't know she had friends in the capital, so he wanted to meet this friend of hers. That man's name was Chen Yi. She knew he cared a lot about her. Just then, Lu Sheng arrived, saying that she seemed to feel that Chen Yi was a bad person with ill intentions. She agreed with him, and felt happy that he had actually come. Lu Sheng, who was no fool, said that he was there to support her, fulfilling his promise. The distance from Lian Su's mansion to that birthday banquet was more than 1,000 kilometers, yet he had traveled the entire distance in just 5 minutes. However, He Lingsu said that she didn't need his help. In any case, she felt that the Chen family was trying to accept her, but Lu Sheng stated that in reality, they were trying to accept her wealth. Still, Lingsu believed that she should pay a price. Lu Sheng realized that she lacked family affection and needed to fill the emptiness in her heart. He decided he would think about what he could do about that later that night. He looked to the side, and she asked where he was looking. He said he was looking for a bright yet poor young man. Then he found one and asked if she knew him. At that that moment, Zhu had arrived, and he had 2 women by his side. Lingsu explained that Zhu Yumin was the second young master of the Zhu family, a family with even greater influence than the Chen family. However, she explained it to Lu Sheng as if she herself were part of the Chen family. Lu Sheng noticed that she was speaking as if she belonged to that family. He took her hand, assuming she was getting involved with wild people who might hinder her path to becoming stronger. He told her not to worry, because he would help her with everything. Then he turned his back on her. Lingzu was completely stunned, not understanding anything. Meanwhile, Zhu Yumin was surrounded by many people trying to get his attention, but he only wanted everyone to get out of his way. Lu Sheng appeared right in front of him, making him even more irritated. But when Zhou Yumin looked at Lu Sheng's face, he became frightened because he felt a suffocating pressure coming from him. The coward quickly pushed the 2 girls in front of him and demanded to know who he was. Lu Sheng then asked if that car belonged to Zhou Yumin. Zhou didn't understand the reason for the question. Lu Sheng said the car looked really cool and asked how much Zhou Yumin had paid for it. Zhu immediately assumed Lu Sheng was just a country bumpkin, interested in his new car. He declared that it had cost more than 80 million and informed him that there was only one of that model in the entire Dragon Nation. Lu Sheng was impressed by the price. Zhu Yumin then became certain he was dealing with nothing more than a bumpkin. Lu Sheng touched the car and said it was very nice, but he felt sorry because he wasn't in a very good mood that day. As he said that, he began releasing his energy, leaving Zhou Yumin completely confused. Suddenly, Lu Sheng crushed Zhou Yumin's car and casually said that he felt much better after doing that. Zhu Yumin was furious and demanded to know if Lu Sheng was looking for trouble with him. But at that moment, Lu Sheng only wanted to know who Zhou Yumin's brother was. He then introduced himself, saying he was a friend of Healing Su. He told Zhou Yumin that if he wasn't happy about what had just happened, he could come after him anytime. Then he pointed at Healing Su so she could confirm it, but she was extremely shocked. Lu Sheng even mocked the situation as if he were very jealous of Zhou Yumin. Zhu Yumin declared that he would never forget them and left while crying angrily. Healing Su was completely confused because she hadn't done anything at all and was suddenly dragged into the situation. Lu Sheng then asked her to go inside with him and ignore Zhou Yumin. An old man with a small mustache was surprised by what had happened, also dragging Ling Su into the matter, as if she and Lu Sheng had challenged Zhou Yumin together. He found the whole situation so amusing that he could barely describe what he was feeling. Soon after, the scene shifted to the inside of the mansion, where the birthday celebration was taking place. Ling Su wanted to understand what Lu Sheng was doing. He had crushed someone's car and was still blaming her for it, for no reason. Lu Sheng even had the nerve to tell her that he was just trying to help her. Ling Su didn't take that well and demanded a convincing reason for how that could possibly be considered help. He thought for a moment and then said that Zhou Yumin was not a good person. Since she was dressed so well at the event, she might attract his attention and he could start bothering her. He placed his hand on the girl's head and said he was cutting the problem off at the root. Somehow, she ended up being convinced by him and even said that he had done a good job. The banquet was about to begin, and more guests were arriving. Soon Chen Yi found the 2 of them and approached Hein Lingsu. He asked her to introduce her friend, already knowing that Lu Sheng had crushed Zhou Yumin's car, and even tried to drag his family into the problem. Hein Lingsu didn't even know how to explain it. Lu Sheng started laughing, finding Chen Yi's way of speaking amusing, and asked if Chen Yi was implying something. Then he released his aura toward Chen Yi, leaving him stunned. Chen Yi was a 6th-rank martial artist and couldn't even look directly at Lu Sheng. Even so, Chen Yi warned that his family had connections with 8th-rank martial artists. He declared that Lu Sheng would regret what he had done that day and tried to run away, but he remained in the exact same spot. Only then did he realize he was floating in the air. Lu Sheng calmly said that he hadn't given him permission to leave. Chen Yi called for help from Lingzu, and once again, Lu Sheng demanded to know why Chen Yi hadn't answered his question about whether he had been implying something earlier. Lingzu became furious and told Lu Sheng to put Chen Yi back on the ground before things got even worse. Lu Sheng decided to grant her request, but instead of gently lowering him, he threw the boy toward the banquet table, completely ruining the party. Everyone was terrified, and Lingzu felt that everything was over for her. All the effort she had made over the past years had gone down the drain, and she became desperate. Suddenly, Zhou Yumin arrived with a group of security guards. He pointed at Lu Sheng and declared that he shouldn't be so arrogant just because he had a few achievements, because he was going to die there. Zhou Yumin also said that he had something special prepared for Lingzu once he finished dealing with Lu Sheng, which immediately frightened her. At that moment, someone called out to Lingzu. It was a woman who wanted to understand why she had made a friend like Lu Sheng. She told her that she should send him away immediately if she wanted to return to the Chen family. She grabbed Lingzu's arm and said they should leave right away and meet Zhou Yumin later to apologize for the whole misunderstanding. Lu Sheng then told Lingzu that he had been right all along. He said that things had already reached the point where she would become the target of public criticism, be chased by everyone, and someone would eventually steal everything she had built. However, he pulled Lingzu out of that woman's grasp and calmly said that everything was fine because he was by her side, just like he had promised before. But Lingzu was very angry because the situation had become like this because of him. The woman became furious and demanded that Lingzu cut ties with Lu Sheng immediately so the Chen family could forgive her for the trouble that had been caused. Lingzu apologized to the woman, but refused to accept the conditions she was proposing. Mrs. Chen then ordered the security guards to seize both of them, saying that such disrespect would not be tolerated at the birthday party of a member of the Chen family. Lu Sheng told Lingzhu not to worry, because the decision she had made was the best one. Then he calmly said that the best part of the banquet had finally arrived. It was time for a free facial restructuring session for all the security guards. The security guards immediately began to act. The people present were quite delusional, thinking the two of them were about to be severely punished. Lu Sheng barely even moved. A bright flash appeared, and in the next instant, a large number of guards were sent flying in all directions. Soon, a bearded man named Zhou Jilin appeared at the scene, asking if Lu Sheng was a master. Zhoulin had not expected that he would attend a dinner and encounter someone so interesting. Suddenly, he was taken by surprise when Lu Sheng threatened to break his hand and then kicked Zhou Jilin in the backside, telling him to get out of the way. This only made things worse for Chen Yi, who was already lying ruined on the ground. Mrs. Zhao was stunned. A 7th-rank expert had been defeated instantly by that young man. In the middle of all that chaos, she tried to quietly slip away, now understanding why Lu Sheng had been so confident. Then a man with a scar, who seemed to be in charge of the security guards, asked if there was any master present who could help. He announced that the Chen family would pay whatever was necessary. However, no one dared to act against Lu Sheng. After all, everyone was certain they would end up getting badly beaten at that birthday banquet. The scarred man couldn't understand why no one stepped forward. Lu Sheng then showed Lingzhu the very family she had wanted to serve like a slave, hoping she would finally understand how crazy she had been acting. Suddenly, old man Zhu arrived and saw the chaos that had been caused at his birthday dinner. He had even brought along a general from the army. Some people didn't know he had connections with the military, so it was quite unexpected. He had brought Jiang He with him. The man with the strange scar started laughing, assuming Lu Sheng was finished. Jiang, he had been the host of the conference that Lu Sheng had previously won. He hadn't expected to see the short old man there either. Lingzhu begged Sheng to leave before things got out of control, explaining that she could stay behind and negotiate with the Chen family. But Lu Sheng didn't care about what she said at all, which left her in despair. She asked why he was just standing there. She began to cry, and he wiped away her tears, telling her to relax, and that everything was fine. But for her, it wasn't fine. In her eyes, Sheng was practically asking to die, because the Chen family would never let him go. Once again, Sheng tried to reassure her, saying he could beat all of them without any problem. He told her that the show was only just beginning. Old man Zhou wanted to confirm whether it had really been Lu Sheng who caused such chaos at his birthday dinner. But at that moment, the young man ignored the old man and greeted Jiang He instead. The short man said he hadn't expected to see Sheng there, and he even remembered the tragedy of Jibei. After all, it had been something unforgettable for everyone who had been present back then. He then asked Zhou to let the matter go for the sake of old times. But old man Zhu refused. He couldn't accept that Lu Sheng had caused such trouble at his 80th birthday celebration. Suddenly, Lu Sheng shouted for the two of them to stop. He said Zhou should simply follow his own logic, asking if he wasn't planning to take the chance to run away. Jiang He realized the kid was about to completely ruin everything. Zhou asked Lu Sheng if he was sure about what he was saying. Sheng confirmed it, declaring that he didn't have time to waste with them. Jiang He asked for mercy on behalf of the boy, but Sheng ignored him. Seeing that, Jiang He decided not to insist any further. Zhu promised that he would teach the brat a lesson. Suddenly, General Du Linjun from the 5th War Zone of the Eastern Military Division saluted Lu Sheng. Sheng hadn't expected to meet someone from the Eastern Military Division there. Du Linjun explained that they had fought before, when all the generals had gathered together, but he had been defeated with just one punch. Sheng pretended to remember, since he had beaten up many people before. Zhu then realized that the general actually knew Lu Sheng. The general explained that Lu Sheng was the brightest star of their division, leaving everyone at the party extremely shocked. Jiang He realized that only half a year had passed, and Sheng had already reached such a level. Zhu became worried and tried to say that everything had been a misunderstanding. Lu Sheng originally wanted to attract more attention, but he saw that there was no point anymore. He also didn't see any reason to kill the Chen family, so he simply called the girl and told her they were leaving. While Mrs. Zhou shouted her name from behind, Lingzhu ignored the woman and realized that Lu Sheng had been right. A relationship without love could never work. She admitted that she had been foolish. Lu Sheng was happy that she had realized it. In truth, Lu Sheng had wanted everyone to know that he had caused trouble at the Chen family's banquet. This confused Lingzhu, so she asked him to repeat what he had said. He then explained that he normally wasn't like that, at least not usually. He claimed that he was humble and kind, and that he had made an exception just for her, but she didn't believe that. In the end, he was simply clever. He had used himself as bait to lure out the Black Demon Society, and he had also managed to kill Lian Su. Even so, he felt a strange sense of unease. However, since the immortal cells in his body were calm, he believed there was nothing wrong. Still, he had the feeling that something was off. He then asked to talk with Langsu about their next recipe. She quickly returned, because when money was involved, things were different. Soon after, the scene shifted to Zhou, thanking Jiang He, saying that he practically deserved all the credit for the fact that his family was still alive. Jiang He simply assumed it had been luck. At that moment, a general apologized to old man Zhou because he had been unable to deal with the situation earlier. However, he also didn't want to be blamed. He added that many things about Lu Sheng were kept secret. The only thing he knew for sure was that Lu Sheng was far stronger than anyone imagined, where the army believed that he could become someone even stronger than the person behind Jiang He, catching the two old men by surprise. After all, it was the Marshal Saint Tan Zhomyi Swahili, which meant that the kid was about to reach rank 9. The general then said goodbye after everything he had said. Jiang He, after hearing that, believed he should speak with the martial saint immediately. Then the scene shifts to Lu Sheng and He Lingzhu parting ways. Before leaving, he had given her a rank 4 golden dragon elixir formula. After that, he headed to the hotel. He gave her that product because he needed something cutting edge to help maintain the position of her pharmaceutical company. She had also chosen to stand by his side when she became the target of public criticism, showing that she was a very loyal woman. That reminded him of Lingzhu, who was one of the few people who had shown loyalty. Then he remembered that it was time for him to meet some old friends. Suddenly, he recalled the super poison capable of killing a rank 9 expert. According to information from the future, it was called the Saint's Ruin. Even after 10,000 years, it could still cause enormous damage. He wondered whether he should test it. He was curious to see whether that poison could kill a martial saint. In any case, it didn't matter much to him, because his cells would be replaced by immortal cells. Using his psychic power, he extracted exactly 1/10,000th of the poison. He diluted it in water, and realized that his psychic power could not detect any trace of it. Even his senses showed no reaction. At that moment, he understood why even a martial saint could be affected by it, so he drank the poison. After that, he sat on the bed in the room, and soon felt something very strange in his abdomen. The poison began spreading through his cells, but Lu Sheng's defenses were extremely strong. He quickly realized that his cells were expelling the intruder. The battle was extremely intense. Just a single drop of the Saint's Ruin was basically like consuming a rank 7 beast, capable of causing brutal intoxication. He hoped that once his cells defeated the poison, he would be able to observe its toxicity, so he made a cut on his hand and dripped the poison onto it. This surprised him because an energy suddenly began to emerge from his hand. From afar, it seemed that his body was trying to resist the invasion of that drop of poison with all its might. If things continued like that, expelling the poison would be very simple for him. He used his psychic energy to assist his cells in winning that battle. Suddenly, his hand began to look very strange, and then it abruptly returned to normal. Lu Sheng did not expect that to be all. However, an eye suddenly appeared in his hand, leaving him astonished. The poison had practically developed a consciousness. He was worried that it might spread past his wrist. To test it, he slightly moved one of his fingers, and that alone was enough to cut through space. He could feel the destructive cells in his hand. They were similar to immortal cells, but immortal cells possessed complete perfection, while the black cells sought destruction and chaos. That was the reason beasts were so powerful. The power of the Saint's Ruin had spread very well. Then he came up with an idea. He could place the genetic power of that substance into a single cell and let it transform billions of times, possibly producing a complete cell at the level of an immortal cell. He wanted to explore the limits of the human body while he was still human. However, he soon began to feel unbearable pain in his hand. It was filled with power, but suddenly it aged rapidly and began to wither. He was stunned, believing that there must be some rule preventing those alienated cells from functioning properly in that world. Because of that, he was no longer surprised that even a martial saint could be poisoned to death. He realized that it was the rule of obliteration. Two types of cells could not coexist peacefully. Therefore, he had no idea how he could use that thing. Then he suddenly felt the Dan blood expanding. Energy quickly flowed through his body, and the 8th immortal cell was born. Not knowing where that energy came from, he began to believe it came from the Saint's Ruin. A single drop contained enormous power, so he decided to try using that vial for cultivation practice, since his hand could regenerate without any problem. After that, he tried a few more drops, and his hand became completely different from before. He wanted to perform an experiment to see what an alienated cell would look like after being pushed to the extreme. Even if that rule existed, he intended to break it. However, he still was not strong enough. While he was experimenting, two people were skiing nearby. They were searching for the celestial peak at the top of the heavenly mountain, looking for the true summit. There was a stone there, stating that this was the world of the gods, and that no human could enter, leaving the two men surprised. They wondered if that was the place of one of the 3 martial saints of the nation's dragon order. Meanwhile, still at the mountain peak, a young man informed the Lord that Madame's body had been brought there. It was Lian Su. They reported that her neck had been broken. Their leader wanted to understand how that had happened, but regardless, he believed she had done many wrong things and deserved her end. He had no intention of interfering. Then the subordinate declared that they already knew it had been Lu Sheng. Kuxing warned the subordinate, named Qin Flong, that Lu Sheng was only rank 9. He had not yet entered the world of the gods. He also knew that the boy was protected by the army, which would do anything to ensure he remained unharmed. Even so, Kamixing declared that things would not end so easily. He intended to make the military suffer a bit more. Then he was suddenly shocked when he discovered that Lian Su had been pregnant, and that he would have been the father. After that, the scene shifts to Lu Sheng visiting his friends. Yang Yuan and Lin Zhe were with him. Lin Zhe was excited and wanted to know what the underground battlefield was like. Lu Sheng began explaining it to his friend, and noticed that Lin Zhe had grown bigger and stronger. As for Yang Yuan, she had not changed much, though she seemed more mature. He had not seen them for a year. Lin Zhe became increasingly excited during the conversation, while Yang Yuan noticed that Lu Sheng had grown stronger again. Realizing how quickly time had passed, Lu Sheng invited them to go eat something together. Lin Zhe mentioned that there was a barbecue restaurant nearby. Suddenly, Lu Sheng sensed something, which worried his two friends. He simply gave them an excuse, saying that he had just remembered something urgent he needed to deal with, and asked them to go ahead because they would meet again soon. Lin Zhe missed the days when he he could casually have meals with his friend. Realizing that Lu Sheng's time was becoming increasingly scarce. Still, they believed something must have happened, because Lu Sheng had made a strange expression. The scene then shifts to the suburbs. Sheng was sitting on a park bench. He felt his 13 immortal cells begin to react violently. It was an unprecedented sensation of danger, and he believed he needed to enter the dream world to investigate. He quickly went there and asked Ellie for information about his life. To his surprise, he learned that he would die that very month, killed by the Marshal Saint Jidao. He could not understand it. Marshal Saint Jidao had been struggling to break through to rank 10, and there was no clear evidence that Lu Sheng had killed Lian Su, so he believed he must have overlooked something. He had not expected that Lian Su would be an important woman to the Marshal Saint. The plan he had been so proud of had ended up being ruined. Then the scene shifts to 3 days later. Two people passed by and saw that he was still in the same place, with a few fallen leaves even resting on him. They noticed that he was still breathing, which was strange since he had been there for quite a while. Suddenly Lu Sheng opened his eyes. One of the men asked what had happened to him, since he had been sitting there for days. Lu Sheng explained that he had been thinking about some things and could not find an answer. The man believed he might be able to help him. Lu Sheng began to vent to the stranger, saying that he had planned everything perfectly, yet the results had turned out very differently. The man tried to help, explaining that unexpected results were common. He assumed Lu Sheng had thought about it so much that he became frustrated the first time things went wrong, when instead he should simply try his best again. Lu Sheng soon realized that perfection was impossible and that mistakes could happen. He stood up with a clearer outlook and began to run. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng's family home. He asked his sister to take care of their parents. He explained that there were some things he needed to resolve. He also admitted that he had made some mistakes. He had become so obsessed with the future that he suddenly realized that the future he saw might not even exist. There was no way to fix past mistakes, because the future was always changing. He also realized that the future he saw might not even be the true future. It might just be an extrapolation of data. That also explained why the future was always destroyed. He understood that such things could not truly be calculated. He knew that even the strongest person in the world cannot lift themselves up by grabbing their own neck. God can create worlds, but cannot create someone exactly equal to himself. When Lu Sheng first saw the story of his life, he assumed that it was the destined future that would certainly happen. He thought about the information regarding the spirit-strengthening blood soup. Although it was not considered a particularly good medicine, it could still help someone reach rank 5 even after 10,000 years, and its effect had increased more than 1,000-fold. Among its ingredients was something called blue flower grass, which suggested that the theory existed, but it was not actually plausible, meaning that the ingredient was purely theoretical, essentially imaginary. Lu Sheng believed he should have realized that from the very beginning. If he had, the future hundreds of years ahead might have already changed. In truth, nothing had been altered. He concluded that he had been very foolish, because he had neglected certain things and trusted the dream world too much. That future could not be saved. So he wondered what that powerful figure in the dream world had wanted when he passed his power to Sheng. What was the true purpose of the dream world? Sheng asked himself if everything was just like a computer with stored data, a powerful system of deduction, while he himself was nothing more than an ant. He realized that he was not a savior, nor the bearer of some heavy mission, but he was not happy with that realization. He asked Ellie if that was all she could show him. Ellie replied that he did not have sufficient permission, and that he needed to upgrade his access. Lu Sheng was shocked. He had not expected her to be able to answer him, so he decided to improve his access in order to discover the truth. He still wanted to become the god of martial arts. He did not want to die before achieving that goal. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Central Military Division competition. A man was traveling across the ocean, thinking that the day was incredible. At the command post, they showed the man who had just arrived. As he came across the sea, it was revealed that he was a star general of the Southern Military Division named Li Yao. He ranked second on the list of star generals and possessed 25 stars of combat power. Suddenly, another man also arrived. He even brought fish along with him. That man was the star general of the Northern Military Division, the best in that division, named Gao Tianzong. The woman right behind him was from the Western Division, named Yan Fei. 3 of the 5 star generals were already there. Suddenly, the number 1 of the Central Military Division arrived, known as the Celestial Emperor. The crowd cheered upon seeing that he was there, though the people at the command post thought he seemed rather arrogant. Then the scene shifted to the Central Marshal, thanking everyone for participating. However, he wanted to know where the general from the Eastern Division was. Some people began to think that he might not have had the confidence to participate. The Marshal had no idea where Lu Sheng was. Suddenly, a young woman reported that Lu Sheng had arrived, which left everyone shocked, because he was basically sleeping in the middle of the ocean doing what he did best. All of a sudden, he woke up. Over the past few days, he had used every resource he had. As a result, he managed to obtain 4 more immortal cells. It was not what he had hoped for, but he still had time to continue during the exercises. After using dozens of rank 8 monster marrow fluids and almost completely absorbing the Saint's ruin, he now had 19 immortal cells. The problem was that immortal cells always stole energy from any newly formed cell. It was like an entry fee, but an extremely brutal one. Because of that, he would need 3 times more energy to obtain the 20th cell. The previous day, he had checked his database. Due to his increase in power, some changes had appeared. On the coast of Ninghai, he was defeated by a martial saint, but managed to escape with severe injuries. 3 years later, later, he challenged Ji Dao and killed the martial saint Zhao Ji on Yusheng Mountain. After that, he began to be called the strongest man under the heavens. However, he simply refused to accept a future in which he escaped with severe injuries. To him, that was a ridiculous future. At the command post, people wanted to confirm with the Marshal of the Eastern Division whether that was really Lu Sheng, and he confirmed it. Since all the star generals were present, the trial began. That military exercise used a merit system as the final scoring method. Their objective was to capture exotic beasts located at the bottom of the ocean, which they could exchange for merit points. Each creature had a specific value. During the exercise, the generals were allowed to attack each other. Whoever lost would have to give half of their points to the winner. Killing was strictly forbidden. Anyone who did so would be disqualified. And so the test began. While the generals started moving, Lu Sheng remained asleep. The Celestial Emperor was irritated to know that Shukin liked Sheng, because in his eyes, Sheng was a lost cause. Soon, everyone headed into the ocean. The Celestial Emperor did not bother much with the weaker monsters. He wanted to hunt those that provided the most merit points. Suddenly, a monster rushed toward him, trying to bite off a piece of him with its jaws. The Celestial Emperor was not pleased at all. He struck the creature simply to push it out of his way. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng continued lying in the ocean. He was frustrated because he had used every resource available to him, yet it still was not enough to reach 20 immortal cells. Then he sensed something coming from the sea. At that moment, he decided to begin and plunged into the ocean. He descended to a depth of 4,000 meters. The water pressure was immense, so he used an aquatic breathing technique and went even deeper. Soon, the water pressure no longer affected him. However, he suddenly stopped right inside the mouth of a monster and ended up being swallowed. At that moment, the scene shifted to everyone from Jiadao gathered together. They had mobilized all 4 divisions of the 28 mansions of Jiadao. After all, considering the destruction Lu Sheng had caused for the Lord of Jiadao, they could not allow him to continue peacefully while he was taking part in the trial. However, one man reminded everyone that Lu Sheng had been capable of killing the 4th pillar of the demonic Black Society, so he should not be underestimated. Yunfei was surprised, because Liansu had lost all her defenses simply from looking at him once. Because of that, she began to see Sheng in a different light. Then an old man explained that they were not there, only because of that. In fact, he believed it would be easy to kill Lu Sheng. The problem was that there were many military experts present. There were 5 great marshals, hundreds of generals, and even hidden veteran experts. Not even the Marshal Saint Jidao himself would be reckless enough to charge in directly. They knew the army wanted someone who could reach rank 9, so they would protect the boy at all costs. Even so, the old man told everyone not to worry too much. If they truly needed to kill the boy, the pressure the army could exert on them would be insignificant. He also revealed that their master was present as well. He explained that the master had been constantly struggling to raise his level. He had lost one son in battle, and after 200 years he had lost another son. But this time it was Lu Sheng who had taken that away from him. The master's hopes had been placed in Lu Sheng, yet Sheng had destroyed everything without mercy. So they began preparing to reap Lu Sheng's life. Then the scene shifted to the Celestial Emperor again. He was fighting a monster and managed to defeat it with a single strike. 3 days had already passed. Little by little, he had grown accustomed to the strength of the sea monsters. Now he could even crush a rank 8 sea monster. People were surprised to see that Dong Potian was there. His score was abnormally high, and the generals began to realize that he was far more powerful than he appeared. The difference between him and the other stellar generals was like comparing a sword to knives. Soon they noticed that Lu Sheng had 0 merit points, and the Eastern Division began to worry, wondering where Lu Sheng was and what his results were. The marshal did not like what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Dong Potian continued his mission tirelessly. He believed he had already scored well during those 3 days. He was below 3,000 meters, and even wanted to go deeper, but communication and the camera would become inactive. The Celestial Emperor believed he would become the #1 general in the entire army. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely powerful wave. It was vital chi. He thought it was impossible for it to come from a human. Only a 9th rank martial saint could possess a vital chi greater than his. Because of that, he assumed it would be better to simply ascend and collect merit points. Suddenly, the stellar generals returned. Yanfei came back as well, but she was astonished by the sheer amount of things Dong Potian, the Celestial Emperor, had brought back. Dong Potian was in first place, having obtained 7 million points. No one came close to him. However, there was still the issue of Lu Sheng not having gained a single point. One of the marshals even judged that he might have died down there, and laughed at the scenario he had imagined. The Marshal of the Eastern Division could not believe that the kid who was supposed to bring pride to the Eastern Division was instead making them look embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the ocean, Lu Sheng could barely move his fingers. He was fighting a monster. Since he was more than 10,000 meters below sea level, his body had become stronger. After all, the pressure in that place was immense. He wondered what would happen if he moved his immortal cells to other parts of his body. Then he used a skill to finish that monster, once and for all, called Heaven's Grip. At that moment, he moved the immortal cells to his legs, causing a surreal energy to emerge. After he used his legs, the water suddenly began to bubble. No one understood what was happening. Dong Potian realized that this power was the same one he had sensed when he was at the bottom of the ocean. A hole appeared in the middle of the ocean, and Lu Sheng emerged into the sky. Dong Potian could not believe that his brother-in-law had done something like that. In the end, the future had changed once again. At that moment, he would escape with only light injuries, but it was merely a small change. In any case, it still wasn't the future he wanted. He wanted to confirm whether he was really speaking with his brother-in-law. Patian refused to accept that that kid could be so strong, saying it was impossible. Acting like a madman, he rushed to attack his brother-in-law. However, Lu Sheng quickly used his ability, creating a barrier between the two. He knew he could not kill his brother-in-law, so he thought it would be better to let Dong Patian cool his head. Patian ended up flying far away, completely debilitated. Everyone was stunned, seeing that the Celestial Emperor had been dismantled with just one attack. Lu Sheng was also in disbelief. He had never imagined that his brother-in-law was that weak, especially since he had held back. He thought it might be better to be more polite the next time he met Dong Patian. Meanwhile, the people in the conference room were left speechless. The Marshal of the Central Division admitted that the ability Lu Sheng had just displayed was far beyond his expectations. He could even qualify as a marshal at that moment. Sheng sensed that the people who were looking for him were nearby. He was already planning to wage war against the heavens that day. He needed to cultivate an incomparable aura of invincibility. All he wanted was for them to root for him at that moment, because he was going to destroy the divine altar. The Marshal of the Eastern Division wanted to understand what the kid was trying to do. At that moment, Lu Sheng released an enormous amount of energy. He wanted those people to stop hiding because he already knew they were all there since the moment they had arrived. Suddenly, an incredibly dense martial aura descended from the clouds. The Marshal realized he needed to take a closer look. Soon he noticed the 4 symbols of Jie Dao and the 28 constellations, and he declared that the army was holding a competition that day, so he didn't understand why they were there. The old man declared that they had come under orders from the Jie Dao Martial Saint to capture Lu Sheng, someone they called the army's stellar demon. They wanted his head. The Marshal of the Eastern Division realized that some weaklings from their school had been killed, and now they were seeking revenge at a moment like that. He declared that they would not allow it to happen. Soon, other members of the army appeared, displaying their strength. Then the old man from the Jie Dao Martial School stated that it wasn't just because of the twins. Lu Sheng had also killed the wife of the Martial Saint, who had been pregnant, something unforgivable for them. This left the generals stunned. The Marshal of the Eastern Division realized that Lu Sheng had gotten himself into huge trouble. Things had truly become serious. At that moment, Lu Sheng discovered that the woman had been pregnant when he killed her, but for him it would not have made any difference even if he had known. Nothing would have changed his decision. The Marshal of the Eastern Division demanded that Elder Shuan present proof that Lu Sheng had killed the two of them, because the matter was serious and needed to be discussed by the military department and the Martial Saint himself. Suddenly, the members of the Jie Dao Martial School fell to their knees. The Martial Saint himself appeared there. Before the first year of the Martial Dao, technology had advanced, and the era had been dominated by firearms, when no one could compete with even a small bullet. Humanity had grown greatly thanks to technology, until cracks began to appear in the sky and the earth. Terrifying monsters emerged in the world, and human technology was not capable of stopping them. That was when fists became the true authority. In this way, humanity managed to defend itself against the monsters. Martial artists took a position that once belonged to the gods. Among them, the strongest broke through every barrier, defying the heavens and becoming living legends. They were known as the Martial Saints. Everyone saluted the Martial Saint. The Marshal was worried about the Martial Saint's presence there. At that moment, the Jie Dao Martial Saint asked what they wanted to discuss, declaring that his words themselves were the proof, making it very clear to the kid that he was going to die. Because of that, all the members of Jie Dao felt the need to display their authority and dignity. One of the young men noticed Lu Sheng trembling and believed they had underestimated him. After all, he already looked exhausted, and it would be easy to kill him. They were extremely confident, especially because their lord was present. They believed they would quickly make the entire army kneel. The Jie Dao disciple called out to Lu Sheng, asking if he was thinking about resisting, finding the situation quite amusing. He showed off his strength, while the old man urged him to finish everything quickly. But the young man told the old man to relax, because he saw the kid as a lost cause. He charged straight at Lu Sheng. At that moment, Sheng stated that he was not trembling out of fear. Instead, he was so excited that his body couldn't stop shaking. In an instant, he split the man named Qinglong in half. The old man was instantly furious with the kid, but before he could do anything, Lu Sheng had already taken another step. He suddenly appeared behind all of them. They couldn't understand how he had moved so fast, but in the next moment, everyone lost their heads and fell into the ocean. Lu Sheng didn't bother waiting. He thought it was better to kill them all when he had the chance. He used several abilities together with 22 immortal cells in his body. The Marshal felt an overwhelming killing intent coming from Lu Sheng. The kid had killed all the experts of the Jie Dao Martial School, as if it were nothing. The generals watched as everyone's heads were gone. Even Qinglong, who had been split in half, kept complaining and begging the Martial Saint to save him. The generals realized that Lu Sheng had created a war scene in less than 1 second. The Jie Dao Martial Saint, extremely angered by Lu Sheng, descended to help Qinglong, even though he was already completely ruined. But before he could do anything, Sheng suddenly appeared and grabbed Qinglong by the head, pulling it off like a toy piece. With a smile on his face, Lu Sheng made it clear to the Martial Saint, Zhao Ji, that all of his little dogs had died by his hands. The people from the army stared with wide eyes, thinking Lu Sheng had gone mad. Seeing that the Martial Saint couldn't save him, Qinglong realized his fate was sealed. Zhao Ji admitted that it had been 10 years since someone had angered him like that, as he demonstrated his power. Lu Sheng even gave him the middle finger, saying the Martial Saint had quite a temper. Then Zhao Ji used used a technique called Infinite Sky, followed by another called Blue Sea. Lu Sheng was witnessing what the power of a martial saint looked like. Zhao Ji combined the two abilities, certain it would be enough to kill that kid. The generals had never seen power like that before. The marshal begged Lu Sheng to run, saying it was an impossible battle to win, but Zhao Ji declared that there was nowhere for him to escape. He launched the attack toward Lu Sheng. The boy realized that Zhao Ji could gather all kinds of cosmic energy floating between heaven and earth into the palm of his hand. The power was terrifying. He couldn't even determine how many stars it contained. Even so, Lu Sheng refused to give up. He used multiple abilities at the same time, including his will, a martial saint level ability, but he still couldn't block the attack. Suddenly, Lu Sheng lost his arm, and his leg was severely injured, leaving the generals horrified. At that moment, they realized how insignificant they truly were. They had believed Lu Sheng was truly invincible. Lu Sheng fell into the ocean. Zhao Ji declared that the battle was over. The generals watched helplessly as the army's only hope after hundreds of years seemed to disappear just like that. There was nothing they could do. The marshal of the Eastern Division could not accept it. He didn't want Lu Sheng to die like that, so he jumped into the ocean to search for him. Zhao Ji believed he had already finished what he came to do, and decided to leave. But suddenly, he sensed something. The ocean suddenly rose to an absurd height. Zhao Ji realized that Lu Sheng was still alive, which made the entire army erupt with excitement. They rushed toward the young man, surrounding him, and begging him to leave while they used their lives to delay the martial saint. But Lu Sheng placed his hand on the marshal's shoulder and told him to relax. Then he used a regeneration ability, and his arm quickly returned to its place, leaving everyone astonished by the level of regeneration he possessed. Zhao Ji admitted that this was very interesting. It had been a long time since he had seen someone as interesting as Lu Sheng. Seeing everything Lu Sheng had accomplished, he invited the young man to join him, asking him to accept him as his master. Zhao Ji promised that he would make Lu Sheng a martial saint in less than 100 years. The people from the army were left stunned after hearing the invitation that the martial saint had given to Lu Sheng. The marshal of the Eastern Division thought Lu Sheng should accept that invitation. After all, the martial saint was willing to forgive him, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to bow to him temporarily. The important thing was to stay alive. However, instead of accepting, Lu Sheng mocked the situation, treating Zhao Ji's power like a joke. He made it very clear that he would show what true power looked like, launching the blue sea of the infinite sky toward him. He admitted that he couldn't stop the power of heaven and earth, but even so, he considered that martial saint's power far too weak, therefore he could never be killed. Still, he liked Zhao Ji's attack, and decided he would take it for himself. Zhao Ji couldn't understand how Lu Sheng was able to control the power of heaven and earth. He was certain that the boy couldn't be merely an 8th rank grandmaster. From Lu Sheng's perspective, there was no reason to be surprised. He declared that any power would always submit to a greater power. Basically, with enough strength you could even make a brick fly. He told the martial saint to prepare himself, because the best part was coming. At that moment, he concentrated his immortal cells in his legs, using the cloud steps technique to the extreme, displaying an absurd speed to the martial saint. He suddenly appeared beside Zhao Ji, who didn't even see him move before Lu Sheng landed a devastating punch on his face. The energy behind it was extraordinary. Zhao Ji's face was completely crushed as he tried to understand what the young man had just done. Zhao Ji's divine immortal body ended up being broken by Lu Sheng. The marshal of the Eastern Division smiled from ear to ear. The boy truly was the army's hope. Lu Sheng saw that it was the moment to destroy his opponent's true body, declaring that Zhao Ji was not the only martial saint he would kill. The generals couldn't understand what they had just heard from the boy. They wanted to know why Lu Sheng intended to kill martial saints, judging that it took extreme courage to say something like that. Some members of the army had witnessed countless battles, but they had never seen one between an 8th rank martial artist and a 9th rank one. But for some reason, the marshal didn't see such an enormous difference. The army was also willing to show their power to the martial saint, even if it was useless. They decided to bombard him, and even opened fire. The army wanted to stand on equal footing with the martial saints, since they had been overshadowed by them for a long time. They unleashed full firepower against the martial saint Ji Dao, launching several missiles in his direction. He quickly caused all the shots to return. Zhao Ji hoped the entire army would remember that moment, because they were dying due to a foolish resistance. Lu Sheng, however, saw it in a completely different way, admiring the bravery of the army's members who fought until the very end. He assumed that martial saint Zhao Ji would never understand that, since he was a coward who didn't even have the courage to reveal his true body. Then Lu Sheng began delivering multiple blows to Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji became furious, thinking the boy was extremely arrogant, and started fighting back as well. But before he could strike Lu Sheng, the young man dodged. That was when the martial saint realized that his opponent possessed killing intent, perception, and even the Four Realms body technique. Suddenly, Zhao Ji's face was struck hard by Lu Sheng again. Zhao Ji admitted the boy was very strong. He wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Sheng unless he revealed his true power. So he called upon the people who had faith in him and gathered all the divine power he possessed. In an instant, he grew enormous. Lu Sheng looked like an ant in comparison. Zhao Ji wanted to see if his opponent could escape that. It was the perfect fusion between the essence of martial arts and the physical body, demonstrating the gap between a grandmaster and a martial saint. Seeing that things had become very bad for Lu Sheng, everyone knew that was the final trump card of all martial saints. The army members wondered how they could possibly protect Lu Sheng at that moment. Zhao Ji then decided to crush crush his opponent like an insect. Lu Sheng thought his opponent was playing around like a child, even transforming into something that looked like Ultraman. Lu Sheng figured it had been foolish to seek answers and overthink the future, analyzing everything so much. In the end, it would be far better for him to cheat. He used the martial god state in a perfect fusion, wanting his opponent to disappear, and unleashed an ability called Void Slash, making an instant judgment. Zhao Ji wondered if his opponent had no limits. Lu Sheng believed it would be difficult to explain to a martial saint who was somewhat of a country bumpkin. He struck Zhao Ji again, who began to wonder if he had lost. Lu Sheng realized that the martial saint couldn't accept that an 8th rank martial artist could defeat a 9th rank one. He declared that Zhao Ji was not a god among humans, striking his face again, and making it clear that he should stop acting so high and mighty. The people in the army saw that Lu Sheng wasn't just defeating Zhao Ji, it was basically a humiliation. Zhao Ji was being beaten badly. The marshal of the Eastern Division declared that from that moment on, the army had its own god. He wanted everyone to remember that day, because the army was about to enter a completely new and brilliant era. Suddenly Zhao Ji grabbed Sheng's hand after taking so many slaps that his face was swollen, declaring that the boy deserved to die. But Lu Sheng made it very clear that the one who was going to die was Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Ji had already recovered, surprising him. Zhao Ji declared that it didn't matter if Lu Sheng possessed powerful abilities. He made it clear that the difference between their levels would always remain evident. By using only the power of heaven and earth, he had worshippers among humanity, and as long as that power existed, he could not be defeated by someone at level 8. Lu Sheng retaliated, explaining that he knew very well how strong a true level 9 martial artist was. To him it was actually hilarious, because he had already encountered someone at level 11. In his opinion, Zhao Ji shouldn't even be called a level 9 martial saint with those terrible abilities he had. He warned that he would kill him in the next attack, and wanted to see who would be laughing afterward. Zhao Ji immediately felt the threat of death coming from that punch. Lu Sheng used the ability Void Break, creating multiple clones and attacking his opponent at the same time, leaving Zhao Ji completely battered. Even so, Zhao Ji told Lu Sheng that he might be able to strike his flesh, but he didn't have enough power to destroy his divine martial soul. Lu Sheng realized his attack hadn't been enough. Zhao Ji then began to laugh, declaring that he could not die. Lu Sheng found it fascinating that the man possessed a divine ability similar to flesh and bone rebirth, so he decided to increase his power even further. Zhao Ji couldn't believe that his opponent still had that possibility, and thought it had to be a joke at his expense. Lu Sheng concentrated his immortal cells in his right arm and once again prepared to strike him. However, Zhao Ji refused to accept that he was going to die and spat out an item. He declared that since he couldn't dodge, they would die together. Then he crushed the item. Lu Sheng had no idea what his opponent had just done, but he was certain that whatever Zhao Ji had taken out was dangerous. Still, he didn't care. He wanted to take Zhao Ji's life. With his attack, he made the martial saint lose his head, but somehow it was as if he had struck an empty shell. Zhao Ji immediately began trying to escape in desperation. Lu Sheng saw his opponent as a strange cockroach that refused to die, but just as he was about to crush him, a portal opened and a hand reached through it, striking Lu Sheng and leaving a massive hole in his body. He wondered what kind of power had just hit him. His body was broken, and he couldn't move. He couldn't believe he might actually lose his life. Even though he had enjoyed beating Zhao Ji, he fell into the ocean, realizing that he had been careless, but also that something extremely unexpected had happened. The members of the army also couldn't understand what had just occurred. The marshal immediately ordered all the stellar generals to jump into the water and search for Lu Sheng. They weren't sure whether the young man had survived, but the marshal of the Eastern Division, after all these years without seeing someone as talented as Lu Sheng in the army, a man who could defeat a martial saint despite only having level 8 power, refused to believe he had died like that. He also didn't expect others to believe so easily that Lu Sheng was dead. He ordered everyone to spread the news of what had happened to the world. At the very least, the Dragon Nation should know that in the Ning Ocean, the martial saint Jidao had been defeated by the future military god Lu Sheng. Several days later, the news had spread everywhere. Lu Sheng became known as the genius of the army. The report stated that martial saint Zhao Ji had fled the scene. The old man Zhao Yuhe was astonished after seeing what Lu Sheng had accomplished. After all, he had first met Lu Sheng when he was barely at the strength of a level 3 martial artist. However, Lu Sheng's current whereabouts remained unknown. His family was in tears. Xiao Jun was with Shu Qin, and he knew very well who Zhao Ji was. A man who had survived the war between the Dragon Nation and the Lion Nation without even being injured. An entire squad had once been sent to kill Lu Sheng, and in the end, all of them had been defeated. Seeing that Lu Sheng's whereabouts were unknown, Xiao Jun began to believe he was dead, but Shu Qin insisted that he was still alive. Even though her eyes filled with tears, she still hoped to see Lu Sheng safe and well again. Xiao Jun couldn't believe that was possible, since the entire army had searched the ocean for him, combing through the whole area. Still, he hoped Lu Sheng was alive. Then he remembered Lu Sheng's family. Shu Qin explained that Lu Sheng's mother was not doing well, while his father and sister still believed he was alive. Xiao Jun preferred to imagine that Lu Sheng had found some kind of treasure and hidden himself in order to survive. He had the feeling that Lu Sheng would return even stronger than before. At the same time, Xiao Jun pretended to remain calm for his friend, while in his heart he prayed that Lu Sheng would come back alive. Then the scene shifted to a massive castle. That place belonged to Zhao Ji, who was vomiting at that moment. He felt extremely grateful for having obtained a god integrating elixir. After his martial soul escaped, he had entered a clone body. He harbored immense hatred toward Lu Sheng, who had ruined the martial saint body he had cultivated for hundreds of years. It would take him more than a decade just to return to his peak power. This infuriated him, making him believe that the young man was a monster. He then began drinking the jars in front of him in a completely uncontrolled manner, but even so, he felt it was still not enough. He needed a powerful remedy to become stronger. Suddenly, he started pouring out everything he had there, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief, judging that he had recovered. Zhaoji was certain that Lu Sheng was not at level 8. Moreover, with the strength he possessed, he could even leave the planet on his own. In other words, he was sure the young man was at a level very close to his own. However, he also believed that Lu Sheng had died, and he felt grateful for that, since it meant one less problem for him to deal with in the future. It had been a long time since Zhaoji had felt such a sense of helplessness. After all, no one had been so challenging in the past 100 years. He needed to leave to protect himself. He picked up a suitcase containing energy crystals that could help him. There were many treasures there. He would only leave behind what he could not carry. After packing his belongings, he left the mountain without looking back. Next, the scene shifts to the coastal nation. It was a beachside location. A young woman was with a man and asked how his trip to the continent of the Northern Lion Nation had gone. He thought it had been nothing special, since he had gone there for work. Curious, she asked what exactly he had been doing there. He revealed that he had been searching for energy crystals for his lord, which surprised the woman, since she had never heard of such things. He explained that energy crystals were earth crystals containing immense amounts of energy, functioning as an independent energy source. They were rare and precious, with only a few having been produced, but they were shared among all nations. The woman asked how those crystals could help their lord. The man believed they were useful only for those at the martial saint level. They were not merely a resource for cultivation, they were also a form of currency. He also found a new place where his lord could cultivate those energy crystals, while taking advantage of the years of travel he had made. The woman grew worried that he was revealing so much information, but he declared that the World Grandmaster competition would take place in a year, so she would eventually find out everything anyway. The competition was related to the energy crystals, and they would compete for them. All the energy crystals in the world would be gathered in one place. Each country would send its own Grandmaster to fight for them. The crystals would then be distributed according to the participants' rankings. The young woman had no idea that such a competition existed among all the martial saints of every country. That was precisely why the Mingyu Hall had been created. The man thought it was a pity, because their lord was the youngest martial saint among the 3 martial saints of the Dragon Nation. The difference in strength between them and the Jidao Academy was quite large. Therefore, when the energy crystals were distributed, their lord always ended up receiving the smallest share. Suddenly, he received a notification on his watch. The woman wanted to know who could possibly be so strong, since they had heard that a 4th martial saint had appeared in the Dragon Nation. The man declared that she also knew him, making it clear that it was Lu Sheng, which left her extremely shocked. He then said he needed to leave and quickly went away. The woman could not understand it, because the last time she had seen Lu Sheng, he was not that strong. Next, the scene shifts to the depths of the sea, where he had a massive hole in his chest. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. The scene then moves to the territory of the Chao Yue Martial School. Dong Shengyi was drinking heavily when a young man appeared and started mocking him. The other person accompanying him thought he had gone crazy because he was making fun of Dong Shengyi. He explained that Dong Shengyi had fallen into despair when someone broke his martial path. That was a remarkable feat. After all, Dong Shengyi was a tough man. However, those guys did not know the details of how everything had happened. Suddenly, Wanwan arrived. She wanted to talk to Dong Shengyi, but he immediately asked if she had come to laugh at him while he was drowning himself in alcohol. She explained that it was not like that, and whispered a secret in his ear, leaving him completely shocked. She told him that she had seen the news report. He quickly stood up, even letting the bottle fall and shatter. At that moment, he learned about what had happened to Lu Sheng. He declared that he himself was nothing, since even the martial Saint Ji Dao had nearly died at the hands of that young man. He did not even see the point in competing against Lu Sheng anymore, but he needed to be certain that Lu Sheng had actually died. Wanwan realized that Dong Shengyi had finally come to his senses. Then the scene shifts to the Ning Ocean, where the army was still searching for Lu Sheng. They wanted to go even deeper, but they had already reached the deep sea cave, making it much harder to descend further. However, the general of the Central Division believed it would be far more difficult to create another individual capable of killing a martial saint, so they decided to continue the search. The general of the Eastern Division did not want things to end like that under any circumstances. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers below sea level, a monster saw an immense glow. As it approached, it was suddenly struck. It was instantly captured and dragged into the depths. Lu Sheng looked terrible, and he knew it. He even presumed that he was turning into Cthulhu itself. He had drunk the saint's death bottle all at once. On the brink of death, the excessive energy saved his life, but it left him half human and half monster. Almost his entire body had been modified, but at least he was alive. He had survived the attack of a level 10 fighter, and he felt very good about that. He never imagined that there were traces of a level 10 in that world. This was not in the information about the future, so he began to suspect that the creature was not from that world. Soon, he convinced himself that it must be from another planet, or another civilization, one that possessed an even more advanced martial art. After all, the monsters had appeared 300 300 years ago, and Zhao Ji, for example, had become a martial saint only 100 years ago. He realized that things were happening far too quickly. The entire path from level 1 to 9 had been clearly mapped by predecessors. Even after 100 years using all available resources, the army would not be able to produce a single level 9 martial artist. Considering the early days of martial cultivation, when progress was slow and everything was a challenge and an exploration into the unknown, Zhao Ji's rise to mastery in just 100 years seemed suspicious. It would have been more plausible if a more advanced civilization had helped guide the martial path, yet even that didn't fully make sense. Why would an advanced civilization assist an inferior one in developing its martial path? The monster invasion truly marked the beginning of everything. A weak, technologically limited civilization, on the brink of extinction, suddenly faced an invasion by incredibly powerful beings from another dimension. When all seemed lost, a superior civilization appeared and granted powers to the weak, enabling them to fight back against the invaders. Everything had been part of a carefully orchestrated plan, and Shang finally understood. The battlefield of the monster invasions was far larger than he had imagined. The superior civilization that had helped that planet was already facing a crisis of monster invasions themselves. Everything he had faced so far was merely the tip of the iceberg, but with his mutated body, he now had a constant source of energy. He used that energy to purge the remaining power of the mighty being embedded in his chest, believing that this power could be completely exhausted. Nature's power was also very weak in the deep-sea cave. He needed a way for the mutant cells to persist. The cells were extremely strong, possessing an insane instinct for destruction, hunting and consuming any living being nearby. He preferred to think of it as passive healing, using the time to train in the dream realm, where he continually harvested the memories of the remaining grandmasters. He obtained the martial wills of multiple masters and grandmasters. He now had 50 different martial wills, along with his perfect martial path. After further recovery, he planned to remove the mutations and leave. Then he remembered to check Ellie's database. He confirmed that all information about his future had been forged, but the rest was real. The AI had been immensely helpful for learning about the inheritance of martial arts, medicinal formulas, resource locations, and the key to unlocking greater treasures, authority. He realized that Zhao Ji was indeed still alive, but he didn't care. The martial saint Ji Dao would die at some point anyway. In the future, Lu Sheng was called the strongest under the heavens, but he didn't understand why he held that title. He had achieved even greater accomplishments, reaching level 10 at the age of 100, becoming the first in martial arts history at that level, known as the martial ancestor. Yet 2 years later, he disappeared without a trace. The most plausible explanation for future generations was that he had gone to explore the cosmos beyond Earth. Lu Sheng even found that idea appealing, until he noticed something strange. Zhao Ji was able to create a life-saving pill for someone at level 10, which meant that the path to that level already existed in that world. It made no sense for Lu Sheng to have opened that path himself. He began to suspect that the data he had been given was incomplete or riddled with errors. The pinnacle of that world still hid many secrets. He wanted Ellie to show his current self-authority, and she declared it as 10 stars. He had risen 3 levels, unlocking the entire path from level 9 to 11. He then asked her to show the level 11 techniques. He saw 4 new chapters of a technique called the 5 Seasons Fist, created by Wang He. According to legend, in ancient times there was a 5th season beyond autumn, winter, spring, and summer. When the 5th season arrived, 10 suns would appear in the sky. Their light and heat would burn mountains and seas, reducing everything to ashes. All living beings would die in the flames, and the world would become a furnace. He began reading the other chapters but quickly grew frustrated, as he couldn't understand the scriptures. They didn't seem like martial arts at all. They resembled quantum physics. It gave him a massive headache, but he could see that the quality was extremely high, reflecting the reasoning of a level 11 advancing to level 12. However, he was still at level 8, so it was better to leave that study for later. He began studying the 5 Seasons Fist, but realized that if he reached the inner universe, all those techniques might be useless. He had already attained the legendary 5th realm and possessed a level 11 technique, so he had no idea of the power it could unleash, potentially capable of destroying even minor martial saints with a single punch in the future. He wanted to make absolutely sure he would kill that level 10 martial artist who had injured him before, so he ordered Ellie to show him the Fire Seed project. However, his authority wasn't yet sufficient, and he judged that he would need to reach level 11 to unlock all the secrets of the Dream Realm. Preferring to put that aside for now, he fused his essence, energy, and spirit into one, connecting heaven and earth, using their forces to create his own unique martial path. This was how the true difference between the strongest warriors would be revealed. Then he saw the difference. Zhao Ji's martial avatar reached only 500 meters. It was the weakest of the weak, utterly insignificant to Lu Sheng. He could create a higher-level martial avatar using the nature breathing technique and the crystal visualization method. He could even combine other techniques to form a new level, but he had no idea how to fuse them. All he needed was to keep his immortal cells growing continuously so that he could kill martial saints as easily as chickens. He stayed in the Dream Realm, training. A month passed, and he mastered most of those abilities. His external wounds had practically healed, and his organs too. The power of that level 10 man had been neutralized. All that remained was to heal the mental wound. He was nearly ready to leave, assuming that the problem of body alienation would resolve once he exited the ocean, but the tentacles on his back prevented him from escaping. Lu Sheng noticed what seemed to be a consciousness consciousness from another world, deep in the cave. It had sensed his long stay and high level of alienation, trying to persuade him to stay, but it was in his way, so he tore off the tentacle, declaring that this body belonged to him. The mutant cells were becoming increasingly self-aware, and he feared losing control of his own body. He set it in his mind that he would be a hero when he left this ocean cave, but he still needed to reconstruct his immortal body. Suddenly, a glow appeared on his forehead. The monster didn't want to let him leave, and he found himself surrounded. He declared that they were not equal, and quickly transformed his hand into a blade, cutting the creature. He thought he had handled everything, but the monster began to smile, leaving him confused. Suddenly, a rift opened behind Lu Sheng. He wondered if this was the abyss, a trap, and if the creature intended to send him into it. Lu Sheng then ended up in a bizarre place. He had no idea where he was, presuming it was the abyssal space, a serious problem. He wouldn't have been surprised if no one had ever returned from there, yet he believed there had to be a way out. One of the strange tentacles hinted that it knew the exit. Believing the mutant cells held the key to entering and leaving, he asked them to show him the direction. It felt like he was moving through the vacuum of space. He pushed forward, with the mutant cells seemingly excited, but then he sensed something wrong. Something was there, and the mutant cells betrayed him. At that moment he was caught, but he wanted to get rid of the traitorous cells. He managed to perform a move, forcing the treacherous cells to reveal the true exit to him. The mutant cells showed him where he needed to go. Lu Sheng then activated the full force of his immortal cells, moving at incredible speed. The mutant cells tried to catch him by any means, but he escaped, while the force in the abyss promised to capture him. It was then that he realized the force could not leave the abyss. Lu Sheng was overjoyed to be back, until he noticed penguins nearby. He briefly wondered if he was in Antarctica, until his mutant cells began to stir. He punched one of them, warning that they were part of his body and must obey his rules or they would die. Lu Sheng couldn't believe those damn mutant cells were betraying him and helping the enemy. If he couldn't fully control his body, training in martial arts wouldn't mean much. He warned the mutant cells that if they didn't want to die, they should vanish or transform and improve. He needed to establish rules for those cells. He had never conducted an experiment like this. He wanted to see if his modified cells could travel along the path of the immortal cells, and what kind of existence would emerge from it, whether it would break the rules. The modified cells continued colliding and refining, entering a state of apoptosis, the early developmental process to eliminate unwanted cells. All the energy was preserved and concentrated in a single point, with a focus never seen before. Lu Sheng's mental strength froze at that point, focusing all his energy into a single spot. He began evolving at an incredible speed, millions of times faster than normal. He believed he would reach a new realm after 1 billion transformations, but the modified cells were exhausted, and the process entered a dormant state. Suddenly, the eye in his hand opened. He decided to experiment with that path in the future, until he heard the sound of a ship approaching. He didn't understand why there were people around, but it was the perfect opportunity to confirm his location. He saw martial artists below level 7, and some below level 8. They were from the Lion Nation. Something about this seemed suspicious, so he decided to observe what the level 8 Grandmaster was doing. He found the master enjoying time with a woman, a long-standing habit of the Lion Nation. Then he noticed that the law had a sealing ring, and he inferred that this must be the Ring Seal organization. He looked into the other rooms and saw someone writing about how they would spend their days. This person planned to do research with Professor Nepson, one of the greatest geneticists of the century on that planet. The person felt lucky to be part of the professor's team. Reading that person's diary, Lu Sheng understood the purpose of the ship. This also explained why some martial artists were present. Seeing all this, Lu Sheng realized that Professor Nepson had a perspective on the origin of beasts and martial arts, completely different from what everyone believed. He theorized toward a more mythological concept of gods and demons, trying to prove that connection. At that moment, the girl had finished her diary for the day, and Lu Sheng wanted her to reveal who Professor Nepson was, using his mental control on her. She quickly showed a photo of the professor, and he left immediately. The girl was left confused, assuming she had fallen asleep. She was also startled to find a photo of Professor Nepson in her hand, hoping she hadn't developed any fantasies. After all, it was Valentine's Day. The scene then shifted to the research laboratory, where Nepson was asleep, seeking a bit of inspiration. Lu Sheng was there, reviewing the professor's reports. He noticed that the professor might have been overexerting himself for something false. Regardless, Lu Sheng thought it could be somewhat interesting, and that he could use it to make some money. He returned outside to carry out some plans. Some men stayed on the ship, believing they would remain there for another week. Suddenly, they were warned that a current in the water was approaching, which could throw the ship off course. An enormous iceberg appeared in their path out of nowhere. Of course, Lu Sheng had orchestrated the entire situation. Next, the scene shifts to the old Professor Nepson dreaming, in which Lu Sheng was having a very intense battle. He was making the power of evil perish, but the evil power declared that it could never be destroyed, because it would always be reborn on the islands. In the end, Lu Sheng successfully seals the power of evil, until he begins to fall and becomes frozen. At that moment, Professor Nepson wakes up very frightened, trying to understand if that had been a dream, because it was extremely interesting to him. It felt like watching a living myth. He wanted to know who that powerful young man was, the one who shone like the sun. He wondered if that had been a divine revelation revelation that the heavens had given him. So he immediately grabbed a pen and began writing everything down until a huge impact happened. He quickly went out to find out what had occurred, and a sailor informed the professor that the ship had just hit an iceberg. The professor was confused, so he went outside, wanting to understand how that had happened. The ship's captain explained that a submarine current at the bottom of the sea had pushed the ship off its course. However, the damage was not very severe and they could continue sailing. Even so, the professor wanted to understand why they had stopped. The captain then preferred that the professor see it with his own eyes. When he looked, he saw that inside the iceberg there was a human, and he immediately remembered his dream, becoming certain that it was the same young man he had seen. The appearance was identical, so he ordered the crew to cut open the iceberg and send the young man to his laboratory. Then the scene shifts to a cabin where a man was holding a glass of wine. Someone informed him that the ship had scraped against an iceberg, but it was nothing to worry about. They also mentioned that they had found the body of a person from the east, who seemed to still be alive. The man saw no reason for so much commotion, but his subordinate explained that the person they found was not ordinary. He was a martial artist. Nepson seemed extremely interested in that person, even saying that it was the body of an ancient god, and that the heavens had given him a revelation. In the end, since Nepson had always been obsessed with such things, they assumed it was best to leave him alone. The scene shifts to Professor Nepson, already with Lu Sheng in his laboratory. He was shocked because the situation was truly identical to his dream. He was certain that a god stood right in front of him. He began drawing the scenes from his dream in his notebook. When he could announce the origin of beasts and martial artists, he was sure that this god would explain everything. Then he would become the greatest scientist of the century. Suddenly, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and noticed various marrow fluids ranging from level 3 to level 8. He felt that he had been extremely lucky. He was already aware that the professor was a lunatic obsessed with myths and similar things, so all he needed was to perform a small hypnosis and brainwashing on the old man, reinforcing psychological hints between reality and dreams. In that way, Nepson would believe that he was an ancient god. The old man kept writing, until he realized that with that dream he could confirm the existence of God. However, confirming it was different from proving it, because only he had received the revelation. Showing the body would not be enough. Then he realized the need for that god, referring to Lu Sheng to speak to people, so he decided to simply revive the ancient god. All doubts and lies would be destroyed. He was extremely happy, jumping around the container that held Lu Sheng, declaring that he was a genius. He was willing to revive God and make the world good again. Then the scene shifts to the eastern military region. Shu Qin was there, training with several balls and exploding them all at once. Suddenly she received a message from Lu Sheng on her phone, saying that he was fine, and asking her not to forget him. She became emotional after reading his message. Suddenly Xiao Jun arrived. He had come to bring news about Lu Sheng, but he noticed that she had also received a message. He said that Lu Sheng was truly tough. Xiao Jun had been very worried about Lu Sheng because he had been missing for a long time. She just wanted to know when he would return. Xiao Jun also sent her a message with news about his brother, but she already knew. Then the scene shifts to the marshal receiving information that Lu Sheng was alive. He was extremely happy because the future of the military's god was still standing. After half a month on a long journey, the explorer managed to return to a small and isolated island on the edge of the nations of the Eagle and the Lion. It was an island called Golden Ring Island. People began to disembark, and everyone was very excited because they had been sailing for months. Some even thought it would be better to fight creatures than to perform escort missions. There was also a man who believed they should endure it because it was part of cultivation. The others told him that his realm was far beyond theirs and that they could not compare themselves to him. Suddenly, a group passed by carrying the container that held Lu Sheng inside, and they were being very careful not to damage it. Epson was treating that body like a treasure, which even made some people uncomfortable. A man with a cigarette in his mouth became a little curious, so he approached the container. Epson immediately stopped the man, whose name was Elton, wanting to know what he intended to do. He declared that it was extremely precious work to him. Elton used his ability to make the professor step aside. The others became worried about the old man and asked if he was okay. Elton made it clear that he only wanted to take a look. He used his ability to investigate. Lu Sheng became worried because the plan could be ruined if Elton touched it. He did not know if he should do something at that moment. However, Elton eventually decided not to do anything because he received a call on his phone. From his perspective, it was just a body, and he had more important matters to deal with. Lu Sheng's plan ended up not being ruined thanks to luck. There were some things he might not have been able to answer. Nepson then approached the container to check if everything was fine, and wanted to report Elton for his arrogant behavior. Next, the scene shifts to the laboratory. Nepson saw something that left him astonished. The deity he had found was slowly waking up. He immediately requested all the research funds he had available, and even demanded payment for the next month in advance. He also asked for a large quantity of exotic marrow to be delivered, and the workers began carrying out his orders. Nepson wanted Lu Sheng to absorb as much as possible, because he wanted Lu Sheng to wake up as quickly as possible. Deep down, Lu Sheng was loving all of it, because he was able to cultivate in the best possible way like that. That exotic marrow had arrived at the perfect moment for him, and he was already close to obtaining the 23rd immortal cell. He also couldn't help but notice that the professor possessed a great number of resources. By the end of that journey, he believed he could add several dozen immortal cells. With enough cultivation resources, without any shortage, and with a protected place like that, he believed there was no better place to cultivate. He had also already checked the surroundings, beginnings. The strongest person at that base was only at the initial stage of a 9th-level martial saint. Then the scene shifts to 1 year later. Inside the conference room of Golden Ring Island, the meeting was to discuss the World Grandmasters Tournament and the new energy crystal production site, which were considered two major issues. With the 20 strongest Seal Kings joining forces, they would be able to obtain a greater share compared to before. The Black Demon Society had lost half of its forces in the Dragon Nation last year, and they might even withdraw from the event that year. One man was surprised to hear that. A woman explained that it was a new martial saint from the Dragon Nation who had destroyed them, leaving everyone shocked by the news. That meant the Dragon Nation now had a 4th martial saint. She also reported that Martial Saint Ji Dao had been severely injured and was forced to retreat. At that moment, a young man who was attending through a video call revealed that the matter of the new martial saint was still uncertain, as they did not know whether he was alive or dead. The people inside the conference room became confident that the operation would work this time. They had also discovered a new source of energy crystals, located in the northern part of the Great Eagle Ocean. The woman showed the coordinates, and the information had a 70% accuracy rate. They then called for Seal Gods 1 to 4 and Grand Master Seals 4 to 10 to accompany the mission. The young man on the video call said he would personally go as well, certain that there would be conflict with the martial saints from the Black Star and the Black Demon Society there. Suddenly, before they could end the meeting, a young man arrived, declaring that he had important news to share. He informed them that Professor Nepson had been extorting him and several others for large quantities of resources for more than half a year, and the organization's capital flow was about to collapse completely. The people there began to suspect that Nepson had lied to them before. Everyone became furious, because they had heard from Nepson that the half-year investment would be returned tenfold. A huge commotion broke out among them. The woman revealed that Nepson had already used the research funds until July of the following year. In addition, he had requested the use of crystal energy 4 times in the past 6 months, which made those men even more furious, considering Nepson nothing more than a greedy demon. They wanted the money they had invested returned. However, the woman believed the situation did not make sense. Nepson was not a martial artist, and he did not have many funds or resources of his own. If everything failed, he would also suffer the consequences, so it did not make sense. At that moment, the leader ordered the bearded man named Wanami to meet Nepson in person and investigate the matter immediately. The problem was that everyone wanted to go along as well, to see the situation with their own eyes. Then the scene shifts to the laboratory, where several fluid capsules were scattered across the floor. Nepson was giving everything he had, pouring it all into Lu Sheng's container. Suddenly he heard something, and asked if his assistant Lucia could hear it. It was the heartbeat of God. Lucia was shocked. She used to joke about the professor's obsession, but in the end, he had been right. Nepson was overjoyed, and did not want to miss a single moment. Suddenly, a red alert began to sound. Lucia informed the professor that their secret had been exposed, and that many people were trying to enter the laboratory. Outside, those men were demanding that Nepson open the door immediately. Nepson believed those men were idiots. They were contributing to the resurrection of a god, yet they were worrying about money. He could not allow everything to be ruined. He ordered Lucia to immediately activate the laboratory's highest defense system and do everything possible to stop them. Lucia hesitated, but there was no more time to waste. That system was of extremely high standard. The protective shield could even stop a martial saint for 5 minutes. In any case, it would buy a lot of time for Nepson and Lucia. She activated it. Quickly, they grabbed more energy crystals. Nepson wanted to pour every possible resource into Lucia. He wanted Lu Sheng to wake up soon and illuminate the world with hope. At that moment, Lu Sheng was in the dream realm, having just defeated a master. He received a skill called the 7 Profound Finger Flow. With just a flick of his finger, he could destroy everything in front of him. He liked the ability very much. Soon he realized that he had advanced. His martial saint abilities had fused together, and he could see that she had improved her abilities throughout her entire life and had been only one step away from success. Her name was Qixuan Ding Qiyu. He knew that her long-held wish had now been achieved through him. Therefore, he did not think it was appropriate to keep the ability under the same name she had used. Instead, he decided to call it Heaven Wounding Finger. For 6 months in the real world, he had been receiving resources, while at the same time training in the dream world. During that period, he had progressed tremendously. There were no longer any high-level experts left in that dream world. He had completely cleared it out. Then he realized that someone in the real world was trying to enter. Seeing that the professor could no longer keep things hidden, he knew the secret could not be maintained any longer. Since he had already benefited greatly, he now possessed 183 immortal cells, 9 times the number he had the previous year. His body had also reached its limit. At that moment, stellar pathways covered every part of his body. If he wanted to obtain more immortal cells, he would have to become a saint. He was unable to fuse his essence, so he was not even thinking about building an immortal avatar or creating his own martial path. Instead, he thought about Zhao Ji as an example, someone who could effortlessly put 3 pieces of bread together, while he himself would have to forge 3 suns. He had to merge 3 suns into one, which was far more complicated. It was an unimaginable pressure. He needed an extreme combat condition, something that a martial saint would not be able to provide. Then he saw the professor and his student looking lost, so he thought it would be better to return. He also felt that he should fulfill the old man's dream of witnessing a god descend. Next, the scene shifts to the entrance of the research institute. The people outside had already used weapons to create an opening. Everyone was extremely angry that Nepson had activated activated the high-level defense system. Since they had nothing else left to try, one of them decided to notify Harold because he possessed the key to the research institute. No matter what, they wanted Professor Nepson to pay the price. The scene then shifts to 10 minutes later. On the edge of Golden Ring Island, the woman who had been giving information during the meeting had received her lord. She also reported that the Martial Saint Harold had taken all the island's strongest fighters with him. The man praised Candace, the woman, for what she had done. He had not come alone. That man had a partner beside him. Ray also told his companion that the plan had worked. This was the first time there had been a collaboration between the Black Demon Society and the Black Star. Once Harold found out, the entire Golden Ring Island would turn into a devastated land. When they had previously attempted to kill Liu Sheng, the Black Demon Society had lost a large portion of its best fighters. Because of that, they decided to strike first with a preventive attack. They planned to attack the first headquarters of the Seal Ring and divide the gains with the Black Star. They wanted to avoid further losses. The matter of a new crystal source had been deliberately leaked as part of the plan. The two of them were heading to Ring Island to completely ransack the place. The scene shifts to the laboratory. Lucia noticed that the security system was reaching its limit. She informed Nepson that the others had gone to get Harold. At that moment, Nepson did not know what to do because he had already invested everything. Meanwhile, Lucia's heartbeat was growing stronger and stronger. Nepson fell to his knees, praying that his so-called god would awaken soon so that the truth could be revealed to the world. The integrity of the defense system dropped to 15%. After that, the protection would automatically shut down. Then the container began to crack. Liu Sheng had finally returned. He opened his eyes and quickly transformed his energy into clothing. Lucia was shocked. Her professor had been right. Nepson stood there with his mouth open, welcoming Liu Sheng and believing that he would illuminate the entire world. Liu Sheng revealed that he already knew everything that had happened and praised the professor's work. Nepson was extremely happy because in his mind, he was being acknowledged by God himself. At that moment, he felt that his entire life had been worthwhile. Liu Sheng then wanted to know more about the crystal energy. Nepson explained that it was a precious treasure that could drive even a 9th-level martial saint mad with desire. The energy contained within it was enormous, essentially like a small nuclear reactor. Liu Sheng finally understood the reason behind his constant improvement. He took some of it as a sample and thanked Nepson for waking him from his slumber. Nepson asked that the god reveal his name. Liu Sheng then told him his name. However, Lucia somehow felt that this god seemed a little strange. Nepson did not quite understand what she meant. Lucia explained that this supposed god was not an ancient being, and he was even using a phone and taking a selfie. She had never expected a god to do something like that. At that moment, Liu Sheng sensed that something outside was not right. He informed the two of them in the laboratory that 2 9th-level martial saints were outside, slaughtering martial artists. The news left both of them shocked. Just then, an older man contacted Lucia through a video call and said he had bad news. The second Seal King of their organization had betrayed them and allied with the Black Star and the Black Demon Society. They were attacking Golden Ring Island, and all the Seal Kings and Grandmaster Seals had died in battle. Lucia and the professor needed to flee immediately. She called out to Nepson, but he saw no reason to run. Instead, he began begging Liu Sheng to save Golden Ring Island. Liu Sheng eventually decided to grant the old man's wish. The scene then shifts to one of the fighters flying through the air after being struck. He had never imagined that the Black Demon Society and the Black Star would join forces. Before he could react, he was killed. Ray was starting to lose patience. His companion then informed him that Harold had returned. Suddenly, Harold charged toward them while using his avatar, declaring that the Black Demon Society and the Black Star deserved to die. He vowed to kill them all. At that moment, his opponent also summoned his avatar, waiting for Harold to attack. Their avatars clashed as their fists collided. Ray's companion thought it would be better for him to act as well. Otherwise, Ray might later accuse him of only wanting the benefits. So he also formed his avatar and attacked Harold. The people watching were extremely worried as they saw the martial saints fighting. Ray noticed that there were still martial artists nearby and assumed they should all be crushed. Some died, while others managed to survive. They realized that under the pressure of 2 martial saints, it was truly difficult for Harold to help them. They began to believe there was no longer any hope. Those 2 men clearly wanted Golden Ring Island to lose the ability to compete in the battle for the energy crystals. Then the man with glasses noticed Liu Sheng. From his clothing, he could tell that he was from the east. The fact that the young man wore such a calm expression also caught his attention. He was still smiling, which made things even more interesting. The young man used his avatar to move toward Liu Sheng, who quickly blocked him with the tip of his finger, confirming that it was indeed interesting. Everyone present was completely shocked. He approached the young man and attacked him, tearing the young man's shirt. The man was sent flying and tried to understand how that was happening, since he had suffered that damage from just a single strike. Then the man asked who he was dealing with, and Liu Sheng declared himself to be God. Because of that, the others who were still alive could not understand whether Professor Nepson had really been telling the truth. Nepson was in disbelief at what he was seeing. This was yet another confirmation that he had truly revived God, exactly as he had seen in his dreams. Liu Sheng was also in shock because all of it was real. At that moment, Liu Sheng told the 2 men that only one of them would survive, leaving them stunned. Ray preferred to believe it was a tasteless joke, promising that he would end Liu Sheng's life. However, Liu Sheng dealt with him using only his fingers. Ray was struck and tried to understand how such a thing was possible, but he ended up losing his life. life. Quickly, Harold knelt before Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng said they did not need to fear him, and he also had no plans to kill Harold. After all, Harold had been taking advantage of the seal ring for some time, and if he killed their leader, it would be completely inhumane. But at that moment, Lu Sheng understood what it meant when the martial Saint Ji Dao descended, and all the soldiers knelt. The sky itself descended with pressure that forced everyone to kneel, and at that moment, Lu Sheng believed that he himself was the sky. Then the scene shifted to the base's meeting room. Kyunchae was talking with Lu Sheng and informed him that he had completed his bone and muscle training and would soon reach level 4. He praised her for her achievement and asked her to pass the phone to their mother and father. His mother was already on the verge of crying, feeling extremely relieved that her son was safe, asking him to return home as soon as possible, while the man watched the scene. Not understanding why Lu Sheng had relatives who were about 50 years old, he became curious about how old Lu Sheng would be that year. Harold could hardly believe that such a young man had killed 2 martial saints, who were the leaders of the 2 largest secret organizations. He was certain that no one would believe it if that information were leaked. He even remembered the rumors of a new martial saint in the Dragon Nation. Assuming that Lu Sheng might be the martial saint mentioned, he became terrified. Lu Sheng then informed his family that he would no longer stay there with them, because there were people waiting for him so that he could resolve some matters. He even showed Harold on the camera, and Harold greeted everyone. Then Lu Sheng placed the phone on the table and thanked Harold for his cooperation. At that moment, Lu Sheng showed Harold something that he immediately recognized as an energy crystal, and he asked how much Lu Sheng wanted of it. Lu Sheng wanted to know how much Harold could give him. Harold replied that he could give 1 kilogram. Lu Sheng did not expect that even after extorting them for so long, he could still obtain more things, but just a few grams were already enough for his cells to grow rapidly. 1 kilogram would be more than enough for him to reach the true limit of level 8 of the stellar physique. At the same time, he wondered whether he should appear to be a bad person. In any case, Lu Sheng declared that Harold seemed to have many energy crystals. Harold explained that it was not like that. In 100 years, he had only managed to obtain a few grams, but now that the leaders of Black Star and the Black Demons had been killed, they could take their crystals and gather 1 kilogram of energy crystal. Lu Sheng wanted to know if energy crystals were that rare on Earth. Harold replied that they were not exactly rare. The problem was that every time an energy crystal was produced, 90% had to be given to the guide, and the remaining 10% was divided among Earth's martial saints. Lu Sheng did not understand. Harold realized that Lu Sheng did not know much about this, but it was normal, since the guide had not contacted him. He explained that every 10 years the guide comes to Earth and calculates the number of martial saints. Harold himself only learned about this in his 7th year as a martial saint. The guide is a martial beast from a more advanced civilization, far superior to a level 9 martial artist. It has existed since the earliest years of the martial era, always guiding martial artists into a new age. Whenever a martial saint appears on Earth, the guide descends to establish a new order in the world, and the martial artists hand over energy crystals in exchange for submission. The guide never interferes in conflicts between nations, unless martial saints begin dying in large numbers. In that case, the guide intervenes with punishment. Harold did not believe that 3 martial saints counted as many. The last time the guide intervened was during the war between the Dragon Nation and the Lion Nation. When many martial saints died, the guide's control was actually rather lazy. It only cared about 3 things. First, problems with the production of energy crystals. If the number decreased, it would become furious and make everyone compensate with their own resources. Second, in the case of a beast invasion, the invasion had to be suppressed to a safe level. If the level of the invaders exceeded normal limits, the martial saints had to step forward to help suppress them. Third, without the guide's permission, Earth could not have a martial artist above level 9. After hearing this, Lu Sheng realized that it matched what he had imagined in that dream world. Without a level 10 martial artist, the native combat power would remain sealed. It was quite plausible that a greater civilization could conveniently harvest the high-level resources of a planet, while also suppressing the emergence of powerful individuals. Lu Sheng then asked what would happen if a level 9 martial artist appeared, but Harold had no idea. After all, the level above 9 was in the hands of the guide. Without guidance, there was no point in even talking about advancing. Lu Sheng then wanted to know when the guide would appear. Harold informed him that it would be in a few months, probably after the World Grandmaster competition, when the collection of energy crystals would be complete. Harold also mentioned that since Black Star and the Black Demons were out of the picture, the share of the cake would be even bigger, but there would still be many people taking a piece. Many martial saints would be present. Practically all of them would be there. Lu Sheng then told Harold that he would go with him. Harold felt honored by that. Sheng also stated that he did not want the resources, he wanted a share of Black Star and the Black Demons. He also wanted Harold to help him take care of Nepson, without shattering the professor's fantasy. Harold agreed, and with that settled, Lu Sheng declared that he would leave first. At that moment, Harold wanted to know Lu Sheng's current strength. Sheng told him that his power was currently at level 8, which left Harold completely shocked. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng, activating his psychic power. He wanted to test something, so he drank the liquid, finding that the clear spiritual water was not that bad. It was the purest spiritual water in the world, obtained from the deepest part of the northern mountains of the Lion Nation. He had practically been fasting, living only on beast marrow fluid for an entire year. Suddenly, a few men arrived with meat for him to eat, something Lu Sheng considered wonderful. For the whole year, his mouth had not tasted anything, so he happily enjoyed the juicy meat. A gelatinous blonde girl approached him and informed him that Marshal St. Harold had asked her to deliver it to him. It was a total of 436 grams of energy crystals. Lu Sheng thought that Harold was a fair man. He asked the girl to inform him when Harold was ready to leave. Then the scene shifted to the Dragon Nation, in the central military region, specifically inside the conference building. The Marshal of the Eastern Division informed everyone that Lu Sheng was alive. The others wanted to contact Lu Sheng immediately, but the Marshal explained that at that moment, only Lu Sheng could initiate contact with them. Since they had Lu Sheng, they wanted to participate in the Marshal Saint Championship. After all, the army had been trying for a long time to produce a Marshal Saint. They had even declared that Lu Sheng was the future god of the army. They needed a great victory to celebrate the return of the military's god. Then the scene shifted to the peak of the Marshal Saint Tower, where a hooded man informed his master that the World Grandmaster competition would begin in half a month. The Marshal Saint, Tan Zhongyili, confirmed that they would participate. The masked man also delivered the information his master had previously requested. Tan Zhongyili already knew that Lu Sheng was alive. He had also seen that Lu Sheng was close to becoming a Marshal Saint, and that he had severely injured Zhao Jik. He admitted that he had been wrong. Lu Sheng was the greatest genius that had ever appeared on that land. He even felt some regret about it, yet at the same time believed there was nothing he truly needed to regret. Zhao Ji was already old. Meanwhile, Tan Zhongyili had become a Grandmaster at the age of 42 and a Marshal Saint at 80. He was far stronger than Zhao Ji and believed he could kill Zhao Ji with just 5 moves. His will was like a golden blade, and he believed Lu Sheng would not be able to do anything against him. He wanted to be the first to leave that world. At that moment, he used a skill called Heaven and Earth Cleave. Then the scene shifted to a masked woman asking Zhao Ji, who was soaking in a hot spring, whether he would not participate in the competition. He became irritated by her question, declaring that he could not go in his current condition. The woman then reminded him that he would not receive energy crystals for quite some time. He only asked her not to forget to exchange for the potion that heals the martial soul from the guide. He was willing to pay double the price for it, but she was not foolish enough to forget something so valuable. Zhao Ji was in despair, believing that if Lin Zhengyue could successfully trade for 2 bottles of nourishing elixir for him, he could restore 80% of his strength within 3 years. From there, he would slowly recover. However, just thinking about Lu Sheng made him furious. He was convinced that sooner or later Lu Sheng would come after him. He saw no other option but to seek protection from Lin Zhengyue and Tan Zhongyili. He hoped Lu Sheng would not dare to try killing him while he was under the protection of 2 martial saints. Then the scene shifted to the Grandmaster competition, which took place once every 10 years, and was about to begin. The strongest fighters were starting to move. It was a great martial event involving the entire world, and at the same time, it was also a gathering of gods among men. Suddenly, a vortex began to form in the water. Everyone was shocked, trying to understand how Lu Sheng was walking through the air. Soon everyone welcomed him, referring to him as God Sheng. Harold noticed that the god had become even stronger. Looking at Sheng, he was certain that he was already at the level of the guide. Sheng then asked Harold if he was ready. There was also the matter that the specialists of the seal ring had all been killed, yet suddenly many appeared in a short time. Harold replied that everything was ready and they could depart. Then the scene shifted to the airplane. After Lu Sheng absorbed the energy crystals, the number of his immortal cells had reached 178. The effects of the energy crystals on him were wonderful. Harold was shocked. Sitting beside the so-called god Sheng felt like sitting in front of a blazing fireplace under sunlight. Sheng made the whole place feel as if it were boiling. Sheng then tried to ask Harold a question about his own punch, but Harold could not even manage to finish formulating an answer. Harold hurriedly spoke over everything, telling Lu Sheng that there were still some energy crystals collected from Black Star and the Black Society, and that he would give them all to God Sheng. Naturally, the young man was confused and explained that he had not said anything about that. Adding it to what Harold had already given earlier, it would total 1 kilogram. Lu Sheng then remarked that the seal ring was truly wealthy. Harold, however, had absolutely no intention of having Lu Sheng as an enemy. Being beside someone who could determine his death at any moment was like standing next to the god of death, something terrifying for him. Lu Sheng told Harold that his strength had grown far too quickly, and he did not yet have control over many aspects of it. He needed a high-intensity battle so that he could master that power. Otherwise, he might eventually lose the ability to do even simple things that ordinary people could do. For example, kissing his wife without burning her lips. If he stayed with his family for too long, they might end up completely cooked. Lu Sheng knew he needed pressure. He hoped that the roughly 20 remaining martial saints could provide the pressure he needed, and if that was still not enough, he planned to place all his hopes on the one known as the guide. Half an hour later, the scene shifted. They got off the plane, and Harold pointed out the place. The island was called Thousand Saints Island, a name created by the World Martial Association. Lu Sheng then asked what they should do at that moment. Harold explained that there would be a banquet in the evening so that the martial saints could interact with each other. At the same time, a list of items that they wished to submit to the World Martial Association would be distributed. He showed it to Lu Sheng. There was a nourishing liquid for the soul, and a body refining liquid. They were exchanged for kilograms of energy crystals, and were used to strengthen martial artists. At that moment, Lu Sheng realized that Harold had not been doing very well as a martial saint. After all, it had taken him 100 years just to accumulate 1 kilogram, while those items required kilograms to exchange. Harold explained that he had traded some items before, which was why he did not have many assets left. However, some martial saints he knew still owed him energy crystals, and he could collect those debts and hand them over to Lu Sheng. Sheng quickly realized that Harold was clever and was hiding something. Soon he noticed a level 10 will protection amulet, which contained the will of a level 10 expert. The problem was that it required 30 kilograms of energy crystals to exchange for it. Lu Sheng immediately remembered that Zhao Ji had exchanged 30 kilograms for that very item. In Lu Sheng's view, those items were probably worthless. The guide had likely brought over minor items that his own civilization no longer used, yet they were still enough to make those foolish martial saints sell everything they owned just to obtain them. The guide would collect 90% and use that to trade, leaving only the final 10% to distribute. It was an ambitious strategy. Lu Sheng knew that he would only truly understand the vast and infinite universe when he left Earth and entered the cosmos. Only then would he encounter real martial artists. The scene shifted again to when the banquet had begun. Lu Sheng had put on a suit that he believed even his parents would not recognize him in. Harold remarked that he looked very good. Lu Sheng reminded Harold that the energy crystals he was supposed to hand over could not be reduced by even half a gram. Harold said he would go first to handle it. Looking around, Lu Sheng realized that everyone there truly possessed extraordinary abilities. The Chen family's birthday banquet could not even compare to this. Soon Lu Sheng spotted Dong Shengyi and Wan Wan. He also noticed that his brother-in-law had returned to the martial path. It was incredible. Shengyi had even shaved his head, showing that he was starting over from scratch. Lu Sheng looked around to see if there were any other family members present, until he noticed the army of the Dragon Nation. He could not understand why they were there, and began to suspect that the military was helping Tan Shengyi and Lin Zhengyu fight for benefits. Lu Sheng thought it would be better to greet them all. Suddenly, the crowd started making a commotion, announcing that Fiona had arrived. She was the flower of their alliance. Lu Sheng saw that the so-called fairy tale princess truly lived up to the title. He was surprised because her genes were exceptional, completely extraordinary. She practically shone among everyone present. Wan Wan was shocked by the girl's beauty. Dong Shengyi told Wan Wan that if her aura were stronger, she would not lose to Fiona. Wan Wan did not believe him at all, thinking he was just teasing her. Fiona was the darling of the president of the World Martial Association. She even suggested that he should go talk to Fiona, because maybe Fiona would like him. He thought she was just making fun of him, since there were far more talented men there. Wan Wan reminded him that Dong Shengyi had once been beaten by Lu Sheng, and she even suggested that he should meet him. Dong Shengyi sighed, remembering that two of the family's talents had been beaten by their own brother-in-law. Then the scene shifted to a corner of the banquet hall, where several people were seated, drinking and toasting. One of them suggested that they should speak with the daughter of Cumberland, the president of the World Martial Association. She had the background, the talent, and the appearance to match the future god of their army. He was already thinking about pairing Lu Sheng with her, but not everyone agreed. Then they remembered that Lu Sheng already had a woman in his heart, Shu Qin. Once again, they raised their glasses in a toast. The scene then shifted to Fiona. She was sitting there feeling tired, thinking that she should not have come to that banquet at all. In her view, people only wanted her because of her status, not because they truly admired her beauty. However, her friend was certain that she would eventually be taken by someone of royal status. Fiona then explained to her friend that her father had told her to find someone before the end of the competition. Otherwise, he would arrange someone for her. This kind of event only happened once every decade, and so Fiona's friend suggested that she follow her father's advice. Believing that she should find a partner herself, Fiona pointed at someone she thought was ideal. It was Lu Sheng, and he noticed that someone was watching him. It was Fiona herself. Her friend had also become interested in him. Fiona then stood up and walked over to where Lu Sheng was. He didn't understand why she was standing beside him and wondered if she had somehow discovered his identity. However, he had overheard the conversation from the army and knew that she was the president's daughter. Her father was one of the most respected martial saints on Earth, and also one of the strongest. Lu Sheng also saw no reason to marry Fiona, and he didn't expect her to have the initiative to come talk to him. In any case, he already had Shu Qin. He had no intention of having any kind of relationship with the so-called flower of the alliance, the so-called pearl of the world. Things were not going the way he had planned. Fiona believed he had tried everything on the menu and asked him for a recommendation, but he had liked everything. She wanted to know what his favorite dish in that place was, so he pointed to some of the foods. She simply took a fork and decided to taste them. She even found it quite tasty. Lu Sheng simply watched. From afar, a young man was standing beside a woman. He saw Sheng and wanted to know where that expert had come from, stating that Lu Sheng was quite strong. New faces always appeared, which made things harder for him. The woman agreed with him, since even a 9th level martial saint could be knocked off their pedestal. The woman then asked if he believed Lu Sheng was still alive. They didn't recognize that the person they were looking at was actually Lu Sheng. Soon, the man told her that the elders of the army were there. He was certain they had come to fight for themselves and prepare the path for Lu Sheng, the future martial saint of the military. That was why he was sure Lu Sheng was still alive. The woman agreed with his reasoning, but at the same time thought it was a pity that Lu Sheng was not there. The man was certain that if Lu Sheng were present, the Dragon Nation would win and take a large portion of the energy crystals. The woman had heard that Lu Sheng had completely crushed Jidao, so once he became a martial saint, he would be unstoppable. The man thought she underestimated the level of martial saints too much. In his opinion, Sheng was strong, but for at least the next 100 years, the #1 expert of the Dragon Nation would be their lord. He was practically certain of that. Lu Sheng then left left the banquet in the middle of the event. During the time he had been there, he had talked quite a lot with Fiona, and many people looked at him with envy. The scene then shifted to the premium VIP suite. Lu Sheng was relaxed, holding a glass in his hand, when Harold approached him and commented that he had heard Lu Sheng's charm had attracted the pearl of the world. Lu Sheng realized that the people there were quite fond of gossip. He then asked if Harold's protege had caused him any trouble. Harold explained that many 9th-level martial artists wanted to get close to Cumberland. Lu Sheng had drawn a lot of attention and could end up becoming a public enemy. Lu Sheng felt that Harold was being pressured by the other martial saints, so he told him not to worry, because he would settle everything the next day and put things in order. The scene then shifted to the next day. Harold showed Lu Sheng the center of the island of 1,000 saints. There were 30 towers in total, each representing a martial saint. At that moment there were 22, increasing the number. Harold went up first, but as soon as he left, Lu Sheng felt a ton of killing intent directed straight at him. He then realized that Fiona was no small matter for those people, and that she was only bringing him trouble. If he were merely one of Harold's followers, he would have already been killed by them. Meanwhile, Cumberland saw Lu Sheng and wanted to know if he had really caught his daughter's attention. Fiona confirmed it and believed he was a good match for her. Cumberland advised her not to choose a partner based only on appearance. He liked Lu Sheng's abilities but did not think Sheng was suitable, since he was Harold's protege and did not have a great reputation. At least that was what he believed. Fiona became desperate while her father told her to stay quiet, informing her that the competition would start soon. If Lu Sheng survived, he might consider it. The scene then shifted to a host explaining the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Lu Sheng had already received the explanation from Harold. There were 2 phases. The first was the collection of energy crystals, where factions would attack and compete against each other. Afterward, they would hand over the crystals they collected, and the score would be based on the quantity. The second phase was a martial arts tournament. The sum of both phases would determine the final ranking of the martial saints. Lu Sheng didn't care about the points. He only wanted the martial saints to attack him at the same time, creating the pressure he needed to refine his martial body. Then he came up with a brilliant idea. He would hold on to all the energy crystals he could obtain in the first phase. That way the martial saints would get nothing, and they would start chasing him. Lu Sheng already wanted to crush all of them and became quite excited. The scene then shifted to the energy crystal collection field. The woman who had been beside the man thought Lu Sheng, whom they still did not recognize, was very brave since he was in everyone's sights and still alone. She assumed he was just a foolish guy. The man simply believed they should leave him alone and focus on their own score. The Chao Yue martial school team organized themselves, while other people wanted to kill and loot, clearly looking to cause chaos. Some soldiers watched those people trying to make trouble, believing they were not high-ranking military officers and looked more like bandits. Lu Sheng looked at a map. Using his psychic ability, he could see where all the energy crystals were located. He planned to collect them first and steal later. Then he noticed that a shadow was following him, but he was ready to deal with everything. A rather strange group of people became irritated. Lu Sheng was fast and managed to escape. They were angry because he had been talking with Fiona and were not willing to let him live. At the same time, in the tower of the island of 1,000 saints, some people found it strange that Black Star and Ray were not there, but they preferred to believe that both of them were busy. Harold was also there, quietly observing the entire conversation. He found it amusing because those two were already doomed, and the others would be next. Wanwan was standing beside her mother and wanted to know why so many people were staring at a certain martial saint. Wanwan's mother explained that everyone wanted to become the president's son-in-law, but only a few had the chance, so they were basically jealous. To make matters worse, that man was near the bottom of the martial saint rankings, while Cumberland was ranked 5th. Wanwan agreed that Lu Sheng and Fiona actually looked like a good match. Wanwan thought she might use her influence to match Fiona with Dong Shengyi, but her mother felt she should stop with such nonsense. The scene then shifted to 8,000 meters below sea level. Lu Sheng noticed that whenever that object shone, it meant he had found energy crystals. From the fireseed data, he had also discovered that energy crystals were essentially a renewable resource. Since this was the first collection phase, many were available, but it would become increasingly difficult later. That made him understand why the event only happened once every 10 years. He collected a large amount at once, because he wanted to provoke the greed of the martial saints. What he wanted was brutal pressure. The scene then shifted to him rising back up. After just one round, he had already collected 100 kilograms of energy crystals, and it was time for the next step. He activated his psychic ability. After using several magical crystals, his technique had improved significantly. He wasn't even sure whether his psychic power had already reached level 9. Soon, he spotted a group of people and decided to start with them. The scene then shifted to the young man with that woman. He wanted to know how much she had collected, but she had only gathered about 100 grams. The others had also collected grams, and in the end, all of them seemed to have around 3 or 4 kilograms in total. They even felt they were doing well, since last time they had only managed 2 kilograms. They still had time left, and one of them suggested robbing someone random so they could surpass 5 kilograms. One of them then wondered what would happen if someone tried to rob them instead, but they were confident that Zeke Yuzong, the bearded man, would never allow anyone to be foolish enough to rob them. Then the woman realized that the person who had spoken earlier was not one of them. Quickly, everyone turned to look in the direction where the voice had come from and saw who was standing there. It was the guy with the seal ring. Everyone thought he had gone crazy because he had come to face them alone. They didn't recognize Lu Sheng. Sheng. Xing Yuzong admitted that Lu Sheng seemed extremely confident in his abilities to dare confront them like that. Lu Sheng even thought it would be amusing. Then he made his move so quickly that Xing Yuzong was left in disbelief. In an instant, Lu Sheng stripped him down to his underwear, and Xing Yuzong collapsed to the ground unconscious. No one understood what had just happened, because they hadn't even seen Lu Sheng attack him. The woman immediately noticed something from his gaze, and began to suspect that the person standing before them was actually Lu Sheng. The scene then shifted to 10 minutes later. The water surged upward with such force that it created a rain shower over the people who were observing at that moment. It was Lu Sheng who had created that sudden rain. He was carrying a sack full of energy crystals, and demanded that everyone hand over the crystals they had collected. Very quickly, everyone began handing them over. One of the men even handed him a full kilogram, and Lu Sheng seemed pleased with the result. He had basically taken crystals from a large faction. In the end, he created a massive hollow in the water that caused everything around it to evaporate. The competition was difficult for everyone. Lu Sheng wanted some way to collect crystals faster, because he was wasting too much time searching for people. He thought it would be much better if they came to him instead, so he used a drone operation method he had once seen. He gathered the crystals together, forming an enormous single crystal. However, he didn't like the result very much, and started refining it further, improving it a bit. All he had to do now was wait for everyone to come after him. Meanwhile, President Cumberland remained inside the Island of 1,000 Saints. Watching everything through the cameras, Fiona was worried because she couldn't find her chosen person on the screens, and demanded that they switch cameras until she located him. Finally, she found him and demanded they zoom in, clearly showing that she was genuinely interested in someone. However, Cumberland was not the type to approve easily. Soon, the president noticed that everyone on the island was moving toward a single location. Then he saw something unusual on the map, and began wondering what it was. The scene shifted to some time earlier. A group of observers were watching a man named Zhongyu Wusung, judging that he was quite strong. Wanwan's mother also commented that she had met Xing Yuzong once 10 years ago, and that he had been slightly inferior to Dong Shengyi but possessed strong spiritual talent. Wanwan was surprised, since Dong Shengyi was their main disciple and was nearly 100 years old. She questioned her mother, who explained that Xing Yuzong was the most respected disciple of Tan Zhongyili. She wouldn't even be surprised if he one day reached level 9. However, she also felt that Huanin, the person she believed to be stronger than Xing Yuzong, was in serious trouble at that moment. Huanin was actually a fake name used by Lu Sheng. At that moment, Wanwan called her mother's attention, so she would look at the screen. When they looked, they saw Xing Yuzong, and Wanwan's mother realized she had been completely mistaken. Everyone found it unbelievable, because no one had managed to catch the person who had been fighting Xing Yuzong. Lu Sheng had practically become Clark Kent, since no one recognized him. He even celebrated, asking everyone to hand over what they had, and in the process he gathered all the energy crystals, leaving everyone confused. Watching everything through the cameras, Cumberland wanted to know what Lu Sheng was planning. Wanwan's mother, seeing that scene, declared that the so-called Huanmin was crazy, because he was attracting everyone to the same place, practically wanting to become the only king of that tournament. At that moment, Fiona told her father that she had already made her decision. She wanted Huanmin as her life partner. Just then, all the masters arrived at the place where Lu Sheng was. Everyone just wanted to understand how Lu Sheng had obtained so many energy crystals. Soon they began to suspect that he was trying to lure everyone to that location. Everyone thought he was extremely arrogant, and some were even enjoying the situation. Lu Sheng saw that the big figures from all factions had truly arrived. One of them declared that Lu Sheng was brave, warning him that he should hand over the energy crystals, and then they might let him leave peacefully. Everyone understood that he was trying to attract them all, but some started to find it very strange, since many of them did not have the courage to face so many opponents like that. Because of this, they began to assume that the young man in front of them had a hidden trump card. At that moment, Lu Sheng challenged everyone to defeat him. Better yet, he wanted everyone there to try to kill him. He said this with a smile while shattering a crystal into several pieces, saying that the energy crystals scattered in the sky would belong to them. He stirred the greed of that group, who were truly willing to do it. Everyone rushed toward him, and he activated his spiritual power, instantly sending 2 of them flying without even touching them, leaving several people shocked. Lu Sheng attacked many of them at once. One of them managed to survive, but he was completely injured. At that moment, he realized that Lu Sheng was not an ordinary person, and declared that it had been a trap to capture them all. One of the young men was coughing heavily and bleeding from the mouth, telling his companion that they could not win. The one still standing was Dong Shengyi, and his companion advised him to leave quickly. Lu Sheng did not want to let Dong Shengyi escape, and quickly created a massive wave that rushed toward them. Everyone was shocked, believing that Lu Sheng was a spiritual master, something even a martial saint could not easily do. Lu Sheng suggested that everyone present should leave their belongings before going away. Lin Zhengyu, bleeding heavily, asked Dong Shengyi to run, declaring that he would hold the opponent back for as long as possible. Lu Sheng judged that Lin Zhengyu was quite confident and grabbed him by the head. Lin Zhengyu quickly handed over his energy crystals. Soon the other big figures realized the situation had become serious, and also decided to hand over their energy crystals. Lu Sheng took the crystals and added them to the ones he had already gathered. He considered it just a warm-up, flying in the air and showing great excitement. Several martial saints had gathered in a single place, and he wanted a battle never seen before. The others could not understand because they were sure they would lose their lives even if they handed over their energy crystals. Dong Shengyi already considered Lu Sheng a monster, certain that he was not merely at level 9, and he even believed that the man was like Lu Sheng himself. Dong Shengyi even felt discouraged, because at some point in his life, he had truly believed he could rule the world and prove he was unbeatable. However, there were people in the world far more capable than him. He also believed that if Lu Sheng himself were there, he would destroy everyone's arrogance. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was above them, kicking one of the men. After collecting all the energy crystals, he left. One of the generals from the Eastern District wanted Lu Sheng to come so he could handle the situation. After all, besides being in disguise, he was also connected to the ring seal. They even assumed that Lu Sheng might be able to defeat the person who had taken all the energy crystals. One of them even hid his own energy crystals somewhere else, so they would not lose their share. They also felt lucky because they had been beaten by a boy yet had not lost their lives. After that, the scene shifted to the Martial Saints Tower on the Island of 1,000 Saints. Everyone surrounded Harold, doubting that the person allied with him was actually his protege. Everyone demanded explanations, including the president himself. No one could understand how he could dominate the battlefield while being only at level 8, considering Harold's ally a genius. Everyone was certain he could become a martial saint, and they doubted he truly came from Harold's family. Fiona could not understand why her father would not accept such a genius as her fiancé. In any case, Cumberland wanted to evaluate that man's personality and principles. Fiona was happy because her father was still giving him a chance. Then the scene shifted to Wanwan, who commented that Xing Yuzong had not even withstood a single blow, and afterward everyone ended up handing over their crystals to him. Her mother was not so shocked. Civilization was advancing very quickly, so all kinds of geniuses were appearing, but she felt that she herself was getting old. Wanwan assumed her mother was talking about Lu Sheng. She had even heard that a martial saint from Mingyu wanted to accept him as a personal disciple. Her mother revealed that Tan Zhonggili, also known as the martial saint of Mingyu, had already discovered many talents, but had ended up losing a perfect talent like Lu Sheng, believing that he regretted it. Tan Zhonggili watched Lu Sheng with a piercing gaze. As the competition approached its end, Lu Sheng had stolen all the energy crystals and left the collection area. Everyone began their final efforts to gather more crystals. Lu Sheng had taken many of them, leaving only 132 kilograms for the remaining competitors to collect, which was just 1/5 of the original amount intended for the competition. All the martial saints looked toward the sea, but each of them knew that the true prize remained with Lu Sheng, yet he did not appear. Then they began questioning Harold, wanting to know whether his protege had perhaps run away. They warned that if something happened, since the participant belonged to Harold's group, Harold himself would have to take responsibility. Harold was confused at that moment because he had never told Lu Sheng to do anything. In fact, he did not even dare offend Lu Sheng. He simply accepted whatever that man said. Harold felt that he was finished, since everyone believed Lu Sheng was his protege. If everything went wrong, he would end up being killed. At that moment, Tan Zhonggili informed them that Lu Sheng had arrived, and he was carrying a gigantic crystal. Many people were shocked by the size of that crystal, which weighed a total of 545 kilograms. Everyone began praising Lu Sheng's achievement. Cumberland also liked what he was seeing, because Lu Sheng had collected more than double what had been gathered in the previous competition. Because of that, everyone there would receive a larger share of the energy crystals. Cumberland then declared that Lu Sheng had done something that would be remembered by everyone present. Meanwhile, his daughter was completely in love. The others trembled as they realized that Lu Sheng, the man they referred to as belonging to the Ring Seal group, was becoming someone of great prestige. At that moment, Lu Sheng walked toward Cumberland, saying he wanted to ask a small question, and hoping that everyone present could help answer it. Cumberland told him to go ahead. Lu Sheng thanked him, and then asked how all of them managed to be such trash, leaving everyone in shock. Lu Sheng wanted to understand how they could still hold their heads high in that tower, and even have the courage to call themselves saints. Cumberland became furious, while Lu Sheng laughed. Then Lu Sheng revealed who he really was. Wanwan's mother widened her eyes in shock. Lu Sheng announced that the first thing he would do was destroy that tower. He wasted no time, causing the entire ground to collapse. Everyone panicked. The tower really fell. Cumberland demanded to know who the hell Lu Sheng was, but he ended up receiving a punch in the face as a greeting. Lu Sheng said he wanted to know whether any of them could defeat him. Cumberland, of course, became furious and charged toward him, but he could do nothing. The president could not understand why everyone was just watching and not helping him. Cumberland ended up being stepped on by Lu Sheng like a rat. The president once again begged everyone to help him, because he was being beaten like a child after doing something wrong. The others felt they could not do anything. After all, the 5th strongest person in the world rankings was being completely crushed. That meant they were nothing. Still, they believed that if they attacked all at once and united their strength, they might be able to defeat Lu Sheng. Some of them took the opportunity to try to grab the energy crystal. The moment they attempted to touch it, Lu Sheng made it clear that the spoils of war belonged only to the final victor. In his view, everyone there was breaking the rules. He quickly struck them all, but the blows were so brutal that they literally tore pieces off their bodies. Seeing how easy it was to defeat those martial saints, Lu Sheng began to believe that they had all advanced by relying on drugs, which made them weak. He also asked whether there were any more idiots willing to break the rules. Many of them wondered how they could possibly be facing someone so powerful. Harold did not even know what to say. Lu Sheng declared that this battle would enter the history books because all the martial saints would be defeated on the Island of 1,000 Saints. Right after that, he launched a truly brutal attack. Everyone began to believe that he was trying to completely destroy the island, and they could not accept such a thing. They decided to attack, and one of them used avatar release. Soon, several avatars appeared. The girl from earlier realized that it had been Lu Sheng all along. Dong Shengyi now understood why Lu Sheng had let them leave earlier. He began lamenting the situation, because his emotions had been manipulated, and the one destroying everyone was his own brother-in-law. Meanwhile, the general of the central district was happy, because that man was the future god of their army. For the army, that moment became pure joy. The future god of the army was fighting alone against more than 20 martial saints. Fiona began questioning herself like a confused girl, unable to understand why she had fallen in love with someone who suddenly changed his appearance, and had also beaten her father badly. To make things worse, he had challenged all the other martial saints to fight him. Lu Sheng stood on top of his gigantic energy crystal, and declared that it had been a long time. He addressed Tan Zhongyili directly, saying that he wanted Tan Zhongyili to show his avatar instead of continuing to hide it. Lu Sheng wanted to see Zhongyili fight with everything he had, otherwise he would end up seriously injured. Lu Sheng had fought Tan Zhongyili many times in simulations in the 7th tower of the martial saints, but now he could fight him for real. Tan Zhongyili quickly drew his sword and used his floating cloud ability. His blade began to shine with a brutal light that enveloped several people. Wan's mother realized that Tan Zhongyili was fighting seriously, because that phantom slash was his supreme technique. The problem was that there were people nearby who could barely even see them moving. Tan Zhongyili had truly attacked with full power. He was not joking at all, as he used a technique called Heaven Severing Slash. Lu Sheng sensed that something invisible was coming toward him. The only thing he did was grab his opponent's attack, while the other martial saints felt a brutal shockwave and tried to understand what had just happened. Lin Zhengyue saw that Lu Sheng had actually managed to block the invisible slash. To make things worse, the young man calmly declared that the attack had been quite shallow. He had truly broken his opponent's strike. The mustached old man was left in shock. Lu Sheng expected that the old man had finally realized what could happen there. Things were heating up for the elder. Lu Sheng rushed straight at Tan Zhongyili and struck him, sending the old man flying several meters away. Lu Sheng demanded that Tan Zhongyili use his avatar form with full power, almost certain that with the next attack he launched, Tan Zhongyili would end up collapsing. The old man then declared that he had indeed underestimated his opponent, and that he would now show the true divine power he possessed. Everyone was frightened, because Tan Zhongyili's power was vast, like heaven and earth themselves. The winds rose, clouds gathered, and suddenly his avatar appeared. It was enormous, so huge that even Cumberland could not produce something like that. Even so, Lu Sheng left everyone shocked. After all, he was only 20 years old. Tan Zhongyili had far more experience than him, yet Lu Sheng was still able to confront that martial saint head-on. Lin Zhengyue, who had been a martial saint of the Dragon Nation for decades, had never realized that Tan Zhongyili's strength had reached such a level. The old man warned his opponent that his will was like a blade capable of cutting through everything, yet Lu Sheng simply wanted to use him, a level 9 martial saint, as a stepping stone. At the same time, Tan Zhongyili said he should actually thank Lu Sheng, because he believed that after this battle he would break through to an even higher realm. Then he launched a gigantic sword toward the young man. Lu Sheng responded by telling Tan Zhongyili something he found quite interesting. He had already seen a sword of light 10,000 times brighter than the old man's. Immediately afterward, he used the 5 realms technique, an ability called Star Destruction. Everyone tried to defend themselves because the technique was truly extraordinary. Even Lin Zhongyili had to protect himself as the light burst forth with overwhelming intensity. At that moment, Lu Sheng was holding the gigantic sword that the old man had thrown at him as if it were nothing. Tan Zhongyili could not understand how a 20-year-old boy could be so powerful. Blood began to spill from his mouth, and he fell into the sea. Lu Sheng recalled that Tan Zhongyili had said he would use him as a stepping stone, and he declared that the old man was not even worthy of that. Everyone was stunned by the fact that even Tan Zhongyili had been defeated. Then, suddenly, Lu Sheng began walking toward them. He announced that he had not summoned everyone there just to watch a small show. The crowd became furious at his arrogance. One of them tried to attack him from behind, but Lu Sheng crushed him with a single punch. Lu Sheng then told them to remember clearly. He had called them all there to be beaten badly, a beating they would never forget. Lu Sheng felt it was shameful that at that moment everyone had decided to unite to fight against him. He simply wanted to see who would actually manage to hit him. He began attacking several people at the same time, feeling an absurd level of ease. Meanwhile, one person started questioning Harold, asking where the hell he had found Lu Sheng. Harold felt an overwhelming pressure at that moment. He didn't know what to say, because as a level 9 martial saint, he suddenly felt extremely insignificant. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, was feeling like the main character at that moment. He declared that everyone there was nothing but a bunch of weaklings. He wanted them to at least demonstrate the abilities of a level 9 martial saint. One of them became extremely irritated with the whole situation, and acted impulsively. He grabbed an energy crystal and swallowed it, transforming into an extremely bizarre creature that wanted to destroy Lu Sheng. The matter had become very personal, and the creature was even able to land hits on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng began to bleed, and he actually liked it very much, because that was exactly the kind of battle he had been searching for. He wanted to feel threatened. Once again, he demanded that everyone present use everything they had. He asked them all to try to kill him. The martial saints were furious, because he was defeating them despite despite them being level 9 martial saints. They began using the energy crystals they possessed, determined to make that day the day of Lu Sheng's death. Lu Sheng started taking quite a beating, until one of them finally knocked him to the ground. Lu Sheng was very happy for having found what he had been looking for. Suddenly, a latent energy emerged within him, catching everyone present by surprise. That was the pressure he had been waiting for. He displayed an even greater power, and no one could understand what was happening. Lu Sheng declared that he had finally become invincible in that world. With that aura, everyone began to believe that he had reached level 9. If he had already been beating everyone while at level 8, things became even worse at that moment. The military personnel were certain that Lu Sheng was the god of that world. The general of the central district even cried, saying that he was standing before the pinnacle of light, their god of war. Lin Zhongyue left the place after seeing that power, realizing it was unbelievable. She was already certain she was no match for him. History was being written right before her eyes. A new era had arrived. She declared that the ruler of that era was none other than Lu Sheng himself. At that moment he reflected that 300 years of martial arts had passed. Yet level 9 martial saints were pathetic. Even stuffing themselves with energy crystals made no difference. They couldn't even create real pressure for their opponent. He also made it clear to everyone that he had held back his strength, so he wouldn't kill them immediately. He was still far from reaching the supreme state, but he no longer felt any real danger. He was certain that none of them there could kill him. He even referred to them as worms. At that moment he possessed 300 immortal cells, so it would be a joke if a level 9 martial saint could kill him. He still hadn't reached his peak. The fusion between his martial body and his psychic power was not yet complete. Therefore he placed his hopes on the guide who was approaching. He then went to the army and asked if he could return with them to the Dragon Nation. Naturally they agreed. No one was foolish enough to offend him. Suddenly the president arrived, acknowledging Lu Sheng's strength, but warning that if he absorbed all the energy crystals and the rifts continued expanding, it could cause a catastrophe that might leave the planet in ruins. He asked Lu Sheng to carefully reflect on what he was doing. Lu Sheng then asked the president to allow the guide to come to him, and told everyone not to worry because he would not involve anyone else in that matter. The president was shocked, understanding from Lu Sheng's words that he wanted to fight the guide. The martial saints silently watched Lu Sheng leave. It was as if they were witnessing a living god. The height Lu Sheng had reached at that moment was something that would mark history. Some of them even doubted that anyone would ever equal him. A few hours later, Lu Sheng was about to board a helicopter when Fiona suddenly appeared and asked him to wait. She wanted to know his real name. Lu Sheng told her that she should return to her father, and he informed her that he already had a fiancé. That was how she watched him leave, tears falling from her eyes. Cumberland told his daughter to forget Lu Sheng because it was not their destiny to be together. However, Fiona seemed to make up her mind about something, and her father became worried. Meanwhile, the world was in chaos because everyone had lost their energy crystals. They hoped that the guide would arrive and put Lu Sheng in his place so that justice would prevail. Even the president of the association hoped that would happen. The scene then shifted to the Eastern Military District. At Lu Sheng's residence, Lu Sheng's family was preparing a meal. Shu Qin saw that everyone was working hard and decided to help as well. Lu Qianxie, however, was feeling lazy. Her mother wanted to eat dumplings, and Qianxie believed she should have simply asked a chef to make them instead of everyone having to cook them themselves. But her father believed that no chef in the world could make dumplings as delicious as his wife's. The old lady simply said she needed practice, since it had been a while since she last cooked. She wanted to prepare a good meal for her son. Qianxie felt jealous, realizing that Lu Sheng seemed more important to their parents. It had already been a year since he left, and they asked Shu Qin if she had any news about him. She said she didn't know at that moment. Then suddenly, she received a notification on her phone. Immediately she began running, leaving the three of them confused about why she had rushed off. They followed after her, and her eyes began filling with tears. Lu Sheng had returned. She hugged him with all her strength. During that time, she had taken care of his parents, and he was extremely grateful for that. His family was very happy about his arrival. However, Qianxie was unbearable, and immediately asked about her gift. As night fell, the family shared a meal together. Lu Sheng had absolute clarity in his eyes, like an incomparable blade in the world, while his face was like the sheath. The scene then shifted to the garden of the villa. Lu Sheng was there with his beloved. He reminded her that when they first met, it had been around that same time of the year. In a few days, he wanted her to take his parents back to Baihe. He said he needed to take care of a few things first, and afterward he would go to her home so they could settle matters between them. The scene then changed to the military command conference hall. Everyone was amazed by Lu Sheng's achievements. They were welcoming their god of war, the man who had surpassed all the martial saints of the Blue Star. He also demanded the implementation of a body refining technique. This caught everyone in the army by surprise. Next, the scene showed a video of a robot performing various movements. It was demonstrating the technique to the army personnel, who seemed extremely impressed. To them it was as if the martial path had been illuminated. A new world had opened before them. Everyone began cheering. At first the technique looked simple, but once executed, it became incredible. The high-ranking officers of the army saw it as an immeasurable martial treasure. They wanted funding, and felt blessed to have Lu Sheng by their side. However, one of them questioned the decision to distribute such a valuable body refining technique to the entire army, arguing that it would not take long before it was exposed to the outside world. But the general declared that this was the greatness of a martial saint. He explained that the technique existed to benefit the entire planet. Some of the officers began to feel that they had wasted their lives. They had already lived for over 100 years, while Lu Sheng was far younger yet possessed far greater perception and astonishing strength. However, the general of the Central Division preferred to believe they should feel blessed. After all, they were living in a new era, forged by the military god of the Dragon Nation. The scene then shifted to a random military camp in the Eastern District, where Lu Qiming was training. He was doing push-ups with only one finger, and had already reached 3,549 repetitions when another soldier called out to him, saying he had two pieces of good news. The first was that a military god had appeared in the army. Liu Qiming was surprised, and wanted to know more. The soldier explained that it had not been officially announced yet, but it seemed that the person was Lu Sheng. Lu Shiming was very pleased to hear this, but he also asked about the second piece of news. The second news was that the army had released a new body refining technique, which they were distributing everywhere. It had supposedly been created by the military god himself. The soldier had even bought a copy stored on a flash drive. Li Qiming then asked the soldier to go with him to the training room, so they could start improving themselves. From afar, Lu Sheng was watching them. A subordinate informed Lu Sheng that Lu Qiming was one of the best recruits, training extremely hard. Lu Sheng said they should provide Lu Qiming with more resources, but it had to be done without Lu Qiming noticing. After that, he decided to leave. The scene then shifted to some time later. Everyone was happy because they were growing stronger thanks to the body refining technique created by the so-called military god Lu Sheng. All the soldiers in the army were confident that they no longer needed to bow their heads before the disciples of the martial saints. They had the military god. Lu Sheng seemed to feel all the voices praising him. It was as if he had acquired the divine powers of a legend. He began to believe that he was enjoying the worship of millions, something that could last for eternity. The power of gods came from their believers. Perhaps he was experiencing the touch of divinity. He had also gained a new ability called flesh rebirth. He felt that he should become a symbol. The martial path itself was him. Anyone in that universe who cultivated the martial path would naturally become his follower. The scene then changed to the martial saints tower, where Tan Zhongyili was cultivating. Suddenly, he sensed something. His path and Lu Sheng's path were not the same. He thought life was extremely unpredictable because he had lost to a mere boy. His martial heart was full of cracks due to the battle he had fought with Lu Sheng. He clearly remembered the boy making his promises. Tan Zhongyili doubted that Lu Sheng would truly share all his knowledge with the world. At that moment, Lu Sheng was the strongest, but the old man was certain that one day he would surpass him. He believed Lu Sheng's downfall was approaching, and that it would only be a matter of months. Just then, a subordinate arrived with new information about Lu Sheng's development. He reported that Lu Sheng was implementing a new body refining technique throughout the entire army, and the results were astonishing. Tan Zhongyili was stunned. Lu Sheng had openly published the martial technique for everyone to learn. The old man trembled, unable to believe that Lu Sheng had shared something he himself had struggled so hard to obtain. His martial heart was practically shattered at that moment. Tan Zhongyili immediately realized that he had lost, and that he was far inferior to Lu Sheng. The scene then shifts to where Zhao Ji was hiding. Lin Zhengyue arrived at the place, and he immediately found it suspicious that she had returned so early this time. Lin Zhengyue informed him that the guide had not arrived yet, which made him furious, wanting to know why she had come back if she had not obtained the nourishing elixir. She explained that she had returned because someone wanted to see him, and the person who came to visit him was Lu Sheng. While speaking, Lin Zhengyue referred to him as the pinnacle of humanity. Lu Sheng greeted him with a smile on his face, while Zhao Ji was completely shocked, trying to understand why the young man wanted to visit him. He also could not understand why Lin Zhengyue had brought his rival to him. Lin Zhengyue addressed Lu Sheng as Lord, explaining that she could not even protect herself in front of Lu Sheng, so there was no way she could protect Zhao Ji either. Zhao Ji could not understand why she was calling the young man Lord, and he began to believe that they had both reached level 10. He even asked them, saying he wanted to understand what had happened in the world during the span of just 1 year. Lu Sheng was very direct with Zhao Ji, giving him the right to choose between life and death. Zhao Ji began to stutter, and seeing that he could not answer, Lu Sheng decided to choose for him. He grabbed Zhao Ji by the face, and Lin Zhengyu felt grateful that Lu Sheng had spared Zhao Ji's life. However, Zhao Ji at that moment had already gone completely insane. In the end, to Lu Sheng, Zhao Ji was practically dead. He had erased his memories and implanted several random new ones, so he would never be able to reach the peak again. Lu Sheng did not want to waste any more time, and prepared to leave, knowing that Zhao Ji would wake up soon. The scene then shifts to 5 minutes later. When Zhao Ji realized that he was still alive, he felt extremely grateful for not having died. Soon after, he began to cry, remembering his parents and his sister, who had died in a terrible way. He wanted to take revenge on everyone who had harmed his family, but he had no idea how he could return to the original world. Then he discovered that he had a system, and the system's mission was to kill 10 million beasts to complete the task. By doing so, he would summon the martial ancestor and receive a reward. Zhao Ji believed that this martial ancestor was the one who had brought him to that world. Because of that, he was certain that he could return to his original world once he completed the mission. He also believed that he could revive his parents and his sister. He was very optimistic that sooner or later he would be able to accomplish this, so he headed straight to the front lines to change his life. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengyu wanted to understand how her lord had done all of that. Lu Sheng explained to her that it was nothing more than recycling garbage. He had simply taken some chaotic memories from the dream world inserted them into Zhaoji's mind, and removed others, creating a huge confusion for his enemy. Zhaoji was practically a new person now, completely deranged. The system and the missions were completely improvised. Basically, Zhaoji would never escape from that illusion. Lin Zhongyue then noticed that, from a distance, her daughter was watching the two of them. She immediately began to complain and told her daughter to go inside. Lu Sheng remembered that Shu Qin had mentioned Lin Zhengyu's daughter before. When Lin Zhengyu noticed that he was looking at her daughter, she even offered her to him. However, Lu Sheng explained that it was not like that, and that he already had a fiancée. Lin Zhengyu did not see any problem with that, declaring that he could have several wives and that his genes were worth more than diamonds. But Lu Sheng truly had no interest in those young girls. Then Lin Zhengyu even offered herself to him instead. Since she was older, her husband had already passed away and she was alone, so she could serve her lord without any problem. This left the poor Lu Sheng completely speechless, and he declared that he was not the kind of person who had many women. After that, Lin Zhengyue wanted to know if he was not going to return the energy crystals. Lu Sheng became confused and asked if he could not keep them. She explained that if he did not return them, he might end up getting into serious trouble. The guide came from a martial civilization far more advanced than theirs. Even though they were at the same level, the martial saints of their planet could not compare. The guide was also at level 10. Lu Sheng then asked her to explain a little more about the martial civilization she was talking about. Lin Zhengyue admitted that she did not know much. She had simply lived for a very long time and had learned some things naturally. She explained that planet Earth was classified as a level 1 resource planet in the Serpent Galaxy. The guide came from an extremely powerful battle planet. Hearing the way she described it, Lu Sheng asked if that was how more advanced civilizations categorized planets. She confirmed that it was. According to each planet's characteristics, Earth possessed energy crystals, which was why it had been classified as a level 1 resource planet, since it had only a small amount of such crystals. As for the battle planet, she believed it was located near the Beast battlefield, where wars were extremely intense, similar to the battlefields where they guarded the rifts on planet Earth. Besides battle planets and resource-rich systems, there are also star gardens, beautiful places with very few resources, and primitive civilizations. There are also civilized worlds which are suitable for living, and trash planets, used to dispose of waste. Each type has its own function according to its level. The guide had revealed that any planet could become a battle planet. It would only require the beasts to begin invading with enough force for it to turn into a battlefield. Planet Earth had the potential for that. The guide appeared once every decade, collecting resources while also monitoring the progress of the monster invasion. The entire universe was at risk of being invaded by beasts. After that exchange of information, Lu Sheng realized that he possessed many powers and could keep Earth under control. He had already made a huge contribution by strengthening the lower levels. Lu Shengyu informed him that the guide believed Earth would eventually become a battlefield. In that future, humans would no longer live on the surface. In some way, she hoped they might still be able to live peacefully during that era. Lu Sheng's eyes immediately widened, telling her to stop jinxing things. He also asked whether she had ever thought about leaving planet Earth. She did not have that desire. She simply wanted to have more children and grandchildren and live a peaceful life. The martial path was long and exhausting for her, and she wanted to take some time to do the things she enjoyed. In any case, she warned Lu Sheng not to provoke the guide. The guide knew the path to reaching level 10, as well as how to leave the planet. With Earth's current technology, it was impossible to leave the planet easily. Lu Sheng assumed she was right. He also did not know whether it was possible to leave the planet without a spaceship. Anyway, he asked her to trust him, and they continued talking. At one point, she again decided to offer her daughter to him. In the end, he said he might even accept if Shu Qin agreed, but if she did not want that, he would be perfectly fine remaining faithful to just one wife. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng being invited to stay for dinner. During the meal, several familiar faces appeared, such as Lin Wanwan, Dong Shengyi, and others. After that, the scene changes again to Lu Sheng's home, where he was inside the dream world at that moment. The information about space had not yet been fully given to him, and seeing that Lin Zhengyue had told him earlier that everything was actually false, he realized that his authority was still limited to level 10. He also saw that he would face the guide in October, and that if he survived 3 strikes he would break through to level 9, 3 years later. He noticed that there was a huge gap between him and the guide. He did not just want to ensure that he would not die. At the same time, that pressure would allow him to grow stronger. After all, pressure was necessary for growth. However, there was another prediction. Lu Sheng would perish in the war that destroyed planet Earth after living for 28 years. This completely caught him off guard, and he stared at the prediction with wide eyes. He began conducting various investigations, believing that he had missed something along the way, something powerful enough to destroy planet Earth. If even a level 9 could not stop it, then he was certain it had to be someone at level 11. That entity could come from space or emerge from the rifts. He immediately thought about what he had seen in the abyss before, because only that kind of monstrous existence could destroy a planet. In the end, he jokingly blamed everything on Lin Zhengyu. If she had not jinxed things that morning, that threat would not even exist. After all, she had said she wanted to live peacefully, yet that had apparently brought about a global catastrophe. Still, he had 8 years before turning 28, so he had time to reverse that cursed future. At the same time, he thought that if everything went terribly wrong, he could run away and take the people closest to him. But even then, he could not abandon billions of people with a clear conscience. He felt that he needed to grow stronger quickly, in order to change that fate. The scene then shifts to 7 days later. Lu Sheng said goodbye to his parents and left together with Shu Qin. They were not worried because Shu Qin was wonderful. After that, they went to her house. Her father tried to drink some tea but had forgotten to add water, causing him to spit it out. He confessed to his wife that he was a level 7 grandmaster, well respected, yet still nervous. The reason was that his future son-in-law was coming to visit. His wife also became nervous after hearing that. In any case, he said she just treated him like an ordinary house husband, and explained that Lu Sheng was the god of the army, the pinnacle of mortals. He held great honor in all his titles. His wife could hardly believe that such an incredible man was dating their daughter, even downplaying Shu Qin in comparison. He admitted that he felt the same way. When he turned 70, he had believed that his 2 sons were his greatest pride, but now his daughter had achieved far more. Shu Qin's mother believed it was a blessing from their ancestors to have Shu Qin as a daughter, and in the end she said Shu Qin took after her. Soon after, Shu Qin's mother received a message saying that they were arriving. She told her husband that the Qin and Want families had heard about it and were heading to Dalinshan Airport. Those families had been childhood friends of her husband. The scene then shifts to Dalinshan Airport, where a line of people was waiting as the plane landed. Lu Sheng stepped out together with Shu Qing, and many people saluted the god of the army, waiting for his orders. Lu Sheng realized that the stronger he became, the more his normal life was disappearing. Shui Qin suggested that the two of them go alone, and Lu Sheng realized that she truly understood him. He was not a fan of crowds. Quickly, she hugged him, and the two of them essentially disappeared, leaving everyone there stunned. In this way, Lu Sheng and his beloved took a taxi a few kilometers away from the airport, heading toward Qinghu Mansion. The taxi driver praised the two of them, saying that their aura showed they were the most extraordinary people who had ever sat in his car. He declared that the two of them were clearly made for each other. The scene then shifts to half an hour later. The driver informs them that there were so many people at the entrance that it was impossible to get in. Lu Sheng said that it was no problem. They would simply sneak in quietly. After giving the driver a tip, they stepped out. Indeed, there was a huge crowd outside. Soon, Lu Sheng and Shu Qin ran into Xiao Jun, and Lu Sheng decided to greet him. However, Xiao Jun was shocked when he saw the two of them there. Lu Sheng felt disrespected by Xiao Jun's reaction, and jokingly ordered him to stand in a military posture for 10 hours. Xiao Jun immediately began complaining, saying Lu Sheng had gone too far, since he had helped him win Shu Qin's heart. They then greeted each other properly. Xiao Jun commented that a rumor had spread, saying that the god of the army would appear there. At the same time, a new military technique had recently appeared, supposedly created by that same figure. Yu Qing became curious, since even she did not know about it. Lu Sheng realized that the army usually kept such matters secret, but this time it had somehow leaked. Perhaps the family already knew. In the end, he felt worried. He had wanted to surprise Yu Qin, but now she might be upset about being the last to know. Xiao Jin said he had come specifically to see the big shot. Xiao Jin asked why the god of the army would come to speak with the Dong family. Xiao Jin explained that he had heard the big figure was there to choose a bride, not only from the Dong family, but also from the Qin family. Apparently, he would visit dozens of noble families in the capital. After all, the stronger someone was, the more valuable their genes became. Hearing that, Lu Sheng nearly felt sick. He wanted to know which son of Satan had spread such a ridiculous rumor. He then asked Xiao Jun where he had heard it. Xiao Jun explained that it was not uncommon for a martial master to choose a sword, meaning to pick wives. Since he was the god of the army, he would probably have around 18 wives and 100 children. Xiao Jun had also heard that the god of war was young, just like Lu Sheng. Because of that, 18 wives would not be enough. It would probably be closer to 100. Annoyed, Lu Sheng punched Xiao Jun on the head and told him to stop believing such ridiculous rumors. Xiao Jun could not understand why his friend was so irritated. He even reminded Lu Sheng to hide his beloved well, otherwise the big shot might steal her away. At that moment, Lu Sheng felt like he was truly suffering. Soon, several young men approached Xiao Jun. One of them was happy to see him after such a long time. This was Xiao Jun's older brother. Unfortunately, he was accompanied by a group of annoying companions. His brother's name was Qin Shaoyang, and he quickly greeted Shu Qin. Without wasting time, Xiao Jun introduced his older brother to Lu Sheng, explaining that Lu Sheng was Shu Qin's boyfriend, and also a general. Xiaoyang was surprised. Lu Sheng was so young and already a general. However, a blonde man named Wang Yao was shocked to hear that Lu Sheng was Shu Qin's boyfriend. Even Shu Qin herself did not expect to see him there. Wang Yao immediately questioned her, asking since when she had started dating. Shu Qin did not understand why he cared. He then declared that he had liked her for 20 years, so it absolutely concerned him. Xiao Jun thought Wang Yao had gone crazy. He bluntly said that Shu Qin did not like him at all, calling him a delusional fool who had been drooling over her the whole time while she paid him no attention. He humiliated Wang Yao mercilessly. Wang Yao instantly wanted to beat Xiao Jun up, and Xiao Jun had no intention of backing down. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang shouted, telling them to stop immediately. He then apologized to Lu Sheng for the terrible scene, and asked Shu Qin to take Lu Sheng inside. Wang Yao did not care whether Lu Sheng was important or not. He bragged that he had been trained by the Pink Sword Master of the Eagle Kingdom. Suddenly, he ran off. Xiao Jun was certain that the idiot Wang Yao did not even know that Lu Sheng had defeated Zhao Ji, since he had been abroad. In the end, he had let his emotions get the better of him. Once again, Xiaoyang apologized to General Lu Sheng. At that moment, Lu Sheng realized that if he had arrived more officially, None of this ridiculous drama would have happened. The value of pomp and ceremony, after all, was to keep idiots away. Shuqin did not understand what her boyfriend was talking about. Suddenly, Wang Yao reappeared, pointing at Lu Sheng. Furious, he shouted that Lu Sheng had stolen his woman. He had brought a group of people with him. One of them seemed somewhat stronger and arrogantly declared that it took courage to provoke someone from their group, but as they approached Lu Sheng, they suddenly recognized him. Instantly, they were shocked. They dropped to their knees, apologizing and calling him the god of war. Wang Yao stood there in confusion, his voice trembling, asking what on earth his companions were doing. Sheng no longer wanted to stall at that moment. He stopped pretending and quickly revealed his energy, leaving Wang Yao completely confused. Sheng was shocked to see a martial avatar right in front of him, nearly 1,000 meters tall and growing larger and larger, as if it were emerging from the earth itself, leaving everyone astonished. Sheng's parents were inside the house witnessing that terrifying scene, and in that way they were able to confirm that the god of war had arrived. Xiaojun then finally understood that his friend was the god of war. At that moment, Xiaojun held his beloved's hands and explained that he had wanted to tell her the truth for a long time, but had never found the right moment, and he was also afraid that she might not accept it well. She could hardly believe that her boyfriend was the god of war. After all that chaotic situation, several generals appeared and saluted the god of war, and Xiaojun's father was among them. It still hadn't fully sunk in for Shuqing until she saw her father saluting Lu Sheng and calling him the god of war. In any case, Sheng asked his father-in-law not to be so formal and said he would like to come inside. The other generals were shocked that old Dong had really managed to get himself a dragon son-in-law. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the greatest martial warrior in the world. Soon people began whispering among themselves. One girl from the Qin family was furious, believing Lu Sheng should be with her, since Shuqing wasn't even that impressive. There were even some men dressed as women trying to get Lu Sheng's attention. The whole situation had turned into an unbelievable mess. One girl told a guy to have some shame, but he didn't want to miss the chance to get close to such an important figure. Xiaojun was still in disbelief, seeing how Sheng was always full of surprises, and he soon started laughing. Xiaojun then declared that his younger brother was a close friend of the god of war, and Xiaojun naturally accepted that title. He even apologized to Wang Yao for underestimating him, but the idiot didn't understand. Xiaojun thought the fool was brave for daring to challenge the god of war and trying to start a rivalry to take his woman. Wang Yao immediately began to deny everything, pretending he had never done something so stupid, finally realizing that he was completely screwed. The scene then shifted to 3 days later, where Lu Sheng and Shu Qin were on a yacht. While sunbathing, Lu Sheng realized it had been a long time since he had relaxed like that. He also didn't know when he would bring his family to enjoy a day like that. Shu Qin said she could send someone to quickly bring his relatives over, but he thought it would be better at another time. Using his psychic ability, he sensed something he had been looking for. He informed her that it was in the same place, and because of that he would leave once every 7 days. He quickly changed his clothes, and Shu Qin said she would wait for him to return. Then he jumped straight into the ocean. He descended more than 20,000 meters, reaching the abyss. He was genuinely worried about the possibility that Earth might be destroyed in 8 years. He knew that even if he found the source of the danger, he might not have the strength to face it. Therefore, he needed to prepare every possible solution for any kind of problem. His backpack was full of crystals. He had come there to cultivate, wanting to be ready for any problems that might arise. The bottom of the oceans of the Blue Star ended there. Lisley was able to withstand the greatest possible pressure, allowing him to improve his martial body, strength, and will. He only needed to wait for the guide to appear, because he could use the guide's level 10 pressure to finally reach the true 9th level of a martial saint. He continued doing that every 7 days, training while maintaining basic contact with his family and the army. In this way, he progressed rapidly, as if he had returned to the time on the island of the Golden Rings, when he was a sealed saint inside the vessel. His inner sun grew stronger each day, drawing closer and closer to the true limit. At the same time, however, he kept wondering what the true form of his martial avatar would be. Time passed quickly, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. The scene then shifted to a group in the army, where President Cumberland was also present. Many people began to kneel and salute the Lord Guide, who appeared suddenly. As he stepped onto the desert, everything immediately began to bloom. Cumberland was surprised, seeing that the guide's technology and power had evolved once again. The guide brought some items they had previously traded for. Cumberland thanked him, but the guide reminded him that words were worthless. They needed to show action. He demanded the energy crystals immediately. Cumberland didn't know what to say, and the others became afraid. Cumberland explained that this time, they had failed to prepare the energy crystals. The ground began to tremble, and the guide couldn't believe what he had just heard. Cumberland explained that they had managed to gather a total of 500 kilograms. However, he hesitated to explain the rest, which made the guide furious. Then Cumberland revealed Lu Sheng, explaining that he had refused to hand over the crystals and had stolen everything. He even showed footage of Lu Sheng beating all the martial saints, declaring himself invincible and suggesting that the guide should go talk to him. The guide applauded because he liked what he saw. He also recognized that Lu Sheng was a talented individual and wanted to meet him immediately. He realized that his trip would not be so boring after all. The scene then shifted to somewhere in the Dragon Nation. Tan Zhongyili sensed the guide's energy and knew that he had arrived. He immediately hoped that Lu Sheng would die after facing a celestial being. The scene then changed to the Pavilion of Supreme Martial Arts. Lin Zhengyu wanted to know if her daughter Wanwan liked anyone. The girl felt embarrassed while massaging her mother's feet, and denied it. Lin Jungyu then asked if none of the boys in the pavilion were her type. Wanwan saw things differently. She had lived with those guys every single day, so she saw them all as brothers. Lin Jungyu realized that what her daughter had just said made perfect sense. She knew that Wanwan rarely went out, so she wanted to know who had made her so impressed, even though she hardly left the pavilion. Wanwan began to think about it for a moment. Then she revealed that it was Lu Sheng, Shuqin's boyfriend. She explained that when Shuqin was trapped in the cave, everyone believed she had died, but Lu Sheng went there, entered the cave, and saved her life. Lin Jung-yue had already suspected it. Suddenly she sensed something, and told her daughter that she needed to leave for a while, and didn't know when she would return, which frightened Wanwan. Lin Jung-yue had sensed that the guide had arrived, and she needed to see everything in person. The scene then shifted to the cavern battlefield, where Zhao Ji was fighting several monsters. Some people approached, thinking he was insane, since he was risking his life as if it were nothing, just to kill those monsters. Zhao Ji was using the body enhancement technique that Lu Sheng had shared with the whole world, and it was helping him evolve. Suddenly he sensed that the guide had appeared. However, he shook his head, not understanding what the hell he was thinking about. He had no idea who the guide was. He blamed it on that body since he had lost his original body earlier, and he assumed this new body had messy memories, so he continued slaughtering monsters, since he wanted to return to his original world no matter what. News spread across the earth the moment the guide appeared. Even powerful martial saints, who had not gone to receive the guide in the desert, immediately started heading toward the Dragon Nation. The scene then shifted to the Ninghai Sea Zone. Shu Qin was feeling a bad premonition when suddenly, the guide appeared, and asked her to show him where Lu Sheng was. Strangely, he was not alone on that yacht. Shu Qin felt pure terror coming from the guide. She also assumed that the others accompanying him were martial saints. She became worried, until the guide wondered why Zhao Ji had not come. Then he remembered the news that Zhao Ji had supposedly been killed by Lu Sheng. Cumberland then informed the guide that Shu Qin was Sheng's woman, and that they could interrogate her to find out where the energy crystals were. Seeing the situation, she decided that she had to escape, but suddenly she found that she could no longer move. Cumberland himself was restraining her with his ability, declaring that she was only level 6 and therefore couldn't escape them. From a distance, Lu Sheng shouted at Cumberland, saying that the beating he had given him before clearly had not been enough. Cumberland was immediately frightened by the young man's presence, but then realized it wasn't actually him, it was only a projection. His eyes widened as he understood that it was Lu Sheng's spiritual clone. Suddenly, that very clone attacked him. Cumberland was thrown into the water, and his soul suddenly left his body. Sheng grabbed it, shocking everyone present. The president had been dismantled with a single strike. The guide quickly intervened, restoring Cumberland. The old man was completely terrified, thinking he had nearly lost his life. Everyone could see that the god of war had become so powerful that the acclaimed level 9 divine body now seemed like a joke. At that moment, the guide understood why level 9 martial saints had become toys in Lu Sheng's hands. Recognizing that Lu Sheng was truly strong, Lu Sheng assumed that the man in front of him was the guide and decided to fight him. However, when the guide made his move, Lu Sheng was unable to cause any damage to him. The guide then asked if that was all Lu Sheng had, advising him to give up, but Lu Sheng explained that he had only been warming up. Then he rose from the ocean and revealed his true body. Lu Sheng recognized that the guide was the one who had delivered the killing blow to Zhao Ji. At that moment, he told his girlfriend to move away from the area, worried about her safety. He knew the guide wanted the energy crystals. The guide promised that he would not harm anyone if he received the full amount of energy crystals, and in the end, Lu Sheng would still remain at the top. Everyone noticed that the guide seemed to admire Lu Sheng instead of being furious about him breaking the rules. They believed that they would remain inferior forever. Lu Sheng then told the guide that he wasn't the kind of person who liked wasting time talking. He wanted the guide to kill him, and then the energy crystals would belong to him. Everyone was left speechless. At that moment, Cumberland was certain the young man was insane, because he actually wanted to fight the guide, a being who could make any martial saint look like nothing. The guide himself was incredulous. Lu Sheng declared that he didn't want to make soft little deals. He wanted to settle things with a real fight. He even asked if the guide was such a failure, and began insulting him in every possible way, leaving everyone shocked by what he had just done. No one had ever dared to curse the guide before. At that moment, the otherworldly being declared that he was neither a failure nor some delicate weakling. He began to display his power. Nearby, some people were fishing, and suddenly a storm formed out of nowhere because of the guide. Those people became terrified, believing that the Sea Dragon King had become angry. Cumberland was frightened by the sudden environmental change caused by the guide. Zhu Qin was extremely worried about Lu Sheng, while the guide continued demonstrating his power. Lu Sheng then asked if that was all he had, mockingly calling the guide weak. At that moment, the guide decided that Sheng deserved to be punished, and immediately launched an attack. The strike hit Lu Sheng with full force, and his body continued taking damage from the guide's energy, even after the impact. The people watching realized that this was level 10 power, not even the pinnacle of humanity. Lu Sheng should have been able to withstand something like that. The guide simply assumed the young man was foolish, and that he was finally witnessing the gap between them, but Lu Sheng didn't seem to think it was that bad. His body looked almost burned to a crisp, yet he still declared that the guide's power was very weak. Moments later, he returned to his original form, no longer charred, and said he would now show the guide what real pain was. The guide couldn't understand what was happening. Lu Sheng said he would show him the power of Earth's natives. He unleashed his stellar force against the guide. The guide tried to create a barrier, but Lu Sheng shattered it and struck him, sending him flying far away. The guide couldn't understand how that was possible. After all, Lu Sheng came from Earth, yet possessed terrifying power. Lu Sheng was burning all 365 of his cells, and he could barely control such overwhelming energy. That battle was extremely important to him. He had reached the top and had no real opponents left, so he loved fighting someone who could finally stand on equal footing with him. He even enjoyed using the guide as a punching bag. The people watching were terrified by the sheer destructive force of the clash. Cumberland realized that Lu Sheng had never used his true strength against them before. He had always been holding back. Tan Zhongili also understood that any single blow from Sheng would have sent them straight to their graves. The guide grew furious at being called a punching bag and said Lu Sheng should not be so arrogant. He was already tired of this situation and made it clear that Lu Sheng had only reached the peak of level 8. Even he couldn't believe what was happening. Everyone around them was stunned when they heard that Lu Sheng was only level 8. The guide assumed that Lu Sheng must possess a higher life class existence, because there was no way someone at level 8 could have that much power. He had never expected that on a planet with such mediocre resources, a talent comparable to a stellar jewel would be born. Lu Sheng had no idea what the guide meant. The guide explained that it referred to a leap in life level, a genetic evolution granted by the stars and the cosmos, a supreme treasure of the universe. Even so, Lu Sheng still didn't fully understand. However, he assumed the guide might be referring to his immortal stellar body, which indeed placed him on another level. The guide believed that Lu Sheng was not meant to remain on that planet. He was destined to reach the stars. Because of that, he declared that this time, he didn't want the energy crystals anymore. He wanted to take Lu Sheng with him. Lu Sheng asked where exactly the guide wanted to take him. At the same time, he felt frustrated because the guide's fighting spirit had completely disappeared, and he had barely felt any real pressure. The guide explained that he wanted to take him to a much broader world, because that planet was too small for someone like Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng replied that they could talk about that later. For now, he made it clear that he wanted a real fight. The guide quickly understood what he meant. Lu Sheng wanted pressure. He acknowledged that the foundation of an extraordinary life constitution was incredibly deep, millions of times harder to cultivate than that of ordinary people. The more advanced it became, the harder it was to break through. The guide said Lu Sheng should repay both the pressure and the energy he had received. He also demanded that Lu Sheng remember his name. The guide's name was Lan Chen. Lan Chen then revealed his true form as well. He said he might have made Lu Sheng wait too long, but when Lu Sheng saw him, he thought the guide looked more like a delicate young girl. Lan Chen said he would now show him the true power of a level 10 being, and told Lu Sheng to prepare himself. Lu Sheng simply told Lan Chen to hit him with everything he had, even if it meant killing him. At that exact moment, the suspicious figure released a latent power toward Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng tried to defend himself, but was completely confused. He realized that Lan Chen had only lightly touched him with a finger, yet that single touch unleashed an immense natural force. It felt completely different from the power of level 9 masters. It was far more refined and terrifying. Lu Sheng assumed it was also level 10 power, and he was actually enjoying the resistance. In this way, their battle began again. The fight between the two true level 10 warriors was so intense that not even a level 9 martial master could get close. They could only stand there with foolish expressions, watching everything unfold. Explosions erupted constantly. Lu Sheng had never experienced such a powerful martial confrontation before, so he decided to show Lan Chen a level 11 technique, the Fist of the Five Eras. Lan Chen believed that the young man possessed an extremely advanced level of martial realization, considering Lu Sheng a precious talent. Even though Lu Sheng had not yet mastered the level 11 martial inheritance at that moment, he was still able to unleash blows with power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hundreds of kilometers of ocean around them completely transformed into an infernal scene. Xuqin watched everything from the coast, deeply worried about her boyfriend. She felt an overwhelming urge to go to where he was, but Lin Zhengyue appeared at that exact moment, thinking the girl had gone crazy, because that battle was extremely dangerous. Not even martial saints dared to approach. She declared that such a spectacle was the domain of true powerhouses, but foolish Xuqin, standing there beside her boyfriend's battlefield, was even willing to die for it. Lin Zhengyue then told her not to worry. She explained that her boyfriend had made an agreement with the guy, and that at that moment Lan Chen was actually helping Lu Sheng break through. Soon, several other martial saints appeared, confirming to Xuqin what Lin Zhengyue had just said. Cumberland explained that Lu Sheng had been acknowledged by Lan Chen, and that all they could do at that moment was waiting for the rise of the King of the Lan Star. Even so, Xuqin could not stop worrying. As they continued fighting fiercely, Sheng was loving every moment of it. However, Lan Chen believed it would be better if they stopped for now, and asked the young man to look around. They could cause a completely chaotic reaction on the planet, because an ordinary planet could not withstand powers above level 10. He was certain that Lu Sheng would not want to harm his own planet. Therefore, Sheng agreed, realizing that he would not be able to break through there on the blue planet. Lan Chen found the young man incredible and wanted to know when Lu Sheng would leave with him. However, Lu Sheng did not understand why the guide was in such a hurry. Lan Chen confessed that he really was in a hurry, because he had found an extraordinary person on that planet, and the way he was progressing was something very difficult for ordinary people to achieve. He himself had been stuck at level 9. If he left that planet, he would likely break through quickly. Still, he saw no problem problem with Lu Sheng enjoying his life on that planet. He gave Lu Sheng the time he needed and handed him a communicator with a coverage range of 200 light-years. Lu Sheng was confused and asked if it was some kind of spatial storage artifact. Lan Chen thought the young man was very clever, but also said that Lu Sheng should not be too impressed by it because there were martial saints on that planet who also possessed some spatial artifacts. In any case, he decided to leave, hoping that the next time they met, Lu Sheng would have already broken through to level 9. He also declared that Lu Sheng still had 3 favors owed to him, and that next time he would not yield again, since he had superiors to answer to. Lu Sheng stared at the artifact he had just received, and was certain that the guy was somewhat effeminate. Suddenly, Lan Chen appeared through the artifact, asking if the young man had already changed his mind and wanted to leave. Lu Sheng explained that he had merely been testing it. After that, they said their goodbyes. Lu Sheng looked around and believed it would take a long time for the planet to return to normal. He knew that for the creatures living there, it was a true catastrophe. Soon people began to approach. Shu Qin hugged her boyfriend. Lu Sheng was already alert and thanked Lin Zhengwei for all the support. At that moment, he declared that everyone should clean up the battlefield, so things could return to normal quickly. Cumberland could feel an overwhelming force coming from Lu Sheng just by standing near him. Shu Qin then asked if he would return with her, but Lu Sheng explained that he was close to reaching level 9, so he needed to devote himself a little longer. She asked him to be careful about surpassing a martial master. Lu Sheng then asked Lin Zhengyu for help and quickly touched her forehead, leaving her completely confused. He had given her a map showing the distribution of all the energy crystals on the blue star, as well as the locations of deposits of rare minerals. He explained that he was always causing trouble for her, but hoped she could help him by collecting as many crystals as possible. The work would not be in vain. She would receive her share as well. Naturally, she accepted the mission he gave her. She had no idea such a reserve existed, and not even the guide knew about it, which made her think Sheng was truly extraordinary. She quickly entered the ocean. Lu Sheng believed he would soon leave the blue star, so he was bestowing a blessing upon that world by revealing the map of the energy crystal distribution. He then asked Ju Qin to wait for him. Moments later, he headed toward the sea. She realized that her boyfriend was becoming stronger and stronger. The scene then shifted to him cultivating once again. After fighting the guide, his strength had doubled. He was on the verge of transcendence. He wanted to forge a divine manifestation, finally revealing the true form of his divine power. He had constructed a perfect path leading to his core, supported by all the other paths, and suddenly his control became so immense that even the other martial saints were being pulled toward him. They were completely confused and began to believe that the young man was about to reach level 9, which left them puzzled. They had never imagined that a breakthrough to the 9th rank could cause such an effect. None of them had experienced anything like it before. Cumberland, however, was worried. They no longer wanted to get involved in those kinds of matters, so they assumed they should simply finish their cleanup work. They had basically become elite janitors. At that moment, Lu Sheng declared that he should manifest himself. However, his divine manifestation suddenly disappeared, leaving him confused. He tried again, but he began to fail repeatedly, which left him exhausted. Days passed, and he continued trying, while reflecting on what had happened. During that time, he also reached the 3rd level of mental emptiness. His cognitive ability had surpassed that of a normal person by 1,000 times. He organized and analyzed everything he had learned, searching for the root of the problem. Finally, he understood. On the perfect martial path, he had ended up integrating more martial paths, each one increasing his power to the point that the original path could no longer support all the branches. It was already close to its limit, and when his martial will manifested, that limit finally broke. He could no longer close that circle. It was like trying to carry watermelons on a plate made for apples, something that simply would not work. Therefore, in order to reach level 9, he needed to form a stronger structure capable of supporting all the paths he intended to create. His foundation was shallow, but his ambition had no limits. He was using 3 level 11 techniques together with level 7, 8, 9, and 10 paths as a base. He needed to walk his own path, but he still did not know what to do. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling him to go to the dream world, leaving him completely confused. He looked around, trying to figure out who was calling him, since there was no one else there. In any case, he decided to take a look at the dream world. However, what he saw was not the same world he had seen before. He believed that what he was seeing was the ruined future. Then a sphere appeared very close to him. When he approached, he realized it was an asteroid, almost like a small planet. After arriving there, he noticed a small house nearby, but no one was inside. Then he looked to the side and saw 3 people. He wanted to know who those 3 individuals were, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, an old man seemed extremely excited to see that Lu Sheng was present and asked him to join them. In an instant, Lu Sheng found himself sitting in a chair, without understanding how that had happened. Lu Sheng did not know who the man was, but he realized they were using the same breathing technique, and the energy flowed in exactly the same way. He presumed that the man was Zhang Yizhou. Sitting beside him was Wang He, and Duan Yifeng was also present. At that moment, Duan Yifeng asked Lu Sheng to calm down a little, and invited him to play the same game they were playing. Then the scene shifted to the starry space. The blue ship was traveling at full speed. Lan Chen was watching the recording of the battle he had fought against Lu Sheng, assuming that the young man could be considered a warrior worthy of a celestial battle, since he possessed incredible strength. However, he had no idea what level Lu Sheng's body had reached at that moment. He remembered that in the Yamaxing star sector there had once once been someone of the 9th rank who fought against a 10th rank warrior. That genius was named Orland. That battle made him extremely famous, and even allowed him to enter the Celestial Academy. Lu Sheng was also incredible. Lan Chen wondered whether Lu Sheng might be capable of reaching the stellar or lunar level. He had not been able to measure the young man's true strength, but he was certain it was not low level. He believed Lu Sheng definitely had the potential to reach level 11, and perhaps even level 12. Only a very small number of beings in the constellation were capable of achieving such a thing. Lan Chen himself did not even dare to hold his head high in front of people like that. He began to laugh, thinking that he had struck gold this time. During a routine mission, he had discovered a genius. The 3 favors that Lu Sheng owed him would definitely be worth it. At that moment, a man named Zhao Lin contacted him. Lan Chen said that he had great news. However, Zhao Lin cut him off, saying that other matters could wait. First, he wanted to know if Lan Chen had encountered any star pirates during his mission. Lan Chen was caught off guard because he had not seen any. Zhao Lin then explained that some pirates had invaded several star sectors and stolen everything. Most of the stellar resources had been taken, and many natives had been captured to be sold as slaves. The pirates were known as the Red Eye Gang. They were one of the most ruthless gangs of that era. There were originally 12 members, but 7 of them had already been captured or killed. Each of them possessed strength equal to a 10th rank warrior or higher. Their leader was an extremely troublesome individual, and he was heading toward the region where Lan Chen currently was. Lan Chen became extremely irritated when he heard that, because it was exactly the planet where Lu Sheng was located. The scene then shifted to inside a ship traveling through natural space. The Red Eye Gang was arguing among themselves because the price of slaves had dropped and their profits would be smaller, so they decided to separate the best ones and discard the rest. Their leader also informed them that the stellar police from the Muyaxing sector were chasing them. Therefore, they would carry out one last operation before returning home. They revealed that they would stop on Earth. The leader believed that the place suited him. The scene then shifted again, this time to the interior of a mysterious small asteroid. Lu Sheng explained to the 3 men that he did not know how to play that game. Zhang Yizhou, however, was certain that the young man would learn quickly. Giving him the pieces to play, something very strange suddenly happens. Space itself begins to collapse, and the chessboard transforms into blazing suns. Then all of a sudden, a phoenix appears, known as the Divine Beast, the 3-legged bird. When Wang He sees that the young man recognizes the 3-legged bird, he acknowledges that the boy truly has the right to sit beside them. He also explains that the game is called the Chess of Enlightenment, and that the 3-legged bird represents the path that leads directly to level 15. That information shocks Lu Sheng, because he had truly believed it was only possible to reach level 12. Wang, he finds Lu Sheng's astonishment very amusing. At that moment, the young man suddenly realizes something. He had received the level 12 inheritances from those 3 individuals, yet their cultivation levels proved it was impossible for them to have died together with the blue star. They had entered a new world, showing that their level was completely different. Duan Yufeng moves his piece and explains that his domain is crystalline. It also leads to level 15 and is far more powerful than the so-called solar domain. At that moment, he begins arguing with Wang He. Duan Yufeng, however, firmly believes that no one stands above him, and the 2 start arguing right in front of Lu Sheng, holding their chess pieces. With every breath they take, countless 3-legged birds and countless crystalline lives shatter and perish. The clash between level 15 paths is practically a battle between mythological beings and legendary creatures. Lu Sheng can only watch. Moving even a single finger would be dangerous. Zhang Yizhou asks whether the young man would like to try as well. Lu Sheng hesitates for a moment. After all, he has nothing special to show these men. Zhang Yizhou tells him that every master began as a beginner. Even so, Lu Sheng doesn't know where he should begin. His perfect martial path is chaotic and unfocused. If there is one thing to praise about it, it is that it embraces everything. Yet standing beside those men, he feels like a complete failure. Zhang Yizhou then tells him to stop underestimating himself and asks when Lu Sheng first began practicing martial arts. Lu Sheng explains that his teacher taught him the 24 body strengthening movements. At that moment, he understands it is imitation. All creation begins with imitation. If he does not know what the first step should be, nor what he wants to create, then he will imitate others. While he is talking with Zhang Yizhou, Wang He and Duan Yifeng are locked in a fierce duel, moving their chess pieces at incredible speed, not noticing what Lu Sheng is doing in the corner. Taking advantage of a moment of distraction from Wang He discreetly steals a small star from the edge of the solar domain to study carefully. When Wang He glances sideways, Lu Sheng quickly pretends nothing happened. After Wang He turns away again, Lu Sheng resumes observing how a star is formed. Through this, he manages to improve the domain of the Stellar Immortality Manual. If he were to return to the real world at that moment, his body would undergo another mutation, but he has no time for that. Lu Sheng continues in the void for a long time, until finally a small star is born. However, its light is extremely weak, nowhere near Wang He's solar domain. Lu Sheng becomes euphoric, because this is his first creation, a real star. Zhang Yizhou praises him, saying that the first step has been taken. Lu Sheng thanks him. At the same time, he believes he knows who that man is. The old man's eyes begin to shine. Lu Sheng analyzes how, with only a few words, this man had already helped him solve his problem. The man carried an aura as deep as an abyss, yet his presence was incredibly calm. Lu Sheng concludes that this this man must be the lord of the Tianlan star region. The old man explains that Lu Sheng is only half correct. Zhang Yizhou represents natural breathing. Lu Sheng then thinks about the opportunity in front of him. He also believes it would be foolish to waste such a gift. He attempts to create a second star and realizes it is much easier. Then he forms a third star, even more perfect, with stronger light reaching 1/10 of the smallest star in Wang He's solar domain. After that, he begins trying repeatedly, becoming more and more skilled. In the real world, it would be impossible to open a star to study it, but here he can examine it freely and feel his mastery over the path of stars growing like a rocket. The star diagram he had created before now seems childish. Stars begin to be born one after another in Lu Sheng's hands. Eventually, an extremely bright star appears, perfectly formed. It surpasses all the previous ones he created, and already rivals Wang He. He's normal standard, even more astonishing. Signs of life emerge from that star. Suddenly, the three-legged bird is born from within it. Lu Sheng is shocked to see that the three-legged bird is alive. The bird quickly lands on his shoulder, making him extremely excited. Zhang Yijie finds great amusement watching the young man. Lu Sheng realizes that martial arts are truly fascinating. He almost calls Zhang Yizhou master, because in his entire life he has never met someone who gave him such good guidance as in that moment. He had always walked alone, without anyone to share his hardships with or celebrate his joys. But at that moment, Zhang Yizhou gave off the feeling of a true mentor, something that felt incredibly good to Lu Sheng. Zhang Yizhou also recommended that the young man try other things. Wang He then revealed a huge sphere, declaring that Lu Sheng could take one, and Lu Sheng reached out and touched one of the spheres. At that moment, he began to understand, at least partially, the relationship between the three of them. He also realized that Zhang Yizhou stood above the other two. He remembered that Zhang Yizhou had said he was only half right, so he wondered what the other half meant. In any case, he believed the old man had some connection to the lord of the Tianlan star region, someone with great backing behind him, while Duan Yifeng and Wang He had risen through their own merit, step by step. He truly had not expected that such a tiny planet could produce 3 level 15 geniuses. The truth was getting closer for Lu Sheng. He no longer felt the need to rush, believing that those three would eventually reveal that truth to him. The scene then shifts to the Lion Empire. On the Blue Star, a man was watching over a boy named Albert while he trained. The boy was practicing until he suddenly felt extreme exhaustion. His father then stepped in to help him stand up. Albert admitted to his father that those exercises were incredible. Compared to the old ones, the difference he felt was enormous, and perhaps he might even pass the entrance exam for the Green Vine Martial Arts School next month. His father completely agreed with him. Albert commented that he had heard those movements came from the Dragon Kingdom, and he wanted to know if that was true. His father explained that the technique was called the War God Body Training, saying that in the Dragon Kingdom it had already been adopted on a massive scale, replacing the older methods. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard that anyone in the Dragon Kingdom could learn the sequence for free. They, however, were from the Lion Empire and had to pay to obtain parts of the technique. The boy then suggested that they move to the Dragon Kingdom and obtain citizenship. That way they could learn it for free. His father did not think the idea was bad at all, because he was certain the Dragon Nation would soon become a world power. The boy simply dreamed of becoming a powerful martial artist. Suddenly, he noticed something in the sky. Several ships were flying overhead. The boy found it amazing, because those were the kinds of ships he had only seen in movies. His father, however, began to grow frightened, sensing that something was wrong. Moments later, the entire area began to be destroyed. A few minutes earlier, the scene shifts to the ship of the Red-Eye Pirates. The leader was speaking to a man he referred to as Fatty, inviting him to have a little fun. The leader's name was Adai. The leader of the Red-Eye gang declared that whoever finished the mission the fastest and gathered the most resources would receive 10% of the shares from the other two. Another member believed the mission would bring enormous profit. Just the money they would divide would be enough to buy a low-level garden planet, so 10% was certainly not a small amount. They all began agreeing to the terms. Adai finalized the deal and commented that the planet he was looking at was beautiful. He was referring to planet Earth. He even felt a bit of pity for the civilization he considered inferior. In his mind, humans and all other animals were nothing more than worms, and he was about to descend upon them with full force. Meanwhile, people had been living their normal lives, and suddenly everything turned upside down. The Red-Eye gang arrived and began blowing everything apart. The people who were still alive started running in panic, unable to understand what the hell was happening. Some martial artists who were in the streets began ordering civilians to retreat. At that moment, Edai appeared, greeting everyone, and even introducing himself. He calmly explained that he wanted to talk with them for a moment, declaring that from that instant onward they all belonged to him. In other words, they had all become his slaves. Everyone was stunned. Cumberland knew how terrible the situation was. He had already heard about stellar pirates who invaded planets, and while the world was turning upside down, Lu Sheng was still in the dream world, on the small planet where the 3 level 15 geniuses were. Once again, he was shaping another sphere. This time, he succeeded in creating a crystal dragon. He was extremely happy because he had created life, finally understanding the true game of the gods. Zhang Yizhou considered it part of cultivation. Lu Sheng felt that his understanding of the paths of Wang He and Duan Yifeng had grown enormously, though there were still things he could not fully comprehend. Zhang Yizhou simply told him that when the time was right, he would know how to use them. Even so, Lu Sheng still found everything incredibly complicated. complicated. Suddenly, he sensed a strange fluctuation of energy. Wang. He gathered his power to attack Duan Yifeng. Lu Sheng had never imagined that Wang He could generate such immense power using the strength of the three-legged bird. Duan Yifeng refused to hold back and began condensing his own energy. The two clashed violently, and Lu Sheng, watching up close, found it absolutely incredible. He became completely absorbed in the divine battle unfolding before him. At the same time, he continued creating stars and crystalline planets one after another, faster and faster, with increasing skill. Without even realizing it, the stars and planets he had created began reaching the same scale as the battle between the two geniuses. That region of space had already turned into a third divine domain on the stellar chessboard. Zhang Yizhou simply watched quietly. The scene then shifts back to the Lion Empire in the real world. Everyone was running for their lives. Cumberland tried to defend the planet as best as he could. Some people recognized him and felt relieved, believing he might actually be able to save them all. The problem was that the Red Eye Gang possessed extremely advanced technology, something he did not dare confront head-on. He noticed that the pirates were attacking only from their ship. He quickly called out to everyone, warning them to be careful of the lasers and telling them they had to destroy the ship together. Grabbing his sword, he rushed toward it while the crowd watched with excitement. Cumberland launched an attack, but he couldn't break the ship's defensive shield. His martial arts were no match for their technology, leaving him momentarily helpless. Undai, meanwhile, was greatly amused by the situation. Cumberland angrily thought that advanced civilizations relied only on technology to oppress others, hiding inside their ships like cowards. Edai became excited when he realized the old man wanted him to come out. Cumberland kept provoking him, pretending that Edai was afraid, and so Edai stepped out of the ship. Cumberland had gotten exactly what he wanted, but in the next instant, Edai suddenly appeared behind him. Cumberland had not even seen when he moved. Edai announced that he wanted to show him the size of his divine form. Then he revealed it, an enormous divine body, 8,000 meters tall. At that moment, Cumberland understood. They were completely doomed. Edai grabbed him effortlessly with his divine form. Cumberland immediately began screaming for help. Edai behaved like a complete psychopath, calmly telling him that he wanted every cultivator of level 8 or higher to kneel before him and worship him. He gave them 3 days. He also demanded all the valuable resources on the planet and hoped they would satisfy him, otherwise he would destroy everything. Then right there he crushed Cumberland, showing everyone the fate that awaited them. The people watched in disbelief as Cumberland died. While the world was collapsing into chaos, Lu Sheng was still in the dream world. Zhang Yizhou believed the clash between the two level 15 geniuses was reaching its end. Lu Sheng was confused because both of their divine domains had been destroyed. The two geniuses descended, and Wang He said that they had already shown enough. Now it was Lu Sheng's turn. Lu Sheng was stunned. He had not realized that everything he had witnessed had been just a brief demonstration for him. Even so, he decided to try. The two spheres he had created began fighting each other. Although he believed they could coexist, Wang He immediately told him to stop thinking like that, saying such a path was doomed to fail. He explained that his path and Duan Yifeng's path were extreme and absolute. They could not coexist. Duan Yifeng confirmed this. Hearing the two geniuses, Lu Sheng decided to create a third force, seeking a gentler path, one that could harmonize those extreme and domineering paths. He chose water. Placing a new piece on the board, a blue planet immediately appeared, covered with oceans and glaciers. After a short time, the planet split apart, slowly revealing a strange little turtle. Lu Sheng realized what it was. It was the first Zhuanwu born within that stellar domain. The phoenix and the crystal dragon approached, curious about the Zhuanwu. It was the first meeting between the three creatures. Wang He, analyzing the situation, believed the boy was simply trying to distract them. Water and fire were incompatible. They would inevitably fight. And suddenly, the phoenix sensed something. Lu Sheng calmly told Wang He to relax, because a fourth force would soon enter the stage when the fight began. Wang He was completely surprised. There was a fourth force. Lu Sheng showed them the planet of the Forest of Winds, which had a white tiger. With his arrival, the tension between the phoenix and Xuanwu dissipated. The phoenix enjoyed the white tiger's company, and the white tiger liked playing with the turtle. They were getting along well. The big issue was that the crystal dragon felt a bit out of place. Lu Sheng did not forget about him, and quickly created an earthy brown planet where an earth Keelan appeared. Thus, the crystal dragon and the earth Quailan began to sympathize with each other, and the Quailan followed the phoenix happily. Lu Sheng showed the three geniuses that a new perfect cycle had just been born. The conflicts had disappeared, and for a moment the geniuses were speechless. Duan Yifeng still remained reluctant, declaring that human strength has limits, and that Lu Sheng would have difficulty cultivating the 5 level 15 paths. Wang He agreed with Duan Yifeng, because cultivating 5 would be nothing but blinding greed, a pure illusion. Lu Sheng said nothing and began to manipulate things, shattering everything at once, leaving the two geniuses shocked because he had destroyed something he had created with so much effort. In the end, Zhang Yizhou praised Lu Sheng. Unlike the other two, Sheng wanted to know if that was the correct answer. Zhang Yizhou confirmed it and asked the young man to move forward. Wang He wondered whether Sheng had given up. Zhang Yizhou assumed it would be better if they did not ask. Otherwise, it would only bring frustration to them. Lu Sheng knew that spending time with those three geniuses, together with his own willpower, had caused his cultivation to take a completely different direction. He had achieved something that even Wang He and Duan Yifeng had not been able to reach. He had arrived at the threshold of level 16. At that moment, Lu Sheng asked asked Zhang Yizhou for permission to ask what his Dao was. The old man began to laugh. Suddenly he made a movement with his hand and placed a piece on the chessboard, explaining that everything the young man had seen was his Dao. Sheng was surprised. Zhang Yizhou said that after that chess match, some things needed to be said, and thus the four of them began to walk. Zhang Yizhou made a gesture, and numerous planets appeared, but they were black, which made Lu Sheng curious. Zhang Yizhou saw that he had no choice, and explained that all those planets had been destroyed during the catastrophe. He informed him that this universe was going through exactly the same trial. Sheng wanted to know if the monsters of that world were so terrifying that even Zhang Yizhou could not deal with them. The old man explained that the invasion of beasts was not as simple as he imagined. The world where those monsters came from was not an ordinary world either. He explained that it was the dark side of countless material universes, the supreme source of evil, the convergence of all negative energies. What he had seen so far was only the most superficial manifestation of those forces. Lu Sheng realized that it was truly something impossible to contain, judging by what the old man was saying. Zhang Yizhou explained that when this force arises in a universe, it means that the destruction of that universe is near. Sheng was surprised. Zhang Yizhou showed an apple as an example. Sheng understood that the force would begin to rot whatever was around it. There was nothing that could be done. It was inevitable. Lu Sheng began to see no meaning in what he was doing, especially since there were level 15 and level 16 geniuses there and they could do nothing. He became discouraged. He had never been someone who could be underestimated, but he was not blindly arrogant either. There were three powerful existences there who were far stronger than him. Even if he someday reached their level of power, if the three of them could not do it, he alone would not be able to either. He knew he was just an ordinary person, and knowing that his world would be destroyed in 10,000 years was something he could endure, but the entire universe being destroyed affected him deeply, especially after witnessing so much. In the end, everything would fall into the abyss, into the void. Zhang Yizhou then asked Lu Sheng if he was afraid. Sheng replied that in truth, he was not sure. Everything was too vast and too distant. Zhang Yizhou told Lu Sheng that he had already managed to find life in the midst of death, seeing himself as the spark of fire that could support the heavens with one hand. Therefore, he could not understand why Lu Sheng was feeling fear. At that moment, after hearing those words, Lu Sheng's eyes widened. He remembered when he had seen those predictions, and soon realized that everything had been planned by Zhang Yizhou. It had only been a test. It could not even be considered a lie. He wanted to know if that was truly the future of the real universe. Zhang Yizhou assumed that the young man should not give up in such a way, in the midst of a trial, reminding him that he had the support of the three geniuses. Lu Sheng agreed with Zhang Yizhou. Sheng acknowledged that he had been useless before, and therefore he could not remain cowardly any longer. As he continued to grow stronger, he thought that if the universe was going to end, they should end together with it. In that way, Zhang Yizhou hoped that the young man had regained his confidence. Lu Sheng did not even call it confidence. He simply believed he should keep moving forward and go further than his teachers. The three of them, he only wanted to see with his own eyes whether it was truly impossible to stop the calamity. This left the three of them surprised by what he had just said. Then Zhang Yizhou and the other two burst into laughter. Appreciating the boy's spirit, Zhang Yizhou explained that he was the lord of a domain with trillions of disciples under his command, and his greatest pride was them. And at that moment, it had to be Lu Sheng. The young man became excited, wanting to know if the master was acknowledging him. In any case, the three of them saw that he truly had the will to move forward, and they decided to support him, standing around him. Wang, he handed his complete Dao to Lu Sheng, and at that moment the young man was in disbelief, seeing himself engulfed in flames and endless fire. At that moment, Duan Yifeng saw that his younger brother had given everything he had and did not want to fall behind, so he also gave his Dao to Lu Sheng. At that moment, Lu Sheng became half flames and half ice. Sheng now possessed two great level 15 Daos, which could be considered a colossal blessing. Sheng Yizhou presumed that his own Dao was rather modest. He touched Sheng, giving him a universe in which whatever Sheng wished could become reality. The powers merged successfully within Sheng, until suddenly the masters disappeared, declaring that from that moment on, everything depended on Sheng alone. Lu Sheng, feeling strange, began to cry, yet he felt the ocean of Dao filling his entire body. The foundation of his martial arts became hundreds of millions of times stronger than before. It was incomparable. Now he could truly create his perfect path. After obtaining all of this, he decided to return to the real world, certain that he could break through successfully. The scene then shifted to the Lu Sheng family home. His parents were watching the incident on television. They were worried about the invasion of an advanced civilization. The news channel showed the explosions happening everywhere. Chunche informed her parents that classes had been suspended, declaring that an alien invasion was no joke. Soon the cameras showed Adai on television, who at that moment was killing many people and declaring that no one would be able to escape. Lu Sheng's father became worried that no one could stop those invaders. His wife began to believe that the end of the world had truly arrived. However, his father remained confident, saying that there were powerful people who would deal with them. But that was exactly what worried Sheng's mother, because her son was important and might end up going to fight the aliens. The old man doubted that in the entire world there would be no one strong enough to deal with them. He asked his daughter and his wife to trust their country. He also said he would go out to buy supplies and planned to turn their basement into an air raid shelter, strong enough to resist an anti-cruise missile. The scene then shifted to the conference hall of a certain mansion in the Dragon Country. Those who had surpassed past the level of martial saints were invited to enter. Lin Zhonggui wanted to know what was happening. Tanzhong Gili showed Lin Zhongyue a video that had recently come from the Eagle Country, where 3 level 9 martial saints had been defeated and more than 50 level 8 supreme masters had been captured. He also reported that Cumberland had died, along with 4 other martial saints. Lin Zhongyue believed that the aliens possessed high-precision technology capable of tracking experts, so they needed to gather together in order to resist. However, no one believed they could confront the level 10 extraterrestrial like the guide. They wanted to know where Lu Sheng was, because they needed him. Lin Zhengyu explained that Sheng was in seclusion, trying to reach level 9, isolated somewhere in the sea, and that he could not be interrupted. Then one of the martial saints remembered Lu Sheng's girlfriend, thinking they might contact Sheng through her. At that moment, Xu Qin arrived and said that she had already asked for help 3 days ago, but the guide had told her he needed time to arrive, therefore they would have to hold out. They realized that they needed to buy time until Sheng appeared. Interrupting someone's secluded cultivation was a taboo in martial arts, so they had to wait, which worried everyone greatly. The scene then shifted to Lan Chen's partner, who informed him that he was close by and that they would go together to the Blue Star. The Red Eye Gang was no joke. Lan Chen decided that if they managed to save Lu Sheng, he would share the favor that Sheng owed him. At that moment, Lu Sheng's purple crystalline body began to emit strange white waves. His entire crystal body turned white, and suddenly a mutation occurred. The white body began to darken, becoming something at level 11, his black crystal body, one of the legacies of Duan Yifeng's level 15 divine crystal path. Lu Sheng was no longer at level 8. He had truly reached level 11, making an enormous leap. However, he could no longer understand everything at that moment. He needed to raise everything before unlocking what would come next. He was at the stage of reconstructing his martial physical body. He realized that his understanding of the path of the stars was extremely superficial. He had discovered flaws and needed to rebuild. He stretched out his hand, and points of light appeared throughout his body. Immortal cells emerged one after another, and then exploded. If it had been another warrior, they would have died instantly, but Lu Sheng was on another level. His entire martial body was being reconstructed. Every tendon of flesh, every bone grew again. His skeleton shone like pure gold. Soon he began to call it the Supreme Skeleton, not caring if anyone mocked the name. He was extremely happy, because little by little, he was truly becoming an invincible man. He declared that he was the best in the world, until he suddenly realized that he had been shouting like an idiot. He thought it was a good thing he was at the bottom of the sea, so no one could see him talking like that. At the same time, however, he sensed that something was wrong. The immortal cells in his body kept growing without stopping. Their number was increasing at a colossal rate, consuming the energy in his body like a hungry child. Since there was a large energy crystal nearby, he decided to use the entire crystal at once. Grabbing it with one hand, he refined it instantly. As a result, his immortal cells increased to 3,650. Using the immortal cells, he constructed the complex stellar map of the solar domain. He had surpassed his previous level by more than 1,000 times. He did not transform the immortal cells into stars, and there was also the matter of the divine crystal domain. Then he remembered the small thing in his hand. That strange eye. The path of mutant cells could not be abandoned, because it allowed him to understand the dark side of the universe and might become the key to changing fate in the future. Next came his martial mark and his martial incarnation. Even though he had received guidance from his masters, he knew that he still needed to start from level 9. Therefore, the body of the incarnation would be created from the divine crystal path. He would forge a divine crystal body. Using the path of stars as the eyes and his master's path of nature as the mantle, he decided to name his incarnation the true martial incarnation of the 4 extremes of divine fire. He believed that his avatar would become the best in the world. While he was evolving, the scene shifted to the Dragon Country, where destruction had already arrived. People were running in desperation. Edai was enjoying everything. Lin Zhongyue began to lament, as the Red Eye Gang was destroying everything. Tanzhong Gili was certain that Edai knew they were nearby, and was deliberately forcing them to appear. They could no longer run. If they were the martial saints of humanity, they had to take responsibility like gods. Even if he could only slow the Red Eye Gang down for a short time, Tanzhong Gili was not willing to hesitate. The big problem was that Lu Sheng had still not come out of seclusion. Tanzhong Gili no longer wanted to wait, and so he stepped forward. He felt no fear of death. Lin Zhongyu then warned everyone that they needed to join Tanzhong Gili. They could not let him fight alone. There were many martial saints from different countries present, and she could not force the ones from other nations to follow them. She understood that they were not obligated to defend the Dragon Nation. Even so, she advanced as well. Soon, everyone gathered above Blue Star and advanced toward Idai. People were happy to see the martial saints joining forces to protect the planet. Idai seemed very satisfied to see them finally come out. He even mocked them, pretending to be moved, though in truth he simply wanted to kill them all. Then he made his move, laughing loudly at the entire situation. The scene shifted again to a fishing boat on the coast of Ninghai. A family was watching television, looking extremely worried. The television was showing martial saints from all over the world being beaten badly, something completely unimaginable to ordinary people. The boy became furious and ran out of the fishing boat's cabin. He wanted to show his power, but his father thought he had gone crazy. After all, the boy had only learned a little martial arts. He did not have the strength to save everyone. Then something appeared in the sky, and the boy told his father to look. It was a gigantic hurricane. His father father immediately bowed, believing it was the Sea Dragon King who had become furious. He ordered the boy to kneel immediately before the Sea Dragon King devoured them as an appetizer. But the boy said he could see a person. His father thought the boy had truly lost his mind, until they both realized that it really was a person. To the boy's father, however, that person looked like a god. It was Lu Sheng, appearing with overwhelming energy. He realized that he could no longer continue condensing energy. If he kept doing so, he would completely exhaust the power of heaven and earth, and the planet's natural energy, which could cause everything to collapse. At that moment, he began to agree with Lan Chen. The planet Earth could no longer contain him. He needed to go into the starry universe. He even wondered if he could destroy the planet with a single punch. Still, he believed that he was not quite there yet. A planet was not like an egg. It was far more resistant, especially in its interior. Suddenly, he began hearing people shouting and calling for God to save them. He was completely confused because he had no idea what was happening in the world. While cultivating, he had been completely isolated. People were desperately begging God to help them. Lu Sheng immediately activated his focus and began a global spiritual scan. It was completely different from before, when he could only scan a few kilometers. Soon he found Edai, who was holding Lin Zhengyue in his hand. Edai was humiliating all the martial saints present, declaring that he loved doing such things. He loved watching the natives of a primitive civilization tremble before overwhelming power. He loved the taste of fear on his tongue, declaring that all humans were extremely stubborn. He still had a bet he had made with the gang members, so he could no longer keep entertaining himself. Once again, he declared that everyone should bring him the resources of that planet. Otherwise, he would destroy everything in a single strike. He hoped no one would make him wait too long, since he found it very boring to destroy an entire civilization. Then he let go of Lin Zhongye, who fell hard onto the ground. Suddenly, people saw something coming from the sky, and they couldn't understand what it was. Ede hated the fact that people had lost focus on what he was saying, and he began to believe that they had lost their fear of death. Worse still, he realized that people were looking above his head. Suddenly, a powerful energy moved toward him, and he found the whole situation very strange. It was a massive hand moving straight toward him. To Edi, that was truly impossible. He could only try to protect himself, wondering who could possess that kind of power on such a primitive planet. He was no longer able to resist. People couldn't understand what had happened, because out of absolutely nowhere, Edi lost his life. He was literally crushed like a mosquito by a gigantic hand, and everyone began to question whether a god truly existed. Even without knowing who it was, everyone started cheering. Lin Zhengyu was confused, because everything had ended so suddenly. She wanted to know who had attacked them, and who had defeated the invader. At that moment, Lu Sheng revealed his giant phoenix, and everyone considered him a god. Then Lin Zhengyu herself recognized him, and her eyes filled with tears. Lu Sheng went to her and saw how much she had suffered. Everyone was happy to see that the one who had defeated the invader was Lu Sheng. At the same time, everyone wanted to know if he had reached level 9. Kinche, who was watching everything on television with her family, was very shocked to see that the person on screen was her brother. Not even his mother expected him to be that strong. Other acquaintances of Lu Sheng were also watching, not missing a single detail of what was happening. At that moment, Lu Sheng wanted to apologize to everyone, acknowledging that he had arrived a little late. However, Lin Zhengyu took what he said as a joke, and she thought it was absurd that he had managed to defeat an opponent that no one else could handle. The leader of the Red Eye gang didn't even know who had killed him. Because of that, she asked Lu Sheng how tall his avatar was. Lu Sheng explained to her that he had never been able to fully release his avatar, because doing so might end up destroying the planet. He would only find out once he obtained higher level resources from Lan Chen. In any case, everyone began to celebrate, because the god of war had returned, and once again they had been saved by him. Martial saints from other countries were seeing Lu Sheng for the first time, and they also started cheering for him. They then explained the whole situation to Lu Sheng. The aliens were beating the martial saints, and then taking them to their ship. This meant there was a chance that Cumberland was still alive. Without wasting time, Sheng made his move, completely destroying the ship. He even thought the ship was quite sturdy. He asked the others to handle the rescue, because he had other matters to deal with. Quickly he left, departing from Earth. He was not very worried about the Red Eye gang, because he had reached a level where he could defend his planet. He also realized that he didn't need to breathe anymore. After all, he was in space. He had truly stopped being human, and had entered a new level of existence. There, he could absorb the cosmic energy of the universe, and he could even release his full form. When he tried to do so, his avatar appeared, and it was simply the size of a planet. After seeing that with his own eyes, Lu Sheng became certain that one day he could stand on equal footing with the gods. He was eager to fight the Star Pirates, hoping they would be level 11. Otherwise, the battle would be boring. After all, normal people don't feel any pride in killing a mosquito. Sheng assumed that this was the moment for him to reorganize his energy, and also understand the supreme seed that his master had given him, which referred to the material universe. The scene then shifts to another civilized planet. In a desert region, several people were kneeling, while the fat man was calmly eating. He couldn't believe that this was everything the people of that planet could offer. The king trembled as he declared that they had presented all the treasures the royal family possessed, and that it had taken many years to gather them. The fat man grabbed him by the neck, declaring that he did not like being deceived. He knew there was much more on that planet. However, he also didn't want to waste time, because he didn't want to lose his bet. The king's daughter was very frightened, and asked if her father was okay. The king thought she was an idiot, because she should have stayed stayed hidden. The fat man quickly realized that the old man was hiding something very valuable, and he simply left, taking the king's daughter with him. Then the scene shifts again, showing her tied up, proving that the Red Eye gang was truly very cruel. Meanwhile, the fat man contacted the Lost Ghost, asking how things were going. Lost Ghost replied that everything was fine, and that they were on their way back, but they needed to check on Edai first. The fat man didn't understand why. Lost Ghost explained that Edai's vital signals had suddenly disappeared, yet the ship was still in the same place. Then the scene shifts to the dream space. Lu Sheng realizes that the dream space is actually the interior of the seed of the material universe. The only difference from before was the setting. Base 1359, the beginning of the dream. Everything on that planet had disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. Everything that once existed there had been destroyed by the master, turning into nutrients that merged with the young man's martial path. The Fireseed resource repository still existed, but there was no longer any need to maintain those illusions. Now he could see the repository's true power. Predicting the future was the power of the essence of the universe in action. Lu Sheng's mistake in the past had been that he accessed only a tiny portion of that essence, exploring very shallow layers. But at that moment, he possessed the essence of that star, even though it did not fully represent the essence of the entire universe. He knew that in order to reach level 16 or higher in the future, he would have to save the universe from calamity. Before, he had only been a martial master, clearing streets and bases, but now he would need to conquer planet after planet. Not just any universe, but his entire universe. He had absorbed the essence of that planet, yet he could not imagine how he would expand that to encompass an entire universe. He had no idea how far he might truly be able to go. Next, he examined his spiritual power, which had reached level 11. The problem was that his gains had been extremely large, so digesting everything would require some time. He could organize everything while continuing to advance. Soon he realized that more outsiders had arrived. That was great news for him, because he wanted to use them as test material. The scene then shifts to space, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the blue star. Lost Ghost asked the fat man what he was doing. The fat man explained that he was simply heading toward the location where Adai had lost contact. He believed Adai might have encountered a patrol of star police and had been taken down. Lost Ghost said it wouldn't be so bad if that were the case. After all, it would mean one less person to split the profits with. Still, they needed to go there to check and report the situation to their boss. Eventually, they arrived at planet Earth, which they referred to as the Blue Star. They even thought the planet looked quite beautiful and began scanning it. However, things quickly became strange. The scan did not detect anyone above level 9 on the planet. Because of that, the fat man started to suspect that Adai had abandoned the ship and fled. Lost Ghost didn't really care. He simply thought they should recover the ship and explain everything to their boss. The fat man agreed. Lost Ghost even suggested that they take the opportunity to plunder the planet's resources once again. Obviously, they were part of the star pirate group known as the Red Eye Gang. They were cold and ruthless. Whether their companions lived or died mattered less than money. As long as they survived and made a profit, everything was acceptable to them. At that moment, Lost Ghost decided to descend. Suddenly, the scanner detected a new energy source. A new analysis began, showing that there was an energy signature of that level nearby, leaving Lost Ghost completely confused. But that wasn't all. The scanner also detected an energy source at level 11. Then the scanner started malfunctioning, repeating the analysis several times. Lost Ghost began to suspect that the system was defective. He informed the fat man, who replied that his own scanner had detected nothing. In any case, he thought it was extremely unlikely that a backwater place like the Blue Star could have someone at level 10, let alone higher. He was convinced the system was simply malfunctioning. Suddenly, the fat man noticed an extremely bright light behind Earth, and he became very frightened. He wasn't the only one. Lost Ghost's jaw dropped as well. Behind Earth was what looked like a gigantic sun. None of it made any sense to them. How could there be a star that large, so close to a planet with life? Then the fat man realized something. It wasn't a star. It was a divine martial technique. Worse still, they noticed someone standing there. It was Lu Sheng, and he didn't look like he was in a good mood. He declared that the Blue Star already had a reserved space, and their entry was forbidden. The fat man panicked and told Lost Ghost to run. In that moment, he understood how their companion had died. To him, Lu Sheng looked like a demon. He shouted to Lost Ghost that Lu Sheng was a level 11 monster. They needed to flee immediately and report everything to their boss. Lu Sheng, however, assumed they might as well stay for a while, since they had already come all that way. Using his spiritual power, he struck both of them. The overwhelming force knocked them down instantly. Lu Sheng then approached them, realizing that after reaching this level, killing someone had become as easy as cutting grass. Then the scene shifts to the ship of the red-eyed pirate Stellar Group, far away. Chi-Tong noticed that the fat man and the Lost Ghost had also lost contact. The woman couldn't believe that everything had suddenly disappeared. Chi-Tong found it very interesting that those guys had vanished on a small planet inhabited by weak individuals. He also considered it unlikely that the local authorities could stop the three of them, yet it also seemed impossible that they had all been eliminated in a single instant. Chi-Tong decided to go there personally. The woman was a bit worried about her boss, but he told her to relax because he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Even if a peak level 11 warrior appeared, he believed he could still escape with his life. Losing 3 people at once without any warning had never happened before, so he needed to find out what was going on. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng, who was examining the pirate's ship. He discovered an enormous amount of wealth belonging to those space pirates. There were tons of energy crystals everywhere. He expected to create tens of thousands of immortal cells with that. So he wanted to take everything and use the ship as storage, since he didn't know how to pilot a spaceship at that moment. Therefore, he preferred to control it using that method. Soon after, he quickly headed toward Earth. At that moment, he received a message from his mother. His family was worried about him. He promised that once he dealt with a few things, he would go see them and talk. Lu Sheng didn't even know how he could explain to his family that he was the god of war. He waited for the right opportunity to explain everything. In any case, he had gained quite a harvest this time. He had also obtained a large number of already refined energy crystals, and there was also a special type of energy crystal there. He had no idea what it was. The energy inside it was extremely violent, hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary crystal. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to refine it immediately. He also found several combat suits and many cold weapons of the stellar blade type. Lu Sheng noticed that the suits looked similar to the one Lan Chen had. Then he found a level 10 sword. When he touched it, he ended up getting cut. Even so, he thought the sword was extremely good. It wasn't only items that were there. He also discovered many prisoners from other planets. Because of that, he decided to wait for Lan Chen so they could figure out what to do with those people. Technically, he could travel to another solar system, since his body could leave the planet. The problem was that speed and space work differently. Moving through space by themselves wasn't very fast, so he truly needed the ship's technology. But before leaving the Blue Star, he needed to understand one thing. The crisis of Earth had been predicted to arrive in 8 years. He wanted to know whether that was the origin of everything. He didn't want to leave and then come back only to find the planet suddenly devastated. Suddenly, Ellie appeared, and he ordered her to simulate his future. The system showed that he would reach level 11 at the age of 40, participate in the Celestial Serpent Constellation Tournament, and rank among the top 100. At 100,000 years old, he would reach level 15 and become the ruler of the Celestial Serpent Sector. At 300,000 years old, he would perish along with the collapse of the universe. Lu Sheng noticed that he never reached level 16 in that future. Even so, he knew he couldn't stop there, so he asked the system to simulate the future of the Blue Star again. The simulation showed that the Blue Star would indeed be destroyed by an invasion coming from the dark side of the universe. Lu Sheng realized that the real problem lay in the underground rift. The Blue Star would cease to be a resource planet and would instead become a battlefield, eventually being completely destroyed over time. Even Master Zhang Yizhou was unable to stop something like that. So Lu Sheng came to the conclusion that within 8 years, he needed to find a habitable planet and migrate the inhabitants of the Blue Star there. His short-term goal became clear: to buy a habitable planet large enough. Then the scene shifts to everyone entering the ship and greeting Lu Sheng. At that moment, everyone showed him great respect. He was stronger than ordinary martial saints and was already close to the level of the guide. Lu Sheng believed that he had delivered an extremely powerful blow to Adai, since Adai had simply been dismantled by that single strike. He knew everyone there had suffered great losses, so he offered energy crystals as compensation, explaining that everything there had been looted from the pirates. Lin was shocked when she saw that there were 50 tons of crystals. Lu Sheng told Lin Zhengyu that she could keep everything she had previously collected for him, but she didn't even know how she could accept so many resources. Lu Sheng explained that it was simply a matter of worldview. He said they needed to have autonomy, which left her stunned. Then the scene shifts to space. Chi Tong asked about the results of the scanning. The woman reported that 3 spaceships had been found, and all of them were on planet Earth. Chi Tong didn't know if there was any chance that his people were hiding. The ship they possessed was a level 11 vehicle, a top-tier model. Fooling his scanners would be very difficult. Only a level 12 ship could manage something like that. The woman doubted that Earth possessed technology that advanced. Chi Tong was extremely confused. He wondered if his people had cut off contact of their own accord, but he couldn't understand why they would all do something like that. In the end, he decided to recall the ships, since they were already at a safe distance. The woman began forcing the 3 ships to return. Suddenly, the ship beside Lu Sheng and the others powered on and quickly began to fly. Lu Sheng's eyes widened at that moment, thinking that perhaps someone was inside that ship. Lu Shengju warned him that there was no way for them to enter it, since they hadn't even managed to break through its defenses. Lu Sheng decided to take a closer look, activating his scanning ability. He quickly realized that the ship was being controlled remotely. He also had no intention of letting something that had already gone into his pocket slip away. The scene then shifts to the woman who was Chi Tong's subordinate. She was working on the computer when it suddenly froze, leaving her confused. Chi Tong appeared shortly afterward, wanting to understand what was happening. She explained to her boss that someone was preventing the ship from returning. She presumed that it was a native from that planet, with level 9 strength, who was treating Edia's ship as if it were a treasure. Chi Tong then declared that she should wipe out that entire civilization. The woman reported that she was firing the gamma particle cannon at that moment, but something soon surprised them. They saw that the ship had been grabbed by an energy avatar. Chi Tong was left speechless by the situation. When they realized who was responsible, Lu Sheng, Chi Tong was stunned. He believed that Lu Sheng was only level 9, yet he was capable of confronting the propulsion of a level 10 ship. Chi Tong concluded that Lu Sheng possessed an extraordinary constitution, one of the rarest kinds. He told his subordinate that Lu Sheng would be worth a fortune as a slave on the intergalactic black market. He even remembered an incident that had happened in the auction zone of Yamu. A single person with that type of body at the Morning Star level had once been sold for around 10 billion black coins. coins. His subordinate was shocked by such a price. At that moment, Chai Tong wanted to capture Lu Sheng to make a huge profit. Just from what Lu Sheng had demonstrated, he was already worth at least the Morning Star level. His value alone exceeded everything they had looted from 100 primitive planets. Even so, the woman suggested that her boss should consider the possibility that the young man they were seeing might be the one responsible for the disappearance of Edai and the others. Chi Tong didn't care about that at all. He only cared about making money. He was so crazy that he had already convinced himself that the universe had gifted Lu Sheng to him. To him it was guaranteed profit, a stroke of incredible luck. He wanted to seize that opportunity. If he didn't, he felt it would only attract bad luck. So he ordered her to prepare the demonic silver guards. But then he realized that might scare Lu Sheng away, so he decided it would be better to go personally. He asked her to keep the ship ready to capture him, and to be very careful not to injure their treasure. The woman kept watching Lu Sheng through the screen. Still, she felt uneasy. She suspected it might be because of the disappearance of the other three, and she also felt it would be humiliating if she couldn't subdue what she believed to be a mere level 9 warrior. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng, who was floating in space. He could hardly wait to feel the power of someone who was almost at level 11. Meanwhile, Chi Tong could only think about those 10 billion black coins. That amount of wealth would bring him resources, power, status, and even the long-desired freedom. With that money, he could erase his crimes and enter an advanced civilization with glory, becoming a true high-level noble. They were severely underestimating Lu Sheng. As they slowly approached him, the ship suddenly issued an alert to Chi Tong. That was strange to him, because the ship was level 11, and they were supposedly going to deal with someone at level 9. But at the same time, he found it interesting. It only increased Lu Sheng's value even more. He believed that taming a genius like Lu Sheng would be a delicious challenge. Lu Sheng stood outside in space, calmly watching the ship approach him. Chi Tong then stepped outside as well. Seeing Lu Sheng standing there like that, he asked if the young man had been waiting for him. He even wondered if Lu Sheng wasn't afraid of dying, which he found unbelievable. He even assumed that this would become a duel of life and death, which made him even more excited, since he was quite a strange person. Chi Tong then asked for Lu Sheng's name. Lu Sheng introduced himself, but said he would prefer if they skipped the meaningless chatter. Chi Tong liked that attitude. He declared that Lu Sheng deserved to face him with his full power. An energy sphere formed in his hand, making Lu Sheng curious about what it was. Suddenly, the sphere grew enormous. Chi Kung assumed that Lu Sheng was starting to feel fear. He declared that Lu Sheng could never be a threat to him and would be easily defeated. Lu Sheng watched the attack flying straight toward him, and commented that the power of someone who was almost level 11 was complete trash. He shattered Chi Tong's power as if it were nothing. Chi Tong couldn't understand what was happening. In his eyes, Lu Sheng was only level 9, yet his own power ended up tearing off his arm, causing massive destruction. In the end, he lost his life with a single blow, the very attack he himself had launched. Inside the ship, the subordinate saw on the screen that her boss had died. She was left in shock. The leader of the red-eyed pirates had been killed with a single strike. The bigger problem was that they had also shattered the moon. Lu Sheng was not pleased about that at all. He felt disappointed because he had expected to fight someone about 20 times stronger than Edai. Instead, the man had been dismantled with a single blow. It was incredibly boring. Lu Sheng was certain that with just one punch he could easily kill a level 10 opponent. He had grown much stronger. As the moon began to break apart, he wasted no time repairing it. Even though the result was a bit crude, he was actually satisfied with it. Suddenly, he was struck head-on by the ship's weapon, the strongest weapon they had, a level 11 armament fired at maximum power. Chi Tong's subordinate expected that no opponent could possibly survive such an attack, but in reality, she had not accomplished much at all. As the smoke cleared, she waited to see the result of her shot. She had managed to tear away all the skin and muscle from the left side of Lu Sheng's body, which pleased her greatly. However, he regenerated almost instantly, leaving her utterly shocked. She had never imagined something like that was possible. Lu Sheng himself found the attack somewhat interesting, since his supreme stellar body had not completely resisted it. The woman was completely stunned. 1 second before the shot had been fired, Lu Sheng had already sensed that an attack was coming from the ship, but since he didn't feel a serious threat, he deliberately chose to take the blow head-on to test the durability of his supreme stellar body. In the end, the result didn't satisfy him very much. The woman tried to fire again at full power, but Lu Sheng was not patient enough to take another hit like that, so he struck back against the ship's attack. The impact pushed the woman to the brink of collapse. She could only wonder how such a thing was even possible. Human strength was resisting an interstellar weapon. The woman's name was Du Shi. With her own eyes, she saw the level 11 annihilation cannon being destroyed with a single punch. For her, that sight was 10 times more shocking than seeing her captain die. Looking at Lu Sheng's face, Du Shi began crying blood. Then she suddenly died. She died from the shockwave created by Lu Sheng's punch against the ship. Lu Sheng quickly moved toward the vessel, intending to plunder the plunder of the red-eyed pirates. He already knew that the amount of crystals there was twice what he had seen before. He admired the advanced ship and liked it a lot. In total, he collected 11,000 tons of energy crystals, with 1/3 being black crystals. Through his own hard work, with his bare hands, he was accumulating wealth. He had easily reached a life of abundance. He also wanted to contact Lan Chen so that he could collect a protection fee. That would also mean protecting lower-level planets from threats like space pirates. In his eyes, this loot was a kind of reward. Suddenly, he received an alert. The ship had been locked by an unknown source. force. In the next instant, the ship completely exploded. Lu Sheng was left with nothing but bones. Even so, he was impressed. He had barely finished recovering and trouble had already appeared again. He didn't even have time to breathe. He had no idea who those people were. All of them were wearing very strange outfits. One of them ordered that the entire stellar region be sealed off. He also declared that the members of the red-eyed space pirate group should be eliminated. Without wasting time, Lu Sheng quickly regenerated again. He was irritated. He had worked hard to obtain his wealth. He had finally acquired a complete advanced spaceship as loot. Yet those people had destroyed all of his work. He was furious because he had shed a lot of sweat to obtain everything there. So he demanded compensation. The man looked at Lu Sheng. His highly advanced glasses showed Lu Sheng's interstellar combat value as 153 fixed units. This result puzzled him. He assumed Lu Sheng was just a rookie member of the red-eyed pirates, since the gang seemed to be recruiting newcomers. After all, Lu Sheng appeared to be only level 9, so the strange man with the unusual glasses asked Lu Sheng if he was a rookie in the red-eyed gang. Instead of answering, Lu Sheng walked straight toward him. The strange man continued measuring his power. The reading suddenly exceeded 1,000. That was when he began to understand why the red-eyed pirates might want someone like Lu Sheng on their team. But something even stranger happened. Lu Sheng's power surpassed 10,000, and it kept rising. Soon it exceeded 90,000, causing the man's high-tech glasses to shatter. The system error was catastrophic. Lu Sheng now stood face to face with him. The man was stunned, because Lu Sheng's power had gone beyond the limits that the system could measure. At that moment, Lu Sheng only wanted the man to feel the wrath of his technique. He declared that since the man had destroyed his ship, he would have to pay for it. Without wasting time, the man drew his sword. Lu Sheng tried to strike, but the man managed to block the attack with his blade. He couldn't understand how someone so powerful could possibly belong to the red-eyed pirates. In fact, he wanted those space parasites to disappear from the galaxy. Then he prepared a technique called Starfall Rain, unleashing a massive explosion in the area. Lu Sheng did nothing. He simply allowed himself to be struck by the technique. And at that moment, he was able to feel what a level 11 ability was truly like, because it was infinitely better than the thieves he had dealt with before. He even considered the strange guy with glasses to be the strongest opponent he had faced up to that point. Lu Sheng only wanted that guy to pay for destroying his vehicle, so he activated War God mode, releasing a deeply latent energy. The man immediately began to suspect whether that was really the power of someone at level 9, because it was far beyond that. Lu Sheng rushed toward the man again, who held his sword firmly. The clash between them was extremely intense. At the same time they were fighting, Lan Chen arrived with his partner. They had tried to get there as fast as possible, and Lan Chen realized he would need to replace his ship with a level 11 vessel after all that terrible chaos was over. In any case, they could already see that the Yamu sector forces had arrived. Lan Chen felt relieved, assuming that Lu Sheng was safe. Soon they confirmed that the ship really belonged to an agent of the Yamu sector. Their ship was level 12, something Lan Chen dreamed of having, even though he believed he would never obtain it, not even if he worked his entire life. His partner said that he only needed to reach level 11 and become a sector agent, but Lan Chen believed reaching that level was extremely difficult. Suddenly, they felt a very strong tremor, and a bizarre energy appeared right in front of them. They guessed it was a battle between level 11 masters. They found something they could scan, and discovered the wreckage of the Red Eyes gang's ship. From its condition, it was clear that the gang was completely doomed. Meanwhile, the fight between the two warriors outside was in full swing, and they soon recognized the Yamu sector agent. Lan Chen's companion found it bizarre that the agent's opponent was not the Red Eyes leader, but someone far stronger. At that moment, the Yamu sector agent prepared to launch an attack toward Lu Sheng, but Sheng interrupted him. He grabbed the man by the head and slammed him 4 times in extremely rapid succession, practically knocking him out instantly. Lan Chen then recognized Sheng and slapped his own face because he had been drooling in disbelief. He then asked his partner to slap him as well, because he believed he was dreaming. Suddenly, he received a powerful slap from Zhao Lin, which frightened him. Poor Zhao Lin quickly tried to explain himself, since Lan Chen had been the one who asked for the slap. Lan Chen truly hadn't expected his partner to slap him with full force. Anyway, he explained to his friend that the one fighting the agent was Lu Sheng. This left Zhao Lin completely shocked. The agent was clearly unhappy that Lu Sheng was forcing him to take things seriously. He declared that this entire piece of the starry sky would have to perish together with Lu Sheng. Then he began to release a gigantic surge of energy. Lu Sheng found it quite interesting, believing he could have a bit more fun. Suddenly, 2 men arrived and asked them both to stop fighting, saying that there had been a misunderstanding. Lu Sheng wanted to know what the hell they were doing there. One of the men explained to the agent that Lu Sheng was actually a native of Blue Star, not a member of the Red Eyes gang. The agent who had been fighting Lu Sheng then received information confirming Lu Sheng's identity. He found it impressive that Lu Sheng, who came from a planet with poor resources, possessed an extraordinary physique capable of rivaling level 11 individuals. To make matters even more astonishing, he had mastered 2 laws. The agent declared that Lu Sheng was not an ordinary person. He was a supreme treasure that had yet to be discovered, more valuable than 100 habitable planets. Then he introduced himself to Lu Sheng, saying his name was Faralande, and that he was the executor of the Justice Division of the Yamu sector. Lu Sheng didn't care about any of that. He only wanted them to pay for his ship, since it contained many resources that were very valuable to him. At the same time, Lu Sheng wondered whether what he had just done could be considered assaulting an authority figure. However, he preferred to think it wasn't his fault, since he had only been trying to protect his home and get rich through his own efforts. He never imagined he would end up being the country bumpkin of the story. Arlande then told Lu Sheng that he had been a great help in an operation to capture the Qitong group of stellar pirates. Because of that, he would guarantee that Lu Sheng would receive the largest possible reward. However, there was one condition: he would have to accompany them to the Yamu Sector Federation to claim his prize. It was 500 light-years away, which would take about 2 months for a round trip aboard the Yinyao ship. Lu Sheng couldn't believe he had to go there personally. Arlande explained that the reward was worth at least 10 times more than the ship that had been destroyed. That instantly convinced Lu Sheng, who was eager to claim his reward. Lan Chen told Zhao Lin that since the fight had stopped, they could approach them. When they brought Lu Sheng back and revealed his full potential, he would cause a huge sensation in the sector. They might even receive a great reward for discovering him. However, Zhao Lin believed his friend was being overly optimistic. This made Lan Chen wonder why Zhao Lin didn't see the greatness in Lu Sheng. Zhao Lin didn't doubt that Sheng was truly talented. The real problem would be bringing him safely to the Baiwu sector, because he was sure the Yamu sector executor had also noticed how extraordinary Lu Sheng was. That meant he wouldn't let Lu Sheng leave so easily. Lan Chen began to tremble, thinking about the opportunity that had slipped through his fingers like water. To make matters worse, Lan Chen had forgotten to register Lu Sheng in their sector's database, making the entire situation completely disastrous. If the Yamu sector registered him first, Lan Chen would lose credit for the discovery, and Lu Sheng would end up becoming a citizen of that sector instead. Just then, they felt a bizarre presence. Some men from the Yamu sector appeared, and told the two of them that their guess had been correct. Lu Sheng was indeed going there to give testimony about the capture of the Red Eyes pirate group. To make things even worse, the Yamu men decided to capture them. They confiscated all of their communication equipment and immediately imprisoned them inside the ship. This could potentially start a war between the two sectors, but the Yamu agents didn't care about that at all. In their view, Arlande had made an extremely wise decision. The scene then shifted to a warship from the Baiwu sector, known as the Longay ship, where a man with a refined little mustache was calmly drinking wine, with a small banquet laid out in front of him. He already knew that the Red Eyes stellar pirate group had been eliminated, and he would need to give a good explanation to his superiors. Arlande had even given them 1/3 of the credit, on the condition that 2 of their officers would go to give testimony. That man had been foolish enough to believe they had won the lottery. He even found Arlande's generosity a bit strange, but decided to let it go rather than question it. At that moment, a young woman arrived and reported that Officer Zhao Lin had requested an audience because he had something extremely important to report. However, they could not contact him at that moment, because he had already been taken away to give testimony. The man decided it would be better to deal with it later, and they accelerated the ship. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng flying through space. He needed to return to Blue Star to settle a few things before following Executor Arlande to the Yamu sector. Meanwhile, Arlande ordered everyone to keep a close watch on the spacecraft. Not only that, Lu Sheng and the entire planet were to be monitored carefully. He wanted everyone to stay extremely alert. As for the Baiwu sector, he believed they could stall them for the time being, but they had to remain vigilant at all times. If there was any movement from that sector, he wanted to be informed immediately. Arlande was certain that once Lu Sheng accompanied them and officially registered as a citizen of the Yamu sector, they would gain enormous merit. The scene then shifted to the war god, arriving at his family's house. He noticed that there were at least 40 martial artists in the neighborhood, including more than 20 8th-level grandmasters, and even some martial saints disguised nearby. It had become the neighborhood with the highest combat power on Blue Star. Lu Sheng believed they were all there to protect his family, and he felt quite pleased, knowing that when he opened the door, his sister greeted him, extremely surprised to learn that he was the war god. His parents were genuinely worried, and he didn't even know what to say, while they looked at him with shining eyes, wondering how he had reached that point. Lu Sheng declared that he would no longer hide anything. Then he suddenly made up a ridiculous story, claiming that he was actually the Prince of the Saiyans. He said that when he was 3 years old, his home planet had been destroyed by a terrible enemy named Ludi, with the Straw Hat. To survive, he had been reincarnated on that planet, and had chosen them to be his new family forever. With his awakened martial talent, he was now preparing to return to his planet, called Vegetal, where he intended to rebuild everything and restore the Saiyans' former glory. However, his story only left his family completely confused. He even pretended to ask them for money to fund his journey, saying he needed 5,000 from each of them, promising he would pay them back when he returned, and would even make them village chiefs on that planet. It was obvious that cultivating too much had made him seem completely insane. His family truly had no idea what he was talking about. Eventually, he decided to change the subject, declaring that he was the war god, but that it shouldn't change anything for his family. He also said he was starving. They then began having dinner together. During the meal, Lu Sheng told his family everything that had happened over the past few years. He also subtly mentioned that he would be going into space for a while. Even Kinche doubted whether that was really her older brother. The old man couldn't believe that their family had practically become part of history, while Lu Sheng's mother only wanted him to take care of himself. The scene then shifted to Lu Sheng visiting his girlfriend. He said that it was a day worth celebrating. She didn't understand understand what he meant. Lu Sheng then explained that it was the day when the strongest man on the planet would officially register his marriage. It was also the day he would leave for space. However, he promised that he would return as quickly as possible so they could get married. He showed her the communicator that Arland had given him, explaining that the battery could last for years and they could stay in contact through it. After that, he left. Xiuqin simply wished him safety out there. The scene then shifted to the Yinyao ship. Lu Sheng had arrived there, and Arlande showed him the interior of the vessel. Lu Sheng was surprised by the enormous scale of the entire structure. Then Arland snapped his fingers, instantly bringing them to what looked like a bar inside the ship, so that they could have a drink. He mentioned that the specialty of the planet where he was born was a wine called Sea Thorn. He explained that his home planet had once been a level 4 war planet, but it had been completely destroyed more than 3,000 years ago. Lu Sheng felt very sorry about that, but Arlande did not see it as a problem, declaring that it was an inevitable fate. Battle planets always reach that moment sooner or later. However, the Yamu sector had initiated a citizen migration plan before the planet was completely destroyed. When Lu Sheng heard this, it struck him deeply, because it was exactly what he truly wanted. But Arlande explained to the young man that not everyone could migrate. One had to be a registered federal citizen. The requirements were having a clean record, strength at level 9 or higher, and some potential for development. Hearing these requirements, Lu Sheng felt they were quite strict and wondered if there was any way to migrate on one's own. Arlande explained that it was possible, but all habitable planets in the sector had already been catalogued. 1 or 2 people might manage to pass unnoticed, but anything over 5,000 people required Federation approval. Otherwise, everyone involved would be arrested. Every year, their Department of Justice sends more than 10 billion star nomads to work as forced labor on war and resource planets. Lu Sheng realized that the system was extremely authoritarian, but Arland simply saw it as a measure to maintain the orderly reproduction of species throughout the universe. If a planet were destroyed, the survivors would begin invading other planets by force, and if everyone did the same, the universe would fall into complete chaos. Lu Sheng then asked how much it would cost to buy a habitable planet. Arlande knew that Lu Sheng's homeworld was a resource star, so he could not understand why Lu Sheng wanted to migrate, since the beast invasion had not even properly begun yet. The cheapest planets cost several billion black coins, and slightly better ones already exceeded 10 billion. In the end, Arland clarified that by better he meant planets capable of producing warriors above level 9. If a planet could not produce such warriors, it was already close to destruction. In Lu Sheng's case, Arland believed the solution was quite simple, though Sheng did not understand. Arland explained that Lu Sheng had tremendous potential. Once he reached level 11, he could become a stellar noble, and then he would have the right to possess a planetary territory of his own without paying anything for it. He would only have to pay annual taxes and maintain the planet himself. But for someone powerful, that was nothing. Lu Sheng was surprised, and at the same time, he thanked Arland for all the information he had received. At that moment, he realized that his understanding of many things was still quite limited, so he made a toast with Arland when he finally obtained his own territory. He would place his entire family on planets, 1 planet for each province of Longguo, and all the rest of the people squeezed onto another one. It would be a wonderful dream for him, and with that thought, he savored the fine wine. With Arlande's explanation, Lu Sheng came to understand the basic workings of the stellar universe. During the long wait, he only needed to enter the seed of the universe to train, which used to be his dream space. Unlike before, inside the Yinyuche ship, Lu Sheng was being fed a massive amount of high-density energy crystals. Lu Sheng quickly reached 10,000 immortal cells, doubling his life force. Arlande was surprised by the young man's growth. Considering him the most talented warrior he had seen in the last 4,000 years, he was eager to see what future awaited Sheng, and ordered that they continue supplying him with black crystals. At that moment, the scene shifted to Lu Sheng's inner universe. There stood a gigantic figure holding an axe, easily splitting Sheng in half. But that was not all. The figure also sliced the planet apart. Lu Sheng woke up in shock, asking himself whether that was the power of a level 12 warrior. He had been fighting Sheris, the god of winds, a specialist in speed with terrifying strength. He then set a goal for himself: defeat Sheris before reaching the Yamu sector. After several days of intense training, on the eve of their arrival in the Yamu sector, Shon finally defeated Sheris, absorbing the original power of a new planet. His power increased at least 3-fold. Soon after, he headed toward the center of the Federation in the Yamu sector. After he exited the ship, Arlande welcomed him. Lu Shon wanted to know what they should do next. Arlande informed him that he would register a legal identity as a stellar citizen, since without registration, he wouldn't even be able to obtain a basic nutritious meal. He would be blocked from everything. Arlande said he would handle the whole process, especially since he was the one who had brought Lu Sheng there. However, the look in his eyes gave Sheng the impression that he had achieved what he wanted. In any case, Sheng did not sense any danger from him, even though he believed he could defeat Arlande easily after defeating Sheris. Next, he went to the City Hall building to register his identity, and soon he received it, containing all his information. He clearly remembered Arlande, saying that citizenship started at level 1, but for some reason his citizenship was already level 3. The clerk explained that he had been recommended by Arlande, so his identity began differently from other citizens. The level was also related to strength, talent, wealth, and and connections. Lu Sheng liked that very much, since it meant one step less toward becoming a stellar noble, which required reaching level 11. Lu Sheng also received 10 million black coins as a gift from Arlandi, money he could spend on anything. Lu Sheng found Arlandi quite generous, considering that the star pirates had only possessed a few dozen coins. Then he realized that those pirates had probably hidden most of their wealth inside their identity cards. Soon after, the receptionist asked him to wait a moment because Arlandi was in a meeting, and offered him some snacks. Lu Sheng ate and found the taste surprisingly good. He thought it would be a good moment to search for the identity cards Qitong had stored inside the bracelets. However, he kept eating non-stop until he bit into something extremely hard. He had almost broken his tooth because of it. He decided to look at what he had bitten. It was a space cockroach, and he was quite surprised. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart. At that moment, his 10,001st immortal cell was born. He truly did not expect that such a tiny creature would have such a high protein content, so he decided to chew the rest of it, noticing it tasted like chicken and was crunchy at the same time. Just then, a woman appeared shouting for Poppy. The young man who had been serving Lu Sheng earlier tried to explain that this was the VIP area and she couldn't enter like that. The woman's name was Jojo, and she refused to accept it because she had seen Poppy enter. Sheng watched the red-haired woman looking for trouble. Jojo ignored the staff and began walking forward. The sound of her footsteps hitting the floor made Sheng slightly nervous. She declared that she could smell Poppy's scent coming from Sheng and was certain he had stolen her. Sheng just wanted to understand what the hell she was talking about. Jojo realized he had no idea and approached him. Placing her hands on his table, she explained that Poppy was a noble blood crystal devouring insect, her pet that she had raised for more than 10 years. At that moment, Lu Sheng became a little thoughtful, hoping it wasn't a large golden round insect with thin legs. Jojo became excited. It was indeed Poppy, and asked where it was. Sheng was in serious trouble at that moment because he had already committed an atrocity, so he pointed somewhere and said that her pet had landed on his hand, and he thought it was just some random bug and ended up throwing it away. He only hoped that woman wouldn't discover the truth. Jojo then hugged him and thanked him, but his face was suddenly buried in her chest cushions. He couldn't understand what was happening, wondering if she had discovered the truth, while also questioning what she was doing. However, Jojo was simply thanking him for the information, and introduced herself. Lu Sheng thought the people of Yamu were very open. He shook her hand and greeted her, introducing himself as well. After that, she left to search for her pet. That was the moment for him to mentally apologize. Jojo had no idea that her pet was inside Sheng's stomach, and had helped him produce immortal cells. With the hardness of the crystal-devouring insect's shell, it was almost impossible to kill one without level 11 strength or higher. Lu Sheng did not have the courage to tell the truth, since it had been something very brutal, so he decided to ask the maid who the young woman who had just spoken with him was. The maid explained that Jojo was the daughter of Count Sith. That left him completely shocked, since Arlanda was only a baron. Jojo was far above that rank. That was when he finally understood why she walked through the city hall as if it were her own backyard. Suddenly, Arlande appeared, and they left together. Outside, Lu Sheng wanted to know if Arlande knew what a crystal-devouring insect was. Arlande found it interesting, since the young man had just arrived, but he explained that it was a rare creature with a gentle temperament. Many space nobles bought one for their daughters or wives. He added that the creature could even reach level 10 or 11. Sheng did not expect the insect to be so powerful. Arlande commented that the cheapest one of those creatures would cost several billions of black credits, though he didn't understand why Lu Sheng was asking about it. Lu Sheng replied that he had simply become curious for a moment because he had heard some people talking about it. At the same time, he was in shock because the thing was extremely expensive. That single bite had been worth billions. Soon after, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the law enforcement department in the Baiwu sector, where a man stared at a report in disbelief that this was all there was. No recording of the execution of the red-eyed pirates. A subordinate explained that it was the only file the Yamu sector had sent. He had even insisted on getting more details, but they only said they would send them later. The man was certain that something was wrong. They would never share the glory so easily, which meant they were hiding something. He concluded that it would be better to contact the Yamu sector's executors immediately, because he wanted all the records. The mustached man called Arlande. That man's name was Schiller. Arlande answered and greeted him, sounding very cheerful. The suspicious man noticed this, and his name was Lennon. Schiller explained to Arlande that they needed the complete report of the operation, with no exceptions. Arlande said he would send it right away, and then hung up. Schiller was shocked that the man had simply ended the call right in their faces. He was certain they were hiding something. Lennon judged that Schiller was an idiot and should have realized it much earlier, since the people from the Yamu sector were known for pulling tricks. Schiller quickly apologized to his superior. Soon after, he received an email. Seeing that the documents had been sent, he opened them quickly, and his eyes widened. The information included details about the pirate group, and also about Lu Sheng. Schiller was stunned, and informed Lennon that those pirates had been killed by a person named Lu Sheng, whose strength was estimated to be at level 11, although his combat methods were outdated. The report also stated that Lu Sheng had defeated the leader with a single punch. Schiller couldn't believe that Lu Sheng fought using both his physical body and spiritual projection, something extremely ancient by their standards. He also wanted to know who this Lu Sheng really was. Then he noticed that there was another recording from Arlande. Lennon assumed he was being too slow, and ordered him to play it immediately. They then watched the battle between Arlande and Lu Sheng. Lennon stood up from his chair, unable to believe what he was seeing. Soon after, he sat down again with his mouth open, finally understanding everything. Sheng was not from the Justice Department of the Yamu sector. In fact, Lennon was convinced he wasn't even a normal person from that stellar universe. Schiller then showed another file. Lennon just wanted him to stop talking and open it already. When Lennon saw Sheng's data, he realized that he was a native of the planet he had been thinking about. Schiller never imagined he would read words like that in an official report, stating that Sheng originated from a level 1 resource planet, with a constitution estimated above the Yao level. Lennon then declared that our land had delayed sending the records because he wanted to buy time. All of this had been done so he could take Lu Sheng to the Yamu sector and claim the reward. They also discovered that Lu Sheng had once been within their territory, which made Schiller extremely angry at the mistake he had made. Schiller knelt down, acknowledging his error. Lennon made it very clear that they had lost a raw gem, and was extremely furious. Schiller was so shaken by his mistake that he ended up hitting his head on the floor while bowing. At that moment, he only wanted forgiveness from his superior. However, Lennon judged that he was not fit to hold that position anymore, and declared that he should take a vacation. Schiller was completely miserable at that moment. Soon after, the scene shifted to a luxury hotel in the Yamu sector. Arlande told Lu Sheng that he could rest there for a few days. He also informed him that he was lucky because the recruitment for celestial level students was taking place, and he would take Lu Sheng to have his potential evaluated so they could determine the level of his constitution. Lu Sheng noticed that Arlande was in a very good mood. Arlande admitted it, saying that good things had happened. He also explained that Sheng would receive a reward for eliminating the red-eyed pirates. Then he told the young man to get some rest, saying he would come back to pick him up later. As he turned his back on Lu Sheng, he received a call from his superior, who was very pleased with his work and invited him to come to his office. Arlande was overjoyed. Lu Sheng entered, and suddenly a staff member from the luxury hotel informed him that his room was ready and that she could take him there right away. Lu Sheng paid attention to the details of the employee and quite liked her tale. With slightly blushing cheeks, he couldn't help it. He had a weakness for cute things. She noticed his interest and told him that the hotel also offered special services. Lu Sheng commented that he actually needed a few things. She moved closer to him, asking what he wanted. He then explained that he would like to withdraw some money in cash, specifically energy blocks of black coins. That completely shattered what the girl had been imagining. He said he wanted to withdraw 500,000 first. Since he didn't need anything else, he simply closed the door in her face. He liked the appearance of the room very much. However, he wasn't very pleased with the fact that citizen identity cards didn't allow him to view certain information. He was worried that if a citizen died, they might end up losing their money along with it. He also noticed that there was a lot of junk stored in the storage bracelets, and it would be better to sell everything so he could obtain things that were actually valuable. He couldn't waste time. He planned to walk around that night to study the prices of things. Later that same night, he went to a store specializing in spaceships. There he saw that even a small level 10 ship cost around 80 million black coins, which was completely absurd to him. He realized that it was not realistic for him at the moment. He also understood something else. The most valuable asset of the red-eyed pirate gang had been their ship. Because of that, he hoped the reward Arlan would give him would be at least in the billions. Just then, Jojo appeared. Lu Sheng was shocked, wondering what she was doing there. His first thought was that she had discovered the truth about her damned cockroach. However, she explained that she was there accompanying her brother, and asked if he was also planning to buy a spaceship. He admitted that he was, but he hadn't expected them to be so expensive. At the same time, he pretended to casually ask whether she had found her pet yet. When the topic came up, she started chatting with him again. The scene then shifted to the VIP area, where a man was being introduced to several ship models. The saleswoman showed him a level 11 model. When he saw the price, 700 million, he liked it and declared that he would take that ship. The woman was extremely happy and said the ship would be delivered to his address that same day. However, he said delivery wouldn't be necessary. He only wanted the key, since it was a gift. The right person would come pick it up later. The saleswoman was surprised that such an expensive ship was being given away as a gift. Still, she told him she would prepare the documentation. The blonde man was Jojo's brother. He knew that someone he cared about loved spaceships, so he decided to give one as a gift, hoping that person would come to the Yamu sector where not only he would benefit, but his entire family as well. Then he realized his sister was not there. His subordinate explained that she was talking to a man. He immediately asked who it was. The scene then returned to Lu Sheng, who was trying to comfort the red-haired girl. She was genuinely upset about not finding Poppy. She also noticed that he was new there, since she had never seen him before. Lu Sheng tried several times to end the conversation, but she always started another topic, making it impossible for him to leave. It even seemed like she didn't have many friends. In some ways, she reminded him of Fiona. He also knew that she was like a delicate flower, and he wasn't stupid. The dangerous one was always the gardener protecting the flower. At that exact moment, her brother appeared. She decided to introduce Sheng to him. Her brother's name was Milton. Milton didn't care at all. He simply told his sister that he had heard someone on the third floor talking about a crystal-devouring insect. Jojo immediately became excited and decided to go check it out. She asked Sheng to wait a moment and suggested that he could talk with her brother in the meantime. Milton treated Sheng as if he were a country bumpkin. He believed Sheng was trying to insert himself into their family so he could gain something in life. Lu Sheng couldn't believe he was dealing with that same cliché, even outside of Earth. Milton made it very very clear that he didn't want to see him talking to his sister again. He warned that if he discovered anything suspicious, he would kill Shang, along with his guardian angel and his miserable home planet. Lu Shang wondered whether that guy truly had the courage to do such a thing. Suddenly, the overly flattering saleswoman came over and expelled Lu Shang from the place for having offended one of her clients. From that moment on, she no longer saw him as a welcome guest. Outside, Shang did not expect Jojo's brother to be so irrational. He remembered that it had been quite some time since anyone had threatened him. Still, he preferred to think that Milton had probably seen many people with bad intentions approach his sister and was simply trying to protect her. Since he was new there, Shang assumed it would be better not to create too many conflicts. He told himself he wouldn't be shaken, even after being humiliated. In his mind, his mission was to save the entire universe, but he was lying to himself. He couldn't swallow that humiliation, so he decided to go back and demand an explanation. Then the scene shifts to Jojo, telling her brother that no one had said anything about Poppy. He pretended not to understand, acting as if he had heard her wrong. She was also looking for Lu Shang, and he explained that Shang had said he needed to leave urgently. However, Jojo became very irritated with her brother, making it very clear that he always did the same thing and that she had already noticed it. Milton, trying to calm his sister down, declared that he would invite Shang to dinner the next time they happened to see each other, but she simply turned her back on him, wanting to go home. The red-haired girl clearly showed that she was very angry. Milton then ordered a subordinate to go accompany his sister, hoping that one day she would understand that everything he did was for her own good. At the same time, he asked another subordinate if he knew when Lan Chen would arrive, and he was informed that Lan Chen would only arrive the next day. So Milton stated that they should prepare in advance to receive Lan Chen, and that they should also bring Jojo. Since he knew that his sister was upset with him, he made it very clear that the subordinate should say it was an order from their father, because she could not remain spoiled. She had grown up sheltered in a greenhouse for more than 20 years, so he believed it was already time for her to mature. He was also somewhat irritated by the fact that she always showed interest in inferior beings, and he was certain that Lu Shang came from some inferior place, trying to take advantage of his good looks and the prestige of their family. Suddenly, the structure shook. Milton wanted to know what the hell was happening all of a sudden. He was violently struck by the ceiling and thrown against the wall as if he were nothing. He began coughing up blood, realizing he had almost died. Lu Shang had used a disguise and declared to Milton that he had hurt his pig and had even killed it in the cruelest way possible, so he was there for revenge. Milton had no idea what was going on. A subordinate quickly tried to do something for his master, but he was struck with tremendous force and died from a single blow. Milton was stunned by that. Lu Shang began approaching him as he trembled on the floor, begging him to stay away. Lu Shang grabbed him by the neck, declaring that Milton should have imagined that this day would come, because the pig had stayed with him for many years, 150 years in fact, so it was quite old. He pretended very well, as his eyes filled with tears. The people around them did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Shang used a mental hypnosis technique, making everyone start talking about what Milton had done to his pig, as if that story were real. Milton could barely speak while his neck was being squeezed tightly. Lu Shang then declared that his pig could rest in peace, because he would avenge it, saying that Milton Nicholas should repent for his sins at that very moment. Milton became desperate, asking the man to wait, but Shang did not want to listen. Milton explained that he was not Milton Nicholas, but Milton Sith, making it very clear that he belonged to the Sith family. At that moment, Shang released him, wanting to hear more clearly. Milton kept repeating the same thing over and over again, saying that he was from the Sith family. Lu Shang demanded proof of that, so Milton showed his identity card. While several ships were approaching the location, Lu Shang then apologized to Milton, explaining that it had truly been a misunderstanding and that he had been looking for Milton Nicholas to take revenge on him. He said he would take his leave. Milton felt relieved to have escaped death, though the whole situation was absurd to him. However, one of the people who had been watching everything commented that they had looked it up, and that he was indeed the son of Count Sith. Everyone began saying that what he had done was extremely disgusting, confirming the rumors that he was a very strange guy. Milton Sith once again tried to explain that he was not the one who had done those things. It was another Milton, but then he was suddenly slapped in the face with someone declaring that he was lying and insisting it had been him. They said they were not crazy. Milton began to collapse in despair, while trying to explain that he had not done it. Meanwhile, people started talking about the commotion that was happening. Lu Shang felt somewhat relieved at that moment, and then left, returning to his normal appearance. After all, he could not kill Jojo's brother, so giving him a beating was already worth it. He also noticed on his phone that news spread there even faster than on Earth, showing that people there were far more gossip-loving. He was actually quite pleased with how things had turned out. A few days later, the scene shifts again. Lu Shang and Arlande went to Tianwei Academy, which is the highest institution of higher education in each stellar sector. Anyone who manages to enter there gains access to the best resources, and much more. Only the elite could enter, since every graduate would reach at least level 11. Lu Shang then asked Arlande if he had entered Tianwei Academy, but Arlande denied it, saying he was not that talented. However, he assumed that with Lu Shang's talent, he would have no difficulty passing the admission test. He was certain that Shang would gain access to the headquarters of Tianwei Academy, located in the main sector of the Tianxie stellar system, where the very best gathered and competed. Their Yamu sector was simply too small to be on the same level. Lu Shang said that he himself was the one who was poor, since he could not even afford to buy a decent spaceship. ship. Arland explained that admissions only happened every 1,000 years. The last one had been 300 years ago, so they would normally have to wait another 600 years. However, Lu Sheng was lucky, because an important figure was going to use the Tianwei Academy lineage testing disc. They would take the opportunity to test as well, which meant Sheng could potentially be admitted outside the normal selection. Sheng realized that this big shot truly had great influence. Arlande explained that the man was the son of a stellar marquis named Lan Nuo, and his name was Lan Che. His father was a level 13 specialist, and the Lan Nuo family's base had originally been the Yamu sector. He had never forgotten his origins. Lan Che himself had reached the rank of an extraordinary life-form body. Lu Sheng did not understand and asked whether an extraordinary body could be improved even further. Arlande explained that it was not impossible, but it was extremely difficult. He even mentioned that they possessed enough technology to invest in their children from birth and create fixed talent, meaning the individual would be born with a certain capacity. He also imagined that after the test, Lu Sheng would be favored by many stellar nobles who would want him to marry their daughters. Sheng felt embarrassed. After all, he already had Shu Qin, but he still had the audacity to joke that he might even consider one of Arlande's daughters because of their friendship. Arlande was shocked, saying that he had many children. Lu Sheng quickly tried to cut the matter off at the root, explaining that he was married and that it had only been a joke. Arlande replied that at Sheng's level, one wife was not enough, saying he should simply plant his seed and move on. They would already be satisfied. The young man felt extremely embarrassed by that conversation, which he found rather strange. At that moment, Arlande showed him a photo of a man and asked if Sheng had seen him anywhere. Sheng pretended that he had never seen the man before. After all, it had been his own disguise, and even he had not liked that disguise very much. Arlande explained that the man was being hunted by the Sith family because he had caused Milton to suffer a brutal humiliation. Sheng did not show any sympathy for Milton, saying that he would have beaten him as well if he had not been connected to his sister. Arlande said Sheng should not worry, because after seeing his abilities, the Sith family would probably beg him to marry one of the women in their family. Soon they arrived. Arlande pointed out the Stellar Gate and explained that this portal had been the final defensive field when the Yamu sector had suffered the invasion of the spheres. Inside it was a stellar life disk, which tested lineage at the extraordinary body level. If a mortal lineage appeared, all the pearls on the disk would light up and miraculous phenomena would occur. However, since the Yamu sector had been founded, that had never happened. The two of them descended from the ship and walked toward the enormous stellar portal. There was an old man there, the director of Tianwei Academy in the Yamu sector, one of the few powerful specialists in the sector, named Mo Yun. Sheng felt that the old man had the same aura as Sherris. Suddenly, another ship arrived, and the important figure appeared as well. Sheng noticed that the man truly had an imposing aura and believed he was level 12. The young man greeted the old director, who made it clear that they were not activating the stellar disk, only because of Lan Che. He said that Sheng had also caught his attention, and he quickly began the test, hoping Sheng would surprise him. A bald man was eager to go first. The Baron beside him hoped he would do his best. The bald man promised he would not disappoint the fat Baron, who in turn promised to grant him freedom if he performed well. When Sheng saw the tattoo on the bald man, he immediately understood that he came from a slave background. Arlande explained to Sheng that many nobles became stuck at the bottleneck of level 11. They feared losing their titles due to a lack of strength, so they began recruiting martial talents from many different sources. The stellar slave market was actually the most common option, since good martial artists often appeared there. He also made it clear that Sheng was quite privileged in that regard. Sheng did not understand why they did not simply recruit people from their own territories. Arlande replied that he was overthinking it. Doing that, he said, was like waiting to win the grand prize of the stellar lottery. Even so, in the middle of a white nebula, they found Lu Sheng and brought him back. So in any case, Arlande truly believed they had won the stellar lottery. The bald man then began his test. Using a fire ability, he managed to light up one disc, but he had no idea whether that was good enough. The Baron grew furious and began stomping on the ground, declaring that the bald man was an idiot. He said the man should push the disc as if it were the last thing he would ever do in his life. The bald man followed the Baron's instructions, but he could barely make the disc move. He used all the strength he had. Although the bald man had some talent, it was not enough to impress anyone present. The fat Baron suddenly became happy when two discs lit up, but the bald man collapsed to the ground after exhausting most of his strength. Watching all of this, Sheng felt that the stellar disc had something quite interesting about it. However, lighting up two discs did not meet the admission criteria, leaving the bald man completely shocked. The fat Baron became furious because he felt he had wasted money on trash, believing he had been cheated by the slave traders. After that, the other candidates began taking the test one by one. Sheng thought it might be better not to take the test yet, especially after hearing Arlande's observations. The moment blood was spilled, the level of the extraordinary body was immediately determined. Sheng understood that white represented the extraordinary level, blue represented the morning star level, and yellow represented the bright moon level. Red light was the highest level, called the solar level. In the end, the highest result that appeared there was only the morning star level. Everyone was far from reaching the minimum required standard and were rejected by the director. At one point, a man used all his strength to make the rings move, creating a powerful impact that everyone present could feel. Several rings rose, and he managed to escape rejection. The director then announced the result, leaving everyone surprised. The old man who had brought that that candidate was extremely happy. The name of the man who passed was Fei Lun, and he had done all of that in order to stay with a woman named Lilith. The bearded old man even told her to go over to Fei Lun and embrace her husband, declaring that he would prioritize arranging their marriage. Lilith felt a little embarrassed at that moment, but the man quickly understood everything and told the Viscount that they were not compatible. This shocked everyone. Lilith immediately began to cry, blaming the old man. Fei Lun had successfully deceived the elder. He said he was tired of chasing that woman, and now that he was strong enough, he no longer wanted to stay with her. Our land then showed the risk anyone could face when investing in a genius. The old man had treated his daughter like a bargaining chip, hoping to gain some kind of benefit from it. Lu Sheng then asked his friend what he thought about his own character. Our land replied that someone who was 500 light years away, yet still made time every day to talk with family members of very humble origin, did not seem like a person with bad character. He even hugged Sheng to show greater familiarity with him. At that moment, he pointed out that Lan Che was about to begin his test. The director hoped he would give it everything he had. Very quickly, Lan Che made a bizarre eye appear on his forehead. He began using an extremely powerful energy. Everyone was watching closely. Many believed that the test had been organized especially for Lan Che, and they were eager to see what kind of extraordinary body he possessed. He revealed that it was at the bright moon level, leaving everyone stunned. His spiritual manifestation was also enormous, reaching 50,000 meters in height, which even caught Arlanda's attention and left him wide-eyed. But the phenomenon kept growing bigger, and people could not believe what they were witnessing. They began praising Lan Che, saying it even looked like he might reach the solar level. Arlandi explained to Lu Sheng that Lan Nuo had optimized his son's genetic sequence, allowing Lan Che to reach a new level. Sheng had not expected that the level of an extraordinary body could be controlled in such a way. Then Arlandi told him to pay attention, because Lan Che was about to unleash his full strength. Suddenly, as he released his power, the rings began to light up. Everyone was shocked by his strength. He reached the bright moon level with 9 stars. Director Mo Yun became extremely excited, since it had been many years since he had seen something like that. Arlandi was also dazzled, because comparing the bright moon level to the morning star level was like comparing an elephant to an ant. However, Lan Che declared that it was still not enough. He wanted to make even more rings shine. The light that appeared in the area made Mo Yun believe that Lan Che possessed a solar-level extraordinary body. Lan Che had broken through his own limits. He was breathing heavily and had become weak, so his guardians stepped forward to support him, saying that his father would be very proud. Lan Che was happy because he had finally achieved his goal. Everyone else felt worried. There was already a huge gap between the bright moon and morning star levels, and Lan Che had widened that gap even further. Many people began to feel discouraged, preferring to give up and simply admire the warriors of powerful families from afar. Mo Yun told Lan Che that he had fulfilled his father's wish. The news that a solar-level genius had appeared spread immediately throughout the entire Yamu sector, alerting many important figures. The scene then shifts to the Senate of the Yamu Federation, where several people were seated around a table. They remarked that it was a pity because Lan Che was not from their sector. However, they were supposed to prepare a banquet for the celebration, but a young woman appeared, declaring that nothing could be decided yet. She informed them that she had prepared a surprise, and that they should wait for a genius named Lu Sheng. She explained that it was her subordinate, Arland, who had brought the young man, and that he already belonged to the Yamu sector. After hearing this, the senator wanted to know what Lu Sheng's true potential was. She admitted that she did not know for sure yet, but if her subordinate was not lying, Lu Sheng had reached the solar level. This caught the senator by surprise, and he declared that they should go to the testing site immediately. The scene then shifted to Arland handling the procedures for Lu Sheng's entry, asking the young man to take the test. At that moment, everyone's expectations were extremely low. Arland, however, was enjoying it, because he was sure he would make everyone there eat their words. He was certain that Sheng was at the solar level. Since no one knew who Lu Sheng was, they even started making jokes about him. Meanwhile, Arlande only hoped that the young man would not disappoint him. Lu Sheng then tried to use his mental power, but something seemed to be blocking it. Realizing he could not waste time thinking about it, he decided to act quickly. He used his mana, and everyone became confused about what was happening. Lu Sheng did not seem to be making any effort, and suddenly everything returned to the proper color. Arlande began trembling when he saw the solar level result, and it was no ordinary one. Lu Sheng had easily surpassed Lan Che. He was a solar level cultivator on an entirely different tier. Everyone present wanted to know what had just happened, and who the person taking the test was. The director was speechless, and Lan Che was even worse off. With a trembling voice, Director Mo Yun declared that the young man was truly extraordinary, and had indeed reached the solar level. However, after hearing the old man say that, Lu Sheng declared that it still was not enough, and quickly began using even more of his power. Such a result did not satisfy him in the slightest. Then he summoned the Phoenix, leaving everyone completely astonished. Space itself was being distorted around Lu Sheng. The young man then asked everyone to look up. His spiritual manifestation was far larger than Lan Che's. It was on that day that everyone understood the abyss between talents, something that cannot be crossed even in an entire lifetime. Arland wanted to understand how that was even possible. Not even he had expected this, and to make matters worse, Lu Sheng's aura was still only at level 9. The old man collapsed to the ground after shouting repeatedly. The director declared that celestial phenomena were happening at the same time, and he also could not understand how Lu Sheng could still be at level 9. At that moment, moment, Sheng explained to everyone that the manifestation was simply too large, and he admitted that it was somewhat difficult to control. Therefore, the ideal solution was to concentrate all the power within his own body. He then decided to continue, wanting everyone to understand what he was truly capable of. At that moment, the rings began spinning in a way that showed they were completely out of control. Seeing this, Lan Che realized he was a nobody and began coughing up blood, greatly worrying his bodyguard. Bleeding heavily, Lan Che started lamenting, wanting to understand what on earth was happening. His bodyguard even began to doubt whether Sheng was real. The situation had become so intense that even the spaceship carrying the senator and Arlande's superior began to tremble. The woman could see that Lu Sheng's strength was truly incredible. She had thought Arland had merely brought someone talented, nothing more, but Sheng was a talent as brilliant as the sun. The senator realized that the young man had reached the peak of the solar level. More than that, he had surpassed that limit. At that moment, he ordered the ship to move at maximum speed because he wanted to speak with the genius. Lu Sheng, however, was not very pleased to see that the solar level only had 9 stars. He did not know what came after the solar level because his companion had never told him, so he decided to take a look himself. However, he was somewhat worried about accidentally breaking the disc, so he activated the Divine Sutra of the Underworld King, increasing his chi and blood, hoping the disc could withstand that pressure. Lan Che just wanted to understand how Lu Sheng could achieve such a thing, because even in the main sector of the Celestial Serpent Galaxy, there were not many people beyond the solar level. The disc began emitting metallic cracking sounds, as if it were saying that the path had ended. Lu Sheng was still not sure. He still had power to spare, and his supreme stellar body would not stop at the 9-star solar level, so he pushed even further. His 10,000 immortal cells began burning fiercely, initiating a new evolution. Intense golden lights emerged and gathered between his eyebrows, as if a divine third eye were opening at that moment. He released all the power he could muster, to the point that even his clothes were torn apart. He was incredulous that the rings had still not opened for him, which made him furious, wanting that thing to open no matter what. Suddenly, the disc began to crack, and the energy shot straight toward the heavens. Then the scene shifts to Count Sith's mansion. Milton was looking at the posts people were making about him, and he did not like it at all. Throwing his phone onto the floor, he showed just how irritated he was with the whole situation. Soon after, he noticed a surge of energy in the distance, and wondered what the hell was happening. Next, the scene changes to a luxurious private residence on some planet, where the red-haired girl was using her phone. Suddenly, she also noticed an extremely powerful energy. The invisible wave that spread out was far greater than anyone could have imagined. It silently crossed the deep and dark stellar space, traveling through countless light years. Whether on highly civilized and technologically advanced planets, on barbaric and backward worlds, or even on peaceful garden worlds and desolate planets. Throughout the entire Yamu star sector, every form of life that was touched by that wave felt a strange vibration deep within their hearts. Without any apparent reason, it was joy, a joy that sprang from the soul. Even those who had been immersed in sadness just 1 second earlier suddenly found their eyes filled with emotional tears. Most people did not even understand why, but everyone could clearly feel that the entire galaxy was celebrating. More than that, it was rejoicing and acclaiming the birth of a grand existence. The stars themselves seemed to sing with a single voice. Arlande's superior declared that the Yamu sector had given birth to an immortal level bloodline. The senator was also certain of it. The ones most excited were the two of them. The senator was so thrilled that he flew out of the ship, laughing loudly with overwhelming joy. By that point, everyone already knew that this energy was an absolute power, and they wondered how many millennia had passed since something like this had last appeared. Mo Yun then remembered the ancient prophecy of the falling star disk. He explained to Lan Che that when the legendary mortal blood descends upon the galaxy, the center of the star disk will blaze with a light capable of shaking the universe. A miracle will appear, and all the stars will applaud. And at that moment, the prophecy had truly been fulfilled. The being standing before their eyes was none other than the supreme immortal blood. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, completely out of nowhere, like an ordinary random guy, simply took out his phone to take a selfie. Then the scene shifts to an extremely distant region of the galaxy, where someone was observing everything that had just happened. The throne of the stellar crown slowly awakened. He presumed it was a very good thing that another bloodline above the immortal level had appeared, and that his galaxy, the Celestial Serpent, would prosper even more during this cycle. However, he could see that Lu Sheng's level was still very low, meaning he could die prematurely. Therefore, he judged it would be better to leave Lu Sheng as he was training and maturing, and when the time was right, he would summon him. With that thought, he quickly returned to his slumber. Meanwhile, the people present at the testing site were frustrated because they did not even know Lu Sheng's name. He had been a pleasant surprise for everyone. The old man even wished that he could marry his daughter Lilith. Then the scene changes to a level 13 spaceship. Arlande was sitting there when he suddenly began trembling, trying to understand what the hell was happening. He told Lu Sheng that he had never imagined he was so incredible. The stars themselves had celebrated together. Arlande was in shock because he had heard of this before. It was the Son of God mentioned in the prophecy. He could hardly believe that he had actually found the Son of God. Sheng then told him that everyone had only seen the limit of the star disk, not his own limit. This left Arlande completely stunned. The scene then shifts to the Supreme Congress of the Yamu Sector Federation. Sheng had arrived at the location, and the senator was very happy to see him, warmly welcoming him. Arlande's superior was also present. Arlande was still in disbelief, unable to accept that he had recruited the son of God. In everyone's life there are always 1 or 2 moments when the goddess of luck smiles upon them, and he felt that he had firmly seized that luck. Lu Sheng was the greatest stroke of luck he had ever had in his entire life. He was absolutely certain that he had just won the biggest lottery prize imaginable. The senator introduced himself to Lu Sheng, saying his name was Baplov Sebastian. He also introduced the chief of law enforcement of the Yamu sector, Ikeli Shaya, Arlande's superior. Sebastian told the young man that he would shake the vast universe. Lu Sheng, however, simply assumed the old man was exaggerating. Zia then explained that with the Yamu sector as the center, there were 13 sectors radiating outward in total. Since the founding of the Sector Federation nearly 1 million years ago, not a single transcendent being at the immortal level had appeared. For that reason, she declared Lu Sheng to be the greatest genius to emerge in that region in 1 million years. Lu Sheng found all of this very strange. After all, based on what she had said, there could easily be trillions of living beings in those sectors. He simply could not understand how not even a single immortal level being had appeared during all that time. Sebastian explained to him that whenever an immortal level being appears in a sector, the Lord of the Star System sends someone to inspect the situation. Sheng might even have the chance to enter under his tutelage and receive the legacy of the System Lord. And before the System Lord sent anyone, the Yamu sector itself would support his cultivation. Lu Sheng obviously liked that information and asked if he would receive full support. The old man confirmed it, believing that a single sector would be enough to sustain Sheng. Sheng liked the idea that he could ask for anything. Sebastian promised they would do everything they could for him, although it was clear they did not have endless possibilities, and he was somewhat worried about what the young man might ask for. Lu Sheng then explained to the old man that it was not cultivation resources that he needed. Instead, he wanted a habitable planet large enough to shelter the companions from his homeworld, catching Sebastian completely by surprise. Arland realized that Lu Sheng was still worried about the backward planet he had come from, and he even became curious about researching the Dragon Nation. Space does not have day and night, but humans maintained the habit of measuring time through the stellar calendar, which had been passed down for millions of years. One stellar day was roughly equivalent to 3 days on the blue star. As that stellar day was about to end, a grand event was being prepared with full intensity. If it had not been for the fact that everyone had felt that extraordinary vision of the stars celebrating together, no one would have believed in the birth of an immortal level being. At that moment, countless aircraft were flying between the 10 moons of the main planet, forming a stellar version of the heavy traffic seen in Earth's great metropolises and crowded cities. Everyone wanted to witness the creator of that miracle. Then the scene shifts to the banquet hall. Milton and Jojo were present there, dressed appropriately for the occasion. There were many people, and Milton realized that the first immortal level being in the history of the Yamu sector had truly impacted a lot of people, even though the news had not yet spread as widely as it should have. Perhaps the venue would not even be able to accommodate everyone. He told Jojo to do everything she could to become friends with that person. She did not understand why, since she considered herself insignificant, as her level was not very high. Milton grabbed her by the arm as if she were a doll, and declared that with her appearance, unless the immortal level genius did not like women, he would certainly pay attention to her. She simply accepted it with a trembling voice, because her brother was somewhat strange. At that very moment, Milton thought to himself, while even groping his own backside, that it would not be a problem if the immortal level individual also did not like women, implying that he himself had a preference for men. At that point, a few guys appeared and began calling Milton the Pig Knight, mocking him relentlessly. He became extremely furious at being ridiculed like that, but when he turned to speak to his sister, she had simply disappeared from the place. This made him even angrier because even Jojo seemed to be avoiding him. He needed to find the immortal level genius quickly. If that person publicly stated that Milton had no relations with pigs, maybe his reputation could return to normal. However, those guys did not even care whether the rumor about Milton was true or not. They simply wanted to ruin him as much as possible. And there was also the matter of Jojo. They treated her as a competitor. Soon after Lan Shay appeared, Milton saw this as a great opportunity to get close to him. He began looking around, searching for his sister. Eventually, he finally found her, but she was talking excitedly with someone. Curious, he wanted to know who it was. Then he realized it was Lu Sheng. He immediately became irritated and called Lu Sheng a country bumpkin. Approaching him, Milton thought he was extremely insolent and assumed he was trying to take advantage of the occasion to get close to important people. In front of everyone, he shouted at his sister. Jojo then asked him to greet Lu Sheng, and tension immediately appeared between the two. Milton assumed Sheng was relying on Arlan's backing and had clearly not taken his warning seriously, so he told the young man to get lost immediately, or he would destroy his planet completely. Just then Lan Shay arrived. He had been looking for Lu Sheng. Milton, being extremely foolish and incompetent, believed Lan Shay had come to see him. He immediately started apologizing, saying that he had actually been looking for him, and even introduced himself. Lan Shay was completely confused and told Milton to get out of his way, calling him an idiot. Milton did not understand anything, and asked if Lan Shay had not come to see him. Lan Shay pushed him aside, declaring that he should not stand in his way, because he had come to speak with Lu Sheng. With that shove, Milton fell face first onto the ground. Lan Shay then explained to Lu Sheng that his immortal level status was extremely rare, and that the Yamu sector might not be able to hold him for long. He handed him an invitation to visit the Lan family, a formal formal invitation in his father's name. Everyone present was utterly shocked upon hearing that Lu Sheng possessed an immortal-level bloodline. No one had expected that he was a legendary immortal. In fact, Lu Sheng had been extremely low-key the whole time. Even the Lan family was trying to establish a friendship with him. Everyone wanted to get close to Lu Sheng because they believed they could only benefit from having connections with him. Suddenly, everyone began rushing toward him. Lu Sheng didn't know what to do at that moment. Milton couldn't believe he had offended the wrong person, trying to push Sheng away from his sister when Sheng himself was the reason for that night's celebration. The realization made him collapse internally. Not only had he failed to build a connection, but he had also ended up offending the guy twice. He knew he was finished and was practically foaming with frustration because of it. Jojo also couldn't believe what had just happened. Sheng then explained to Lan Che that he was dealing with some problems at the moment, but he would consider Lan Che's proposal. Lan Che said he would wait for his answer. Since there were many people surrounding Sheng, he could only respond vaguely. While the celebration was going on, Lan Chen and Zhao Lin were leaving at the same time. It had been a while since they had seen sunlight. A man informed them that their ship was parked at Bay 284. Zhao Lin thanked him, which made his companion furious, believing Zhao Lin had gone crazy. After all, they had been imprisoned for a long time, yet Zhao Lin was still thanking them. Zhao Lin then explained to Lan Chen that he had actually been treated very well. He just wasn't able to communicate with the outside world, but those people had even provided women for him. Zhao Lin couldn't believe he had basically lived a life of luxury inside the prison. Zhao Lin didn't understand anything and asked Lan Chen if it hadn't been the same for him. However, Lan Chen had received the harshest treatment possible for a prisoner. Those people had been trying to extract all kinds of information about Lu Sheng from him. He began to tremble with anger, declaring that things wouldn't end like this. He would find a way to make everything public, but Zhao Lin tried to convince him to let it go, since they were already free, and in any case they had managed to leave that place alive. At that moment, Lan Chen declared that he couldn't treat it like it was nothing. He believed Lu Sheng was a solar-level genius, and he was the one who had discovered him. Therefore, he refused to let the Yamu sector steal that credit so easily. Zhao Lin asked his colleague not to be so presumptuous, since perhaps Lu Sheng wasn't that extraordinary after all. Even so, Zhao Lin still couldn't relax until they heard someone saying that the great immortal-level lord was only 20 years old, an extremely young man. People started running to see what he looked like. Lan Chen quickly became curious about what they were talking about. Zhao Lin explained that the Legend of Legends had appeared in the main sector of the Celestial Serpent, and it was the first time Lan Chen had heard of someone at that level. Then they realized the age being mentioned. After all, Lu Sheng was 20 years old. Suddenly, a balloon floated by, congratulating the Yamu sector on the birth of a super genius with an immortal-level constitution. At that moment, the two of them were certain it was Lu Sheng, because they were seeing his hologram. The scene then shifted to Schiller, packing his belongings, while everyone around him commented, not understanding what was happening. However, one person already knew and remarked that he had been negligent. Because of that, the Baiwu sector had lost a great martial talent, and for that very reason he had ended up losing his position. At that moment, Schiller could only think about Arlande, judging him to be a wretched being. He couldn't believe that man could have such a dark heart. He admitted that he had made a mistake, but he also believed Arlande shared part of the blame. Still, he accepted his retirement, considering it the perfect moment to take his wife and children to rest with him. He even remembered that on the garden planets there were waterfalls of syrup, lakes of noodles with scallions, and trees that bore fruits of cold draft beer. Suddenly Lenin appeared, informing him that he had urgent news. Level 11 Executor Schiller, due to negligence in the execution of his duties, had committed an extremely serious and unforgivable error at work, causing incalculable losses to the Baiwu sector. As a result, he permanently lost his title of nobility, and was forbidden from applying for noble titles for the next 3 generations. At that moment, Schiller collapsed, thinking the punishment was far too cruel. After all, it was 3,000 years. Everything was over for him. He thought he had merely let one person escape, so such a punishment was unnecessary. The scene then shifted to another place. Lu Sheng had just used a bit of his abilities and had received the title of Provisional Baron, a complete set of level 11 weapons, the newest private spaceship, and all the resources necessary for his training. He was loving being the favorite of an entire sector. As long as he didn't go overboard, he could ask for anything. He soon realized he no longer needed to save money to buy a few habitable planets. He already possessed an entire star system, so he decided to choose several good habitable planets and give one to each province of the Dragon Country. He didn't mind letting the other countries squeeze together on a single planet. He also no longer needed to hide anything to teach Milton a lesson. In fact, he felt like slapping him a few times right in front of his father. He also wanted to know how his parents would react when they heard the news that he had become a favorite of the universe. Just then, one of his subordinates informed him that the planetary-level ship he had requested was already ready. He thought that was great. He wanted to see what a ship capable of transporting the entire population of a planet looked like. However, the subordinate explained that the ship still couldn't depart, because it belonged to the Baiwu sector, so they needed to resolve that issue first. Lu Sheng fell into thought for a moment. Just then, Shuqin called him. He asked if something had happened, and she explained that it seemed the Blue Star was facing great danger. At that moment his parents appeared, wanting news about their son, since it had already been a few months since he left. Her husband explained to her that their son had gone into space, into the vast universe, telling her to stop being silly. She then decided decided to make dinner to occupy her mind. Dekyun's informed her mother-in-law that her son was doing very well and had even become a count. She also told them that she was going out for a while. Suddenly, Lin Zhongyu appeared, wearing completely different clothes, asking what Lu Sheng had said. Dekyun told her that he had said he would return as soon as possible and was also looking for other ways to help them deal with the problem. However, he hadn't gone into details and had only asked everyone to stay calm. Lin Zhengyu was very worried because the guide had been changed. Lin Chen had been somewhat better, but now, even after they had already handed over the resources, the guide was demanding even more, an amount much larger than before. It was clear he was trying to line his pockets by exploiting them, but they no longer had many resources left to give. Shu Qin, however, wasn't as worried as Lin Zhengyu and declared that when her boyfriend returned, he would resolve everything. Lin Zhengyao didn't want to depend on Lu Sheng's strength, but the problem was that they were cornered. Knowing Lu Sheng's temperament, he might end up fighting that guide. The real problem would be if the guide, after the conflict, decided to bring an entire fleet. In that case, Lu Sheng, as such a talented person, could bring great danger to all of them, and even ruin his own path. To her, Blue Star was nothing more than a group of ants, herself included. Shu Qin didn't know what else to say, and simply explained to Lin Zhongyu that Lu Sheng had just bought a ship to come and pick everyone up. However, she had no idea what that actually meant. All he had told her was that he had the ability to solve the problem, and that she only needed to wait for him to return. While they were talking, the scene shifted to Lu Sheng, who was explaining the situation to the senator and the chief. At the same time, he felt a little embarrassed about asking them to solve such an insignificant issue. He asked Xia how they could resolve it, and she explained that Blue Star was still a resource planet subordinate to Baiwu, so they couldn't directly interfere. However, she believed the matter would be easy to solve. She would contact some stellar nobles around Lu Sheng's home system, and with their influence, resolving the problem should be simple. She asked him not to worry, and he felt grateful to her. In any case, she was doing this because she had a favor to ask of him. He was already ready to hear what she had to say. After all, he had already received so many benefits from that sector that he didn't even know how to thank them. Even that gigantic ship made him think about doing something in return for the Yamu sector. Since they were going to help him solve the problems of his home planet, he wouldn't feel at peace if he didn't help them in return. At that moment, Sebastian asked whether he would be interested in participating in a competition. It would be an exchange of experiences where geniuses from other sectors would fight each other to improve their martial strength. Lu Sheng wanted to understand what the competition was like. The senator explained that Lu Sheng would fight on behalf of the Yamu sector, together with participants from 3 neighboring sectors. It would be a gigantic tournament of young martial geniuses. He then showed a screen explaining that different civilizations and different races would gather to display their greatest talents in the competition. For Lu Sheng, all those people would simply serve as sparring partners. That idea surprised the god of war of Earth. He liked it very much, and just thinking about it made him excited. He asked Sebastian when it would take place. However, the senator said they couldn't rush things yet, because for now it was only an idea he had in mind. He still needed to consult the other sectors to see whether they would accept. But the crucial point was Lu Sheng himself. Sebastian only wanted him to focus on training and becoming stronger for the time being. Xia explained to the young man that even with an immortal bloodline, his current level was still low. The other sectors didn't have geniuses with immortal bloodlines, but they did have geniuses at the Radiant Moon level and the Blazing Sun level. Sebastian added that the goal was to bring all of them as sparring partners for him. Wins or losses wouldn't matter, since Lu Sheng's future was far greater than all of theirs combined. Still, he admitted that the competition would also serve to display the bravery of the immortal bloodline and elevate the prestige of the Yamu sector. Lu Sheng told the two of them that level 11 wouldn't be enough, and that people at level 12 might need to come. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any pressure at all. The statement left both of them wide-eyed. At the same time they were talking about this, on Blue Star, a group of people were enjoying themselves on the beach. A fat man was relaxing there, drinking coconut water while shamelessly showing off his ugliness. He called a man named Mars and declared that he had collected more than 100,000 energy crystals on that trip. Mars couldn't believe it. The fat man burst out laughing, saying that the low-level resource planet was actually quite rich. He was convinced his predecessor had been a complete idiot for collecting such a small amount. In fact, he even thought it was great that his predecessor had been stupid, because it allowed him to profit a lot. If he came a few more times, he would have enough money to buy a house, a spaceship, and even marry Marina. Seeing the sloppy fat man living like that, Mars started to feel tempted. Even though the job was somewhat tiring since he had to jump from planet to planet, the fact that he could see exotic landscapes and enjoy beautiful women made Mars think about asking for a transfer to the resource department, so he could live a life like that fat guy. However, the man explained to Mars that not everything was as perfect as he imagined. Some planets didn't bring any profit. Mars also imagined that the planet might have very strong warriors, so he warned the man to be careful, saying he had heard that people from low-level civilizations could be savage. The fat man replied that he was more cautious than Mars thought, because he had already investigated the place. On Blue Star, the strongest people were only around level 9. The foundations of their cultivation seemed advanced, but the top level was backward. He was also aware of Lu Sheng, whom he had heard about as the god of war. Mars pointed out that for a native to leave a primitive place and reach space was not something simple, so caution was still necessary. But the fat man didn't believe Lu Sheng was anything special. In any case, the people of Blue Star had no idea how powerful Sheng Sheng had already become. Mars then informed him that in the Yamu sector, a genius with an immortal constitution had appeared, a talent that had shaken all the sectors. The fat man was shocked by what he heard and immediately stood up. Until now, he thought such things were only legends. Mars said it was real and that he could look it up. He also explained that the talent had originally belonged to their sector, but due to a mistake it had been taken by the Yamu sector. However, the executor responsible for the mistake had already been punished. The fat man found it incredible how the Yamu sector had good methods to rise in status. After the immortal level genius appeared, all the nobles of the main sectors had started searching for talents similar to the one discovered by the Yamu sector. Mars then judged that the fat man shouldn't abuse that low-level resource planet too much, because a genius might appear and ruin everything for him. But the fat man didn't believe it. He was certain he would never run into someone like that. Treating Blue Star as if it were the slums of the slums, he said he was in Star Cluster 2837. After hearing the location, Mars did a quick search and discovered that the fat man was actually exactly where the genius had appeared. The revelation left the fat man stunned. He hoped it was some kind of bad joke, and said it was exaggerated. Even if it was in that cluster, there were tens of millions of inhabited planets. If he happened to meet a genius like that, he would have to be the unluckiest person in the world. Mars then told him to watch his mouth, and that when he returned, he should pay for a banquet. With that, they ended the call. The fat man still couldn't believe that someone with an immortal bloodline really existed. He even looked up Lu Sheng's information, recognized as the first genius in millions of years across the 3 sectors. Even so, he decided to continue enjoying his life, drinking his coconut water and pushing pessimistic thoughts out of his head. Besides, he had given them 2 days to deliver more resources, and now he wanted to give them a reminder. Excited, he stood up and went to see Cumberland. The old man was still alive. He had previously been kidnapped by the Red Eye Star pirate gang. He respectfully greeted the new guide, and the others soon appeared as well, apologizing for arriving late. One by one, they knelt before him. The fat man asked if they had done what he demanded. Cumberland then showed him more energy crystals, but the fat man thought the amount was far too small and accused them of trying to deceive him. He warned them that he was not some cosmic beggar who could be dismissed with crumbs. In an instant, he caused the sky to change, and everyone began to panic, begging him to restrain his anger. At that moment, Lin Zhengyu arrived and asked him to wait a moment. She explained that the planet was only a first-level resource planet, so they couldn't provide that much. They had already delivered a quota of energy crystal resources once before to the previous guide, so she only asked for his understanding. He scoffed at her, thinking it was ridiculous for her to ask for his understanding. He also knew that she was a fanatic follower of the god of war. He remembered that she had complained a lot when he increased the tax to 300 times the previous amount. Because of that, he decided to use her as an example. Grabbing Lin Zhengyue, he began threatening the martial saint, asking if that was the way she liked to present herself. Everyone immediately began begging him to show mercy. He became quite irritated and asked if everyone else also wanted to die. Obviously, they all refused. He then declared that they had 5 more days. If they failed to gather the amount of energy crystals he demanded, everyone would meet the same fate as her. But before he could take Lin Zhengyue's life, his arm was suddenly cut off completely. He couldn't understand who had attacked him. At that moment, several ships appeared in the sky, leaving him utterly confused. He tried to understand what was happening. There were so many ships that he immediately suspected some big shot from space had arrived on the planet. Then he noticed the emblem of the Black Dragon, the crest of the Black Dragon mountain family. That was one of the supreme forces of the Baiwu sector. He couldn't understand the reason for their presence. Suddenly, a voice came from inside one of the ships, ordering him to kneel. The fat man could already feel the overwhelming pressure and quickly knelt down. He was so clumsy that he even hit his head against the ground while bowing. Soon, a man asked if he was responsible for collecting resources from Blue Star. That man was Lue Feng, the Count of the Black Dragon mountain family. The fat man confirmed it. Lue Feng saw that there was no mistake, and stated that the fat man had been using his position for personal gain, filling his pockets through corruption. The fat man tried to claim that there had been a misunderstanding, lying and saying he had never committed any crimes. He explained that he had only been trying to make a little profit from that resource planet, which he considered extremely insignificant. Luo Feng couldn't believe how boldly the fat man could lie. He made it clear that he never made mistakes, and declared that the fat man had been treating the home planet of an immortal count as if it were nothing. The fat man continued insisting it was all a misunderstanding, and begged the count to investigate more carefully. Luo Feng then said that the family of Count Bai from Yamu, the family of Count Gardna of the Stellar Magic Lions, and the family of Count Ode were all renowned and were present there. Therefore, he made it very clear that he was not mistaken. The fat man began trembling violently, unable to believe what was happening. He only wanted to know who this so-called immortal count was, since it had caused such a large mobilization of people searching for him. Suddenly, a woman approached, wanting to see which worm had been draining resources from the immortal count's home planet. Count Luo Feng then ordered his men to capture the fat man and interrogate him thoroughly. They wanted to know if he had committed other atrocities on that planet. When the immortal count returned, they would need to provide a proper explanation. There were indeed many people there just to capture that miserable fat man. At the same time, however, they were grateful. Thanks to that foolish guide, they had managed to get closer to the immortal count, so they were actually quite pleased with how things had turned out. They were convinced that thanks to this opportunity, they might rise beyond level 9. The immortal count could pass on valuable knowledge to them. They also believed that one day he would become an immortal king. They even felt it was a shame that he wasn't from their sector, but it was still wonderful that they had managed to form a connection with someone possessing an immortal bloodline. Meanwhile, the fat man was in complete shock over the disaster he had caused, realizing that he might be the unluckiest person in the world. At that moment, Lin Jingyue was coughing heavily. Lu Feng helped her stand up, and she thanked him for saving all of them. He then took out a small bottle and dropped a single drop of liquid onto the ground. Instantly, the grass began to grow, and the land was revitalized in a single moment. Lin Zhengyu was completely shocked, but that wasn't all. Her wounds had also disappeared. She felt an incredible sense of well-being. Lu Feng explained that the mystical potion could heal all of them, but it might overload their bodies if given directly. That was why he had poured it onto the planet instead, nourishing the entire star. He also informed her that she wasn't the only one who had recovered. Everyone on that planet had become stronger as well. It was a benefit shared by all. Lin Zhengyue thanked him, still in disbelief. She had always imagined that more advanced civilizations existed, but this was beyond anything she had expected. That potion alone was probably worth more than her entire planet, and just as he had said, she truly felt stronger. Before, she had struggled desperately to gather energy crystals, just to exchange them for crumbs from the hands of a guide. Yet in a single moment, she had suddenly become much stronger, without doing anything at all. The realization left her stunned. She also wanted to know who the immortal count was. Luo Feng then remembered that the people of Blue Star didn't yet know his identity, so he explained that it was Lu Sheng, the very person who had left that planet. He also knew that Lu Sheng had been called the god of war on Blue Star. Lu Feng explained that he was now acclaimed as the greatest genius in millions of years across the 3 sectors, carrying the most powerful, extraordinary life constitution at the immortal level. The others listening to the conversation were completely shocked. No one had expected that after leaving for just a few months, he would become one of the most important figures in the entire universe. Lin Zhengyu remembered Xiuqin, because Lu Sheng's wife still thought he was living an ordinary life out in space, when in reality he had become someone of immense importance. Soon after, the scene shifted to a spaceship heading toward Blue Star. Lu Sheng was cultivating. He was inside the dream world, attacking a massive rift. The power he possessed was strong enough to collapse the vacuum itself. He had improved tremendously. His perception had also evolved, and he could now sense Blue Star from several light years away. At that moment, it felt as if his Tao was inexhaustible. He had also received information that the people sent to Blue Star had already resolved everything, but he still wanted to see what had happened with his own eyes. So he called his wife. She immediately asked if he was returning. He confirmed and told her he would arrive by noon. He asked if everything had already been resolved. She confirmed that it had, adding that things had caused quite a bit of commotion. That made him curious about what she meant. Xiuqin told him he would see once he arrived. The scene then shifted to noon. Sometime later, Lu Sheng was completely astonished. There were countless ships surrounding Blue Star. At that moment, he understood what his wife meant. This was far noisier than he had imagined. He wondered how many people the senator had called to help, because he had never expected such a huge number. Just then, one of the ships contacted him, asking if he was the immortal count. Lu Sheng confirmed it, and immediately all the ships present welcomed him. Seeing such a reception, Lu Sheng realized he owed them a huge favor. The scene then shifted to Blue Star itself. Lu Sheng had already arrived and was in disbelief. Everyone began introducing themselves, revealing that people from many different clans were present. He felt somewhat embarrassed by the sheer number of people. He wondered how many had actually been summoned. He was also certain that the guide would never have imagined that secretly exploiting a small amount of resources would bring him so much trouble. Lu Sheng thanked everyone for taking the time to come and help his home planet. Lu Feng thought he was very generous and said it was a pleasure for them to serve him. In any case, they didn't want a parasite of the Federation abusing power for personal gain, so it was their duty. Lu Sheng said he hoped it hadn't caused too much trouble and asked everyone to stay a little longer because he wanted to thank them properly. Luo Feng said that was perfect and explained that he had already ordered billions of doses of genetic optimization liquid for the planet, though it would take some time to arrive. In the meantime, they could enjoy the hospitality and wait. Lu Sheng was surprised to hear that. The woman standing beside Lu Feng explained that the doses were a small gift offered collectively by all of them. Lu Sheng would soon receive his own stellar fiefdom, and since the people of his home planet were still weak, they had ordered the genetic optimization liquid in bulk to raise everyone's potential to level 7. That revelation shocked everyone. Basically, the entire planet would become much stronger. Lu Sheng finally understood the true weight of an advanced civilization's power. He liked the idea very much because it meant his family's lives could be extended by centuries. He had already planned to slowly transform Blue Star, but now everything had been accelerated. Then another man stepped forward and declared that he would provide transportation for the immortal count, offering 1,000 exploration ships so Lu Sheng could move anyone he wished. Lu Sheng was stunned. That was an enormous gift, and he was extremely grateful. Another man, sounding almost desperate, offered 10 squadrons of elite silver magic guards to protect Lu Sheng's home planet from star pirates. Yet another presented the immortal count with 1 million sets of combat suits. Everyone wanted to present Lu Sheng with something. After all, they were all eager to establish some connection with him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Hundreds of billions, even trillions of rare resources were continuously being sent to Blue Star. Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward and said everyone was being too generous, though he had to admit he liked it. If things continued like this, everyone on Blue Star could eventually become a level 9 martial saint. Even if he was no longer there in the future, that would bring him peace of mind. After all, he could repay those favors 1,000 times over in the future. At that moment, he truly realized how much those people had helped him. Suddenly Tan Zhongyuli appeared and let out a sigh. Lin Zhongyue asked him whether the broken sword had already been reforged. He confirmed that it had. It was now completely restored. Lin Zhongyue then told him that he should give up competing with Lu Sheng and instead feel proud because Blue Star had been lifted to the heavens thanks to Lu Sheng. Soon after, the scene shifted to a few days later in Ninghai. Lu Sheng was relaxing under the sun when he saw several ships arriving. Another group had come. Lu Feng and the others had already left, while Lin Zhengyue and the others were receiving the new visitors. Xueqin noticed that Lu Sheng had become extremely popular. He explained to her that human relationships and status worked the same way in space. He then told her he was going to dive into the ocean. If anything strange happened, she should just run away. After saying that, he jumped into the water. Nothing had changed. Blue Star would still be destroyed in 8 years. However, he wasn't too worried about that, since he could transfer everyone elsewhere. What he truly wanted to know was what could possibly destroy the entire planet. He also remembered that the anomaly in the system's calculations had appeared right where he was now. During his previous battle with Zhao Ji, he had fallen into the absolute ocean rift and encountered the mother entity. As he moved forward, he knocked down the nearby creatures. He had even forgotten about the mutant cells, which reacted strangely whenever they were near that entity. He felt that he couldn't waste time. Approaching a silent area, the mutant cells in his hand began pulsing violently. At the same time, he sensed that something was missing. Then he remembered the waves of consciousness. Every time he had entered the deep sea before, there had always been a presence trying to seduce and corrupt him. But now he felt nothing. Soon, he found the entity. The creature immediately tried to attack him. Lu Sheng dodged, but the entity didn't even give him time to breathe, attacking relentlessly. Still, Lu Sheng remained unconcerned, calmly evading every strike. The entity declared that he was treacherous and would not escape. Lu Sheng replied that he would not be fooled again. He had no intention of entering that gray rift space a second time. The same trick wouldn't work twice against a saint. He struck the entity fiercely and began provoking it, saying he was leaving. The entity swore it would definitely catch him. Lu Sheng simply replied that it could wait there if it wanted, and that he also preferred the monster not to follow him to the exit. Then he left the ocean. It became clear to the immortal Count that the creature hadn't done anything to him simply because it couldn't leave that place. Using the power of origin, he began deducing Blue Star's future. On the system panel, he saw that the planet would be destroyed in 7 years. The deadline had shortened by 1 year. He began to suspect that his earlier provocations had accelerated the pace of destruction. Still, he hoped 7 years would be enough time to evacuate all of humanity from Blue Star. But then another thought struck him. What if that entity escaped from the rift and didn't just destroy the planet but wiped out an entire sector or even a whole galaxy? If that happened, the situation would be far more serious. So he ran the deduction again, this time observing the future of the entire celestial serpent galaxy. What he saw left him stunned. The Lord of Darkness would invade the Yamu sector and destroy everything. The celestial serpent galaxy would become the frontline battlefield against the dark universe. The realization shocked him. Because of him, countless lives across the entire system would lose 1 year of existence. At that moment, he understood that every action he took influenced the future of the entire star system. He admitted that he had made a mistake, and he would have to compensate for it. With 7 years still remaining, the barrier between this universe and the dark universe would eventually be torn open on a massive scale. The Lord of Darkness would invade, destroying the Yamu sector, and the entire star system of the celestial serpent galaxy would become the front line of war. He compared it to an apple. When an insect pierces the skin, everything living inside the fruit suffers. Either he pierced the skin first and killed the insects outside, reducing the crisis, or when the skin finally tore open completely, he would be the first to step forward and block the rift with his own body. For that, he would need absolute strength, enough not to be devoured instantly. That would be humiliating. He hadn't expected the Dark Lord to possess the power to bring down an entire star system. From his deductions, he estimated that the enemy might be level 14, perhaps even level 15. In the projection of his own future, he would only reach level 15 after 100,000 years, which meant he would have to give everything he had. At that moment, he lifted a shark with his power. Then he tore out the strange eye embedded in his hand. He wanted a piece of that entity's power. He implanted the eye into the shark, and the creature immediately began growing additional limbs. He planned to leave the shark there as a living surveillance eye to monitor the progress of the rift being excavated. Even if those cells were lost, he didn't mind. He would only lose a bit of mental energy since the main body of the cells remained within him. After that, he returned to his wife and told her they would migrate to another planet. The news surprised her, but she trusted her husband completely. The next day, Lu Sheng boarded a ship and left Blue Star, traveling more than 10 light years, until he arrived before a blazing star. He believed he had reached the right place, a far more suitable environment for his martial cultivation. At that moment, the nearest habitable planet around that star was still 15 light years away. He only hoped it wouldn't suddenly explode and cause massive impacts on the surrounding worlds. He also believed that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to push a star at its peak to the point of explosion. The surface of that star reached 6,000 degrees, a temperature at which even atoms could become ionized. With his current level, he wondered whether he could withstand that temperature, but at the same time, he believed he shouldn't worry about it and should simply focus on increasing his strength. Then he contacted his subordinate, who was already on standby to answer him. He sent her the coordinates so she could deliver a batch of crystal and energy resources within 10 days. The subordinate informed him that the senator wanted to know whether the issue with his home planet had been resolved. Lu Sheng declared that everything had worked out and asked her to thank the senator on his behalf. The subordinate also informed him that the tournament the senator had mentioned earlier would indeed take place. The other 12 sectors had been invited, and it would happen in 4 months. Lu Sheng simply confirmed, and soon after he went to the ship's training room, where he planned to use the stock of resources he had at that moment. He began a simulation at 50,000 times gravity, and it immediately affected him, forcing him to his knees almost instantly. He trembled and bled heavily from the mouth, but since he was a rather strange guy, he actually enjoyed that sensation. It felt as if an entire planet had been placed on top of him. He pushed himself intensely until he managed to stand up, but the pressure was completely destroying his muscles internally. He realized he didn't even have time for gradual progression. For extreme times, extreme measures were required. He wanted to become stronger no matter what, so he consumed all those energy crystals at the same time, while trying to withstand that gravitational weight, determined to give everything he had, no matter the cost. For the first time in Lu Sheng's life, he had thrown himself body and soul into training without holding anything back. While he was doing that, the invitation letter for the Tournament of Geniuses, sent from the Yamu sector, crossed space at brutal speeds, reaching the hands of the most powerful figures in each sector. The scene then shifted to the Menyan sector, where a man with a band covering his eyes, who also had horns, saw that the Yamu sector had barely found its immortal level genius, and was already trying to show off. He wasn't willing to fall for that little game, and no genius from the Menyan sector should attend either. Everyone agreed with his words. Next, the scene shifted to the Laoyin sector, where a girl asked her father if he had seen the invitation for the interstellar tournament sent by the Yamu sector. Her father declared that he was already aware of it. She asked for permission to participate, and he wanted to know whether she understood that she would be fighting a genius with an immortal bloodline. She explained to her father that she wanted to go precisely because of that. She even wanted the chance to fight an immortal, declaring that it was a rare opportunity she should embrace. Her father understood her reasons and granted the permission she wanted, declaring that the great sacred seal would guide her and that glory would manifest through her. The girl told her father that he would not be disappointed. Then the scene shifted to the Zir sector, where a Cyclops looked at the invitation. He assumed the Yamu sector had been lucky to find someone with such a bloodline, but was being far too hasty. Even the immortal level count was only at level 9, so he saw it as a form of contempt toward the other sectors. A man from that sector appeared and asked what orders the Cyclops, who was the president, had. The Cyclops then told the man named Hurl that there was a tournament he might enjoy. Since Hurl was already at level 12, the Cyclops felt confident that he could cause a bit of chaos there. He also knew that the invitation only allowed participants up to level 11. Hurl could suppress his own power to pass as a level 11, and the Cyclops even imagined that Hurl might kill the immortal of the Yamu sector, revealing himself to be extremely envious. Then the scene shifted back to Lu Sheng, who was in the ship's gravitational training room, until he realized that compared to 10 days earlier, he had actually become slightly shorter. However, his strength had become dozens of times denser and more solid, and he believed the time had come. He left the room because the moment had arrived regarding the star right in front of him. Lu Sheng programmed the ship to remain stationary and activated the defense system. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of kilometers in front of the star. When he had been at level 8, the third stage of nature breathing had already surpassed 1,000 degrees. He hoped the surface of that star would be nothing to him, so he simply dove into the stellar surface. The sensation he felt was completely new to him. Inside a star, the temperature could reach tens of billions of degrees. That was more than enough to meet his cultivation needs at that moment. So he began cultivating, realizing that he should have gone there to train much earlier. In his view, that place was a true paradise for a martial artist, and since he wanted to reach the extreme, he needed to dive even deeper into the stellar core. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the 9th level. He already felt ready to advance to the 10th level, and he went deeper and deeper. And in this way, time passed. Since the invitations for the Interstellar Martial Exchange Tournament among geniuses had been sent out, nearly 3 months had already passed. The announcement of that tournament fell upon the 12 stellar sectors like a colossal meteor, shattering the silence of the cosmos and breaking the calm that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. People were extremely excited about the event. From every corner of space, ships crossed the void, all heading toward the Yamu sector. On a large merchant vessel from another sector, as the commotion surrounding the great tournament intensified, numerous powerful figures, geniuses, and renowned individuals traveled toward the same destination. During the journey, a man named Leo was questioned by a girl who wanted to know what he was thinking. Her name was Trinus, and he explained that he was merely passing the time. The two of them watched the star field of the Yamu sector, commenting on how beautiful it was. Leo was on the verge of reaching level 11. Trinus was the captain of that ship, and she had taken advantage of the opportunity to let him hitch a ride, feeling much safer with someone like him on board. Thanks to the interstellar tournament, space pirates had become even more active, seeking to take advantage of everyone anyone traveling through space. She said that with him there she felt safe, which Leo found amusing because it had been a long time since he had felt that kind of trust from someone. Then he asked her if she knew how many colors existed on a dimensional battlefield. She was surprised, since she hadn't known that he had participated in one before. He told her that in that place there were only 3 colors: the gray of the sky, the black of the abyssal beasts, and the red of the blood that stained the earth. Trinus was frightened by his account. Leo realized what he had done and apologized to her, acknowledging that he had shared unpleasant memories. He decided to change the subject and asked whether she had any favorites for the tournament. She showed him Gray from the Heidi sector, and also Monroe from the Zir sector, who was known as the Ice Demon. She was amazed that he wasn't even 400 years old yet, and that his future seemed limitless. She also showed him the most talked about figure, the one everyone considered the central character of the tournament, the owner of an immortal bloodline, the only one to appear in 1 million years in the Yamu sector, Lu Sheng. She had once thought he was just a legend, and never expected someone like him to actually exist. Leo acknowledged that someone like Lu Sheng was indeed rare, but Trinus felt it was a pity that his strength was still at such a low level. He was only at level 9, and perhaps his light would end up being overshadowed by the other geniuses. Because of that, the great favorite was the Ice Demon, who might make Lu Sheng eat dust. Trinis then asked Leo if he was interested in participating in the tournament. Certain that he could easily place among the top 10, he told her that he would not participate because he had more important things to do. Trinis understood and asked him to tell her more about the dimensional battlefield. He explained that it was the cradle of the strong and the stage where geniuses competed, but also a machine that ground the flesh of the weak. At every moment, dazzling talents emerged, and others fell, dying tragically. Fire and blood filled that place without even leaving time to breathe. As Trinus listened to him, she found herself drawn to him. She said that bad memories should stay in the past, and the fact that he was still alive only proved how strong he was. Leo explained that he was already tired of killing. He just wanted a place where he could settle down and live like an ordinary person. Hearing that, Trinis invited him to join her merchant company as the chief of the guards. All the conditions would be up to him, and she promised he would not be disappointed with the treatment. But suddenly, the ship began to shake violently, to the point that Trinus fell to the ground. One of her subordinates reported that the ship was being attacked by unknown forces. She immediately became worried, certain that they were space pirates. Leo asked her to take him to the defense team, helping her stand up. The pirate ships were already approaching. The two of them soon arrived at the defense command hall of the vessel. Everyone felt relieved when they saw Leo there, but he told them to remain calm, saying his presence didn't mean anything special. Even so, the captain felt safer with him around. The guard team was already assembled, and the captain declared that he could give the orders. At that moment, Leo stepped closer to her and grabbed her sword. Then he cut everyone down. Trinus was left utterly shocked. With a trembling voice, she asked why he had done that. Leo calmly explained that she had always been his prey. Then he corrected something he had said earlier. On the bidimensional battlefield, the color of the blood of the stellar races made everything look very beautiful, and he hoped her blood would be beautiful as well. He also said that he would not participate in the interstellar tournament of geniuses because he simply couldn't. He had been pretending the whole time. He couldn't participate because he was a deserter from the bidimensional battlefield. He was not even considered a stellar citizen, which left her completely stunned. After he destroyed all of the captain's defenses, a violent looting began. His henchmen were extremely happy because their boss was someone who could solve everything with great ease. Once their pockets were full, they began to revere him. Meanwhile, the captain of that ship was in Leo's hands. She had no idea that he was an SS-level space fugitive who was being hunted across more than 8 sectors at the same time. Still, she declared that he should not be so happy because her ship had always been under police monitoring, so the authorities would certainly find him. Leo thanked her for the warning and said it was time for them to leave. He told everyone they had 1 minute to retreat, and he also remarked that she had helped them once again. He even handed her over to his henchmen so they could make use of her, which left her completely outraged. The men were enjoying the terrible situation when suddenly something appeared outside, leaving them completely confused. They thought it was a star. At that moment, Lu Sheng was in the middle of his training. Leo saw it and was stunned, his eyes wider than an owl's, trying to understand what was happening. His henchmen, meanwhile, had no idea why their boss was acting so strangely. Leo then ordered everyone to attack with full force the star right in front of them. They began firing with their ships. Lu Sheng had seen everything, but suddenly all the ships started to shatter. Seeing that everything had gone wrong, Leo ordered everyone to disperse, yet all he could hear over the radio were the groans of his henchmen. He could not understand how that was possible. Suddenly, Lu Sheng put on his outfit and quickly entered their ship. Leo, unable to believe what he was seeing, demanded to know who the man in front of him was. From his aura, he sensed that Sheng was a 10th level fighter. Being extremely arrogant, Leo rushed toward him and ordered him to go to hell. Lu Sheng showed no fear at all. He used the 10 martial arts of the perfect path, the Golden People's attack, and soon Leo's body began to burn. Leo was confused because it did not seem like the power of a mere level 10 fighter. Suddenly, Lu Sheng vanished, leaving the henchmen completely shocked. It was as if they had all been electrocuted. What followed was pure fear. Lu Sheng calmly snapped his fingers and knocked them all down, showing that it was incredibly easy for him. Trennis looked around in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lu Sheng approached her and asked if she was all right. He also told her to contact the Stellar Police, reminding her that he had already taken care of everything. Soon she asked if he was the legendary immortal bloodline warrior. She immediately bowed to him and greeted Lu Sheng with great respect. She could not believe she was witnessing the power of an immortal right in front of her. At that moment, Lu Sheng only wanted to understand what had happened earlier. The scene then shifted to his ship. Every time he used the supreme stellar body, his clothes were torn apart. Fortunately, he could reconstruct them using his mental power. The problem was that people might start thinking he had become some kind of exhibitionist. After that, he contacted his wife. Taking advantage of the great event known as the Interstellar Genius Tournament of the Yamu sector, he had brought his parents, his wife, and several friends who were close to him to the Yamu sector. He had already given his parents an initial shock, and he was sure it would be easy to convince them to leave the Blue Star behind. The scene then shifted to the main moon dock of the Yamu sector. With resources provided by numerous nobles, Lu Sheng's family had reached a martial level comparable to the 6th rank, and his parents even looked younger. They were enjoying the fact that the place had an advanced civilization, and that the clothes were made of very comfortable, high-quality materials. Qinche even posted about it on her social media, drawing a lot of attention. Shuqin was seeing for the first time the place her husband had reached. Lu Sheng had also brought several martial saints there. Lin Zhengyu was truly shocked by everything she saw. Soon, the old man welcomed the guests on behalf of the entire federation of the Yamu sector. Pinchi was especially surprised because the clothes they were wearing, made on that planet, provided automatic translation, allowing them to communicate normally. Lu Sheng's father felt as if he were being treated like a noble. Lu Sheng had truly changed the reality of his family. Quinche, somewhat clueless, even tried to show the appearance of the man who had welcomed them, declaring on her social media that he was a strange-looking alien. Then a gigantic ship began to fly overhead. Quinche became excited and wanted to show it to everyone online, but when a young man noticed the emblem on that ship, he suddenly became a little frightened. That old man already knew that it was the ship of the marked blood Adalet family from the Yinshi sector, and he felt uneasy because those people were troublesome. He also didn't understand why they had arrived so early, since they had said they would come a bit later. Qinche was quite surprised, and started taking pictures of the ship. She even showed it off on social media, saying it was as large as several Baihei gymnasiums combined. Even humanoid creatures began to appear. Since everything was new to Qinche, she was excited to see a furry, but he looked at her with clear judgment, as the foolish girl kept jumping from side to side, trying to film everything. He grew irritated, wanting to know what she was doing. The man who had received Lu Sheng's family became worried, as her behavior could cause trouble, so he sent some subordinates to approach her to avoid diplomatic issues. Suddenly, those wolf-like men began to howl. This left her confused, and she started to think she had caused trouble. One of them declared that she would pay for what she had just done, but before he could act, the man arrived and apologized on her behalf, explaining that she didn't know their rules, so it wasn't intentional. The girl's parents became worried. The marked blood Adalet wolves did not allow anyone to photograph them. That was considered an insult. This left Lu Sheng's family shocked at how serious the situation was. They were informed that photographing those individuals was taboo, and they had already clashed with multiple factions over it, shedding much blood. Qinche became terrified, while the local diplomat tried to resolve the situation, but the wolves refused to listen. They wanted blood. Qinche became terrified, while the local diplomat tried to resolve the situation, but the wolves refused to listen. They wanted blood. Then space itself tore open, and the senator appeared. Sebastian declared that he would take care of everything. He tried to communicate with the wolves, but they were unwilling to listen. At that moment, Sebastian explained to the marked blood Adalet wolves that this was the family of the immortal count. This caught them off guard, and they began howling again. Without wasting time, they all bowed, apologizing and addressing them as noble friends, declaring that everything had been a misunderstanding caused by their ignorance. Shuqing quickly realized that Lu Sheng truly held great prestige in that place, and she wondered what he had really become in the eyes of others. Shuqing then asked if she could take photos of them, and the wolves simply agreed, even posing so she could take pictures with them. The diplomat was in shock that the wolves were taking a group photo with her, as it was something that might never happen again. He was certain it would make the news. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng's ship, which was about to land at the port. He saw the photos his sister had posted, and hadn't expected his family to adapt so quickly, so it was good news for him. Since the technology of the Yamu sector was highly advanced, it could also ensure that his parents could live for over 1,000 years, and he was determined to make that happen. As he disembarked, the senator gave him some details, since he was the main figure of the tournament, introducing the supreme frontline commander named Olu. Zia soon reported that Lu Sheng had captured an interstellar criminal named Leo, who had been wanted, and she expressed her gratitude, saying she had received around 200 letters of thanks for what Lu Sheng had done. Orlando was surprised, since Leo was level 11, not someone easy to deal with. Zia added that the Heidi sector had already sent 3 level 11 executors to hunt Leo, but he had managed to escape, yet Lu Sheng had turned him to dust. Olu acknowledged that Lu Sheng was truly exceptional. Lu Sheng then wanted to understand the dimensional battlefield. Shuya summoned a holographic screen and explained that the dimensional battlefield was the rift between their universe and a parallel one, a space formed by the collision of the two, which had become the main war zone between them. Numerous powerful martial geniuses and cosmic monsters chose the dimensional battlefield to temper themselves, making it the cradle of the strongest. Lu Sheng saw it as an abyssal space, and had always been curious about the origin of the interdimensional beast invasion. She explained that it was simply a parallel universe that had collided with theirs. It wasn't truly an invasion. She believed that sooner or later, they would completely drive out the monsters. Lu Sheng noticed that they spoke of the invasion lightly, and seemed to think they had the advantage. He began to suspect that the powerful figures of the universe were still unaware of the existence of the Dark Lord. Perhaps by the time they realized it 7 years from now, it would be too late, so he asked Zia if she knew anything about the Dark Lord, but she had no idea. Olu then asked the immortal Count where he had heard that name, and Lu Sheng explained that when he was deep within the underwater caves of his home planet, he sensed mysterious waves of consciousness coming from the parallel universe. Speaking of the Dark Lord, the senator then asked Olu if he had ever heard anything about it. Olu replied that back when he fought on the interdimensional battlefield, he had heard the term, the Dark Lord was a title of respect in the parallel universe, given to beings of a certain level of power. Compared to their universe, it would be equivalent to level 16, shocking both Sebastian and Sia. Lu Sheng recalled that this was on par with Master Zhang Yizhou, which he found unbelievable. Sebastian preferred to think Olu was joking, and questioned how such a being could exist on a primitive planet. Olu made it clear that a level 16 being could govern an entire star region, and that many level 11 or 12 powerhouses were unaware of such existence. He had only learned about it by chance when he became the supreme battlefield commander. He stressed that they needed to take the matter seriously, and asked for the coordinates of the underwater caves Lu Sheng had mentioned. Lu Sheng believed that this way they could prepare over the next 7 years and significantly reduce the countless losses. After the discussion, they headed toward the event location. Sebastian announced that they had arrived. There was a massive stage and small stars surrounded the area, serving as stands. The venue could hold 1,500 people. It wasn't just ticket sales, there were also profits from food, lodging, and more, bringing significant economic growth to the Yamu sector. They had earned what would normally take 50 stellar years, and Sebastian was deeply grateful to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng then understood why those people had allowed him to use so many resources. In any case, the senator stated that the sector had taken off, but the problem was that the crime rate had reached a historic peak. Sebastian didn't want to dwell on that at the moment, believing they would eventually find ways to solve it. He wanted to introduce Lu Sheng to the other geniuses, so they headed to a ship and landed on an observation star. At the place where they arrived, there were several people fighting with swords. One girl effortlessly knocked down multiple opponents at once. Sebastian told Lu Sheng that her name was Binglong. She was over 90 years old, and at the peak of level 11. She possessed the Bright Moon Extraordinary Life Constitution, and even without activating it, her power already rivaled level 12. He believed that she and Lu Sheng could exchange experiences in private. Suddenly, the people who had been fighting came over to greet them, and Binglong, upon seeing Lu Sheng, immediately wanted to know who he was. The senator introduced him to everyone, and of course they already knew of the immortal's reputation. Binglong requested a duel with him. She wanted to see the strength of someone at the immortal level. Lu Sheng was surprised that she was challenging him, and she provoked him further, asking if he was afraid. At that moment he remained silent, while Sebastian seemed to enjoy the tension between them, wanting to clearly witness Lu Sheng's strength. Lu Sheng then stated that he wanted to spend more time with his family, so he wouldn't participate in their training. Sebastian quickly said he would personally take him there, but Binglong couldn't believe it. Lu Sheng, however, didn't want to trouble the old man over something like that, so they turned their backs and left. Binglong grew irritated while the others began to think Lu Sheng was afraid. In any case, they all believed Binglong was stronger, since he was level 10 and she was level 12. Binglong immediately drew her sword, declaring that he had dared to look down on her. With a single slash, she tore open a rift, leaving everyone terrified of her true strength. She only hoped that Lu Sheng would be lucky enough not to meet her in the tournament. Then she left, leaving everyone confused. Taking advantage of her absence, the others expressed their desire to build connections with Lu Sheng. After all, he was an important figure. They were even worried that Binglong might see them, as they thought she was a bit unhinged. At the same time, they were certain that Lu Sheng would eventually have no trouble crushing her. Soon after, the scene shifted to his family's mansion. Sebastian suggested that he aim to win the tournament prizes, as they were quite generous. Lu Sheng thanked him for the advice, and was about to leave when his mother appeared on a call. She explained that her son wanted them to live there, and had even bought a house for them. She had also enjoyed the food and accommodations. It all felt like a dream to her. However, she admitted she missed her friends, and was surprised to learn it was already August on Blue Star, since it hadn't even been a month since they had left. She also mentioned that she would ask her son to bring her friends over to visit. Suddenly Lu Sheng appeared. His mother was very happy, but wished he had warned her beforehand. She also thought he looked thinner and more tanned. Meanwhile, Shu Qing was with her sister-in-law, carrying some boxes. When she saw her husband, she ran over and hugged him tightly. The family was overjoyed to receive him after being apart for so long. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Then his mother explained that she had no one to talk to there except his father. Coinche also missed her classmates and the snacks near her school. Lu Sheng's father asked whether they would live there forever. Lu Sheng then asked his wife what she thought, but she simply said she would follow him wherever he went. He then explained that they didn't necessarily have to live there. They could move to another planet, and when the time came, he could bring everyone from Blue Star to wherever they settled. The family was extremely happy after hearing that, but his sister still didn't understand why they couldn't stay on Blue Star. He couldn't tell her that the planet would be destroyed in a few years, so he explained that Blue Star would soon become a pure battlefield due to interdimensional beast invasions, making it uninhabitable. It would be much better for them to move as soon as possible. He also said that in the coming days, he would stay with the family, then watch the battles and tour nearby planets. Qingche became excited, since it had been a long time since she had gone out with her brother. Soon the scene shifted to nighttime. Lu Sheng was lying down with his wife when she suddenly got up. Confused, he watched as she grabbed a small bottle. He didn't understand what she was doing, so Qingche explained that every time he left home and took longer to return, she would keep some strands of his hair as a keepsake. Without warning, he pulled her back onto the bed, leaving her confused. He told her to forget about that hair nonsense, and said he would give her a better kind of keepsake. The scene then shifted to a few days later, where a hostess announced that the long-awaited Interstellar Martial Genius Tournament was beginning, where everyone would witness the greatest martial talents from the 12 sectors. The scene then moved to the observation star. Qingche was amazed by the gigantic holographic projection. Lu Sheng told his sister to make herself comfortable, as that observation star had been reserved especially for his family. Some of his friends were also there. The martial saints couldn't imagine that one day they would see Lu Sheng doing such things. Realizing that he was truly extraordinary, Lin Zhengyu was very happy to be attending such a high-caliber event. Qingche loved the place but missed fried chicken and soda. Lu Sheng told her that she could actually order anything from the control panel. Then he noticed that his wife seemed a bit off, and asked if she was okay. She said it was nothing serious and would pass in a few minutes. Lu Sheng assumed he had been too rough with her the previous night, and that she couldn't handle it. Finally, the moment for the tournament arrived. Seeing the sheer number of individuals present, Lu Sheng couldn't tell whether it was a lot or a little. The preliminary and intermediate stages would last several days, until the last group of competitors finished their fights. Throughout that time, the battles never stopped. Whenever one match ended, the next group entered immediately, so the audience was never bored. Everything was very safe, mainly because competitors liked to use a type of semi-transparent combat glasses that could roughly estimate an opponent's fighting power. If the difference was small, they would fight, but if it was far too great, they would simply give up. Lu Sheng was certain that this would eventually become a kind of tradition in space martial competitions. After half a day, Lu Sheng felt he had seen enough, and took his family to eat and rest. Only Lin Zhengyue and the other martial saints stayed behind, unwilling to miss the rare opportunity to watch level 10 warriors from various races across the universe fight. Next, Lu Sheng's group went to the Hunter's Restaurant. Qingche found the name quite strange. They were told that the restaurant's home planet was full of monsters that could transform into delicious food. The main goal of practicing martial arts on that planet was to hunt for exquisite ingredients and enjoy ever higher levels of cuisine. Martial artists there were also known as gourmet hunters. Qingche loved the idea, and they went inside, where the staff warmly welcomed the immortal Count. The identity scanner at the entrance had already passed Lu Sheng's information to the restaurant, and his presence was received with the highest honors. Even the owner came out of the kitchen to personally greet him. Suddenly Bing Long appeared, stating that Lu Sheng had refused her challenge the last time. She said she hoped he wouldn't have any excuses this time. Everyone was confused about who this woman was, and Lu Sheng explained to his family that she was just someone he knew. Then he used his mental power to hint that she had no sense of timing, making it clear he wanted to dine with his family, and that she should wait for him at the restaurant entrance. Since she was so eager to get beaten, he would give her what she wanted after he finished eating. Bing Long glanced aside. Lu Sheng's mother, thinking Bing Long was a friend of her son, saw no problem with her joining them for a meal. Bing Long apologized, saying she had suddenly bothered him, and then left. Lu Sheng found her very irritating, stating that he didn't want to fight her out of respect for the senator, but she kept pestering him, and it seemed she would only stop after receiving a beating that left her on the brink of death. At that moment, one of the waiters brought what looked like a nearly shattered bowl to Lu Sheng. It then broke apart and reformed into a beautiful bowl filled with an enticing broth, astonishing his entire family. He realized that while the restaurant might not focus on flashy flavors, it emphasized freshness. They ended up having a true feast. Lu Sheng's parents were impressed by the speed of the service, and he himself was happy to eat fresh food. It was something very important to him. Then he realized he should look into Bing Long. He discovered that she was an orphan from the interstellar battlefield, with no mother and no friends. Having lived alone for over 90 years, she wasn't good with human interaction, a lone cultivator of the cosmos. At that moment, he understood how she viewed combat. He could even sympathize with her, but he made it clear to himself that if she bothered him again, he would crush her like an ant. After a hearty and joyful meal with his family, Lu Sheng prepared to leave the restaurant. However, one of the staff informed him that Bing Long had already paid the bill for all the guests. Leaving him confused, he wondered if that was her way of apologizing, and even thought that next time, he might go a little easier on her when he beat her. The preliminary and intermediate stages of the Great Interstellar Martial Exchange Tournament lasted exactly 8 cosmic days. Even so, after more than 10 rounds of selection, over 40,000 geniuses still remained. In the end, only 16 stood out and advanced to the finals. Qingche was there, cheering for her brother. She had even bought more advanced filming equipment so she wouldn't miss a single moment, and said she would live stream everything back to Blue Star. Lu Sheng thought his dear sister talked too much. His parents had great faith in him, hoping he would take first place. His father also acknowledged how fortunate their family was, as their lives had changed in ways he could never have imagined. Lu Sheng's wife only wanted him to return safely, and he reassured her that nothing would happen. The martial saints from Blue Star were excited to see the god of war shine with his own brilliance in the universe. Sebastian called Lu Sheng, asking if he was ready. Lu Sheng promised that the battle would be glorious, which was great news for the old man, who had also found someone to serve as Lu Sheng's assistant. Suddenly, Arlanda arrives, catching the immortal count by surprise. It had been nearly half a year since they last met. As the officer who had taken him into stellar space, Lu Sheng held a certain gratitude toward Arlanda, so he didn't hide how happy he was to see him. On Arlanda's side, however, the gratitude he felt toward Lu Sheng was even greater. He revealed that he was on the list of candidates for the next position of executor of the stellar sector, that the level 12 training plan was already underway, and that his noble title had been promoted. Lu Sheng could see that Arland was going through a glorious phase, which even reminded him of Lan Chen. After all, he had been his first stellar guide, who had simply disappeared along the way, or at least that was what the protagonist believed. As all of this unfolded, the scene shifted to one of the host planets where the tournament was being broadcast. Lan Chen was completely groggy, holding a can in his hand as he watched the tournament. Zhao Lin tried to calm his comrade down, since in the end he had obtained the state-of-the-art ship he had always dreamed of. It was Arlandi who had given it to him. At that moment, however, Lan Chen crushed the can with all his strength, because he could have gained much more, billions of times more than that ship. He was furious. In his mind, Arlandi had done nothing but humiliate him. Everything had been intentional. He had been just one step away from becoming rich, and that was what affected him so deeply. Zhao Lin then decided to hug him, but Lan Chen only became even more enraged. The scene then shifted back to Lu Sheng and Arlan, who had just arrived at the battlefield. Arlandi explained the semi-final rules. There would be 5 rounds in total. In the first 3, 10 competitors would battle for a single advancing spot. In the last 2, the format would be one-on-one duels. This left Lu Sheng confused, since the semi-finals would now involve group battles, whereas the earlier stages had been one-on-one. Arland explained that individual fights took too long, and had received many complaints, so the organizers changed the format at the last minute. After all, this was the first time the tournament was being held, and some aspects still needed refinement. Sheng realized that his home planet was ahead in certain areas, since that kind of issue wouldn't happen in television programs. Although the draw was decided on the battlefield, the main competitors from each sector rarely faced each other in the first 3 rounds. However, Lu Sheng didn't care who his opponent would be. He only wanted to know whether there were any level 12 competitors. Arlande believed there might be, though only rumors existed. He mentioned Bingmo Menlo from the Zir sector, who possessed an extraordinary solar-level body and was one of the most famous geniuses in that sector. Afterward, Bingmo Menlo had entered seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to level 12, leading many to believe he had succeeded. The other martial genius was Qian Yushu from the Zilan sector. Sheng had already heard of the first, but the second was peculiar to him. Arlande explained that the man's situation was truly special. Some said he was the reincarnation of a powerful being from another civilization, or even another universe. This left Sheng extremely surprised and curious. In less than 200 years, Qian Yushu had advanced directly to level 11, and might have even reached level 12. Qian kept asking his companion whether this wasn't the rebirth of a great immortal cultivator. Either way, he found it fascinating, as the information was very interesting to him. Lu Xian realized just how vast the universe truly was. There was everything in it. He himself was a transmigrator, but compared to Qian Yushu, it was different. It almost seemed as if Qian Yushu had a built-in cultivation system or something similar. He then asked Arland to keep an eye on that man. Arland revealed that he had already intended to do so, even without Sheng asking, explaining that many people were interested in Qian Yushu. He had even attracted attention from individuals outside the galaxy. Sheng quickly understood. Qian Yushu was highly interested in the rewards, meaning he likely didn't have as many resources as Sheng himself. Suddenly, something began to glow from Sheng's chest, leaving him confused about what it was. Arland explained that his identification card had been generated, meaning the semi-final draw had begun. Sheng saw multiple pillars of light, and hadn't expected them all to be competitors. The identification card instructed him to proceed to Arena W4 W4. Arlande hadn't expected the list of opponents for the same group to be released so quickly, informing Sheng that there were 3 level 11 warriors, believing it would be quite complicated, even asking him to take a look at them. But Lu Sheng wasn't very interested. Arland also offered him power detection glasses, thinking they could be very useful, but Sheng simply walked away without taking the item, ignoring his comrade, who was certain that many eyes were set on Lu Sheng. Shortly after, the 10 competitors had already entered the arena, and the host announced that the first round of the semi-finals was about to begin. The crowd had already placed their bets, and the host introduced Lu Sheng, a man who had been drawing everyone's attention for being the first individual with a transcendental immortal level life constitution in 1 million years across the 12 sectors. Quincy was overjoyed to see her brother on TV, and Lan Chen, who was also watching, immediately stood up upon seeing Lu Sheng. Many people were watching at that moment. Lu Sheng received countless gazes, and even the other 9 competitors in the arena began pointing at him, making various comments. They initially thought it was just someone with the same name, a coincidence, and not the real Lu Sheng himself. Then everyone was slightly shocked, realizing they would actually be facing an immortal. The warriors observed him with anxious expressions, and Sheng noticed it. The host knew everyone was eager to see his powers. Lu Sheng's opponents consisted of 3 level 11 fighters and 6 of the strongest level 10 warriors. Sheng himself was at level 10, so all the competitors believed they truly had a chance to take first place. Seeing the whole situation, Arlandi believed that the marketing team was committing an endless stupidity. That round shouldn't have been a 10 versus 1 fight. It should have been a group battle with designated targets. But the host simply put Sheng as a common enemy against the other 9, forcing him to face them all alone. Obviously, Arlandi wasn't the only one who noticed this. Apart from Lu Sheng's family, nobody cared about that detail. After all, the audience loved the fact that an immortal level person was taking on multiple opponents alone. They wanted chaos. The crowd was ecstatic, roaring like frenzied beasts. Many were even rooting for him to be killed right there on the battlefield. One of the big guys saw that the audience wanted them to join forces, but he didn't care. He was curious to see the true power of an immortal-blooded warrior. A green-haired girl mentioned that she had heard that transcendent beings kill higher-level enemies faster and more efficiently. Everyone started preparing themselves. They were eager to defeat Lu Sheng. At that moment, Lu Sheng was confident, knowing that everyone wanted to see what an immortal could do. He released his energy, declaring that it would be just as they wished. The others were visibly shocked, and one of them, wearing the power-detecting glasses, saw his power level hit 1 million, causing the device to break. Just by stepping on the ground, Lu Sheng sent people flying. The crowd couldn't believe it. The fight had barely begun, and they were already defeated. With a single move, the entire battle was over, leaving the host completely baffled. Lu Sheng declared that everyone had only that one moment to try to defeat him, and should do everything to win. Then he turned his back, leaving the spectators completely stunned. Sebastian was incredulous. This was the true power of an immortal. Shia saw that immortal blood carried the posture of a king. Arland found it almost ridiculous to worry, as the power of an immortal is completely beyond any standard. Countless powerful beings looked on with fervor in their eyes. Lu Sheng's dominion, strength, and presence perfectly embodied the ideal everyone had of immortal blood. Qinche was extremely happy for her brother. His parents wondered if he was really their son, as he had reached an unimaginable level. Lin Zhengyue, watching, saw that his lord shone anywhere he went. Chu Qin, who had been very worried about her husband, felt relieved seeing him doing so well. Lu Sheng had broken free from the ordinary, defying the laws of logic, the only supreme in millions of years. His opponents had no chance to act and couldn't even stand properly. Eventually, they gave up. The host then announced to everyone that the fight had ended before it even started. This was what it meant to be a true immortal. The scene then shifted to another part of the arena, where numerous martial artists were frozen. It was Bingmo Menlo who had done it, and he simply obliterated them all. He had done exactly what Lu Sheng had, defeating his opponents with a single strike. Bingmo was eager to fight Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the girl who had asked her father for permission to participate was also incinerating everyone. Lu Sheng continued advancing smoothly through the next rounds. No one could resist any of his casual blows. He won with ease. The only person Lu Sheng didn't know how to handle was the tournament host, who seemed obsessed with him and narrated the matches with wild enthusiasm, as if fueled by energy drinks. Arlanda enjoyed watching everything. About 40 competitors remained. Jia, along with the senator, was certain that Lu Sheng had earned everyone's respect. No one wanted to underestimate him. The one-on-one duels began, gathering the strongest from all sectors. Lu Sheng's identification plate showed that his next opponent would be Bing Long. The host announced it, driving the spectators into a frenzy. Bing Long arrived and told the immortal that he had no more excuses to run, asking if she wasn't tired of pretending. Bing Long had no idea what he was talking about. Lu Sheng declared that he knew she was secretly terrified, but still pretending to want to fight him. He asked if she truly believed it was okay to live deceiving herself. Bing Long began to laugh, claiming she wasn't afraid of him at all. She was certain the one who was afraid was him, as he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his family. Lu Sheng looked at her coldly. She moved toward him, expressing that she had been waiting for this fight for a long time. She used a technique called ghost sword dance, but he blocked all her attacks, even breaking her sword and catching her by surprise. He assumed she was prepared and ready to strike, leaving her desperate and screaming that she gave up. She even closed her eyes, thinking he would hit her. At that moment, he said that next time, if she pushed herself so hard, she should control her muscles and heart rate better. As for the dinner she had offered him, he would consider it repayment of the debt he owed her. Bing Long, visibly shocked, simply knelt as he turned his back. The host then announced that Lu Sheng had defeated Bing Long with a single strike. The audience hadn't even seen her power. The fight ended extremely quickly. To make matters worse, the host began promoting a tonic, supposedly to extend male performance. Arlandi was stunned. Someone had been foolish enough to let that host present. He found the situation very strange. Sia told him that she had already complained, but the marketing department explained that the host had been recommended by a major sponsor. Meanwhile, Qinche called her brother to praise him, and asked when he would teach her new things. At that moment, Lu Sheng realized he needed to be more attention-grabbing to reassure his family. He needed to quickly defeat each competitor. The second team of competitors entered the arena after Lu Sheng. One of them was from the Menion Stellar sector, and the other from the Zillan Stellar sector. The fight lasted more than 10 hours, proving to be far more intense than Lu Sheng's own battle against Bing Long. This was the first time Lu Sheng had carefully observed a battle between high-level transcendent beings. The winner came from the Zillan sector. The asteroid arena was practically destroyed, forcing the tournament committee to rush in for repairs. The host maintained his enthusiasm from start to finish, and the audience audience went absolutely wild. Everyone agreed that this was the kind of intensity expected from the semi-finals of the Grand Martial Tournament of the 12 stellar sectors. Lu Sheng's fight with Binglong had been so fast that many suspected some things might have been staged. Nonetheless, it was worth it. Lu Sheng realized that transcendent bodies far surpassed ordinary beings in life-level capabilities. Each sector had a high-level structure, and these battles were essentially a showcase of the collision between different systems of power. What had once seemed monotonous became extremely fascinating. Suddenly, a woman appeared. Lu Sheng was curious, and Arlandi explained that he was about to introduce her. She was Gray of the Blue Demon Flame, at the Bright Moon level, and level 11, making her one of the opponents they needed to observe carefully. Sheng noticed that her blue flames were the opposite of his stellar flames. His were explosive and dominant, while hers were cold, corrosive, and seductive. He wanted to study the structure of her power system, as it could provide new insights for his stellar path. After the stage was repaired, the next fight began. The competitor was the greatest genius in Zir sector history, Bingmo Menlo, also known as the Ice Demon. Everyone was thrilled for him. Lu Sheng hadn't expected the man to be so famous. Arlandi explained that Bingmo's reputation extended beyond his own sector. 5 or 6 neighboring sectors were under the shadow of his brilliance. He had been the most promising talent even before his appearance, achieving incredible and nearly unbelievable feats. Sheng asked if this man had truly frozen a star. Arlandi said that was an exaggeration. He had frozen a small star already at the end of its life, but it was still impressive, as he had never heard of anyone at level 11 capable of such a thing. Bingmo's opponent arrived, and he immediately used his ability, freezing them on the spot. The host thought it was all overblown, as it showed the vast difference in strength between them. Everyone began to believe that Bingmo had already reached level 12, reasoning that only then could he be that strong. Some were already convinced that first place in the tournament would go to him. Meanwhile, Bingmo looked at Lu Sheng, declaring that he had been waiting for him. Arlandi checked the stats of Lu Sheng and Bingmo, noting that Bingmo was the favorite between the two. He also wanted to know if Lu Sheng was confident in winning, but Lu Sheng couldn't even answer. Arlanda understood, though he advised him not to say it publicly, to avoid being accused of fear. It wasn't a problem if he lost, as Bingmo had far more experience and was much older. Even Lu Sheng didn't know the full extent of his own power. After Bingmo, no one could surpass him in the subsequent matches. People began to feel increasingly intimidated as they watched him fight. In the tournament's predicted victory table, his win rate continued climbing, reaching 95%. Then the next fight was announced. Qian Yushu. Upon hearing the name, Lu Sheng immediately focused. Qian Yushu effortlessly destroyed multiple opponents with a single strike. Lu Sheng observed that the man had extremely refined energy control. Arland noted that this was precisely why everyone considered Qian Yushu peculiar. Lu Sheng found it fascinating and believed the man could indeed be the reincarnation of some great being from another universe. He knew he needed to study him carefully, even to improve his own path of perfect martial arts. After the preliminary screenings, only 24 competitors remained. The 5th round began shortly after. In that round, Lu Sheng defeated his opponent with a single strike, without ceremony. The audience was astonished, though it was beginning to feel almost routine to them. Bingmo's popularity continued to rise thanks to the spectacular visual effects of his battles. Everyone thought Lu Sheng was incredible, but they still kept an eye on Bingmo. Even Sheng admitted that Bingmo fought in an exceptionally stylish manner. Bingmo watched Qian Yushu's fights closely, showing great interest. Qian Yushu's predicted victory rate soon approached Bingmo's. It didn't reach 95% but exceeded 70%. The 5th round ended, and the host once again promoted a product entirely inappropriate for the environment. Afterward, Qian She called her brother, commenting that the battles seemed extremely easy for him. She also mentioned that people on Blue Star were in a frenzy, enjoying the broadcast immensely. Lu Sheng's mother worried that he might be overexerting himself to win, while his sister just wanted him to defeat all his opponents decisively. His father also urged him not to push too hard, as he was already more than amazing. They were concerned because Bingmo was known as the Ice Demon. Lu Sheng reassured his parents that they didn't need to worry. Bingmo's opponents weren't that strong, asking everyone to pay attention because he was going to turn the Ice Demon into a pig. Shuqin only trusted her husband. After he reassured his family, he went to the location for the first round draw of the finals. The 14 finalists were gathered, and among them were supreme warriors from 12 stellar sectors, all under 1,000 years old. Arland called Lu Sheng in desperation, declaring that both Qian Yushu and Bingmo had already advanced to level 12, so he should be mentally well prepared and avoid doing anything that could overexert him. Sheng thanked him for the warning, although he wasn't worried at all. The first round of the finals was starting at that moment, and a guy named Reyes attacked his opponent with everything he had and managed to win that battle. Arlanda informed that this guy also needed to be watched closely, as he was a moonlight transcendental body. At that moment, Lu Sheng yawned, showing that all of this was rather boring for him. Arland warned that he should be careful, as his win rate had dropped, placing him among the bottom 5 in the ranking. Arland also told him that, once in the finals, many competitors begin to reveal their true strength, making the situation increasingly difficult. Sheng then realized that everything Arland had said before seemed like a joke, until his comrade tried to explain that it wasn't exactly like that. But Sheng patted him on the shoulder and reassured him that it was fine, because human memory is something that is really easy to lose. He then asked Arlande what he thought a mortal bloodline should be like. At that moment, Arlande didn't even know what to say to the immortal count. Suddenly a host announced that the next match would be Lu Sheng versus Gray, known as the Demon Flame. She appeared on stage in a completely different manner, taking Arlande by surprise. Everyone began to cheer, repeating her name. They were excited to witness a duel between true high-level masters, and even a host declared that this match would be spectacular. Gray began calling Lu Sheng for the fight. Sheng decided to explain to Arland what it meant to have immortal blood, disappearing from the side and appearing on stage. Gray was very happy to be able to test the power of an immortal bloodline. She began to display her energy, and everyone could see that her presence was extremely powerful. Quickly, her clothes changed. Lu Sheng warned that if she was eager to test the power of an immortal bloodline, then she should be ready to bleed. Then he unleashed his energy with even greater force, leaving the host completely shocked, declaring that she had reached level 12, leaving many people speechless. She had managed to achieve this right in the tournament. It was impressive considering she was less than 200 years old. The scene then shifted to the observation ship. Sebastian was surprised that there was another level 12 there. Arlande was worried about Lu Sheng. Gray questioned whether she had the right to face the legendary immortal genius at that moment. After her strength had increased, he confirmed that she did, because at that moment he was no longer afraid of beating her until she died. Her opponent declared that he was arrogant and moved toward him to strike the immortal count with a punch. He decided to do the same, and their punches collided, creating a shockwave that flooded the area with light. The fight was intense. Gray put pressure on Lu Sheng, but that wasn't all. Sebastian was shocked that she was refining her strength even after just reaching level 12, getting closer and closer to the peak of level 12. She tried to hit him in every possible way, while Lu Sheng merely defended against all her attacks. Arlande watched in complete shock, believing that Gray was on the same level as Bingmo. Xia had noticed that even fighting someone of a higher level, Lu Sheng was not falling behind. Then a woman arrived, declaring to Sebastian that the immortal blood of the Yamu sector would stop there, even saying that all of this was quite embarrassing. That woman was the chief of the Shir sector. The senator explained to her that Lu Sheng was immortal, but only in his early 20s, and had just reached level 10, so it was understandable if he lost the battle. The chief of the Yasu sector thought it was a pity, as she wanted to see a fight between an immortal bloodline and the ice demon. The senator became very irritated, as the woman was only there to annoy him, although he thought that the outcome of the fight was already clear. Gray always managed to dodge, and he was at a disadvantage. He wanted to know if Lu Sheng would stop there. Then Lu Sheng's opponent tried to strike him. Some people were already getting angry, having bet on him and believing they had lost their money. Lu Sheng's family was extremely anxious. Gray thought she could already end the battle there, using the extreme blue demon flame, a massive attack that destroyed the ground, but he managed to dodge, and she realized it. Though Lu Sheng warned that he hadn't completely avoided it, she only tore his clothes, which left her astonished, as until then it had been impossible for her to cause only damage to the clothing. But that still wasn't her limit, and she was very determined to finish him. Then he asked her to wait, explaining with pride that everything in the universe has a dark side, even flame, which represents light. Her flame represented precisely the dark side of fire, so its effect was the opposite of a normal flame. Gray then wanted to know if he was saying that her clan's bloodline, the demon flame, had anything to do with him, and that he couldn't fully dominate it just because he understood the essence of her blood power. He declared that it wasn't like that. Understanding and surpassing are two different things. She didn't understand where he was going with that. Lu Sheng explained to her that he was very interested in the blue flame of her bloodline, so while they fought, he was studying it closely. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the battle began to get irritated with him, because instead of fighting, he was just talking to her, shouting that they should get back to the fight. The host even said that Lu Sheng had realized he couldn't win, and had started using other tactics. Lu Sheng declared to his opponent that the fight would end right then, displaying an immense surge of energy. The woman's eyes went wide. Sheng wanted to show her the most radiant side of light. Using his technique called perfect martial arts, he made an intense fire erupt across the area. A pure absolute light so bright that no one could open their eyes. It was basically like staring at a star. Then the phoenix appeared, and Lu Sheng was practically engulfed in flames, declaring to Arland that this is what it means to be immortal. He launched the flames toward his opponent, who without hesitation used her crystal barrier technique, but it was useless. Lu Sheng's flames shattered her barrier and struck her fully. At that moment, Sheng was certain she finally understood when he said she should be ready to bleed if she wanted to test the power of someone at the immortal level, but her preparation was still insufficient. He then collided with her, and after being hit, she fell lifeless to the ground. Many people were shocked that she had been defeated. Once again, she had lost in a single blow. The host was confused as well. Everyone began to venerate Lu Sheng again, and they were thrilled because they had won their bets. The host loved the battle and was eager to see the next ones. The chief of the Zir sector was incredulous, while Sebastian was overjoyed. For her, it was impossible that it had happened. Sebastian saw that Lu Sheng at level 10 was already destroying numerous opponents, so he could already imagine that at level 12 he would be extraordinary. He took the opportunity to start teasing the chief of the Yegzir sector, who until then had been mocking him, declaring that they would see the battle. The woman's voice trembled. Even though she was certain that Bingmo couldn't compare to Gray, she pretended she had other commitments and quickly left. The senator was very happy with what had happened. Xia admitted that it had exceeded expectations, although Lu Sheng always surprised them. Sebastian only wanted the young man to go as far as he could endure. Then the scene shifted to Lu Sheng, who felt that someone was watching him. He looked around and finally spotted a strange figure observing him from above. Suddenly his sister called him, praising him again. She also wanted to know how his hair had turned golden, but before he could explain, he felt something strange again and looked around, trying to locate the source of the bizarre sensation. During the rest of the time, the competitions continued. The subsequent fights were good, but nothing surpassed the spectacle of a level 10 defeating a level 12. Even in the second round, people kept talking about it. While Lu Sheng was annoyed, trying to figure out who was behind that strange feeling. He was sure that if he didn't have such sharp perception, he would have been fooled. Every time he managed to locate the origin, the gaze left no trace. This meant that the mental power of that person was superior to his. Since his spiritual level was at the top of level 11, he was certain that to surpass him, the person would need to be at least level 13. He wondered if there was a level 13 expert in the tournament. He was certain it had nothing to do with the senator or the others. He was also aware that Qian Yushu and Bingmo Menlo had considerable interest in him. He then looked at Qian Yushu, certain that it was him. He assumed that he was a cold person, at least because he was staring at him. In any case, Lu Sheng was determined to crush anyone who got in his way. However, his mental power was becoming a weak point. He decided it would be better to train a bit before it was his turn. So he entered the dream world, immersing himself in the fire seed system. The scene then shifted to some time later. In the second round of the finals, 7 groups had been reduced to 4. The draw was done again, and Lu Sheng was selected directly. Sheng was certain it wasn't luck but manipulation behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the chief of the Zir sector approached Sebastian, convinced that they were cheating. The old man declared that they were doing absolutely nothing. Arland then went to Lu Sheng, declaring that he had been incredible in his performance. He was also certain that the finals were with Lu Sheng, and between Qian Yushu and Bingmo Menlo, Sheng lay on the ground, and Arland was shocked that Sheng, having reached the final, just wanted to sleep at that moment. The host revealed that the semi-finals were starting then. Bingmo Menlo would fight Quang Long. Those two had fought 150 years ago, and Quang Long had lost, but was determined to defeat his opponent this time. But Bingmo didn't even remember that guy, which made Quang Long furious. He charged at him with full force, but Bingmo easily used his ice coffin skill, showing that he was completely calm in this battle. The spectators were thrilled by what they were witnessing. Arlande was utterly incredulous. The way Bingmo Monlo defeated his opponent was terrifying to him. On the other side, the announcement came that Qian Yushu had won his battle. At that moment, Arland went to Lu Sheng, calling him, but Sheng didn't wake up, leaving him completely stunned. Lu Sheng was sleeping like a rock, and Arland was worried because he wouldn't wake up at all, until Sheng finally got up and asked if the second round had already ended, giving his comrade a huge scare. Arland explained that the third round was about to begin. The draw was conducted, and Lu Sheng was set to fight Bingmo Monlo. The host declared that this battle would be epic. They began calling the names of the fighters. Bingmo was eager for this moment. This match was the meeting of a new legend with an old myth, the climax millions had been waiting for. Qinche shouted loudly, cheering for her brother, while Shuqin didn't want to become a widow. Lu Sheng's mother was worried about her son, believing his opponent to be extremely fierce, and she began to pray for him. Her husband told her not to be so pessimistic, and was certain that their son was incredible and would overcome this obstacle. Lu Sheng overheard their conversation from a distance, and was used to his family always worrying about him. Then he realized that Shuqin was pregnant. They were going to have a child soon. Seeing that his opponent was distracted, Bingmo warned that the fight was about to begin, and that he shouldn't be so absent-minded. After all, being distracted in a fight was considered disrespectful to the opponent, at least on that planet. Lu Sheng, being provocative, pretended he hadn't heard anything, and asked if Bingmo had said something. Bingmo Monlo was furious, making it clear that he would teach him how to respect someone. Quickly, he began unleashing all his energy, warning that Lu Sheng was ready to die. He froze one of Lu Sheng's arms and a leg, and before Lu Sheng realized it, Bingmo was behind him, striking with full force and sending him flying. But instead of being surprised, Lu Sheng was thrilled by the fight. Bingmo recognized that his opponent was strong. If he hadn't been of immortal blood, that strike would have finished him. Bingmo hit Lu Sheng again with a kick, but saw that his opponent was smiling, as if inviting death. Enraged, he used his lightning ice prison skill. After the dust settled, Monlo wondered where his opponent's transformation was, since Lu Sheng wasn't using any techniques. Feeling underestimated, Lu Sheng reconstructed his body, ending up without an upper torso, but he understood Bingmo at that moment, assuming he was being dramatic. Curious, Bingmo launched another attack at him, causing a massive explosion. Nobody understood why Lu Sheng simply didn't counterattack. Qinche began to feel indignant, while Lu Sheng's wife was extremely worried. Arlande only wanted his comrade to do something, because he was getting beaten and still smiling. Bingmo approached Lu Sheng again, and struck him with another kick. Declaring that the fight was boring and would end there, he used a second move called Galactic Rule. Senator Sebastian was astonished. He recognized this as the level 12 rule force. Bingmo had reached his peak. The chief of the Zir sector was enjoying the fight, as he might even be surpassing her. She told Sebastian that Lu Sheng was a lost cause in this battle. He wouldn't win. Sebastian thought she was being too hasty, and declared they should wait and see. The senator was desperate for the immortal count, not to lose this fight. At that moment, Bingmo displayed even more of his power. It was so brutal that he froze several other stars. He believed the moment had finally arrived. Even the spectators were suffering from the intense cold. Bingmo's form had completely changed, and he declared that, to show respect for immortal blood, he would allow Lu Lu Sheng to fall under his most powerful strike, ordering him to kneel and worship him. Lu Sheng simply did not move. He had in mind that he could not worry his wife, as she needed to rest and protect her pregnancy. It was at that moment that Bing Mo unleashed his attack, causing a massive explosion, and the spectators were certain that Lu Sheng had lost. Bing Mo was at the peak of level 12, and the head of Sector Zier was very pleased, moving ahead of Sebastian, who was desperate and warned Zier to go there to rescue Lu Sheng, as he could not be seriously injured. Outside, Lu Sheng's family was extremely worried. His sister began to cry, his mother as well, while his father tried to calm his wife, Shu Qin, assuring her that her husband was unharmed. The host, seeing the debris at the site, wanted to know the result of the fight, because until then no one knew, but everyone was certain that Lu Sheng was seriously injured. Regardless, everyone began to grow impatient, as it was already time to announce the winner. The host was a little worried, as there was still no verdict, until a very bright light appeared. Lu Sheng was standing and fighting against Bing Mo. His opponent was very excited, having shown his strength, and Lu Sheng apologized to him, explaining that he had become so happy that he got distracted for a moment. Sebastian was overjoyed to see the immortal count safe, while the head of Sector Zier could hardly believe it, but she understood what immortal lineage truly was at that moment. Bing Mo wanted a real fight, which is why he was so excited, even though he was still certain he would win the battle, declaring that he would stain his hands with the blood of an immortal. Lu Sheng made it clear to his opponent that he did not deserve such a fate, and their battle was intense. Lu Sheng declared that the era of ice was over, revealing his phoenix. Bing Mo expressed that this was the fight he had been seeking for so long, showing an ice dragon in response. The clash between them was tremendous. Everyone could see how extraordinary they were. Sebastian even felt fear at the intensity of their gaze. Izia quickly realized that their combat had already reached level 13. Arland was left speechless watching it all, and Sebastian could not believe it was possible for them to reach level 13, as the surrounding space would be shattered by the impact. However, he also hoped that the two were close to level 13, as the surrounding space was full of cracks. Zia was then surprised to see that Lu Sheng still had energy left. A massive explosion erupted between the two. Bing Mo wanted to know if that was all his opponent could do, and Lu Sheng acknowledged that Bing Mo's Dao was excellent and exactly what he needed, so he was willing to take it for himself. He activated his second ignition, and the flames surrounding his body intensified rapidly. Lu Sheng appeared as a stellar deity born from the heart of a star, crossing the boundary between instability and absolute overwhelming power. Bing Mo Manhwa did not expect his opponent to hide such strength. Lu Sheng made it clear that his opponent should be well prepared, launching an attack at the ice demon, who quickly tried to defend himself, but he soon discovered in the worst way that he could not resist, assuming it was impossible. After all, his ice had already frozen even a real star. Lu Sheng declared that once, someone shot an arrow at the setting sun, and when night fell, the individual believed he had brought the sun down. Even so, Bing Mo judged it impossible. Lu Sheng struck him directly in the face, wanting to know if Bing Mo Manhwa didn't find it ridiculous. Blinding white and golden flames engulfed Bing Mo Manhwa. Lu Sheng had no idea the exact temperature. It was only certain that if he had enough time, he could melt an entire planet. Nothing could survive such heat, at least not Manhwa's ice. He quickly tried to escape from Lu Sheng, completely shocked to witness true immortal blood, admitting he had underestimated Lu Sheng. Even so, he still believed Lu Sheng could not defeat him, being level 10. Seeing that his opponent was still talking a lot, Lu Sheng decided to strike him squarely in the face, knocking the ice demon to the ground. Lu Sheng wondered if his opponent would continue acting superior, even at that point, and so he continued punishing the ice demon, who begged him to stop, until he grew furious, declaring that he would kill Lu Sheng no matter the cost. Bing Mo Manhwa began burning his own vital essence, compensating for seas and seas of currents from the white flames, thousands and millions of square kilometers of absolute cold. The force released froze even ships and space stations across the entire universe. The host was stunned, and even the poor spectators ended up being frozen by the ice demon's power. Sebastian was confused, because until then everyone had level 12 protection. This shouldn't have been possible. He immediately ordered the audience to evacuate quickly, before things got completely out of control. Then he turned to the head of Bing Mo Manhwa's sector, growing frantic as Bing Mo was burning his own core to kill Lu Sheng. He wanted her to stop him, but the woman, visibly embarrassed at that moment, explained that she couldn't. Bing Mo Manhwa was the strongest person in her entire stellar sector. Sebastian became furious, making it clear that if Lu Sheng died, she would pay the price too. Bing Mo Manhwa made it equally clear to his opponent that he had no idea what it felt like to be at the peak of level 12. Assuming there was a huge gap between them and that the fight was already over, he activated his Eternal Star Ice ability. Seeing all that energy, Sebastian believed it was impossible for anyone to survive. Lu Sheng's family just wanted him to escape at that moment, but Lu Sheng didn't believe the difference between level 10 and 12 could be so vast. He invoked his master's inheritance, shattering the force of the stars and launching an attack at the ice demon. Bing Mo was caught completely off guard, as his own power was swallowed entirely by Lu Sheng's force. He was struck with full impact, quickly falling to his knees, utterly incredulous at what he had just witnessed. Lu Sheng then hoped that Bing Mo Manhwa would be less arrogant next time. He also declared that the universe was vast, full of powerful beings, and that the ice demon was lucky to survive a fight with him. Manhwa said absolutely nothing, which irritated Lu Sheng slightly. He left the arena and approached Arlande, who was delighted to see Lu Sheng Sheng unharmed, asking them to monitor the next opponent closely. But he soon realized that Lu Sheng had fallen asleep again. Arlande wanted to wake him when it was time for the next fight. In the dream world, Lu Sheng discovered he had more than 112,000 martial wills, and he used all of them to execute the third divine manifestation. If he hadn't controlled it carefully, things could have gone very badly for everyone. He wanted to review and consolidate that sensation of the moment. Meanwhile, Sebastian, watching the tournament, was amazed at how Lu Sheng had shattered all previous understanding of martial paths and super life forms. Before him, competitions only covered the 12 neighboring stellar regions. Immortals were merely a legend, known but not understood. After that fight, Xia was certain the mystery was beginning to clear, and Lu Sheng was redefining what it meant to be immortal. In Sector Yamu, there was a genius of high caliber. The impact of that fight was colossal. A level 10 instantly defeating a peak level 12 stunned everyone so much that the following matches, including Qian Yushu's and other favorites, went practically unnoticed. Qian Yushu delivered a performance that drew attention, his energy blade cutting through the celestial dome, yet few applauded. Most were still absorbed in Lu Sheng's fight. Even when the final began, many remained in a trance. Arlande then informed Lu Sheng that his fight was about to start. The final opponent had been decided. The result no longer mattered. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Sheng. He saw his opponent, whose expression was one of astonishment and complexity. Lu Sheng was aware that he was the central figure of the tournament, a brilliance that could not be overshadowed. But looking at Qian Yushu, he could not understand what was going through his mind. What confused him even more was that his immortal cells were raising threat alarms. But he had no time to speculate. Whether Qian Yushu had ill intent didn't matter. Lu Sheng had trained his stellar force dozens of times and could kill his opponent with a single strike. At that moment, a host announced that the tournament's final battle was beginning, and everyone started cheering. Lu Sheng intended to feign losing control of his power so that Qian Yushu would die without retaliation, but he soon felt the same sensation as before, realizing it was indeed Qian Yushu who was projecting it. A level 13 psychic pursuer, Lu Sheng charged fully toward Qian Yushu, who felt an inexplicable sense of danger and quickly evaded Lu Sheng's strike. Lu Sheng found it interesting how Qian Yushu had dodged. Suddenly, Qian Yushu leapt into the air, using his thousand sword barrage technique, launching a volley at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng no longer pretended. He revealed all his power. He wanted to see if his opponent could withstand the punch of tens of thousands of stellar seeds, truly intending to kill Qian Yushu. Arlande was bewildered. The match had barely started and already seemed to be reaching its climax. Qian Yushu managed to dodge again. Lu Sheng realized that Qian Yushu was hiding the full extent of his strength, which surpassed even Bingmo Manlo. At that moment, Qian Yushu used the flying sword technique, striking Lu Sheng, who was shocked. He wanted to understand what on earth he was witnessing. Immortals, flying swords, formations with hundreds of blades. It was like the novels he used to read. Qian Yushu was truly an immortal cultivator. The winds from the blades pierced his defenses. Qian Yushu's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Sheng decided to use his own technique. Qian Yushu cultivated swords, but Lu Sheng used his body, declaring that his fist was far harder than Qian Yushu's sword. Everyone was incredulous. Lu Sheng had taken a cut and bled, yet it seemed as if nothing had happened, despite Qian Yushu's incredible strength. Jia realized at that moment that Qian Yushu was stronger than Bingmo Manlo. Sebastian also realized that Qian Yushu was far stronger. He even believed that Qian Yushu hadn't harmed Lu Sheng simply because he didn't want to. At that moment, Qian Yushu completed the Lu Gang Golden Sword formation, capable of deeply wounding a Void Refinement Realm cultivator at level 13. Qian Yushu intended to seize this great opportunity. Lu Sheng completely shattered the attack. He wasn't even having any difficulty against Qian Yushu. Qian Yushu believed Lu Sheng was being quite arrogant. Since the battle had only just begun, Xia and Sebastian were stunned. He hadn't imagined that Qian Yushu was on the same level as Lu Sheng. Xia declared that everything had become extremely dangerous. They couldn't even interrupt the fight, as they might be caught in the shockwaves of the battle and be turned into mush. Arlande was a bit crazy as he was watching everything up close, and he was quite surprised by what he saw. To him, everyone was witnessing an immortal blood-bearer with 5 ruptures, as well as a foreigner with 5 ruptures. The battle was simply overwhelming for him. As Lu Sheng kept receiving Qian Yushu's attacks and saw that it never seemed to end, he grew irritated and decided to use his martial manifestation. A host was left in shock by what he was seeing, as Lu Sheng's martial manifestation was at least 500,000 meters in size, leaving all the spectators completely petrified by that immense display of power. Qian Yushu even liked what he was seeing, but he was certain his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand his strike no matter what. So he grabbed a gigantic sword and hurled it toward Lu Sheng, who felt no fear at all and charged forward. Lu Sheng grabbed the sword with all his strength. The force of the manifestation spread everywhere, yet he still couldn't block Qian Yushu's sword. Because of that, Lu Sheng decided to use the divine calculation of the golden body, and he managed to break his opponent's sword, leaving Qian Yushu in shock. The destruction was immense. Qian Yushu, in disbelief, wanted to know what the hell Lu Sheng was. After doing that, Lu Sheng declared that Qian Yushu had fallen for his trick. After spouting a bunch of nonsense, that was the moment for him to be completely crushed. Believing his opponent had already struck enough, Lu Sheng tried to hit Qian Yushu, who quickly grabbed a sword and blocked. However, Lu Sheng broke the sword and struck him with full force. Qian Yushu couldn't understand how that was happening. happening. Sebastian began to realize he had been wrong. Lu Sheng hadn't used all his power before. He became quite frightened of Lu Sheng, as it even seemed like Lu Sheng had no limits. Zia wanted to understand what Lu Sheng's weakness was, and began to believe that his weak point was actually his psychic mental strength, which was at level 11 already at its peak, and it even seemed like a joke to her. As she said that, Lu Sheng continued to beat Chen Yushu, who at that moment could only try to defend himself. He managed to throw a sword at Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng simply broke it upon contact, and so Lu Sheng asked if his opponent was ready to die. Chen Yushu grew worried, as he couldn't attack, couldn't dodge, and couldn't land a hit. He blocked one of Lu Sheng's attacks with a sword, but Lu Sheng shattered it. At that very moment, blood began to flow from Chen Yushu's nose, and Lu Sheng realized in disbelief that whenever he struck the sword, he was also injuring his opponent. He then concluded that he should hit even more, leaving Qian Yushu completely desperate, and that was indeed the case. Qian Yushu spat out blood again. Finding it quite interesting, Lu Sheng began striking the sword repeatedly until it completely cracked, while his opponent stood there spitting large amounts of blood, almost like a fountain. Qian Yushu became extremely enraged at Lu Sheng and launched a killing attack. Lu Sheng made it very clear that a weak man who couldn't even withstand a punch wouldn't be able to attack him mentally. That was Chen Yushu's last trick, and he was left astonished. He fell to his knees and gave up, but Lu Sheng still wanted to strike him. Chen Yushu left his body, becoming a soul, intending to remember this well the next time he encountered Lu Sheng. However, Lu Sheng grabbed him even in soul form, making it clear he wouldn't escape. Chen Yushu then begged to be spared, declaring that his opponent had already won. Lu Sheng simply swallowed Tian Yushu's soul, stating that he wouldn't survive just because the fight had ended. Lu Sheng truly chewed him, and even felt full afterward, declaring it had been a wonderful feast. At that moment, Tian Yushu's body began to disintegrate. His death would be taken lightly, as he had no origin or status, so it wouldn't lead to anything, unlike Bingmo Monlo. Lu Sheng then looked at the audience, which for a moment was in absolute silence. Suddenly, Sebastian appeared, applauding and congratulating the immortal. The spectators followed suit, clapping for Lu Sheng and chanting his name. The host soon declared Lu Sheng the final winner, while also saying it was truly absurd. This guy was only level 10, yet he killed as easily as eating and drinking. Not to mention he had crippled one person and completely defeated another. Orlando was emotional, as they had just witnessed the birth of history, the prologue of a legendary myth. He was certain that Lu Sheng's name would spread across the 12 stellar sectors covered by the tournament. Soon, Lu Sheng's family approached him. Qianqi once again praised his brother. While their parents were relieved that nothing bad had happened to him, Qianqi simply stood there, admiring her husband, and she was kind of speaking mentally to the child in her womb, telling it that its father was the champion of the universe. The interstellar tournament of geniuses, which had shaken the stellar sectors, had finally come to an end. Countless spectators and competitors began returning home, although many decided to stay a while longer. The economy of the Yamu sector would continue profiting from it for quite some time, and the process and results of the tournament spread throughout every corner of the universe as people made their way back. Lu Sheng became surrounded by an increasingly dense aura of legend. The scene then shifted to the main region of the Yamu sector. Inside an elite medical center, a man was talking to Lu Sheng, but he had absolutely no interest in what the guy was saying. The fat man was almost in tears, begging him to reconsider. He also stated that regarding the reward, their group wouldn't hold back, and asked him to accept his business card. Soon, the guards arrived. That fat man was already a familiar troublemaker, always trying to sneak into the VIP area. They began chasing him as he tried to escape. Lu Sheng had received a business card from a man named Hia Diyu. That fat man was a producer from a massive film conglomerate, and he was trying to convince Lu Sheng to act in a new drama called Legend of the Immortal. The investment was estimated at over 10 trillion, and if he accepted, he would receive trillions in rights and fees alone. If it weren't for the disaster that would destroy an entire star system within 6 years, he might have considered taking the job, but he barely had time to cultivate as it was. The price truly tempted him. After that, he went to the room where his wife was. He explained that a producer had invited him to act in films, but all he really cared about was his family, especially now that he had a child to support. The nurse informed him that his wife's health was very good and the baby was stable, but there was a catch. That butt made him extremely nervous. She explained that his blood was simply too powerful, so the pregnancy could last much longer than normal for humans. It might take at least 3 universal years, equivalent to about 9 years on the blue star. Both of them were quite shocked, as the child would take longer to be born than a horse. Lu Sheng already imagined that his kid would be born, pointing one finger to the sky and one to the earth, declaring that everything belonged to him and that he was the sovereign. Then he received a call from his sister, and he explained the whole situation to his family, who couldn't understand why it would take so long. He also informed them that the tournament prize had been released, and they needed to choose a planet to become his territory. They would all move there with him. Quinche wanted to know how many planets were under his name, and he explained that it was around 100,000, leaving his family completely shocked. The scene then shifted to a few days later, when everyone traveled aboard a white hole jumper and arrived at territorial planet number 263. It was a place very similar to Earth, but with twice the total area. There were natives there, but the strongest among them was only level 6 in martial arts, so the place was truly perfect for them. He asked if his wife liked it, and she thought the planet was beautiful, but she wanted to know its name. The planet's original name was Fonda. He didn't like it much, so he changed it to gestation planet, and Zhu Qing quickly realized that he had no real talent for naming things. The scene then shifted to relatives and friends of Lu Sheng's family, who came directly from the Blue Star to live with them on the new planet. There was also a small episode where, after being annoyed by his younger sister, Lu Sheng told her to train seriously, declaring that she was playing around too much. Quincy thought he was a tyrant, since she only wanted to have fun and be happy. The family had finally settled down, feeling a peace they hadn't experienced in years. Then a message arrived for Lu Sheng. It was from the Central Command of the Defense Line. Olu informed him that they had gone to the underwater caves whose coordinates Lu Sheng had provided, and they ended up losing 1 level 11 warrior and 4 level 10 warriors. The situation was worse than they had imagined. Lu Sheng believed that the entity had figured out a better way to deal with him, while he had been away from the Blue Star. He realized that escaping that indescribable shadow had been incredibly lucky. There were 6 years left, but he didn't know if some disaster might happen sooner. So he went into the dream world. He wanted to know whether the dark side of fire could merge with his stellar path. He decided to try, placing a type of flame in each of his fists. He attempted the fusion and checked the progress, but the panel showed that the current deduction progress was extremely low, not even reaching 1%. He deemed it useless. The fusion didn't work, so he decided to train them separately. He used that strange eye in his hand. After all, that thing came from the dark universe, so he would use it to power up the martial art of the dark side. He remembered a story from his past life, where an individual trained an extremely powerful technique, refining it simultaneously through both the divine side and the demonic side. When it was divine, it was something majestic, like a great sun, illuminating everything. The demonic side was cruel, arrogant, and absolute. In any case, he pursued the perfect martial art. He wanted to train a supreme path never seen before, but it was still difficult, because his supreme body was too strong. The alienated cells barely appeared before being crushed. They couldn't even exist properly. Then he realized something. It didn't work within his own body, but he had left a mutant body back on the Blue Star. So he projected his consciousness into his alienated mutant avatar, 500 light years away, on the Blue Star, deep within a lightless underwater cave. The avatar's main consciousness slowly awakened, and there was a gigantic monster. Lu Sheng was surprised to see what the creature had become, and wondered how much that body had devoured. Then he saw the massive monster grabbing a huge fish and destroying it in a single move. It also began calling out to Lu Sheng, and he saw numerous eyes staring at him. Sheng judged it all to be horrifying, but unlike before, those eyes, despite being repulsive, showed emotion. So Sheng wondered if it was affection. The eyes urged the monster to eat faster so it could grow and capture Lu Sheng. That was when he realized everything was aimed at him. The creature didn't even want to wait 6 years. It already wanted to create a perfect subordinate to face him much sooner. Watching from the darkness, Lu Sheng saw that this mutant body was extremely powerful, with an aptitude thousands of times greater than any beast. And since his main consciousness wasn't present, the avatar was like a newborn that the entity could control. It was essentially becoming the perfect subordinate, which is why it was being nurtured like a child. Lu Sheng found it amusing. He wondered how the entity would react when it discovered that the child it had carefully raised was actually his mutation avatar. He imagined that strange entity would lose its mind instantly. That mutant body had an absurd source of energy, and Sheng could absorb it without issue. In the end, he found it hilarious that they were actually training something to kill him. Sheng was certain that this was the best embodiment of the dark universe. The nurturing process continued for several days, and Lu Sheng saw the alienated clone break through from level 9 to level 11. Finally, after being fed many times by that entity, the clone grew several times larger and became a truly malevolent hybrid body. Its appearance remained bizarre. Lu Sheng was certain that any child would have nightmares just from looking at that horrifying thing, which to the entity was something adorable. In the end, the clone was living better than his original body. He even believed the clone might surpass him if he became careless. Since the clone had no level limit, as long as there was energy, it could keep growing stronger. Still, there was no need for too much concern. Whenever he wanted, he could shift his consciousness into the clone, causing the entity to lose all the effort it had spent nurturing it. For now, Lu Sheng preferred to leave things as they were and come back later to check on it. It would serve like a secondary account in an online game and could even become his trump card. He was almost certain that the clone would become something limitless in the future, full of surprises. Then he remembered something. The essence of life is to transform the chaos of the universe into order, but the laws of the dark universe were the exact opposite. His chaotic and disordered cultivation path might be precisely what his clone needed to follow. It was the well-known concept of yin and yang. Perhaps that was his destiny. His cultivation path could remain as it was, but the name of the system needed to be well chosen, in his opinion. Thus he decided to call it the divine technique of illusory demon reversal. In the future, when the mutant clone returned from the dark side at full power, that would be the day this technique would be completed. He also reviewed what he had easily obtained during the competition. Monlo's ice domain, capable of freezing even stars, the true path of water from the northern Xuanwu, and Qin Yushu's memory treasure. After devouring his soul, Lu Sheng had completely absorbed the spiritual power contained within it, without even touching his memories. The soul had brought great benefits. His spiritual strength had advanced to level 12. Now he wanted to uncover the secrets hidden within Qian Yushu's memories. In an instant, countless mental images flooded his mind. He saw a city from some universe, where a baby glowing with golden light had been born. To the doctors, it was like a heavenly child. Then a man arrived through a portal, overjoyed at the child's birth and eager to see him. He admired the boy's aptitude and then took the child away, leaving the doctors in shock at what had just happened. For the man had appeared and suddenly vanished along with the child. They didn't even know what they could possibly tell the boy's family. The scene then shifts to 5 years later, on a certain planet. Quine Yushu stood before a man seated on his throne, who granted him the name Quine Yushu and explained that his father was the master of the 9th mountain of the Tao spirit plane, known as Master Qin Xuan, one of the most powerful awakeners in the entire Concheng star system. The younger Qian Yushu wanted nothing to do with his father. Instead, he questioned the man about his mother. The man explained that the master had made it very clear he could only seek his mother once he reached the nascent soul stage. Until then, he couldn't even leave that planet. Qian Yushu began to tremble with anger, declaring that he would reach that stage no matter what. Thus, in order to break through to the nascent soul, he devoted himself to silent cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and hundreds of years flew by in an instant. Qian Yushu then displayed his power. While his brother and subordinate observed from above, countless bolts of lightning fell, striking his body without rest. Then a clear sword hum echoed through the air. A brilliant golden light pierced the clouds and swept across the heavens. At that moment, his father's subordinate was overjoyed, for the boy had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. Qian Yushu addressed the man as his 12th brother, asking if he had come personally to witness his breakthrough. But his brother stated that, given his talent, there was no longer any need to keep watch. He had only come to offer congratulations. He hadn't expected Qian Yushu to reach the nascent soul stage so quickly. The subordinate also wished prosperity upon the young man. However, Qian Yushu had no interest in idle chatter. He declared to the spirit servant that he had already reached the nascent soul stage as requested, and now he wanted to know about his mother. The spirit servant explained that it was not his demand, but an order from Lord Chanshen. He then stated that he would fulfill the promise that had been made, casting a technique upon the boy. Qian Yushu began to cry. He was overwhelmed, believing he would finally see his mother, but then he saw her tombstone. The spirit servant explained that his mother had passed away 12 years ago. Chanshen had tried to help, but her fate had been unavoidable. In any case, for a mortal without spiritual roots to live 300 years was already a rare blessing. Before the tombstone, Qian Yushu's eyes revealed frustration, regret, and anger, which ultimately turned into deep confusion. His brother approached him, asking him to accept those feelings from that day forward, to join him, and to assist him. Lu Sheng realized that Qian Yushu's memories were vast, and everything was completely different from the open atmosphere of the Tianshe martial system. It was a feudal, hierarchical, and cruel system. Lu Sheng's own universe also had hierarchy, but at least the Star Sector Federation pretended to uphold human rights. In the world of immortal cultivation, high-level cultivators viewed mortals as pigs. In any case, Lu Sheng already considered exterminating the population of an entire planet to be something ordinary and trivial, so long as it was for cultivating a technique or forging an artifact. If he had crossed into that world as a mere commoner, he believed he would have turned to dust long ago. After all, those who kill are always prepared to die. And after that, Qian Yushu had committed countless atrocities for the sake of cultivation, erasing any guilt Lu Sheng might have felt for killing him. Lu Sheng gained greatly from absorbing that man's memories. The accumulation of thousands of years of Qian Yushu's cultivation now belonged to him. At that moment, it was his. The mysterious spiritual record was the technique Qian Yushu valued most, and it was essentially a level 15 technique. Still, he needed to test it to fully understand the differences between the two cultivation systems. He believed he might encounter cultivators from Qian Yushu's world in the future, and perhaps even create an unprecedented immortal martial path. He was aware that even his master's level 16 Dao had failed to stop the invasion from the dark side of the universe, and his own limit would likely also be level 16. Therefore, instead of following the traditional path, he decided to attempt something entirely new. He began to experiment. What struck him as strange was that it seemed deeply connected to his soul, no different from the martial mark and martial will. Then, a glow emerged from his chest, catching him off guard. It was just as Lu Sheng had imagined. The essence of both systems was the same, so he decided to merge them, calling it the true essence. According to Qian Yushu's memories, they had been eroded by the dark universe. Thus, the entire immortal cultivation civilization, unable to resist, had been guided by a great cultivator, reincarnating into another world. In this way, Lu Sheng believed that just like Qian Yushu, there must be many other cultivators scattered wherever he was, and he might even encounter them all in the future. He only wished to know who the great cultivator was who had guided them all, and he was certain that, having witnessed so many civilizations being destroyed, they would be far more vigilant against the invasion of dimensional beasts. At the same time, he believed he shouldn't dwell on those thoughts. He sat down on the ground to take the first step, circulating qi through his body. Then the scene shifted to their new home. Lu Sheng's mother was talking to a friend, explaining that in her daily life she had many people to talk to, which sometimes made things a bit boring. But despite that, she was really enjoying living there. While she relaxed, her husband carried a massive tree trunk in his arms, with their daughter cheering him on. Lu Sheng's father aimed to reach the level of a level 7 grandmaster, declaring that every man in his youth had dreamed of attaining that realm. As the days passed, Shuqin directed engineering robots to build the family's residential facilities and all the infrastructure. Thousands of robots worked in an orderly fashion. The family of 4 each had their own responsibilities, and everything seemed calm and beautiful. Suddenly, above Above the gestation planet, the air currents began to swirl, the clouds gathered, and countless beams of light descended, forming a massive funnel above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up in shock. Chunche believed that the disturbance was caused by her brother, but then the energy moved toward her, leaving her confused. She found herself able to absorb it, feeling an incredible sensation. The same energy also enveloped her parents, and from afar, a very strange man was watching them. In a state of utter panic, the man ran off, shouting in a language no one could understand. Meanwhile, on Lu Sheng's side, he was meditating in the dream world. When he opened his eyes, he realized that this phenomenon was caused by his immortal cultivation talent. In his case, his aptitude was considered good. According to Qian Yushu's memories, spiritual roots were divided into 9 categories, with superior, middle, and inferior grades, each representing a massive difference in cultivation speed. Qian Yushu possessed a second-grade spiritual root and was born with celestial visions. However, Lu Sheng's ability to absorb cosmic energy was even greater than his. Even so, it was still astonishing, since Qian Yushu's absorption capacity had been absurd, far surpassing any martial technique Lu Sheng had ever practiced. He still couldn't perfectly fuse immortality and martial arts, but just cultivating both together was already bringing him significant benefits. Then he felt something. A white orb, about the size of an egg, formed in his dantian and began to grow, making him uneasy as it expanded rapidly. Soon, it grew to a size that could contain everything effortlessly. He couldn't understand whether that was the immortal golden core. According to Qian Yushu's memories, it shouldn't be larger than a fist. Yet now it was far bigger than Lu Sheng himself. He no longer knew whether the issue lay with the mysterious spiritual record or with himself. An ocean of cosmic energy continued pouring into his body, and the golden core kept expanding. At that moment, Lu Sheng clearly remembered that Qian Yushu had cultivated 2 paths, but had never achieved anything like this. He began to wonder whether Qian Yushu had abandoned martial arts too early, leaving his martial foundation too weak. He started to believe that there might be others trying to fuse immortal cultivation with martial arts as well. He hoped to meet someone like that one day, so he could compare results. Then he entered the dream space, and noticed that the power of origin, once just a small mass of light, had grown to the size of a house. He didn't understand why this was happening, so he decided to analyze it carefully. The scene then shifted to a region of the Yamu star sector. With the end of the tournament, the excitement and brilliance of that starry sky had begun to fade. It had now become a new tourist attraction, receiving travelers from various sectors every day. There stood Qian Yushu's brother, and his father's subordinate. They were searching for traces of him. They looked directly at the arena, and saw that his soul flame had been extinguished there, leading them to believe that Qian Yushu had been killed, and that his Tao had been extinguished. Chuan was unaware of this, as he had many descendants, and several had already died, but Chuan Yushu was like pure gold in his eyes. The spirit servant didn't even know how he could break such news to his lord. Meanwhile, Chuan Yushu's brother fell into deep thought. At that moment, a man approached them, asking if they were tourists. He explained that their tour group was running a promotion. They would spend 3 days there and relive the entire martial tournament. He gave the price and mentioned they would even have a female guide. Chuan Yushu's brother wasn't very interested, until the man added that they could watch a holographic recording of the finals and receive a poster autographed by the champion. It was in that very photo that they saw Qian Yushu. His brother's eyes widened in shock. They immediately wanted a copy of the recording and the poster, but the man explained that those items weren't sold separately. They had to sign up for the tour group. Without hesitation, Qian Yushu's brother pulled out his black card, showing he was far from lacking money, even carrying a full case of it. The vendor was overjoyed, declaring that they should go ahead and collect their gifts. The spirit servant wanted to know why His Highness had bought those items, but Qian Yushu's brother stared at Lu Sheng's photo, believing he was somehow involved in his brother's death. He had that instinctive feeling. After watching how the battle had unfolded, they were deeply shocked. Lu Sheng had accomplished all of that while only at level 10. In the end, Qian Yushu's brother believed such a thing was possible. The universe was vast, and geniuses could emerge anywhere. Now that they had found the one responsible, their mission was complete. They returned to their master to report everything that had happened. Meanwhile, as they concluded their investigation, Lu Sheng remained in the dream world. The deduction progress had reached 100%. He had deduced a longevity cultivation technique. At its first layer, it could extend life by 10 years. From there, it could increase longevity by more than 5,000 years, far beyond the lifespan of a level 11 martial artist. All he could think about were his parents. He declared that the name of the technique would be, no matter what happens, they will live forever. He wanted his parents to live until they were tired of living. Then he realized something. He had advanced. He had finally entered level 11. Each immortal cell that formed was like the seed of a star. He planned to reach the red giant form of the supreme stellar body, wanting to release all his light and heat. Once he entered that state, his power would increase to an extremely terrifying degree. Even by a conservative estimate, he would be 1,000 times stronger than when he had participated in the tournament. However, he didn't know if his body could withstand such a leap in strength. He remembered that his stellar path came from Wang He, who was level 15. If he followed that path, he could reach that level as well. The problem was that he was already far stronger than Wang He, and each of his cells was also stronger. In any case, there were still risks. If he entered the red giant state and his body couldn't handle it, he might explode like a balloon filled with magma. He had 2 possible solutions. The first was to slow down the evolution of his immortal cells cells, and in his next breakthrough, not pursue the most perfect state possible, but that would damage his own foundation, so he decided to leave it as a last resort. The second solution was to find other ways to strengthen his body until it could withstand the theoretical maximum limit of his immortal cells and still enter the red giant state. He focused solely on becoming stronger. The fusion between martial arts and Taoist cultivation was one path. Ever since the true Tao marks began growing within his bones, he could feel Taoist power constantly increasing. He was certain that the destination of this path was the supreme immortal martial body. The problem was that it was extremely difficult and consumed an enormous amount of origin power, practically a bottomless pit. Then he felt his dantian again, with the enormous golden core inside it. This left him frustrated because he had followed King Yushu's method, yet the result was completely different from normal. He hadn't even considered breaking the golden core and using it as nourishment for his immortal cells. He had tried, and it hadn't worked very well. For now, he decided to see how far it would grow. The scene shifted back to the real world. On the gestation planet, Lu Sheng appeared, and his sister came to talk to him. He found it incredible. Only half a cosmic month had passed. He also sensed that the natural cosmic energy had transformed the entire environment of the planet. Trees, plants, and animals had all mutated. Native species had undergone explosive growth. Plants had already exceeded 30,000 meters. Mammals had reached over 50 meters, and the entire planet had become wild. Lu Sheng also noticed that his sister had grown a lot, and his father was close to becoming a martial master. His father admitted that he had been training with his daughter every day without even realizing it. In his mind, he just wanted to show off to his brothers. Kinche wanted her brother to praise her as well, since she had also become a martial master. However, Lu Sheng felt she didn't quite deserve it. She had favorable conditions and had only reached level 7 so far. Still, he praised her for properly teaching their father. He then told her that he would teach their parents a cultivation technique, and if she monitored them properly, he would give her a spaceship. She became extremely excited. She wanted to travel across the vast universe. Lu Sheng then asked for news about his mother and his wife. Qinche explained that they had gone to a neighboring planet. His mother was visiting an aunt. At that moment, there were 4 years and 3 months left before the crisis from the dark side of the universe would arrive. He needed to find opportunities to advance. He had a feeling that the dimensional battlefield was exactly what he needed, so that would be his next destination. Lu Sheng spent a warm period with his family on the station planet. After teaching the longevity technique to his parents, they became 20 years younger. Then the scene shifted to night. He was sitting atop a tree with his wife when she told him that, during the time he had been in secluded cultivation, Sebastian had come looking for him twice. Wanting to talk about the battlefield, Lu Sheng then told her that he might need to leave for a while, and asked her to rest well at home. She, in turn, asked him to come back early. After that, Lu Sheng headed to the wandering white hole ship, where he spoke with Sebastian, who explained that the entrance to the dimensional battlefield of the 100 stellar sectors had been opened. Sebastian wanted to ask whether Lu Sheng intended to go, but he had heard that Lu Sheng was in closed cultivation, so he ended up missing their sector's recruitment ship. Upon hearing what he had missed, Lu Sheng asked what he could do. Sebastian explained that the dimensional battlefield was the main front line between the outer universe and the inner universe, a place that gathered an immense number of powerful elites. Likewise, top experts from the inner universe also appeared there. Although he had missed their sector's recruitment ship, there were still recruitment ships from other sectors. Sebastian sent him the coordinates, and also warned Lu Sheng that the ship from the Tianxie star system did not know his identity, so he would have to overcome some difficulties on his own, and should be careful. Sheng felt grateful to the old man, while Sebastian showed great concern, warning that it was still too early, and that Sheng did not need to rush, as he would have many other opportunities in the future. Lu Sheng then patted his chest and told the senator that he was already at level 11, leaving the old man quite surprised. In the end, Sebastian simply accepted it, realizing that no one knew the best path for Lu Sheng better than Lu Sheng himself. Then, Lu Sheng bid farewell to his family, and to avoid being recognized, changed his appearance. The scene then shifted to a recruitment ship, where a staff member informed the passengers that they were arriving at the Sawyer sector, and would pass by interstellar tourist attractions along the way. However, she noticed Mr. Barbard, and wanted to understand why he had climbed up there. Trembling, he only asked her not to worry, and requested that she inform him when they reached the next stop, explaining that he needed to get off. She replied that the next stop was at least 20 light years away from his destination, but Barbard still insisted on getting off immediately. She told him to go ahead, but the old man declared that he didn't want to. The attendant thought the old man had a strange habit, and let it go. There were only 2 passengers in that carriage, the other being Lu Sheng himself, who was disguised at the time. She asked if he wanted anything, but then became quite frightened when he asked how long it would take for them to reach planet Modo. She explained that it would take 2 hours. She felt afraid because he gave off a very unsettling aura. As soon as she approached him, a cold sensation seeped into her bones, and at that moment she understood why Barbard had been acting so strangely. After hearing the woman's estimate, Lu Sheng believed he still had time. He glanced at the strange old man above, and knew that since reaching level 11, his power sometimes leaked out slightly, something he still couldn't fully control. Previously, he hadn't had time to study the continuation of the divine crystal Tao, but now he could fill that gap in his spiritual power. That way, if he encountered someone who used abilities like Qian Yushu, he could retaliate with mental power in kind. There were level 12 4-colored crystal stones, each representing a different emotion. Red represented anger anger, yellow represented joy, blue represented sadness, and black represented fear. Thanks to Duan Yifeng, he was now capable of launching emotional attacks on the spiritual plane. It was incredible that Duan Yifeng had created such a technique, one that could even determine the outcome of a battle by directly influencing an opponent's emotions. While one side maintained a calm mind, and the other was consumed by chaotic emotions, the outcome would become inevitable. He could make anyone cry or laugh at will, and Barbard himself was an example. Lu Sheng merely glanced at him, and he became extremely frightened. Then Lu Sheng used his mental power, driving the old man nearly insane. The attendant returned, asking the passengers if they would like some tea, and once again asked Barbard to stop hanging from above. The old man declared that he was feeling very sad, and the woman thought he was an idiot. Soon they arrived at the station. Barbard, now completely dizzy, said he was desperate to get off, claiming that there was a ghost on the ship. Lu Sheng felt slightly guilty about what he had done, having used the old man as an experiment, so he gave him a black gold card as compensation. The recruitment assessment was near. Only 20 minutes remained, and he wanted to see the level of the people who would be participating in the dimensional battlefield. Then he saw the ship, remembering that the senator had said it would be a discreet and even somewhat run-down recruitment vessel. Lu Sheng realized Sebastian hadn't been lying. Just as he was about to board, a man asked who he was looking for. Lu Sheng explained that he was there to board, and showed his documents. Seeing that he was level 11, the man thought Lu Sheng must be living in a fantasy world, as if he were heading to an amusement park. At that, the man told Lu Sheng to go up, find a corner, and stay quiet. He wasn't supposed to wander around. If anything happened, it wouldn't be his problem. The corridors of the ship were empty until Lu Sheng reached a door and swiped his ID card, causing it to open. A man saw him and, noticing that Lu Sheng was level 11, found it very strange, since the aura he gave off felt completely different. Lu Sheng stepped inside and found the environment very odd, especially since everything was dirty. He even began to think he might have boarded the wrong ship. However, it didn't matter much to him. He just needed to arrive alive. In any case, he could cultivate within the dream space, and at that moment he could seriously begin trying to face level 13 zombies. Perhaps the recently mastered 4-colored crystals would work. The scene shifted to the external command cabin, where a banquet was laid out on the table. As usual, a fat man was devouring the entire feast. A young woman informed him that the last passenger had boarded, and with everyone on board they could take off. The fat man was pleased, and pressed the button. The woman was surprised. She hadn't expected that rundown ship to actually lift off. The man said it was impossible for it not to. Even if it was an outdated model, that old cart could still travel thousands of light years without any issue. The woman suggested he should buy something better, since it was a disposable transport, but he saw no point. After all, it was disposable. In his mind, those recruits would soon experience the harsh atmosphere of the devastated lands of the dimensional battlefield. He also wanted to know if there were any standout newcomers this time. The woman replied that one of them was named Sire, already at level 12, with a solar-level constitution. The fat man noted that he had excellent aptitude. She also mentioned a veteran, someone entering the dimensional battlefield for the 3rd time. The fat man already knew him. His name was Huang Ji, someone who truly made a difference on the battlefield. The woman thought they should keep an eye on him, but the fat man said Huang Ji wouldn't cause trouble during the trip. Once they entered the battlefield, he would no longer be their responsibility. Then the woman asked about the one who had hitched a ride. The fat man, referring to Lu Sheng, said it was nothing special, just someone who had missed the previous ship. Still, he found it impressive that Lu Sheng was level 11 and less than 100 years old. He thought it was a pity, a promising seed released like that without knowing whether he would survive. In any case, they had no way to take care of him. They just couldn't let him die along the way, and he had no sympathy for those who acted recklessly. At that moment, someone called the fat man, saying that Sar had requested to change rooms, complaining about the conditions, and wanting something better. The woman said the best room on the ship was hers, and if Sar wanted it, he would have to speak to her personally. The fat man warned her to be careful with her words. Those were level 12 youngsters, and they usually feared no one. She thought that made things even better. It had been a month since she had entered a battlefield, and she was eager to throw some punches. The scene then shifted to the dream space, where Lu Sheng was cultivating. He had learned that he could withstand level 13 attacks without fear by using the golden glass body of the immortal Tao. He was fighting a truly powerful zombie, but he didn't want to waste any more time. Using Rupture, he dealt massive damage to the zombie. Then he gathered even more energy, thoroughly enjoying the process. That zombie was the body of Lei Futian, who had been a level 13 powerhouse. Previously, Lu Sheng had fought him about 10 times, and had been completely crushed each time. Now he was finally defeating the zombie, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Levels 11 and 12 were the domain of the power of rules, while level 13 represented the laws of the universe. If he compared it to a game, everyone below level 11 were ordinary players, ignorant, merely obeying the game's mechanics. From level 12 onward, one could begin to understand and manipulate those mechanics to attack others. Reaching level 13 was like becoming a VIP player, someone with privileges who could even see the code behind the game. He had just comprehended the law of thunder, and his other abilities had also advanced to the 6th 6th realm. It was a complete transformation, a true rebirth. The memories of a level 13 powerhouse were vast, filled with all kinds of knowledge and experience that still needed to be digested gradually. Once he fully mastered everything, facing a level 13 opponent would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Only then did he understand why level 12 experts drew the galaxy of rules into their bodies. They were preparing for level 13. Without a sufficiently powerful body, a practitioner wouldn't even be able to withstand the laws before using them. The power of laws was a double-edged sword. Lu Sheng endured it only because he possessed the supreme immortal martial body, along with the golden glass body, allowing him to withstand the burden. With that, he returned to the real world. His spiritual power spread outward, and in an instant he understood the entire situation of the ship. 7 cosmic days had already passed since he boarded, and no one had appeared during that time. He decided to take a break. He found it impressive that even though the ship was completely damaged, it still had the capability to perform jumps. Then a young man caught his attention. He was glad to find someone there, and offered him a cigarette. Lu Sheng obviously didn't want it. The guy introduced himself. His name was Saiyan, and he was from the Boro Stellar sector. He asked where Lu Sheng was from, and Lu Sheng introduced himself and mentioned his sector. Saiyan had never heard of the Yamu sector, and even wanted to know where Lu Sheng's room was, so they could play cards later. But Lu Sheng was brief, and stated that Saiyan wouldn't be able to find him. Saiyan quickly assumed that Lu Sheng was quite arrogant. In the following days, Lu Sheng spent his time cultivating in his dreams, and whenever he went out to get some air, he kept running into Saiyan. Lu Sheng began to suspect that the guy stayed outside all the time, never going to his own room, since they kept bumping into each other so often. Lu Sheng felt he had made the right decision not to reveal his room, since Saiyan would definitely show up to invite him to play cards. Day after day passed, and just as Lu Sheng was starting to think the ship had been forgotten in the vast emptiness of space, he heard a loud noise. He started to believe that an accident had happened. The ship had crashed violently. He couldn't understand how it had occurred. When he opened the door to take a look outside, a huge man appeared, making it clear that Lu Sheng shouldn't stand in his way, treating him like a dog. Seeing how arrogant the man was, Lu Sheng realized he had made good progress in his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have already taken the man's head. Soon, he left the ship. At that moment, many people had already gathered. The weakest among them was level 11, and most were level 12. Lu Sheng looked at the crowd and realized there was no point in hiding his aura after seeing theirs. They were far more arrogant than him, flaunting their auras openly to draw attention. Saiyan stood there with a sword in his hand. Saiyan appeared beside Lu Sheng, mentioning Sayer and saying that he was full of himself. Lu Sheng commented that Saiger looked like a genius, while Saiyan said that was nothing on the dimensional battlefield. Geniuses were everywhere. Only a true genius could survive there. With his flashy behavior, Saiyan was certain that once they reached the battlefield, Saiger would become a walking target for alien beasts and wouldn't last long. Hearing him speak like that, Lu Sheng wondered if Saiyan held some grudge against Sire. Saiyan explained that he had once been helped by Sire, who had given him a ride, but it had been extremely humiliating. His greatest secret. He said he was only telling Lu Sheng because he considered him a friend. Hearing that, Lu Sheng thought the big guy was quite shameless, since they had never become friends. Just then, another large man approached Saiyan and asked if Sire was the one who had beaten him. Saiyan became furious and told the bald man to shut up, as he didn't want everyone to know. The bald man then realized it was Saiyan's biggest secret, and believed he was the only one on the ship who knew. Lu Sheng, however, saw that Saiyan couldn't be trusted. He had just said it was his biggest secret, and that no one knew, yet it seemed he told everyone to force friendships. Lu Sheng also felt that the bald man wasn't quite right in the head, so the two of them made a perfect combination. The bald man then asked if Lu Sheng was Saiyan's friend, and Saiyan confirmed it, even putting his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder, once again forcing a friendship that didn't exist. Suddenly, a woman shouted, telling everyone to be quiet because she had something to announce. Everyone fell silent and looked at her and the fat man beside her. The woman announced that from that moment on, they could officially consider themselves to have entered the dimensional battlefield. Lu Sheng was confused, wondering if that really was the battlefield, but he wasn't the only one. Everyone else was also questioning it. Lu Sheng quickly scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw that it was absolute emptiness. No planets, no stars. Then he realized something. The natural energy of the universe. There was denser than in normal space, meaning cultivation would be 2 or 3 times faster. Everyone was shocked that such a place could exist, and she confirmed that they had arrived at the perfect location. The woman explained that the place had countless advantages, but what they were sensing was only a tiny fraction of it. She also warned them that they could be attacked at any moment by level 12 or even level 14 beasts, and they could die. After hearing that, someone burst into loud laughter. It was Sayer himself, who declared that he liked the place. The others were also convinced that any monster that came, they would kill. Sayer asked if there were no bases in the battlefield, while the bald man assumed they couldn't just wander around aimlessly. Lu Sheng also found it strange that after entering, they would have to act on their own without any support. The woman explained that the Great Baiwu sector did indeed have bases, otherwise it would be impossible to maintain defensive lines, but the coordinates within the dimensional battlefield were unstable. Space jump technology does not allow precise precise location of the bases, which means they would still have to find a new path to reach one. Unfortunately, they weren't lucky. The nearest base was very far away. The bald man thought that since it was so far, they should travel by ship. The woman revealed that they could go if they wanted, since no one would stop them. The man didn't understand what she meant, but Lu Sheng, realizing that alien beasts were common in that place, understood that a ship would be easily destroyed. There was also the issue that large ships attract a lot of attention, and against higher-level beasts, it wasn't even guaranteed that the technology would work. Hearing Lu Sheng's explanation to the stone-headed man, the fat man clapped, making it clear he was correct. That was exactly why recruitment ships were disposable. From that moment on, the plan was simple. They should follow the group and survive. This left everyone uneasy. The woman also declared that before reaching a base in the dimensional battlefield, none of them had the right to call themselves officers. Sar thought the two of them were arrogant, and soon everyone began flying together with the group. The stone-headed man even thought that Sire, who had beaten Cyan before, didn't get along with the guide. Cyan knew that Sire had asked to change rooms during the journey, and had been scolded, so the relationship between them was strained. He even had a feeling that Sire would end up in trouble. Cyan then started shouting at the bald man, making it clear he shouldn't keep bringing up the fact that he had been beaten. The bald man still wanted to repair the ship so they could continue flying in it. Cyan realized the guy was foolish and hadn't understood what Lu Sheng had said. In any case, they all started flying so they wouldn't be left behind. Cyan then revealed the name of that strange guy, Tang Dun, and told Lu Sheng that although he was a good person, he wasn't very bright. The group followed the two guides through the void of space. More than 80% were level 12 specialists, who barely spoke, simply moving forward in silence. Meanwhile, the few level 11 warriors near Lu Sheng formed small groups and chatted. Naturally, Cyan and Tang Dun kept bothering poor Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng found it strange that Tang Dun, a level 12 fighter, was sticking with level 11s, especially since Lu Sheng himself was only level 11. He began to think the dimensional battlefield was bizarre, with rules completely different from the normal universe. It was essentially chaos that defied all logic. Along the way, creatures would appear out of nowhere. In some places, gravity didn't exist at all. In others, it was dozens of times stronger. It was complete chaos, like a game filled with bugs and unresolved issues. Under such conditions, if a powerful beast suddenly appeared, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Lu Sheng was eager to crush a level 13 beast to death. As he advanced, he slowly circulated the mysterious spiritual record within his body. His white gold core rotated steadily, drawing in the surrounding natural energy. He could feel immortal cells being born one after another. He also noticed that many people were quietly cultivating while moving, so he wasn't the only one pushing himself. Eventually, they entered a different area where there was an ocean. Cyan became excited and descended, as there were creatures there he had never seen before. Everyone watched him, thinking it was strange, as he was practically fishing, and he actually caught something from the water. Since there were no signs of alien monsters, the group began to relax and let their guard down. In the end, they simply assumed Cyan was being careless. But at that moment, Lu Sheng sensed something. He immediately called out to Cyan, warning him to stop playing around and prepare for battle. Cyan still hadn't realized anything when the fat man suddenly ordered everyone to stop. He announced that the aura they were sensing belonged to a high-level alien beast from the dimensional battlefield. A creature was heading straight toward them. Everyone needed to prepare for combat. Cyan was shocked that Lu Sheng had noticed it before the officers, since no one else had sensed anything at all. Lu Sheng simply claimed it was intuition. Since leaving the Blue Star, Lu Sheng had never encountered a level 9 monster. He only knew that a true bodily transformation happened at level 11. Between levels 9 and 10, creatures only grew in size. Suddenly, multiple creatures appeared at once. The guide made it clear that they had to fight, because she and the other guide would not clear the path for them. Sire didn't waste any time and immediately attacked one of the monsters, surprising Cyan with his initiative. Sire simply thrust his arm straight through one of the creatures. He managed to extract a crystalline core and was shocked by the absurd amount of pure cosmic energy contained within it. He swallowed it and felt an intense sense of pleasure, saying that it saved at least dozens of years of training. Everyone was stunned that something like that could exist, and they decided to join him in killing all those beasts. Lu Sheng was quite surprised by how easily Sire drew 2 galaxies of laws into his body. It was possible there to directly absorb the power of the laws contained within the crystalline cores. This was literally a divine elixir. Naturally, Lu Sheng also wanted to save many years of cultivation. Soon after, everyone quickly defeated the remaining alien beasts, and they all began collecting the crystals and consuming them. The guides watched the group, knowing that those cores contained many impurities and needed to be purified before consumption. Otherwise, one could become a slave to the dark side. However, Sauer made it clear that he knew what he was doing, and the others realized they should store the cores instead to avoid the worst outcome. The fat man then told them they could continue moving forward. For some, the journey was already worth it just because of the crystals. Tang Dun was worried about the side effects, but Sauern explained that as long as they purified them properly, they would avoid any problems. Lu Sheng had already realized it would be much better for him to kill high-level zombies in the dream space, where he wouldn't suffer any side effects. After that, they encountered several more waves of alien beasts. Some level 12 warriors even seemed restless, becoming extremely aggressive, since there were too few beasts to be divided among all the level 12 and level 11 fighters. Soon, people began to grow irritated. Tang Dun even offered his crystal to Saiyan, but Saiyan Saiyan wanted to hunt with his own hands. Lu Sheng told him not to rush, saying there would be no shortage of alien beasts to kill, and if he wanted cores, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He explained that at that moment, the most important thing was to take the opportunity to understand the strength and abilities of those alien beasts, since once they reached the base, they wouldn't have such a good chance again. Saiyan thanked him for the advice, and at the same time began to understand why Lu Sheng always seemed so calm and confident. As they flew, Saiyan found everything increasingly strange, as it felt like Lu Sheng had everything under control, which made him even more curious. He stayed close to Lu Sheng, saying he was an impressive person. Saiyan had seen many powerful figures, but only those at the very top possessed the kind of confidence Lu Sheng had. He was certain that Lu Sheng was no ordinary man. In the end, he felt lucky. He had somehow become friends with two incredible people, one kind like Tang Dun, and the other mysterious with immeasurable strength. He then wondered whether the deceitful astrologer who had once told him certain things had actually been right. She had said that his greatest turning point in life would happen in the dimensional battlefield. He had been suspicious when coming to this place, but now he preferred to believe he had made the right choice. The group continued advancing for several more cosmic days. During that time, they encountered dozens of groups of alien beasts. The largest group was led by 3 level 12 leaders, while the smallest had only level 11 beasts. Many level 12 warriors in the group were extremely satisfied after obtaining crystalline cores. Some even tried to absorb them directly, like Sabia himself, and the benefits were obvious. However, the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Sabir. He participated in nearly every battle and shamelessly stole kills. No one dared to compete with him, fearing his strength. Sayer became visibly stronger, and his personality grew increasingly arrogant and overbearing. The second biggest beneficiary was Huang Ji. He was discreet and focused solely on hunting alien beasts. In one battle, a level 12 warrior stole a small beast he had defeated, causing Huang Ji to become extremely furious. He erupted suddenly, his terrifying aura shocking everyone around him. Only then did they realize that Huang Ji was a monster in his own right, a specialist whose strength was not inferior to Sayer's. Meanwhile, on Lu Sheng's side, Tang Dun and Saiyan stayed with him, simply observing. Saiyan seemed to greatly enjoy slaughtering the monsters. Saiyan commented that Saiyan looked like a crazed dog in heat, even stealing level 10 beasts from them, who were level 11. Tang Dun then told Saiyan that if he ever managed to defeat Saiyan, he would beat him up on Saiyan's behalf, something Saiyan never expected from the bald man. Lu Sheng believed that Sauer had become obsessed with proving that he was getting stronger, and that he would win, especially after Huang Ji lost control. He was acting like a dog guarding its own bone, swallowing the cores directly and completely ignoring the guide's warnings. Lu Sheng no longer thought that guy was all that impressive, and one of the warriors called Sauer out, asking if he intended to monopolize all the benefits for himself. That sparked complaints among the group. Sayer asked if they weren't satisfied, telling everyone to stop whining, and if they were capable to come and take it from him. The other warriors felt utterly belittled by his words. Losing his patience, Sayer threw a full-force punch at the man, telling him to shut up. Seeing this, the guide ordered everyone to stop the chaos. But the other warriors were outraged by Sayer's attitude, and they decided to take him down, joining forces to attack him all at once. However, Sayer saw them as nothing more than a pile of trash. He believed that no matter how many useless people teamed up, they would still be trash. Watching this, Sayer just wanted to understand what had gotten into them, since starting a fight in the middle of the mission would only hinder their objective. Then he realized it was the perfect moment to attack Sakri from behind. However, Lu Sheng noticed he was losing his mind, and slapped him across the face. Sakri felt the sting, and Sheng was satisfied that the slap had worked, even saying that Sakri didn't need to thank him. Sakri was left confused about what had just happened, since a sinister thought had suddenly crossed his mind. In any case, he was sure it wouldn't have worked, and that he would have ended up getting beaten again, or even killed. He then hugged Lu Sheng, thanking him for the help, finding it strange how suddenly everything had changed. Tang Dun also commented that he felt his emotions were being influenced. Lu Sheng already knew what was happening. Meanwhile, Sabir was being surrounded by 6 people, yet he still held his ground with a wild, arrogant posture. Even more strangely, the female officer guiding the group who had always clashed with Sabir joined the fight to help him, urging everyone to calm down. Lu Sheng explained that although Sabir was strong, enduring a group assault like that was only possible because of the guide's assistance. Saiyan couldn't understand why the guide would help someone like Sayer. Perhaps after a beating he might change his arrogant ways, but Tang Dun explained that the group didn't just want to beat Sayer, they wanted to kill him. Saiyan couldn't understand why things had escalated so far, until they heard one of the men shouting to kill Sayer. That confirmed what they had suspected. Saiyan quickly recalled that everyone involved in the fight had directly absorbed alien beast cores, and he finally understood everything. Lu Sheng noted that the guy wasn't as dumb as he seemed. Saiyan knew about the side effects of the cores. Not even level 12 warriors could resist them, and he ended up blaming the guide for explaining things too superficially. Then he remembered that he hadn't absorbed any cores, so he didn't understand why he was being affected. Sheng explained that he was only affected because he was too close to it. Saiyan became furious, feeling humiliated, until he realized something. Lu Sheng should have been weak as well, since he was only level 11, yet there was something strange about him. Lu Sheng then pointed out a direction where a malicious presence was distorting the magnetic field of the area. This caused everyone's emotions to become extremely volatile, to the point of losing all reason, creating the chaos they were witnessing. Saiyan wanted to know what kind of existence that was. Lu Sheng explained that something out there could amplify the negative substances remaining in alien beast cores by hundreds or even thousands of times, so much so that even those nearby could be affected as if they had absorbed a core themselves. This left both of them shocked. Tang Dun immediately began imagining a level 13 beast, and the two grew desperate. A level 13 alien beast was considered an absolute overlord across the galaxy. If they encountered something like that, their luck would be completely gone. The two hugged each other, while Lu Sheng stayed alert to everything happening around them. Huang Ji had disappeared, so Lu Sheng believed this wasn't the first time he had come here. He knew the dimensional battlefield better than even the guide. The moment he sensed danger, he had fled ahead of time. The bald man asked what they should do. Saiyan panicked, suggesting they should run immediately. If it really was a level 13 beast, not even their bones would remain. However, the other warriors overheard him and were surprised, all turning their attention to Saiyan, who became embarrassed under their stares. The fat man took the opportunity to step in, declaring that since everyone now knew there was a level 13 beast nearby, they should stop fighting if they didn't want to die. Then they suddenly felt a brutal pressure. It was coming from him. He questioned whether they were so useless that they would enter a dimensional battlefield without even knowing how to recognize the word danger. In just a brief moment of instability, they had already started trying to kill each other. He made it clear he no longer cared about them. If they wanted to stay there, that was their choice. Saker thought the idea of a level 13 beast was some kind of joke, which made the fat man burst into laughter, infuriating him. The fat man then explained that commander-level alien beasts naturally possess a dark field that influences all living beings within a certain range, and that they had already lost control because of it. Saker's eyes widened in shock, and no one had expected the influence to be that overwhelming. The fat man added that it wasn't an exaggeration. The real problem was them. After all, they had taken alien beast cores and swallowed them directly instead of waiting until they returned to base to use a proper technique. That was why the impact had been so severe. Sarah argued that they should have been told about such a technique, but the guide made it clear that their mission was to escort them to the base. They weren't their parents, and they weren't obligated to teach secret techniques for free. Moreover, the other guide had already warned them not to absorb the cores directly. They had done it anyway out of sheer stupidity, and they didn't even qualify as real recruits. Everyone grew fearful at the thought of a level 13 beast, and wondered what they could possibly do against something like that. The fat man tried to reassure them, explaining that he had methods to detect and identify the direction of the energy field, so they could avoid the area. The other guide then informed them that unless they were extremely unlucky, nothing should happen. She snapped her fingers and displayed coordinates marked in red areas they absolutely had to avoid. This brought some relief, as there was at least a solution. At that moment, Saiyan realized that the beast was exactly where Lu Sheng had pointed earlier, and he couldn't help but wonder how Lu Sheng had abilities comparable to a guide, making him seem even more mysterious. Meanwhile, Saiyan wanted to understand what they meant when they called them unlucky. The guide, seeing that Sawir was the kind of person who couldn't stay quiet, decided to explain it clearly so he would stop stirring up trouble. She said that a commander-level alien beast could change its position on a whim and end up crossing paths with their alternative route, or worse, it might have already been watching them. After hearing about the level 13 beast, the group finally quieted down. Some of them also realized that the first person to notice the creature had been Saiyan. Even so, most of the attention shifted to Tang Dun, since he was the only one among the three at level 12. The guide also kept an eye on Tang Dun, but his attention was soon diverted. He noticed that one person was missing from the team. Huang Ji had slipped away in silence. The guide assumed that since he had already fled, there was nothing they could do about it. At that moment, Saiyan wondered if Lu Sheng was on the same level as the guides, especially since Huang Ji had left on his own. Lu Sheng was fully aware that the influence of a level 13 monster could interfere with emotions, but the mental power cultivated through the divine crystal path already allowed someone at level 12 to control 4 different emotions, making it far stronger than a level 13 alien beast. Lu Sheng then realized that Duan Yifeng's divine crystal path was even more powerful than he had imagined. After all, it was a level 15 supreme path. He knew he needed to further train his emotional control through mental strength, as it would be extremely useful at some point. With that, they continued their journey. Tang Dun and Saiyan ended up becoming Lu Sheng's best test subjects along the way. The guides kept leading the group, but the route became extremely irregular, with some stops lasting only a minute while others stretched for more than half a day. Along the way, they encountered more groups of alien beasts, avoiding conflict as much as possible. Eventually, the guide called for another stop. Saiyan immediately grew worried about whether they would survive. Tang Dun, however, was confused. His companion was only level 11, so why was he so afraid? Tang Dun declared that he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was happy. This made Saiyan think the bald man had gone crazy. Tang Dun explained that shortly before leaving home, his wife had given birth to his 8th child. He was happy because when he returned, there would be people waiting for him. Saiyan found that even crazier. He hadn't even been there for the birth. The bald man then reassured him, saying that everything happening there was a blessing. Observing the two, Lu Sheng noticed that emotional control was beginning to integrate naturally within them. Then he suddenly thought that by the time he returned to the Yamu sector, his own child might have already been born as well. The problem was that once they entered the dimensional battlefield, they lost all communication with the outside world. Eventually, the fat guide sensed that they could continue, but Saiyan noticed something. Sire had disappeared. The fat guide assumed it would be better to ignore it for now. They would deal with with it once they reached the battlefield base. Lu Sheng, however, noticed that Sayer had managed to leave the group without even being detected by his mental surveillance. The other two didn't see any issue with Sayer's disappearance. He had always been strange and had absorbed multiple alien beast cores. Sayer even said it would be better if he just died somewhere on his own. From that point on, the journey became unsettling. The group moved through the void for more than half a day. When they counted again, 3 more people had vanished without a trace. The guide's expressions grew heavier, and those who remained began to panic, fearing they would be next. Lu Sheng was now certain that something was wrong. The female guide realized this was the worst possible scenario. She was sure that the creature had chosen them as its targets. She ordered the fat guide to contact the base and request reinforcements from a level 13 specialist. The other guide replied that he had already done so. His lord Haiji Dao was on his way. This reassured her, as she believed Haiji Dao would bring everything under control. In the end, all they needed to do was buy time and keep the recruits calm. The 2 guides then explained the situation to everyone. The trio realized just how serious things had become, but there was no need to panic. The support was coming. Lu Sheng, however, disagreed. There was a chance the specialist wouldn't arrive in time. Cyan immediately grew terrified, thinking it was a certain death scenario. Lu Sheng said it wasn't that extreme. They just needed to choose the right moment and run. This left the other 2 shaken. Meanwhile, the rest of the warriors thought differently. They had already covered more than half the distance to the base, so they believed that if they rested a bit more, they would make it in time. After a while, everyone resumed moving, but the sense of unease kept spreading as more people continued to disappear along the way. By the time they stopped for the 5th time, the number of missing people had reached 8. The 2 guides were deeply worried. Everyone began keeping their distance from one another. This team, made up of elites from more than 10 star sectors, was on the verge of turning into a group consumed by fear and distrust. At that point, one of the guides declared that they could no longer afford to stop. He saw no other option. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, found the entire situation quite interesting. Ever since Sayer and Huang Ji had disappeared, he had been observing everyone with his mental power. The guides were doing the same. Mental monitoring worked like coverage, like a surveillance camera on the ceiling that could see multiple parts of a room. The guides were like people inside that room, watching everything with their own eyes. But Lu Sheng was different. It was as if he were in a control room, able to observe everything from multiple angles. And so it worked in layers, as if the team were in the first, the guides in the second, the crowd in the third, and he in the fourth. During the head count, someone had disappeared, and Lu Sheng hadn't noticed. It was sudden, which meant there was someone in the 5th layer. Then he saw something that startled him, and he began looking from side to side, until he realized that 2 more people had disappeared, and their faces were starting to blur in his memory. It was terrifying for him, because his memory does not fail. This wasn't normal forgetfulness. It felt like he was being manipulated by some bizarre ability, so he no longer trusted his mental force for monitoring. His mental strength was like a vast net full of holes. He couldn't rely on it alone, but he also didn't know what else to use, until he remembered he could manipulate emotions. So he decided to gather clues that way. He connected to everyone's emotions and monitored them. At that moment, people were in a state of panic. Everyone regretted coming to that place. Lu Sheng knew that in moments of despair, no one is happy, so he made everyone start laughing, forcing them to remember funny moments from their lives. Then he counted people based on their emotions. On the 8th check, one emotional seed silently went out at the rear of the group. He immediately paid attention. The man who had been smiling suddenly had bloodshot eyes. Rage exploded across his face, and he started walking toward a certain point, hatred written in his gaze. The people around him completely ignored what happened. Only Lu Sheng noticed, so he concluded that the man had left of his own will. The gap in level between that team and the being in the 5th layer was enormous, so he already expected that more people would fall as well. If he stood out at that moment, he would become a target. He wanted to personally experience the methods of that creature. It was clearly a master of emotional manipulation, something extremely valuable, but he didn't know if he could take that risk. In the end, he decided to try. Lu Sheng blended in with the weakest group at the rear of the team, believing they would be the next targets. Suddenly, another man was taken. At that moment, Lu Sheng grabbed the man by the shoulder to see if he was okay, thinking that acting differently might attract the entity's attention. Then he felt a presence, and was certain the entity had arrived, so he allowed that cold, sinister mental force to invade his body without resistance. It was bizarre. He only remembered all the times he had been humiliated in his life, and it filled him with intense anger. Thus he began to release his power. The flame of rage that surged in his heart abruptly took on the distorted form of a humanoid made of fire. Lu Sheng found what he was seeing quite interesting. That was the bastard who manipulated people's hearts. He declared that he had only used an emotional clone to test the creature, and it had fallen into the trap. Then he blew fiercely in the creature's direction, and afterward the warriors who had been affected began to regain their clarity. They didn't even know what had happened to them. Lu Sheng then transmitted, through his mental force, the greatest possible mockery, calm and absolute toward the being in the 5th layer. He truly thought the creature was very weak. In an instant, fury ignited in the void once again, but this time, it came from another direction. Lu Sheng could almost see the other's expression, teeth grinding with hatred. He really wanted to provoke that entity, until he saw that it had returned. He wanted to see what tricks that alien beast had, and he noticed it had improved a bit compared to before. He even wanted to give the creature a gift, sending a cold breeze toward it. In an instant, he caused the creature to cease to exist. He realized that either the monster was nothing special, or he himself had become far too strong. From the traces left by the opponent's retreat, Lu Sheng understood that this invisible confrontation had benefited him greatly. His understanding of the path of emotions had advanced another step. During the rest of the journey, that being still tried to infiltrate stealthily, but Lu Sheng managed to interfere beforehand, forcing it to return empty-handed. One interference after another made it visibly more irritated. The fat man didn't know what they could do. The guide noticed that the team had lost yet another person, and they began to argue about what to do, since nothing like this had ever happened to them. Lu Sheng had disrupted that being many times, but even so, the creature could still act. Because of that, the guide recommended that everyone stay where they were for a while, and rest. They would wait for Haiji Dao to rescue them, so they needed to be patient. Saiyan was shocked, finding everything very strange, wanting to know where the others who had disappeared had gone. The bald man also didn't know what they could do. Sheng then recommended that they wait, as rescue was already on the way. Saiyan was very relieved to see that Lu Sheng was there, as he had thought he had disappeared as well. After the team stopped, the creature still persisted, trying a few more times, but with everyone standing still, Lu Sheng was able to monitor each person more precisely, successfully blocking every attempt. After the third consecutive failure, it seemed the creature had finally given up and no longer appeared. The fat man informed everyone that Haiji Dao would arrive at most by cosmic noon, which lifted the warriors' spirits. Everyone began silently counting the time, and with each passing second, they grew calmer. Eventually, cosmic noon passed, and they saw someone approaching. However, the fat man announced that they had received news that Haiji Dao had been delayed by other matters, so it would take a bit longer for him to arrive. People were confused about who was coming in that direction. The guide began to suspect it was an enemy, but in reality, it was Sire. He wasn't alone. He had returned with the others. Sire was relieved they weren't enemies, but he couldn't understand how Sire was still alive. Lu Sheng, however, was slightly alarmed. There was a strange aura surrounding all of them, and he was certain it was the creature. In the end, it lost patience, and decided to act directly, though in a way it was still hiding like a complete coward in Lu Sheng's eyes. The two guides quickly drew their weapons, showing Lu Sheng that even they had sensed something was wrong. Anyone who had reached level 12 of the martial path was not naive, even if they were former companions. Everyone found the bizarre atmosphere strange. They looked at Sire and the others, who had returned with great caution. Sire gave a lousy excuse, saying they had to leave for a while and didn't have time to inform anyone, and that there was no need to draw weapons. But the fat man made it clear that they had abandoned the group without authorization, so they needed to explain themselves properly. Sire admitted that what they did was wrong. However, he also explained that there was a reason. He had found a place where many beasts gathered, a perfect hunting ground. He assumed no one would agree with him, which was why he went alone. The guide didn't believe him. Another man backed Sire up, explaining that they had followed him to hunt beasts together because they wanted to grow stronger using their cores. Yet another added that, in the end, they had returned safely. Soon, the guide asked her colleague what he thought about it. Sire then revealed a large number of cores he had, explaining their purpose as an apology. He was offering them to everyone, and the warriors were shocked. Sire was willing to give everything if the two officers allowed them to rejoin the team. Sire was incredulous at the sheer number of beast cores, and was certain something was wrong. Tang Dun clearly remembered that the officers had mentioned a secret method to nullify the side effects, so that quantity could drastically boost everyone's strength. Naturally, the warriors grew eager. They wanted those cores, so they tried to convince the fat man to forgive the group that had left. The fat man already understood that Sire was using the group to pressure them. Lu Sheng was slightly surprised that they hadn't attacked directly, but he wanted to see how far this little act would go. He wanted to see what trick that creature would use. Saker also declared that if the two officers agreed, he would give them a special private thanks back at the base. He could also share the coordinates of the place where the beasts were. The guides became thoughtful, while Saker tried his best to buy them over. The fat man felt that Sub was being far too polite. He didn't have that kind of temperament, and would never normally address them so respectfully. Moreover, he was being overly generous by offering so many beast cores. The change was far too drastic. Sabor soon grew nervous, trying to explain that he had recognized his mistakes. The fat man said it made sense, and decided to believe him, but he was obviously pretending. Sabor felt pleased, but the fat man then declared that they should wait for Haiji Dao to arrive, so they could confirm whether he was trustworthy. He also told Semner to stay calm, as he and the woman, Leng Yue, would speak well of him before Haiji Dao. Semner immediately became furious, declaring that the two were inflexible. Then another man with Semner said it would be much easier to just beat them from the start, instead of wasting time with all this nonsense. Semner explained that their lord didn't like acting that way, but there was no other choice now, so they decided to attack. Sulla declared that he had tolerated those bitches for long enough, and rushed toward the two officers. Leng Yue couldn't understand how he could change so suddenly, but she dodged along with the fat man. She was shocked to realize that unexpectedly, he had 5 galactic rules integrated into him, whereas before he only had 3. The biggest problem was that he had become far more powerful, and even together with the fat man, she couldn't handle him. Sayar then ordered the others to try and kill the remaining warriors, and the group immediately charged toward them. The fight was brutal. Everyone on Sayar's side had become much stronger. There were 8 of them in total, but it was like tigers among sheep. Several warriors began to get beaten badly, and those fighting alongside Sayar clearly intended to kill everyone. Sayar wanted to understand what those guys had done to become so powerful. Lu Sheng noticed that Saiyan still hadn't realized it, so he explained that they were no longer the same people who had left earlier. Tang Dun agreed, saying they even smelled different, something unpleasant. Saiyan wondered if they were imposters in disguise, but that wasn't quite it. Shang clarified that they were the same people, but they had signed a contract of servitude and had become corrupted. Suddenly, something caught Shang off guard. Those lunatics had a black shadow controlling them at all times, and it required focus to see it. Judging by the aura, it was very similar to the being hidden deep within the blue star. Lu Sheng didn't even know if that creature was watching him. Only the two guides managed to resist Sayer, and even then they were still getting beaten. The others who followed Sayer had already overwhelmed the level 12 warriors. Sayer grabbed a man, and the fat guide, seeing the damage he was about to cause, ordered him to stop. Sayer admitted that there was no real need to fight, but he wanted to know their purpose for entering the dimensional battlefield. The man replied that it was to become stronger. Sayer confirmed that this was exactly it. Everyone had the same goal. He then declared that the opportunity to grow stronger was right in front of them, so they should accept it. He threw the man aside like trash, and the man fell to the ground. Censor then began dropping a large number of beast cores, saying he could take as many as he wanted. He only needed to be willing to join them. The man, driven by greed, decided to side with Center and his strange group. The fat guide immediately shouted, calling him an idiot. He made it clear that he wasn't stupid enough to misunderstand Center's intentions, questioning whether the fool truly believed in free benefits in this world. He told him to use his dog brain for once and think, warning that they could lose their souls to the abyss and become lackeys of alien beasts. Those who were gradually being seduced were abruptly awakened by the fat man's words and quickly began distancing themselves from Sire, who grew visibly irritated. In the end, Sire admitted that he was no longer human. Sire shouted that Sire was a traitor to humanity, but Sire didn't care. He only wanted power. He had joined the beasts and gained abilities he quite liked, and he even demonstrated one of them on the guides. It was a twisted void power from the alien beasts. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them, starting to twist their arms. Lang Yue immediately cut off her own arm to escape it, and she wasn't the only one. The fat man had done the same. He then declared to Sire that no matter how strong he became, he would still just be a lackey of alien beasts, and perhaps he would never be able to advance again. In his eyes, Sire was nothing more than an idiot. Naturally, Sirah became furious at her words. Sirah quickly realized that she was right. Everyone there had the potential to become much stronger in the future, but they had given in to greed and blocked their own potential. Worse still, they would end up acting like obedient dogs to alien beasts. He even started mocking Saraba and the others for being so foolish, while Lu Sheng simply watched the entire scene unfold like a drama. At that moment, the warriors who had been getting beaten began to laugh and called Sayer a fool. Sayer became completely enraged, making it clear he would kill them all. He trembled with hatred, wanting to silence everyone. He rushed towards Sayer, but the two guides appeared and blocked his attack. Sayer, irritated, tried to force his way past them, attacking relentlessly, but they managed to hold him back. Meanwhile, the level 11 and 12 warriors, slightly weaker, began fleeing in all directions. Sacian couldn't understand why everyone was running, until they heard someone shout that beasts were approaching. And indeed, there were many. An overwhelming wave surged in from all directions, leaving them terrified. There were so many beasts that it was hard to even see the space around them. The warriors assumed they would lose their lives right there. The fat guide was completely stunned, while Sayer began to laugh, making it clear that they wouldn't be escaping. He then struck the fat man, who immediately began to bleed. Lang Yue realized that Sarait had truly gone mad. Despair returned to everyone. Sarai and his group were already difficult enough to deal with, and now with countless beasts appearing, it seemed like an impossible situation. Everyone was certain there was no way out. Sarai then gave them a choice: join them or die, leaving the warriors utterly terrified, until a man named Carl, afraid of losing his life, decided to join them. Sauer quickly pulled him in, certain that Carl wouldn't regret it. Although Carl showed a hint of regret on his face, he was still relieved to have survived. Driven by desperation, the other warriors quickly began trying to join as well, leaving Sauer in disbelief. Lu Sheng realized that everyone's dignity there had gone down the drain. More and more people surrendered. The group around Sire started chatting and even laughing. Lu Sheng then commented to the two beside him that, although Sire was a traitor to the human race, he didn't seem the slightest bit regretful. Even if he could never break through to level 13, people always come up with all sorts of reasons to justify their choices. He wanted to know what those two planned to do. Cyan wanted to wait for Haiji Dao to arrive, as he didn't want to attract trouble from his own race, and outside the law there might still be a chance for redemption. Tang Dun recalled that the decision the people were making would be passed down through generations, carrying that shame, so he was willing to do the same as Cyan. Lu Sheng quite liked what he was hearing from those two. The fat man noticed the three who hadn't joined and declared to Cyan that not everyone feared death. Sayer found it amusing that they believed Haiji Dao would show up. Leng Yue didn't understand what he meant, and Sire made it very clear that Haiji Dao should have already arrived, since he was a level 13 expert, and that distance meant nothing to him. He explained that his lord had erased Haiji Dao's memory of coming to rescue them, so he was probably back at base calmly drinking tea while a bunch of fools were waiting for him. That caught the two officers off guard. Believing they were finished, Cyan asked Lu Sheng what he thought they should do. Noting how calm he remained as always, he began to cry along with the stone-faced man, as they truly believed they would lose their lives there. Lu Sheng reminded them that Cyan was merely an obedient lamb. It wouldn't be so easy to erase the memory of a level 13 expert. To accomplish something like that, one would need a level 14 expert, and he doubted a small group like theirs was worth that kind of attention. Saiyan quickly agreed, admitting he had almost been deceived. Lu Sheng also believed it was unlikely Heiji Dao would arrive in time to save them, and Sayer wouldn't waste time recruiting people if that were the case. Saiyan didn't know what to do, but he didn't want to just wait for Heiji Dao to come collect their bodies. Tang Dun wished there were a third option. Then Saiyan had an idea. They could pretend to surrender, and when Heiji Dao arrived, they could betray the others and return to the right side. Lu Sheng thought the two were foolish. By then, half of the warriors had already chosen to join Sayer. The rest were either hesitating or swearing to resist until death. Sayer declared he had already given them a chance. Those who didn't join would be left behind. Suddenly, the beasts drew very close. Sayer demanded that those who had just joined also attack, so it wouldn't seem like empty words. Everyone had to have at least one kill to their name, otherwise they would meet the same fate as those who refused to join. This horrified everyone, and it became clear that Sayern's idea wasn't unique to him. As the beasts attacked, people felt a bit of sorrow. It was every man for himself, and they moved to fight. The guides managed to hold off a few level 12 warriors, but on the battlefield, the level 11 warriors who hadn't surrendered became prime targets for the traitors, as they were much easier to kill. Saiyan realized things had become far more difficult when suddenly a man appeared behind him to take his life, but Tang Dun protected him. Saiyan was moved, but the battle wasn't over. The warriors who had just switched sides began rushing toward him. Lu Sheng grabbed his hand as Saiyan begged for help, even knowing he was only a level 11 warrior and couldn't possibly hold off so many level 12 fighters. Saiyan began to collapse, thinking he should never have trusted that old woman, as he had essentially walked straight into death. It was only then that he understood the value of life, realizing dignity meant nothing. If he could live again, he would never set foot in that place. Lu Sheng told him there was a way, leaving him confused. He explained that besides becoming a traitor to humanity or dying, there was a third option. Desperate to know, Saiyan listened as Lu Sheng said all they needed to do was kill Sayer, all the alien beasts, and the traitors as well. It would be the best way to stay alive. Saiyan was shocked by what he heard, thinking Lu Sheng had gone mad, saying it made no sense. He found it so absurd that he began to laugh, until suddenly he saw a blaze right beside him. It was Lu Sheng. Shocked, Saiyan watched as Lu Sheng's energy became even more intense. At that moment, Saiyan was utterly stunned, trying to understand what the hell was happening. Lu Sheng then decided to reveal his true identity, unable to believe he had been in disguise for so long, catching everyone off guard. He also expressed that he had almost forgotten what it felt like to fight. Walking toward those men who were clearly terrified, Saiyan quickly warned him to be careful, since that man was a level 12 warrior. The level 12 fighter was startled at first, but then relaxed when he realized Lu Sheng was only level 11. He quickly prepared to attack, making it clear that Lu Sheng had no chance of turning things around. To make matters worse, he even laughed at the situation, until a massive impact shook the area. It was the strike of the level 12 warrior stopped effortlessly by Lu Sheng. The man couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't move, and panic began to set in. With a single motion, Lu Sheng split him in half. In fact, he had barely moved, just his index finger. Everyone was left in disbelief. It was like a mere snap of the fingers. The man couldn't understand what had happened, questioning why only his soul remained. He wondered where his body had gone. It had all happened so fast he hadn't even noticed. He began to cry for help, but Lu Sheng simply devoured his soul, remarking that it was delicious and asking who would be next. Naturally, everyone was horrified and didn't dare approach him. They began to flee, declaring they were facing a monster, but Lu Sheng had no intention of letting them escape. He used an incredibly terrifying ability, blowing one man's head apart, then proceeded to do the same to everyone who was running away. No one could understand how it was happening. Everyone died in an instant, leaving only their souls behind, which Lu Sheng collected. One man managed to get a bit farther away, unable to believe he had been afraid of someone at level 11. He even celebrated, thinking he had successfully escaped. But unfortunately for him, Lu Sheng summoned a giant hand and captured him like an insect. Lu Sheng even mocked them, while Tang Dun and Saiyan stood there with their mouths wide open at what they were witnessing. The man they had considered a companion had completely crushed level 12 warriors in an instant. Lu Sheng was clearly enjoying himself. Then he noticed that even those who had joined Sayer were fleeing in fear, except for Sayer himself, who saw Lu Sheng as a huge surprise. He even remarked that everyone Lu Sheng had killed was nothing but trash, though he admitted Lu Sheng might have more talent than him. For that very reason, Sayer saw no point in letting Lu Sheng live. He turned back and called out to the cowards who were fleeing, declaring that they shouldn't fear Lu Sheng and should attack together. Only then could they defeat him. Everyone hesitated, unsure of what to do, reluctant to turn back. Eventually, one of them decided it would be better to side with Sayer and fight Lu Sheng. They were convinced that Lu Sheng couldn't withstand a combined attack. They asked Sayer what they should do. The traitors who returned to his side were no longer like before. After being baptized by the power of the alien beasts, their strength had increased significantly. Sayer then declared that everyone should unleash their full power. Lu Sheng found it all rather interesting. Sayern shouted for the army of alien beasts to obey his command so they could kill Lu Sheng together. Sayern grew worried as the horrifying creatures and the warriors began to surround him. Tang Dun had no idea what they could possibly do as countless beasts charged toward Lu Sheng, believing they could take his life. Just as Lu Sheng was about to be grabbed by a massive claw, he grew irritated by the noise those creatures were making. Suddenly, he let out a tremendous roar. Both the alien beasts and the warriors, including Sayer, were affected. Sayer couldn't understand what was happening. The pressure was overwhelming, and soon everyone realized they couldn't even get close to Lu Sheng. Even he was surprised that such a casual shout could have such an overwhelming effect. He had originally planned to use the power of his more than 300,000 immortal cells, but unexpectedly, he felt the massive golden core of the immortal Tao. He quickly decided to fuse the two techniques and used a lion's roar. The technique became so powerful that he felt it deserved to be called a divine technique. His idea was correct. He could combine the immortal Tao with the martial Tao. He was able to amplify anything through this fusion, as if divine techniques could naturally form from it. At the same time, however, it seemed there were still unresolved issues. As he looked at the others, they began trembling while he advanced toward them. In a fraction of a second, all the warriors were cut down. It was practically instantaneous. Everyone's expressions changed completely. All they could think about was how insane it was. Saiyan and Tang Dun simply couldn't believe what they were witnessing. The two officers then approached the pair and asked whether Lu Sheng was someone they knew. Saiyan quickly realized he wasn't dreaming and made it clear that he knew nothing at all. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng continued cutting everyone down. Saiyan grew furious, as things were not going the way he wanted. He was enraged by the mere fact that someone stronger than him existed, so much so that he thrust his hand into his own chest. He wanted more power, no matter the cost. 5 silver lights appeared around him, and the galaxies of his laws fully merged into his body. Xiaome's aura exploded violently in an instant, reaching a peak never seen before. His energy felt surreal to everyone present. He grew gigantic, distorting space itself. At that moment, Xiaomer seemed invincible, impossible to face. Any contact felt like instant death. Leng Yue began to tremble, unable to believe that this was Sayer's full power. The biggest question was whether Lu Sheng could withstand him. The fat man tried to stay optimistic, thinking Lu Sheng might at least stall Sayer long enough for Haiji Dao to arrive. Lu Sheng, however, didn't feel the slightest bit shaken, as Sayer grabbed him with full force, declaring he would end it quickly. Lu Sheng simply smiled, even while trapped, and effortlessly broke free. With incredible speed, he began striking Sayer at multiple points, enraging him. Sayer tried to hit back in every possible way, but he simply couldn't. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even touch Lu Sheng. At that moment, the Immortal Count even mocked him, saying he would give Sayer a chance, use his full power to attack, and if he could injure him, Lu Sheng would spare his life. That struck Sayer's ego. He declared he would kill Lu Sheng, gathered all his power, and unleashed it toward him. Lu Sheng didn't move. He simply stood there and took the attack head on. Everyone was shocked to witness the power of a level 13 expert. Siren grew worried, and Siren confidently declared victory, believing Lu Sheng had been reduced to ashes. But he was completely wrong. Lu Sheng stood there smiling, telling Salper to continue. His opponent couldn't believe it. Lu Sheng even asked if he was deaf, since he had told him to keep going. Salper insisted it was impossible, and launched attack after attack in a desperate attempt to kill him, but it wasn't enough. Lu Sheng kept taking the blows as if nothing mattered, urging him to continue. To everyone watching, it was utterly terrifying. What shook them the most was that Lu Sheng was simply enduring the attacks without doing anything at all. He even mocked Sayer, saying he was going too easy, joking that he must not have anything to eat at home, which is why he was so weak. Sayer burned with rage, unable to understand why Lu Sheng wouldn't die. He launched one final attack, but it left him exhausted. Even so, he laughed, claiming he was still stronger. Lu Sheng, seeing that this was his limit, coldly told him he was pathetic, that even after absorbing so much dark energy he was still useless. Then Lu Sheng unleashed a technique towards Sayer. At that moment, Sayer was filled with fear and cried out for help. The power was overwhelming. Everyone watching could only try to defend themselves from the impact. Lu Sheng created a massive slash and Sayer's head went flying. He had been completely destroyed with ease. Everyone was left speechless. The guides couldn't comprehend how a level 11 warrior could possess such absurd strength as to effortlessly kill a level 13 opponent. Leng Yue declared they had just witnessed a miracle. Saiyan asked Tang Dun to wake him up, convinced he was dreaming, but the stone-faced man made it clear it was real. Lu Sheng had truly killed Sayer. Then suddenly, the creature behind all the manipulation revealed itself. It was enormous. Lu Sheng felt excited. He would finally face a true level 13 opponent, not an artificially boosted one like Satur. At that moment, the scene shifted to Haiji Dao, who urgently demanded the coordinates over his communicator. He explained that he had encountered a commander on the way and fought it, but unfortunately, it managed to escape. In the end, he received the coordinates, along with a warning that something serious might be happening. The energy fluctuations at the location were extremely chaotic, and he needed to be careful. Haiji Dao could only hope that nothing had happened to them. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the gigantic creature unleashed an overwhelming presence, even affecting Lu Sheng. Suddenly, it drove a tentacle violently into a man's mouth, completely destroying him. Not just his body, but his dignity as well. Many others were burned by the tentacles, turning into subordinates of the massive creature and attacking the remaining warriors. The fat man was in disbelief, realizing this was the true form of a commander-level alien beast, one capable of controlling mutation and demonic transformation in warriors. Lu Sheng simply observed. As the terrifying power fluctuations spread, the fat man began trembling for his life. Lu Sheng then calmly stated that this was all he could do for them. If they still couldn't survive after this, he could only apologize. Then he makes a move and kills several beasts at once, causing a massive explosion. The people who were with him are blown away by the impact, and at that moment only he and that alien beast remain. Lu Sheng, who was eager, charges forward and strikes the creature with everything he has in a punch. The creature becomes extremely furious, hitting him in multiple parts of his body all at once. The impact of that attack was evident, leaving everyone in extreme tension. Lu Sheng quickly grabs the creature's tentacles. Ling Yue, who was very desperate, begins to cry, not understanding why Haiji Dao still hadn't arrived. The fat man simply accepts that Lu Sheng is going to die, since he is only level 11 and is taking a direct full-force attack from a level 13 commander. In the end, the fat man declares that Lu Sheng still had a long way to go, but in the end, he is forced to fight a very powerful alien beast to the death. The fat man hated seeing Lu Sheng being destroyed like that. Then the monster pulls Lu Sheng closer, and at that moment, even with blood in his mouth, Lu Sheng asks if that is the power of a level 13. He admits it is powerful, and in the end considers the creature quite lucky, since it would be the first to witness this state of his. This surprises the massive creature, which then decides to devour him. It shoves him straight into its mouth, leaving Saiyan and Tang Dun in disbelief at what just happened. Suddenly, an immense energy bursts out from the creature's mouth, creating a huge flash of light. The monster becomes desperate, and then Lu Sheng emerges, his body blazing with flames. Without wasting time, the massive monster launches several attacks at Lu Sheng. A star from its birth passes through the protostar stage, and then the main sequence. In the end, it inevitably reaches its greatest splendor, its true peak. At that moment, its volume, brightness, and temperature increase drastically, reaching up to 10,000 times the normal level. This state is called the red giant form. He moves toward the massive monster, which begins to fear Lu Sheng. The young man notices that the creature is afraid, believing it only realized this at that moment. He throws a punch at the monster, leaving it completely scorched. He is surprised by his own power, finding it quite terrifying. However, it is still unfortunate for him, because he cannot keep using it. His physical body and soul could be devoured by stellar energy. At that moment, the massive creature suddenly shrinks and blames everything on Lu Sheng for what just happened. Furious at having lost its body, Lu Sheng is surprised that even that wasn't enough to kill the creature. He then realizes that the red giant form could only fight the monster on equal terms. Only a true level 3 power could kill it. Fortunately for Lu Sheng, he possesses the power of the Law of Thunder from a level 13 specialist, so he decides to use thunder to crush the darkness. While all of this is happening, Haiji Dao rushes forward at full speed until he realizes he had been deceived by that thing's illusion. At the base, there were very few level 13 specialists, and none of them comprehended the Law of Thunder. He wanted to know who had helped break that illusion. He needed to meet that person. In the end, it was Lu Sheng himself, who was striking the monster with all his strength. No one could understand what was happening, and the fat man explains that it was the power of a law, a very powerful law. He declares it to be level 13 power, which confuses him, since it was in the hands of someone who was only level 11. Saiyan realizes that the person he called brother was someone capable of pressuring and brutally beating a level 13 alien commander's head. At that moment, he just wanted to go home, because it was all too much for him. Then lightning begins to approach the group, making them worried about being struck. But at that moment, Haiji Dao arrives and protects everyone with a barrier. He asks if they were the ones who called for help. The guide confirms, relieved that they were saved. Haiji Dao says they held out very well, and even congratulates the two guides. However, he wants to know who the level 13 specialist fighting that alien commander beast is. They don't know what to say, which Haiji Dao finds very strange. He cannot understand how they don't recognize the warrior fighting that massive creature. The fat man then explains that the one fighting it is a warrior named Lu Sheng, which surprises Haiji Dao, since he is from the recruit unit. The fat man confirms, explaining that Lu Sheng is a martial artist who temporarily boarded the recruitment ship from the Yamu sector. The fat man even finds it funny, because Lu Sheng is considered a recruit simply because it is his first time on the dimensional battlefield. At that moment, Haiji Dao watches Lu Sheng beating the creature. Soon after, Lu Sheng grabs the alien beast by the hair, saying it had no physical strength, finding it quite unimpressive and saying he was tired of playing around. Then he unleashes another strike, shocking everyone, including Haiji Dao. He had simply made the creature lose its head. Still, he tells everyone it was nothing special and condenses the monster's remains into a crystal. Soon after, he starts to feel a bit sleepy and falls asleep. Haiji Dao is left in disbelief, trying to understand what just happened. Lu Sheng had simply turned into a cocoon, and Haiji Dao could sense a very dense energy. He realizes that Lu Sheng was undergoing a breakthrough right in the middle of the battlefield. Then he picks up the young man's cocoon, informing everyone that they would return to the base. Various scenes from the past flash before Ling Yue's eyes. It felt like a strange dream, something absurd, something a person could never forget. If it weren't for the absence of many companions around her, along with the injuries, light or severe, on everyone, she would hardly believe that it had really happened. Then Haiji Dao tells everyone they can stop, because they have arrived at the dimensional battlefield base. Saiyan and Tang Dun are very happy that they actually managed to survive. Then a man with strange glasses appears, welcoming them and noting that many members of the team survived this time. Haiji Dao simply tells the man to assign people to watch over the cocoon, and then he quickly leaves. He arrives at a place where a girl greets him, commenting that he returned very quickly, assuming the recruits must have been completely doomed when he arrived. Haiji Dao Dao finds the way the young woman named Martha speaks a bit strange, since she uses a lot of slang. She explains that she likes modern speech. He then tells her that the rookies were rescued, but there was a small complication, and he needed to see the stellar Governor General. Martha informs him that the governor is inside, though she doesn't know if he is busy. Haiji Dao is in a hurry, and suddenly he receives a notification on his phone. He becomes quite alarmed upon seeing the cocoon, as it keeps growing larger, something he had never seen before. At that moment, Martha tells him that the stellar Governor General is waiting for him, and asks him to go in quickly, showing him the way. Haiji Dao enters and greets Moke. There are 2 stellar governors in total across the 100 great stellar sectors, one who leads all 100 sectors of that universe, and the other is Moke, responsible for guarding the dimensional battlefield. Both possess equivalent status and strength, being level 14 stellar powerhouses on the martial path, who have comprehended domains of laws. Moke, the stellar Governor General of the battlefield, is an enormous man. He asks what Haiji Dao has to report, especially since he heard that he had gone on a mission recently. Haiji Dao explains that this is exactly why he came to see him. Moke asks why he seems so serious, and Haiji Dao shows him that the one who attacked the recruit unit was likely a minion of the Lord of Oblivion. He also explains that he himself was accidentally affected by that curse, which caused a slight distortion in his perception of time. Moke asks whether Haiji Dao failed, but he denies it, explaining that it was the opposite. Not only did the recruits return, but the number of survivors far exceeded their expectations. Moke doesn't understand how Haiji Dao could have faced interference and still achieved such a result. Haiji Dao explains that there was a recruit who possessed level 13 strength and had comprehended the law of thunder and who killed the minion. He also adds that he arrived only after everything had already ended. Moke is shocked to hear this, finding it highly unlikely. Haiji Dao assures him that Lu Sheng truly has level 13 mastery of the law of thunder, as he felt the thunder filled with destructive and devastating power, so much so that he chose to remain silent in the face of it. Moke is very pleased with what he hears, declaring it to be excellent news for the 100 stellar regions. It had been a long time since their sector had produced a martial arts genius capable of comprehending such powerful laws. Moke wants to see Lu Sheng in person. Haiji Dao then explains that Lu Sheng is outside the base's protective barrier. Moke is confused and says it is very disrespectful to leave someone who has comprehended the law of thunder alone outside the barrier. Haiji Dao explains that Lu Sheng's current situation is somewhat complicated and asks Moke to go outside with him so they can see him. Moke is surprised by the request, and they quickly go out together. Everyone is a bit shocked, as Moke's aura is extraordinary. Without wasting time, the 2 guides greet the governor. Moke touches the cocoon, his voice trembling because it truly contains the power of thunder, and beyond that, it is a pure stellar human. He gives great credit to Haiji Dao for bringing in such a powerful talent, even giving him a slap on the back, so strong it makes his back burn. Moke even apologizes, explaining that it had been a long time since he felt so excited. He then explains that after killing that minion of the Lord of Oblivion, Lu Sheng received many benefits and reached a critical point, standing right at the threshold of a breakthrough. This was very good considering he already had excellent strength and foundation. He was like a star about to emerge and shine, and Moke was eager to mark the warrior within that cocoon in the stellar regions. He wanted to know if Haiji Dao knew the identity and background of the young man inside the cocoon. Haiji Dao commented that it was a bit difficult to explain in just a few words, and that it would be better to ask the 2 guides. The fat man named Zuo Zhongqi and Leng Yue greeted Governor Moke, who praised them for their good work. They were happy to be recognized by the governor. Then Moke asked for information about the person inside the cocoon. Zuo Zhongqi explained that the person inside was named Lu Sheng and that he was from the Yamu sector. He went on to explain everything that had happened. Moke found it hard to believe that Lu Sheng was, in the end, just a recruit. Haiji Dao stated that it was also very strange to him. After all, it was someone with level 13 power entering the dimensional battlefield for the first time, which meant he had reached level 13 within his own universe, a very rare occurrence. In any case, it had been a long time since their sector had produced a level 13 specialist, and he never expected such a genius to appear. Zuo Zhengqi then showed Lu Sheng's data to the governor, who couldn't believe that he was level 11 and not level 13. He immediately questioned whether the information was outdated. Leng Yue then explained that those were the only records sent by the Yamu sector. Leng Yue also recalled that the data wasn't actually wrong. When they first encountered Lu Sheng, they truly felt that his strength was only at level 11, yet it was precisely that seemingly insignificant level 11 individual who defeated a level 13 alien commander beast. Something completely absurd. Moke decided to verify it himself, so he focused on examining the data and soon began to emit an overwhelming energy, which made everyone extremely uneasy. Even Haiji Dao called out to him. Moke had suddenly lost control. As a level 14 domain expert, even the slightest aura he released was enough to create a devastating pressure on everyone. Moke then apologized, explaining that he had just experienced a brief mental shock and hoped he hadn't frightened them. This surprised Haiji Dao, since a governor possesses an almost perfect mind and spirit. He couldn't believe that he had been mentally shaken by something as simple as a report to the point of momentarily losing control. Haiji Dao then asked what Moke had seen in Lu Sheng's data. Moke showed it to him, and Haiji Dao was shocked to discover that Lu Sheng was only 20 years old and already at level 11, and that all of this had happened within a single year. Moke hoped Haiji Haiji Dao now understood what he had felt earlier. Haiji Dao began to tremble. After all, when he reached level 11, he was already 200 years old. Across all stellar sectors, reaching level 11 before the age of 500 already indicated extraordinary talent. So Lu Sheng was truly exceptional. Haiji Dao believed that even Aonung Turing, who possessed an extraordinary immortal level constitution, could not compare to him. The heir of the Turing family was born exceptional, yet he only reached level 11 at the age of 40, and he was considered an absolute prodigy, the one with the greatest chance of reaching level 15, a stellar system lord in the entire history of the 100 stellar regions. But truly, nothing could compare to Lu Sheng. Seeing that Lu Sheng had reached level 11 even earlier than Aonung Turing, Haiji Dao declared that his potential was even greater. Moke stared at the cocoon, believing that the title of greatest genius of the 100 stellar regions and the top candidate to become a level 15 stellar system lord was about to change hands, and that this person came from their own stellar sector. Even so, Haiji Dao still couldn't understand how, in just 2 months, Lu Sheng had advanced from level 11 to level 13. But Moke saw the possibility, even if Haiji Dao could not. Suddenly, the cocoon began to shake, causing a shift in the atmosphere and leaving everyone in panic. Haiji Dao was certain that it was a galaxy of laws, and the governor agreed. Lu Sheng was truly level 11 and had already comprehended the law of thunder. They were about to witness a genius whose talent surpassed that of the Turing family, someone capable of shaking the entire stellar realm. As countless law galaxies poured into Lu Sheng's body, Haiji Dao realized that he was truly advancing to level 12, which was unbelievable to all of them. Inside the cocoon, Lu Sheng felt regret. The red giant form had already been the limit of his martial god state. After using the power of the law of thunder, the balance had been broken. His body had collapsed, but his 330,000 immortal cells protected his final line of defense, giving him a chance to reconstruct his body. But that wasn't all. The supreme immortal body, combined with the cultivation of the mysterious spiritual record, strengthened his martial body. Even so, he had not fully recovered. He could only maintain a state that was half physical body and half energy body. The cosmic energy of the law of thunder was immense, with nowhere to go, so it accumulated within him, continuously tearing apart and regenerating his martial body. He gazed at the red giant, the thunder star, and the white star of the immortal Tao. He wanted to understand how to fuse these three forces. At the same time, he needed to break through the barrier, so he decided to surpass the current limits of his cultivation in order to contain those three immense forces within his body, and he began by doing so with the immortal Tao. From 330,000 immortal cells, he reached 1 million. He felt the entire universe become clearer. Realizing that this was level 12, he guided rules and power into his body. There were already a total of 38 galaxies of rules flowing into him. Lastly came the complete form of the red giant, but he had no idea if he could withstand it. Even so, he decided to try, generating thunder within the sun, while simultaneously producing divine power within the immortal Tao, proving that he was a bit insane. Around the cocoon of light, dozens of galaxies of rules revolved. The scene was so shocking that it would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Even people who had no idea what was happening were involuntarily drawn to that immense phenomenon. Everyone stared at the singular point in that galaxy, frightened, all wanting to understand how someone could comprehend so many rules of the universe at once. There were simply 38 bands of galactic light. Everyone's eyes widened. After all, no martial artist like this had ever existed. Not even the most brilliant among them, Aonung Turing, possessed even 20 galaxies of rules. Because of this, everyone was curious to know who it was, as that energy spread in all directions. Even those who were not present decided to go and see, and then the scene shifted to where the cocoon of light was. Moke could only believe it because he was seeing it with his own eyes. After all, no one had ever been so monstrous. Haiji Dao realized that Lu Sheng's starting point was already the finishing line for geniuses, and they didn't even blink. Ling Yue was curious to know how many laws Lu Sheng would be able to comprehend when he reached level 13. Zhou Zhenqi realized something wasn't right, recalling that Lu Sheng had already comprehended a level 13 law, the law of thunder, so he wouldn't have just one law upon reaching level 13. Governor Moke was stunned by what he had just heard from the fat man. Haiji Dao confirmed what Zhou Zhenqi had said, declaring that Sheng would indeed have more than one law after reaching level 13. At that moment, Moke began to doubt whether Sheng was even human. From Lu Sheng's perspective, he unleashed his power. His new power covered the path of the four extremes of Yang Yi Zhou, and he didn't even know whether that was a good thing. The big issue was that the three inheritances he had from those masters only went up to level 16. That was the limit. Even then, level 16 was not enough to save that universe, so he decided to abandon his teacher's perfect path and create a new path with his own ideas. Only then would he have a chance to succeed in saving that universe. Everything was almost ready. His spiritual power had reached level 12, and his techniques had reached the peak of level 13. He could no longer delay, but before anything else, he took something that had been with him and destroyed it. He heard a voice telling him to destroy everything. It was a bizarre sensation. Lu Sheng realized that the alien beasts he had killed had left a hidden curse in his body. They were persistent, even in death. They had left a curse so their leader could track him later, and so he eliminated that curse. At the same time, he felt no concern. The alien beast of oblivion did not frighten him. In the end, he just wanted their leader to come quickly, so he wouldn't waste time. After destroying the consciousness consciousness of the level 13 commander beast. An enormous spiritual force merged directly with Lu Sheng's soul. Countless chaotic and fragmented images passed before his eyes, filled with extreme malice and chaos, but to him it was already something familiar. Then he remembered to check on his mutant clone, which was on the blue planet. He saw the gigantic monster. His clone's current state was being protected like a pearl inside a shell, constantly being infused with energy. Its strength had already reached level 12. Sheng realized that the clone was living better than him. He also noticed that some abilities were evolving in a surprising way. The clone had found its own path, the path of the star. Though it was dark purple, it made sense. The clone was receiving memories and techniques from the aliens, thus developing a dark stellar path, and so he decided to feed his clone more nutrients, concentrating the spiritual power of the level 13 commander beast, and sending the harmful parts directly into the clone. The clone's body began to swell rapidly, becoming increasingly chaotic and deformed, with an aura that seemed on the verge of reaching level 13. Meanwhile, the alien creature was hoping its child would grow faster. Sheng didn't want to ruin the creature's paternal joy, so he came and left without drawing attention. The next time they met would be the time of Sheng's harvest. He was eager to see the father fall into despair. After everything ended, Lu Sheng's spiritual consciousness returned to his original body, eliminating all impurities from the alien beasts, leaving only the purest nutrients. Countless martial rules and even fragments of law memories flooded his body. It could be called a passive accumulation of an entire lifetime, like a commander-level alien beast that had devoured countless living beings in the dark side of the universe for ages. That enormous energy shook Lu Sheng's divine soul, causing everything to pour out through his orifices. He hadn't expected it to be so vast at that point. It even caused the 5-colored divine crystal in his sea of consciousness to explode. He tested it by summoning a sword in his hand, realizing that each color represented the power of an emotion: anger as the blade, fear as the sheath, shock as the tip, joy as the hilt, thought as the guard, sadness as the spine, and worry as the pommel. The power of a single emotional law wasn't strong, but when more than 2 emotional laws were combined, it became something entirely different. He wanted to gather all 7 in the future to achieve an unbelievable qualitative transformation. He also had another trump card. His mental strength had successfully broken through as well. Now he was aiming to officially step into level 12. At the same time, the surroundings of the dimensional battlefield base began to vibrate violently. Countless silver oceans surrounded the cocoon of light and then converged. At that moment, Moke just wanted to understand what was happening. Certain that Lu Sheng had begun his true ascent, Moke declared that the guy was a genius. Haiji Dao's heart began to pound with intense excitement, convinced that something capable of shaking the universe was about to be born. Suddenly, a figure appeared, shocking everyone, who wondered who it was. It was Anong Turing himself. Everyone realized that even he had been drawn here. He was surprised that there was a specialist at the base ascending to level 13, expecting everyone to be amazed when they saw him. But at that moment he realized someone was already a step ahead of him, which piqued his curiosity, especially since he had been in seclusion. Then he noticed something was wrong. This wasn't someone reaching level 13. It was the phenomenon of ascending to level 12, something he couldn't comprehend. At that moment, a chaotic and malevolent force began spreading through the void. Moke quickly warned everyone that they had work to do, and hoped they were ready. The warriors grabbed their weapons, declaring to the governor that they were more than prepared. It was common that whenever a genius on the human side made a breakthrough, the alien beasts would send forces to attack. That had happened when Anong Turing advanced to level 12, and Lu Sheng was far more talented in every aspect than he was. They had to protect his path at all costs. The alarm began to sound. Many warriors already knew they had to defend their ground. Haiji Dal noticed a girl commenting that the situation seemed exaggerated, recalling what had happened when Anong Turing advanced, and believing something similar would happen again. She even asked Haiji Dal for his opinion, but he believed they wouldn't have any problems. They were very strong and they still had the governor's support. Then they suddenly felt the presence of a level 14 general, leaving them utterly shocked. Moke approached Haiji Dao, both surprised by who had arrived. It was a being named Zachariah Abbott. It was king versus king, general versus general. Moke quickly unleashed his energy, declaring that since he had been so warmly invited, he couldn't possibly refuse. At that moment, the alien beasts began to appear, heavily armed. Haiji Dao was shocked because completely unexpectedly there were 4 alien generals. His companion declared that it would be one for each of them, and whoever was left would be handled by the base's defense system and the others. They immediately charged at the general class beasts. The girl joined in as well, and Haiji Dao drew his rather peculiar sword. No one saw any reason to retreat, since the governor and vice-governor were leading the charge. All of them united to attack the alien generals. 3 level 13 powerhouses shot forward like arrows toward the alien beast army, initiating a fierce battle against 3 alien generals. A war between the stellar human race and the alien beasts had officially begun. Attacks came from all directions. Anong Turing, like a god of war, launched into a massive battle against the last demon general. Having fully comprehended the power of 20 rules, he could be considered nearly invincible within the level 12 domain. In fact, if it had been the day before, even that nearly might have been unnecessary. Anong Turing couldn't believe that Lu Sheng possessed the power of 43 rules. Before Lu Sheng appeared, he had been the sole legend of the 100 Great Sectors, and he didn't like Lu Sheng's emergence at all. He refused to be inferior to anyone. Deep down, he even wished for Lu Shang's death. At the same time, he unleashed his technique Thousand-Star Void Destroyer, striking the demonic beast he was fighting with full force. The girl was impressed, even though she already expected as much from Aonong. Meanwhile, Haiji Dao realized that those demon generals were far from ordinary. If he hadn't seen Lu Sheng before, he might have been in awe of Aonong Turing. However, the demonic beast Along had just struck, smiled, and instantly regenerated completely, leaving him stunned. Even so, Along had reason to be proud. He had managed to hit a level 13 alien beast, despite only having a level 12 body. But aside from his high energy consumption, the alien general had suffered no fatal damage. Along refused to accept this. He was the greatest glory in the history of the Turing family, a genius destined to possibly reach level 15 among the masters of the stellar system. Yet he couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat that demon. His fist ignited with flames as he attempted to burn with the power of his immortal bloodline. What he didn't understand was that no matter how hard he tried, there would always be an enormous gap between him and a level 13 alien general. He simply couldn't injure his opponent. Then a voice echoed in his mind, asking if he wanted even greater power. Amonong froze for a moment, wondering who was speaking. The voice told him to raise his head, and he saw the eyes of a figure. It told him that if he wanted to become stronger, it would be extremely simple. The power of 43 rules was nothing. It could allow him to instantly comprehend 1,000 paths if he wished. It could even elevate his bloodline potential to the sovereign level, leaving Amonong wide-eyed. The voice explained that all he needed to do was fulfill a small request. Anong quickly realized that the one speaking was the Lord of Oblivion. At that moment, he became increasingly tempted but suddenly slapped himself, forcing himself to resist. He declared that he wasn't someone who could be deceived so easily, calling the Lord of Oblivion a filthy worm from the dark side. He immediately used one of his abilities to try to drive the entity away, but the Lord of Oblivion continued, saying that its request was truly simple. All Anuan had to do was quietly lead the alien beast he was fighting toward the cocoon. In return, the reward would be infinitely greater. After all, he was risking his life to protect someone who was about to steal all of his glory. The Lord of Oblivion tried to convince him that it made no sense to risk everything for his rival. It all seemed absurd, until Aonong suddenly felt alarmed. He looked back and realized he was already close to the cocoon, despite not remembering moving there. At that moment, the Stellar Grand Governor was battling the Lord of Oblivion in an unknown space, while Heiji Dao and the others were occupied with their own opponents. The battle was intense for everyone. Aonong Turing realized that no one was paying attention to him. If he guided the fight a little closer to the cocoon, he could benefit from the situation twice over. He could pretend that he had failed to stop a level 13 alien general, something everyone would likely understand. Bit by bit, he began to agree with the Lord of Oblivion. He didn't want Lu Sheng to steal the glory that should have been his. It made no sense for him to protect his own opponent, until he suddenly realized that the alien beast had gotten very close to him. Lost in thought, he became distracted and was struck, ending up even closer to the cocoon. At that moment, the alien-headed creature began to laugh and unleashed its full power. Awanim Turing was shocked to realize that the creature had merely been toying with him the entire time. It was the strongest among the 4 alien generals, a peak level 13 existence. The alien beast revealed that it had been waiting for that exact moment. Amon Turing could not believe he had been used as a mere tool to execute the creature's plan. He refused to accept it, but the alien beast had no intention of letting its plan fail. It struck Amon Turing, who began to bleed, questioning himself about what he had been doing, calling himself a sinner of the starry sky, as a massive hole opened in his abdomen. Soon, he began to fall. Heiji Dao saw the alien beast heading toward the cocoon, and at that moment realized everything had been a distraction. The true target was Lu Sheng. However, he had no choice but to block the enemy's attack, lamenting as he no longer knew what to do, since the battle had grown extremely intense. Meanwhile, the alien beast was overjoyed at having reached the cocoon, intending to end Lu Sheng's life immediately. However, to the demon beast's misfortune, the cocoon suddenly began to open. Lu Sheng, still inside, was already preparing his move, a simple finger flick. He remarked that it had been a while since he last used it. With that, he flicked his finger at the beast, releasing a brutal burst of energy that completely cracked and destroyed it in a single motion. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust, drawing everyone's attention. When the dust settled, Lu Sheng stood there with very long hair, assuming that things outside had gotten quite lively. And of course, he couldn't just sit out of it. Heiji Dao was shocked to see Lu Sheng in the flesh. Outside, numerous martial artists had arrived to provide support, but they had no idea what was happening. After seeing Lu Sheng, Aonon Turing began to tremble. Everyone was certain it was Lu Sheng. The alien beast had been completely obliterated, killed instantly by a single strike. All were astonished and trembling at the fact that it had been a level 13 commander-class alien beast. Lu Sheng was a name Aonon Turing would never forget, no matter how hard he tried. Never before had he felt such a vast, almost despair-inducing gap between himself and another person. Even after entering the dimensional battlefield and hearing countless unbelievable feats of the genius from the 100 Great Sectors battle zone, in Aonon Turing's heart, Lu Sheng was still the most monstrous existence of all. He simply couldn't comprehend it. Only a few years had passed since the Great Martial Arts competition, so he found it unlikely that Lu Sheng could have advanced from level 10 to level 12 in such a short time. It was already remarkable enough to challenge higher levels, but Lu Sheng at level 12 could kill a level 13 opponent as if it were nothing. despite the vast gap between those levels. Only then did Anon Turing understand why the governor had personally gone to recruit Liu Sheng for this defensive battle. At that moment, in his eyes, Liu Sheng was the hope of the human race. Meanwhile, the protagonist was surrounded by countless gazes filled with killing intent. Quickly, he turned fury into a blade and shock into a sharp point, unleashing a series of strikes that completely shattered that murderous intent. Everyone present felt the impact. The evil beast declared it would never forgive him, but Liu Sheng couldn't understand such hatred. After all, he had only killed one of its underlings. When Liu Sheng learned of the catastrophe that had destroyed his home planet, the Blue Star, he felt a tightness in his chest. He realized he had been acting like an old man trying to move mountains, wanting to save everyone, but now he felt he could pursue those seemingly impossible goals and fantasies. He was at level 12, still far from level 15, but it was enough for him to begin seeing things more clearly. He had 5 million immortal cells within his body, and his strength had reached a terrifying magnitude. Those cells instantly filled every corner of his body. Before his evolution, such power would have completely pulverized him, but now everything was different. Just by releasing his aura, he created a massive impact on everything around him. Everyone grew uneasy, unable to understand what they were witnessing. One young man was certain that this power did not belong to an immortal level, but rather came from a genetic pressure. He began to believe that Liu Sheng possessed a sovereign-level bloodline. As Haiji Dao fought an alien beast and felt that aura, he too became certain it was a sovereign-level bloodline. He grew excited, realizing they had a bearer of such a lineage, and that the monsters were utterly doomed. At that moment, the beasts themselves were truly in shock. Liu Sheng then used the main star form, the Golden Crow. Energy began to gather in his hand, and soon the Golden Crow manifested as a massive latent force before everyone. It was the fourth main form, where the golden body combined the martial essence of fire with the sovereign bloodline to achieve perfection. In this form, Liu Sheng's strength reached the peak of level 12. He was certain that he was the strongest person below level 13, and since that demon beast liked to hide, using only 5 million immortal cells, he charged straight toward it. The Lord of Oblivion shouted, declaring that he would destroy Liu Sheng. Moke stepped out of the rift and made it very clear to the alien beast that it should never forget Liu Sheng's name. Moke was certain that one day everyone would feel proud of the name for which they had shed blood to protect. He directed his words to Liu Sheng, who was surprised at that moment. Everyone began to celebrate under the starry sky, and Moke's voice spread deeply through all those present. Soon after, the scene shifted to his office, where he advised Liu Sheng not to stay there. However, Liu Sheng had just arrived. Moke knew that very well, and also knew that Liu Sheng did not belong to that place. He explained that the Lord of Oblivion would not abandon the idea of destroying him, and that future attacks would be relentless. Liu Sheng was confused, because in a way, he had managed to injure the Lord of Oblivion, but Moke hoped Liu Sheng wouldn't think that level 14 was only that, explaining that although he had injured him, it was like a small scratch on the skin of a normal person. As someone at level 14, Moke knew very well that the Lord of Oblivion's true strength had not yet been fully revealed. Since there were many low-level martial artists nearby, Moke couldn't fight without holding back. He was certain that the Lord of Oblivion would not go easy next time. Moke also believed that in the future, an entire star region would become Liu Sheng's stage, so he couldn't act impulsively and remain stuck there. Liu Sheng then asked Moke where he should go. Moke told him about Tianwei Academy, a top-tier institution in the Celestial Serpent Galaxy. There, he would be able to make incredible friends and rivals. Moke suggested that Sheng go together with Aonan, and that he himself would accompany them. Moke believed that once Liu Sheng left the interdimensional battlefield, it would be much harder for the Lord of Oblivion to threaten him again. Haiji Dao then said he would accompany Liu Sheng as well, and not only him, others also volunteered. That was the first time Liu Sheng had heard of Tianwei Academy, and he wanted to know how long it would take to get there. Haiji Dao explained that via teleportation it would be fast, around 7 or 8 cosmic months. Moke stated that they would depart at that very moment, and Haiji Dao had never seen Moke so excited. After all, Moke was a man of few words, yet he was explaining many things and showing incredible patience. In the end, he was certain that if any information about this leaked, it would be in all the newspapers. Moke asked if Liu Sheng had any other questions. Sheng replied that, at that moment, he wanted to see some friends before leaving, so Moke left everything in Haiji Dao's hands, and the two left. The girl who was with Haiji Dao became worried, telling Moke that Liu Sheng would probably never return. He told her that chains cannot imprison a star. Liu Sheng needed a stage worthy of his size. The girl felt sad, understanding Moke, but she wished she could spend some time with Liu Sheng nearby, though her expression showed something else. Meanwhile, Awanan asked whether Liu Sheng had really injured the Lord of Oblivion. Moke explained that it wasn't quite like that, and Awanan felt relieved, as it had seemed unbelievable to him. He stated that even if Sheng were a genius, he couldn't cross 2 major realms, ignore the barrier of laws, and and injure the Lord of Oblivion, but Moke clarified that he hadn't meant it that way. In fact, Shang had caused much more than superficial damage. He had blown off the Lord of Oblivion's arm, leaving both of them extremely shocked. The scene then shifted to space, where there were countless pieces of alien beasts scattered around. Cyan was there, in the middle of the chaos, collecting pieces of the alien beasts before him. During the process, he came across the bodies of humans who had lost their lives. He took out his storage ring and stored their remains, intending to properly take care of the comrades who had died tragically to protect Lu Sheng on the battlefield. He realized how cruel everything had been, and he didn't even know if he himself would make it back alive. When he stepped onto that recruitment ship, he had felt he was about to live a unique experience, and indeed he was. Yet he didn't even know if any of it was real. In the end, he knew he would encounter Lu Sheng, someone who could defeat a level 13 opponent and even dared to strike someone at level 14. He felt bad about himself, being only level 11, thinking he was a useless failure. In the end, he felt that doing cleanup work was his place. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was a corpse. He noticed that the body was well preserved, with all its limbs intact. Then the body moved, giving the cowardly Saiyan a huge scare. He recognized the person. It was a man named Huang Ji, one of the new recruits who had arrived at the interdimensional battlefield. He had never shown his strength, and had left the group when they were targeted by the level 13 alien beast. Saiyan had thought Huang Ji was lost and didn't expect him to return to base. In fact, to Saiyan, Huang Ji was already dead since he had gotten lost in the alien dimension. He wanted to understand how that man had come back. Huang Ji remarked that he hadn't expected Saiyan, someone who knew his family, to remember a nobody like him. Saiyan immediately sensed something was wrong, and asked if Huang Ji had been sent by them. Huang Ji simply said it would be better if he figured it out himself. Saiyan believed that Huang Ji had disguised himself as a corpse, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around to approach him stealthily. Huang Ji was a level 12 expert, so Saiyan thought he was completely screwed. Saiyan then questioned whether they would really feel at ease, even after choosing to enter the interdimensional battlefield. Huang Ji replied that only the dead can make people feel at ease. Saiyan wanted to know how much had been offered to Huang Ji, since he was taking such a big risk chasing him all the way there just to kill him. Huang Ji said the offer was 100,000 level 2 resource planets. Saiyan immediately realized something was wrong when that man knew about his family. Huang Ji was there to take his life, and Saiyan hadn't expected his life to be so valuable. Huang Ji added that by thinking that way, Saiyan was underestimating even the foundation of his own family, the Larsus family, so Saiyan offered double that amount, just to have his life spared. Holding his sword, Huang Ji declared that Saiyan should stop being a spineless coward in his next life. But before he could attack, Saiyan said he had something else to say. Just as the attack was about to land, Huang Ji was interrupted. Saiyan opened his eyes and saw Lu Sheng blocking Huang Ji's strike, holding the sword as if it were nothing. He asked if Huang Ji was deaf, since Saiyan still had something to say. Huang Ji was shocked and demanded to know who Lu Sheng was. By that moment, Lu Sheng had already cut off all his hair. Lu Sheng then broke his sword, hoping that the assassin would listen to others next time. Saiyan was astonished. Lu Sheng then asked how Haiji Dao would deal with someone who intended to harm members of his own species. Haiji Dao replied that the non-military tribunal of the 100 Great Star regions would deliver a fair judgment, most likely exile to the Abyssal Rift. Lu Sheng grabbed Huang Ji, leaving the matter for Haiji Dao to handle. Huang Ji immediately fell into despair, begging Haiji Dao for forgiveness, and saying he would never do such a thing again. However, he was punched in the face to shut him up, and the two left. Saiyan then asked Lu Sheng if they were friends. Lu Sheng told Saiyan that he was a grown man, yet he was speaking like a delicate girl. Then Lu Sheng asked how the stone guy was doing. Saiyan was quite surprised by the stone man's recovery ability, and said he would be fully healed in a month. Lu Sheng was happy to hear that and asked Saiyan to send his regards once he was fully recovered. Saiyan didn't understand why Lu Sheng sounded like he was saying goodbye. Sheng then explained that Moke had said he didn't belong there, and he thought the same about Saiyan. Saiyan assumed Sheng said that because he was weak, unable to help others and always being a burden, he began to see himself as useless trash, but Sheng explained that it wasn't about strength. Lu Sheng said that if there were a war between humans and demonic beasts, Saiyan would be well suited to handle logistical support. Saiyan was surprised to hear that. Lu Sheng explained that his martial intuition told him Saiyan should pursue what truly interested him, and if Saiyan wanted to return, Lu Sheng could even speak to the Star Commander, so he wouldn't be treated as a deserter. Saiyan only believed those words because they came from Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng then placed a hand on his shoulder, making it clear that he believed in him. With that, he said goodbye, calling him a friend. At that moment, Saiyan asked himself whether he was truly capable of doing it,